What interesting things can happen when an endless lifespan and a death spell art that can only be activated at the cost of that lifespan are both present in a mortal's body at the same time? 50 years ago, I traveled to this fantasy world with an endless lifespan, lonely and miserable. 5 years ago, I met a dying immortal cultivator and decided to learn some immortal arts from him. What I didn't expect was that he was still alive after 5 years of death. At this time, in a farmhouse in Greenstone Township, a breathless man was lying on the bed, looking like he was going to die soon. In this person's bedside surrounded by 3 men. At this moment, they are crying silently. Men do not cry lightly. Can make 3 big men into such a look? Can see at this moment in the end how sad they are. The person who was about to die on the bed laboriously raised his eyes and said in that low voice line that seemed as if it might disconnect at any moment. Without realizing it, you all have followed me for so many years. Now that I'm about to die, it's time to give you guys something, lest you be bullied after my death. Master. The 3 of them all cried, their cries showing their true feelings. The man lying on the bed ignored them, and with extreme effort, he reached out his hand, pointed to a cabinet beside the bed, and said, "The things I want to give you have all been placed in it ahead of time. Boss, you open it." The eldest apprentice suppressed his sobs, raised his sleeve and wiped his eyes, then walked over to the cabinet and, under the deadly gaze of the other 2, opened it and took out 3 blue leather thread-bound ancient books from it. He placed the 3 books on the bed one by one, making sure the men could touch them. Just saying those few words seemed to have exhausted all of the man's strength. He panted for a while before regaining the strength to speak and began to preside over the division for the 3. The disciples had already waited impatiently, and right in the middle of their blearily watching, the man pointed to the first book on his left hand and said, "Boss, this is for you." The eldest disciple joyfully picked up the book and tucked it into his arms. He looked like he wanted to kowtow to the man on the bed, looked at the 2 senior disciples leering beside him, and ultimately gave up, saying only slightly sharply, "Master, I'll be leaving then." After saying that, he turned around and left without any delay, and without paying any attention to the dying man on the bed. The remaining second apprentice brother's gaze was dead set on his back, and his eyes had already unconsciously taken on a few points of killing intent. The 3rd disciple Joey was the same. He and his second senior brother could see clearly that of the 3 books, the one that was driven away by the boss was titled Thai Animal Immortal Scripture, which was actually a supreme scripture that could allow one to cultivate all the way up to the realm of true immortality. Looking at the entire world, it is also rare. Compared to that, the remaining 2 books were too bad. One was the root method and the other was the nurturing technique. The boss had gotten the immortal scriptures, but only left them with 1 law and 1 art. No matter how they looked at it, it made their hearts unbalanced. The 2 have been a little impatient in their hearts, and even want to immediately chase out and kill people to seize the scriptures. But in the way of the master is still not broken. The 2 dare not move. Master again in the huffing and puffing gasping, with a sound without a sound, seems to be at any time may be cut off dead, but is not dead. 2 people understand in their hearts. The master this is to his favorite big disciple to stall time. Cover it. Understand so what? As long as the master has not broken, the 2 dare not move. Outside the house. At some point, everyone from Greenstone Town had gathered, their sleeves concealing weapons. Their gazes tightly focused on eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother brought out a horse from somewhere, and after taking a deep look at these people and then at the hut, he finally mounted his horse and left without any hesitation. Someone in the crowd immediately followed with their horse. It was only after the voices outside stopped and he confirmed that eldest senior brother had gone far away that the master raised his withered hand that seemed like a chicken claw, nodded at the 1 law, and said, "Eldest, this is for you." The second elder brother's face was grim, and as he grabbed the 1 law, he turned around and walked away without a care in the world. When he reached the outside, all the Castle Rock townspeople looked at him with eager eyes and knelt down on the spot to pay homage to his highness. Second senior brother responded to him with a nasal voice, his face grim as he swept around the field, his voice seeming to emanate from the depths of hell with a creepy murderous intent. "Where is that dear senior brother of mine?" An old man with a gloomy breath appeared beside him as if in an instant, draping him in a large, expensive and incomparable black cloak with a dragon pattern embroidered in gold thread. The old man responded in a feminine voice, "It has just left. The old slave has already sent people to chase after it, and will leave a mark along the way. Your Highness, are we going after them now?" The second senior brother pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, "This senior brother of mine isn't simple either. Let the people go after him. Let's wait for a while." To put greed for life and fear of death in such a grandiose manner, after arranging for the manpower to go after him, this second senior brother turned his head again and looked at the hut behind him with a few smiles in his eyes. "I'll stay and wait for my senior brother. After all, we've been living together for 5 years, So how can it be that this senior brother of mine should be the one to personally send him on his way? Inside the hut, the master did not have any intention of stalling this time, and directly nodded on the last remaining nourishing art, saying, Lao-san, this is for you. Joey flung himself on his knees, his face crying with tears, Master, open your eyes and see, I am your most beloved Lao-san, how can you be so biased? Although I came the latest, serving you the shortest time, but you are not so bad to leave the worst things to me, right? Do you still remember? After you were bedridden, the other two senior brothers were too dirty. It was always me who served you with an urine and washed your ass, serving you with a handful of an urine until now. How can you treat me like this? Master did not expect Joey to come to this, plus being poked and prodded about himself, he was a bit annoyed for a while. Your two senior brothers are so dry and decisive. How come you're the only one who's a mother-in-law? Being so messed up by Joey, his voice had become a lot brighter and more energetic, no longer as soft as before, seemingly dying at any moment. The master and disciple broke up for half a day, unable to convince each other in any way. Alright, since you're not willing to accept my arrangement, then I won't force myself. With anger in his heart, the master stretched out his chicken claw-like hand and grabbed the Art of Nourishing Life, about to take the book back. Of course Joey wouldn't allow it, and with a snap he pressed down on the book so that Master couldn't even draw it back. Master, you are so biased, Joey exclaimed as if he were crying. If you can delay time for eldest brother, can you not guess the situation outside right now? That skinny guy, the second senior brother, must be leading people to block me outside right now. If I just go out with this regimen, it must be the result of being killed and taking the book. Chapter 2, Death Curse. This is your business. What kind of master did you come to me to worship without a backhanded preparation? Master angrily sprayed Joey. As you can see, I'm already a dying man who has gone into the ground below my eyebrows. What can I do to help you? Even if I gave you a better inheritance, you wouldn't be able to hold it. Besides, with your qualifications, the nourishing art is what suits you best. Practicing other techniques is a waste of time. You're nothing but a mortal. Can you still get stronger in this quarter of an hour at most and go out and sweep everything away? This is indeed a problem. However, Joey had already had an idea about this. His eyes flickered and his voice subconsciously lowered. Master, although I'm not the kind of person with a deep background like my second senior brother, I also have the dignity of being a human being, and even if I were to die in battle, I would never allow myself to be subjected to treatment that is worse than death. The master looked at his young disciple with surprise, as if he was recognizing him for the first time. I didn't expect you to have such a heart. What do you want? Joey forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart and said rather apprehensively, I have heard from elsewhere that Master has included an extremely brutal and powerful incantation art. You're talking about the death spell technique? Master came to a realization, but this time, his gaze towards Joey took on a few degrees of coldness and disappointment, and there was no longer the warmth that he had acted out. Joey was startled by the gaze, but he still knelt there stiffly, not moving a muscle, only looking at his master with an expectant gaze. Is it okay, Master? Master's withered palm that seemed like a chicken's claw clenched his fist, a cold killing intent flickering in the depths of his eyes. But in the end, he loosened it. Alright, I can give you the death spell technique as a replacement for the nurturing technique. Who made you look down on this nurturing technique? Master's tone was filled with coldness and calmness, no longer the warmth that he had acted out, and he was no longer pretending to be someone who was going to die, and in a neutral tone, he recited the key essentials of the death spell technique that he had mastered all the way through. I have to say, he's pretty good when it comes to being a teacher. He explained in great detail some of the key points of the death spell technique and the method of performing it. The death spell technique is said to be the pinnacle of all spells in the world, and can be used as an ordinary spell to kill people from across the room or up close and personal using things such as other people's hair, blood, skin scraps, and affixed objects. The medium is quite important in order to use a death spell. This medium can be something like the hair, blood, etc. of the person casting the spell, or it can be your gaze. Hearing this, Joey couldn't help but be creeped out and then became excited. Doesn't this mean that as long as I see the enemy and then unleash the spell, I can take someone's life? Indeed, this spell art is just so overbearing and powerful. Master gave a strange laugh. But using the death spell technique does not come without a price, and the price is your lifespan. To kill the object of the spell, you need to take your own life in exchange, and in this process, many factors can affect the final result, such as karma, chi, identity influence, etc. With your destiny and remaining lifespan, you can kill up to 3 people outside. If you want to kill the oldest 2, oh, You are afraid that you can't kill him even if you die from the backlash of the death spell technique. The most you can do is to break off his future path and chop off 50 years of his young life, so that he can die miserably on top of his sickbed in a few decades. Master's words seemed to come from the 9 hells of purgatory, and the coldness seeped into the cracks of Zhou Yi's bones, making him unable to help but shiver alone. Well, do you still dare to go out and fight for your life with the death spell technique now? Master's words were filled with ridicule. Dare? Why don't you dare? Zhou Yi gritted his teeth. I'd rather die standing, never live on my knees. In fact, in the face of his master's scare, he had no ripples in his heart and even wanted to laugh a little, for he is a traveler, crossing from Earth to a world of crisis and seeming gods and ghosts. His only hang-up is the unlimited lifespan he gained at the time of crossing over. He's been living carefully in this world for 50 years. When he first crossed over, he was between a wild and desolate area, and when he was about to starve to death, he was saved by a kind hunter, and since then he has lived in the mountain village where the hunter is located. After 20 years, the hunter died and he left that village. After all, a man whose appearance has remained the same for 20 years is really scaring the local village. If he didn't leave, Zhou Yi would really be killed as a demon and eaten as a Tang monk's meat. He had to leave. During these 30 years of wandering, he has traveled to many places, experienced many things, and learned simple disguises and makeup. In the 5 years that he served his master, basically no one found out his secret, so he has nothing to fear or be anxious about at all. Instead, his heart was filled with ecstasy. Death spells are just perfect for him. Zhou Yi did a good job of hiding the ecstasy in his heart and acted like a bloody brave fighter. This caused the master to frown. With great disgust in his heart, he waved his hand and said, "Now that you've got what you want, go and fight for your life." When he finished speaking, he placed his hand on the nourishing art and tried to retrieve the book, but in the end, he couldn't move it even a little bit. Looking up, he saw that Zhou Yi's hands were still resting on the nurturing technique, not having removed them. Facing his master's puzzled gaze, Zhou Yi grinned and asked cautiously, "Master, is the art of nourishing life specifically used to nourish and prolong one's life? Can it make up for the lifespan consumed by the death spell?" "It might be possible, but no one has ever tried it." The master silently increased his tugging on the books. "You've got a few tricks up your sleeve, but unfortunately you're too greedy. My rule here is that one of you can only take one copy. You've already gotten the death spell technique from me. Do you still want to?" Before the words were finished, the nourishing technique was forcefully seized by Zhou Yi with a fierce strike. "Many thanks to Master for cultivating me. Master broke the rules for me today. My disciple will never forget it," Zhou Yi exclaimed, rising from the ground and stepping back. His eyes were dead set on his master on the bed. He has confirmed that this body is good, not at all to the point of dying. It's always been an act before. If he has to be unforgiving, then I'll just have to be the one to make him eat a death spell. Zhou Yi squinted his eyes, and with a 12,000% spirit, his eyes were dead fixed on his master, and in his heart, he silently thought, "Master is a reclusive master, and it is said that he was once a great man who called the shots on this side of the world as well. In the face of such a great man, one should certainly not underestimate. How about starting out and testing the waters with a 1,000-year lifespan?" As soon as such a thought flashed through Zhou Yi's mind, it was immediately negated by himself. No, this is really too much to look down on Master. I'm just an ordinary mortal. The only means I have is the death spell technique. I only have one chance to do it. Not once I can't kill him. I'll be the one who dies then. I am now a typical high offense and thin blood. I must not stay in my hands when I strike. I must make sure I can kill with one blow. It's decided that the first strike will be 100,000 years of life. No, 1,000,000 years of life. Wait, it still doesn't feel very safe. Why don't we just go straight to 1,000,000,000 years? Chapter 3, The Death Curse is first revealed. In the end, Zhou Yi still didn't do anything to deceive his master. Master half supported himself from the bed, and after staring at him with horror for some time, he finally obediently lay back down on the bed, once again resuming that breathless, dying look. Zhou Yi also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly flashed out of the house. "Senior brother, why are you sneaking around? Is it hard to be afraid that Master will eat you?" Before Zhou Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, a familiar teasing voice came from behind him. When Zhou Yi turned around, he saw the crowd from Qingshi town who had long surrounded the entire small courtyard. There is also standing in the doorway of the small courtyard, has long changed a set of attire, a domineering nobleman look, the hands of the folding fan lightly shaking the second elder brother. "Second senior brother, it turns out that you are so rich, ah, ha, That before also with us to grab what thin porridge wild vegetables. Joey dry laugh. But also want to pull the relationship. But I didn't expect that his words didn't know which piece of the second senior brother's scales he had touched. Immediately making this senior brother's face gloomy and his eyes flashing with killing intent. You seek death. Joey, hey. Do it. The second senior brother didn't even give Joey a chance to catch up and directly ordered. The people of Changshire Town immediately took out their weapons. Their faces ferocious as they scaled over the small courtyard fence and approached Joey with quick steps. So decisive? Joey burst into a bitter laugh. Master hasn't even breathed his last yet. Second senior brother, you're about to fight in the same sect. Is it not a bit too hasty? At these words, those with murderous faces stopped in their tracks and glanced at the hut with some scorn. Who are you fooling? The second elder brother's face was icy cold. If Master really hasn't breathed his last, how could you have come out? Didn't you dawdle in there for so long so you could live a little longer? You can't fool me with this little cleverness of yours. Give it to me. Those people were once again ordered to approach Joey with murderous faces. Looking at these people who were very familiar in the past, Joey sighed. Granny Lu, Flatty Lee, Tofu Zhu. I know that Lao Air's identity is not ordinary, and he has planted a lot of people in this Chingshire town, and I've found quite a few of them, but I didn't think that all of you were actually his people. Feeling that the entire Greenstone town is his people and you guys are just acting? What big cosplay! Many of Joey's words are incomprehensible to people in this world, but they are easy to understand in context. Second senior brother held his head high and proud, like a large rooster in a chicken coop. Not bad. Over the years, the entire Greenstone town has long been gradually replaced by my manpower. If it wasn't for acting in front of the old man, I wouldn't have to suffer your insults at all. Gossip. Those Castle Rock townspeople who were holding up their weapons were already very close to Joey. Must we be in the same sect and make a bloodshed? Joey helplessly pulled out the nourishing life technique from his pocket. What I have obtained is nothing more than a mere district nourishing life technique. And it is not even as good as your root technique. You can't just say it if you want it? Why do we have to make things so bloody and get in everyone's face? Do you think I care about that district's regimen? Hearing Joey's words, second senior brother's face twisted. No. What I care about is my face. Death to all who know this humiliating part of my history. Joey glanced at the townspeople of Chingshire Town, and the old guy who was following his second senior brother like a eunuch. They were both expressionless, their eyes without any ripples. Well, it seems like they're all dead soldiers. The kind that doesn't waver even when they know they will be abandoned and killed in the future is just too loyal. Then there's nothing we can do. Wow. Joey sighed, and continued to wield the nourishing technique in his hand, mouthing some nonsense to tug at his second senior brother's attention. Then violently, he moved to use the death spell technique. This was the first time he had ever utilized this incredibly powerful spell. The master had not lied to him, and it was indeed simple to operate. After all, for many people, there was only one chance in this life to use this spell, and it would be bad if the operation was complicated and led to a wrong operation. Medium, gaze, reach, lifetime consumption, reached, death spell unleashed. Joey did not hold back at all, and the moment he came up, he smashed out 100,000 years of lifespan. His pupils were rendered gray by the eerie light. At the same time, the body of the old eunuch who was being stared at by his dead eyes, the one who stood beside his second senior brother, always immobile as a mountain, seemingly having little presence, but giving Joey unimaginable pressure, shifted. How possible? The old eunuch spat out the last few words in a hoarse voice. His body shook for a moment before he finally collapsed to the ground. Deadly grayish colors spread out from his body, eventually eroding his entire body. Ah! A piercing scream came out from the old eunuch's body. A small person who was only the size of a fist and looked exactly like the old eunuch, like a yawning, flew out from the old eunuch's body, and he screamed up to the sky with a mournful and painful voice. You! The villain steeply lowered his head, locking his sight on Joey in a deadlock, as if he wanted to do something, but it was already too late. The deathly gray color spread from the little man's chest to his entire body, and soon, the little man also turned into a green smoke, without a trace. What's going on? Eunuch Shang? The second elder brother was so shocked that he sat on his butt on the ground, the extreme shock still lingering in his expression. This sudden change caused the entire room to fall silent, and those Castle Rock townspeople who were already close to Joey stopped in their tracks, their expressions stagnant and terrified. Joey only felt his brain slightly dizzy for less than a second before he came to his senses. He touched his body and didn't notice any change. Yes, he let out a low roar, his expression filled with ecstasy. Without wasting any time, he began to frantically use his death spells, his vision sweeping over everyone present from left to right, one by one. Soon, he cleared some of the threat. "It's him, it's all him." Someone reacted, pointing at Joey and yelling, calling on the others to join them and rushing up and killing this vermin. Too bad it didn't work. How could they keep up with the shift in Joey's line of sight? Soon, Joey cleared all the threats. Joey moved his neck and with a smile at the corner of his mouth, he slowly walked towards his second senior brother who had already peed his pants. Chapter 4, Complementary Techniques. "No, don't kill me." The second senior brother used his hands and feet to frantically retreat backward, wanting to stay away from Joey. His soaked crotch left a very visible mark on the ground. "Give me a reason not to kill you." Joey stopped in his tracks, cautiously guarding against the possibility of a Jedi counterattack from his second senior brother. After all, this kind of character whose identity was not ordinary at first glance. It was normal to have some kind of organ magic treasure on his body. "It's all under control now, so we can't afford to get in the gutter. You can't kill me." The second elder brother shivered and said with his statements reversed back and forth, "Do you know who I am? Do you know what I am? Moving me will only bring you boundless trouble. I can apologize and take you into a circle you never imagined before." Before he could finish his words, Joey's pupils were rendered gray by the unknown power. The second elder brother's body stiffened, and a deathly grayish color spread across his body surface. The jade pendant at his waist glowed steeply, transforming into a circle of light that enveloped him. This should be second senior brother's life-preserving magic weapon, but it didn't work. The death spell bypassed the barrier directly. The second elder brother completely lost his life as his body collapsed helplessly to the ground. After a few minutes, the jade pendant's light converged. Only then did Joey cautiously approach his second senior brother. He reached out his hand and took off the jade pendant from his second senior brother's waist, and upon closer inspection, he found that the jade pendant had more than a few fine cracks on it, but it was still functional. "Let's hope that this thing isn't recognizing its owner." Joey tucked the jade pendant away and then began to feel around his second senior brother's body. He found delicate sleeve arrows in the hand of his second senior brother, which had been hidden behind his back, with black arrows that seemed to be quenched with poison. TSK, it was really close to letting you flop. Joey detached the sleeve arrow and fitted it into his hand. Immediately afterward, he ran over to the Grand Eunuch and searched him. The Grand Eunuch was even poorer in comparison, and nothing useful was found. The only thing special about it might be a signet ring that the Grand Eunuch wears on his finger. This thing? It can't be a storage ring, right? Joey placed the ring in front of his eyes and turned it over and over, his heart growing more and more suspicious. "Unfortunately, I'm still a mortal now, so there's no way to confirm it, let alone open the space inside." Joey sighed helplessly, once again hating his own powerlessness and wastefulness. He searched out the intentional root law from his second senior brother's arms and flipped it open to look at it for a few moments, and the more he looked at it, his face became more and more grave. Are the cultivation systems and techniques of this world also perverted? A not so good looking intentional root method is actually so. After reading it, his heart sank. The root of intention method is about turning one's spirit into a seed and planting it into the soil of the body, as if planting a tree, so that the spiritual seed can take root and eventually grow into a huge tree. This growing spiritual power was very strong, comparable to the divine sense cultivated by cultivators, with all sorts of wonderful uses. One of its uses was to be outgoing like a cultivator's divine sense and used as a search and probe. If I can practice to that realm, won't I be able to make up for the shortcomings of the gaze medium of the death spell technique? Joey's heart thumped. As powerful as death spells are, they unfortunately still have a major drawback at the moment. That is, the medium can only rely on his gaze, and there is nothing he can do once the enemy sneaks up on him around his back or other dead ends. He couldn't do anything about the enemy if they were hiding at a distance or behind an obstacle. But if you have spiritual power, it's a different story. In that respect, the deadly spell technique and the intentional root method seem to be complementary? Thinking of this, thinking of the word complementary, Joey's heart stirred, suddenly thinking of something, and immediately turned over his permaculture techniques. After he had looked it over carefully, his face changed drastically. It was filled with shock, disbelief and alarm. Permaculture is also complementary to death spells, putting aside Joey as a hangdog. For other death spell art users, the nurturing art was even more important. This is because the nourishing technique is able to nourish and prolong life, making up for the life expectancy that has been overdrawn due to the death spell technique. But now it seems that the intentional root method and the nourishing art are also complementary. Comparing the two, Joey became more and more alarmed. permaculture can also be called permaculture. The specific principle is to enhance the activity and hardness of the physical body, as a way to achieve the purpose of nourishing and prolonging life. According to the records of the nourishing art, cultivating to the highest level would allow one to obtain an immortal level flesh body, and a good physical body can be transformed into a more fertile soil for spiritual seeds and spiritual trees to grow stronger and faster. The nourishing life technique, the death spell technique, and the intent root technique can actually all complement each other. So what about the primordial immortal scripture that eldest senior brother took? That immortal scripture, can it complement the two arts in one method I hold? What will be achieved after complementing each other? Zhou Yi's thoughts drifted a bit far away for a while, but he didn't forget that he was still in the midst of possible danger, so he pulled his thoughts back. He gathered up the two books and slowly turned to look behind him at the location of the hut. There was silence all around, only the sound of the wind blowing against the forest floor. Master, I now sort of understand why you were so bothered by the matter of me taking both the nourishing life art and the death spell art at the same time, and even went so far as to tear off your disguise and show your killing intent towards me. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, and after making up his mind in his mind, he did not hesitate any longer and took a big step towards the hut. At that time, the reason why Master had such a great reaction was because after Zhou Yi had taken both arts at the same time, he had been able to actually attempt to complement both arts, together with the second senior brother blocking the doorway and the E-root laws he holds. In the eyes of the Master, Zhou Yi's certain death will likely allow the second senior brother and the forces behind him to cobble together the two arts in one law, and discover the truth that these arts can complement each other. Keep thinking down. Then things get interesting. Playing dead Master. Complementary spells. I seem to smell a conspiracy. And based on Zhou Yi's viewing experience, a character like him, who is not very strong and is alone but accidentally discovers the truth. The next thing he has to face is the extermination from the mastermind behind the scenes. Instead of waiting passively, we should take the initiative. Zhou Yi secretly prepared his 10 trillion year lifespan death spell technique killing move, violently kicked open the door of the hut, and rushed in. It was still a bit too much of a stretch for him to tear himself away from his master and make a move right now. If he was given a little time to cultivate the E-root technique and the nourishing art, to make up for his shortcomings and improve his reaction speed, he would be more relaxed in the face of his master, who possessed such a killing move as the death spell technique. Unfortunately, reality won't give him the chance to put everything in place. Chapter 5. Zhou Yi walked out of the hut with a face full of bad luck. The house was empty. Nothing was there. The master, who had been lying on the bed, about to live and die, had disappeared. Zhou Yi circled around the hut and searched several times within the verdant town, still finding nothing. When he returned to the hut again, it was time for the sun to set. This time he put his mind at ease and tried to figure out what to look for. Unfortunately it failed and nothing was found. It's like Master disappeared into thin air. Undeterred, Zhou Yi almost turned over the entire hut, but he still couldn't find any traces, not to mention any extras. As it turns out, Master didn't have the habit of secretly hiding kung fu and magic treasures in the house. The feeling of not feeling good is getting heavier and heavier. Zhou Yi whispered softly, looking at the setting sun in the sky. He felt as if he had fallen into a spider's web, unable to see the full picture of the situation he was in, let alone struggle to escape. Spiders and dangers were hiding who knows where, ready to rush out and devour themselves. Just as he was gazing at something, the sound of chaotic, heavy footsteps came from outside. Curious, Zhou Yi walked out of the hut and looked in the direction from which the sound came. He saw Lu Luoban, the only blacksmith in Qingshi town, the one who builds iron pots for all sorts of farming equipment. He was a burly man, his muscles bronzed and powerful to look at, but at this moment, this man was covered in blood, his face as pale as paper. Walking deep in the town, his body was covered in various wounds, and he had a few arrows stuck in his back. What's wrong with you? Zhou Yi inquired curiously. Luluaban's movements froze and he stood stiffly in place. He held the wall with one hand and looked at Zhou Yi with trembling pupils. How could it be you? How are you still alive? Looking at Luluaban's appearance, Zhou Yi had already guessed something. Are you also one of second senior brother's people? Was he ordered by the second senior brother to go after the eldest senior brother before? Looking at you, the situation is not too good. It seems that my big senior brother is indeed not simple either. At least there is someone behind him as well. Zhou Yi easily guessed what happened to Lu Luoban. Actually, he's to blame for that. If he hadn't counterattacked beyond imagination and taken out the second elder brother and his men, but instead had let the second elder brother lead his men to follow the mark, the boss and the second elder brother would have had a dragon fight, and in the end, It was still uncertain who would win and who would lose. Unfortunately, the oldest three, who have never been taken seriously, suddenly exploded, directly taking out the oldest two with their men, causing those who went to track down the oldest to get no reinforcements, and were soon killed one by one. It's a miracle that Lu Luoban made it back here alive. Answer my question. Lu Luoban ignored Zhou Yi's inquiry as he growled lowly. How did you manage to stay alive until now? Your Highness, why haven't they come to support us? What did you do with them? The light of the setting sun colored Lu Luoban with a golden halo, and his face was very scary and fierce as if he was an evil ghost, with a hateful light radiating from his eyes. It was a chorus of questions, but he had already guessed the answers to those questions. After all, the smell of blood in the air was so pronounced that he was already able to see some of the corpses behind Zhou Yi through his body. As a dead soldier, he was already furious at this moment, and by the looks of it, he was itching to flay Zhou Yi. Lu Luoban was indeed a man of iron bones. Even though he was in such a bad state, he did not give up on the idea of avenging his master's death. He wrapped one hand around his back and directly pulled a feathered arrow off his back, ignoring the excruciating pain and the blood that flowed out. He held the blood-stained arrow feather and slowly accelerated his pace, rushing towards Zhou Yi, like a return to the light, but also like the outbreak of their own small universe. Seriously injured. Blood loss. Originally has not much energy. Lu Luoban as if in this moment to obtain a new life, to obtain the divine power to enhance. The flame of revenge burned in his eyes, and it was as if his entire being had turned into an evil spirit that lived only for revenge in this life. Facing this evil spirit that was rapidly approaching him, Zhou Yi cocked his head, his pupils being rendered into a dead gray color. He moved to use a death spell. Lu Luoban's body was quickly drenched in a deadly gray color, and he fell to the ground powerlessly, his pupils rapidly losing focus. He's dead, without power. What's the use of having even the strongest determination? Looking at Lu Luoban's corpse, Zhou Yi softly inquired. It wasn't like he was asking Lu Luoban, it was more like he was asking himself. Soon, he came up with his own answer. Without strength, one is nothing at all in this world. He took a deep breath and brought a horse from the town, and got himself a couple of bags with silver, dry food and water, and a torch. Taking a look at the Qingshi town that was about to sink into the night, Zhou Yi was silent for half a day, and finally let all the pigs, cows, sheep, horses and chickens in the town out, and then burned the town with a fire. With the light of the rushing fire behind him, he rode out of Greenstone town. His torch was held tightly in his hand, illuminating the path beneath his feet, and he carefully and thoughtfully followed the trail of blood on the ground forward. This blood is left behind by Lu Luoban. Following these bloodstains, he could reach the place where the fight between eldest brother and these people took place, but it would be too late to go now, wouldn't it? Half an hour later, looking at the torch in his hand that was about to go out, Zhou Yi let out a bitter smile as he dismounted his horse, found a gentle place, picked up some dry firewood from the surrounding woods and raised the fire. The horse was tethered to a nearby tree, and was nibbling low on the night grass. The moonlight is bright tonight, but it doesn't bring any warmth. Zhou Yi sat next to the fire and under the firelight, carefully studied the two books in his hand. If you want to open the cultivation of the nourishing art, you can't do without all kinds of medicinal herbs that can warm up your flesh. And if you want to reach a higher realm, you need all kinds of heavenly treasures from the legends, which are not available to me at the moment. In contrast, the practice of the intentional root method focuses more on one's inner self and can be performed at any time. The long night was so long that Zhou Yi couldn't sleep. Eventually he sat down on the ground and began to try to cultivate the intent root method. Although he had an unlimited lifespan, it was only a lifespan and did not give him immortality. Diseases, wars, robberies, gangs, and even the high and mighty immortals. There are so many things that can kill him. He possessed the fruit of the Tao of longevity, but currently lacked a bit of body protection. Chapter 6, 100 Dawn Tower. As soon as he thought of it, Zhou Yi immediately entered the cultivation state of the E-root method. He sat down on the ground, emptying himself of all distractions and thoughts. He imagined his spirit transformed into a seed. After meditating for an unknown amount of time, he finally felt the fire was enough. The sensations that came to him told him that his spirit had indeed been transformed into a seed in the midst of a long period of meditation and self-hypnosis. Then it was time to plant this seed into the soil of the flesh. This process requires equally long hours of meditation. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Yi opened his eyes, and he was very joyful, because he succeeded. He succeeded in opening the first step in the practice of the Yigan method. The next step is to slowly wait for the seeds to take root and germinate. Wiping a handful of dew from his face, Zhou Yi noticed that the sky had already brightened. and the fire in front of him had long since gone out. The cold dew is so deep in the mountains that it's basically impossible to find any dry wood. All he could do was mingle with cold water and nibble on dry rations as he rode on again. A few hours later, he arrived at a valley, in which he found a large number of traces of fighting and blood, as well as some broken body parts. Those people of eldest senior brother should have met him here yesterday, and Lu Luoban and others also suffered a crushing defeat and death of those dead soldiers who died here, and their bodies were just thrown into the wild, and then torn and devoured by the wild beasts of the mountains, and Big Brother's group has long since disappeared without a trace. Through all the traces in the area, Joey easily came to a conclusion and deduced all the things that happened here yesterday. After a moment of silence, he led his horse onward, wanting to follow the traces to continue tracking his eldest brother, but he failed. Eldest brother and the group around him obviously knew quite a bit of counter-surveillance techniques, and the traces along the way had basically been cleared, requiring careful identification to find the slightest hint of what was going on. Later on, the group even turned onto the official highway, so it's even harder to track them down. The identity of the oldest two of the boss are not ordinary. Around them are even more experts. The power is not small. Want to find out their identity? You must use the big power to do so. But the identity of these people is not ordinary. If I rashly go to investigate, it is easy to cause their vigilance, and even reverse the investigation to my head. Ming gun is easy to hide. Dark arrows are difficult to prevent. I am currently still too weak. The shortcomings are too fatal. At least I have to wait until my E-root technique and nourishing life technique are accomplished before I cannot fear the curfew. Zhou Yi, after a short period of agonizing, finally gave up on continuing to track down his eldest brother's whereabouts. And after mounting his horse and identifying the direction, he headed firmly in one direction. Currently he has a strong attack, and there shouldn't be anyone he can't kill if he wants to, but he sucks at everything else, whether it's range of vision, reaction time, or anything else. When he kills someone, he can only take the advantage of the first hand, and he can't block all kinds of open shots and dark arrows, not to mention all kinds of poisons in the lower reaches of the Jianghu. Not everyone would stand squarely face to face with him in a duel and still let him make the first move. Along the way, Zhou Yi had been studying and practicing the intent root method, looking forward to being able to germinate the spirit seed as soon as possible. As he passed through various towns, he would also dismount and wander through the apothecary stores, searching for and purchasing various herbs. He bought quite a few herbs that could replenish his qi and blood and boil his flesh. The practice of permaculture has also finally begun. He also wanted to buy drugs that could enhance his spirit, but unfortunately, they were too rare and precious, and many pharmacy owners even said that they had never heard of them, let alone selling them to him. It was a good thing that after the nourishing art began to be practiced, his physical body slowly began to become stronger, and as the soil became more and more fertile, the spiritual seeds also finally changed and slowly began to germinate. There really is a complementary relationship between these feats. Practicing together works best. I just don't know what kind of Tai Cho immortal scripture, the best among these feats, is. When he thought of the scripture that bore the name of the immortal scripture, Joey could not help but be mesmerized. 3 days later, he rode to his destination at last. This is the small stage town called Hanging Spring Stage. 6 years ago, Joey passed through this place and met a strange man in the Jianghu. The other party was called by Xiao Shang, who knew many strange things in the Jianghu and also did fortune-telling and face reading on the side. After seeing Joey, this guy was immediately amazed by the heavenly beings, pulling him not to go, and had to give Joey a fortune-telling. Joey was intent on making things difficult for him so that he could get rid of him, so he blurted out, "My favorite thing is to search for immortality. I wonder if you can guide me where my path to immortality lies." Originally, he thought that would be enough to put the crook in his place. I didn't expect this guy by Xiaosheng to give Joey a direction to come to Qingshi town to worship his master after pinching his fingers for half a day. Joey was skeptical at the time, but he still came to Qingshi town, which led to the many things that followed. If I really did accidentally get involved in some conspiracy, then the source of all the problems is definitely herein by Xiaosheng. Joey touched his face and silently led his horse into the city. He had already made up and disguised himself into a different person, and now he was unrecognizable even to his eldest brother, who had been with him for 5 long years. Joey planned to meet by Xiaosheng again with this face. As a result, when he led his horse to the location of Yi Xiaolu in his memory, he was surprised to find another name he was not familiar with hanging on the familiar building in front of him, Lu Ji Tea House. Seeing that he stood at the entrance of the tea house with his horse for such a long time without going in, the enthusiastic store assistant of the tea house took the initiative to welcome him out. "Guest, Tea or dinner? Joey came back to his senses and hurriedly grabbed the store assistant and asked, "Little brother too, I would like to ask, isn't this the 100 Dawn building? How did it become a tea house?" The store assistant laughed. This was once indeed by Xiaolu. Only later it was changed into a tea house. Joey took a deep breath, forcibly resisting the urge to give this shopkeeper a death spell, took off the money bag from his waist and touched a broken silver from it and threw it over. The store assistant's eyes lit up, and he didn't move to put the broken silver away before answering. This has always been a tea house. It was only 6 years ago that a fortune teller who didn't know where he came from suddenly approached my housekeeper, saying that he wanted to rent the tea house for a period of time. He's given enough money to buy the whole tea house, yet he's only renting it for a few months. Naturally, my shopkeeper rejoiced and gave us a few months vacation. After the expiration date, the fortune teller disappeared, and the tea house reopened and has been there ever since. After hearing these words, Joey gritted his teeth fiercely and turned around. Naturally, he wouldn't just take the shopkeeper's word for it. Next he asked a number of people, and as a result, all of them told him that this building was indeed the Lu Ji Tea House, and in comparison, the Bai Xiao building was the short-lived past. Chapter 7, The Woman in the Black Veil. Not good. Without realizing it, I actually fell into someone else's calculations. On his way out of Hanging Spring Stage with his horse, Joey frowned. He was a bit puzzled. The previous me was just a mortal. Why would Bai Xiaosheng set this up against me? What do I have that these people should miss? Could it be that they found out about my immortality? He suddenly thought of this possibility and was startled into a cold sweat. Couldn't help but scan from side to side, right after the danger that could come at any moment. It took a while for his pounding heart to return to his chest. After regaining his composure, he disproved his previous suspicion. That's impossible. If my identity as an elder was really discovered by them, then they wouldn't even be chirping around in such a big circle with me, or even giving me the death spell technique. Wouldn't it be a little simpler to just grab me and torture me, or even get on top of me and search my soul? Eternal life is the ultimate pursuit of all cultivators. In the eyes of the people of this side of the world, it was extremely unusual for the fruit of the Tao of eternal life to appear on such an unusual mortal as Joey. Joey believed that if someone really found out about this, no one in the whole world would be able to hold back from laying their hands on him. If it's not because of the discovery of my identity as an elder, then could it be that I really do have amazing bones and a unique face? Another conjecture arose in Joey, and after a long period of thought, he had to admit that this conjecture, which did not seem to have enough conspiracy theory overtones, might be the truth. That being said, I'm afraid that before me, eldest brother had been serving that master for upwards of 10 years, and I've only been here for 5 years. That's not the right time. Maybe I'm just a small fish they caught in a random net. I just wonder, where are the nets used to catch the fish? And when will the nets be closed? Cautiously glancing left and right, Joey lowered the brim of the bucket hat he had just purchased, silently mounted his horse, and sped away. He was going to do an experiment to control the variables. What he didn't know was that after he left, another rather interesting thing happened in the Hanging Spring Stage. A woman whose body was wrapped in a black veil strolled down the streets of Hangquanii, eventually stopping in front of Lu Ji Tea House. Seeing that the other party stood outside the door for a long time but didn't come in, the second man of the tea house piled up a smile and walked out of the tea house, inquiring, "This customer, may I ask what's the matter?" The black-veiled woman was silent for a long time before she opened her mouth and asked, "Little brother too, I would like to ask, isn't this the 100 Dawn Tower? How did it become a tea house?" Her voice was beautiful, as if an oriole had first cried, crisp and pleasant. When Xiao Er heard this question, his expression was a bit puzzled as he looked the black-veiled woman up and down and replied, "This was indeed once the 100 Dawn House, but it has now been changed into a tea house." After a bit of arm twisting, the woman got her answer. Unexpected. Reasonable. Looking at the tea house in front of her, the woman's mind recalled the scene that happened here 6 years ago. A pair of pink fists silently clenched. Veins even popped out on the back of her hands. Blame it on the fact that I didn't have any defense at that time, and was actually cheated just like that. With those words, she turned and prepared to leave. Although the woman was wrapped in a black veil all over her body, but from the voice and other side conditions, it was inferred that this should be a great beauty. The store assistant was a bit reluctant to let this beauty leave, so he asked in general without words, "Does that Bai Xiaolu owe you money? Or what happened?" In that case you guys should have come over earlier to look for it. Now how many years have passed since then? Where can you find it again? You guys?" The black-veiled woman's about to depart footsteps lurched as she keenly distilled the point from the shopkeeper's words. "Yes," turned into a rightful nod and said, An hour ago. A little brother also came over to me like you to ask about Bai Xiaolu, and his reaction was generally the same as yours. It looks like he was really cheated badly, and after asking from me once he wasn't willing to do it, he even proceeded to ask a lot of people about it, just to figure out what happened to Bai Xiaolu. Hearing this, the woman could no longer hold back the excitement in her heart, and hurriedly approached the store assistant by 2 steps, asking in an urgent tone, "Where is he? I don't know. I remember at that time he was asking over there." The shopkeeper was startled, and quickly reached out and hurriedly pointed in the direction of the impression. "Thanks a lot." The woman quickly chased after him in the direction he pointed out, and after making a few inquiries, she realized that Joey had long left the city and left. Standing at the entrance of the city, looking at the avenue of people coming and going outside the gate, and looking at the footprints on the ground that had long been covered and destroyed, the woman clenched her fists in despondency and helplessness and unwillingness. Eventually, she returned to the city and spent money to find many people who had met and interacted with Joey. The woman then found a painter and drew Joey's portrait based on these people's descriptions. Yeah, that's what that little brother looks like. Finally the right picture this time. The portrait was unanimously agreed upon by those who. The woman was relieved. She took the scroll and looked at it carefully for a long time before turning around and leaving the small town, and began to inquire all the way to find the person in the painting. But she was destined to be unsuccessful. It was because Joey was using a fake face and a makeup evil technique when he was hanging around in this small town. Once he left the small town, he dressed himself differently and randomly wandered around a few of the surrounding towns, buying a bunch of things until he had spent all the money he had stripped from the dead. He went into the mountains on horseback, and began his life of seclusion in the midst of a vast, primitive and dense forest. He was in great shape, and even stronger once he started aiding his own regimen with various medications. Hands-on skills grow exponentially. It took half a day to build himself a shelter deep in the mountains, and there was still time and energy left over to build a barn for his horse. He just secluded himself in the mountains. The mountains are so high and the forests are so dense that basically no one can spot him. The surrounding area was also set up by him with all sorts of traps and alarms, with all sorts of little minds at work. Make sure that if anyone dares to come near, he is sure to be detected. He wanted to use it as a way to figure out if anyone was secretly following and spying on him or not. Chapter 8 Copper Metallic City. A year later, Zhou Yi, whose various medicinal herbs and stocks had been eaten up, walked out of the deep mountains. Strange, there's actually really no one who's been spying on me in the dark? Zhou Yi, who had abandoned the deep mountain shelter, only felt incredulous. He has grown so much in this year. The cultivation of the art of health maintenance has entered the first stage of picking herbs. Picking outside great medicines to nourish your body. After eating those medicinal herbs he had brought with him, the strength of his fleshly body climbed dramatically, and it had already reached the point where his flesh broke the boulders of trees. Under the nourishment of such fertile soil, the spiritual seed also finally grew. The root system was tightly rooted into the body, and also sprouted, drawing out a small piece of tender leaves the size of a grain of rice, crystalline and radiant, dazzled with the soaring breath of life, as if it were an emerald, intoxicating the heart and mind. Joey's spiritual power had skyrocketed by several layers and had now reached the point where it could be externally released. Only the distance of the externalization was too short, and it could only wrap around himself, but that's as far as it's ever gotten. According to the book, after wrapping oneself in spiritual power one could defend oneself against the enemy's divine sense attacks and isolate others' divine sense probes. If anyone were to probe with their divine sense for no reason, they would all be detected by the spiritual power wrapped around themselves. But I've never felt this way in over a year. Looking at the many rocks and grasses around him, Zhou Yi's thoughts drifted away once again. Either that or no one is really paying attention to me. Either that or someone is indeed watching me in the dark. Just that my strength is too poor to detect it. Looking at the vast mountains and listening to the sounds of various birds and beasts and insects, Zhou Yi suddenly smiled. Persecution paranoia harms people. He felt like he was going to really become deeply forced delusional if he kept this up. If someone really had been watching me, then they would have already noticed my casual display of killing beasts with death spell magic at near no cost. As long as the watchers present in that hypothetical aren't stupid, they'll be able to speculate further through this phenomenon about how outrageous my lifespan really is. And this is unimaginable for an ordinary person like me who is just starting out in cultivation. That leaves plenty of room for imagination. If such a watcher really exists, and after thinking about all this, he can still hold back from striking out at me and forcing some soul-searching, then it only means that he is a fool. Joey firmly believed that no one could resist the temptation of immortality. so there's a high probability that I really don't have a watcher on my side. So the question is, why aren't they watching me? Think I'm not important? Or do they have some means by which I am bound to do and develop in the direction they want even if I am not under surveillance? Shaking his head, Joey shook all of these conjectures out of his mind. Thinking any further down the line, it's going to be completely off the rails. There's no use thinking about things that can't be argued at the moment. It's your own hard power that counts. The reason why he had come down from the mountain at this time was because he had run out of medicinal herbs and there was no way for him to become further stronger. It was also because he had figured out that strength was the most important thing. No matter how many plans you have, I will break them all. As long as you can become stronger than the person behind the curtain, you don't have to worry. There is no longer any way for ordinary herbs to sustain me in this stage of herb harvesting to continue onward. And you can't buy herbs that can make spiritual power grow in these small places around here. Is it finally time to enter the big map? Joey took a deep breath and silently made up his mind. Then let's play a little bigger and go straight to the imperial capital. The location he was currently in was the Great Chu Dynasty. And still not knowing how much area this imperial dynasty was, Joey only knew that he had been mindlessly wandering around for 50 years without being able to get out. The location he was in now was nothing more than a small corner of the Great Chu Dynasty, and it was a rather barren kind of place. Staying in the city, it was only every few months that one could stumble upon a cultivator's recluse streaking across the sky, and among the legends, the imperial city was extremely majestic and lively, or it could be said that it was full of cultivators and practicing chi was inferior to dogs. Imperial City, don't let me down. Joey went on his way with longing and admiration in his heart. The first stop is to get a map of the small surrounding towns first, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to figure out which direction the imperial city was in. As a result, he bargained with the boss for half a day, and only when he was about to pay did he remember that he had used all his money to buy herbs a year ago. He had no choice but to leave with a sarcastic smile amidst the boss's contemptuous and wary gaze. It was only after robbing two scoundrels that he came back with money to buy the map. With the map to guide him, he then began his trip to the imperial city. Well, it's still quite convenient. Those big cities actually have a flying boat service, which can soar above the sky dome at a very fast speed, traveling between the two ends of the vast earth. After learning of this, Joey was excited and began to head to the nearest large city, Copper Metallic City. Currently he was 1,200 miles from Tongya City. The distance is not too far, not too close. It's the spending money along the way that's a pain in the ass. After all, it wasn't every time he was short of money to spend that he saw random people on the side of the road who owed him a beating. Sometimes seeing it leads to bigger problems. After all, people who dared to shout openly on the street that they owed a beating had their own backing behind them. Joey then accidentally beat up the son of the local sheriff. Then it's the classic routine of hitting the little one to get the old one. In the end, there was really no way out. So Joey turned around and rode away after giving 3 blows to the corpses all over the ground. He later became the #1 local criminal. It's a good thing the face he used was rubbed together as he went along. In this way, chasing and playing all the way. 3 months later, he arrived at Copper Smelting City. It is indeed a great city never seen before. Call it a miracle in terms of the feudal dynasty's infrastructural capacity. But when you think about it, the fact that this was a world where immortals and transcendental practitioners existed wasn't so overwhelming. A big city is really a big city. The pharmacies in the city sold more than simple and mundane herbs. Truly transcendentally effective elixirs were just laid out with intoxicating flavors. There were even bottles and bottles of elixirs for sale. For the first time, Joey felt like a country beggar who couldn't walk away from a glance. The drugstore boy felt the same way. Hey, don't touch it. Poor man. Can you afford it Can you afford to pay for it if you touch it? For some reason, the second man of the pharmacy looked at Joey in 100 different ways, and turned to him with a burst of reprimand. Chapter 9, The Medicine Shop. You already have a way to die. The killing intent in his heart skyrocketed, but in the end, it was forced down by Joey. When did I become what I am now? Does the death spell's ability to kill or be killed at no cost give me the idea of treating ordinary people like dogs and pigs? Is this really good? Is my mindset far behind the power I have gained? Joey gave a self-examination, forcibly pressing down his dissatisfaction and anger at the shopkeeper's verbal insults. A smile appeared on his face, and he tried his best to calmly communicate with Xiaoer. Don't look at me dressed like this, but I'm actually just not used to being high profile. I'm actually still rich. With that he pulled out his money bag and shook it. The sound of clattering silver clashing against each other came from inside. That's what he got out of it along the way. No matter where he was along the way, if he flashed his money, He was always able to get a little respect beyond covetousness and greed. But today is not quite the same. The second man of the medicine store glanced at the money bag in Zhou Yi's hand and smiled disdainfully, saying that you're a country bumpkin who's entering the city for the first time, and you still don't recognize it? We don't even look at what we sell in our Hui Chun pill shop. This is all proper spirit medicine and spirit elixir. What monk lord have you ever heard of who looks at the worldly gold and silver of mortals? I'll tell you straight up. All this money of yours? In other low-end places you can get people to call you master. But in my place, you don't even qualify to be called a dog. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Don't get in the way of us making money here. The medicine shop junior reached out and shoved Zhou Yi, but realized that he couldn't push at all. The country bumpkin in front of him stood there like a tower of iron, letting the wind blow and the rain beat him, but not moving a bit. Egu, I say you, do you understand human language or not? Zhou Yi's appearance also made the second in the medicine store come to fire. He began to roll up his sleeves and looked ready to strike. The smile on Zhou Yi's face had been put away. His eyes looked coldly and humorously at the medicine store's junior, and with slow but firm movements, he put the money bag back. Spending money here in your place. You're still not happy about it, are you? When did consumers become so humble? The meaning is definitely somewhat skewed and doesn't apply. After all, there are no consumer protection laws in this world. But that was what Zhou Yi said, and he didn't care if the other party could understand or not. He's just expressing his anger. I'm willing to talk to you nicely, and that's because I'm educated. Doesn't mean you can stomp your nose. Hey, what do you mean by that? The medicine shop junior looked at Zhou Yi, still playing dead. Do you still want to make a move on me? He after a cold laugh. The second man of the medicine store fiercely shouted towards the second floor of the medicine store. Immortal master, someone is causing trouble. Oh, a puzzled tone came from the second floor. The voice seemed quite old by the sound of it, but it carried a special aura. As soon as they heard the voice, people automatically conjured up an image of a kindly old grandfather. There was no time given to react, and as soon as the voice fell, the door of a room on the second floor opened with a bang, and a residual shadow flashed by. A hand was lightly placed on Zhou Yi's shoulder. An old man in a purple robe with a white beard reaching his chest stood behind Zhou Yi and asked coldly, "Are you the one who wants to cause trouble?" Without giving Zhou Yi time to retort or defend himself, the second in the pharmacy immediately jumped to his feet and shouted, "That's right, it's him, an unknown caller from nowhere, not knowing the rules at all, carrying bags of gold and silver for mortals. He swaggered into our medicine store, pretending to be his big-tail wolf. I kindly gave him a rundown of the rules, and he took offense, thinking I'd swept him off his feet and tried to beat me up." The medicine shop junior was wicked and looked like he wanted to directly beat Zhou Yi to death. "Is that so?" The old man who had placed one hand on Zhou Yi's shoulder first inquired, then shook his head and said in a determined tone, "Forget it, it doesn't matter anyway. Fellow Taoist Hui Chun gives me so many favors every year, just so that I can help sit in on the copper metallic city branch. It would have been my job to deserve this paycheck of mine. It's a pity. After cleaning up a few ungrateful brigands, no one dares to come and make trouble anymore, making it look like old man I'm eating for free. It doesn't matter if you're just a mere mortal." The old man was muttering to himself, but all of a sudden, as if he had discovered something, his face changed in an instant, becoming as if he had seen a ghost. "No, this flesh of yours." Before he could finish his words, he saw Zhou Yi slowly turn his head, his gaze fixed dead on him. What kind of eyes are those? It was dyed a dead gray, filled with the true meaning of silence. No! Alarm bells were ringing in the old man's heart, and the premonition of death was pulled to the extreme at this moment. He subconsciously tried to move his body across the room to avoid it, but it's already too late. He went peacefully and without any pain. Unfortunately, before the voice could be heard, the villain completely disintegrated into a puddle of ashes on the ground. Silence. A silence. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The entire Hui Chun medicine shop. It was as if the time pause button had been pressed. Everyone was staring blankly in this direction. Half a day without moving even a bit. They were stunned and numbed, and their minds had not yet recovered from the shock they had just experienced. When they saw that Hui Chun pill shop's sitting immortal master appear on the stage, they were still very excited and in awe, and were already prepared to see Zhou Yi's jokes, which could not have imagined that it would actually turn out like this. How is that possible? That was clearly just a mortal. Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? Zhou Yi was also slightly surprised by what had just happened. Would investing an excessive amount of lifespan to unleash a death spell technique actually result in something like this? The enemy's flesh, body, and soul will be directly corrupted into ashes in a time when even they can't react? After all, it was the first cultivator enemy that he had actually encountered. So Joey didn't hold back and came up with a 100 million year lifespan. When the spell was unleashed, he was regretting coming to terms with being too conservative. What's this going to do if a 100 million year lifespan unleashing a death spell can't solve him? I'm afraid I'm not going to be killed by this old man with a backhanded slap, am I? Alas, if I had known, I would have gone up to a 10 trillion year lifespan. No, it's still 10 trillion years. I didn't realize that the end result showed that he was the one who was too conservative. In fact, the enemy wasn't as strong as he thought. Instead it was still weak. Chapter 10 Searching. Joey didn't lose his concentration for too long. He knew that every second now was important to him, so he immediately turned around, polarized his eyes, and began to look through the apothecary store one by one. Such places have always been a mix of dragons and snakes, strong and weak. Critical moments must again be fought for. He doesn't have a lot of time to take his time screening and then customizing the lifespan for each person. He gave everyone a straight shot of 100 million years. Of these people, there shouldn't be any stronger than that old man just now, right? Joey was a little apprehensive in his heart. It was only after he actually started to do it that he realized that he was overthinking it again. How can it be so easy to meet a truly strong person? Basically, they're all weaklings. Threat after threat disappeared under his gaze. Soon he was safe, because the danger is all gone. The closest medicine store junior to Joey was still alive. And when he saw Joey's gaze fall on him, the junior fell to his knees with a thud, and all the parts of his body that could produce water came out. Spare! Spare! His throat rolled, his expression had collapsed to the extreme, but his strong desire to survive still made him hold on and finish his next words. Yes, it is the villain who has blinded his eyes and does not know Tai, and offended your old man. I am willing to atone for my sins with my death, and I only ask that your old man can spare my life. Looking at this appearance of the drugstore junior, Joey shook his head. It seems that you really are not even awake in the brain. Saying something is inconsistent and contradictory. Junior cried, please spare me this time. Joey kicked Xiao to the ground. I would be willing to give you a chance to live, provided you are smart. At least you can't cry and disturb my mind. Junior hurriedly tried to hold back his own tears that were spewing out of the corners of his eyes, suppressing the cries in his throat. Looking at Xiao's so knowledgeable appearance, Joey smiled with satisfaction. Then let's take action. Pack up all the valuable spirit medicines and spirit pills in your apothecary store. I want to take them with me. Remember to label different potions. The drugstore junior shivered and stood up. Going to work. There is something to be said for leaving him behind specifically. First of all, Xiao was familiar with everything within the medicine store and could help Joey quickly clean up the battlefield and collect the loot. Secondly, Xiao was just an ordinary person, relatively easy to control, and if he really wanted to be a demon, he wouldn't bring much danger to Joey. Facts proved that Joey's choice was right. Junior had been scared out of his wits and did not dare to resist at all, doing his work in a disciplined manner. Humming a little song, Joey reached out and blocked the next customers who wanted to enter the pharmacy and closed the door of the pharmacy, hanging a sign on it that business was suspended. Then it's time to collect the loot. A large medicine store with an extremely large number of various spirit medicines and spirit pills. It's a big package just to load it. Then there was the loot from the dead, which also had to be collected. Although Joey couldn't use it at the moment, it didn't stop him from taking it away. These bits and pieces add up to quite a lot. In the end, it all came together and formed a package even bigger than Joey himself. Joey carried the large bag on his back, and with his dusty clothes and face, he looked as if he was fleeing from a disaster, which was very ungainly. But it doesn't matter. The tangible benefits are real. It doesn't matter if it's good or not. I've already done all I can do. Can you spare my life now? Xiao inquired, shivering on the side. Looking at the junior in front of him, Joey had a loving smile on his face as he gently patted the other party's head and asked, letting you go is actually a very simple thing. Without waiting for a wide smile to bloom on Xiao's face, he heard Joey continue, but after I did such a big thing, there will definitely be people who will want to find out the truth. Will you give me up? Hearing this question, Xiao was startled and hurriedly shook his head frantically, almost breaking his neck. No way. I will clench my teeth and not say a word to anyone. Naive. In the face of Xiao's assurance, Joey only had a burst of cold laughter. Do you know how terrifying a cultivator's methods are? You can do things for me today to stay alive. Can't you shake me all up tomorrow to stay alive? You don't look like a man who can hold up to torture, either. Besides, those cultivator lords are not the only means of torture. People can also search their souls. You can't keep any secrets at all, Joey said with a face full of coldness. Originally, I should have spared your life if you helped me out, but that was based on the fact that sparing your life would not have any effect on me. But why should I continue to keep my word if sparing your life is destined to make my situation more dangerous? Accompanied by Joey's cold words popping down one sentence after another, the face of the medicine store's junior was gradually becoming desperate. He cried out ruefully, "You lied to me. From the beginning to the end, you never wanted to really spare my life. You always wanted to kill me. You liar." Junior went peacefully, without any pain. Chapter 11 Cases. After all the dangers in the drugstore had disappeared, Joey sure gave himself another face, led his horse into the drugstore, put his bag on the horse's back, and then led the horse out the back door of the drugstore. The back door of the pharmacy opens into an alley. On either side of the alley were the portals of a few scattered homes. Just as Joey was about to leave without any problems, a footstep sounded and a door opened without warning. A man in a cotton robe walked out from it with an underling dressed in the garb of a houseboy, looking like he was about to go out. Both sides bumped into each other. There was some mutual surprise and consternation. "It's not right, is it? How come I haven't seen you in the Hui-chun medicine shop?" The man expressed his doubt and skepticism. "There's no one like you at all in the Hui-chun medicine shop, so how did you come out of the back door of the medicine store and lead a horse?" The apothecary shopkeeper is not likely to let someone lead a horse across the apothecary store and then come here to the back door. "Who the hell are you?" the man sternly scolded. "You give me to stand still, do not move. I now immediately let people to report to the police. I would like to see where you are." Joey was somewhat speechless. The first 99 worships had come and gone, but I didn't expect to have a problem with this last shiver. His eyes were instantly tinted a dead gray. The world calmed down instantly. "Master, what's wrong?" Making a lot of noise at the door. The other family members of this household heard the commotion and shouted curiously from inside, while footsteps sounded and moved towards the doorway. Such alley homes are basically one courtyard after another, separated from each other only by walls, and the sound insulation is very poor. If there is any kind of commotion over here, those who are a little bit closer can almost say that the other families can hear it clearly. This really harmed me. Send so many people to heaven together, but it is very tiring. Joey sighed. But who made him a no-brainer? Even if he was a little tired, he still gave these people eternal peace together as a whole family. By the time he left the alley, the entire alley was completely silent and not a single sound could be heard. Joey, who had just plundered the Hui-chun medicine shop and gained a large amount of harvest, did not intend to leave for a while, but he planned to change his plans and stay on this side of Copper Smelting City for a while first. There was no other reason for this. It was on top of the spirit medicine elixir that had been scavenged by himself. Such a big bag of stuff is so conspicuous. If he took it with him to the flying boat, it would easily attract the attention and covetousness of others, and any accident would be able to confirm his identity as the looter of the Hui-chun medicine shop. So in order to play it safe, it would be best for him to consume a wave of these medicines in Copper Smelting City first, wait until the furor over this matter had passed, and then wait for an opportunity to leave. Through the guidance of a good Samaritan, he quickly found the area of the city where a large number of ordinary people, civilians, lived, and rented a small courtyard here without any problems. After shutting the horse into the middle of the corridor and getting some grass and water in, he stopped caring about the old horse that had followed him on his journey and traveled thousands of miles. He effortlessly took the large bundle off the horse's back, rubbed his hands together, and with a face full of excitement and longing, carried the large bundle into the middle of the small courtyard's hall. After closing the doors and windows to prevent outsiders from prying eyes, he placed the large bundle on the table and slowly opened it, and all of a sudden various bottles, cans, boxes, and paper packages were revealed. Every jar, box, and paper bag is labeled on top. These labels were all forcefully ripped off from the pharmacy and pasted on under Joey's supervision by the pharmacy's second-in-command. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Joey briefly divided these things into categories, and only then did he realize that so many things in the Hui-chun medicine shop were really a wide variety of things. Spirit medicine elixirs did not only include those that strengthened the physical body and warmed the divine sense, but also wound healing medicines, exclusive spirit elixirs used to give cultivators breakthroughs, transformation elixirs that demonic creatures eagerly longed for, and other beast medicines specifically used to feed their mounts, and so on. Beyond these, there are more dazzling categories. Inside so many things, there are actually only a few that are useful to me. So it seems like I spent a lot of effort to rob a bunch of trash that doesn't have much use to me. Joey sighed. However, It was not the time to dwell on this. He had a bottle of golden body pill in his left hand and a divine consciousness pill in his right hand, and without saying anything, he directly started chewing. On his side, he ate a heavy meal, relaxed and happy, still immersed in the wonderful pleasure of his strength soaring. On the other hand, Copper Yell City was already in a frenzy because of his reckless behavior yesterday. The drugstore tragedy was discovered the next day. Hui Chun Pill Shop could be called a top-stream general existence in the entire Tongya City. As a result, it was inexplicably closed for half a day yesterday, not to mention that it wouldn't open the next day. How can those customers wait? A few days ago, the medicine store owner told me explicitly that I should come and conduct the transaction today, but as a result, when I came, they didn't open the door. What does that mean? Yeah, I've ordered a bottle of elixir today and I can't get it. Feeling that they had been tricked, the customers who suspected that Hui Chun Pharmacy had absconded with the money did not dare to delay for a moment, and forcibly broke down the door. As a result, he found that the powerful formation that originally existed in the pharmacy had disappeared, and there was really only a fragile paper-like wooden door left blocking it. After forcibly kicking the door open, they were even more shocked. As far as the eye could see, in addition to the cupped ashes on the ground, the entire medicine store looked like it had been robbed, and all the pills and elixirs had basically been looted. The news quickly spread throughout the great city. The head of the Hui Chun Pill Shop chain of businesses, that Hui Chun real person had to urgently come from the imperial city. Everyone who kicked in the door that day was basically arrested by the officials of Copper Smelting City. After all, the notion of kicking in the door and finding the pharmacy ransacked is just too untenable. Again, most of these people were casual cultivators. This leaves one with the darker side of human nature and a reasonable suspicion that these people ransacked the apothecary store and then backtracked. All in all, this matter had become a hot topic in the entire Copper Metallic City, and basically anyone would come to talk about it after tea and dinner, making their own tall tales. Chapter 12 Abandonment. Are you sure this is fellow Taoist Xin Yizi? Realist Hui Chun was a high-level alchemist who was renowned throughout Great Chu, and although his combat power was not high, he had always been respected because of the special scarcity of his profession. He himself was a gentle and courteous man, and had always given the impression of being a flamboyant gentleman. But today, he couldn't help but break his defense, completely lost that high person's proper demeanor and instead looked like a hysterical street shrew. His fingers trembled as he pointed hard at the streak of dust on the ground. You're telling me that a Yuaning master, Xian Yizi, a notoriously ruthless man amongst the casual cultivators, was responsible for sitting in on the Hui Chun Pill Shop branch in Copper Yell City, and as a result, he didn't even have the time to hum, and became like this along with the other people in the store? And what kind of being should be the one who does it? A transformed god-old monster? That kind of strong person. Why would he come to Copper Yell City without anyone getting the news in advance? Why would you look at those things of little value inside the Hui Chun Pharmacy branch in Tongya City? And it's all been raided. City Lord Luo. Think for yourself. Is this really reasonable? Standing in front of Reverend Spring, City Lord Luo, whose face was covered in spittle, helplessly wiped his face. When I just learned of this news, I was just as shocked and unbelievable as you are. But how else can one explain the situation at hand than this explanation? After our investigation and forensics, the line of events is clear. City Lord Luo walked around the pill store with his hands behind his back and said in a tone that was not slow and unhurried. First of all, the person who had ransacked the pill store first killed everyone in the store, including fellow Taoist Xin Yizi, in seconds, and left through the back door after scavenging everything inside the store. In the process, it should have been discovered by other families in the back alleys who discovered the traces and ends, leading to those people also being tragically killed. There are naturally many doubts in this, like the inexplicable appearance of footprints in the pharmacy. For example, the one that looked like a runaway hick from the eyewitnesses. But none of this is important. City Lord Luo waved his large sleeve and said with a very serious expression, what's important is that this character has the strength to instantly kill a Yuaning great cultivator in seconds. That's enough. Hui Chunjinwen's face was unsightly. His head lowered as he stood there with both fists clenched and his body trembling. City Lord Luo glanced somewhat guiltily at the nationally renowned Dan cultivator and said, I'm really sorry, fellow Taoist Hui Chun. For the next matter, we in Copper Metallic City will not intervene any further, lest the plague spread to us. I also hereby respectfully request to you on behalf of everyone in Tongya City that even if you are going to be immortal with that real culprit behind the scenes, please take the battlefield away from Tongya City and not spread to the people here. Hearing this, Hui Chunjinjin loosened his tightly clenched fists. He painfully closed his eyes. shook his head, and said, "Even you don't dare to intervene, so how can I dare to continue to pursue this? In this matter, I can only break my teeth and swallow them in my stomach. Do I really dare to make a big fuss about revenge? I'm just a bit puzzled. I haven't made any enemies outside, nor have I offended such a strong person. Why would he do this? If there really is a grudge, wouldn't it be better to come directly to me? With his strength, isn't it a bit too much to just rob and exterminate a branch?" He was puzzled by this. City Lord Luo had his own thoughts and understanding on this very issue, as he gave a meaningful look at Reverend Spring and said, "Have you ever thought about it? That person doesn't actually want your life, but wants to warn and knock you around a bit?" Hearing this, realist Hui Chun was horrified. He couldn't help but make all sorts of associations. At this moment, he thought of all the undercurrents in the imperial city, thought of the infighting between the royal families, thought of this period of time. He and certain people did get a little too close. Could this really be a knockout? Realist Hui Chun didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to City Lord Luo, then hurriedly returned to the imperial capital. He had already made the decision to settle down and be a man from now on, and no longer participate in those treacherous and secret battles. He has to cut and distance himself from certain people. This thing is so over. Out of Zhou Yi's expectations, everything seems to be so calm. The expected citywide blockade to increase the search and arrest did not appear. If it wasn't for the fact that people were still talking about it after tea, he would have wondered if it hadn't been discovered until now. I wonder if it's loose on the outside and tight on the inside. Those people couldn't have appeared to be unresponsive on the surface, but secretly they already had a dragnet in place, just waiting for me to get into it, right? Joey was feeding his horse as he rambled on with his thoughts. A full half a month had passed since he had ransacked the Hui Chun medicine shop. During this period of time he had eaten all kinds of nonsense and consumed a lot of medicines and elixirs. This kind of day was just too rich, and he didn't have any moderation in the early days, causing all that medicinal power to pile up in his body now and not be digested at all. He had no choice but to pause his stoner business and silently wait for digestion, running the nourishing art and the intentional root technique over and over again. Come and feed the horses in your spare time. What was brought to feed the horse was also not any unusual object, but various animal medicines that he had taken from the Hui Chun medicine shop. After taking these elixirs, the horse changed dramatically. First, he became oily, fat, and muscularly angular. Immediately after that, he underwent a second development and became tall and strong. The horse's back alone was almost 3 m off the ground. By now, the horse had a gleam of intelligence in its eyes, and was already able to communicate with Joey through a simple shake of the head and nod of the head. Old horse, ah, old horse. You have to become strong and smart as soon as possible, ah. After all, there is no place for you on the flying boat. I can't take you to the imperial city. After staying you have to try to survive on your own, ah. Joey rubbed the horse's mane that seemed like steel needles and whispered to the horse in his heart. The horse that was gnawing on a piece of lingji innocently raised its head to meet Joey's gaze, its eyes filled with incomprehension. Apparently, it can't comprehend too much trouble yet. Joey shook his head and didn't care about the horse, and punched himself in the small courtyard. This was the nourishing fist that came with the nourishing art, which was quite powerful, but the greater role was to assist the nourishing art in digesting the medicinal power in the body as quickly as possible. Joey hadn't been able to do a few more punches yet, but there was a sudden knock at the door. Chapter 13. Joey opened the courtyard door and saw a man and a woman in power suits outside the door. "It's you guys." Joey frowned, a flash of undisguised disgust in his eyes. "Haven't I said it many times? I'm not much of a socializer, and I'm not really interested in you guys, so tell you to leave me alone if you have nothing else to do?" This man and woman looked at each other, feeling a little awkward, but when they thought about what they had been pursuing and aiming for, they instantly adjusted, completely ignoring the embarrassment and licking their faces there. "Little brother, I understand what you're thinking. It's only natural that someone your age would hate human interaction and the human condition, but everything in this world, as long as it exists, must have its reason. The reason why the human condition is revered is because if you play it right, you are able to reap the benefits and advantages of it. Of course, we're not trying to gain anything from you, it's just that there should always be more camaraderie between neighbors, right? Here are the pig's feet we brined, and we had some extra, so we brought them to you." The woman handed over the food box in her hand. In the past, Joey would have just closed the door and refused, but today, a twinkle in his eye gave rise to other ideas. Instead of refusing, he obediently took the food box and stepped aside, inviting the two men, who were flattered but did not refuse, to enter the courtyard. Joey invited them to sit down next to the stone table. Still as before, these two men's eyes darted from time to time to the horses in the gallery, their eyes filled with excitement and thrill. Joey watched with cold eyes, his heart having long since begun to examine these two. These two were his neighbors, living right next door to him. They seemed to be a pair, and looking at the power suits they were wearing and the calluses at the fingers of their tigers' mouths, they should be good fighters in the Jianghu. Their martial arts skills are not weak. Unfortunately, it's a far cry from the practitioners. Joey had long since seen that these two people were afraid that they were not satisfied with continuing to be a Jianghu man in the martial arts, and were planning to make the transition to a cultivator, seeking that method of immortality. Unfortunately, the age has passed, the root bone is fixed, and there is nothing too good. Qualification and resource network has been just in uselessly wasting time. Even so, these two weren't about to give up. Their obsession had long since penetrated into their bones, and they were even a bit demonic. Brother, this horse of yours doesn't look too ordinary. Is it not a legendary exotic beast, spirit beast? After rambling on for a while, the two of them finally couldn't help themselves and turned the topic to what they were most interested in. Their gazes were hot and fiery as they looked at Joey. Joey had no doubt that at this time, as long as he said that he had a relationship with the cultivation world and was able to give the two men a little help, these two men would fall to their knees and cry out for their father on the spot. So he said, "It's nothing." After eating the elixir for 2 days, this has grown into what it is now. The man and woman in front of him were shaken, and they fell to their knees on the spot, tears falling down their faces. "I still hope that immortal master can." "I'm not some immortal master. I'm just an ordinary person with a bit of luck," Joey said so decisively. "Even so, you've already surpassed us by an unknown amount on this path. At least you've already obtained the precious and incomparable great medicine, while we're all still lingering in the level of ordinary people. As long as you can give us a hand, we're willing to pay any price, even to work for you as oxen for eternity." Looking at the two people in front of him who were obsessed to the bone, Joey sighed helplessly. Everlasting life, is it really that attractive? In the end, he still decided to accept the two. "I will depart for the imperial capital of Dechu in a few days. This old horse has followed me for a long time, but for a while there is nothing worth entrusting to a trustworthy person. Don't worry, we will definitely help you take good care of this horse, even if we starve to death. We will never let this horse have less than half a meal." The two swore with conviction. Goodness, Joey spread a smile. The deal and the contract between the two parties was so concluded. As a sign of sincerity, Joey gave these two men 1 elixir each, both of which were given to mortals to prolong their lives, allowing them to live up to 150 years of age without a problem. After the two of them ate it, they felt the warmth that ran through every vein in their bodies and were overjoyed, immediately kneeling down and kowtowing. After Joey had fed all the beast medicine to the horse, he fed the horse a few more transformation pills before drifting away. It seemed a little too hasty to deliver the horse so simply into the hands of these two strangers. But not really. During this period of time, various kinds of drugs were taken, and Joey's strength improved drastically. His spirit was already able to leave his body by 1 generating a spiritual field, and within this range, he was able to accurately grasp everything. This includes taking a lie detector from heartbeat, pulse, etc. There's also an extra, over-the-top ability, mental marking. This ability doesn't seem to do much, but when paired with a death spell, it's quite terrifying. Works perfectly as a medium for death spell magic. He had tagged those two. Once he realized that something was wrong, he could take those two's little lives with a single thought. Joey tightened the bag on his back, spent a large sum of money to buy a mortal ticket on the flying boat, silently followed behind the others, and under the shouts of the stewards, he formed a long queue on the podium, waiting for the arrival of the flying boat. With the early morning sun rising, the sun shines down on everything, gilding the gun deck with a golden color. Amidst this golden light, the massive flying boat slowly grew larger from a small dot in the distance, eventually transforming into a behemoth and coming to rest on the edge of the platform. "This is a flying boat." Joey let out a gasp of amazement, just like all the ordinary people who were riding this thing for the first time. "Flying boats? Really? Are giant ships that can fly? Look at the size. It's no big deal to hold a few thousand people." Earlier when he was waiting, Joey still felt that there were not too many people, but now that he saw the physical object, he realized that this point of people for the flying boat, perhaps it still seems too sparse. The sound of breaking air rang out, and one cultivator after another either rode a sword or set up a recluse and landed on top of the flying boat. Then it's them regular people who slowly line up to go up. After spending some time, Joey finally boarded the flying boat. He glanced down at the ticket he held in his hand and silently entered the interior of the flying boat and began to search for his cabin. The good news is that he found it quickly. The bad news is that the position that was his has been taken. What do you mean by that? Joey frowned at the drunken man in front of him who stank of alcohol and couldn't help but aggravate his voice. This is my cabin. I spent a whole 100,000 taels of silver to buy it. The drunkard hemmed and hawed, squeezed his reddened rosacea, and said in a non-trivial manner after a smelly burp, "First come, first served. Who's to blame for you being late?" Joey was laughed at. "Then according to your meaning, my 100,000 taels is considered to be a waste of money? Is it hard to believe that you want me to sleep in the aisle for the rest of the day? That is certainly not." The drunken man felt around his body half a dozen times, fished out a crumpled, stained with all kinds of stains ship's ticket, and said, "You can go sleep in my bed. You see, I'm still very human." Chapter 14 Arrivals. Joey took one look and withdrew his gaze. The look he gave the drunk became more and more disgusted. The fact that the drunk got on the boat means that he also paid for the ticket and the spot. But not all cabins and tickets are created equal. Joey bought a first-class cabin in the mortals section, while the drunkard only had a large pass-through bunk. It's not even close to equal. The behavior and logic of drunks is even more robber baron. Really? You can meet this kind of rotten people everywhere. Joey shook his head and silently walked into the middle of the cabin, reaching out to close the door. The drunk was a bit stunned. "What do you mean by that? Want to sleep with me? I can tell you that I don't accept it and I can't adapt to it." Before he could finish his words, he saw Joey's pupils being rendered into a dead gray by inexplicable light. What the hell? The drunk suddenly had a palpitating feeling. He could clearly feel that something had been taken away from him. Instantly, the drunkenness that had been hazy disappeared, and the drunkard was awakened by the shock. As he instantly expelled all the liquor from his body, he came to his senses and looked at Joey with a face full of ghosts. "So you're not simple either." Joey didn't give him a chance to utter a second sentence. He added a second death spell. To be honest, at this moment, Joey was really frightened. He had thought that the drunken man in front of him was just a scoundrel who liked to take advantage of the situation, and just thought of a quick battle. The first shot of the death spell had only used 1,000 years of life. As it turned out that this 1,000-year lifespan couldn't actually chip away at the drunken man in front of him. The drunkard took a hard shot at a death spell unconsciously, only to become instantly pale. He seemed to have shrunk quite a bit. His face was wrinkled and squished together loosely, and his originally dark and messy hair and beard turned snowy white. Although his status had dropped a lot, he hadn't died after all. Joey hurriedly and seamlessly renewed the second round. In an instant, his 100 million years of life had just evaporated. The results are promising. He's safe. Joey let out a silent breath. He began to clean his room, doing a good sweep to get rid of all the stains and trash. While cleaning up, he summarized the experience in his mind. A lion fighting a rabbit also does its best. It seems I can't underestimate anyone I have to face in the future. He rummaged through a pile of junk and found a few things. It starts with a finger ring. It looks like it should be a storage ring. There were already quite a few of these things in Joey's bag, and with a helpless sigh, he used the thread to string all of these rings together. Then there's the vermilion wine gourd. Joey shook the gourd and realized that it was very heavy. At first it seems like there's only a small, shallow bit of liquor left inside at the bottom. But wait a little bit and you'll realize that the jug, which was empty, is instantly filled with liquor again. Joey came to be interested, specifically looking for a few barrels and pots to pour wine out. The result is that all these containers are filled. The water inside the wine gourd is still unceasing. A wine gourd automatically generates wine? This shouldn't be possible. It should be that drunkard who filled it with a large amount of liquor before. Joey surmised the truth as he covered the wine gourd with a lid. Instantly the wine gourd returned to its light as a featherweight. It's pretty good. Joey tossed the wine gourd up and down and placed it inside his bag. With this, even if he didn't rob anymore after he went to the imperial capital, he could make money by opening a brewery store to cover his ears. After taking care of these things, Joey walked out of the cabin and went to the ship's mess hall after locking the door. After eating and drinking, he came back and practiced boxing. He practiced the nourishing fist over and over again, understanding the technique more and more, his proficiency rising crazily while the medicinal power that had accumulated in his body was also rapidly dissolving, allowing his physical body and spirit to grow crazily stronger once again. When you are tired of practicing kung fu, you can lean against the window and look out the window at the sea of clouds, which is also relaxing. 4 days later, the flying boat docked at the edge of a podium. A new batch of guests boarded the ship, and the flying boat, which was still quite empty, became crowded. For the next period of time, the flying boat sailed above the sky dome following a set course, landing from time to time, pulling guests on board and letting a group of guests off. The number of people on board had been in a dynamic balance, crowded but manageable. Finally, after a month and a half, the flying boat steadily docked at the edge of the imperial city's podium, carrying his own obviously shrunken bag on his back. Joey followed the others down the podium. During his time on the boat, he got high on a few more bottles of pills. Coming to the imperial capital for the first time, he couldn't help but scan from side to side, looking at everything new. It's true that it deserves to be the imperial capital. The podium is the largest I've ever seen. Joey exhaled a deep breath and was about to leave Yuntai and officially start his life in the imperial city. Several youths in vermilion red fire garments were seen scanning left and right in the crowd without stopping, calling out loudly, "Seen your uncle! Seen your uncle?" This old drunkard wouldn't have died drunk in the flying boat already, would he? Their faces were very anxious, and some people directly rushed into the middle of the flying boat to look for something. Others grabbed some boaters who had gotten off the flying boat and wouldn't let them leave. "May I ask if you've seen an old drunkard on this trip on the flying boat?" He had a vermilion wine gourd in his hand that never ran out of wine. The expressions on these people's faces looked anxious, and they had asked and stopped many people, but they still found nothing. The chaos here caused a lot of displeasure and a cacophony of voices. After a while, the few people who had rushed into the flying boat before came out accompanied by the captain of the flying boat. No, they shook their heads at their cohort, their faces very hard. With so many people coming and going on the flying boat, how could I possibly remember them all? The captain also expressed innocence. This old drunkard. It couldn't be that he's been drinking and getting so drunk that he's forgotten about the plan and that he should get on this flying boat, right? The leading one's face was ugly, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a strong possibility. Seeing that their and other people's obstruction had already aroused public anger, they didn't dare to continue to be arrogant, and could only obediently let go of the boat passengers. Joey watched coldly throughout. He silently left along with the others after noting the characteristics of the men's clothing and markings. Chapter 15 Renting a Room. The prosperity and magnificence of the imperial capital of Chu still deeply shocked Joey, a bumpkin from the countryside. Here he saw one tall building after another that towered into the sky. Unlike the reinforced concrete he had known in his previous life, this tall building that clearly bore traces of the ancient style of immortal arts gave him a great shock. A palace spread across the sky. A heavenly palace spread out. Looking up, there were countless floating islands in the sky, and there were even a large number of buildings hidden in the clouds. One could see a trail of recluse lights and sword lights lit up, and silhouettes after silhouettes came and went among the various buildings, as if a myth had come to reality. Joey was all a bit taken back by what he saw, but in the end, it's time to take back that heart that floats above the 9 heavens and get back down to earth on solid ground. The first thing to do when you come to the imperial capital is of course to rent an apartment. After all, he was planning a long stay. The imperial capital is just too big. He asked for directions as he followed the general flow and walked for almost an hour before he came to the area where the commoners lived. By asking for directions, he soon found a landlord. The other party raised his head and carelessly swept a glance at Joey, who was covered in dust and had a big bag on his back, and spoke at a lick, with a deliberately long tone at the end, carrying a kind of arrogance peculiar to the locals of the imperial capital. "Outsiders? Come to rent a room?" Joey frowned, forcibly suppressing the displeasure in his heart and said, "Yes. How long will it be rented?" "Let's start with a 2-year one." Upon hearing this reply, the landlord's expression then became slightly more serious and enthusiastic for a few moments, and he hurriedly stood up from the rocking chair, hands behind his back, and led Joey to see the house. He led Joey to a small courtyard, pointing to the east room and said, "This is the only house still empty in my hand. If you like it, 5 taels of silver a month." These words made Joey frown uncontrollably. 5 taels of silver a month? So expensive? Such expensive rent was the only thing he had ever seen in his life. And that's just one compartment. Couldn't the whole yard be rented out? This was what Joey was more concerned about than the expensive rent. People always have some secrets they don't want to reveal to others. It will be much easier to have a small yard all to yourself. This price is very normal in the imperial capital. If you can't afford to rent it, don't come. The landlord put his hands behind his back, still looking like he was talking slowly and leisurely. His tone brought undisguised contempt and superiority. "If you think I'm black, go outside and ask around. The price of housing in the imperial capital is like this. As for the whole yard for rent, hey, it's really not that I'm looking down on you. You may be able to get that big a sum of money, but you'll be able to spend the lion's share of all your money, right? You've just come to the imperial capital. Have you gotten your footing? Got a legitimate business student and income? Spending money like that? The silver for renting out an entire yard is a high price. And in our line of work there has long been a consensus that whenever you rent an entire small yard, you have to rent it for more than 5 years and pay all the money up front. Still, don't think I'm black. If you think I'm black, go out there and ask around. It's all like this out there. Joe-E and the landlord stood side by side, and his mental realm enveloped the landlord, probing his heartbeat, pulse, blood flow, and other conditions. He was basically sure that the landlord should not have lied. Unless this landlord has become a compulsive liar to the point where he doesn't blink nearly instinctively and doesn't have any physical reaction to lying at all. Joe-E gently exhaled. For the little time he had been tussling with the landlord, people were poking their heads out of other rooms in the courtyard and looking curiously, and others were coming out to say hello to the landlord and being screamed at by him to collect the rent. Don't know without looking. I'll look startled. Such a small courtyard. Actually live so many people. The hall house there is the most excessive. It seems to live 2 families of 7 people, so that it looks like Joe-E is living alone in the east room, as if there is still enough space. It's true that comparisons are most likely to bring out a sense of happiness. Joe-E sighed helplessly and walked into the east room to check it out and was quite satisfied, so he nodded his head and agreed to rent the house. The landlord was delighted and the two made a deed on the spot. Joe-E also paid, and according to the landlord's request, he paid 3 months' rent and 1 month's deposit up front. He has lived in this house ever since. Currently, his main goal was still to digest the medicinal power in his body and finish the various medicines he had looted. On weekdays, except for going out to eat and wash and piss, he stayed in his room, doors and windows closed, silently carrying medicine and boxing, not having any time or a mood to socialize with the surrounding neighbors. The surrounding neighbors were feeling a little strange, but not in an overly inquisitive mood, because their lives in the imperial capital were not as good as they would have liked. It was very difficult, even to the point where they were struggling and on the verge of not being able to open their pots, and they were not in the mood to pay attention to such an eccentric neighbor. A month has passed and all is quiet. Joey had thought that the peaceful days were going to continue like this. He chewed and swallowed a red as flame-like elixir, feeling the warmth of the medicine as it melted away in his stomach pouch and filled his limbs and bones. His mood was indescribably soothing, according to the current progress. In about a month's time, I'll be able to finish all the medicines that are useful to me and dissolve all the medicinal power. Then it's time to figure out how to get new resources for cultivation. Thinking of this, Joey couldn't help but frown. It is not easy to live in the imperial city. The cost of living for something as small and everyday as renting an apartment and eating was so great, not to mention all those panaceas he needed. Those things are no longer available for purchase with mundane gold and silver. It was also not something that Joey, a bright mortal, could afford. And at the moment, he had to keep a low profile again and try not to expose himself to others. Is it going to be another robbery? A thought surfaced in Joey's mind, and his heartbeat obviously sped up a few points, with some fire and anticipation in his heart. There's no way around it. This road comes to drugs so fast, it's a total no-brainer. Who wouldn't? Fortunately, he still had his senses now, and forcefully suppressed the idea before going. Calm down, calm down. The imperial city is not like other places. Once things are revealed and found out, I'll end up in a miserable situation. He could kill everyone within eyesight, but he couldn't defend himself against flying swords that came from thousands of miles away. Even if you're going back to your old job, you've got to figure out some key information before you can do it. Joey gently exhaled a breath and decided to observe for a while. Only, unfortunately, the peace had been shattered, and there was a loud shouting and cursing coming from outside. All the tenants here, get out of here. Pack your things and get the hell out of here. A somewhat shrill woman's voice yelled this. Chapter 16 Conflict. Joey couldn't help but frown even as he heard this. There was already a tenant outside arguing with the sharp-voiced woman. What gives you the right to do that? We're properly contracted and paid. On what grounds? The woman sneered and said. Just by virtue of the fact that I'm now the owner of this small courtyard. I have the right to throw you dirtbags from out of town out. Get out. All of you. Get the hell out of here. Don't come back to get in my way, or else you'll all be left in the lurch. Especially you. The woman opened her teeth and yelled at a young couple cowering together. How long have you both been behind on your rent, and have the nerve to continue living in my house? All sorts of garbled sounds kept pouring in from outside. Joey couldn't help but frown as he opened the door to his room and walked out. Some looked at him, others ignored him. The tenants, red-faced and angry, are trading insults with the fat woman with the shrill voice and powdered face. Anyway, we signed the lease, and all this month's rent has been paid on time, so what gives you the right to a contract? An odd smile appeared on the fat woman's face. What kind of contract? How come I don't know? After my husband died, in order to remove the bad luck, in order to keep him from being bored down there, I burned a lot of things related to him all the way to him. I haven't seen your so-called pact from start to finish. The tenants were shaking with anger. You think you'll be okay if you burn the deed you're holding? Don't forget, we still have a contract in our hands. Both sides had argued up to this point, and Joey had heard it all. The original landlord had an accident and died suddenly. It is the landlord's wife who is now taking over the management of the small yard from the landlord. Unlike the original landlord concept that had been in the rental business, the landlord's wife had other ideas and was not going to be in the rental business anymore. I don't know if it's because she's in a hurry to sell or something else, but she burned the deeds with the tenants, flipped the script, and is clearing all the tenants out of the compound early. People, how can they be shameless to such an extent? Joey shook his head, deeply unhappy in his heart. He swept a glance at the landlord's wife, who had her hands on her hips and was so proud of herself, and his eyes fell on the strong men with tiger backs behind her. They all wore uniform tight-fitting black clothes that showed off the muscles on their bodies, and each of them carried a fierce aura that onlookers didn't dare to look directly at, and at a glance, they were ferocious men with more than one life in their hands. They stood behind the landlord's wife as if they were iron towers, and although they never opened their mouths, they brought a great deal of psychological pressure and deterrence, causing the tenants' side to slip in momentum and remain at a disadvantage. Is this the landlord's wife's dependence? Joey narrowed his eyes slightly. His heart was a little restless. He wanted to strike, but on second thought, he dismissed the idea of immediately using a death spell to get these people killed. Having just come to the imperial capital, it's better to keep a low profile. This kind of tactic that would expose one's bottom line was best used sparingly in front of people. By this time the confrontation between the tenant and the landlord's wife had reached an extremely heated point. The young couple living in the West Wing were already bored with packing. Now at the forefront of the fight against the landlord's wife are the two families of 7 who live in the parsonage. The young man with the hottest temper stood at the front, reached out and pulled out the contract that had been concluded at the beginning, almost slapping the landlord's wife in the face and generally shouting, "Dead fat lady, you read it clearly. What's written on it in black and white? Is this something you can deny?" The young man was ready to continue to angrily spray a pass, venting the stirring emotions in his heart, but then he saw the landlord's wife with a lightning fast, grab this contract, directly tore into pieces. The young guy's eyes were rounded, a rage went straight to the sky, waving his fists and feet to rush forward to give the landlord's wife a lesson. The burly men who had been standing behind the landlord's wife and had never opened their mouths moved even faster, and as soon as 2 of the burly men struck, they pinned the lad to the ground, unable to move but only screaming and cursing incessantly. The remaining 6 were taken aback. The rest of the burly men in black surrounded them, and with one of their own falling into their hands, they were even more afraid to act rashly. The landlord's wife was triumphant, as if she were a hen returning from a victory. "Where's the deed? Why don't I see it?" "Humph. I think you're just some rogue thieves who took advantage of my husband's inattention and forced your way into my house. I'm a kind-hearted old lady, so I won't escort you to the officials. So pack up yourselves and get the hell out of here." Thinking she had won big, she flaunted the words and was ready to turn and leave. Instead, I heard a clear male voice say, "The white paper and black contract is in my hand. Are you blind?" The landlord's wife was startled and hurriedly turned her head to see Joey holding the deed belonging to a share in his hand, his expression calm as he stood in the doorway of the east room looking at her. "I almost forgot there was such a little cub." The landlord's wife hated it in her heart, but she didn't worry too much about it. After all, Joey was just one person, looking thin and slim. How could he be a match for the several dragon and tiger brothers on his side? Thinking about this, the landlady's wife had another smile on her face. "Is that so? Is this really the deed to the house that you and my deadbeat husband concluded? Too far to see. Bring it to me." The landlord's wife held out her hand to Joey, but was kicked in the stomach by Joey. Re-rolled back. Half a day cannot stand up, can only be as if cooked prawns, covering their own stomach on the ground rolling around, non-stop wailing. Even if you yourself, you think everyone else is? Trying to use the same trick on me a second time? It's not impossible to get me to move out. First return those rents and deposits I've already paid tenfold, then kowtow to me and apologize. He made his reasonable request. Unfortunately, the opposite side is the unreasonable one. The landlord's wife was still lying on the ground, unable to get up, her voice changing in pain. "What are you waiting for? Did I pay for you to come here so that you could come and watch a play? Don't hurry up and get on me. Don't beat the man to death. Break his limbs first. I have to take revenge myself." At the order of the landlord's wife, the few black-clad burly men with grim faces fished out weapons such as machetes and iron hooks from their back waists, and walked towards Joey with an imposing presence. Chapter 17. The kindly Joey. Finding that reason will not prevail, you will resort to force? Joey sighed helplessly, carefully folding the deed and placing it into his arms. Why is it like this everywhere? Why is this world so dark and hard? Why is it that these dark things always happen to such a good person as I am? He let out a long sigh. The leading black-clothed strong man moved his neck and made a sound like fried beans. A sardonic smile appeared on his face. The machete in his hand slashed the air and made a harsh wind-breaking sound. "Kid, come back to lament after you've gone to hell. An outsider like you, with no relatives in the imperial capital. No one cares, not even if the body is finished off in a stinking gutter and eaten by rats. Kill you and nothing will happen to the brothers. Remember to be smart when you are reincarnated in your next life. And just plop down in your own country village. And don't get any more delusions of grandeur about piling up in the royal capital. This isn't some paradise for realizing your ideals. This is a hell for eating people without spitting bones." After the man finished saying this, he violently bellowed, leading his brothers to rush towards Joey, machetes and iron hooks and other weapons, greeting Joey in unison. Joey had long been unable to wait. He had long wanted to try out the power of this physical body of his now. In the face of the aggressive black-clothed strong man and the others, he did not avoid or retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and crashed into the arms of the leading black-clothed strong man at an extremely fast speed. The black-clothed strong man flew back at an even faster speed as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding car. He slammed heavily against the small courtyard fence and slowly slid to the ground. The strong man's mouth spurted blood and his eyes were dull as he tried and failed to get up. That collision just now had shattered his sternum and damaged his internal organs. You can still survive for a while on the ground, lying still. It all happened in the blink of an eye. After knocking this leading burly man out, Joey did not pause as he raised his leg and swept it across the room. A long leg seemed to transform into a steel whip, smashing a black-clothed man on the left over and out. This black-clothed strong man screamed miserably. His arm appeared abnormally twisted. It should be crippled. He also knocked away the other two black-clothed strong men at hand, and the three of them fell to the ground without getting up for half a day, not knowing whether they were really over-injured or trying to play dead. The three people to Joey's right had already reacted by this time, wielding iron hooks and machetes to slash at the nearby Joey. Joey drew back and avoided the strike. His nerve reaction speed was not much faster than these people, and so was his speed. Dealing with these people was as easy as a cat catching a mouse. Before these three could retrieve their downward slashing weapons, Joey charged up again. In the blink of an eye, the three also fell to the ground, alive or dead. And up until this point, the burly man in black who was actually leading the group had just slid down the wall. He fell to the ground, and after his failed attempts to stand up, he could only try to move his eyes upwards as much as he could, staring at Joey in horror. Looking at the scattered black-clothed strong men in the field, Joey managed to calm himself down again. This amount of exercise he had just done was just a warm-up for him. It's a pity. This is the imperial capital after all, and I have too many concerns. Or else. Joey's gaze was deep, with an inexplicable meaning flickering in it, causing those he saw to stifle a cold war. He had actually stayed his hand, withdrawing most of his strength when he hit the people, and did not strike at the fatalities of these people. Right now, although this group of people look miserable, but as long as the application of timely rescue, they can still come back to life. Although they are destined to spend the rest of their lives with broken arms and legs and lying in bed, at least they are all still alive, aren't they? Joey did this so that they could never harm anyone again in the future. I'm still too kind. Joey secretly reflected and hated his own kindness in his heart. A person as kind as me can easily suffer. I don't know how many people I'll be cheated by in the future. He took a long breath and tried to be ruthless, but couldn't. A few moments later, a magistrate from the government office came and wanted to detain Joey back. I heard it was reported to the police by a passerby. I don't know if it's true or not. Everyone in the small courtyard was forcibly taken back by the magistrate. Joey accepted it openly, and the only thing that slightly reassured him was that his room had not been searched, and all those drugs that were vital to him were still there. But no one is moving now, not necessarily later. If he didn't make it back alive, there's no telling whose pockets they'll end up in. However, the problem was not too big. He had long left his spiritual brand on top of these things. As long as they were still within the imperial city, they would be able to be sensed and recovered by him. Anyone who dares to take his medicine will be waiting to feel the power of the death spell technique. In this way, Joey was escorted back to the county office with such a calm heart. The imperial capital of Great Chu is huge. In order to facilitate the management, 5 whole counties were set up within the royal capital to be used for district management. The magistrates of these 5 counties were bitter in the past, only feeling tormented as if they were in hell. After all, there were just too many high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the imperial capital, and everywhere there were people they couldn't afford to offend, and they were still in the same city as their superiors, and they were being set up with rules every day, so how could it not be difficult? But these officials have a hard time. It is when they are facing high officials and dignitaries, and when they are facing the civilians at the bottom of the hierarchy, they are still the same officials who say that they will kill. Today, the county office of Pingan County has risen in the hall after a long time. The county magistrate master sat under the flag of the blue sky and white sun, and his gaze swept majestically toward the hall. Who is there under the hall now? The landlord's wife was the first to speak up in an evil way. The Lu Wan's here. A few days ago, the virtuous man accidentally fell into the water and died, leaving us orphans and widows. In order to make a living, in order to the future of the child, I had to start combing the family property left behind by my husband. Results of this only to find that my family has a compound actually occupied by these out-of-town stragglers who don't know where they came from. The went to reason with them and was beaten severely in return. And even my distant cousin and others who came over to speak for me were left in pieces. Oh, please do something for the people's women by the great Lord of Green Heaven. Above the county courthouse, the landlord's wife cried snotty tears. It was also a little hard to look at the magistrate, so he slammed the shocking wood, glaring at Joey and shouting angrily, "Seeing your boy's whiteness and gracefulness, I thought you were a character, but I didn't expect you to be such a vicious outlaw. Someone drag him out and chop him up." At that moment, 2 government officials stepped forward to drag Joey out. With such a rash decision, even Joey, who had traveled the world for 50 years and had seen all sorts of strange things, couldn't help but be stunned. "Big brother, your decision is too rash, isn't it? You haven't even been tried yet. Just because of this one side of the story, you're just going to kill people and condemn them to death?" Chapter 18, Trial. I'm not on trial? The county magistrate lord somewhat sheepishly swept a glance from side to side and waved his hand for the 2 yamen to rejoin the squad. "Then, let's have a trial. What's your last name? Where does the family live? What year is it? Why did you forcefully occupy Lu Wan's house? And why the blatant outburst of murder?" Joey directly skipped the first 3 questions and specifically refuted the 4th question. "When did I make a move to kill someone? Injustice, my lord." The villain was only in a little conflict with those strong men, who, with their swords and iron hooks, and their stout and robust looks, came round to me with a fierce look, and were going to cut me. I was too scared, that's why I fought with them. Maybe it's the adrenaline burst. I knocked them all down, just that I can't control the weight of this hand. Joey stated his justification. The heart was a little disturbed, because he found something wrong with the atmosphere of this county office and the magistrate's behavior, and wondered if they had been paid off by the landlord's wife. Could it be that I will be wronged and humiliated even if I am justified today? When Joey thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh. If I had known this, why did I close my hand in the first place? Just shoot these guys dead and count the balls. As it happened, the magistrate's heart was greatly broken, and he was almost brightly taking the landlady's wife's side. "Nonsense, you!" With wide eyes, he shouted with righteous indignation. "It is a fact that you have killed people and caused harm to their lives, and there are dead bodies and a large number of witnesses to confirm that. In front of this official, how can you be allowed to deny it? Someone bring out the body. Today I'm going to make this kid convinced." A couple of yamen came in carrying 2 corpses. Both bodies were more seriously injured at the time. One was the leader of the burly black men whose entire chest cavity had been crushed, and the other was the poor man who had been kicked in the crotch. At the moment, they're all dead. The death was quite horrific, with a face as hideous as an evil spirit, so that those who saw it couldn't help but take half a step back. "What have you to say in the presence of the poor man you killed?" The magistrate slammed the shocking wood and bellowed. "So, of course I have something to say. Of course Joey couldn't just stand by and watch these people set themselves up like this." He looked straight into the magistrate's eyes and said word for word, "I only injured them. Their deaths have nothing to do with me." When the magistrate heard this, he was first confused for a moment, then he was furious. "Bold fanatic, in front of this official, how can you be allowed to be so sophomoric? This official has sent the coroner to conduct a cursory autopsy, and he clearly told this official that these two people died under the injuries you created. That has nothing to do with me either. Joey perked up. I only injured them. The real culprit that made them die was actually the excessive blood loss and the continued deterioration of their injuries. I had my own measure when I did it. I didn't want to kill them, and as long as they were rescued in time, they could still survive. The reason why they died lies in the fact that certain people were too slow to react and did not give them timely medical treatment. Please also ask Qing Tian Dalian to be clear about it. Hearing these words, the county magistrate's master was shaken and could not help but murmur, if I had such a cheek as yours, why would I worry about not being able to mix in the official world? He couldn't help but give Joey a deep look. It's a good thing you're just a mortal, or else if you were to cross the path of cultivation and become an official, I still don't know how far you'll walk out of the imperial court and wreak havoc on many people in the future. How can an adult say that? Joey was puzzled and still holding on to his thoughts. Let's say, for example, an urchin pushed another urchin to the ground when he was young and fell, and decades later, when the urchin who fell died of old age, could his family sue the other urchin for murder and harm to his life? Enough! Joey still wanted to continue to talk eloquently, but the magistrate couldn't take it anymore. He yelled and threw out all the tokens on the table. Now! Immediately! Right away! Drag him out and chop him up! The magistrates who had already jumped into action rushed out, dragging Joey to the outside. Looking at the furious magistrate, Joey helplessly sighed, sure enough, you have long accepted a bribe, and from the very beginning you have never thought about a fair and equitable trial of this case. At a time like this, even if he took the compact out of his arms, it wouldn't do any good. It might even be torn up on the spot by the magistrate. Bold fanatic, on the verge of death, how dare you still climb on my official's heels? The magistrate looked like he was about to explode with anger. There are some things he can do, but never let on. Even more so, the victim should not be allowed to speak out in a place like this. Otherwise, how can he be a magistrate? Especially today's incident. Although he did take a bribe and started to move closer to that line of corrupt officials, but he felt that he had done the right thing. He felt that Joey did deserve to die, so he did not feel any guilt. At this moment, he only wanted to quickly let Joey die. The magistrate master wanted to continue yelling for a few more moments before he suddenly saw Joey staring straight at him. His pupils rendered a dead gray. He's dead. This sudden turn of events caused the entire crowd to be startled, but immediately afterward, they saw Joey's benevolence. Only Joey in the field cocked his head to listen for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face. The county magistrate is a good man. It is not enough that he himself has gained eternal peace, with such a good thing, he does not forget you good brothers. Joey naturally wanted to fulfill this wish of the county magistrate. Chapter 19, Masterly. Thinking about today's encounter, Joey sighed helplessly. Is it really worth it? For a set of houses, so many people's lives were actually caused. Or in the county court. Looks like there's something behind this that I don't know about. His gaze shifted and moved to a strong man in black on the ground. Now, Joey arrived within one of the strongholds of these black-clothed strongmen. What he found made him look a little worse for wear. This included the bodies of the two families in the parsonage and the young couple in the West Wing. At this moment, Joey was forcing a black-clothed strong man to question him. The other party's limbs were all twisted as if they were twisted. Lying on the ground, was letting out a hiss of pain. You actually dared to kill so many brothers of our Dragon Tiger gang. The gang master won't let you go. Don't be so hostile towards me, Joey said with a calm expression. At least I have kept you alive until now. You should be thanking me, shouldn't you? That's true. Compared to those corpses around him, this black-clothed strong man's life was already very good. At least he was still alive now. But he obviously didn't think so. Humph. You don't kill me just because you want to get some information from me. This black-clothed burly man was unexpectedly smart and actually guessed Joey's thoughts. And because of that, he became tougher. Don't you think you can get anything from me? I won't tell you anything. Joey bowed his head, gazed into the eyes of this burly man, sighed sadly, and said, why bother? How much do you get paid a month for being a gangster? Why do you work so hard? Come to think of it, is that so-called Dragon Tiger gang really worth fighting to the death to keep their secrets for you? Of course it's not worth it. The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood with a yuck, glaring viciously at Joey as he said, I just don't want you to have your way. You got me into this mess and made my life kind of useless. For the rest of my life, I can only be an invalid who lies in bed all day. And not to mention whether my family is still willing to recognize me or not, and whether they are still willing to support me or not. But let's just say that those enemies I have made over the years will not let go of this opportunity. I'm going to die, and I'm going to die a horrible death. And there's a good chance I'll drag my family down with me. And all of this is all thanks to you. The burly man's gaze towards Joey radiated undisguised hatred and malice. Even if I tell you the information I know, I will still die. So why should I tell you? You'll get nothing from me. Looking at the stout man's unrepentant appearance, Joey grinned and gave the other party a pain in the ass. I already know that you are a member of the Dragon Tiger Gang. Can I only get the information I want from you? Wouldn't I have asked someone else? After saying this, he walked away from the isolated house, away from the blood, away from the bodies, and took a breath of normal air. It's time to end this matter, Joey said calmly. He returned to the county office, blocked all the front and back doors of the county office, and then set a fire. In the midst of the flames, he wiped the soles of his blood-stained feet clean, jumped over the 3-high fence with a light jump, dashed into a dark alley, and left. He returned to the small compound he had rented. The door to the east room remained closed, and no one went in, and no one touched his things. Joey packed up, carried a large bag, and left silently over the fence. The rushing fire alarmed many people. Someone came flying through the air and with a wave of his hand sprinkled wind and rain to calm the blaze. But the entire county courthouse, too, had long since been smothered in black. Those corpses inside had been burned to humanoid coke, unrecognizable from their original identities and causes of death. This incident must have shaken the whole city, and someone will be out to investigate. Might be able to check out the small yard there. But so what? This world doesn't have such a tight Skynet system, nor does it have an identity authentication system, so changing one's face is basically enough to get into the middle of the crowd and avoid all the trouble. Moreover, Joey wrapped his entire body with his spiritual power when he made his move, ensuring that he would not be tracked by any weird spells. Joey's face was calm at the moment as he walked through the streets, having long since left the confines of Ping'an County and arrived in Jingfu County. Here, he likewise began to seek to rent a room. This time, he was no longer as impatient and impulsive as before, but took his time to examine and decide. He's looking for a kind and loyal landlord who won't be nosy. After 3 days, he confirmed that he had found the person he needed, so he reached an agreement and successfully rented the house. Actually, I don't specialize in this business of renting houses. The landlord, who was over 100 years old, led the way and led Joey towards the house. It's just that it costs a lot of money to pay for Qingyun's education. I myself am too old and senile to do any heavy work and earn much money, so I had to rent out one of my houses. Maybe it's old age. The old man rambles on. Joey followed behind him and did not open his mouth to answer, only following in silence. Soon, he arrived outside a small courtyard. The old man pushed open the door to the room and led him inside. This little compound is quite nice, secluded and away from the hustle and bustle. There is also an old tree planted in the yard. Even the old man himself couldn't say how long the ancient tree had been here, only that it had been there since his grandfather's generation. Seemingly hearing the voices outside, the second floor of the small building next to the ancient tree opened up, and a young man in a green shirt with a handsome face looked downward. The old man greeted him and introduced Joey. This is the tenant of our house. From now on, he will live in the compartment and eat and live with us. The youth's gaze stopped on Joey for a moment, nodded, said nothing, and closed the window. This is my son Qingyun. How is he? Looks like a scholarly seedling, right? The old man hemmed and hawed, looking self-satisfied, and took Joey to see the house rented to him. Joey thoughtfully followed the old man, nodding his head in satisfaction after circling the house. That's where he stayed. He got along quite well with the old man's family. The old man's name is Li, called Li Daji. His son Li Qingyun has been staying in the small building to study poetry and books, preparing for next year's imperial examination. Joey also stayed in his room to refine the medicinal power when he was fine, only coming out to eat at meal times. The two of them had a rather regular and similar routine. At the top of every meal, the old man rambles. Sometimes asked Li Qingyun if he was hardworking and how well he was reading. Actually, he didn't understand. He was just asking. Li Qingyun had casually and perfunctorily excused himself each time. The old man then turns to Joey and asks him about his job and whatnot, telling him that he needs to find a proper businessman in order to gain a foothold in the imperial capital. This question was not easy for Joey to answer, so he had to change the topic in a raw manner. He directly asked Li Qingyun, I heard that the court has now changed the criteria for the opening of the imperial examinations. Poetry and articles don't matter anymore. From now on, but anyone who can enter the court as an official has to be a flying immortal. Is it really useful for you to stay upstairs and read? Chapter 20, The Current Basic Situation of the Chu Dynasty. The issue is a bit sensitive and also involves a knowledge blind spot for Moncler Jacket's outlet Lee. It was the first time that Moncler outlet store Lee knew about this matter, and he immediately became anxious, following behind Joey and asking Lee Qingyun one after another. Qingyun, is this true? Gee, what can we do about this? Spending money on so many books for you doesn't seem to be working. You can't do much work with this body. How will you support yourself in the future? Lee was instantly anxious and rambled on for a while. Moncler outlet store. Lee Qingyun raised his head and glared at Joey, still having to appease his old father. Father, take it easy. Things aren't that serious yet. Great Chu has indeed been blessed with a heavenly chance, which has enabled it to evolve and progress from an ordinary secular dynasty to a cultivation kingdom. And the court does indeed require that all those who join the dynasty as officials are cultivators. But at the moment, De Chu has not yet fully transformed into a cultivation country, and is currently in the midst of an evolutionary process. The evolutionary process naturally has an evolutionary way of living and moving forward. Cultivation countries naturally have their own standards and steps of advancement. Don't worry, your son, I've got it all mapped out long ago. I already had someone look at my roots and bones for me last year, confirming that I would be able to step onto the path of cultivation. As long as I can get a decent score in the imperial examination and get the approval of the supervising immortal master, I will be able to enter the Hanlin Academy for further study and practice immortal techniques, and then naturally I will be able to become a cultivator and join the dynasty as an official. It was only after hearing these explanations that Master Li's anxiety finally subsided a bit, and he even couldn't help but grin. So, my family Qingyun is going to become a high and mighty immortal master? Joey also listened to quite a surprise on the side. Is it actually like this? It seems that the situation in Dechu is a little more complicated than I had imagined. The next time, his life became more and more regular. Other than refining the medicinal power in his house, it was all about getting information from various side conversations at the dinner table against Li Qingyun. It was then that he realized that the day when Dechu gained a great opportunity and began to evolve towards a cultivation country was 300 years ago from now. 300 years of time has passed, and Dechu has actually not yet fully stepped into the ranks of a cultivation country. This time span and the inefficiency of the bureaucracy shook Zhou to the core. This time is normal. Li Qingyun beside him, however, was calm about it, absently peeling an egg. For mortals, this is 7 or 8 generations of family history, and for mundane dynasties, it's already enough to go through the entire process of a dynasty from the beginning to the end. But for cultivators and cultivation nations with long lives, this amount of time is but a snap of the fingers. For those old guys who first started to step onto the path of cultivation, it's even just the time of one retreat. Not only will they not find it slow, they will find it somewhat fast and surprising. According to the lifespan of a normal dynasty, Dechu should have been overthrown long ago, but after it started to evolve towards a cultivation country, Dechu is not only fine, but it has become even stronger, expanding wildly outward every year. Joey finally realized why Dechu's territory was so vast. It was also because this dynasty kept expanding outward that the wind of cultivation was never able to spread up and down the country. In such a situation, I don't know how sharp the contradictions within the dynasty should be, if not for the fact that today's Dechu dynasty's high-end combat power is really too strong. I'm afraid that it would have already been overthrown. Combined with what he has seen over the years as he traveled around the world, Joey has to be alarmed by the sharpness of the contradictions in Chu. Within those boundaries that were forcibly annexed in, the hatred of the nation never subsides. In the 500 years since the founding of the state of Chu, the various local dignitaries and magnates have long since developed to an extremely large place, and the annexation of land has long since reached the point where there is no land to annex. Not even the poorest can stand in all idiom, absolutely no place for the poor. Even as a sharecropper for a large family, there was no shortage of cases of people dying of exhaustion, any natural or man-made disaster and it's instant hell on earth. On top of that, there are ethnic conflicts, commercial conflicts, conflicts between immortalists and ordinary people, and so on. If it wasn't for the fact that Dechu's high-end combat power was enough to suppress everything nowadays, I'm afraid that it would have already been torn apart. In the face of Zhou Yi's concern, Li Qingyun was dismissive. So what if the conflict is even bigger? Without a strong enough power, the so-called hatred and anger can only be said to be a joke. That's the way the world works. The weak are the strong. If you're weak, you're just going to get eaten. Joey did not comment on this statement from Li Qingyun, nor did he have any more thoughts of communicating, and silently returned to his house to practice boxing. Li Qingyun's vision doesn't work. can't see further into the future. When the entire Chu dynasty is cultivated, won't strong people emerge from those who are now suffering and oppressed? Won't one or two cultivation wizards appear amongst that huge population base? When they are strong and have voice and power, won't they liquidate the past? At that time, will the Chu dynasty still be able to continue to exist? Can it still be suppressed? It's an unsolvable dead end. The Chu dynasty's current flamboyance will inevitably sow the roots of trouble in the future, ultimately burying everything. A month later, all of those nourishing pills and divine sense medicines that had been scavenged from the rejuvenation pill shop had finally been consumed, and the medicinal power had been thoroughly digested. Zhou Yi's strength ushered in a sea change. His physical body was already unafraid of swords and axes, and his spiritual realm had even reached a 5M square. Still need to get stronger. Zhou Yi shook his spirit and crossed out of the Li family's small courtyard for the first time. He wandered around the imperial capital, seemingly unintentionally, but with a clear goal in mind, and came inside the main store of the rejuvenation pill shop within the imperial capital. He didn't go in. He just looked outside for a couple of moments before leaving seemingly unintentionally. Trouble? What trouble? Back in his house, Zhou Yi couldn't help but bare his teeth. The Huichun medicine shop, the Rongwang mansion, the Imperial Light auction house, the Pill King Pavilion, and the Barbarian Blood Gladiator Arena. These buildings and organizations that are big names in the imperial capital are actually all next to each other, and they seem to know each other fairly well, and personnel move around each other fairly frequently. In such a situation, when something happens to one family, it takes less than a minute for other people and forces to realize that something is not right, and then step in to investigate and swarm. I'm afraid I'll be the one to die in such a situation. Zhou Yi sucked in a breath of cool air. He currently didn't have the strength to single-handedly take on the entire imperial capital. Do I really have to wash my hands in gold and get down to earth? Zhou Yi grimaced bitterly and pulled out the vermilion-colored wine gourd in his hand. Chapter 21, The Riviera. In order to make money, Zhou Yi is finally starting a normal camp. He had plopped down a store on the street not far from the Li family's small compound and opened a liquor store. The sale is of the liquor that the drunkard used to store into his gourd. Exactly how much had been saved, Zhou Yi did not know, so he doesn't know exactly how long he can do this business. For the first month, he had basically no customers. Then the business slowly became popular. Thanks to the original drunkard taste is good. To the wine gourd to pour, our good wine. It is easy to Zhou Yi pulled some die-hard repeat customers. These people and to the surrounding friends and relatives recommended. Slowly, the wine store's reputation and word of mouth on the hit out. Looking at the red-hot business of Zhou Yi, Moncler Outlet Store Li nodded with satisfaction. He is a warm-hearted person, and is genuinely rejoicing over Zhou Yi's good business. While doing business as a liquor store, Zhou Yi also found some problems. There was a lot of space in the gourd, and it still seemed to be compartmentalized inside, with different wines placed in different spaces. Since he didn't have mana and couldn't drive the gourd, he could only let this wine gourd randomly produce wine for him. After one type of wine is poured in one compartment, the next compartment is picked up. If you are not careful, it is easy to mix two different wines in one tank and stringing of flavors can occur. On top of that, there is a portion of so many wines that are exceptional. This liquor is either amber or onyx-like in color. Although the wine was strong, it looked a bit odd and very sticky. Only later did Zhou Yi figure out that this was spirit wine. Liquor brewed from various spiritual plants and herbs is drunk by cultivators. After discovering this, Zhou Yi stopped selling this kind of wine to outsiders and secretly left it to drink himself. The days went by so peacefully. Business at the liquor store got better and better. Outside, however, the days are slowly becoming stormy. Zhou Yi was able to see two groups of people when he was selling alcohol, pulling out swords and slashing at each other directly on the street, chopping up blood and hollering, scaring off a whole bunch of customers. Listening to the people around them, it seemed like two of the city's gangs were fighting over territory. Is there such a coincidence? Zhou Yi frowned slightly as he sat in his wine store, his sight looking out through the open window. The mutual chopping continues outside. The two parties were clearly separated, one in red and the other in black. Zhou Yi was familiar with both parties. The men in red were the original gangs of the street, and the merchants on the street were required to pay protection money to them. Zhou Yi also handed them over, mainly because he didn't want to cause trouble. These people are also very disciplined and will not bother you again after collecting protection money. Of course, freeloading and whatnot is not called harassment. It's normal in their eyes. The Black Clothes Gang Zhou Yi was much more familiar with it. Isn't this the Dragon Tiger Gang that he has killed many people? Wasn't this gang originally in Ping'an County? How did it come to Jingfu County? Joey was greatly confused. A week later, the mutual hacking and gangstorming outside fell away. The Dragon and Tiger gang was victorious and the Redcoats were expelled. Many merchants are bemoaning the fact that they know they are not going to have a good time. As expected, the black-clad burly man from the Dragon and Tiger gang began to recharge from one house to the next. The money you paid before was given to the Red Clothes gang. Now that this street is covered by our Dragon Tiger gang, it's natural to pay again. It's not just something as simple as having to pay all over again and change who you pay with. The Dragon and Tiger gang wants money even harder. He said that a lot of brothers had been killed or injured in the fight for the territory during this period of time, and that he needed to get more money to pay for the pension. Freeloading is even worse. After all, so many brothers had been killed or injured. This funeral would take months to organize even if it was one game a day. It was natural for the merchants to offer up the fruits, banquets, wine and other things for the funeral as a gesture of goodwill. With the people of the Red Clothes gang gone, the network of relationships and the harmonious atmosphere that had been formed on this street over a period of several years was also broken. Some people who were originally eight-faced and well-mixed were brutally beaten, and even their stores were smashed, just because they were too close to the original Red Clothes gang. In the end, these people from the Dragon Tiger gang collected their money and received it here at Joey's liquor store. Goo, you're a wine seller? Smelling the aroma of wine permeating the wine store, the cravings in these punks' stomachs were tickled. Some people didn't even ask for Joey's opinion, and on the spot, they took spoons, wine glasses, and other things and beat them towards the wine in the tank. Someone else smugly showed off his pitifully little insight. Oh, you didn't know that, did you, Red? This wine store is famous. I heard that some rich and noble families often have people come here to order. Oh, even those rich and noble people recognize it. Hey, then I have to taste it all the more. Hong grinned, and immediately wanted to pour the wine in the spoon into his mouth. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his wrist firmly, making him unable to move. How can one not be annoyed when the drink is right in front of them, but not in their stomachs? Red's eyes glared, and that murderous aura of having cut someone with his own hands radiated towards Joey. Kid, what are you doing? The others also put down the wine cups and other objects in their hands and pulled out machetes, iron rods, iron hooks and other weapons from their bodies, looking at Joey ferociously. Joey faced these people's threats, but he didn't even lift his eyelids, just calmly said, if you want to drink, you can, pay first. Want to freeload? No way. Hearing this, Red and the punks around him were happy and laughed out loud. Kid, your head is broken, right? I'm giving you face by drinking your wine. At once, all kinds of obscenities filled the ears. Joey sighed helplessly. In this world, even if you want to be calm, you can't be calm. Previously, he had managed to make the people of the Red Clothes gang know what it meant to be disciplined and didn't dare to harass him again. Now, he has to set the rules for the new Dragon Tiger gang again. At this rate, when will it end? An idea popped into Joey's mind, which grew more and more passionate like a blazing fire, invading his mind and heart. It made him unable to resist acting on the idea. So he reached out his hand as Red opened his mouth to laugh and thrust two fingers into Red's eye socket, poking his eyeballs out. As Red subconsciously opened his mouth to scream in pain, he raised his palm and struck Red's jaw, shattering his entire jaw. The punks were horrified. They didn't think that anyone in the sheep-like merchants would have the guts to do that to them. Then they got angry. They are jungle people. If you can't even collect a protection fee, you might as well die. So they swung their swords towards Joey. Joey did not dodge or flash, letting these people's weapons slash at him, making a sound like gold and iron striking each other before shattering on the spot. Chapter 22. The punks were dumbfounded. They didn't expect things to be like this. Then they got weak in the knees and scared. What they saw before them was beyond their imagination. A JJ appears in front of their eyes, and what is their first reaction? Practitioner. Master Immortal. That's scary. They didn't have time to think about why the hallowed Immortal Lord would come to such a small place to sell wine. The fear and instinct in their hearts made them kneel down on the spot, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Yes, they are jungle people. They are gangsters. They are indeed very cross in their day-to-day life, and they look as if they are not afraid of the sky and the earth. A group of people walking down the street in a dangling manner, forming a human wall, seemed very intimidating, but that's just what it looks like. Compared to real practitioners, they are nothing. If you don't beg for forgiveness now, when will you wait? Anyway, the other party was an immortal lord, so even if one knelt and begged for forgiveness, it wasn't something to be ashamed of. Looking at the way these people kowtowed and begged for mercy, looking at the way that Red fell to the ground and rolled around in pain, Joey sighed helplessly. He knew that his kindness was kicking in again. It is uncontrollable, the most instinctive impulse that comes from your heart. Perhaps I am, by my very nature, an incorrigible saintly mother. With this thought in his mind, he raised his foot without hesitation and crushed Red's head. Kindly, he couldn't see anyone in such pain in front of him, so it was just a matter of helping him out. Anyway, a blinded Red is considered completely wasted. Not to mention the question of whether or not he'll die of pain, blood loss, and infection alive. The rest of his life alone will surely be miserable. In order not to let him have such a miserable life, Joey had to send him on his way himself. A long pain is better than a short pain. He said this, his face as compassionate as it could be, as if he were a descending Buddha who was merciful. The few punks kneeling in front of him shivered. Their desire for survival was so strong that they hastily piled up smiles on their faces and agreed one after another. Yes, 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 this might even be a good thing for Red. Before they could finish their words, they saw a black shadow shifting in front of them. Joey kicked out 3 kicks in a second, sending the heads of the 3 punks flying from their necks before anyone had time to react. The bodies of the 3 punks were carried some distance by their heads before they fell to the ground. Blood kept flowing from the torn wound at his neck. The 3 heads that flew out landed accurately in a dumpster not far away. The only punk still alive was so scared lest that tears, snot and sweat smeared all over his entire face. He collapsed in his own, still unable to resist begging for mercy. Spare me. I'll never dare again. Joey frowned as he looked at the punk. Originally, I was planning to spare your life and let you take me on a trip to the Dragon Tiger Gang, but I didn't think that you were actually wasteful to such an extent. Being scared to this extent by such a small scene. I can take you. I can take you. As soon as the punk heard that he could live, his body, which was still flaccid and weak, immediately burst out with the most powerful strength, and he stood up from his own pile of, his voice trembling, I can take you there, as long as you can spare my life. It's not necessary, Joey said calmly, without waiting for the punk to come back to his senses. He saw Joey casually take out a spoon from the liquor store, and with a violent burst of force, he rigidly stabbed through the punk's heart with this rounded wooden spoon. I dislike you for being dirty, and I dislike you even more for stinking, and I dislike you for walking with you and letting you lead the way in front of me. Joey calmly gave his reasons. It can't be helped. I'm just such a kind and loving person. Looking at the several corpses that fell to the ground, a look of compassion appeared on his face. These people are evil and bad. When they live, they bring misery and oppression to the good and honest people. In order to save those people, Joey could only choose to kill these punks. But there are so many people suffering in this world. How can it be that I can save them? Joey silently admonished himself this way in his heart, wanting to make himself stop being so saintly. He turned back to lock the door and windows of the liquor store properly to avoid the stench of blood and on the floor slipping in. And then he was ready to leave. Is Boss Zhao going to the Dragon Tiger Gang? A middle-aged, wealthy man with a swollen nose and torn satin clothes walked over from the side and asked cautiously. That's right. Joey nodded and glanced at the man. He recognized the man's identity. This person is also a merchant on this street, with a relatively large and wealthy business, and originally had a very good relationship with the Red Clothes Gang. It looked like he had been screwed over by the Dragon Tiger Gang because of this relationship and his past. I know where the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang is. I can have someone take you there. The rich man gritted his teeth and said this. A malevolent light flashed in his battered and swollen eyes. He had a good relationship with the Red Clothes Gang, so he knew some things that ordinary merchants didn't know. So while the other merchants cringed and panicked as if they were recognizing Joey for the first time, he stepped forward and eagerly offered his help to Joey. Yes, Joey nodded and agreed to the deal. A deal indeed. He went to help give this boss a piece of his mind, and the other guy offered him help with the lead. When the rich middle-aged man heard Joey agree to the deal, he could not help but grin, revealing the bed of teeth that had just been shattered by several teeth, which were still bleeding. He reached out and grabbed the young man out of the side, saying that this was his nephew and that he could help lead the way. He also said that he would help dispose of these corpses and dirt on the ground, ensuring that by the time Joey returned, the entire front of the wine store would be clean. Thank you very much then. A smile appeared on Joey's face as he sincerely said a thank you before following the young man, until his back completely disappeared. In the past days are still familiar with the other store owners which carefully walked out of their own store, full of shock and gossip to discuss what just happened, did not think Xiao Zhao actually have such a body. He was hanging out, so naturally he wouldn't use his real name. Zhao Jiwei is his name in Jingfu County. TSK. Someone like him would actually be willing to guard a small liquor store? There must be a story behind him. People love to see what's going on. These shopkeepers were not surprised, and soon, they brainstormed a swashbuckling past for Joey. Chapter 23, Making a Mess of the Dragon Tiger Gang. This is the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang. The young man pointed at the building in front of him and said with some cowering. Joey looked in the direction the young man was pointing. He saw a lot of strong men in black, their hands behind their backs, their faces serious as they stood guarding the door. It looks very grand. Thanks a lot. You can go back. Joey nodded, and after instructing the young man for a while he walked out of the hiding place, strutting towards the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang. The burly men in black quickly noticed him. They looked at each other, each seeing doubt in the other's eyes. Within a short period of time, they completed eye contact and information interaction, confirming that none of the people present recognized Joey. Stop, who are you? So they shouted at Joey very stiffly. I'm an ordinary store owner on Dogtail Street, and I'm here today in order to meet with the top brass of the Dragon Tiger Gang, and communicate with them mutually on certain very important matters, Joey said with a calm expression. Merchant? The black-clothed burly men's faces were puzzled, and a moment later they laughed out loud. I don't understand what you guys are laughing at. Joey's expression remained calm and did not lose his temper because of these people's rudeness. If you have this effort to laugh unnecessarily, you might as well hurry up and go in and inform yourselves. The burly men in black didn't stop laughing maniacally at his remark. Instead, he laughed even more happily because of it. You, a small merchant, actually want to talk to our Dragon Tiger Gang's leaders face to face? Isn't it funny? What do you want to talk about? Who do you represent? Is it hard to persuade the man in charge to give you less protection money? Humph, I told you. Looking at these black-clothed strong men who were making fun of themselves, Joey's last bit of patience was completely worn out. His pupils were rendered a dead gray. He stopped paying attention to the sleeping people and moved himself forward. He walked through the gates of the Dragon Tiger Gang's headquarters. Following past experience, he reached out and closed the gate and gave it a lock, lest there be too many eaters and witnesses that would cause him to go on a killing spree and kill someone. Hey, what do you do? What are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Who told you to close the door? The creaking sound as the gate closed attracted a lot of people's attention, and a large number of people stood on the far side of Joey, loudly drinking towards this side. Only after Joey closed the door completely did he turn around, his eyes calmly looking at them as he slowly approached them. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? These gang members sensed something was wrong, but they didn't even have time to react before the power of the death spell art erupted on them. Huge swaths of gangbangers that just fell asleep. They are very sleepy and won't wake up no matter how much they are called. Suddenly, Joey's five senses that had been enhanced several times heard the sound of air being cut at high speed. His eyes saw a light. Flying sword? Joey was startled and quickly shifted his body horizontally to avoid it. Without waiting for him to change his form, the target of that ray of light changed with him, and kept fluttering up and down around him. If it was before, at this moment, I would only have been in deep danger long ago, but it's a pity that I've changed now. Joey's pupils shrank as the light that was about to pierce through his skull was forcibly stopped right in front of his forehead. Only then did he see clearly that it was indeed a flying sword, an emerald-like turquoise jade sword. Ha! A light eep sounded, and a tiger-backed strong man walked out from the lobby of the Dragon Tiger Gang. Staring intently at Joey, you really are not simple. No wonder you dare to kill my Dragon Tiger Gang single-handedly. What kind of spell is that? For the first time, I've seen someone actually able to immobilize my flying sword. He was chirping when he saw Joey's pupils turn toward him. What kind of pupils are those? It was completely infested with absolute death intent and turned into a dead gray color. Simply looking at each other gave the burly man the feeling of falling into an abyss, as if he was staring at the very concept of death. The burly man's heart was startled, and he subconsciously wanted to deflect his eyes from meeting Joey's gaze, but he failed to do so. He then realized that he had lost control of his body without realizing it. How is this? How is this possible? Doubt was still echoing in his mind when his body had fallen to the ground. The doubt dissipated, and along with it, his thoughts and his soul. Losing the mana manipulation of the strong man, the small turquoise sword let out a tinkling sound and its light completely dissipated. The small sword was fixed in midair by Joey's spiritual domain, and did not just fall after losing control. After confirming that there was no more danger, Joey raised his hand and held the small sword with 2 fingers, playing with it rather curiously and joyfully. With a casual wave of his hand, turquoise sword light flashed, and an additional sword mark appeared on the pillar next to him. If the small sword had not been so small, this sword would have been enough to break the pillar. Not bad, not bad. worthy of being a flying sword used by a cultivator. The more Joey looked at this small sword, the more he liked it. It was only at this time that those who were paying attention to this place really realized that the Dragon Tiger Gang's Grandmaster was dead. Big brother! Another tiger-backed strong man wailed and howled. Leaping out from the lobby and hugging the body of the previous strong man was a burst of shaking and sorrowful crying. He raised his head, his hate-filled gaze gazing tightly at Joey. What kind of enmity or grudge do we have with you? Why did you murder Big Brother? No reason. It's just because he wants me dead. Joey moved his eyes and attention back above the small sword, his gaze calmly looking at the beast-skinned man. He seeks his own death. No one can save him. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. It's a shame. I really just wanted to come and talk to you guys, but unfortunately there are too many stupid people in the world. After saying that, he was ready to unleash his death spell and send the burly man on his way with him. Don't worry. I'm a reputedly good person. I won't let you continue to grieve so much. I'm going to send you down there with your beloved Big Brother for company and make sure that neither of you will be alone and sad. Pure death intent spread in his eyes, and just at the moment the spell was about to be unleashed, the beast-skinned strong man dropped the corpse in his hand with a thud, and all the tears and grief on his face disappeared, and he became much more honest, and kowtowed to Joey in a disciplined manner, and said, Master, spare my life. We've got enemies and we've got enemies, so you're going to go after whoever offended you, okay? It has nothing to do with me. Chapter 24, Jiao Hu. This burly man's sudden action had really saved his life. At least Joey did temporarily retract his spell as a result and did not get him killed in the first place. What are you doing with that look? Joey was somewhat speechless as he questioned the burly man from a distance. Aren't you deeply attached to your big brother and dying for him to seek revenge on me? While inquiring so, he was also on silent alert. Alert for possible tactics and sneak attacks by the burly man. Facing Joey's inquiry, the strong man said with a crying face, that was nothing more than an act on my part. Isn't that the way it is in the jungle? Showing a little bit of loyalty at times like this can gain extra attention and appreciation from the new boss. How was I to know that your old man was so honest? Not even with the words of recruiting me, but directly about to kill. Joey was dumbfounded. He really couldn't have imagined that this guy looked naive and foolish, like a straight man with a solid heart, but turned out to have so many twists and turns in his heart. I don't really like it when someone plays mind games with me, especially the weak. Joey took a step forward and walked to the side of the strong man, and said expressionlessly, in the future, 1 is 1, and 2 is 2, and if you dare to play such a small trick again, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to hear your explanation. At the moment he is short of men, capable men. Even if the strong man in front of him had such and such shortcomings, with no small amount of hidden dangers and risks, he could only take the risk of using it. Understand. In the future, the little one must do a good job under your hand. If I do not do a good job, and then have to play this kind of small tactics thing with you, then I will. The strong man is very clever to nodded his head and showed great loyalty there. Then you will die. Joey interrupted the burly man's words and said coldly, I've placed a means on you, and I can decide whether you live or die with a single thought. That's not a scary thing to say. Joey had already struck more than 50 mental brands into the strong man. Some of the mental branding also specializes in places that are a little more hidden. In the future, if this strong man really had any small thoughts or actions, killing him would only be a matter of Joey's thoughts. The burly man was startled by Joey's words. His body stiffened and froze for 2 seconds before he came back to his senses, and he hastily bent down on the ground to show his submission. I should. This is all proper. Joey walked past the burly man and into the middle of the lobby. It was only then that the burly man dared to raise his head and let out a slight sigh of relief. His forehead, and even his whole body, was already all covered in sweat. The heart was beating even faster than that, but fortunately, finally survived from under this furious god. That said, where the hell did this guy come from? When did the Dragon Tiger Gang mess with such a character? He was still on his knees wondering, when Joey's voice came quietly from the lobby behind him. How much longer do you have to kneel there? Oh. With a wink, the strong man quickly reacted and hurriedly got up from the ground, turning around to follow Joey's footsteps. Joey didn't let the distance between the two be greater than 5 m. This range belonged to his spiritual realm, and he could control a lot of things. He could even resist some spells and forcefully control things like flying swords that pierced into his domain. Joey sat down on the tiger skin seat in the very center of the lobby, playing with the small jasper sword in his hand as he said in a calm and indifferent tone, Introduce yourself and the Dragon Tiger Gang. The burly man just stood in front of him with his hands hanging down respectfully, and carefully said, "Villain Zhao Hu. The one who just died was my sworn big brother Zhang Long. We're all casual cultivators who came in from outside the imperial capital to make a living. The situation in the imperial capital is just too harsh for casual cultivators. It can be described as full of malice and targeting. There is no way out. We can only be the choice to set up a gang to oppress ordinary people. The name Dragon Tiger Gang comes from our name." When Zhou Yi heard this, he was speechless. "Listening to your tone, it seems like you're still quite aggrieved. Bullying and bullying, you still have a point? What? Those public officials and aristocrats can't be messed with. So bullying ordinary people will make your lives better? That's really it," Zhao Hu said carefully. "After all, this is the imperial capital, the birthplace of the entire cultivation country. And as you know, many seemingly ordinary things actually have a high value, and some of them will even evolve into rumored magical treasures. This is all chance." The more Zhao Hu spoke, the more excited he became. And in the end, he even couldn't help but dance with his hands. "Although our luck wasn't that good, we have gained something during these years. For example, that small sword in your hand. Otherwise, just for loose cultivators like us, where can we get such a subtle sword control method? How could that deadbeat Zhang Long obtain such a divine flying sword? It is also impossible for him and I to advance to the 9th level of Qi refining together in such a short period of time." As he spoke, he noticed Zhou Yi's frown getting tighter and tighter, so his voice subconsciously lowered, and in the end, he even stopped speaking. This made Zhou Yi dissatisfied. "Keep going, I still want to hear it. Also, explain to me how you were able to raise your cultivation by forming a gang to bully men and women and collect protection money? Is there any necessary relationship here?" It was Zhao Hu's turn to be confused. This, you don't know?" he inquired with some caution. "Should I know?" Zhou Yi rolled his eyes widely. "Cut the small talk and explain quickly." Although he was puzzled in his heart, Zhao Hu knew that he couldn't ask, and he wasn't qualified to ask. He only had the qualification to explain obediently. "The thing is, isn't this the Chu dynasty going to be upgraded from a mundane country, and become a cultivation country in one leap? There's something to be said for this sort of thing. It's not that simple. Being the nation's capital is even more of a priority in this. Even to put it bluntly, the evolution and ascension of the entire cultivation kingdom has evolved radiating from the source of the national capital. That's why this capital is so important. This place is flowing with Qi that we can't detect. This Qi will spawn dragon veins. It will spawn outstanding people. It will spawn all kinds of cultivation wizards with strange roots and bones. And it will spawn all kinds of secret treasures and opportunities. There are treasures hidden in those seemingly ordinary things in the front of the house. As long as one has eyes that can find beauty, one can open it up and gain access to the opportunities within. This chance could be some kind of heavenly Dao canon scriptures, or it could be magical artifacts and treasures of uncommon power, as well as various heavenly essences. Chapter 25, Marquis Jiangning's Mansion. Zhao Hu's flurry of explanations finally allowed Zhou Yi to understand the importance of the imperial capital. He also understood the helplessness of Zhao Hu's casual cultivators. "You mean to say that the top lots, the ones that have been confirmed to have a well of opportunity, have long since been taken up by those great powers and powerful royals? You loose cultivators can only swarm into places with poor terrain, forming gangs to oppress mortals, searching for all sorts of strange objects, and competing and fighting with other loose cultivators? Ha. Zhao Hu nodded his head fiercely, indicating that Zhou Yi hadn't understood poorly, but he still added something he hadn't mentioned just now. "Actually, our situation is a bit more miserable. Those people from the upper clans and the big powerful great families are just too greedy. Originally they were eating meat and we were drinking soup, but it turned out that we were just drinking some soup from the edge, and they weren't even happy about it. The gangs that are able to exist in this imperial city right now basically have the shadows of these people behind them. All of them are their spokespersons. Us casual cultivators don't look quite prestigious in front of ordinary people, but in fact, we are all drudges in front of them. The chances and wonders that we find basically have to be offered to these big shots first, and it will only be our turn after they pick and choose and select." Zhou Yi pinched the jade sword and looked at Zhao Hu with rather surprised eyes. "It does sound miserable. Let's just say there are too many smart people in this world. You can't go anywhere without being exploited by these people. Then who is the power behind your Dragon Tiger Gang?" Zhou Yi inquired with interest. Since Zhao Hu had said that all of the current gang forces within the imperial city had the shadow of a big shot behind them, the Dragon Tiger Gang, which was gaining momentum, could not be an exception. "It's the Marquis of Jiangning." Zhao Hu didn't hide it and directly stated the name of the backer behind him. "So it's him? No wonder your Dragon Tiger Gang has been so popular recently." Zhou Yi nodded. indicating that he knew. This Jiangning marquis is 500 years ago, the founding of the Chu dynasty, that time due to military service marquis nobles. Although only a marquis, but this family has always been in the hands of the real power, has never fallen. After the great opportunity came, this clan was even more active in catering and changing, and there were many veteran powerhouses in the clan, and even more rookies on the rise. Even Zhou Yi, who had been traveling to and from the regions where mortals lived during this time, had once heard rumors about the unicorn son of the Marquis of Jiangning's family. It is conceivable that the glory and power of this family is bound to continue in the future, and may even become more and more glorious. With a strong master, the dog, Longhu Gang, also became flaunting, and even fought out of Pingyang County and ran to Jingfu County to stretch its claws. But that's all in the past. I'm afraid there will be no more Dragon Tiger Gang in the future. Zhao Hu couldn't help but bring the slightest hint of resentment into his words. The Marquis of Jiangning's people are very strong. They only accept dogs. They don't accept cooperation. And they are extraordinarily averse to situations getting out of hand. If you let them know about you forcing your way to the door to kill Zhanglong today, I'm afraid that they won't be able to let it go. Zhao, who was really a smart man, although he had not spent a lot of time together, he could tell at a glance that Zhou Yi was also an extremely opinionated and arrogant person. Such a person would never stoop below others. Not to mention that the Marquis of Jiangning would never accept it. If these two were to meet, it would definitely be a tit for tat. At the end of the day, the one who suffers will only be me. Zhao Hu couldn't help but let out a bitter smile when he thought of this. What are you thinking? Zhou Yi looked at Zhao Hu somewhat speechlessly. Since they won't accept it, wouldn't it be better not to let them know? Zhao Hu was stunned and quickly retorted. This is impossible. Within the Dragon Tiger Gang, Zhanglong is the first leader and I am the second leader. The vast majority of the time it's Zhanglong who steps in to communicate and interact with the people of the Marquis of Jiangning, and on rare occasions it's the two of us who step in together. The people of the Marquis of Jiangning also recognize only this model. In their eyes, there is a difference between honor and inferiority that must be clearly distinguished. There's no way we can bypass Zhang Riyong and communicate directly with them and gain their trust. Once Zhanglong doesn't show up for a long time, the Marquis of Jiangning is bound to become suspicious. Glancing at Zhou Yi, Zhao Hu lowered his voice and said, ordinary people's tactics won't be able to fool them, and cultivators have a venomous eye and a divine sense. Zhao Hu could already tell that Zhou Yi was wearing a fake face at the moment. Such tactics could fool ordinary people, but definitely not cultivators. Who said I'm going to disguise myself as Zhanglong to deceive people? Zhou Yi breathlessly forced down Zhao Hu's various imaginations and rebuttals. In this kind of matter, we have to learn to use 9 truths and 1 falsehood to deceive people. Only then can we bluff. You just go straight to the people of the Marquis of Jiangning's residence and say that there was a firefight between you and Zhanglong, and that you killed Zhanglong, and that from now on you're the new head of the Dragon Tiger Gang, so that they won't just support you. Ha! Zhao Hu was shocked, not expecting Zhou Yi to hit on this idea. What? Zhou Yi said with a wave of his hand, full of concern. You two run a gang, and when there are firefights between each other, and your little brother wants to get to the top, aren't there many such things? Not to mention the fact that you guys are still scattered cultivators. Isn't it more unusual for this kind of thing to happen between scattered cultivators? I'm sure they'll understand you. What if they don't understand me or support me, but instead get annoyed and want to finish me off on the spot? Zhao Hu swallowed his saliva and asked with a frightened heart. Just put 100 hearts into it. Zhou Yi gently patted Zhao Hu's shoulder and said in a gentle tone, I will face it with you. If they really don't know what they're doing, then I'll have no choice but to finish them off and take you with me. Incognito, to the end of the world. That's really hopeful that they can be a bit more sensible. Zhao Hu looked like he was on the verge of tears. Cut the crap. Now deal with those within the headquarters who know the inside story and still disobey. Pull a faction to fight a faction. Officially establish you as the new big boss. Then pass the message to the Marquis Jiangning's residence. Let them come over. First things first, forgive them if they can't say anything. Zhao Hu went out with a bitter face. I have to say, he is indeed a talent. After thinking about it for a while and knowing that there was no way back, he immediately resolved and began to hotly clean up the remaining people in Zhanglong's lineage. He first pulled together a group of people currently within the headquarters, polarized a group of people, cracked down on a group of people, and after grasping the situation in the headquarters, he began to conspire against Zhanglong's beloved henchmen who had been scattered outside. Go tell them that Gangmaster Zhang is going to celebrate their success at the headquarters tonight, and ask them to come back to join in the fun, remembering that they don't have to carry blades. Chapter 26, Dirty Deals. Xiao Hu, You actually dare to assassinate the gangmaster. You shall not die. Despicable. You, a great expert of the 9th level of chi refining, dealing with us little shrimps, actually poisoned the wine in advance. One by one, the former gang leader Dragon's inner circle of henchmen are executed and taken out. What was originally a joyous and lively celebration turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Zhao Hu sat in the main seat with a big horse, and the table in front of him was filled with all kinds of food, but none of them had an appetite right now, for on top of those dinner plates, there was a head casually thrown there. It was the head of the former gang leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, Shan Long. The head had turned a little green, and the skin still had an eerie, dead gray feel to it. His eyes were wide open. His pupils were already a bit lax and cloudy, but he could still feel his disbelief before he died. Zhao Hu's expression was calm as he watched those poisoned, limp and weak Zhanlong's inner circle being dragged out one after another to be executed. To him, both the already dead Zhanlong and these heartthrobs left behind by Zhanlong were no longer relevant. Even if tonight's ploy failed and these people rebelled and mutinied en masse, he was confident enough to be able to suppress them all. The focus of this convention tonight was never on these guys. For this play tonight, I wonder what Steward Zhao thinks of it. Zhao Hu's voice was low, and he poured a glass of wine in a very big brotherly manner, pushing it to the hand of a person next to him. The man picked up the wine glass and placed it in front of his eyes and swirled it around, saying with a leathery smile, "Master Zhao is good at what he does. This hand of preemptive action has made the old slave me not even come back to my senses now. I can sort of see it." This Marquis of Jiangning's steward slammed his wine glass on the table with a thud, his voice suddenly becoming morose and cold. "You, Grand Master Zhao, have gotten your wings hardened, and have already disregarded the Marquis, all the while daring to give my old man a hard time. In that case, what else is there to say?" Steward Zhao slowly stood up from his chair and turned around to leave. "Let's go our separate ways from now on. I'd like to see where you, Master Zhao, can take the Dragon Tiger Gang without the Marquis help." What did Steward Zhao say? Zhao Hu hurriedly stood up and pulled back Steward Zhao, who was about to leave, and said sincerely, "Even if I were given 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to take a big eye in front of you. Dragon and Tiger Gang can come to today. In fact, whether it is me or Zhang Long, the heart is very clear. Our own efforts to struggle and whatnot are bull asterisk, relying on all the Hofu's care and affection. I'm a loose cultivator, a gangster. How can I have the guts to ditch the Marquis and go solo? You don't dare?" Seeing that Zhao Hu was softening, Steward Zhao instantly gained an inch, and in front of the crowd on the stage was a burst of rage. "I see that you dare. Without the consent of the Marquis, without any application or prior notification, you dared to kill Zhang Long, rise to the throne yourself, and massacre Zhang Long's beloved henchman in front of me. Zhao Hu, your guts are truly not ordinary." Steward Zhao was so angry that his hair was standing on end. Zhao Hu, however, laughed and forcefully pulled Steward Zhao back into his seat. "Your old man is overstating things. Zhang Long and I are both casual cultivators. Isn't it normal for us to turn against each other? Again, we're all in a culture like gangs, and it's not unusual for there to be a bit of a firefight or something like that. In fact, for the Hofu, it doesn't make a difference and doesn't matter who is going to be the leader of this Dragon Tiger Gang. What's really important is to keep the Dragon Tiger Gang alive and continue to grow. Therefore, as long as the new gang leader can be stronger and more capable than the old one, then nothing will matter." Listening to Zhao Hu's words, Steward Zhao became angrier and angrier as he said with a sharp voice, "According to you, it doesn't really matter who is sitting in my position as a steward. All that matters is that the person sitting in this position is able to be loyal and do things for the Marquis? Steward Zhao, if you're going to say that, it's meaningless." Zhao Hu laughed dumbly, forcibly broke Steward Zhao's palm apart, wrote a number on it, and deliberately lowered his voice to the point where only two people could hear it, and said in a low voice, "We are all adults. To completely fall out over a person who has already died, and even spoil the Marquis big event, no one can afford it. I know some of the things between Zhang Long and you. As long as you help me successfully sit in the position of the Dragon Tiger Gang leader, what Zhang Long once gave you, I will double it for you." Hearing this, Steward Zhao's breathing and face changed. "Really?" He also subconsciously lowered his voice. "You have to think clearly. Zhang Long gave me but once a month to supply. You really want to double every month to me? By then you still can stay in the hand?" Zhao Hu's face twitched. Of course he doesn't want to, but this was the word art and deal that Zhou Yi had explained down, so he could only nod his head fiercely in the midst of the entanglement. So Steward Zhao smiled. The previous gloom and anger all disappeared. He eagerly grabbed Zhao Hu's hand. patting Zhao Wu's hand back. Aya. Xiao Zhao ah. You say, you are also really. All of us are for the Marquis to do things. To help you to say a few words of praise is supposed to be. How are you still so polite it? Should. Your age can almost be my old man. My father died early. Has not been able to do filial piety. Just in your old man here to make up for. Zhao Hu forced nausea so said. I didn't expect that I had gained a godson. From my trip tonight, Steward Zhao laughed his ass off. This matter is settled. Zhao Hu handed over the deposit that had been prepared long ago to Steward Zhao, who examined the goods, and then the smile on his face became a few points more sincere, saying that he would definitely help him get things done. It's not doing it for Zhao Hu. It's for his future benefit. Looking at the carriage that gradually disappeared in the middle of the night, Zhao Hu rubbed his cheeks, only to feel that he was about to die of laughter tonight. Good acting. The calm voice rang in his ears. Zhao Hu was taken aback, and only then did he remember that there was such a boss around, and hurriedly turned around to face Zhou Yi in the posture of a dog's leg. Tonight, Zhou Yi had been standing beside him as a minion and in costume, both to help him hold down the fort and prevent possible changes. It was also forcing him to follow the route and direction Zhou Yi had set down, so that he didn't have the chance to play something extra. Chapter 27, The End. Horses' hooves clattered on the green stone road, and a carriage went away in a forward and backward motion. In the middle of the carriage, the smile on Steward Zhao's face never disappeared. There was another person in the carriage besides him. This person was dressed in the attire of a marquis subordinate, with a stalwart face and eyes. That person is not simple. This person suddenly said so, his tone flat but with a deeply hidden scorn. Indeed not simple. Steward Zhao nodded and began to count the objects in this box in his hand, which were all just Zhao Hu's offerings. As far as I know, even though they're at the same 9th level of qi refining, Zhang Long is stronger than him by more than one level in terms of both mana and magical artifacts, but the final result is that he is unharmed to sit on the seat of the Dragon and Tiger Gang's big gang leader. Zhang Long is miserable to die. First decapitation, catching turtles in a jar, and then kowtowing to recognize the Godfather. Xiao Hu, this kid, is courageous and resourceful. The critical moment can also let go of the body and dignity face. How can such a person be simple? Steward Zhao shook his head, his attention once again drawn to the treasure in the box, and said with a smile, but what about this? At least for the time being, he can still only survive by being attached to the Marquis name, and he's still my good godson. As long as our interests are aligned and our energies are aligned, then his intelligence and ability will only serve me. Looking at the complacent Steward Zhao, the man dressed as a subordinate next to him was silent for half a day before he shook his head and said, I'm not talking about Zhao Hu. Ha? Steward Zhao was a bit confused. Not Zhao Hu? Then who are you talking about? It's the kid who's been standing beside Zhao Hu, not moving a muscle, dressed as if he's just an ordinary Dragon Tiger gang member. The man spoke in an extremely serious tone, and the scorn in his eyes became a few points more obvious. It's him. Steward Zhao kept recalling in his mind, searching his mind and not being able to recall the person the man in front of him was talking about, but that didn't stop him from picking up the conversation. Is there anything extraordinary about him? The man glanced at Steward Zhao, deeply suffocated by this person's stupidity and brainwashedness, but still had to open his mouth to explain. You may not have felt it. After entering this person's 1.5 zhang distance, we're equivalent to falling into the middle of his realm, and our every move is under his watchful eye. At that time, if there was a conflict, it was definitely the other party who had the first move, and I didn't even have that certainty that I would be able to bring you alive to rush out from it. That's why I didn't have a fit when I saw Zhao Hu forcibly dragging you to sit down and talk about terms and conditions and didn't cooperate with you. Hearing those words from the man, Steward Zhao froze. His pupils shrunk slightly. Before the man narrated, he had no idea that there was such a raging undercurrent underneath that sword in shadow before, and that the lives of himself and others were actually within that square inch. It seems that this godson of mine is indeed not simple, and actually thought of taking it together with my godfather, each arranging for an expert disguised as an ordinary henchman to accompany them. Steward Zhao was an optimistic and confident person. He soon adjusted, and a few smiles appeared on his face. There's no need to be nervous. I still say that as long as he's still my godson, and as long as he still has use for me, the stronger he is on his side, the more favorable it will be for us. Saying that, Steward Zhao grabbed a handful in his box and placed it on the man's lap. You shouldn't take it too seriously. That's how things are in this world. Everyone just gets by, breaking the mold and having to give no quarter. Then in the end you get nothing. I hope so. The man sighed and accepted the favor. watching the carriage gradually disappear at the end of the road. Zhao Hu couldn't help himself. Do we really have to give this steward so much every month? Although it's okay, but then we really won't be able to drink any soup at all. To maintain the operation and platitudes of the Dragon Tiger Gang under these circumstances, isn't that losing money? He understood but was not very receptive to this matter. After all, it did damage his interests. What's the hurry? Don't you still need this good godfather of yours to help you out at the moment? Zhou Yi, on the other hand, didn't care too much about this, as he turned away with a flick of his hand. Wouldn't it be better to kill him when the job is done? With both sides being so close before, he had already mentally branded all of Steward Zhao and his accompanying men long ago. To take their lives was but a thought away from him. The only thing that made him somewhat slightly surprised was that Steward Zhao actually had a small expert with little presence with him. Late at night in the Marquis Jiangning's residence, the light was still on at the study. A middle-aged man whose appearance looked like he was still in his prime. His face was calm as he waved the ink on the white paper. Steward Zhao carefully came in lightly from outside. What's changed? The middle-aged man asked without lifting his head. This person is the Marquis of Jiangning. To be able to inherit so many years from the mortal family jumped into the existence of cultivation family, not to say that its head of the family must be how heavenly wizard, eagle-eyed wolf, alone its way of governing the family. It must be extraordinary. In such a family, family spirit is extremely important. Otherwise, it's easy to let the dude get to the top, lose everything, and be completely lost. According to the rules of the Marquis of Jiangning's residence, if nothing went wrong or changed on the side of the Dragon Tiger Gang, then Steward Zhao didn't have to come to see him. Of course, if something went wrong or changed with the Dragon Tiger Gang and Steward Zhao didn't report it, it would be a death sentence if it was discovered. Yes, the Dragon Tiger Gang had a heavenly change tonight. For the sake of his own little life, Steward Zhao used the spring and autumn brushstroke to roughly recount the change in the Dragon Tiger Gang. The so-called Chuanqiu penmanship is to grasp the small and magnify the small, confuse the light and the heavy, and blur the concepts, so as to achieve the purpose of preserving his godson. Unfortunately, the Marquis of Jiangning was not a vegetarian, and still picked out the highlights from this report of his. He crushed the quill in his hand with a click, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Preemptive? This is not putting the Marquis in your eyes at all. It seems that these loose cultivators are still wildly accustomed and don't know what rules mean. This gang leader position is his only if this Marquis gives it to him. And if this Marquis doesn't give it to him, he can't snatch it or take it away from him. Marquis Jiangning's icy gaze shifted to Steward Zhao, and he droned in a cold voice. Tell me, how much favor did that Zhao Hu give you? Steward Zhao was already on his knees, trembling as he held out the wooden box that Zhao Hu had given him. Marquis Jiangning snorted coldly and confiscated this wooden box. After a while, his agitated emotions then recovered, and he didn't punish Steward Zhao. He just waved his hand and told him to get lost. This Zhao Hu is the one you have to forcefully protect, then you have to be able to control him. In the future, if this white-eyed wolf dares to revolt against the Marquis, you will go with him to feed the dogs. Yes, yes, yes. Steward Zhao nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, trembling as he turned around and left. He knew that the good godson thing was firmly in place. It would have been a 10 out of 10. The fights between the greats also follow certain tacit agreements and rules. If they really wanted to kill Zhao Hu, the Dragon Tiger Gang would be ruined, and the Marquis of Jiangning would lose part of its hold on the imperial capital. This was something that the entire Marquis family could not allow. A pawn that crosses the river is no longer a simple pawn. And even if a player wants to discard or replace it, he needs to count. The one who was happiest about this was Steward Zhao. He began to look forward to next month's piety. On the day of the next month's filial piety, he was rubbing his hands in anticipation of the favors that would be sent from the Dragon Tiger Gang when his head suddenly lolled and he died. Half a month later, the mysterious man who had traveled with him that day also died horribly in his home. Chapter 28. That night, Zhao Hu got the good news from his good godfather. He immediately went to Zhou Yi to share. It worked. The Marquis of Jiangning actually did recognize me as the gang leader. He looked genuinely happy. Zhou Yi was also happy for him. Well. Finally it's time to officially start my plan. Ha! Zhao Hu was confused. The plan? Officially? He was a little bemused. The ones before that, wasn't that the plan? Yeah, but that's all paving the way for what I'm really after. Not exactly my core program. Joey lifted the large bundle at his feet and placed it on the table with a clatter, pointing at the bundle and saying, "Open it and take a look." Just now this time he left for a bit. While the night was still young, he closed the liquor store for good, removing all the liquor and his own belongings from it. They were moved back to his small Li home. He packed up in the middle of the Li family's small courtyard, wrapped up all those belongings of his into one big bundle, and dragged it to bring it to the Dragon Tiger gang. Zhao Hu hesitantly came to the package at Zhou Yi's gesture and stretched out his trembling hand to open it. All of a sudden, all sorts of bottles, jars, boxes, paper packages and storage rings strung together in a long string appeared in front of his eyes. This. Zhao Hu was first shocked, then ecstatic. He stretched out his trembling hand and grabbed a porcelain bottle amongst a bunch of bottles and jars. Looking at the label attached to the bottle, he gulped furiously, only feeling that he had never been so excited before. Foundation Building Dan. This is actually Foundation Building Dan. His eyes shifted back and forth between Zhou Yi and the porcelain vase in his hand, looking at Zhou Yi somewhat pleadingly. Don't believe me? Then open it and take a look. Zhou Yi looked as if he didn't have any such thing. Zhou Yi had said so. So Zhao Hu no longer hesitated and opened the cork of the porcelain bottle with a bang. Immediately, a fragrance of the elixir surged out from it, and just by taking a whiff of it, he had a feeling that his realm was about to break through. 3 spirit elixirs automatically floated up from the mouth of the bottle. It's actually really a foundation establishment pill. Zhao Hu had cried out. He hadn't expected that the elixir he had been daydreaming about for so long would just appear before his eyes. And still 3 whole grains. Right now, he had already reached the 9th level of qi refining, and after practicing diligently for a while longer, he would be able to reach the 10th level of qi refining grand completion. At that time, the problem of foundation building was in front of him. It's a bump in the road. Out of the tens of thousands of qi refining great perfection cultivators, there were probably less than 100 people who could successfully build the foundation. Building a foundation is not that simple. To force a breakthrough without borrowing external objects, most of such people died, and only a very few lucky ones were able to successfully build the foundation. With the aid of external objects to assist in building the foundation, the success rate is slightly greater, and within these many things that could assist cultivators in building their foundations, the foundation building pill could be considered one of the best. And in Zhao Wu's hands were 3 excellent quality foundation establishment Dan. How could this not make him excited? He even had an urge to swallow the elixir on the spot. But eventually, he stopped the urge. He obediently stuffed the 3 foundation building pills back into the bottle, then corked the bottle and obediently placed it back inside his bag, respectfully facing Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi gently nodded. He then appreciated Zhao Wu's intelligence and knowledge of the times. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the storage ring that he had strung together and asked, "Can you open it?" Zhao Hu was a bit confused, but still quickly replied, "This, cultivator's storage ring, are deeply bound with its owner. After all, this thing is very personal. Almost every cultivator wants a storage ring that only they can open to keep their secrets and treasures." "So that means you can't?" Zhou Yi frowned. "That's not true." Zhao Hu hurriedly shook his head and explained. Since everyone is pursuing a storage ring that only they can open, it means that such a storage ring hasn't appeared yet. Generally speaking, the better the quality of the storage ring, the harder it is to open. A strong person with a high enough cultivation can open a poor quality storage ring. If a low cultivation is to encounter a very high quality, originally belonging to a strong person's storage ring, and want to open it, then it will take a period of time to water down. How long this period of time is depends entirely on the cultivation realm of that practitioner, and the quality of the storage ring held as well as the cultivation realm of its previous owner. Zhou Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. He came to the front of the package and specifically picked out the most special and expensive looking one among the string of storage rings and asked Zhao Hu, "If it were you, how long would it take to open this storage ring whose previous owner was a Yuaning stage powerhouse?" "Yuaning stage?" Zhao Hu was fiercely startled and said with a shiver, "I'm afraid that until my lifespan is exhausted, I won't be able to open this storage ring." Hearing this, Zhou Yi's brows instantly furrowed. "However, that's only if my longevity and cultivation have been stuck at the 9th level of qi refining." Zhao Hu hurriedly added this. "If I can build a foundation, then there's hope that I can open this storage ring in my lifetime. If my cultivation becomes stronger and my realm becomes higher, then the speed of opening the storage ring will also be greatly accelerated." The meaning of this is obvious. You want to open the storage ring? Then come cultivate me first. Zhou Yi nodded lightly, not denying the meaning of these words. He just put down this storage ring and pointed at the others, saying, "Then you can practice with these poor quality ones first. In the process, your own cultivation must not fall behind. As for the foundation building Dan and other resources, as long as you are loyal and make contributions to me, I will not forget the meritocracy." Zhou Yi pointed at those other spirit medicine elixirs again and said, Do you know why I went through so much effort to help you secure your position as the Dragon Tiger Gang's leader? Because you see me as honest looking and want to cultivate me? Zhao Hu had a brainstorm and daydreamed. Zhou Yi mercilessly shattered his fantasies. Because I'm going to sell the stolen goods. They're not much use in my hands. And I need to use your status and power to get them out of circulation. Only by exchanging enough money could he buy what Zhou Yi wanted. All of these, all for sale? Looking at so many things in the package, Zhao Hu couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance. This is all treasure, which was not something that a casual cultivator like him might not be able to obtain even if he struggled for his entire life. As a result, these things are now in front of you, but you can't have them, and you have to sell them with your own hands. How painful is that? Although his heart was pained and unwilling to give up, he didn't dare to disobey Zhou Yi's orders, so he had to obediently do as he was told. Chapter 29 Development. At Zhou Yi's request, Zhao Wu forced himself to endure the heartache to offer those valuable resources one by one. At the same time, he cracked those storage rings of lesser quality while practicing. For a while, the days were actually quite full. Slowly, some hidden news began to circulate in the underground of the imperial capital, and many of the casual cultivators who came to the imperial capital to fight for their lives learned that Zhao Hu, the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang, had special channels and could get quite a lot of precious resources from him at a slightly lower price. For a while, there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going from the Dragon Tiger Gang. In order to avoid these people from disrupting the normal business of the Dragon Tiger Gang, at Zhou Yi's signal, Zhao Hu simply moved the trading location to a small street next to the Dragon Tiger Gang's headquarters. Slowly, other than Zhao Hu, there were other people coming over to set up stalls. A ghost street dedicated to casual cultivators took shape. This is not an ordinary benefit for us. Zhao Hu didn't even realize that his unintentional move would actually drive the economic development of the entire street. At this moment he was smiling like he couldn't see his teeth. The rental fee for the stalls is not to mention. What's more important is that from now on, most of the good things that come out of the loose cultivators will have to come to us to sell. We can be the first to know, and naturally we can be the first to buy. Although he came from the Yakuza, he hadn't moved to Ra by force. After all, the street wouldn't be viable if it got a bad reputation. He can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Good is good. It's just that there are more flies and troubles. Joey sighed softly and casually took a few bloodstained storage rings from one side, as well as a few intact and unrivaled magic weapons on the table and pushed them towards Zhao Hu's side. Zhao Hu looked at these things and his eyelids flickered twice before he burst into an awkward laugh. I'm grateful to you, boss, for your help in calming down the scene. If it weren't for you, my Dragon Tiger Gang and Ghost Street would have been smashed by people long ago. Not everyone in this world is willing to play by the rules and sit down to conduct normal business. There are always some people who like to use their brains and like to solve things by force. When Zhao Hu started selling things privately, someone had beaten him to the punch. At the most troublesome times, there must be 3 or 4 groups of people forcing their way into the Dragon Tiger Gang in a day. These people dared to come. Naturally they were full of confidence and reliance. The strength of these people was not weaker than Zhao Hu's, and they were even completely above him. If it wasn't for Zhou Yi's secret hand, Zhao Hu would have been eaten without even a bone left. It turns out that without enough strength, even with good ideas and resources, you can't do it. The deaths of these men established the prestige of the Dragon Tiger Gang, but it still wasn't enough. There are still people who jump at the chance. Then let's simply fight. Zhou Yi said slowly and leisurely. Let the Dragon Tiger Gang continue to expand, so that you can have prestige in the eyes of those gang members and win over Zhang Long. At the same time, killing a bunch of people ruthlessly in the process is the only way to show them that you're not to be messed with. Hearing this order, Zhao Hu was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Without saying a word, he immediately went into action. The Dragon Tiger Gang began to sweep over to other neighborhoods in Jingfu County, another side of the jungle. Mad Zhao Hu, you've bullied people too much. The Red Clothes Gang's gang leader jumped to his feet and cursed. I have the manners of a gentleman before I didn't lay my hands on you during the time when your Dragon Tiger Gang was weakened by infighting. And as a result, you actually dared to make a move on me? You think I'm a sick cat if the tiger doesn't give out? Do you really think I'm a soft touch? Whether you're good or not, can I still not know? Zhao Hu laughed coldly, meeting the other party's eyes without the slightest fear. Both sides were at swords drawn and the battle was imminent. Whether it's a good pinch or not, you'll be able to find out today. The Red Clothes Gang's gang leader let out a fierce laugh and blossomed his aura. The 10th level of Qi refining. He had actually reached such a realm without realizing it, and could be said to have completely suppressed Zhao Hu. Xiao Hu, if you don't leave when there's a road to heaven, You'll come and throw yourself in when there's no door to hell. So don't leave today and be buried here with your dragon tiger gang. The Red Clothes gang leader roared angrily and took the lead in bringing his gang to charge over. Facing this kind of opponent who was one small realm ahead of him in the realm, Zhao Hu was not the least bit flustered. And with the same momentum, he led his gang to kill, because he knew that Zhou Yi, who was disguised as an ordinary gang member, was by his side. As expected, just at the moment when the two sides were about to make short work of each other and Zhao Hu and the Red Clothes gangmaster were about to start fighting, the Red Clothes gangmaster's eyes suddenly glazed over and he flopped to the ground, dead beyond repair. The sudden change sent the room into a frenzy. A scene like this, it really is a complete shock no matter how many times I see it. Zhao Hu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and rushed past the Red Clothes gang leader's corpse without stopping, collecting the other party's storage ring and magic weapon with a single move before starting to descending to strike at ordinary people. With the gang leader dead, the remaining gang members naturally scattered and could no longer make any big waves. Many were killed on the spot, while others fell to their knees and surrendered. The Dragon Tiger gang began to wail on the entire Jingfu County. This battle shocked the entire imperial capital underworld. Many gangs of white paper fan all night combined with the relevant information to study, but also failed to study a result anymore. Every one of the major gang masters was in fear. They didn't expect that a gang giant whose power completely occupied the land of two counties would appear so soon. It's so much better than them. What does the other side want to do next? To annex all the other gangs and create a clean slate for the gangs of the royal capital? This is naturally impossible. Although Zhao Hu wanted to do so and felt that he was perfectly capable of doing so with Zhou Yi's support, but it would undoubtedly upset a certain balance and situation that exists today. The Marquis of Jiangning himself sent word over to him to stop. Even the Marquis himself summoned him to the Marquis of Jiangning's residence for a half-day chat. The Marquis was also curious about how he managed to decapitate the red-clothed gang leader without ever fighting. Zhao Hu hemmed and hawed and giggled, just not answering. This was normal. Although we were all fishing for food in the same pot, but as the same cultivator, how could one reveal his or her bottom card to others just so easily? The Marquis can understand, but that doesn't mean the Marquis can accept it. Visible to the naked eye, the Marquis's next attitude became much worse, and after a few hurried chats, he sent Zhao Hu away. From this day onwards, the Hofu has explicitly and implicitly mixed a lot of sand into the Dragon Tiger gang. Some of the so-called incompetent children were arranged to come to the Dragon Tiger gang to parachute into high positions, and some people joined the Dragon Tiger gang through formal channels, relying on hidden cultivation, and soon stood out among the gang members, and began to gradually grasp the rights and turf of the middle and lower levels of the Dragon Tiger gang. Chapter 30, The Sword. Don't worry too much. These are all very common problems in development. Zhou Yi's face was calm as he comforted Zhao Hu, without letting Marquis feel that he really has complete control over the entire Dragon Tiger gang. How would he increase his investment in the Dragon Tiger gang? But if I really want to leave things alone, I'll definitely be replaced next, Zhao Hu said anxiously. After the Hofu people have completely mastered the top and bottom of the Dragon Tiger gang, will they still tolerate me? Wouldn't it be simpler, easier and more acceptable to support a puppet up here than me, the not-so-controlled gang leader? A small loose cultivator like me, who was only at the 9th level of chi refining, is like an ant to the Hofu, and can be crushed with their hands. They can always find a substitute. Don't worry, don't you still have me? Zhou Yi patted Zhao Hu's shoulder to give him confidence. Those people have all been branded by me. Life and death are at my whim. As long as they dare to cross the line, I won't let them leave alive. Those words gave Zhao Hu a bit of backbone. He became less anxious, obediently cracking various storage rings for Zhou Yi. There wasn't much good stuff in these low-level storage rings, but it was perfectly adequate to take them to the ghost street and sell them. Occasionally, if something good popped out that Zhou Yi couldn't see, Zhao Hu could still cut it off himself. Don't tell me, it's a pretty cool day. In the midst of the slow passage of time, Hofu felt that he had completely mastered the Dragon Tiger gang, and was already ready for a showdown with Zhao Hu. The top tier's open and shut battles were also noticed by the bottom tier gangs, and they were all a bit uneasy. However, under the Hofu's control, the outside remained calm and quiet, and not many people knew about the changes that were happening in the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger gang today. When they found out, they all became extremely surprised. What the hell? The people of the Marquis of Jiangning forced their way into the palace, wanting to take out Zhao Hu, but instead they ended up getting all killed themselves? The boss of the Chao gang stared with wide eyes, wondering if this righteous son in front of him was talking in his sleep to make himself laugh. When I first heard the news, I was as incredulous as you are, but there's no way around it. It's just the way it is. sighed the righteous son so helplessly. After confirming again and again that this news was correct, the Chao gang leader looked out of the window with a cold heart. Xiao Hu, what kind of guy is he? This news spread like a hurricane throughout the entire imperial capital, and those who could know basically knew about it, each with some astonishment. On a number of occasions, the Marquis of Jiangning had been subjected to some flirtation because of this matter. He was a little embarrassed. However, in the face of the presence of these status and position of these strong people do not lose their own, but also not good to attack, can only be a hard to laugh there awkwardly. The relationship between the Marquis of Jiangning and the Dragon Tiger gang was stagnant for a while, but soon returned to normal and entered a honeymoon period that was better than ever. After displaying his muscles and strength, Zhao Hu received extraordinary treatment, and he really seemed to be somewhat of a Hofu collaborator. Luckily, he still knew who was the real creator of this scene, and remained respectful to Zhou Yi. Cracking up the various storage rings remained dutiful. The Marquis of Jiangning is still mixing sand into the Dragon Tiger gang, but this time, there wasn't that much thought, and the orders that those Marquis children who came over were given were really just to assist Zhao Hu in his management. In addition to this, Zhao Hu also collected 2 loose cultivators to come in as the second and third gangmasters, further expanding the surface strength of the Dragon Tiger gang while at the same time, there was finally someone who was able to crack the storage ring with him, allowing him to squeeze out a little bit of extra time to cultivate. Slowly, those who came over from the Marquis also began to participate in cracking the storage ring. Zhao Hu's time has become more relaxed and free. He would also have time to spend on practicing. Soon, he cultivated to the 10th level of qi refining. Zhou Yi was not stingy and bestowed him with a foundation establishment pill. Zhao Hu was ecstatic and began to cultivate even more diligently. He was just waiting to break through to foundation establishment after cultivating to the 10th level of qi refining. Looking at the thriving Dragon Tiger gang in front of him, Zhou Yi, who was made up to be the only division master under Zhao Hu, was lying on a rocking chair, and could not help but sigh. These days are getting more and more stable. It was so bland that even the casual cultivators who wanted to take shortcuts were missing a few. Now that Joey didn't need to kill anyone for a month's time, the days were a bit too uneventful. The supply of bad storage rings is all gone. The second and third masters of the Dragon Tiger gang, as well as those who came over from the Marquis of Jiangning's residence, still thought they had seen the light of day, thinking that they would be able to free themselves from this job. Unbeknownst to them, after waiting a few more days, Joey would take out the slightly better batch of storage rings and give them. It's good to be calm. Calm means there is no risk, and I can slightly put my heart back into my stomach and enjoy a normal life of longevity. Joey lay on the rocking chair, looking at the clouds rolling in the sky, feeling quite cozy. During this time, he had completely let go of his anxiety and impatience. Anyway, he was an eternal being with an unlimited lifespan. There was absolutely no need to rush. Even if he plotted and progressed slowly, there would eventually be a day when he would be invincible. It had been more than a year since he came to the imperial capital, and he hadn't gotten high in a long time, but he could still feel the growth in his spirit and physical body. The two complementary techniques, the intentional root method and the nourishing art, as long as they are practiced diligently and painstakingly, even if there is no supply about great medicines, they are still steadily improving the strength of my spirit and physical body. That's slow, but when you put it in the context of my infinite lifespan, it's short. Joey stretched his back and saw that no one was around, so he tried practicing sword control. The small turquoise sword surrounded him, cutting the air at high speeds and flying around him, and with a thought, it instantly sliced through a small flower next to him. Not bad, not bad, even though the distance is short, I am at least able to control the sword. Joey was already satisfied. After this period of time of repeated confirmation, he was finally certain that the E-root method and nourishing art that he practiced were completely different from the mainstream immortal cultivation techniques. At least with his wisdom and experience, he had not been able to find a way to fuse them together, so he couldn't imperialize the sword through the normal path. The only way to do this was to wrap the small sword with his spiritual energy, stimulate its inner power, and then fly to kill the enemy. There was a drawback to this, and that was that the small sword could only fly within 5 meters of his spiritual realm. Once it flew out of his spiritual realm, it would fall to the ground in an instant and lose all of its divinity. Keep drilling down. Maybe I can develop a spiritual sword technique that is exclusively mine and forge a flying sword that is more suitable for me. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi was in high spirits, bright-eyed and energized. Chapter 31, Li Qingyun's successful candidacy. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the scientific examination arrived. Joey restored his original face and returned to the Li family's small courtyard, following behind Grand Master Li, and together they sent Li Qingyun to the exam. During this time, he was active outside in different guises, but the real place to land and rest is still in the Li family's small home. This was something that even Zhao Hu didn't know. When he arrived at the examination center, Li Qingyun bid farewell to his old father in Zhou, and walked into the examination center with his head held high and carrying his bookcase. The bookcase was filled with a lot of stuff, bedding and dry food and stuff. After all, this exam is going to last a long time. During this time, the numbered room in the examination center is the only area where candidates can move around, eat, drink, sleep and sleep. It's possible to starve to death alive in there if you don't prepare ahead of time. Li Qingyun's luck wasn't bad. The ones responsible for carrying out inspections at the entrance of the examination hall were the forbidden guards made up of cultivators whose divine sense was so powerful that a single sweep of their eyes could provide insight into all that was going on inside and outside of the mortal body. After confirming that you are not carrying cheat sheets or fraudulent tools, a nod of the head will let you in. Instead, as was the case 300 years ago, when the scholars went in to catch their exams, they had to be stripped naked and inspected. And even the soldiers' fingers had to probe into the back door to check. Even if Li Qingyun's back is no longer visible via entering the examination room, Li Moncler outlet store still cannot help but stand on tiptoe to look at it with anxiety visible to the naked eye. Grandpa, don't be so anxious. You can't get anything out even if you are anxious. Joey patted his head with a headache and said, this exam is going to last for 3 whole days. Let's just go back and wait for the news. Aya, how can I not be anxious? Grandpa Li slapped his rough palms and said in an anxious tone, this exam of Qingyun's is related to the fate and hopes of countless generations of our Li family, although he says he's pretty sure. Joey had no choice but to forcibly drag the agitated Moncler outlet store Li back to the Li family's small courtyard. 3 days later, he and the already impatient Moncler outlet store Li came outside the examination room and stood on tiptoe to look for Li Qingyun. One schoolboy after another came out. Each of them had a pale face and their feet were weak, looking very weak. It seems that these 3 days within the examination center are indeed very difficult. Zhou Yi thought so in his heart, instantly firming up his idea of never studying. Finally, in the midst of the vast sea of people, they saw Li Qingyun. Li Moncler outlet store could no longer hold down the anxious heart in his mind, and hurriedly squeezed through. Zhou Yi did not move, just stood in place, quietly watching this father and son hugging and crying. Li Qingyun didn't say anything when he got home, just took a shower, ate a big meal, and then just slept. This sleeping darkness is a day and a night passed. When he woke up, his brain was still involuntarily a little confused. Even now, when I think back to what happened inside the exam room, I have a dreamlike feeling, as if everything was unreal and just a dream I had. After taking a sip of tea, Li Qingyun said so. When his brain slightly regained a little bit of clarity, Moncler Jacket's outlet Li could not help but ask one question after another. How was it? How did you do on the exam? Li Qingyun pondered slightly, then he gave a spontaneous smile and said confidently, I don't dare to say that I'll win the top spot in the exam, but at least my place in the Hanlin Academy is secure. As it turns out, he really didn't blow awesome. A few days later, a specialized petty official came to the door of the Li family, saying that he wanted Li Qingyun to come with him. You guys don't need to be nervous. This is to measure my root bones. Li Qingyun seemed to be familiar with his process. This is a kind of ceremony that is necessary to be carried out for the current imperial examinations. If the roots don't work, then no matter how heavenly and marvelous your writing is, and how much the examiners like it, in the end, you won't be able to make it to the top of the list. If the roots are fantastically good, that can still give you more points out of thin air. Don't worry. I had someone show me the bones a long time ago. I don't have a problem in this area. Li Qingyun confidently followed the petty official. I can be asked to enter this process. That means I've passed the literature test. The literary examination had been passed, and the root bone had passed. Li Qingyun's place as a bachelor in the Hanlin Academy could already be said to be a nail in the coffin. Moncler Jacket's outlet Li was ecstatic, and immediately waved his hand, took out his savings over the years, and was about to set up a wine celebration. Neighbors also followed the hilarity, a dip in the joy. Li Qingyun came back just when this wedding banquet was at its most lively. When it came to this kind of occasion and the atmosphere reached this point, he didn't have the same stern face as before, and very naturally blended in with the joyful crowd and got drunk. The next day at sunrise, he rose with his head in severe pain. I only saw that Joey was helping Grandpa Li in the yard to deal with last night's cup and plate mess. Li Qingyun quietly watched for half a day, waiting until both of them were done with it, before he came out of the small building to wash up. Master Li had gone to cook. leaving Joey and Lee Qingyun alone in the courtyard. Joey shook off his hand and was about to go back to his room to continue practicing his fist, but coldly he heard Lee Qingyun say behind himself, "The list will be released in a few days, and by then I will be entering the Hanlin Academy to cultivate my skills, and I probably won't be coming back for a trip for a very long time. Will you still not say what you're up to?" Joey took a step and turned around, looking at Lee Qingyun with surprise and curiosity as he asked, "What do you mean by that, isn't it?" Lee Qingyun leisurely sat down on the stone bench under the ancient tree in the courtyard. "It has been almost a year and a half since you came to the imperial capital and stayed in my home, right? During this time, you first lived in deep seclusion. Then you opened a liquor store and made a normal living. And then, suddenly, you closed the liquor store and began to become secretive in your movements. No one knows what you're doing or where you get your money from. And in any case you're paying high rent every month to live here. My instincts tell me that it's never as simple as you getting attached to this place. I will be leaving soon. My father is left alone at home. I don't want him to live with a person of unknown origin and purpose all day." Lee Qingyun's eyes were sharp as a knife, staring tightly at Joey. Looking at such a Lee Qingyun, Joey could not help but laugh dumbly and slowly sat down opposite Lee Qingyun. "If I really want to say what the purpose is, then it is to see how far you can go, feeling that you are still a buildable talent." "What do you mean by that?" Lee Qingyun, who was originally still furious, was a bit confused. Joey's answer was completely beyond his expectations. Chapter 32, The Hanlin Academy. Joey laughed softly and said, "Do you think it's all over when you successfully enter the Hanlin Academy and start cultivating? No, this has only just begun." Lee Qingyun's expression moved and he seemed to understand something as he stretched out his hand and said with a solemn expression, "Please continue." So Joey spoke eloquently. "To the Lee family, you have accomplished a great deal. You have elevated an originally ordinary Lee family from an ordinary family to a cultivation family in a single leap. This alone is enough for you to open a single page on the Lee family's family tree. But is that enough? There is also a concept of superiority and inferiority and hierarchy amongst cultivators. It doesn't mean that you become immortal when you take this step. During this period of time, I've also gotten to know this place, the Hanlin Academy, a little bit, and I have to say that the Chu dynasty's royal family is still quite heartfelt and is willing to give a chance to a poor family's son like you. But the chances of that are not great either. There are too many people in the Hanlin Academy, and cultivation is another thing that requires devouring endless resources in order to achieve something. This leads to the fact that the resources that the court allocates to the Hanlin Academy every year seem to be massive and seem to be extremely large, but when apportioned to each person's head, they are pitifully small, and are simply not enough for cultivation and daily spending. The Hanlin Academy is now in its 17th year of existence. The first batch of scholars who entered the Hanlin Academy to study and cultivate. The highest cultivation nowadays is only the 7th level of chi refining. Do you know what this represents? Joey spread his hands and smiled as he said, "In the cultivation world, such people are the lowest level of cannon fodder and cattle, horses, pigs and dogs. They can show off in front of ordinary people, but that's all." Lee Qingyun looked at Joey fixedly. He did not look surprised at any of the things Joey said, as if he had already known about them. "And what are you telling me all this for?" he asked this, looking rather impatient. Can you help me to go farther?" Of course. Joey did not pretend to be profound or cover up, and directly said so. "Every month, you will be able to receive an additional amount of resources from me in addition to what is issued by the Hanlin Academy. This can make you stand out in a crowd of fellow students, with not how excellent routes to obtain more resources tilted by the Hanlin Academy, to obtain the attention of the court, and then go farther in the officialdom. Of course, there is no free lunch in this world, and all the gifts have long been in the dark marked a good price. The current you is not qualified to talk about returns. In the future, if you really achieve something and really go to a certain height, I will ask you to return the favor and tell you what to do." Lee Qingyun made up his mind after thinking slightly. He slowly nodded and said, "A very fair deal. I agree." "So rash?" Joey raised his eyebrows in some surprise. "No more consideration? What if in the future I ask you to do something that goes against heavenly justice and morality? Aren't you afraid I'm some kind of bad guy?" Lee Qingyun's face was calm as he spoke indifferently. "My teacher once said this to me. If you want to mix with the officialdom, then you have to make your own moral vacuum first. A gentleman with high morals is doomed to not be able to get much farther out in the official world. He can't even keep his own reputation, and will only be reduced to a corrupt official and a traitor who will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame, recorded in the history books, and scorned by all, even if he hasn't done any of these things, and even if he really wants to save the people." Looking at the calm-faced Li Qingyun, Zhou Yi nodded in understanding. I see. It's me who overestimated your bottom line and morals. I'd like to see how far you can go as a shameless villain with no morals and no means. A few days later, the examination room released the list. Li Qingyun really ranked on the top. He is not the top. Even the top 3 are not. Only in the list occupies a position of not up and down. But that's enough. That was enough to get him the ticket to start something of his own. He packed up his things, bid farewell to his old father, and left for the Hanlin Academy to practice, returning once a month. The reason for his return was also not to meet his old father, but to take that share of cultivation resources from Zhou Yi, just as the two had envisioned. Relying on this extra resource, Li Qingyun quickly stood out amongst his contemporaries and attracted the attention of the Hanlin Academy. He gets a bit of a resource tilt. It's not much, but it's highly symbolic. Soon, his name began to circulate in the imperial capital, and many people knew about such a cultivation wizard in the Hanlin Academy as him. He met a lot of people, frequently attending all kinds of literary meetings and cocktail parties, and some of the people he would never have crossed paths with in his own life to talk about wine, brotherhood and friendship. They bragged about each other in the small circle. You complimented me with a sentence about a pillar of strength. I said something about a general's son. And soon, Li Qingyun's reputation grew louder and louder. He also gained tangible benefits. For example, you don't have to spend money to go to a greenhouse, and there will be a good thing that the flower girl will fall for you. There would also be people who gave him more cultivation resources out of an investment mentality so that he could go faster and more steadily. He also obtained some feats and spells outside of the Hanlin Academy, and received 1 or 2 spells of decent power. Days like this made his mind drift. It was a good thing that the private tutor who had taught him to be a moral vacuum before would often come to see him and hammer him, so that time and time again he would drop his heart back into his chest and continue to practice hard. On this day, as usual, he came out to a reception and met more people. These people were different from those imperial capital powerhouses before. Most of them wore uniforms, and although they aspired to the world of flowers, their cheeks were always still taut, and it looked like there was still some time to go before they were completely corrupted. These are the disciples of the great worldly clans. Be careful with them, a friend cautioned in such a low voice, causing Li Qingyun to be taken aback. Only after he truly entered the Hanlin Academy did he realize that the reason why Chu was able to become a cultivation country was because it was recognized by a worldly clan, and then multiple worldly clans pushed together to make Chu what it is today. Although these people from worldly clans were rare, as long as they appeared, none of them enjoyed the treatment of a supreme emperor. And even when the royal children of the Chu dynasty saw them, they had to bow respectfully. There was no doubt that this reception was completely centered around these worldly clans. Among the disciples of these worldly clans, there was a group of people wearing fiery red robes with flame patterns embroidered on them, and they looked a bit depressed. It wasn't until one of them had a glass of wine that this changed. Chapter 33, Discoveries at the Cocktail Party. The young man in the fiery red robes was fixed the moment the wine entered his throat. His pupils dilated and stared fixedly into the distant sky, followed by his pupils trembling, along with his face twitching. A tear slipped silently from the corner of his eye. It seems to be very exciting, being a part of a worldly clan and the absolute centerpiece of the entire reception. This state of the young man quickly attracted the attention of many people. Fellow Daoist, what's wrong? The host of the reception stood up in a panic and inquired. To be able to organize this reception and even invite these young disciples from worldly sects, his status was naturally extraordinary. But at this moment, one can't help but feel a little apprehensive and flustered. He knew that his position in the family was not so secure even though he seemed to be in the limelight. If one were to accidentally offend these disciples of worldly sects somewhere today and be denied by them in public, then one's position in the family would be in jeopardy, and one might be taken down at any time. Everyone was watching this way, and many stood up nervously. Li Qingyun was amongst these people. He looked at the Firecloud sect disciple with some confusion, and then looked at the drink in his hand, rather puzzled, not understanding what was going on. He had drunk this wine, and now that he drank it again, he still thought it was one of the few fine wines in the world. What's wrong with attracting people who aren't happy? Under the attention of the crowd, that young disciple of the Firecloud sect pressed down the excitement and joy in his heart. He took a deep breath, gently placed the drink back on the table and said, "Nothing, it has nothing to do with you." After 2 seconds, he asked directly to the host of the reception, "I wonder where this wine came from." The master of the wine club sighed in relief and his mood changed a few points for the better as he smiled and said, "Does Brother Dao like to drink? I can just give it to Brother Dao. No need. What I want to know is the origin of this liquor." The Fire Cloud sect disciple said very forcefully. His tone was not at all consulting, but rather giving orders. The master of the wine club's face tightened. Also realizing that the situation was out of his hands, he immediately called out to the butler and asked drily, "I ask you, where did you receive this kind of liquor served today? How much is left at home?" The housekeeper didn't expect a disaster to fall from the sky, and knelt down on the spot under the eyes of everyone, and said in fear, reporting back to young master. This kind of liquor was bought from a wine store on Dogtail Street in Jingfu County, and when the king drank it and said it was very good, he bought a lot of it in one go, and there are only the last 30 jars left after all these years. Now that it was used to entertain the reception, there should be less than 10 altars left in the cellar. The young disciple from the Fire Cloud sect held the wine cup with his hand and looked at the wine sloshing in the cup, his eyes a little misty, not knowing what he was thinking about. Behind him, the other young disciples of the Fire Cloud sect were somewhat confused. They also didn't understand what was going on or what their senior brother was so mad about. They took a sip of their glass and smacked their lips. Well, it's a good wine indeed. But other than that they couldn't taste anything, not to mention they didn't know why their senior brother reacted so much after drinking from this cup. The host of the reception looked at the young disciple of the Fire Cloud sect who did not take a stand. His heart was really apprehensive, and he simply vented this anger on the housekeeper, cursing somewhat over nothing. How come there's only this much left? Since my dad likes it and it's really good wine, wouldn't you go ahead and make it up? Are you a deaf and blind old dog? Or is your head full of water? Facing the young master's humiliation in full view of the public, the housekeeper was also a bit aggrieved. I also want to but that wine store has closed down more than a year ago. The boss is nowhere to be found. This wine is just wanna buy cannot buy I have since traveled all over the city and have never found such good wine. The host of the reception choked on his face. He didn't think it would turn out this way. However, he still felt disgraced after being refuted so much by his own family's slave in public. The heart had already made up its mind to kill this damned lackey tonight to vent its anger. Right at this moment, that young disciple from the Fire Cloud sect finally spoke. His face gentle as he came to the butler's side, helped the kneeling butler up, and asked, "Butler, let me ask you, what's going on with that wine store? Is that the only kind of wine sold in liquor stores?" "That's not true." The butler stated the information he knew one by one. The owner of that wine store is very strange, and every so often he changes the type of wine he sells. As for the wines sold before, even if they made more money, even if the customers bid higher, they will not be sold again. A light flashed in the eyes of this young disciple from the Fire Cloud sect, and in a slightly hurried tone, he asked, "Do you know how he brewed the wine? Do you know where he gets his booze from? Have you ever seen him make wine with your own eyes?" "No." The butler shook his head with a bewildered face and said, "I have not seen any of those you mentioned. There are no brewing things or utensils in the wine store either. There were just a couple of big tanks for liquor. No matter how much liquor was sold the day before, when you went back the next day, the tanks were full again and ready to go again. It's actually really like this." This young disciple of the Fire Cloud sect murmured, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter, his fists clenched, making a cackling sound, his face mixed with a look of anger and joy. The crowd at the reception was confused as to what was going on. Only Li Qingyun's heart jumped and was a bit uneasy. The liquor store on Dogtail Street. The store owner who suddenly disappeared more than a year ago, didn't make any wine but has been able to sell a steady stream of wacky liquor. It can't really be him, right? Li Qingyun tensed his face, trying his best not to show any cracks, but his heart was already in shock. Lapping, he actually messed with someone from the Fire Cloud sect? How dare he? How dare he? The other disciples of the Fire Cloud sect couldn't sit still when they watched the leading senior brother act in such a manner, and all of them got up from their seats and gathered in front of their senior brother, inquiring in a low voice, "Senior brother, what's wrong? Something wrong with that liquor store?" "Well," the lead senior brother nodded. His tone was one of undisguised joy and excitement. "It's not as simple as having a problem, but it's very problematic." In front of a large crowd and under the eyes of all, he couldn't explain anything. After all, the family scandal could not be publicized. He just bowed to the housekeeper and said, "I wonder if it is possible to take me to take a look at that wine store." Chapter 34, Breaking the Case. "Ah, Your Excellency, you've discounted the old man." In the face of the Fire Cloud sect disciple's courteous request, the steward waved his hand and shook his head repeatedly, and under the secret grumble in his heart, he cast his inquiring eyes toward the master of the wine club. The host of the reception took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the impatience and indignation in his heart, and piled a smile on his face as he said, "Since the Taoist brother of the Fire Cloud sect has something that you can help with, then you shouldn't excuse yourself, and you have to do it in a beautiful manner to make it work. Remember, this is a blessing that your ancestors have cultivated for generations. These words seemed to inject a different kind of vigor into the old butler's aging body, causing him to raise his head, nod heavily, and say, "I understand. Several lords. This way please." So he just left with the people from the Firecloud sect. After such an incident, the originally good atmosphere of the party was completely spoiled. Everyone couldn't help but cross their fingers and whisper and speculate on the reason why the Firecloud sect reacted so greatly in the face of a cup of wine. Even the disciples of those other worldly sects were like that. Young prince, procuring so much liquor, it's impossible to rely on the butler alone, right? There was a leading disciple of a worldly clan who said smilingly, "There should be other people in your mansion who know relevant information about that liquor store. Why don't you find them out and tell us about it?" The master of the wine club had an apprehensive smile on his face as he said, "This is just that if the Tao brothers of the Firecloud sect knew that they had just left in front of them and we were exploring behind them to find out more about that wine store, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be happy. At that time, if the Fiery Cloud sect's Taoists are to blame, you can just push the problem all onto me." The young disciple patted his chest and said with a bold look, "A little bit of curiosity is all. They are not yet capable of taking me. People have said so. The heart has long had this intention of the young prince naturally will not continue to refuse." He began to let people in the residence to find out those who once had a connection with the liquor store. Have been to the liquor store. The young prince's gaze swept around the venue. His face chilled for a moment before regaining his enthusiasm as he raised a glass of wine and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry, everyone. Originally this was a party used for bonding, but it has developed into what it is now, spoiling the fun for all of you. I am here to make amends to all of you for today. In the coming day, I will set up another banquet, and then I will not let you all down, and I will definitely let you all enjoy yourselves to the end. It's an eviction. It is those who are not of sufficient status and level who are being driven away." After all, seeing how the Firecloud sect disciples were so attached to that wine store, I'm afraid that the involvement behind this matter was not trivial. This would not be something that could be made known to some of the people in the arena who were not of sufficient status or level to need to be thrown out. Li Qingyun and some of the others stood up wisely and returned a glass of wine before walking out under the guidance of the Wangfu subordinates. Some people stood up and walked out, and naturally others sat still, motionless. These people think they have enough status and hierarchy to be able to stay and listen. It's just that self-righteousness is just self-righteousness after all. The next scene was less than decent. There was a wave of people who had been beaten out, and the remaining set of people were those who had truly been recognized by the young prince and had enough status and level. After leaving the royal residence, these people complained while they couldn't help but hug in groups of 3 or 2, enthusiastically discussing the reason why the disciples of the Firecloud sect cared about the wine store that much. Qing Yunli did not join them. He was hurrying along the road, hurrying anxiously in the direction of his home. Unfortunately, he could only run on 2 legs, which was far too slow, and his position didn't support him flying. So while he was still running with his legs, the butler on the other side had already brought the disciples of the Firecloud sect onto the carriage and arrived at Jingfu County. "Senior brother, why are you?" By this point, the other Firecloud sect disciples finally couldn't hold back any longer, and they all inquired at the leading senior brother. This leading senior brother was named Dong Hao, with a foundation establishment stage cultivation, and was as careful as a hare, cautious and calm. He glanced outside the carriage, where the butler was sitting driving it. Dong Hao reached out and took out a talisman from his storage ring, and as the talisman burned, a barrier appeared, standing between them and the butler, ensuring that their conversation would not be overheard by the butler. Only then did Dong Hao reveal his heart to his junior siblings. "You guys started late and didn't really come into contact with that wine-obsessed uncle of ours. So even if you drank those wines at the reception, you didn't have much to discover. But I'm different." Looking at the serious-faced senior brother Dong Hao, the other disciples looked at each other with some apprehension. "Senior brother, are you really sure that that wine store is related to senior uncle Wine Idiot? Is that the wine-obsessed uncle who disappeared for almost 2 years? Is it really him?" "That's right. I can be sure." Dong Hao nodded fiercely and said in a serious tone, "I've been caught by him quite a few times before, and I've also drank the wine in his gourd." The wine at the banquet was one of the several hundred kinds of fine wine stored in senior uncle's gourd. "Ha! This is too far-fetched, isn't it?" The other disciples were greatly disappointed when they heard this. Even though senior uncle has this kind of liquor hidden in his gourd, it doesn't mean that he's the only one under the heavens who can have this kind of liquor. "Senior brother, aren't you being too arbitrary?" No, 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 it's you guys who are too naive. Dong Hao shook his head and laughed. That senior uncle of ours is not a good person. Whenever he finds a good wine, he always forcibly asks for it, pours it into his own wine gourd, and then he has to forcibly force to ask for the brewing recipe. And then he drives the brewing family to extinction, to make sure that under the sky, only he can drink this kind of wine and brew this kind of wine. And in this way, only then does he give up. Hearing what this senior uncle of theirs had done, the still young disciples of the Firecloud sect had their mouths open in disbelief. Dong Hao, however, had long since gotten used to it. Compared to some of the things that the clan had done and the other elders, the wine idiot was already considered to be in the kinder category in his eyes. He continued, not to mention the fact that the origin of this wine we're drinking today is a place 10 million miles away from the Chu dynasty. Even if the people from that winemaking family hadn't died out back then and passed on the wine recipe, it's unlikely that it would have traveled here to the Chu dynasty in these few short decades. Even if the same drink was made by chance, it doesn't explain the rest of the strangeness of the owner of that liquor store. Combined with the other strangenesses, I can probably guess that this person must have obtained senior uncle's wine gourd through some unknown means, and then made money by selling the liquor in it. Dong Hao said decisively. A wise light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he was like a crime-solving detective. Chapter 35, Liquor Store Converted into a Restaurant. The other Firecloud sect disciples looked at Dong Hao with admiration and worship. After digesting the information in Dong Hao's words, they couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. So, did Uncle Wine Idiot fall? I don't know, but the wine gourd is something that Senior Uncle would never leave his hand. And the fine wine is also something that he absolutely can't part with. And if he is still alive, there is absolutely no reason for him to allow his magical treasures to fall into other people's hands. And even less reason for him to allow people to traffic in his wine and water. Dong Hao exhaled a breath, and his face also became a bit gloomy, but Senior Uncle is a hallowed Yuaning stage expert. An existence like him is just traveling to the newly expanded territories of the Chu dynasty to perform a bit of daily tasks. Who could harm him? This area in and around the Chu dynasty is just a barbaric wilderness. It's only been 300 years since we sowed fire seeds here, and it's still so difficult to plant them. So how could anyone possibly threaten Senior Uncle? All sorts of doubts surrounded every ear, but no one could give a convincing guess. Don't guess blindly. When we find the owner of that wine store, everything will naturally be able to be made clear. Dong Hao shook his head, stopping the rambling speculations of his junior siblings. But, if Senior Uncle really did fall, then the person who killed him and was able to obtain his gourd is bound to be an even stronger existence than him. Wouldn't it be looking for death for a few of us little shrimps who are refining chi to build up our base to go and find trouble with him? A senior sister spoke softly, but spoke the heart of everyone. Everyone couldn't help but look at Dong Hao apprehensively, hoping that this senior brother would be a bit more stable and not be impatient. For such a big event, it was not too late to at least send a message back to the clan first, so that the old monsters within the clan could come over to press the issue before investigating. I understand your concerns, but it's a worry that is most likely superfluous. Dong Hao smiled confidently and said, if the owner of the liquor store is really the one who killed Master Uncle, and his cultivation is even stronger than Master Uncle's, then with his strength, why would he still need to quietly open a liquor store in a small place to sell alcoholic beverages? And from the information we've gathered so far, his utilization of the wine gourd is so low that he can only passively wait for one type of liquor to be sold out in its entirety before he can serve a new one. I have good reason to suspect that the owner of the wine store is just a mere mortal of the district. Perhaps he was just lucky to enter the area where the Senior Uncle and the murderer were fighting, picked up the wine gourd, and after recognizing the magic of this object, intended to use it to make a profit. Dong Hao's eloquent speech quickly conquered the other junior siblings, making them start to admire themselves again while also dispelling their doubts and fears. But if that's the case, why did he suddenly disappear? And why did the liquor store suddenly close? Another person raised the question and gave his own conjecture. Could it be that the gourd was broken in the middle of the great battle? Only a portion of the wine remained inside? The man left the royal capital after selling the drinks? Or is it that the secret of his carrying a wine gourd has been discovered, and he has been killed and taken by others, and his body has long since finished rotting? The expressions of the disciples of the Firecloud sect were all a bit heavy. Either possibility is not good for them. All of which means that this hard-to-find lead is going to be disconnected from here on out. Just as Dong Hao was about to say a few more words on the scene to cheer up these junior siblings, the carriage stopped. The butler's voice came from outside the barrier. My lords, we have arrived. The barrier used by Dong Hao was a one-way barrier, and while the housekeeper could not hear them, Those who were inside the barrier were able to hear the commotion outside loud and clear. Dong Hao put away the barrier and led the many senior brothers and sisters out of the carriage. Just off the carriage, the face of a small restaurant. This point is the mealtime. This restaurant's front is not big, but the business is very prosperous. A few tables have been crowded. This used to be that liquor store. Only then the lease came up and the owner of the liquor store disappeared and didn't renew the lease, so it was taken over by the other owner. The butler explained on the side. Dong Hao and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. Such a large group of them suddenly came to the door of the hotel, dressed in rich and luxurious clothes. At a glance, they were not poor people, and soon attracted the attention of the shopkeeper and the owner of the hotel. The store assistant put the towel on his shoulder and walked over with a doggy smile on his face, inquiring, "What would you gentlemen like to eat?" Dong Hao replied, "Let me ask you, wasn't this once a liquor store? How did it become a restaurant? Has something changed? Do you know any inside information?" Though his tone was gentle, the words were still condescending and inquisitive. The bottom line is that he answered the question. The knowledgeable store assistant knew, as soon as he took a look at his appearance, that he wasn't here to eat. So enthusiasm through and through no more. The shopkeeper turned around and left. Here was indeed a wine store. I heard that the business is not bad, just do not know why suddenly closed. And then was my family proprietor disked down, changed into a restaurant. Hey, you store boy. The disciples of the Firecloud sect were angered by the shopkeeper's reply and attitude. What are they? The proud son of a worldly clan, coming to such a wilderness place. Where do you go that you are not treated with courtesy, and be worshipped with kowtow? A mere store assistant actually dared to ignore and perfume them like that? The Heaven's Pride sons of the Firecloud sect were shaking with anger, and after shaking for half a day, they didn't think of how to counterattack. It was a good thing that they were followed by the royal housekeeper. This person would know how to deal with the bottom feeders like shopkeepers and was a dogfighting patriarch. He set his face and snarled, "Dog-eyed thing, show me what this is." He pulled out a token. Immediately, a large number of people hollered and knelt down in the hotel. Whether it was the restaurant owner, the store assistant or the other diners, all of them knelt down, simply because the steward took out a royal family token. It represented the face of the royal family. The butler was pleased with himself for this performance, so he repeated Dong Hao's question just now. The restaurant owner looked up innocently, again repeating the shopkeeper's reply. "How dare you perfume me? You don't want to die?" The butler, who felt that he had lost face in front of the immortal master, stormed into a rage and was almost on the verge of flinging the token in his hand into the restaurant owner's face. Chapter 36, Stories of the Year. No, no, how dare I not? Hearing the butler's threat, the restaurant owner was startled and hastily shook his head like a rattledrum. "It's just that I really don't know. I moved here to open a restaurant after the liquor store moved out, and I didn't have any dealings at all with the previous owner of the liquor store. How could I have known about his whereabouts and change of heart?" That's quite a statement. Dong Hao pinched his brow with a headache, suddenly waking up to the fact that he should probably learn some human feelings. He felt around his body for half a day, but couldn't even feel out a few taels of broken silver. So he had to shove the beautiful jade two-fish pairing given to him by a certain local magnate into the hands of the hotel owner, and inquired in a lowered voice as if he were a thief. "Boss, I'm really looking for the owner of that liquor store for something urgent. So can you point me to a clear path?" Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, the restaurant owner didn't hesitate to reach out and point to those other shopkeepers on this street who had come out to see what was going on, and said, "I'm a newcomer who moved here after the owner of the liquor store left, but there are some stores on this street that have been around for a very long time. They should always know that liquor store owner well enough to know something. And if you don't mind, ask my landlord." The steward of the royal palace, who had been ready to go and question the other store owners, looked at the jade pendant that had been given away by Dong Hao without hesitation, and his forehead veins popped, feeling as if these immortal masters weren't very smart. Dong Hao, however, was oblivious to this, and after sincerely thanking the restaurant owner for pointing him in the right direction, he cheerfully led his siblings towards those other store owners. The royal housekeeper glared viciously at the restaurant owner and hurriedly followed. This time he served more carefully and thoughtfully, not letting Dong Hao and his junior siblings pay anything more, relying on the intimidation of the royal family to ask what they wanted to know. The owners of the other stores gave them a colorful account of the jungle and gang firefights that took place on this street more than a year ago. "Who wants to hear this kind of stuff?" The royal housekeepers stormed out. "Just a bunch of scum from the bottom of society fighting for their lives against each other. What's there to be concerned about? What we want to know is where that liquor store owner went." Even Dong Hao frowned slightly, wondering if these store owners in front of him were suffering from dementia. How to answer the question? Who wants to know about the death of those bottom feeders? Don't worry guys, we're soon going to talk about the whereabouts of the liquor store owner. The store owners spoke in unison, and then began to continue on down the line. After the Dragon Tiger Gang took over this place, they have been tyrannizing and doing nothing but evil. Seeing that Dogtail Street was about to decline, just at this time, the liquor store owner stepped forward. The shopkeepers spoke in colorful tones. He directly killed those punks who came to collect protection money on the spot. Then even more, one person traveled to the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang, saying that he wanted to help us get justice, and that he wanted to speak to the Dragon Tiger Gang on our behalf for a number. And then, finally hearing the news about the owner of the wine store, Dong Hao couldn't help but be energized and ask after him. And then he never came back. The store owners sighed helplessly. Dong Hao was confused. Just this? The other disciples of the Firecloud sect were confused. He was killed by those punks from the Dragon Tiger Gang? The royal housekeeper was also filled with confusion. It should be. The store owners sighed and said, we haven't seen his body. We only know that on the day he went to the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang, there was a big change in the Dragon Tiger Gang. From day to night, bodies covered in white cloth have been carried out of it. We don't know exactly which body is his, and we don't dare to go and claim it for fear of attracting retaliation from the Dragon Tiger Gang. After that day, the liquor store was all of a sudden empty and locked, and the owner never showed up again until the lease expired. We all speculated that he should really have died in the Dragon Tiger Gang, but the strange thing is, after he died, the Dragon Tiger Gang actually really lowered the protection fee of our place, and didn't let Dogtail Street just fall down, but instead became more prosperous because of it. The shopkeepers talked about this strange incident, and until now they all still feel doubtful. The royal housekeeper fell silent, no longer inquiring about anything, just waving his hand for these people to disperse. The other disciples of the Firecloud sect also fell silent, frowning half-heartedly. They couldn't help but shift their gaze and attention to their main centerpiece. Senior brother Dong Hao, what are your thoughts? Dong Hao took a deep breath and said with a firm gaze, Senior brothers and sisters, I don't want to say anything else. Originally, we were supposed to be like the other sects, changing a group of disciples to station and guard here every so often. As a result, because of what happened to Uncle Wine Idiot, we were implicated. And with no one coming to replace us, we were asked to stay stationed in this barbaric wilderness, doing all sorts of hard work, and being careful of all sorts of threats. It was so hard for us to catch this clue, we mustn't just give it up. By finding the truth about the disappearance and death of Master Wine Idiot, we will be able to cleanse ourselves of the stain and return to the clan. This liquor store owner is the top priority, the key point of everything. We must find him, alive and dead. Let's go, to the Dragon Tiger Gang. Dong Hao's words resonated with all of the Firecloud sect disciples, and they lifted their spirits to follow Dong Hao onto the carriage, where the butler drove, taking them towards the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang. On the way, the butler of the royal residence stopped by to explain to them the division of forces and gangs in the city, also focusing on the general situation of the Dragon Tiger Gang. That's as close as he'll get to a general idea, but even so, it was enough for Dong Hao to set up a rough impression of the Dragon Tiger Gang. So it's just a gangster gang established by a loose practitioner. Looks like we're going to have an easy trip. He smiled confidently. When he arrived at the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang, he casually knocked over the many black-clothed juniors guarding the door at the entrance with a slap, and walked into the Dragon Tiger Gang headquarters with his head held high, leading his senior brothers and sisters. Where is the master of the Dragon Tiger Gang? Roll out and answer, he roared, his voice shaking the entire Dragon Tiger Gang. Numerous gang members were scared to the point that their legs went weak. Right at this moment, another aura suddenly came from within the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang to contend with Dong Hao. Who dares to trespass on my Dragon Tiger Gang? Are you deceiving me that there is no one in the Dragon Tiger Gang? Dong Hao's face changed wildly. Foundation building? The cultivation of the visitor was actually not too different from his. Chapter 37 Inquiries. Zhao Hu stomped out of the secret room where he had been in seclusion, his gleaming eyes turning to stare at Dong Hao with a deadly stare. Your Excellency, what grievance or enmity do I have with you, to make you so furious as to kill your door? He was certain that he had never met the likes of Dong Hao, let alone had a grudge. So, was it one of the ungrateful guys in the gang that got into trouble? Zhao Hu had some doubts in his mind. Dong Hao has already converged all his arrogance, becoming approachable once again. This is not the truth. I come to the door today. In fact, there is one thing I want to ask, one or two. Just to ask a question. Do you need to injure so many members of my Lung Fu gang and break into the house? A doubt flashed in Zhao Hu's eyes, but he didn't ask the question. He reached out and pointed to the lobby of the Dragon Tiger Gang, saying, "Please go inside to talk more." Good. Dong Hao straightened his coat and led the Fire Cloud sect crowd behind him inside. He hadn't thought that a mere Dragon Tiger Gang would actually have a Foundation Establishment cultivator in attendance. No wonder the Dragon Tiger Gang can become the one with the best development and the largest territory among all the gangs. Just that. He has already built up his foundation. Is it really still necessary to mix in the gang? Those wonders and opportunities that the gang has collected can really still be used for him to continue his cultivation down the line? A doubt flashed through Dong Hao's mind. Although he was a disciple of a great sect, when he came to the Dragon Tiger Gang, he had to put away his arrogance and his previous overbearing and brutal style of doing things. The reason, again, is that he was implicated in the drunkenness thing? This could be considered a test. If he was still able to live and reach a certain level of cultivation until all the scheming was completed, then he would still be able to return to the Firecloud sect and receive compensation. But if it didn't make it, it was a disaster. He and his senior brothers and sisters would then become true outcasts, the kind that no one would care about. No one would collect their corpses and avenge their deaths, even if they died here. This is troublesome. So even if he came from the Firecloud sect and practiced a superior technique, even if his battle power in the same realm was much greater than Zhao Hu's, he didn't dare to speak up again and didn't want to turn the tables on the reason why. He couldn't get hurt, he couldn't reveal his weakness, and he couldn't fight anyone at will. Otherwise, once the actual situation of these people of theirs being strong on the outside was discovered, it would be really dangerous. Currently, outsiders didn't know the specifics of these people of theirs, and thought that they were normal Firecloud sect's outer disciples, with the sect and powerful people behind them, and didn't dare to treat them lightly. But once the truth was discovered, they could be said to be certain death. Not to mention those foreign disciples from other sects. These local powerhouses in the Chu dynasty's imperial capital alone would not let him go. They're not necessarily going to die, but they're destined to live and die. I don't know how many people want to explore the secrets and inheritance of the Firecloud sect from them, and explore the truth about the Firecloud sect and the other sects that passed the fire. Dong Hao and the others around him were walking on top of the abyss at the same time, with only a goat's path under their feet, and if they weren't careful, they would fall down and be shattered to pieces. Thinking of this, Dong Hao's expression became more serious, and he was no longer as frivolous and casual as before. He began to take the next inquiries and exchanges seriously. As he watched Dong Hao and the others enter the lobby, Zhao Hu dawdled behind. The two loose cultivators he had recruited, the second and third masters, only then darted from afar and came to his side, looking at him in shock and ecstasy. "Big Master, your cultivation. You really have built the foundation? But how is that possible?" They were incredulous. After all, as gang leaders, they knew the situation of the Dragon Tiger Gang very well. During this period of time, not even a single penny of the Dragon Tiger Gang's internal treasury money had been utilized. Under such circumstances, how on earth did Zhao Hu build his foundation? What did he take to help him build his foundation? Is it that headstrong to forcefully build a foundation? And it worked? The two couldn't believe it either way. Judging from their experience of being casual cultivators for so many years, Zhao Hu must have a secret on him. Thinking about this, their eyes became fiery when they saw Zhao Hu. As a cultivator, who doesn't have some secrets? But the size and usefulness of that secret is the key. A secret that could allow a cultivator to build a foundation. Ah, how could it not make one's heart flutter? Zhao Hu is also a casual cultivator. One look at these two people know what they think in their hearts. He waved his hand, lowered his voice and said, "This matter will be said later. Now the key is these people who don't know where to come from." He didn't expect the two to put their lives on the line for him. He just gave an instruction. No matter what these people's purpose really is, I'll try to stall them as much as possible. You take advantage of this time, quickly go and get the master of my men over here. In this matter, I want to discuss the strategy with him, to listen to his opinion. Zhao Hu's master is Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was the true master of the Dragon Tiger Gang. This was something that only Zhao Hu knew, and he couldn't make it too clear, so he had to explain a couple sentences to cover it up. The second and third masters, who were precisely the ones who wanted to perform in front of Zhao Hu and earn themselves a chance to build a foundation, acted positively and said that they would personally go and do it. Looking at the two who left, Zhao Hu was apprehensive. "I just hope you guys can succeed quickly and come back soon." He couldn't help but grumble inside. At this most critical time, the strong enemies were hitting the door, but Zhou Yi did not know where to run away. What a sin! Zhao Hu sighed. knowing that he was dragging his feet outside for too long. He didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly walked into the lobby. A more resourceful junior will come out to serve tea. Zhao Hu and Dong Hao first blew each other off. I've long heard that the disciples of the World Outer Clan are all young talents, and I only realized today that the rumors are not as good as the meeting. Brother's age looks absolutely no more than 30, but has already built the foundation. Really let me envy tightly. Unlike me, this year is almost 60 before can only build the foundation. Where? Your Excellency is already surpassing thousands of people if you can complete foundation establishment with the body of a casual cultivator. I don't know how much better than me. After a flurry of commercial blow-by-blow, both sides became faintly familiar with each other. Dong Hao couldn't wait to get to the point. Master Zhao, truth be told, I brought my senior brothers and sisters to see you today, but it was actually to ask you about someone. Oh, Zhao Hu was a bit surprised. He slapped his chest and acted righteous. Brother Dong may as well be straightforward if he has something to say. I'm a person who's best at fighting for justice, and if I can help, I'll never push back. Just open your golden mouth if you want to ask anything. As long as I know, I will know everything. Looking at Zhao Hu in this state, Dong Hao was also very happy, and hurriedly said, the person I'm going to ask you about, whose surname is Zhao, used to run a wine store on Dogtail Street, and was so famous that the princes and dignitaries also came to him to buy wine. Then Dogtail Street was taken away from the Red Clothes Gang by your Black Tiger Gang, and he also had a little conflict with your Black Tiger Gang. I heard that in the end he came to the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang alone to negotiate with you. That day the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang had a succession of changes, and a lot of people died. I don't know where this liquor store owner ended up, and how did it turn out? Listening to Dong Hao's question and looking at Dong Hao's serious face, Zhao Hu's heart slowly lifted up, only to feel that there were thousands of gods and demons hissing and roaring in his mind. Is he looking for that person? Why? What is that man's identity? Chapter 38. Zhao Hu had also secretly guessed Zhou Yi's identity many times. After all, Zhou Yi's behavior from beginning to end was suspicious. It looked as if he was a mortal, but he had killed Zhang Long in a second with a single move in front of him, carrying with him a large amount of loot, among which there were even the storage rings of Yuaning stage powerhouses. It was suspected that he had once killed a Yuaning stage powerhouse with his own hands. Such a person should be a big and powerful party in the cultivation world, but he doesn't even know some of the most basic common sense, and he can't even crack the lowest level storage ring. This person is too contradictory, too eccentric, and too mysterious. Zhao Hu had once pondered these questions, but in the end, he failed to study anything, and he slowly did not want to think about it anymore. Instead of pondering over these doubts and probing into Zhou Yi's past, it would be better to use this time to enjoy the benefits that Zhou Yi brings. Because of Zhou Yi, he became the Grand Master of the Dragon Tiger Gang, and became the premier big shot of the Imperial Capital's underworld. Even the Marquis of Jiangning, the original backer, had to give him a certain amount of respect. He was now even more successful in building his foundation and stepping into another heaven and earth. Compared to the benefits that Zhou Yi had brought him, those doubts in the past were not worth mentioning at all, nor was it his to explore. He doesn't want to die yet. It was just that he didn't expect that after successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, before he could even give it a shake and enjoy the strength of a foundation establishment powerhouse, another foundation establishment powerhouse would hit his doorstep, and it was also a personal disciple of a worldly clan. Or are you here specifically to ask about that person? Zhao Hu didn't know Zhou Yi's real name. Zhou Yi worked as a master in the Dragon Tiger Gang, using the alias Wu Yu. To him, Zhou Yi was incomparably mysterious, and he hadn't even seen Zhou Yi's real face a few times. You can only refer to it as the man. What's wrong, Gangmaster Zhao? Seeing that Zhao Hu looked like he was out of his mind and didn't reply for half a day, Dong Hao was a bit unable to hold back and spoke out to interrupt Zhao Hu's thoughts that were emanating haphazardly. Only then did Zhao Hu come back to his senses, and he smiled somewhat apologetically at Dong Hao, saying, I'm really sorry, I just got a little carried away. I've just rummaged through my memories, and I seem to have some memories and impressions of the person that Brother Dong mentioned. Oh, Dong Hao's spirit perked up, and he hurriedly pursued. I still ask for Master Zhao's unstinting advice. I don't dare to give you advice, and I can't give you much of the information you want. Zhao Hu organized his words before saying, as you said, a lot of great things did happen on that days. For example, the death of my elder brother Zhang Long. For example, the inheritance of the position of the Dragon Tiger Gang's leader. For example, the test of the Marquis of Jiangning's residence. Compared to these big events, that wine store owner is just a boring tidbit. He should have practiced good martial arts. At least an idle 10 strong men can't get close to him. But, hey, such strength. In the eyes of cultivators like us, it's just a better way to juggle. Zhao Hu decided to put everything all on the dead. That liquor store owner at that time killed and injured a lot of our gang members and brothers, and also said that he wanted to talk to us about conditions. My big brother Zhang Long has a short temper, and he directly chopped him with a sword. Chopped? Dong Hao repeated the word incredulously, only to feel the world before him begin to shake, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Hardly being reawakened by his senior brothers and sisters with 7 hands, he summoned up the last bit of his spirit to ask after him. I wonder where the body of that liquor store owner is. Was it you people from the Dragon Tiger gang who took away everything in the liquor store at that time? May I ask where those things are now? Zhao Hu did not know what exactly these people in front of him were looking for, and what purpose they had in looking for Zhou Yi. But that didn't stop him from saying everything. The bodies were all chopped up and fed to the pigs and dogs that day. As for the wine store, this I am not too clear. At that time it seems to be Zhang Long's self-subordinate beloved and close friends to deal with this matter. I'm really sorry, Brother Dong, Zhao Hu said with an apologetic face. After my elder brother Zhang Long died, I took his place as the head of this Dragon Tiger gang, and those beloved and close friends he left behind didn't quite obey me, and secretly caused a lot of trouble. I had no choice but to clean them up. When Dong Hao heard this, his body shook and he almost fainted completely. As a last resort, his senior siblings could only whip him hard with 2 big slaps before waking him up. So it's all dead and buried? Only the dead know those things I want to know? Dong Hao's face was filled with despair. I'm really sorry, Brother Dong. I didn't know that ordinary person would actually make you care so much. In the beginning, Zhao Hu was full of apologies. Could it be that all the people who have been involved in this matter have been killed off? The royal housekeeper couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Not a single junior who was used to run errands survived. Zhao Hu glanced at the king's housekeeper, frowning darkly in his heart, annoyed at the guy's old-fashionedness, but still dripping with water. He said, well, I'm not too sure about that. After all, the errand boys are just too lowly for me to recognize them all. He spread his hand and said regretfully, after I succeeded the position of gang leader, I motivated and waged war in all directions, and finally, I completely occupied the 2 territories of Ping'an County and Jingfu County, before and after which quite a number of brothers died in order to fight for the territories, and quite a number of brothers retreated from their injuries and disabilities. Over the past year or so, a large number of new brothers have joined the gang and old men have left. The turnover of personnel is extremely frequent, and I'm not sure if I can still find the errand boy that might be there. Ugh, let me keep an eye out for you. Ask around down there, check it out, and if I can find it, I'll get back to you. This is as good as it gets. After leaving his contact information and his residence address, Dong Hao walked out of the Dragon Tiger gang with the support of his senior brothers and boarded the carriage. The royal housekeeper inquires where to go, but it turns out that Dong Hao is so disoriented that he can't say a word. He had to let the other senior brothers make the decision for him. Go back to the clan office first. The wagon moved again. While passing Dogtail Street, a gust of wind blew open the curtain of the carriage, and the disoriented Dong Hao's gaze followed the blown curtain outward to see the small restaurant that was brushing pots and washing bowls after mealtime had passed. Dong Hao only felt a bolt of lightning hit his brain, and he was instantly filled with endless fighting spirit and anger again as he hurriedly shouted, "Stop the car! Stop the car! Go back! Let's investigate on Dogtail Street again." The steward of the royal palace and the senior brothers and sisters looked at him with surprised and puzzled eyes. Dong Hao, however, could not wait to jump out of the carriage, and laughed out loud as he walked. Wrong, almost missed this vital clue. A liquor store is where a liquor store owner does business. So where does he live? If we can find where he lived, then we can find what's left of him. There might be a clue in his relics in the form of senior uncle's wine gourd. Chapter 39. The steward of the royal residence once again gathered the merchants and bosses of Dogtail Street together and questioned them sternly. The bosses are stumped, racking their brains and searching their brains. But still, I couldn't get a fart out of it half the time. After all, that incident had passed a long time ago, and everyone's impressions and memories of the liquor store owner had long since slowly faded. Not to mention very subtle and corner information like where the liquor store owner lives. My lords, it's really not our fault. The shopkeepers cried out. That wine store owner is very strange. From start to finish, regardless of whether business is good or bad, he's very withdrawn and doesn't really walk around or interact with us, let alone invite us to his house. How do we know where his house is? You just killed me and I didn't know it. The expressions of the disciples of the Firecloud sect were all disappointed and tired. Are we destined to stay in this desolate wilderness for a long time? Their eyes were even a bit desperate. Dong Hao was unwilling to give up his ideas and clues. You may not necessarily not know where he lives. It's just that the time that has passed is just a little too long, and the key information is too tiny, causing you to forget. Don't worry. I'll help you guys figure it out. Dong Hao took out the vermilion sand and yellow talisman from his storage room, and bought a black dog, killed and took out the black dog's blood, and drew dozens of talismans on the spot, giving one to each of the store owners and asking them to stick them on their foreheads. Hey hey hey! Immediately, a store owner called out, exclaiming, "How did my memory get so much better? I even remembered that I wet the bed when I was 2. I remember," a store owner suddenly exclaimed. Dong Hao and the others instantly grabbed him and asked after him emotionally, "What have you remembered? Where does that liquor store owner live?" This store owner was so excited that his body was trembling with fat, and said through clenched teeth, "I remembered that when I was 7 years old, my playmate next door borrowed 7 pennies from me, and he hasn't returned it to me until now. After all these years of interest, he'll have to pay me back at least 700 taels. Dong Hao, who was still excited and full of hope, immediately darkened his face and directly slapped the store owner in the face, yelling, "Concentrate on me. Give me a careful recollection of the liquor store owner's place, and don't try to remember all that useless stuff." The royal housekeeper also yelled at the top of his voice, "Whoever dares to give me any more nonsense and tease us, I'll let the king chop off the head of whoever it is." That's quite useful. The shopkeepers instantly stopped recalling their own boring memories and hurriedly focused their minds and began to dig a little deeper into their memories about the wine store owner. "Don't tell me, it really works. I remember," a shopkeeper exclaimed. "You'd better not be fooling me." Dong Hao grabbed him by the collar, looked at him with an expectant expression, and inquired, "Where does that liquor store owner live?" "I don't know." This shopkeeper responded with 2 blank eyes. Dong Hao was trembling all over, killing intent already bursting from his eyes as he gritted his teeth and asked, "So what's your big name? What do you remember?" Those of Dong Hao's senior brothers and sisters and the royal housekeeper were similarly gnashing their teeth, and judging by their appearance, as long as Dong Hao gave the order, they would rush forward to viciously round up this store owner. If it wasn't for the fact that their current cultivation level was low and they didn't know the means of soul searching yet, and if they didn't still need the information in the minds of these bosses, their means would definitely not be so gentle. The store owner laughed awkwardly twice and said cautiously, "My lords, you don't need to be busy. It's useless. There's no way you'll be able to find out from us where that wine store owner lives, because he's discreet, never talks to us about where he lives, and doesn't give a damn about being followed." Before Dong Hao exploded, the store owner, in order to stay alive, sped up his speech and said, "But I've met his landlord before. He's renting a house. I think it's near Dogwood Street." Those words managed to save his little life. "Next time, don't speak with such a big gasp. You can just get to the point." Dong Hao lowered his hand that was gripping his boss's collar, and even wiped 2 handfuls of it, stretching the wrinkled collar that had been pulled out back to its normal state. With the help of these bosses, Dong Hao soon obtained a portrait of the landlord, the owner of the liquor store. The royal housekeeper waited for him to arrive at the county office of Jingfu County. The county magistrate lord, who was usually not a counselor, received them very warmly, thumping his chest and saying that everything would be left to him. With the power of the magistrate's office, a local landlord soon arrived and recognized the man's identity and address just by glancing at the portrait. Dong Hao was ecstatic and hurriedly asked him to lead the way in front. In this way, Dong Hao arrived outside the Li family's small courtyard after some twists and turns. The groundhog did something very rude and went up to the door and started banging on it. As he was about to kick in the door to the small courtyard room was finally opened by a handful. Zhou Yi, who had regained his original appearance and appeared to be only about 20 years old, stood inside the door and looked at them with a confused expression. "Who are you guys?" The head snake said 2 vicious words in a vicious voice, and was about to force Zhou Yi to peel away, but unexpectedly, his collar was tightened, but he was thrown out by Dong Hao, who grabbed the back of his collar. After not having this vulgar and rude guy here to get in the way, Dong Hao stepped forward smilingly and exchanged words with Joey. "Hello, this little brother is like this? I have a relative who came to the Imperial City more than a year ago to fight. It's just that then all of a sudden he was out of touch, and there's no news of him anyhow. It's not that I've recently happened to come to the Imperial City and made a bit of a name for myself, so I thought I'd look for it. I asked around and found out that he was running a liquor store on Dogwood Street next door about a year ago and then lived here, right?" Facing Dong Hao's eager gaze, Joey slightly tilted his head and said with a thoughtful look, "It seems that there is, indeed, such a person. Dong Hao was ecstatic and hurriedly approached Joey, asking in an incomparably excited tone, "So little brother, do you know where that relative of mine has gone?" Joey sighed, tapped Dong Hao's shoulder and said, "My condolences. That relative of yours has died in the Dragon Tiger Gang." Dong Hao froze. This was information he had already learned from Zhao Hu a long time ago, and now that he had confirmed it again from Joey, his heart was already beyond certain. But that's not why he found himself here. So, then he used to live here, right? Dong Hao gazed past Joey and towards the small courtyard. "May I ask what happened to those relics of his after his death?" In order to cover up something, he also made a clever explanation. "It's most tragic to die in a foreign land. And I think that what that relative of mine is asking for in his 9 springs is nothing more than a return to his roots. If we can take a little bit of his relics back, we can kind of make an account and set up a grave." Chapter 40 Desperate Dong Hao. Looking at Dong Hao in front of him with a pleading gaze and good acting skills, Joey's gaze deepened and he couldn't help but give him a nod in his heart. If he didn't have many relatives in this world and still recognized the guy in front of him, he might actually believe it. These Fire Cloud sect disciples were very recognizable, and the clothes on them were too iconic. And Joey had actually met Dong Hao. On the first day he came to the imperial capital. When he got off the flying boat and was about to leave, it was Dong Hao who led these disciples of the Fire Cloud sect behind him, stopping all the passengers, lining up and calling out for his senior uncle one by one. Later they even rushed into the middle of the flying boat and searched it carefully. After 3 more fruitless attempts, the man was then let go. Joey guessed at that moment that what these people were looking for was the drunkard who tried to take over his cabin and then got himself killed. Now that these people were on his doorstep, it further confirmed his suspicions. But to actually be able to check here, the nose is quite sensitive. Well, Joey thought in his heart. There was no hurry at all in his mind. First of all, when he was out and about, he had been using different fake faces, and only in the Li family's small courtyard, in front of Master Li's father and son, he used his real face. The only break, I'm afraid, is the short period of time when Moncler Outlet Online you had to visit and exchange a few words with yourself after you knew you had opened a liquor store. But that's nothing. Choice, caution and actions have always proved successful. Even though Dong Hao and his men had already come to the door and talked to Joey for half a day, they didn't know that Joey was the one he was looking for. Even if Zhao Hu betrayed him, he would not look at even one more glance in the face of Joey's true form, and would only leave his people to leave in a hurry. Because he didn't know that the Joey in front of him was the mysterious person who had been directing him to do things. Even if it's not good enough, I'll be able to finish off these weaklings with a single thought. With this thought in Joey's mind, his bottom line became stronger. So he said to Dong Hao with apologies, "I'm really sorry, you came a little too late. Those things, they've all been thrown away." Thrown? Dong Hao's voice raised a few degrees, and he was practically screaming. He subconsciously grabbed Joey's shoulders as he repeatedly confirmed. "Are you saying that you threw away his things after he died?" "Right." Joey nodded and said honestly, "After all, he's already a dead man, isn't he? How can the living reuse what the dead have? That's bad luck." To avoid bad luck, I cleaned out all his stuff, found a special place to throw it away, and lit a fire. Dong Hao wanted to scream. "And you lit a fire?" "Yes." Joey nodded and said with a straight face, "You don't know. Those things of his are really evil. It's amazing how some things don't get consumed by fire." Dong Hao's sanity returned a little, and he asked with a sharp intake of breath, "There's something that can't be burned away by fire? What was that? Is it a gourd?" "It seems like it." Joey gave an ambiguous answer. At that time, the sky was already about to get dark, and that thing was buried inside the fire, so dark that I couldn't quite recognize it. "Ugh, you don't know. That thing is really bad luck. Since the death of that tenant, my family's yard has not been rented out. If it were not for my elder brother's success in the exams and becoming a scholar in the Hanlin Academy, we don't know how difficult our family's life would be now." Looking at the rambling Joey, Dong Hao felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and hurriedly pulled him out of the house. "Where is the place where you burned those relics? Take me there." Joey hesitated, looking like he wanted to refuse. The county magistrate lord and the steward of the royal family who followed him over hurriedly moved out of their positions to forcefully order Joey. With a helpless look, Joey had no choice but to lead them out of the small courtyard, out of the imperial city, and to the outskirts of the city. He scanned around, then pointed to a pile of dirt not far away and said, "It seems to be right here. Don't seem like make sure of it for me." Dong Hao was practically frantic, and hurriedly drew a talisman for Joey to stick on his head, then carefully recalled it. Surprised by the magic of the talisman, Joey's tone became a bit more certain this time. Alright, I remembered wrong. And a bit further. He led the crowd to a small ditch. This little gully, which was between two small earthen hills, and had been struck by the current, contained everywhere various traces of burning and incineration, as well as all sorts of ashes and incompletely burned objects. It's here, Joey said with certainty. A lot of dead people's things would be pulled here to be burned, so you guys can see the traces here and know that I'm not wrong. Domho glanced at the endless burn marks and debris in the small earthen ditch in front of him and only felt a wave of powerlessness. He waved his hand feebly and said, "Find it." Looking for what? A magistrate subconsciously voiced his inquiry. The only thing that answered him was the fierce eyes of those disciples of the Firecloud sect. Next craning, the magistrates dutifully descended into the ditch and searched amongst pile after pile of ash and debris and clumps of dirt. As for what exactly they were looking for, they weren't quite sure. I had to rummage through all the stuff that hadn't had a chance to burn clean and move it up. After half a day of searching, I ended up with nothing. Domho was lost in thought as he led his mentors and siblings back. The royal housekeeper and the county magistrate lord followed behind with faces full of confusion. Until now, they didn't know exactly what Domho and the others were looking for. It was already dark when they returned to the imperial capital and to the Lee family's small courtyard. Joey stood outside the door and smelled the aroma of the meal coming from inside, as well as the happy laughter of Master Lee. Joey's heart moved slightly as he pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Sure enough, it was Lee Qingyun who had returned. Father and son were sitting on a stone bench under an ancient tree talking about something. Seeing Joey push the door in with a relaxed expression and greet himself, Lee Qingyun's expression was stunned. Lee just giggled. Ever since Lee Qingyun passed the examination for the Hanlin Academy, Grandpa Lee's spirit has not been very good. It seems to have accomplished what he has been obsessed with. Lost his attachments, his children are not at home. The lack of care and communication Moncler Jacket's outlet is a bit demented. There is a hitch. The language jumps to ask Lee Qingyun some questions. Lee Qingyun only felt annoyed. He got rid of his father's entanglement, grabbed Joey's hand and walked to the side, and asked sternly, "What the hell have you done? Why did the people from the Firecloud sect want you? I heard you took them out of town in the afternoon. What have you done to them? Will it involve me?" Looking at the anxious Lee Qingyun, Joey only felt amused. The storage ring he wore on his finger emitted a ball of light, and a vermilion-colored wine gourd appeared in his hand. Holding this gourd, he slowly and leisurely said to Lee Qingyun, "The thing they are looking for is this." Chapter 41 Decisions. This is what those Firecloud sect disciples have been searching for? Looking at the vermilion red wine gourd in Joey's hand, Lee Qingyun subconsciously swallowed his saliva, his eyes somewhat eager. At this moment, a large number of ideas flashed through his mind, which collided at a rapid pace, causing the ambition in his heart to blaze like wildfire. Joey glanced at Lee Qingyun. With his life experience of more than 70 years in his previous life combined, he could already roughly guess the stupidity of the guy in front of him, but he was unconcerned about this, still carelessly stroking the wine gourd in his hand. "That's right. You don't underestimate this wine gourd. This thing looks inconspicuous, but it's actually a Yuaning level magic treasure." He himself couldn't determine the grade of the magic treasure, but Zhao Hu could. Joey had thus led to the specific realm of that drunkard in the first place. Hearing Joey's words, Lee Qingyun's eyelids could not help but jump hard. Yuaning level magic treasure? His voice became a little hoarse. No wonder those disciples of the Firecloud sect went to such great lengths to find this thing. You're really misunderstanding them here. Although the Yuaning level magic treasure is powerful and rare, they've been going around in circles making such a big mess, but it's really not for this magic treasure. Joey laughed and said, "What they are looking for is the original owner of this magic treasure. It seems to be their senior uncle." Lee Qingyun's eyelids trembled fiercely, his gaze somewhat horrified as he looked at Joey. All sorts of emotions mixed together in his heart, ravaging his sanity as if a gale was passing through. He then realized that he didn't seem to have much insight into this mysterious tenant all along. He didn't know the other party's identity, didn't know the other party's origin, and didn't know the other party's cultivation or realm. If he was the one who killed that Firecloud sect's Yuaning level powerhouse and then got this wine gourd, then he can truly be said to be unfathomable, or at least a Yuaning level powerhouse. After seeing this point, the slight impulse that had just welled up in Lee Qingyun's heart, they all disappeared in an instant. His gaze flickered as he asked, "If accidentally those disciples of the Firecloud sect learn that you did the bloodshed and that the gourd is in your hands, then what are you going to do?" Without thinking too much, Joey said in a flat and casual tone, "What else can we do? It can only be murderous." Lee Qingyun's gaze was deep. Just when the two people talked to death, no words to say again, Moncler Jacket's outletly finally put the long-ago already ready meal on the table. Others stand to the side. Full of calluses, hand wiped on the apron. A little rushed and overwhelmed, call the two people into the seat to eat. So the two of them smoothly ended the conversation and started eating in earnest. The seating was a bit dull. Joey and Lee Ching-yun no longer opened their mouths to converse. Moncler outlet store Lee struggled to find words to talk more with his son. Unfortunately, there was already a sadly thick barrier between the two. The difference between immortal and mortal. They are in a totally different environment and have to deal with totally different problems. Lee Ching-yun is not at all interested in those sesame seed-sized things in Moncler outlet store Lee's life. And he is not willing to talk much about his own life and problems. And Moncler outlet store Lee doesn't know anything about cultivation, resulting in the two sides' bullheadedness, and slowly running out of things to talk about. Looking at the lost-looking Moncler outlet store Lee, Joey did not say anything. He still silently ate his meal. With his spiritual realm to observe, combined with his own experience over the years, he was certain that Grandpa Lee didn't have long to live. Coupled with the loss and loneliness of the empty nesters, I am only afraid that this period of time will have to be drastically shortened. Glancing at Lee Ching-yun, who seemed to be blissfully unaware of this, Joey shook his head and continued to lower his head to pick up his meal, saying nothing. On the other side of the imperial capital, Dong Hao and the others had returned to the offices and quarters of the Firecloud sect. Dong Hao's eyes were lost in thought, sitting dumbly in his seat, looking up at the roof of the room, not moving his eyes for half a day. His junior siblings looked at him with worried concern, wondering if his senior brother couldn't withstand the shock and just went crazy. Senior brother, you shouldn't be so despairing and deadly serious. After all, we're all still alive now, aren't we? One of the senior sisters summoned up the courage to sit beside Dong Hao and softly tried to comfort him. Even if we can't find the truth of our senior uncle's disappearance and fall, and can't redeem ourselves for our sins, that's fine. It's not the only way. We still have to live our lives, eat what we need to eat, drink what we need to drink, and sleep what we need to sleep. I don't know whether it was because her words had taken effect or something else, but Dong Hao's eyes turned a little, no longer as dead and all-consuming as before. He seems to have rediscovered his spirit and his life and is slowly coming to life. He got up from his chair, his entire body once again becoming hot-blooded and energized. Senior sister, you're right. I can't let a little setback like this get me down. I still have to live. I still have to return to the clan. I still have to continue to climb on the path of immortality. I want to live forever. His eyes were bright to the extreme, even to the point of causing his senior brothers and sisters to be a bit frightened. If we want to live, if we want to return to the clan alive, then we must change our previous code of action and purpose, and make drastic changes. Continuing the camouflage in its current pattern may seem safe, though, but you can only fool around for a while, not forever. After all, a fake is a fake and can never become real. One day, the truth that they had been abandoned by their division and had been reduced to outcasts would be revealed. Instead of being passive and the world's enemy by that time, it's better for us to take the lead in picking apart this deception. Within a very short time, Dong Hao had already settled on the next actions and plans for himself and the others. I'll go into the palace and discuss with the Chu Emperor. I will follow the principle of 9 truths and 1 lie and tell him our situation and give him a portion of our knowledge and secrets. But the most crucial secret of fire transmission is impossible to say. With a pitch of this magnitude, it should be enough for me to gain his trust. At that time, we'll be able to join the Chu dynasty, by the way, seek an official position in it, and participate in the Chu dynasty's next evolution and upgrades, while partnering with other clans to continue the fire transmission. They will continue to cultivate with the resources of the Chu dynasty until the day when everything falls into place arrives. It had to be said that Dong Hao's idea was extremely bold. It made the other disciples of the Firecloud sect unable to resist hesitation and indecision. But in the end, they agreed to Dong Hao's idea, and Dong Hao went to the palace to execute the plan. It was a night of apprehension and panic. It was a good thing that the night passed without anyone suddenly descending to take them away. By the next day, Dong Hao returned to his quarters with the rays of the morning sun, his body already dressed in the clothes of an official of the Chu dynasty, and followed by a group of small eunuchs, who each held a different light and seal on a wooden tray in their hands. Chapter 42. The Marquis worries. On the day of the Firecloud sect's entry into the world, everything was normal in the heavens and everything was calm. Joey changed into Wu Yu's face and clothes and leisurely rushed to the Dragon Tiger Gang. A few blocks away from the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang, they bumped into the Dragon Tiger Gang members on the roadside. These gang members saw Joey, instantly agitated, and rushed to gather up, chattering as a mess of screaming. "I owe Mr. Wu. Where exactly did you run off to yesterday? The brothers are about to turn the whole city over. They didn't find you. The 3 gang leaders are dying of anxiety. You can go quickly. Joey listened all the way, barely hearing a bit of useful information from these people's words, and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Those people from the Fire Cloud sect yesterday not only found the Lee family's small courtyard, but also found the Longhu gang? But this is normal. After all, at that time, I had already clearly told Dong how that the owner of the liquor store he was looking for died in the Dragon Tiger gang. Seeing Joey appear, Xiao Hu, who had been on tenterhooks for a whole day, was only slightly relieved. He waved his hand, signaling the rest of the gang and the other 2 gang leaders to back off, until only the 2 of them were left in the middle of the lobby, and the doors and windows were shut tightly. The 2 of them revealed their true colors. The Dragon and Tiger gang's leader, who had previously been overbearing in front of outsiders and had spoken his mind, immediately stood up from his tiger skin chair, and with a doggy look came over to Joey's side, saying, "Boss, where the hell did you go yesterday? You don't know. Yesterday there were actually people from the Fire Cloud sect who came to inquire about you. If it wasn't for me responding properly." Joey waved his hand to stop Xiao Hu's words and sat himself down on the large tiger skin chair, one hand supporting his forehead as he asked, "How did you fool those people from the Fire Cloud sect yesterday?" Xiao Hu then recounted what had happened yesterday, in broad strokes. Joey was quite surprised after hearing this. He didn't realize that things were actually different from his previous guess. The Fire Cloud sect's people first approached the Dragon Tiger gang, and then went on to find the Lee family's small courtyard. But that's not much of a problem. You can pretend to investigate and ask around. But remember, just pretend. Don't really investigate anything. Joey began to facepalm Xiao Hu. When a few days' time passes, you'll personally go to the Fire Cloud sect's compound and tell them that you tried your best, but nothing was found out. Understood. Understood. Xiao Hu nodded his head repeatedly. So, this will muddle through this matter? Joey drank a mouthful of clear tea and said in a nonchalant manner, "If this doesn't work, perhaps I can only take action myself and kill to silence." Xiao Hu was taken aback and said in his heart, "This mysterious boss of mine is really something. And then there's the 2 gang leaders you took in." Joey frowned with some dissatisfaction and said, "You shouldn't have shown my special in front of outsiders, although you had covered it up at that time." But with the intelligence of a casual cultivator and his love of blindly pondering, those 2 guys might not notice anything for a moment, but in time, they'll eventually come around and put their eyes on me and suspect something. Xiao Hu was a bit apprehensive. "I'm sorry, boss, I was a bit too flustered at the time. What should I do? Need to be silenced? I'll go there myself." "No need." Joey waved his hand to stop Xiao Hu, and for a moment, Xiao Hu saw that Joey's pupils were rendered a dead gray. With a startled look in his mind, he hastily averted his gaze and looked down at his toes and the tiles of the floor. Joey's voice could be heard coming calmly. "All right, those 2 have been dealt with. Go and collect their corpses for them." His Xiao Hu couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, his heart once again shocked and fearful of Joey's methods. He couldn't help but remember that Joey had once said that his life and death was only at his whim. Now it seems that this isn't bragging, it's just simply stating the facts. Xiao Hu's heart tightened, and his loyalty to Joey rose a few points, so he quickly bowed and turned around to walk out, and began to collect the corpses of the 2 gang leaders that he had recruited. He was diligently doing his work when he saw a son of the Marquis of Jiangning come over and tell him that the Marquis wanted him to come over for a talk. The wonder in Xiao Hu's heart only lasted less than a moment before it dissipated. He knew with his toes that it must still be because of that incident yesterday when the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect came to him. The fact that Marquis Jiangning was able to wait until today to call out to him to go over and inquire was already considered very patient and determined. Xiao Hu hurriedly reported this matter to Joey. Joey didn't have much to say about it, maintaining the posture that a master teacher should have. He followed behind Xiao Hu and rushed towards the Marquis Jiangning's residence. When he arrived at the Marquis residence, he was forced to separate from Xiao Hu, who was led to the study of the Marquis of Jiangning, while he was left to drink tea in the side hall. Xiao Hu, who had arrived at the study, was at the moment commercially blowing each other off with the Marquis of Jiangning. The Marquis of Jiangning was also surprised by the matter of Xiao Hu's successful foundation building, and was considered to be truly giving a bit of respect. After being polite, he went straight to the point and began to ask about the reason why the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect went to the Dragon Tiger gang yesterday. Xiao Hu followed Zhou Yi's orders and without the slightest concealment, he told Dong Hao's words in full. Marquis Jiangning stroked the beard on his chin and fell into deep thought. He pondered for half a day, but couldn't think of anything useful. To him, the front information was too little, and he still couldn't figure out why the disciples of the Firecloud sect cared so much about a liquor store owner. Eventually he waved Zhao Hu off. Before Zhao Hu rolled away, he was called back by the Marquis of Jiangning, and this Marquis said very seriously, regardless of the results of your investigation, before informing the disciples of the Firecloud sect, don't be in a hurry and come to this Marquis for some instructions first. Zhao Hu was a bit surprised by this, but still nodded his head in agreement. Jiang Ningho's expression became a little milder as he explained, it's not that I'm gossiping, but the current Firecloud sect is already different from before. They no longer maintain the lofty stance and position of the worldly sects, but instead take the initiative to meddle in the earthly world, joining the imperial court as officials and forming their own faction of power in the imperial court. Since the Firecloud sect had entered the world, many things were no longer the same as they had been in the past. A lot of people will no longer do their work for free and warm up to them. We have all become political rivals in the courtroom now, and we can't be that naive anymore. It's time to take it and deal with it. Chapter 43, Cracking. There was also a slight ripple and fight around the results of the Zhao Hu investigation, but in the end, it quickly subsided. After all, Zhao Hu hadn't been able to investigate anything. After this matter had passed, Zhou Yi and the Dragon Tiger gangstays once again returned to everyday life. Zhao Hu began to work very hard in a row. After the strange and violent deaths of the two vice masters, he mingled among the large and small circles of loose cultivators and began to recruit and select new vice masters. In the end, he picked a full 7 in one sitting. The two deputy gangmasters who really assisted him in managing the affairs were both at the 10th level of Qi refining great circle cultivation, which could be considered very strong amongst the scattered cultivators. Undoubtedly, Zhao Hu was able to seduce them and make them obediently do things for him by relying on the foundation establishment pill in Zhou Yi's hand. The remaining 5 people, although they were also deputy gang leaders, didn't manage much, and didn't even show up in front of the gang. Their job description was actually to crack the storage ring. Although Zhao Hu could do it, he wasn't a professional in this area after all. The speed was too slow and it delayed his cultivation too much. That's why he specialized in finding these 5 geniuses in this area of cracking storage rings among the large and small circles of loose cultivators. They are indeed geniuses. However, the Qi refining cultivation can be but a few hours to crack the foundation building storage ring, 2 days to break open the Jindan storage ring. Such a character made even Zhou Yi incomparably concerned and delighted. It seems that no matter which world or era one is in, what is most lacking is always talent. He took out 3 Yuaning storage rings for these 5 people to crack. The 5 men stared so wide-eyed that they almost stared themselves in the face. Cracking a few Jindan storage rings in this dragon and tiger gang was already a big shock and surprise to them. They had never thought that they would actually be able to see a Yuaning level storage ring here. That's a bit too scary, isn't it? After the early uneasiness, the 5 slowly came around and felt full of fight and elation again. They hadn't tried cracking a Yuaning level storage ring yet. One by one, they're working hard. Unfortunately, because of his lack of experience, the first time he attempted to crack a Yuaning of this level of storage ring, his speed was a bit slow. It's not a problem though. Zhou Yi could afford to wait. In comparison, Zhao Hu was much more anxious and concerned than him. The fact that he was able to cultivate all the way to the foundation establishment realm was already a good thing that he hadn't even dared to think about before. Now grounded in new territory, it is natural to look to new goals. With the 200-year lifespan limit of the foundation establishment realm, he was still very young at only 60 years old currently, and naturally wanted to continue to climb up the ladder. But the problem came. He didn't have a technique after foundation establishment. It had been many days since he had cultivated into foundation establishment, but he had neither the means to continue cultivating upwards, nor did he have any spells for the foundation establishment realm. It can be called the weakest foundation building. How could he stand it? How could he be happy with that? He tries to beg Zhou Yi. Unfortunately, Zhou Yi spread his hands and said that he couldn't help, only encouraging him to crack those high-level storage rings. There might be the cultivation techniques of a few Yuaning old monsters inside. Just open these storage rings and you'll have everything, and even the benefits gained will be beyond your imagination. This is indeed the case. There were 2 techniques inside the currently open Jindan storage ring. Only Zhao Hu didn't bother to cultivate them when he was thinking about the better ones, and just practiced the spells recorded inside so that his battle power could keep up with the realm. About a month later, after various setbacks, the group of 5 who had accumulated valuable experience and expanded their thoughts opened their first Yuaning storage ring. The various resources piled up inside shook everyone's eyes. Those high-grade magic artifacts and various elixirs were even more breathless, almost gasping for air. What's more, they really did find feats inside, and there was more than one. the strongest of all. This withered wood Xiangong can be cultivated all the way to the transformation god realm. Zhao Hu shivered and knelt on the ground, holding the gongfu in his hands and offering it to Zhou Yi. It's a show of loyalty. He did see benefits here that he had not even thought of. Zhou Yi, however, wasn't very interested in this and directly kicked him away. What kind of crap gongfu? Go ahead and practice it yourselves if you want to. Don't bother me. What could truly interest Zhou Yi were the elixirs in the storage ring that emitted a burst of medicinal fragrance. Simply smelling some of the medicinal aroma made Zhou Yi's body seem to come alive. Every cell, every organ and tissue was shouting at him to be hungry. Relying on his body's instinctive reaction, Zhou Yi accurately grabbed those things that were useful to him amongst the piles of bottles, jars and elixirs. After collecting these elixirs, he somewhat hesitantly pulled out an elixir from the mountain of resources. This kind of elixir he had eaten before. Of all that loot looted from the backwoods drugstore, it gave his physical body a great boost at that time. Strange, this elixir also strengthens the physical body. How come my body doesn't react to it anymore? Zhou Yi opened his mouth and chewed the elixir. He soon realized why his body didn't react to the elixir. The elixir fell into his stomach pouch. Zhou Yi operated his nourishing art and quickly digested and absorbed the elixir, the medicinal power running to his internal organs and all parts of his body. But it did not bring him much useful enhancement. Has drug resistance developed? The low-grade spirit medicine can no longer be of use to me? The heart of Zhou Yi was sinking more and more. This is not good news for him. After collecting what he wanted, he turned around, and both the group of 5 and Zhao Hu looked at him with bated breath. You all have merit. Zhou Yi began to divide the cake among them. From the merit laws found from the storage ring, you can pick anyone to cultivate. Of the remaining resources, magic treasures, and other things, you can also pick one of each. So are the remaining 2 storage rings. That's not a bad reward. The 6 cheered and began to pick and choose. The rest of the resources and things remained in the storage ring. Zhou Yi used his spiritual power to refine the storage ring again so that it could be used for himself. Then he put away the storage ring and encouraged the 6 to continue cracking the remaining 2 storage rings before he left. He also had to digest the proceeds of this time as quickly as possible. A few days later, all the spirit medicine elixirs had been consumed by him, and half of the medicinal power in his body had also been digested by him. The spiritual domain has expanded to 6M. Zhou Yi's expression, however, was not very pretty. This result greatly exceeded his expectations. He's lifted so little. Chapter 44 Development 2. With the experience accumulated from the first storage ring, cracking the remaining 2 storage rings became much easier and simpler. Soon, the remaining 2 storage rings also broke one after another. Zhou Yi didn't go back on his word and let the group of 6 randomly pick inside each storage ring. The 3 Yuaning storage rings were from the old eunuch who protected his second senior brother, the immortal master who sat in the Huichun pill shop, and the alcoholic from the Firecloud sect. The amount of stuff and resources in there is nothing short of massive. The slightest bit leaking out of the fingers of these Yuaning powerhouses was enough to make those in the Qi refining and foundation establishment realm eat up. It could be imagined that with the benefits gained this time, this group of 6 from the Dragon Tiger gang would have to digest it for a long time. Their strength, too, was destined to take an unprecedented leap in a short period of time. Everyone else was joyful, but only Zhou Yi remained sad. 3 months had passed, and he had finished eating all the spirit pills and elixirs that were useful to him, and the medicinal power in his body had been digested by him. But it's not going well. His mental field only expanded to 9M. The lift isn't great, and now the spirit elixirs that are useful to me are getting fewer and fewer. Zhou Yi let out a long sigh. Is it hard for me to change my cultivation technique? He was a little hesitant. His chief master had once said that his qualifications were strangely poor, and that permaculture was the best choice for him. Zhou Yi had already tried it, and it was indeed as master had said. The speed at which he cultivated proper gongfu was not as fast as the nourishing technique overlaid with the intentional root technique. It is not possible to achieve anything without mastering a great power, pouring in a lot of resources or suffering for a long time. But that's not always the case. After all, cultivating immortality, qualifications can really kill people. If only so, then he can also accept. After all, more options, more road. But you don't know the hard way until you try it. I don't know where the master got the E-root method and the art of health maintenance, and they are not at all compatible with the current mainstream system of cultivation. Forced cultivation would result in Zhou Yi's spiritual energy being transformed into divine sense. It sounds like it's nothing, but it's actually killing me. After the cultivation of the intent root technique was abolished, the complementarity with the death spell technique also disappeared. and many of the means in Zhou Yi's hands would disappear. All those spiritual imprints he had laid down in the past would dissipate, and he would never be able to exert such a means again. The mastery and utilization of death spell magic will return to crude mediums such as the primitive gaze. This is no doubt unacceptable to him. So after deliberating for a while, Zhou Yi finally decided not to change his technique, and to continue on the path at hand. Soon, another half a year passed. The group of 5 who cracked the storage ring built their foundations one after another, and Zhao Hu was steadily cultivating as well. This could make the other 2 executive vice masters who were working diligently to help take care of the gang's affairs red in the eyes. It was good that Zhou Yi had seen all of their accomplishments, and faking Zhao Hu's hand, one of them was given a foundation establishment pill. These 2 were both old-timers of 80 years of age, getting closer and closer to 120 years of age, which was the limit of refining lifespan, and they were anxious in their hearts, and now that they had gotten the foundation establishment pill, they were naturally ecstatic. As old-timers, their mana had long been polished and rounded without any major obstacles, and with the foundation establishment pill, they naturally managed to break through. In this way, a small dragon and tiger gang, a door of 8 foundation builders, simply do not attract too much attention. Such strength could be said to be a broken lead amongst the imperial capital gangs. The other gangs shivered and could only pray that the Dragon Tiger gang would continue to follow the rules and not expand. Such strength also attracted a large number of loose cultivators who chose to join the Dragon Tiger gang. After all, they saw the hope of foundation building here. Zhao Hu did absorb quite a few loose cultivators under Zhou Yi's indication, but it was also necessary to go through a screening process, and it was impossible to take in everyone. The Dragon Tiger gang was breaking away from gangs and transforming into a true cultivation force. Zhou Yi took out a technique that could be cultivated up to Jin Dan as a gang inheritance, instantly increasing the attraction to casual cultivators. This technique did not come from any sect or power. It should be a scattered technique from a distant land, only to be collected by a certain Yuaning powerhouse. It's just right to use it as a legacy for the Dragon Tiger gang. Of course, a copy of this gongfu was also specially copied and sent to the Marquis of Jiangning, in order to serve as a submission and protection fee. The rise of the Dragon Tiger gang was remarkable, but it was currently so slow that not many people paid attention to it. After all, the LW gang has a lot of problems of its own. There were just too many people up and down the line. So many people wanted to open their mouths to eat and resources to cultivate. No one was optimistic that the Dragon Tiger gang would be able to satisfy. But we are just able to do it. Zhao Hu listened to the gossip outside and personally manipulated the Dragon Tiger gang to move steadily forward. The sense of accomplishment in his heart couldn't be stronger. Those Yuaning and Jindan powerhouses had all sorts of things in their storage rings, and there was no lack of spiritual plants and seeds of various spiritual medicines, as well as inheritances that were specifically used to cultivate these things. Among the many loose cultivators recruited by the Dragon Tiger gang, there was no shortage of people who specialized in this area. Then what's there to say? Open up the land for farming. The loose cultivator that was recruited in was exuberant as he received a higher level of inheritance and was able to cultivate high-level spirit medicines with his own hands, especially after Zhao Hu hinted to them that there was still an alchemy inheritance in the hands of the gang. These people became even more exuberant and gave full play to their initiative. In a corner unknown to outsiders, the Dragon and Tiger gang was shedding its bones and slowly growing in sound. The Dragon Tiger gang was also reversing its own nature, and those who had outstanding root and bone qualifications among the gang members under their command were also able to get the opportunity to cultivate. At the same time, the Dragon and Tiger gang is adopting unwanted abandoned babies and street kids. These kids who were raised with reliable loyalty. Children with good qualifications can go to cultivate, while those with slightly less qualifications can inherit the Dragon Tiger gang's original job of collecting protection money. It's all believable. On top of that, the Dragon and Tiger gang also expanded the Ghost Street, expanding it into a ghost market. And more people were willing to come here to do business, and from time to time, they could actually produce a few good goods. In order to facilitate the supervision of the ghost market, the Dragon and Tiger gang constructed a small 10-meter-high building, in which the supervisors of the ghost market lived, changing shifts on a regular basis to maintain the order of the ghost market. But the truth is that all of these people are just pawns placed in plain sight to attract attention. The one who was really maintaining order in the ghost market was Zhou Yi at the highest part of the small building. Zhou Yi wore 3 Yuaning storage rings on his hands, holding a vermilion red wine gourd in his hand, and in his other hand was a telescope that he had specifically asked Zhao Hu to get someone to build. With a sip of wine every now and then and tending to the order down there, the days were peaceful and relaxing. He practiced every day, and his daily homework would run the nourishing art and the intentional root technique 100 times on each. The increase from 1 run is imperceptible. 100 runs is just that. Even if he sticks with it for 100 years, he won't get much of a noticeable boost. If an ordinary person cultivated these two techniques, they would only end up being worn down and die. But Joey is different. For him, with an infinite lifespan, he could afford to spend it completely. He could eventually push himself to the top as time washed over him. Unfortunately, eternity is all about him, and those around him can't keep up with him, doomed to plant themselves under the wash of time. On this day, Joey received a bad news. Grandpa Lee couldn't hold out after all and died. After learning this news, he sighed softly, put the gourd away, and silently descended the small building, returning to the Lee family's small courtyard. Many of Moncler Jacket's outlet Lee's relatives and close neighbors came. The yard was filled with cries and screams. However, Lee Qingyun's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 45, Morning. The Lee family's small courtyard was set up with a spiritual hall. A few of Moncler outlet store Lee's closer relatives organized the funeral. Joey stayed quietly in the corner of the hearth as a tenant and old friend, watching them. On the first day of the funeral, Lee Qingyun was nowhere to be seen. The next day was also missing. By the third day, the body sealed into the coffin was already emitting a faint putrid odor due to the weather. Lee Qingyun still hadn't shown up. Neighbors and relatives just can't help but start breaking up. By the fourth day, Lee Qingyun finally stumbled and appeared. He was wearing the uniform of a scholar of the Hanlin Academy, which was already a bit dirty and looked as if it hadn't been washed for many days. However, Lee Qingyun himself was not the slightest bit dirty. A green aura surrounded him, keeping all the dust and stains away. Seeing this fellow, who had already been recognized as an unfilial son, make his appearance, there were originally some old men who were prepared to harshly reprimand him on the basis of their high seniority. However, looking at Lee Qingyun's appearance, they obediently closed their mouths. Somewhat stunned and delighted, Lee Qingyun lost his soul, step by step into the middle of the spiritual hall. Kneeling in front of the coffin, he could not help but lose his voice and cry. One fist after another smashed in his heart, angrily cursing himself as a human face and beast-hearted unfilial son, should not be living in this world. Sorry for the old father clouds. Relatives and neighbors rushed to help him up and stop him from self-harming. They were horrified beyond belief. Lee Qingyun looked extremely thin, but his strength turned out to be incredibly strong, and it took 3 to 5 strong men to barely allow him to hold him down. This was still the case where Lee Qingyun did not take the initiative to refine his body. His fleshly body was only slightly increased while he was refining his qi, and it was already so powerful. Lee Qingyun cried again for a while, but eventually fainted, and was carried back to bed by his relatives with 7 hands. By the afternoon, one after another people in official uniforms appeared, and they showed their grief in front of Grand Master Lee's hearth, and then went to console and encourage Lee Qingyun for a while before leaving. The neighbors and relatives of the Lee family didn't know what kind of people these were. They only knew that these were all really big people, and they all hung their heads respectfully, not daring to show a hint of disrespect in the lowered faces. However, there was a gleam of delight in all of them. They knew that Lee Qingyun was truly going to be rich. They can have their share of the benefits when the time comes. Even in the middle of the night, there was not a single person missing from the wake for the old man, and everyone was doing their best to show their reliability and favor. Lee Qingyun drove everyone in his room away. He leaned back and sat on his bed, his gaze empty and blank, not knowing what to think about. It was at this time that the unmistakable sound of footsteps came from outside. The door to his room creaked open and a man slowly walked in. "Didn't I already say not to bother me again?" Lee Qingyun gave a somewhat irritated low voice. The moment he saw the face of the visitor, the anger on his face choked and eventually slowly dissipated away. "So it's you," he sighed in a low voice. Joey walked over to the bed and casually dragged a chair over and sat on it, smiling. "I haven't congratulated Sage Lee on his success in building the foundation yet. You entered the Hanlin Academy in less than 2 years and you have already built your foundation. This is of great benefit to your future." "I know." Lee Qingyun spoke in a low voice with a breathless look. Looking disinterested, Joey smiled gently and said, "Although it's not very nice to talk to you about this at this time, there are some things that have to be faced, and some words that have to be said. After all, now that Master Lee has passed away, and the last tie that held you here has disappeared, I'm afraid you'll rarely make a trip back in the future. I also have things to do and don't want to hang around these relatives of yours anymore, so I'm going to hide tonight. So there are some things that it's better for us to talk about first." Lee Qingyun's eyes flickered for a moment, and he finally mustered up a bit of spirit. He looked up and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Joey was all smiles. Why do you sound as if we are strangers? You were able to successfully build your foundation, relying on something other than the foundation establishment pill I gave you? What? Just because of this matter of Master Li's death during your foundation building period, you're blaming me? Lee Qingyun's face skin twitched fiercely. His eyes contained anger, pain and hatred, as well as bewilderment. Joey was right. He had gotten the foundation establishment pill from Joey, and after finishing his preparations, he went to try to build his foundation in a huff. After many days of continuous seclusion, he finally succeeded in building the foundation. He was ecstatic. He had just come out of the closed chamber and was about to share his joy with the others when he received a notification that his old man had died. Pop's last wish before he died was to be able to see him, but unfortunately it didn't last in the end. Previously, he did move this to Joey, thinking that if Joey hadn't picked such a crucial time, how could he not even see his old man one last time before he died? Thinking that Joey was so unfathomable, why didn't he save Pop's life? Why didn't he prolong his life? But now, he didn't think so. If I really want to complain to the heavens so much, then what difference is there between me and those mediocre mortals in this world? He took a deep breath and said with firm eyes, in the end, I am still too weak. The power of speech is too small. The weight of speech is too low. I'm not up and down, and I haven't even been able to get a means of prolonging my life for my old dad. In the end, Joey was their Li family's tenant, his Li Qingyun's collaborator, not his Li family's nanny, and his relationship with his old man was just average. So why did he have to help extend his life? People don't have that obligation. On the contrary, it was he who had received so many resources and benefits from Joey that a substantial debt relationship had long been formed between the two. The other party is a debtor. So are you going to collect a debt from me now? Li Qingyun asked this. Thinking too much. The current you is not worthy. There was a flash of light in Joey's hand, and an extra book and resources such as magic weapons and pills appeared. You still need to go farther before you can do so. As the only foundation establishment cultivator among the scholars, what is the Hanlin Academy prepared to do to you? Accepting what Joey handed over, Li Qingyun said without any burden or wariness. They said that I am no longer fit to pursue studies in cultivation, and are prepared to arrange for me to enter the official world with an official body. Did they give you the cultivation technique after foundation establishment? Joey asked. Li Qingyun was silent for a while before he said, it's given. His hand gently stroked the book Joey had given him. For large words branded on the cover of the blue book jacket, Divine Feint of Departing Fire. Chapter 46 Gifts. Joey carefully inquired about the foundation building technique that Li Qingyun had obtained so far, and after understanding it thoroughly, he gently laughed and said, the quality isn't very good. It's just a big road product. If you keep following the path they've mapped out for you, with your roots and bones, there's no hope for Jin Dan in this life. Li Qingyun's fingers that grasped the divine power of separating fire were slightly exerted, taking on a greenish-white color. He took a deep breath, forced down the emotions stirring in his heart, and asked, so, you can give me better? Isn't this good enough? Joey reached out and pointed to the divine power of departing fire in Li Qingyun's hand and said, this is the Fire Cloud Sex Town School divine power, and although this one in your hand is incomplete, it is still good enough to be cultivated up to the transformation stage. In the future, if you have enough chances and luck, you may even be able to get the next part from amongst the Firecloud sect. The future looks bright. With such a divine feat, if you look at the entire Chu kingdom, there are almost none. Isn't that enough support? Upon hearing Joey's words, Li Qingyun hung on for dear life as his fingers began to tremble as he grasped the divine feint of separating fire. But in the end, I couldn't let go. Just as Joey had said, currently in the entire Chu kingdom, no matter if it was the royal family or other forces, none of the legacies had a technique that could be comparable to the divine flame technique of departing flame. Cultivating this divine skill, it could be said that innately one surpassed an unknown number of people, but this also contains endless risks. Once discovered, I can say that I will die for sure. Even the family behind me and my teachers and classmates and others will be implicated by me and die as a result. Li Qingyun looked at it very thoroughly. If you are afraid, you can return this divine skill to me, Joey said with a smile. I can exchange it for another feat for you. Don't worry, it's human to be afraid of death. I won't laugh at you. Having said that, Li Qingyun never handed over the gongfu in his hand. His breath caught in his throat as he stared deathly at the divine feint of departing fire in his hand, and in the end, he put it away. Vigor. Joey smiled and applauded. Then I wish you invincible luck that you won't be found out. From now on, it's going to be up to you to fight your way through the bureaucracy all by yourself. I hope you get what you want and move up in the world. If you need any cultivation resources, you can come to me later and ask. If I have them, I won't be stingy. Of course, in the future, if I have any use for you, you can't refuse when I give the word. After saying this, Joey left, leaving Lee Qingyun standing silently in the darkness. Joey went back to the Dragon Tiger gang for a while before returning to the Lee family's small courtyard. The small courtyard had already regained its usual coldness and quietness. Even the surrounding neighbors were a lot less. Some of the children and young adults had disappeared, not knowing where they had been arranged by Qingyun Lee. Joey was satisfied with the atmosphere of the small courtyard nowadays, and with his hands behind his back, he turned around. The small courtyard had been cleaned and presented an odd feel because it hadn't been inhabited for some time. Joey resided again on this, and he was the only one in the entire small courtyard, and Lee Qingyun never returned. It was as if the small courtyard had become Joey's. Since his whereabouts are uncertain, the surrounding neighbors are not sure whether the small courtyard is inhabited or not, and slowly they do not come and go without paying attention. Later, Lee Qingyun further developed and rose to the top in the officialdom, making these neighbors next to the Lee family's small courtyard more and more eager. They knew that they only had one chance to make a request in this life, and all those feelings from the past could only support a request that wasn't too difficult for Qingyun Lee. So they moved on, each with their own rewards, and slowly, these older neighbors left the area. The house is either resold, vacant, or temporarily given to other relatives. Slowly, looking at the area around the Lee family compound, no one recognized Joey, no one recognized Lee Qingyun, and no one still remembered those past events. Lee Qingyun is really well-intentioned, but his tactics are quite skillful. Joey sat on the stone bench under the ancient tree, silently savoring the tea. On top of the stone table, next to the teapot silently rested a red wedding invitation in hot gold color. With a smile on his face, Joey unwrapped the wedding invitation. In the blink of an eye 5 years have passed. Already almost 30 years old, Lee Qingyun is finally getting married. This kid is really quite difficult to guess. To say that he has no heart, right. Still remember to help me clean up those people next to the small courtyard. To say that he has the heart to remember me, right. The wedding do not know to invite me. Joey smiled and shook his head, gently stroking the bark of the ancient tree next to him. Do you think I should go and surprise him? The ancient tree swayed without wind, and the leaves rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound that seemed to answer. You have a point. After all, we're partners and have lived together under the same roof for so long. We all have a bond, and even though he's too busy and giddy to remember me, I can't go without a gesture. Joey slowly nodded, not knowing whose opinion he had accepted, and began to silently prepare a gift for Lee Qingyun. During these 5 years, Lee Qingyun had not returned even once, nor had he sought Joey for cultivation resources again, seemingly wanting to slowly sever the relationship with Joey and reduce his dependence on him, just in case Joey made any excessive demands on him in the future. Even weddings don't think about sending an invitation here, but he didn't know that Joey had actually been secretly watching him. This time, he even killed a notoriously corrupt official and took a wedding invitation for a surprise. The ancient tree next to it was rustling and shaking again, not knowing what message it was sending outward. Joey helplessly glanced at the ancient tree and still extended his hand. Small turquoise swords flew out from his body, brushing a few times and flying into the branches of the leafy trees, accurately finding the 2 long ripe fruits and bringing them down. Joey only had to prepare an additional gift box, carefully wrapping these 2 fruits and placing them inside. He gently patted the tree and said, Got it, got it. After all, that brat Lee Qingyun is the one you watched grow up. I'll help you bring your blessings. I'll bring him back to meet you, too, if he wants. The ancient tree shook slightly, as if in gratitude. Joey straightened his collar, put the 2 gift boxes into his storage ring, and walked out of the Lee family's small courtyard with a flourish. Chapter 47, The Wedding. Lee Qingyun is currently mixing well, and the one he is going to marry is the daughter of the left minister of the Ministry of Public Works of the current dynasty. This is a real green cloud, but anyone with eyes could see that Lee Qingyun's future was bright. So on top of his wedding, all sorts of people either known or unknown came. The scene was a lively and harmonious one. Joey purposely put on a more expensive silk dress and walked towards the present daily mansion with his head held high. The Lee clan member responsible for welcoming guests at the entrance programmed a polite smile and opened his mouth, but did not know how to address Joey. He felt that Joey's face was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it, much less Joey's identity. Could it be any distant relative who hasn't traveled for years? Such a thought flashed through his mind when he saw Joey spread his hands and 2 more gift boxes appeared in his hands. Looking at the wood and the heavy weight of the box, I knew the gift inside couldn't be bad. The Lee clan member in charge of memorizing the gift list raised his head, smiled curtly at Joey, and asked cautiously, "I wonder what your excellency's name is?" Joey. Joey grinned and gave his real name without a care in the world. He pushed over the gift box he had prepared and said, "Here's a present from me." The two Lee clan members carefully opened the box, and in an instant, their gazes froze before they couldn't help but suck in another breath of cold air. Inside was actually a Jean Dan level spell. For a foundation-building family like the Lee family, it was already quite a remarkable gift. The Lee clan member in charge of registering the gift list hurriedly brushed and recorded on it. Joey pushed another gift box in his hand and said, "These 2 tree fruits are credited to the old tree. Remember to explain clearly that this is specifically for the bride and groom to eat." The 2 Lee clan members opened the gift box again to confirm, both with somewhat confused expressions. These were 2 ordinary tree fruits with a bit of aura, but not much. How can this be used to congratulate Lee Ching-yun? Both of them were a bit hesitant in their minds, but eventually they dutifully wrote it down. After all, Joey's previous big gift was indeed big. Even for his sake, he had to give this face. The Lee clan member responsible for singing the name cleared his throat and was about to shout out Joey's name and the preciousness of the gift. It's a fixed process. It's a way to give your guests a face, a vanity, and to add to the joy. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Joey raising his hand. Facing the uncomprehending gazes of the 3 Lee clan members, Joey said with a flat expression, "I've always been a low-profile person, and I don't like to be so. Lee Ching-yun and I have always been on good terms and are friends for life, so there is no need to engage in this kind of red tape. After the wedding, you give him the gift list and take a look at it." Joey had said so the 3 could only stop. Joey just walked into the present-day Lee mansion with a wedding invitation in hand. Once inside, I heard all kinds of lively sounds pouring into my ears, and when I looked up, I saw that all the people coming and going were rich, and there were no white men talking and laughing. There's a lot to be said for location and seating in places and scenes like this. Joey didn't want to be exposed to people, so sure found a corner seat and sat down, chatting with the people at the same table in one way or another. Perhaps it was because the timescale of being an elder was different from others. Joey felt that time passed quite quickly. Soon, the bride's sedan chair arrived outside the Lee residence. The imposing Lee Ching-yun didn't fall off the chain at all on this big day, and anyone who looked at him would have to praise a young talent, although he is no longer a teenager. After paying his respects and sending the bride into the bridal chamber, Lee Ching-yun held a wine cup in his hand and started toasting table by table, toasting and saying nice things to each other at the same time. Whether it was those high-ranking officials and great cultivators, or folk cultivators and rich merchants with a slightly lower status, he drank one by one, taking care of everyone and not letting anyone feel that they had been left out in the cold, until he toasted to Joey's table. The moment he saw Joey, his body froze. Joey, however, stood up without caring, holding a wineglass in his hand, and said with a smile, "A flash is so many years in the past. Even you are going to be married, or not. Also good. It is also considered to have fulfilled some of the wishes of the old man. You need to work harder and have a big fat boy soon." After saying this, he clinked glasses with Lee Ching-yun in the void and then drank it all in one go. These words were completely the words of an elder, but Joey got up so young, even younger than this Lee Ching-yun. It's a little weird how it looks, but this was an era of cultivation after all, and it was no easier for cultivators to maintain their looks. Everyone was able to accept it. He was just a little confused, not knowing where exactly Joey was from, that he could actually speak to Lee Ching-yun in such a manner. More crucially, Lee Ching-yun did not retort. Instead, he had an attitude of being taught with an open mind and dutifully drank the wine in his cup. This is all the more surprising. In the next few moments, Lee Ching-yun appeared to remain courteous and in control of the entire scene, arranging everything in an orderly manner, but he could not help but lose his concentration. Outsiders couldn't find out, but the bride he caved with did. Facing the aggrieved inquiry of his mother, Lee Ching-yun could only open his heart and tell a handful of truths. "A debtor of mine that I haven't seen for many years suddenly appeared today, and also gave me a big gift. It's really hard for me to feel at ease in my heart, so I'm a little lost in thought. I wonder what his intentions are." His new bride was surprised to hear this. "Debtor? How much do you owe him? Can't you pay it back? With your status today, are you afraid of who will forcefully collect a debt from you?" Lee Ching-yun just shook his head slowly with a heavy face. This gesture alone made the equally thoughtful Nix realize what was going on and couldn't help but frown along with it. The young couple consulted with each other for a while, and in the end, Lee Qingyun changed into civilian clothes and secretly left the new house. He planned to go and ask Joey directly in a showdown. As a result, he searched for half a day, but did not see Zhou Yi's figure, and when he asked the clansman at the door, he realized that Zhou Yi had already left after the banquet. What exactly does he mean? Lee Qingyun returned to his new room, still very confused. The bride advised him to seek out the debtor's house directly and ask for clarification. Lee Qingyun, however, shook his head and said, "Forget it, since he didn't directly ask me for a debt. That means everything is okay. We don't need to communicate. I don't want to see him either." Lee Qingyun was actually afraid of Zhou Yi. He had long since made up his mind that if Zhou Yi had not taken the initiative to come to his door and demanded that he fulfill his promise and deal, he would never return to the small courtyard in this life to see even one more time with Zhou Yi. Chapter 48 Stone Scripture. Among the 5 counties of the imperial capital was a county called Engan County. There was a family in Engang County with the surname Jiang. This Jiang family had always been honest and straightforward on weekdays, just like the vast majority of ordinary people in this world, quietly staying at the bottom, engaging in never-ending heavy drudgery labor to support themselves, so that the next generation could barely survive, and then take over their own burdens and their own mode of living, and so the cycle would go on forever and ever, with no end in sight. But on this day, the cycle was broken. The owner of this family, a man named Jiang Laosan, had accidentally broken the whetstone while sharpening his knife, revealing a stone knife inside that shone with a gaudy light. Jiang Laosan, who was quite wise and opinionated, saw the scene and without any thought, immediately took off his clothes and wrapped up the stone knife and its whetstone, covering the light that came out from inside. One of his hearts pounded incessantly. His eyes looked up to the sky with some fear and nervousness, and after waiting for a while he didn't see any immortals suddenly flying to this place, lording it over him with a sword, and snatching the whetstone from his hand. He breathed a soft sigh of relief at that. With the whetstone in his arms, he walked slowly into the parlor. The mother-in-law who was doing needlework in the house looked up at him with some confusion. "What is it? Is this? Our family might be getting rich," Jiang Laosan said in a rather excited tone. The two of them, he and his mother-in-law, were busy for half a day, and finally sealed all the doors and windows of the hall, making sure that not a single ray of light would penetrate through, before they carefully opened their clothes. At once, the light of the stone knife glowed out. Just don't know if it's a psychological effect. Jiang Laosan always feel that at this moment this light is not as bright as when he just saw it. As it turns out, it's not an illusion. After an hour, the light completely disappeared, and the millstone returned to its previous appearance. Jiang Laosan carefully gouged out the tiny stone knife and tried it out. He found that it was exceptionally sharp, literally slicing gold and jade like tofu. "This is just like those divine weapons in those talking books and novels," his mother-in-law said with wide eyes. "That's right, this is the divine soldier." Jiang Laosan also said with incomparable certainty, "This is the divine weapon that those immortal masters, those gangs have been searching for." Although he hadn't gone to private school and read books, he still had some wisdom. Such a thing in the hands of mortals like us can only be used to cut vegetables, but if it's in the hands of those immortals, it might be able to exert great power. His mother-in-law swallowed her saliva and asked with some excitement, "If this is sold to those immortals, won't our family be rich?" Stupid. Short-sighted. Jiang Laosan hated his wife's short-sightedness. "Our family has no foundation, and if we suddenly become rich, I don't know how many evil people we will attract, and in the end, we may end up with a family of 3, all of whom will die in a mass grave. Then what do you think we should do?" The granny was a bit disgruntled. Could it be that after receiving such a heavenly opportunity, we can only pretend that nothing happened? Of course I don't mean that. Jiang Laosan's gaze flickered as an idea. A great ambition popped into his mind. If we can take this opportunity to have an immortal come out of our family as well, then everything will be different. The mother-in-law was taken aback. "You mean the little hyena?" The little groundhog is their child and is naturally intelligent. The two of them worked day and night as laborers, but still lived a tight life, just to pay for the boy to go to private school. The boy was also very competitive and received unanimous praise from everyone in the neighborhood and the private tutor. The reason he was given such a name as Little Dirt Dog was so he could grow up safe. "That's right." A smile appeared on Jiang Laosan's face as he said, "You and I may not be able to make it, but our son is so smart. As long as he is given the opportunity and resources, he can definitely make it." Upon hearing this, a light emanated from the mother-in-law's eyes. Fixing his mind, Jiang Laosan walked out with the tiny stone knife, which was no more than a finger length, and said, "Since such a treasure can be wrestled out of a whetstone, Then maybe there's still some hidden treasure in the other things in our house. Don't stay there. Come out and work. The two began to rummage around the house for a while, wreaking havoc. In the past, the two would have died of heartache, but now there was only excitement. What's even more incredible is that they actually did make a difference. As they carefully opened the stone mill a crack, a golden light shot out from it. Jiang Laosan hastily pounced on him, using his own body to block the slit and the light. The two men carefully carried the stone mill into the middle of the impermeable hall, and then with an incredibly sharp stone knife, they carefully cut the stone mill. It was at the center of the stone mill sub that an inexplicable stone tire was actually formed. Opening the stone tire, the two were surprised to find that it actually hit a book. The books and pages appear to be stone, yet they are able to be turned like a normal paper book, and cannot yet be destroyed, to the amazement of both men. By this time, the sun was gradually dipping in the west, and the little tyke who had gone to private school had returned. Originally, when he first returned home, he thought that his home had been burglarized, until he listened to a flurry of explanations from his father. He grabbed the stone scripture and carefully flipped through it, and the more he looked at it, the tighter his little frown became, and finally he put it back on the ground in a difficult manner and said, "There are many words in it that I haven't learned yet." Although he had attended private school, he was still young, and now he was only 8 years old. So how could he recognize all the words inside the stone scripture? But this had already made Jiang Laosan's husband and wife duo overjoyed. In the two people's call, the small earth dog home lit up the oil lamp. Under the oil lamp, the small earth dog faced serious, meticulous copying the content of the stone scripture. Encountered cannot write the word. He will draw the cat to draw out. After writing, the three hurriedly ate a meal. Jiang Laosan grabbed the stone scripture, sealed it back to the stone tire that was opened, wrapped it into the middle of the black cloth, and wiped the black dust on his face, put on a set of clothes he doesn't often wear, and was about to leave with the stone scripture in his arms. His mother-in-law and son saw him off at the door. Really? Panicked and with some bad intuitive hunches, the Brahman's eyes were already flooded with tears. Jiang Laosan grinned. "If I don't go on this trip, how can I exchange resources for cultivation for little earth dog? How will our family class soar and squeeze into the ranks of the lords? Come on, don't cry and make a fool of yourself. What is there to do in this world without risk? The greater the risk, the greater the reward." After saying that, he stepped into the moonlight and left. Mother and son stood at the doorway, staring blankly in the direction he had left, and waited for a long, long time. Jiang Laosan had long heard that there was a ghost market over in Ping'an County, which was specialized for all kinds of transactions between cultivators, and it was a notorious place of order in the city, and it was considered to be a very safe place to trade. So he planned to go there to sell the stone scriptures and exchange them for some cultivation resources for his son. Mother and son waited at the door for a long, long time, until the next day dawned, but did not wait for Jiang Laosan to come back. Jiang Laosan's mother-in-law cried out with a wow, hugging the child in her arms tightly and sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 49, Setting up a Stall. Jiang Laosan sneakily touched where the ghost market was. Looking at the ghost market in front of him, which had not fallen out of favor due to the arrival of night, but had instead become more and more lively, he took a deep breath, tightened the clothes on his body, and finally walked in. He walked through the ghost market, seeing all kinds of people and all kinds of vendors along the way. The vendors were very enthusiastic and didn't have the lofty stance of the immortals. Instead, they were like real stall vendors, yelling enthusiastically. Jiang Laosan found a corner and silently sat down next to the other vendors around him. Unpacking his bag, the black cloth was spread so casually on the ground, revealing the stone tires and showing a corner of the stone scripture. In the beginning, he went unnoticed, but soon, one after another who had been casually walking past him stopped in their tracks and turned their heads towards him with frozen expressions. Their gazes were deeply attracted by the exposed corner of the stone scripture. They couldn't help but swallow the saliva in their mouths. Their gazes became fiery, and they all gathered in front of Jiang Laosan's stall, a pair of hands trembling, about to touch towards the stone tire and the stone scripture. "What are you doing?" Jiang Laosan was also a bit flustered in the face of such a situation, and hurriedly held Shi Jing tightly in his arms. Someone in the field flashed a fierce light and subconsciously wanted to make a move. They had already sensed that this person in front of them was nothing more than an ordinary person. District an ordinary mortal. Actually luck against the heavens to get such a divine object, but also dare to come to the open and fair stall. What is the difference between this and a child holding gold over the downtown? But in the end, they forced down the hostility and ferocity in their hearts. This was the Ghost City after all, a territory controlled by the Dragon Tiger Gang. The ghost market has been expanded many times since its beginning, becoming much wider and able to accommodate more foot traffic. The road at the center of the ghost city, however, suddenly narrowed, only because there stood a small building quietly, and in the building were the cultivators of the Dragon Tiger Gang, monitoring and managing the order of the ghost city at all times. There are Foundation establishment cultivators sitting in it. If they were to be alarmed, not to mention their own fate, this stone scripture in front of them alone would be destined to fall into the hands of the Dragon Tiger Gang, and would no longer have anything to do with them. The casual cultivators. It's not what they want. The scattered cultivators present glanced at each other and quickly developed a tacit understanding. They pressed down their killing intent and said smilingly to John Laosan, "Friend, since you're here to do business, you should know the basic rules, right? How can we be sure that what you're selling is worth it when you come here to sell and end up hiding what you're going to sell and not inspecting it for us?" Although Zhang Laosan was just an ordinary man, he was very wise in life. He still held the stone in his arms tightly, and did not have the slightest intention of releasing it. "No, I'm just going to do it. You guys can buy it if you like." He didn't know the true strength and ability of these cultivators and was afraid that if he really took out the stone scripture as they said, he would be given an insight into all the contents of the stone scripture on the spot. At that point, he would really be a basket case. Looking at this insensitive mortal in front of them, many cultivators' eyes went cold, but they still had to discuss with John Laosan in a good voice. "Hey, I say you this person. Forget it, looking at your broken stone seems to be quite interesting. I'll offer 1 spirit stone and sell the thing. I'll take 2. The cultivators were scrambling to make an offer, and were still urging Zhang Laosan, "Are you selling or not? Can you give an idea? I'm so impressed with you mortals. You've come here and yet you're still hesitant." John Laosan was being forced and accused in various ways, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He has faltered. Ultimately, it was because he didn't know much about the world of cultivators. Neither did he understand the importance and preciousness of this stone scripture in his hands, nor did he understand how cheap a piece of spirit stone really was. Just as he was hesitantly about to agree, someone else suddenly joined the field and shouted on the spot, "I'll offer 2,000 spirit stones." Wow! The scattered cultivators who were originally teaming up to make a game of it instantly became enraged as they glared angrily at the visitor, only to see this person clad in a black robe. The whole body is wrapped in the black robe. It is impossible to see the face. Even if you look carefully, you can only see a deep darkness. John Laosan was also startled by this person's shouted price, and a joyful color appeared on his face that was visible to the naked eye. Even if he was just an ordinary mortal who couldn't read much, he could still tell which one was bigger, 1 or 2,000. Seeing that he was about to agree, the scattered cultivators who had originally made the game disagreed, and they surrounded Zhang Laosan in the center, blocking Zhang Laosan and the black-robed mysterious man. "Brother, we're almost done talking. You're messing up like this. It's a bit unorthodox, isn't it?" The one with the highest realm among these people walked out and said so with cold eyes. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the black-robed mysterious person's chest, about to force the person out. "In today's matter, I still hope that you can give us a face." Invisible waves of chi erupted, and Tao's spirit light flashed. The two began to test and wrestle within inches of each other. In the end, the loose cultivator whose cultivation realm had reached the 7th level of chi refining let out a muffled grunt, his mouth and nose spilling blood as he staggered backward several steps. If it wasn't for the fact that there was someone behind him against him, I'm afraid he would have sat on his butt and fallen to the ground at this moment. The faces of the casual cultivators all changed. They hadn't expected that this stirrer's strength was so high. "How? Can I have the face to make you guys retreat?" the black-robed mysterious man said in a calm and leisurely tone. The faces of the people were ugly. The commotion here had already alarmed the Longhu Gang's cultivator patrol squad, who frowned and hurried over quickly. "What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Fighting is forbidden here. Don't you know this rule?" The group of loose cultivators and the black-robed mysterious man all obediently took out a few spirit stones to pay the fine, because they had a good attitude about admitting fault and did not in fact cause a death. The patrol left it alone. These patrols were about to leave when they saw Zhang Laosan sitting in the same spot, his face coated with soot and looking a bit stunned, his brows immediately furrowed. "Where did you come from again?" "In order to set up a stall in the ghost market, you need to pay the stall fee and make a guarantee to our Dragon Tiger Gang first. Do you know that? People like you." They were about to teach Zhang Laosan a lesson and confiscate all of his goods according to the rules when they saw the black-robed mysterious man reach out and stop in front of them. A bag that seemed to be woven from animal skins was placed in the patrol leader's hands silently by him. A curt laugh came from beneath the black robe. "I'm really sorry, Gentlemen, this stone of his has already been reserved by me. I can't just stand by and watch the stone be confiscated by you. The 2,000 spirit stones in here will be taken as my compensation for inviting you all to a cup of tea. Chapter 50, Riots. The patrol leader weighed the bag in his hand, only to find it as light as nothing. His divine thoughts probed into it, only to realize that its internal space was vast and could be compared to a Jindan cultivator's storage ring. The result made his heart tighten. Whether this person was a man of great reach, had strong resources behind him, or was himself a Jindan realm powerhouse, it was not something he could offend. Coupled with the fact that the spirit stones inside were indeed piled up like mountains, a cursory glance knew that there were definitely as many as 2,000. So the patrol leader's face gradually eased, silently put away the bag, and said, "Never again, never again. Also, you'd better take him away now, and don't let this stone appear on the ghost market again, so that I can have an explanation on my side." Of course. The black-robed mysterious man smiled and nodded, and after sending the patrol away, he came to Jiang Laosan's side, reached out and pulled Jiang Laosan up from the ground, and said with apologies, "I'm really sorry, this brother. As you can see, the 2,000 spirit stones I originally prepaid you have been extorted away by those patrols just now, but fortunately I still have them in my home. I just need to work hard for you to go with me to fetch them." Where? You helped me pay the fine. I haven't even had time to thank you yet. The honest Jiang Laosan felt a little bit overjoyed. You helped me pay the fine of 2,000 spirit stones, and now you want to give me another 2,000 spirit stones to buy the goods in my hand. Before and after it will cost 4,000 spirit stones, which can be different from the price that we agreed at the beginning. After a moment of tangled hesitation, Jiang Laosan finally clenched his teeth and handed the stone tire wrapped in black cloth in his hand to the black-robed mysterious man, saying, "Why don't you just take the thing and go now? Think of it as payment for helping me out just now. Anyway, 2,000 spirit stones. You did spend." Jiang Laosan's reaction seemed to be beyond the black-robed mysterious man's expectations, causing him to freeze in place for a moment, but in the end, he shook his head and said, "This can't be done. Won't you lose money then? After working so hard on this trip and screwing up, you didn't end up with anything in the end. There's no need to say more. I'm just going to give you so many spirit stones. I'm just rich and capricious." After saying that, the black-robed mysterious man stopped talking nonsense and grabbed Jiang Laosan with one hand, about to forcefully take him away. Jiang Laosan only felt moved in his heart. Moreover, the other party's strength was quite strong, and he had absolutely no room to resist, so he had to stagger and follow the other party. Those loose cultivators who originally only wanted to buy the stone scripture with 1 or 2 spirit stones clenched their fists, their hearts greatly resentful. Who are the casuals? Because there is no backer, no power to provide, so everything can only rely on oneself. You can pull out swords and kill each other for a small profit. In the cultivation world, it can be said to be at the bottom of the contempt chain, but they are also most definitely not lacking in blood and ruthlessness. The death of 1,000 cuts is enough to bring down the emperor. If I can't have it, you can't have it. With such thoughts and ideas in mind, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, that ordinary guy, don't let him fool you. He's just going to trick you into a secluded and unoccupied place, or into his residence, and then kill you to snatch the scriptures. This man seems to be more generous than all of us poor ha's, but in fact he is the most insidious and miserly one. If he hadn't just accidentally startled the patrols of the Dragon Tiger Gang and he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, his nature is the same as ours, or even more ruthless than ours. We at least want to pay 1 or 2 spirit stones. He really doesn't want to give out a single spirit stone. You have to think clearly. Staying in the ghost city can still provide a little safety. If you really want to follow him, not only you, but your loved ones, your relatives and neighbors will be exterminated all over the place." Upon hearing this sudden yell, the entire ghost market was silent, and all eyes turned over. Jiang Laosan was shocked in his heart. He only felt that the strength of the black-robed mysterious person pulling himself was much steeper, and the speed of the black-robed mysterious person was also much faster. He couldn't keep up with his speed or footwork at all, and was practically dragged along the ground. The black-robed mysterious man turned around abruptly, his fierce and murderous gaze cast at the loose cultivator who had just spoken. The casualty saw the darkness dissipate and saw the eyes of the black-robed mystic emerge. What kind of eyes are those? It was completely filled with a weird dead gray color, as if it was looking straight into the abyss in death. The loose cultivator who opened his mouth to warn didn't have the time to pass out any information, and all his life-preserving means were of no use. His body fell to the ground as soon as it went limp. The people around him were taken aback, and they hurriedly took out all kinds of protective amulets and pasted them on their bodies. When they finished equipping themselves and went up to check on their companion, they found that the foul-mouthed companion they had just been with was already dead as a doornail. And by this time, the black-robed mysterious man was already dragging Jiang Lao-san to the edge of the ghost market. Jiang Lao-san had already sensed that something was wrong. He struggled, but he couldn't break free of the hand that seemed like an iron vice, and he could only scream in panic. At the critical moment, he blessed his heart and mind, and with a shake of his other hand, he let the black cloth and the stone tires, which had already been broken open, fall away. He clutched the strange stone scripture with one hand and yelled at the countless cultivators present, "Whoever can save me will get this item." Although he still didn't know how valuable this stone scripture was, he could already tell that this item was quite important and could trigger the greed of all cultivators. The stone scripture swayed in the night, and the moonlight seemed to be drawn into it. A few ancient words on the stone cover were lit by the moonlight, giving off an intoxicating glow. The figure of the black-robed mysterious man who was about to drag Jiang Lao-san out of the confines of the ghost market lurched and suddenly turned his head, looking at Jiang Lao-san in annoyance. In the next moment, an invisible air vibration cut through. Jiang Lao-san's hands were broken. Before the stone scripture landed on the ground, it was tightly grasped by the black-robed mysterious man. Without waiting for Jiang Lao-san to howl more in pain, his head was smashed by the black-robed mysterious man with a slap. Within a few moments of this head being slapped to pieces, the black-robed mysterious man had already unleashed the secret method of soul-searching, gaining insight into all of Jiang Lao-san's memories. "Is there another codicil?" The man in black let out a voice that only he could hear. His eyes under the thick black fog were cold and murderous. He was in a bad mood. He had just used the death spell technique known as the forbidden technique in a moment of anger, causing his lifespan to be reduced by several hundred years out of nowhere. And his originally smooth and tight skin was wrinkled, and his chi and blood had all dried up and decayed partially. This is indeed a forbidden technique, and may not be used again in the future. I really don't know how in the world the pawn that your excellency has put here managed to be able to use it unconditionally. The black-robed mysterious man was thinking about these have-nots in his mind. But those Ghost City casual cultivators who had already recognized the origin of the stone scripture in his hand could no longer hold back. They were breathing heavily, their eyes were red, and they had already killed over regardless. Chapter 51 Mutations. Joey went to work normally the next day. Instead, he found that his otherwise peaceful life had set off a million wild waves. Looking at the ghost market, which had already been blocked off by the Forbidden Army, with all sorts of big shots coming in and out, Joey frowned and realized that something was wrong. It wasn't just the ghost market that was blockaded. Even the Dragon Tiger gang was surrounded by the Forbidden Army. Joey raised an eyebrow and was about to turn around and leave, not realizing that he had already been discovered. A burly figure in full battle armor stood in the distance and waved at him. Joey sighed and had to walk over, arching his hand and saying with trepidation, "I don't know what's the matter with the military master?" The man in front of him was wearing a full set of battle armor. His breath was like an abyss. His body was stout. His small arms were thicker than Joey's thighs. And when he faced him face to face, a ferocious aura came to him. Joey could be certain that this person was bound to be a long-time general of the Sands. At least Jean Dan strength. Jean Dan to kill this level of experts. The guaranteed 5,000 years of life. The upper limit is around 8,000 years. Joey has a calculation in his mind, but is not very nervous. Underneath the face armor that shimmered with a hint of spiritual light, a pair of tiger eyes quietly gazed at Joey, and there was a dull, thunderous voice that rang out. "Are you the master of the Dragon Tiger gang? Wu Yu?" "Yes." Joey's reply was calm. "Where were you last night?" "Sleeping at home." "May I have a witness?" "No." After a brief inquiry, the general in front of him waved his hand to allow Joey to enter the Dragon Tiger gang. "A shocking event happened in the Ghost City last night. Since this place is your Dragon Tiger gang's territory, and it's next door to your Dragon Tiger gang's headquarters, no matter what, your Dragon Tiger gang can't get out of this. Go in first and stay there, waiting to be sentenced." Joey nodded, not thinking of extracting any clues from the big guy in front of him, and so obediently walked into the middle of the Dragon Tiger gang headquarters. It's already a mess in there. This matter was not only sudden for Joey, but also for the rest of the Dragon Tiger gang. The two executive vice masters were doing their best to suppress order and pacify the gang. When he saw Joey come in, he just nodded without saying anything more. After all, in their eyes, Joey was just a master teacher. Only the lock-picking 5, who know his true identity and status, show excitement when they see him appear. Zhou Yi's gaze turned around in the field and did not see Zhao Hu's figure. It was normal to think about it. If something really earth-shattering had happened, then Zhao Hu, who was the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang, was bound to be called in for questioning. I don't know exactly what big thing has happened. I hope that the brand of the Marquis of Jiangning can carry it. Having reached this point, Zhou Yi did not continue to keep a low profile, and with a slight nod to the lockpicking five, he took the lead and walked into his office. The group of five pressed their excitement and hurriedly followed them in. The five vice gangmasters were such that they naturally attracted a lot of people's eyes and inquisitive thoughts. Many people then realized that it seemed that Zhou Yi's status was not as low as they had imagined. After waiting for the group of five to come in, Zhou Yi closed all the doors and windows and put a few talismans used to cut off prying eyes on them. Then this turned to face the five and asked, "What the hell is going on?" The five of them glanced at each other, and finally, unable to hold back any longer, they began to chatter. "My lord, you probably won't even believe it when you say it. Just last night, right in the ghost market in our sphere of influence, the root ancient scripture belonging to the Chu kingdom appeared." They added to each other's stories about what happened in the ghost market last night. In fact, the matter is very simple. An ordinary person does not know where to play the roots of the ancient scriptures, do not know the goods he thought it was ordinary goods, brought to the ghost market to sell. Then he died and the ancient scriptures were taken by force. This incident had alarmed the entire ghost market, and all the cultivators could not hold back and made a move towards the murderous man who had struck out to kill, wanting to monopolize the ancient scriptures. The fighting movement was so great that it almost smashed the entire ghost market and shattered all the surrounding walls. It alarmed the Dragon Tiger Gang and many people in the city. The LW Gang is the closest to the scene, but by the time the Foundation Establishment cultivators arrived, the scene was silent. Everyone was dead, and the person who did it was nowhere to be found. After listening to these narrations, Zhou Yi gently stroked his chin and asked, "What is the root ancient scripture?" The five men stalled. Half a day of stammering, unable to get a word in edgewise. After a patient exchange and communication, Zhou Yi was able to figure out that the five people in front of him did not know what the roots ancient scripture actually was either. Looking at Chu, there shouldn't be any local natives who can figure this out. Only those disciples of worldly clans from distant lands knew about it. The locals only knew that the roots ancient scripture was one of the reasons why these worldly sects pushed Chu to become a cultivation nation. Legend has it that every kingdom that becomes a cultivation kingdom will give birth to such a root ancient scripture under the auspices of inexplicable chi, which represents the future of the local cultivation kingdom and much more, and is capable of allowing one to cultivate all the way up to the fabled true immortal realm. At the same time, the appearance of the roots ancient scripture explains a lot. Listening to those worldly clans, after the ancient scriptures appear, they can try to speed up the cultivation of Chu. Along with the appearance of the ancient scriptures, there will be endless opportunities and a final outbreak in the imperial capital next. After organizing and supplementing, Zhou Yi finally had a general understanding of the roots ancient scriptures and the situation in Chu today. It sounds like this ancient scripture is indeed very important. Zhou Yi pondered for a long time, and eventually shook his head, somewhat helpless. It's a pity that the change happened at night. He's always worked during the day and gone back to bed at night. Otherwise, if this had happened on his watch, he could have stepped in for a second. But it doesn't matter. Ancient scriptures or not, it has nothing to do with me. After figuring out what happened, Zhou Yi waved his hand and told these five people to get lost, while he himself lay down on a rocking chair, quietly enjoying life. With an unlimited lifespan and death spell magic, he wasn't keen on true immortals and ancient scriptures. If they want to fight, just let them fight. I'll just watch the fun from the side. He began to rest with that thought in mind, until Zhao Hu's return broke this peaceful state of mind of his. Chapter 52, The Dead Second Prince. Zhao Hu invited Zhou Yi into the middle of the secret room and rubbed his hands together, asking with some fire and trepidation, "Boss, can you take out the ancient scriptures for me to have a look? I know my qualifications, and I'm probably destined to have no hope with true immortality in this life, but it's a blessing for me to even be able to look at it. At least if you cultivate according to the ancient scriptures, you can have more hope, can't you?" Looking at Zhao Hu's appearance and listening to his speech, Zhou Yi was a bit confused. "Wait, what's going on? You suspect that the one who massacred the ghost market and snatched the ancient scriptures was me?" Watching Zhou Yi behave like this, Zhao Hu's heart was gradually sinking as well, and the expression on his face froze. Isn't it? He inquired cautiously. "Of course not," Zhou Yi said with a dark face. "Have you ever seen me working overtime at night? Have you ever seen me with nothing better to do than come back to the ghost market and wander around in a black robe after work? Even if we take a step back and say that that person last night was really me, how could I have so happened to come back and wander around on the night that the ancient scriptures came out? Can I not see things before they happen? Listening to these explanations from Zhou Yi, and recalling Zhou Yi's behavioral habits and style of acting, Zhao Hu couldn't help but believe a few points, but he still couldn't help but be skeptical, even convinced that Zhou Yi was the one who had snatched the ancient scriptures. But what? If you have something to say it and fart. Zhou Yi gave a low gulp. Zhao Hu finally squirmed and said what was on his mind. But the officials let me go and look at those corpses, and among them, there was a loose cultivator who died in exactly the same way as those of Zhang Long. The so-called Zhang Long and those people naturally refers to all the people who died at the hands of Zhou Yi. These people were stripped of their lives by the death spell technique, and took on different forms of death because of the difference in longevity that Zhou Yi had put into them. If the lifespan that Zhou Yi smashed down was simply too much, then the dead would disintegrate into dust on the spot. If the lifespan Zhou Yi had invested wasn't too much and just matched the other party's level, then the deceased would just die a normal death. Only that their skin would have a weird dead gray color. This feature is still very recognizable. Zhao Hu recognized the body at a glance when he went to identify it, and at that time, his pupils just shrank, and his heart was shocked. He almost subconsciously decided that the person who killed and took the ancient scriptures last night was none other than his mysterious boss. Until now, he was still so convinced. However, unlike his suspicions, after hearing what he had to say, Zhou Yi did not panic and lose his head. Nor did he look at him with murderous anger, wanting to kill and silence him. Zhou Yi's expression was first one of surprise, then disbelief, certainty, and finally killing intent erupted from his eyes. However, this killing intent was not directed at Zhao Hu, only to see Zhou Yi grab Zhao Hu's shoulders and ask with a rather serious face, "Can you be sure? Can you identify someone who died in the same way as some of the people I've killed in the past?" Yes. Zhao Hu also noticed that something was wrong. He didn't dare to slack off or lie. He only nodded his head repeatedly and confirmed to Zhou Yi again and again, "I won't be mistaken." In that case, it seems that some old friends or strangers that he has never seen before have mixed into the imperial capital. Zhou Yi's eyes flickered as he let go of his grip on Zhao Hu's shoulders, and with his hands behind his back, he walked around in the secret room. "Boss, what's wrong?" Zhao Hu inquired cautiously. "Do you know who the group that did the killing last night were?" "Maybe I know, maybe I don't." Zhou Yi gave an ambiguous answer. This made Zhao Hu greatly dissatisfied. To know is to know. Not to know is not to know. How can it be maybe to know? Maybe not to know? Zhou Yi turned back and glared fiercely at Zhao Hu. "Shut your damn mouth. Since when do you question me?" Only then did Zhao Hu feel a burst of fear. And only then did he remember that his own life was actually all in the hands of Zhou Yi's pinch. So he dutifully shut his mouth and dutifully backed up against the wall like a little daughter-in-law. Zhou Yi pondered for half a day, but eventually ended this meaningless thinking. All he could determine at the moment was that there was someone who knew death spell magic coming from within the imperial capital. Other than that, he couldn't get any useful information. There's no way to even know for sure if that man died in the middle of last night's chaos. Death spell technique. In his mind, remembering this terrifying spell technique that allowed himself to battle his way across the world, Zhou Yi also couldn't help but burst out with a great deal of doubt. This spell technique is so powerful, and although it costs a great deal of money, its killing power is also visible to the naked eye. Such a powerful spell art should logically be famous all over the world. But I came to the imperial capital for so long and asked around, but I didn't get any information about the deadly spell art from anyone's mouth. I could understand if this spell originated elsewhere, but has there not been any propagation within the territory of Chu except by me? And where did this person who knows the art of death spells come from? Is it a foreign cultivator who came from outside the domain by chance? Or is it someone from 100 Dawn, Master and their gang? The more he thought about it, the more he sat back a bit. After all, although many years had passed, the matter of his own being counted back then was still like a thorn in his heart, making him unable to let go. Over the years, he had also been trying to secretly investigate by Xiaoshang and the others, but there was nothing. Only one unexpected piece of information was obtained. In order to obtain more heritage and inheritance, Emperor Chu had ordered his own royal sons to go out of the capital in search of great opportunities. Each of these royals has something to offer. One of them, the second prince, however, died strangely on the day of Zhou Yi's departure, along with all of the second prince's men and personal eunuchs. Even more coincidentally, the Yuaningdong method obtained after cracking the second senior brother's personal eunuch's storage ring, the Withering Xingong, was precisely the Chu imperial family's top secret that was not to be disseminated. It is said that when practiced to the high depths of the transformation of God, it is able to transform wither in glory, and the yang root is reborn. With all these messy things flashing through his mind, Joey took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He was just so excited that he couldn't be on the spot to investigate the perpetrators himself. But this will only lead to even more trouble. After regaining his composure, Joey quickly gave up his previous impulsive thoughts. Regardless of who's really behind this, the Dragon Tiger Gang and I must never get involved in matters concerning the root ancient scriptures again. After thinking about it for a while, Joey still decided to lie flat. Just keep yourself out of the way and watch coldly as those people fight it out inside. Chapter 53, Investigations. At this point in the Ghost City, houses were tumbling down, the walls on both sides were shattered, and there were tons of gullies and ravines on the ground. It's literally in ruins. Officials came and went amongst the rubble, dragging out body after bloody body from underneath bricks and other assorted debris. One after another of the great men in fancy clothes stood together, their eyes heavy as they watched everything in the field. But don't get me wrong, they weren't grieving over the deaths of these bottom-tier casual cultivators. They're just having a headache over the root ancient scriptures that go to unknown destinations. Has this matter alarmed His Majesty? Someone inquired so softly. The old eunuch with a feminine temperament in the crowd bowed slightly and smiled. Who hasn't been alarmed by something as big as the root ancient scripture? His Majesty's eyes are not yet blind and his ears are not yet deaf, so he is naturally able to know. Since His Majesty knows about it, it's only natural that he should be concerned and ask about it. The man who had opened his mouth to inquire nodded slightly and said no more. In the crowd, aside from these local nobles and powerhouses that had risen up in Chu, the disciples of the major worldly sects stationed in Chu had also arrived, and they were currently gathering together, exchanging opinions with each other. Before coming to the scene, I had already sent a transmission to the sect, requesting for a truly strong person to descend. Someone spoke in such a flat tone. The faces of the other clans didn't have any emotions such as surprise or anger. They just nodded along with calm faces. They did the same thing. It was a process that had to be followed, and had been established long before they came to Chu. After talking a little bit and determining the consensus of delaying time until the arrival of the bigwigs of their own sects, concealing key information from the local natives, and so on, the disciples of these worldly sects straightened up their clothes and walked to the side of the local bigwigs, discussing the case of the moment together with them. Actually, everything is clear now. The Minister of Justice said so. What we need to do now is to follow the trail, find the murderer, and retrieve the ancient scriptures. Indeed, even the people of the Dragon Tiger Gang already knew the whole process of last night's crime, and the government knew even more about it. It's easy for you to say, but how come I haven't seen any of them start moving to apprehend the murderer? Someone questioned, looking at the Minister of Justice with distrust in his eyes. After all, in terms of surveying clues, tracking down key criminals, etc., or the Ministry of Justice's men are the strongest. And this old man from beginning to end did not have any movement. His men also did not move. The reason given is that they cannot find clues. It's hard not to wonder a thing or two. In the face of the other's skepticism, the Minister of Justice acted innocently. It's true. I'm just like you guys. I don't know anything. That murderer is very experienced and well prepared beforehand. Before applying a large amount of swimmer's weed juice on himself, cutting off all the means of tracing on my side. If you have any other means of bypassing the swimmer's weed, then you can let go of your hands and try. And I'm waiting for your good news. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but frown. Swimming grass, a special kind of spirit grass, not of high grade, but of great use. Its sap can help one to cover one's tracks. Let these big shots who are at the top of Chu have no way to find out. They can only look at the ocean. The gazes of the bigwigs couldn't help but throw themselves onto the disciples of those worldly sects, looking at them with hopeful eyes. The disciples of these worldly clans glanced at each other with some helplessness on their faces. Within our clans, there may be a tracing method that can bypass the traveling grass, but that is not something that disciples of our class can learn. Everyone's brows furrowed, feeling rather tricky and irritated. The ancient scriptures that had been waiting for many years had finally appeared in the world, but it turned out that they had been hijacked by unknown people, and he himself had not been able to do anything about the other party. This feeling was really too bad. Don't you guys think this is a bit too coincidental? The Minister of Justice narrowed his eyes slightly and voiced the doubts discussed by some of the divine constables under him. This murderer has the strength of at least a Jindan. His body is coated with the juice of the swimming grass, and he hides his head, not daring to see anyone. According to the information that we have investigated so far, prior to last night, the Dragon and Tiger Gang's ghost market had never appeared such a figure. but last night he just showed up out of nowhere. And as soon as he appeared, he made such a big case and snatched the Root's ancient scripture. It's like all this was prepared in advance. It's as if he already knew that the Root's ancient scripture would appear in the Dragon and Tiger Gang's ghost market last night. So he waited for his prey to take the bait here early on. As soon as the Minister of Justice's words fell, the others also nodded along as if they were waking up from a dream. When you say it like that, it really does feel that way. Is that possible? How did he know in advance that the Root ancient scripture would show up? A thought couldn't help but pop up in everyone's mind, the art of deduction. Their gazes simultaneously landed on the disciples of those worldly sects, and they pursued in a fiery tone, using the art of deduction. Can you calculate the exact time and place where the ancient scriptures appeared? The faces of the disciples of these worldly clans were ugly. Theoretically, it is possible, but it requires very high attainments and strength in deduction. At least our clan doesn't have this level of existence within it. Or else it wouldn't be the turn of this kind of guy who suddenly jumped out of nowhere to take the tiger's mouth off the table. Everyone's face was in awe. If even these worldly clans didn't have this level of existence within them, then who exactly was the person who stepped in at the critical moment and took away the ancient scriptures this time? Is that something a country bumpkin like us can touch? Just as there was some hesitation and backing out in their hearts, the divine constables in charge of the investigation came back, reporting to Your Excellency. Multiple forces in the city have planted swimming grass, but the closest planting to the crime site is a medicinal garden belonging to the Dragon Tiger Gang, just a wall away from this place within the headquarters of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. There are also warehouses storing trailing grass. My subordinates have confirmed with them. Just after the last check last night to this morning's period of time, the Dragon and Tiger Gang warehouses trailing grass suddenly disappeared part of the. When these words came out, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. The big men's eyes were haunted. Well, now a lot of things can go right. Come on man nah. Seize all the properties of the ghost market and the Dragon Tiger Gang for me. And jail all these social dynamos for this official. This is the Imperial City. At the foot of the Son of Heaven. Will these misfits be allowed to fish and feed the people? The Minister of Justice shouted so angrily, acting tough as hell. Chapter 54. Looking at the officials and forbidden soldiers who were suddenly about to lay their hands on him, Joey was also somewhat helpless. He pounded his old back to get up from the recliner, and he was about to ruthlessly kill a group of people to achieve the purpose of killing chickens to warn monkeys. Everything was fine, but after this incident last night, it's really anyone who dares to come and step on my head. It seems that one must kill to the point of bloodshed in order to deter these foolish people. Well, let's start with these big shots, plus the disciples of those worldly sects. It should be enough to make the whole Chu kingdom wake up and not dare to come back to my trouble. Just at the moment when the conflict between the two sides was about to escalate further, about to erupt into bloodshed, and Joey was about to make his move. Amongst the bigwigs, the Marquis of Jiangning, who had been silent, suddenly stood out. Slow down. His loud shout stopped the clash and tragedy that was about to erupt next, and instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. I only saw Marquis Jiangning turn to the Minister of Justice and say, "My lord, since it has been proven so far that last night's tragedy had nothing to do with the Dragon Tiger Gang, then why do we have to drive them to extinction? If you just want to purge the order, then it's a bit of an intention to kill the chicken with a bull's knife. After all, there's more than just one gang force inside and outside of this imperial capital, the Dragon Tiger Gang. Why don't you take the lead and start a special operation to eliminate all the gangs inside and outside the imperial capital, and pull out the umbrellas behind these gangs?" In the face of Marquis Jiangning's appearance, everyone present was somewhat surprised. Although everyone knew that the Dragon Tiger Gang was a force under the command of the Marquis of Jiangning, they did not expect that the Marquis of Jiangning would actually go to such an extent for the Dragon Tiger Gang, even going so far as to contradict and blackmail the Minister of Justice to his face. The Minister of Justice was made a little embarrassed by the Marquis of Jiangning for a while. He really dares to sweep away the darkness and eliminate the evils, and pull out all those social big brothers with their umbrellas behind them and beat them to death? Are you kidding me? Of course I wouldn't dare. How many people would that offend him? Is it too much to die fast enough to make so many enemies for yourself instantly? Besides, what does one gain by doing this and offending so many enemies? Taking a step back, even if one's luck was against the odds and one managed to get away with it, all they get is a casual thank you from the untouchables at the bottom of the ladder. So what's the real point? When they were getting themselves killed, were the untouchables able to come out and help or something? The Ministry of Justice, this old fox, quickly thought clearly the pros and cons of it. So simply do not on the set, smilingly show their stature. Completely without being hit in the face and blackmail embarrassment, older brother jokes. I am about to retire. Where there is still the heart to preside over and do such a big thing? It is better to leave such great feats to my successor. Today is considered to give you face. Old brother. I cannot move the Dragon Tiger Gang, but there are two demands that must be done. Jiang Ningho knew that this was a concession and replacement. In today's situation, to be able to preserve the Dragon Tiger Gang is already the limit of what he can do. The appropriate step back is also desirable. Cannot really not give any face? So that the Ministry of Justice saw a member of the court ministers embarrassed to get off the stage. So he nodded, signaling the Minister of Justice to make his request. The Minister of Justice's demands were excessive. First, from now on, the ghost market will have nothing to do with the Dragon Tiger Gang, and must be brought under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Court. Secondly, from now on, the Dragon Tiger Gang will have to further transform itself. It can no longer mix with the underworld. It has to transform itself into a cultivation force in the true sense of the word. Anyway, they have this intention, don't they? In order to salvage his last bit of face. The old man really tried very hard, although I don't have the vigor and time to carry out a special struggle against blackness and evil. I am still able to do something to curb the spread of black and evil forces, and to give the common people a good life. After hearing these two requests, Marquis Jiangning's face turned ugly. The very lucrative and important ghost market had been taken away just like that, not just by the Dragon Tiger Gang, but also in his heart. After all, it's a person who is now able to see the importance of the ghost market. Since the infamous ghost market was able to attract mortals to sell the roots ancient scriptures, it would surely attract even more resources and wonders to be traded here during the next time period when various opportunities were about to blow up. It's an incredibly tantalizing piece of fat. However, this also led to the Dragon Tiger Gang and Jiang Ningho not being able to hold it in their hands anymore. The second request was even more excessive. The reason why the Dragon and Tiger Gang had grown was to occupy territory for the Marquis of Jiangning, to increase the Marquis control over the imperial capital, and to help collect various opportunities from the folk. Once the second request of the Minister of Justice was agreed to, then the Dragon Tiger Gang could be said to have instantly lost the vast majority of its raison d'etre, and by the time the next outbreak of opportunity had passed, it was feared that it would have to be forcibly abandoned. At that time, it would definitely be an end to be exterminated and annexed. The malice of the Minister of Justice can still be reached. Ginger is still old and hot. Zhou Yi, who could see all of this, couldn't help but lament in his heart. Unsurprisingly to him, in the end, Marquis Jiangning nodded his head and agreed to these two requests. Looking at him, he did have the idea of abandoning the Dragon Tiger Gang in the future. From start to finish no one had asked the Dragon Tiger Gang what they meant, because in their eyes, a small gang like the Dragon Tiger Gang was not worthy at all. This matter even ended like this, and the siege and suppression of the Dragon Tiger Gang by the officials and soldiers also ended. The Lamhu Gang can open their doors for business as normal again. Only according to what they just said. They need to gradually withdraw from various gray industries. Everyone in the gang had a somewhat ugly expression on their faces, and their morale was very low. Zhao began to shut down and hand over various gray industries as requested while arranging for his men to repair the walls and houses that had been shattered during last night's great battle. Busy feet for a while. It was only in the evening that he finally got a moment's rest. He impatiently all found Zhou Yi, anxiously asking what to do next. What else can we do? Zhou Yi acted still calmly, as the big shot said. Slowly detach from the identity of the gang and shift towards a real cultivation force. I've given you so many resources. Enough for the Dragon Tiger Gang to complete this transformation. If we have a few more industries like the medicine garden and alchemy room, won't we be able to make a steady stream of profits and form a positive cycle? Joey had never been a big fan of just now, and had come to make a fuss about the Dragon Tiger Gang in order to oppose the gang's protection fee, but he had never expected to have subsequent encounters. So he has no objection to this one request. Chapter 55, The Game. What about the ghost market? Zhao Hu asked the question with a bitter smile. The ghost market is right next door to our headquarters. So we're just giving it away? The government is no good. No better than our gangs. I can already imagine how much friction and trouble there will be if we don't move our headquarters next. The facts proved his words. As soon as Zhao Hu's words fell, a gang member outside anxiously knocked on the door, saying that he wanted to report urgent news. The Ministry of Public Works has sent an order saying that it wants to expand and redecorate the ghost market, so that the ghost market can be put on the right track and standardized path. After saying a bunch of official words, the picture finally emerged. The scope of the ghost market to be expanded is so large that it has already encroached on more than half of the area of our Dragon Tiger Gang's headquarters. and they expropriated the land without any compensation and just told us to get lost and not interfere with their work. Hearing this, Zhao Hu's body was shaking. Am I a triad or are they a triad? Isn't this a clear-cut robbery? Zhao Hu still had a little bit of sanity left. He waved his hand to let the little brother outside the door leave. Before looking at Zhou Yi blearily, "Boss, we can't just let people bully us like this and not fight back. What's the rush? I didn't say I don't care." Zhou Yi took a sip of his drink with an expressionless face and said, "Have someone go and say a few words on the scene. Just say that our Dragon Tiger Gang is very obedient and a good member of society, and we will definitely not cause any trouble for them. Then vacate all the rooms and lots in their planning area without any resistance." Zhao Hu's jaw dropped. If he wasn't standing in front of Zhou Yi at the moment, facing him directly, if he hadn't heard these words alone, he would have thought that Zhou Yi had already defected and surrendered to the enemy. It was because he stood in front of Zhou Yi and heard him say these words with his own ears that he was able to feel the surging killing intent on Zhou Yi. It's not enough that they took the ghost market that we worked so hard to build. They still want to take our land for nothing? Oh, then let the horses come. I'd like to see if they can hold it or not. The cooperation of the Dragon Tiger Gang greatly exceeded the court's expectations. This rendered useless the litany of tactics they had prepared for the rest of the day. But it didn't matter. They got a definite benefit anyway. What is the number one gang in the imperial capital? In the end, they are just some loose cultivators and punks who can't get on the stage. The Ministry of Public Works official responsible for supervising the ghost market sneered and said to his left and right, "What can they do in the face of the imperial court? If it weren't for the Marquis of Jiangning's strong defense, this gang would have been eradicated long ago. I think they're still sensible. Otherwise, even Marquis Jiangning would feel bored and wouldn't want to help them out time and time again. Right? Ha ha." They were laughing when the laughter came to a screeching halt. In full view of the crowd, they quickly lost all vitality and flopped to the ground. It was as if these people had instantly experienced the wash and baptism of countless years, and under the gaze of countless people, their bodies quickly dried up and rotted, turning into a puddle of corpse water. Oh ho! It seems like I accidentally pushed too hard and smashed in too many lifespans. Zhou Yi was sitting on a high building of the Dragon Tiger Gang 3 streets away, holding a telescope in his hand, and saw clearly what was happening in the distance. But that's good. That way outsiders won't find out that I killed someone similar to the one that murderer killed last night. The site of the construction site in the distance was a huge mess. It's too weird to see the officials of the Ministry of Public Works dying in groups at the scene. People can't help but be on edge. The more horrible things continue. People continue to die on the site, watching one after another around them fall one after another. The remaining people finally couldn't hold back the fear in their hearts any longer and screamed, throwing away everything in their hands, turning around and fleeing. The big project of expanding the construction of Ghost City was stopped. News began to circulate like crazy through the imperial capital. Everyone was shocked. It is said that when the Minister of Works heard this news while having tea with the Minister of Justice, he dropped his cup on the spot. I suspect that it's the ghosts of those who died last night that are not dispersed and have come out to harm people. As the leader of the Dragon Tiger Gang closest to the construction site, Zhao Hu was the first to be called in for questioning after the incident. He followed Zhou Yi's instructions and spoke out his deductions with a serious face. The face of the questioner across the room twisted. "Are you sure? Those people who died last night were all but just some chi refining casual cultivators. Not even a single foundation establishment. While those Ministry of Public Works officials who died on the construction site today could all be in the foundation establishment realm. What kind of ghost is so ferocious that it can come out and wander around in the daytime, killing cultivators whose realms are higher than its own? This is extremely flawed logic. No one would believe such a statement. But Zhao Hu was still so insistent. Who knows about that? Maybe it's because their grievances were too great after they died, and their cultivation has climbed upward, already surpassing those foundation building officials? Looking at the credulous Zhao Hu, the Ministry of Justice official in charge of the questioning finally couldn't help himself and stood up with a slap on the table, roaring, "That's enough. Zhao Hu, don't mess around here. In order to investigate the bloodshed, we have long tried to invoke the souls of those loose cultivators, and as a result, not a single soul could be invoked up. They were clearly obliterated by the murderers even with their souls. So where did the ghosts come from to harm people?" The other party had spoken to this point. It was indeed unsuitable for Zhao Hu to continue messing around, so he spread his hands and said with an innocent face, "Then I don't know. I'm also just close to the construction site. It's not like I'm feeling and seeing everything with my own eyes. So how am I supposed to know what the hell is killing people? Give you guys a barely plausible explanation, and you don't. Ugh, there's really nothing you can do about it." The officials of the Ministry of Penal Affairs hated to be mad, and couldn't wait to give Zhao Hu this piece of rolling meat to torture on the spot, so that he would know their Ministry of Penal Affairs power. Unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end. After all, the Marquis of Jiangning has been keeping an eye on it. This is the kind of thing that can be used to deal with guys who have no support, but it doesn't work well against a character with a backer behind him. You dare to torture and beat me to death? People will be able to throw you in jail and let you experience firsthand what it's like to be a heavy criminal. Eventually, Zhao Hu was released. People are still dying at the construction site as well. In the beginning, the court was disbelieving. It wasn't until the Minister of Public Works at the Yuaning realm died on the construction site that it ruthlessly frightened a group of people. They didn't dare to make any more moves, and politely returned the ghost market to the Dragon Tiger Gang, wanting to see what the gang of jungle jerks from the Dragon Tiger Gang would do, and whether they would likewise die countless deaths and finally have to give up. Instead, it turned out to dislocate their jaws. The Dragon Tiger Gang successfully re-established the ghost market without any problems or further deaths. The issues and implications behind this can be a lot more interesting to scrutinize. Chapter 56, Extermination. Inside a compound within the imperial capital, a squinty-eyed youth had a white cat in his arms and was comfortably jerking it off. The door to a certain room opened and a woman with wrinkles crawling on her face stepped out. She let out a breath and fell on her knees in front of the squinty-eyed youth, pulling out a stone scripture from her bosom and carefully offering it to her, saying, "My lord, it is a great honor to be here." If it was Zhou Yi who was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this squinty-eyed youth was none other than the Bai Xiaosheng that he had searched for and hunted down for so long. "Good job," Bai Xiaosheng praised, reaching for the stone scripture. He roughly looked through it, nodded in satisfaction, put the stone scripture away, took out a special ledger from his own storage pouch, and began to make notes and drawings on it. "This time, your mission has been successfully completed, and as your examiner, I'm going to give you an excellent rating. Congratulations on successfully joining the organization. Successfully recovering a root's ancient scripture. I'll give you 500 merit. You won't think it's a loss, right?" In the face of Bai Xiaosheng's smiling inquiry, the kneeling woman's body trembled and she hurriedly responded respectfully, "I wouldn't dare. This is all what my subordinate should do, and it is a blessing for my subordinate to be given merit by your lordship." Bai Xiaosheng laughed, put away the account book, took out a special token from his own storage pouch, handed it to the woman, and said, "Then, I'm going to have to trouble you about you." The woman let out a breath. Her eyes somewhat excitedly took the token, hung it precious and heavy on her waist, and paid 3 more obeisances to Bai Xiaosheng. Bai Xiaosheng accepted it with open arms. After paying their respects, the two sat opposite each other. Bai Xiaosheng said, "As a local observation envoy, I've already made it clear to you what you should do. Just look after yourself. As long as there's no big mess and you don't harm the organization's interests, no one will care about what you do in Chu. Put in other times. This time I should go. But Chu is after all a bit different. Here exists Zhou Yi that has been out of control pawn." Bai Xiaosheng long sigh, expression somewhat scornful said, "So I still have to give you a very in-depth caution. Don't touch Chui. Don't let him detect your presence. Don't let him know what kind of organization you are in. Don't confide in him anything about the organization." It was only after saying these 4 don'ts that Bai Xiaosheng changed his breath. "Is he really so powerful and so worthy of your scorn?" The woman was a bit confused and unconvinced. "In the end, it's just a pawn. Doesn't the organization scatter many such seeds and pawns every once in a while? Zhou Yi is not even a seed, but just a pawn destined to be eaten by the seed as sustenance. The organization has been running this set for so many years. Isn't there a way to limit him? If they were facing someone else, then naturally they could be easily subdued and made to obey orders. But Zhou Yi is different." Bai Xiaosheng let out a long sigh, trying to explain the difference to the woman. To this day, no one knows why he can use the death spell technique without restriction, without any cost. But that alone is enough for him to run amok in this world. So far, I haven't found anyone he couldn't kill until now. And he's been looking for me, always looking for the organization. He harbors anger and hatred towards us. Once he finds out what is related to us, said here, Bai Xiaosheng could not help but tremble a little, seemingly fearful. He looked up at the sun and said nothing, just got up from his chair and just walked out. It's time for him to go. If it wasn't for the fact that he had stirred up the trouble himself, releasing and creating such a monster as Zhou Yi, and had to carry out some dangerous tasks to atone for his sins, he would never be in the same city with Zhou Yi again in his life. The woman moved her body long after Hayakushin had gone. She didn't comment on Bai Xiaosheng's words, but at least she still listened to advice and could follow orders. Since the top has said so, then I'll avoid it a little bit, and just not go into contact with this Joey. I'll walk my sunny way, he'll cross his one-way bridge, and I don't think we'll ever cross paths. Well, my previous action cannot be considered perfect. Jiang Laosan, that guy who doesn't know how to die, also left a handwritten copy of the book and a stone knife, in the hands of his own family. Alas, really stupid and like to be smart guys. If you don't, your family will still survive. After all, I'm not some murderous maniac who must exterminate people's entire families. The woman walked out slowly. She knew that she didn't really have much time to use for strain. Once she waited for the old monsters and those worldly sects to make their appearance, then the space in which she was able to move would become smaller. At that time, in order to be foolproof, she wouldn't even be able to continue her activities, and would have to live like an ordinary person, hibernating in the middle of this imperial capital. And with the means of those old guys, they would definitely be able to find out about Jiang Laosan's family. That's why I have to kill someone before that happens. The sun was about to set. Jiang Han walked on his familiar path. It was a path he had to take to get home from private school. A few more turns ahead would be his home. In the past, when he walked on this path, his steps were leaping and his mood was excited. But today was different. His feet were heavy, his mood was somber, and he even wanted to cry out. After all these days, Mom still hasn't come to pick me up. Is Dad still not back? All sorts of jumbled thoughts flashed through his mind. He had generally realized that his father was dead, but he still didn't want to believe it and just felt pain. What agonized him even more was the fact that he couldn't snuggle in his mother's arms at a time like this. The night his father left, mother and son waited at the door until dawn, and still his father did not come back. His mother held him and cried for a long time, and then suddenly took him out of the house and entrusted him to the home of a little sister who had once been very close. Said he would wait until it was all over and his father came back to pick him up. But so many days have passed, and there is still no movement at all from my mother's side. So he snuck back in to ask his mother in person exactly when she was going to pick him up. He froze when he saw the familiar door of his home. The door to the room was open, and an odor of blood filled the room from it. Following the open door of the room, he saw his mother in a pool of blood. Chapter 57, Escape. Fear, anger, sadness, and despair intertwined in Jiang Han's mind. His face twitched violently twice, and he felt the world in front of him rapidly become blurry and hazy. Something cold and icy glided above his face. He reached out and touched it, only to realize it was his own tears. He turned around woodenly, wiping away his tears and walking with his head down. A great sadness still stuffed his entire chest, but he didn't lose his head over it, didn't lose his temper and pounce on his mother's body crying and screaming in pain. Instead, he turned away in silence. To this day, he finally understands why his mother was acting the way she did a few days ago, and was so adamant that she had to send him away. He tried hard to hold back his tears, but couldn't, and could only lower his head so that no one could see his face and recognize him. He sniffled and began to fly. Soon his lungs were on fire, but it was a good distraction from the grief in his heart. He ran all the way back to the door of his mother's good sister's house. The door to the room was ajar, and a stream of blood flowed out. Jiang Han's movements froze as he guessed what was going on and left through the door of this family's room in a seemingly unusual manner. It's as if it's just a kid passing through. A few minutes later, he was hiding in a corner, staring unblinkingly at the door of his aunt's house. The neighbor, incited by his few words, pulled out his ears and approached, full of concern, and reached out to push open the door to the room. Then there was a loud, terrified yell that rang through the clouds. Well, Jiang Han covered his mouth, forcing himself not to make too much noise as tears flowed out of his eyes again. Through the door of the room, which had been opened by a neighbor, he saw the bodies of his aunt's family swaying against the breeze. They were hung in front of the door and hanged. The neighbor's screams and the body drew a crowd of neighbors and passers-by from around the area, and soon there were people scurrying to go to the police. Jiang Han staggers out of the corner. There was pain, anger, and fear in his heart. He's looking for me. That murderer is looking for me. It's because of me that Auntie and her family are dead. He clutched one hand to his chest. Inside was a stone scripture that he had copied, and an unusually sharp stone knife. He took a few muddled steps along the road and finally forced himself to come to his senses. No, I can't keep wandering around like a headless fly. In that case, sooner or later I'll be caught by that wretched murderer. He took a deep breath and quickly recalled in his mind who could help. Right, the husbandman. His eyes lit up and he thought of the kindly husband in the private school. So he darted up and rushed towards the husband's house. It still turned out to be just a bloody mess. Not a single living soul in sight. Dead. The husband's family is also dead. or implicated by me. Jung Han's entire body is trembling with fear. He couldn't imagine how ferocious and terrifying a person could be to kill so many people and investigate his network of connections so clearly. Gritting his teeth, Jung Han unleashed his clever brain and twisted his head to leave in Gang County. Keep staying here, and sooner or later that homicidal maniac will run into or keep watch. Since he's got me so well networked and knows who could potentially be of help to me, I'm just going to jump right out of his mind and go to a completely new place. Night came with a chilly wind, and Jung Han curled up alone on the street, balling himself up into a ball and storing as much heat as he could in his body. He had no money on him, so naturally he couldn't afford to stay in a store or eat. He was still white and his clothes weren't tattered, and he didn't look like a little beggar in any way, so no one gave him any charity. There were also some old callers who tried to pull him in, but he shook his head and refused. My father used to say that you can't trust strangers when you're walking around. Besides, now that he was carrying a blood feud and the stone scripture that had triggered a series of bloodshed, he could neither trust others nor wanted to beg for food for the rest of his life. It can't go on like this. If it goes on like this, I will either beg for food along the street or starve to death alive. I don't want this. I want to live. And I want revenge. In the cold wind, Jung Han clenched his fists. If I want to take revenge, I have to cultivate. Only by becoming an immortal will I have enough strength to sustain my revenge. Jung Han's thoughts were clear, but he also felt distressed because of it. Father said that the stone scripture I copied came from an extraordinary source, perhaps a technique that could be used for cultivation. But I can't even recognize all the words on it, let alone start practicing according to this scripture. He felt distressed, and I've heard that cultivation requires resources, and without resources, one can't go very far even if they cultivate the best techniques. My father was killed because he went to help me raise resources. Thinking of his father who had never returned, Jung Han felt a pang of sadness in his heart. After half a day of sadness, he suddenly had a flash of light in his mind and an inexplicable impulse in his heart. Should I go to the place where my father was killed to take a look? Once this thought was born, it instantly took over his mind like a blazing fire. Anyway, I don't have much of a place to go at the moment, so it's not a big deal to go and take a look. Thinking this way, when daytime arrived and morning light flooded the sky and earth, Jung Han braced himself and stood up, slowly moving in the direction of the Dragon Tiger Gang's ghost market while asking the people around him for directions and inquiries. 2 hours after he left his spot, a woman with a bucket hat came to the place where he had been before, holding a compass in her hand, only instead of a pointer to guide the way. It's blood. The woman squatted down her body and gently stroked on the stone slab, and quickly got the answer. That kid used to stay here for a long time. It should have been one night, and just left not long ago. Ha! The little fart is quite capable of escaping. I'll see where you can escape to? The woman let out a cold snort and chased after her quickly in the direction guided by the blood. She could sense that the distance between the two was getting closer. On the other hand, Jung Han had arrived outside the ghost market that was being rebuilt in Ping'an County. He had already learned about the tragedy that had happened here several days ago from the mouths of the melon eaters. And although the melon eaters didn't know much, chicken and dog bits and pieces, but combined with the fact that the time of the night his father set out coincided with the time of the night the ghost market tragedy had happened, Jung Han had already gained an insight into the truth. Father, it was here that he died. Looking at the ghost market that was moving to reorganize, Jung Han clenched his fists. Chapter 58, Worshipping the Master. Jung Han desperately wanted to know the truth, but the gourd eater shook his head at him and said, "How can I, a passerby watching, know the truth? I just told you this information. Also I heard from elsewhere. Do not know over a few hands. In the middle of more what people add oil and vinegar, are not necessarily fidelity." Unsatisfied with this answer, Jung Han clenched his fists and asked, "Then who has more complete information in their hands? Who knows the truth? This question of yours is difficult for me." The melon eater stroked his chin, glanced at the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang, his eyes lit up, and he hastily reached out and said, "If you have to break the pot and want to know the truth about this case, perhaps you can go there and ask around. After all, Ghost City is their Dragon Tiger Gang's territory, and the Dragon Tiger Gang's headquarters is only a wall away from Ghost City. If they don't know the whole truth, they must know some tangible clues." Jung Han followed the direction of the finger of the melon eaters and looked at the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang, and his eyes couldn't help but burst into bright light. Just quickly, this bright light was extinguished. "I heard that the Dragon Tiger Gang is the first big gang in the imperial capital, and it has always been ruthless. How can it be possible to confess to a small child like me?" "That's true, haha." The melon eater stroked his chin again, his eyes lighting up as he showed Jung Han a clear path. If you really care so much about the truth of this case that you're willing to give your time and other things, then maybe there's still a few hopes. I heard that after this case, the Dragon Tiger Gang was treated as suspects for a long time. Although it was fine in the end, they also had to accept the suppression from the government. And from now on they will have to gradually wash their hands of the gangs that collect protection money everywhere. They will truly turn into a force in the cultivation world. Listen to me. The thing that an emerging power like this lacks the most is talent and fresh blood. The Dragon Tiger Gang, in particular, is fond of selecting those with outstanding roots and bones from within the street orphans and incorporating them into the gang for careful cultivation. As long as you tell a small lie that you are an orphan and cut off contact with your parents for a period of time, you will be able to join the Dragon Tiger Gang's roots test. If your qualifications happen to not be bad, then you will be able to enter the Dragon Tiger Gang. In a few years, in a few decades, when your position within the Dragon Tiger Gang improves and you have enough power, are you still afraid that you won't be able to get the truth you want? As he said this, the melon eaters themselves laughed. How can this be possible? What kind of fool would spend so many years searching for a truth that has little to do with him? But if we can take this opportunity to become a real cultivator, then it's not a loss. While the melon eaters were still talking to themselves there, Jiang Han, whose eyes were getting brighter and brighter, had already begun to act. He directly walked towards those big black-clothed men in charge of standing guard at the entrance of the Dragon Tiger Gang's headquarters and asked where to go to test the root bones. Facing this small child who popped out of nowhere, the black-clothed big men were also confused, but they had at least been trained in manners by Zhou himself, and were already very polite. A large man in black personally led Jiang Han into the Dragon Tiger Gang headquarters to find the person who tested the root bones. The other party was also surprised that a small child would come forward. He let Jiang Han sit on a small stool across from him, stretching out a hand to touch his bones, and while doing so, he also tsket and said, "If this is really your own idea, then with this heart, as long as you are given the opportunity, you will have achievements in the future." As he spoke, the bone feeler's voice became lower and lower, and his eyes became more and more horrified and exaggerated as he looked at Jiang Han. In the end, he stood up directly from his position and instructed the black-clothed big man to keep an eye on Jiang Han in the middle of Jiang Han's uncomprehending gazes, before darting out. Jiang Han was a bit uneasy. He didn't know what was going on. Sometime later, the groper returned, bringing others with him. Among them were Zhao Hu, the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, and 7 other deputy gang leaders. These people surrounded Jiang Han and touched him, slurping, "Such a good root bone. I've only seen it in my life. You could call it a natural-born wonder. Such a character actually took the initiative to come and join my Dragon Tiger Gang. Could it be that the heavens are helping us?" Each one of them had a smile on their face, and they tried to put their tone as gentle as possible, bending down to talk to Jiang Han, asking him about his age and place of origin. Jiang Han responded with a heart-stopping sigh, casually pinching himself a miserable life. He had already heard and understood that there was nothing wrong with him. Instead, it was because his roots and qualifications were too good, causing the bone touchers to not dare to confirm it, and hurriedly invited the helpers and others. Now, everyone takes him seriously. The gang leader was even about to take him as his disciple on the spot. After hearing this, Jiang Han secretly felt relieved in his heart, and bowed down and kowtowed towards Zhao Hu in a disciplined manner. "Apprentice greetings to master." Zhao Hu laughed out loud, just feeling like he had never been so excited. He was so happy that he was about to jump up on the spot. The joy in his heart was beyond words. With the boss, a freak who can kill Yuaning, on top, and Xiao Jiang, a heavenly wizard, rising up below, I finally have nothing to worry about for my Dragon Tiger Gang. The future is bright. That night, the Dragon Tiger Gang held a worship banquet to celebrate the fact that the gang had a future. Above the banquet, everyone sang and danced happily. Jiang Han didn't know anyone, and could only put on a stiff and numb little face, playing the role of a good boy there, accepting every person's touch and encouragement. Senior Master Wu Yuyun gave him a slight nod of recognition. The Marquis of Jiangning sent him a marrow-cleansing elixir to wish him a higher level. Everything was so peaceful and beautiful. Outside the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang, a woman wearing a bucket hat crushed the compass in her hand as she listened to the laughter coming from inside. "Brat, you can really hide." She was depressed, angry, and a touch terrified. How did this kid know he could avoid me by hiding in here? Is there anyone else behind him? Or was it all a completely subconscious act on his part, that he didn't actually know anything at all, and that it was only out of sheer luck that it all came together into what it is today? The heart of the woman in the bucket hat sank more and more. If it's the former, it's not unacceptable, though unexpected. However, if it is the latter kind. In fact, everything is just luck. Then instead, it makes her terrified. The chi is so heavenly. And even more so, he has obtained the roots ancient scripture. Could it be that this kid is the Chu dynasty's heavenly destined son? Chapter 59, Southern Symbol Immortal Scripture. There comes a time when even the most joyous banquet comes to an end. After most of the people on the floor had become drunk, Zhao Hu announced the end of the banquet, and he led Jiang Han, who had been drinking tea instead of wine the entire time, into the middle of his secret room. The 4 feats were placed in front of Jiang Han. Zhao Hu's face was serious as he pointed to a gongfu on the far right and said, "This is our Dragon Tiger Gang's inherited gongfu, called the Green Lotus Sword Technique, which comes with a Green Lotus Sword Technique that allows you to cultivate Green Lotus Sword Chi to kill your enemies, and you can cultivate it all the way up to the Jindan realm." Jiang Han's gaze followed Zhao Hu's finger and his face twitched slightly. During the daytime, he had also learned a lot about the specifics of the Dragon Tiger Gang from that melon eater. One of them is about this technique. It is said that this is currently the best and highest ranked gongfu among the scattered cultivators of Chu. Under this, the vast majority of the gong methods practiced by the scattered cultivators only included the chi refining realm, and some were even missing the methods of practicing in the later layers of chi refining. The slightly better ones were just some foundation building techniques, the reason why casual cultivators did not achieve much. In addition to the constraints of resources, pills and other aspects, the gong method was also a rather important factor. The fact that the Dragon Tiger Gang was able to take out a Jindan technique as an inheritance could be said to have shaken countless loose cultivators throughout the entire Chu kingdom, thus treating the Dragon Tiger Gang as a holy place for loose cultivators. It was unknown how many people longed to be able to cultivate this technique. I wonder how this technique compares to my stone scripture. Jiang Han thought this in his mind, and then he saw Zhao Hu put away the Green Lotus Sword Song with a light-hearted expression. But actually, this is only our Dragon Tiger Gang's explicit inheritance. Actually, we have better. Hearing this, Jiang Han was shocked. It was then that Zhao Hu pointed to the other 3 gong methods and introduced them one by one. The first one, the divine power of departing fire, is the sectarian gong method of the worldly sect Firecloud sect, and is considered to be the best choice that we have on hand. If you choose this technique, you can cultivate all the way to the transformation god realm. As for the latter part, you will need to plan slowly. However, cultivating this technique also has quite serious drawbacks. The first being that it cannot be too ostentatious and cannot be revealed in front of people, or else if it is discovered by the people of the Firecloud sect, it will surely be a disaster of extermination. Under the gaze of Zhao Hu's stern gaze, Jiang Han's small face was taut as he hastily nodded his head and said, "I understand." Zhao Hu gently nodded and pointed to the second gong method, saying, "This gong is named Withering Xian Gong, included in the Chu imperial family, and like the leaving fire divine gong, it's best not to reveal it in front of people. This gong method can also be cultivated to the realm of the god of transformation, just not as powerful as the divine fire. In addition to that, there is another disadvantage of cultivating this gong method. That is, just starting to cultivate. It will lead to the disappearance of the male yang root, until it is cultivated to the realm of the god of transformation, in order to regain the male virility. I don't recommend that you practice this, and not many of us are willing to practice it internally." Jiang Han, who was currently only 8 years old, couldn't quite understand what his master meant by this, but he knew that he was doing it for his own good, so he nodded. Zhao Hu began to introduce the third gong method again. This gong is named Xian Yi, and it can only be cultivated up to the Yuaning realm, which is considered the most mediocre. However, I and the other deputy gangmasters cultivate this gong. After all, cultivating this gong, there are no drawbacks that have to be hidden, and you can still break through to the Yuaning realm. After explaining the advantages and disadvantages of the 3 techniques, Zhao Hu looked at this only disciple of his and said in a rather serious tone and demeanor, "My child, have you decided which technique you want to cultivate? I'd like to remind you that you must never say even a word about what you've seen and heard today to outsiders, or we'll all die." Jiang Han nodded, indicating that he understood. Having already been through one extermination, he could understand the importance of secrecy. After a brief moment of hesitation and thought, he decided not to rush into selecting a technique in cultivation, instead requesting that he first recognize more words and gain a better understanding of cultivation knowledge before making a choice. Zhao Hu was stunned at first, then he was relieved. "Your proposal is very reasonable. Knowing this in advance will indeed help you better select the most suitable gongfu for you, and it will also allow you to take many fewer detours. Alas, I was, back in the day." Zhao Hu began to tell his old stories from back in the day. Jiang Han listened attentively. He would ask for this. Of course it wasn't that he was really how intelligent or far-sighted he was. It was just that he had a little something in his heart. I at least need to know what level of Gong method my stone scripture is before I can make a decision. If the stone scripture was better than all 4 of the Dragon Tiger Gang's techniques, he would definitely choose the stone scripture. This is not just for profit reasons, but also for emotional attachment. The task of teaching Jiang Han to practice writing and breaking characters fell to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi didn't care. It was just a casual teaching anyway. Fortunately, Jiang Han himself was smart enough to learn quickly. In addition to learning the basic texts, Zhou Yi was also teaching Jiang Han various cultivation knowledge, including the locations of the 5 organs and 6 bowels of the human body and various meridians. Jiang Han studied quite hard. Slowly, he had been able to rely on himself to judge the strengths and weaknesses of a technique. My family's stone scripture is even better than the 2 techniques of the Dragon and Tiger Gang that can be cultivated to the transformation spirit realm. After confirming this, Jiang Han's little heart fluttered as he was amazed. He had been able to translate the original name of the stone scripture, the Southern Rune Immortal Scripture. This scripture, can it directly allow one to cultivate to the true immortal realm? Jiang Han's little heart pounded with excitement. After a moment, he was a bit pained and lost again. It was also because of the power and advanced nature of this scripture that it led to father's death, wasn't it? In the Chu Kingdom, where a Jindan level technique was capable of attracting countless greed and killings, it was already self-evident how tempting an immortal scripture would be. After being sad for a while, little Jiang Han picked up his spirits again and began to cultivate hard. What he said to Zhao Hu was that he had decided to cultivate the departing fire divine skill. In this way, he could reasonably hide his cultivation and strength. Plus, no one within the Dragon and Tiger Gang practiced the divine fire technique, so no one could poke him. He doesn't have a lot of little minds, but it always works out pretty well. After he started practicing, Zhou Yi's lecture was considered to be over. He slumped back into his rocking chair and waved his young student off. Before the young student rolled away, he suddenly stopped and turned back to ask a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Master Wu, since you know so much knowledge related to cultivation, and Master has great faith in you, then why haven't you cultivated? If you were the one to ask, I'm sure that whether it's a technique or resources, Master would give it to you, right? Chapter 60. Zhou Yi didn't think that he would have no problem deceiving so many people up and down the Dragon Tiger Gang, and so many people up and down the imperial capital. As a result, he was found suspicious by a brat like Jiang Han. His mind subconsciously rose to the idea of killing and exterminating. But right at this moment, some sort of invisible fluctuation spread from the air and quickly intermingled with the other fluctuations, echoing throughout the imperial capital. Zhou Yi and Jiang Han both subconsciously looked in the several directions from which the fluctuations came. It's the residency of those worldly clans. Zhou Yi's gaze condensed, having sensed the truth after so long. The so-called elders and strong men, are they finally arriving? As these years passed, his strength had seen great progress, and his spiritual domain had expanded to 12 meters. With him as the center of the circle, within 12 m, he was able to grasp everything. Therefore, he saw the disturbance in space and presumed that it was a powerful member of the World Beyond clan from beyond the boundless earth who had descended through the spatial altar. Next, the situation in the imperial capital is bound to become even more chaotic and complicated and treacherous. Zhou Yi sighed silently. These guys really know how to pick their time. Not a short period of time had passed since the stone scripture came out. A lot of changes had indeed taken place in the imperial capital during this period of time. Within those areas occupied by large forces and large nobles, all sorts of precious light washed over the night and aura rained down on them, making them so enviable to watch. Even within the areas controlled by the major gangs, there were changes. The concentration of aura increased, not to mention that all kinds of things in the streets and alleys were metamorphosing at a rapid pace, obviously having a divine difference. The descent of these worldly powerhouses is enough to suppress the entire Chu kingdom. With them around, those local powerhouses can't eat meat. They can only drink soup and obediently make offerings. Let alone us. Zhao Hu hurriedly came and wrinkled his brow, his tone full of worry and indignation. Zhou Yi glanced at Zhao Hu and then at Jiang Han, his heart somewhat surprised at the fact that Jiang Han actually looked at those positions at about the same time as himself. That's not something that can be explained by good luck. This kid, could it be that he sensed the exact location of those several spatial disturbances at the same moment as me? It's not something that can be done by an unusual person. Don't say he's just a brat who just started cultivating. Even people like Xiao Hu or Jiang Ningho can't do it. There's a secret in the little kid. Zhou Yi sensed this, but did not care. while dispersing the killing intent in his heart. He lay back on the recliner and waved his hand, signaling Zhao Hu to take Jiang Han away. Only then did Zhao Hu remember that there was still Jiang Han next to him. Without realizing it, he actually showed his dependence and submission to Zhou Yi in front of outsiders. His heart sank, and after carefully observing and confirming that Zhou Yi had no extra thoughts or orders, he obediently led Jiang Han away. Jiang Han had sensed something and his heart shook. He hadn't thought that the real controller of the large dragon tiger gang would actually be Master Wu, who didn't have much of a presence. He also sensed that danger was once close to him, and now said nothing, straining his face to be a good boy. After waiting to take Jiang Han away from Zhou Yi's place, Zhao Hu said sternly, "There are some things that you know as far as you know, don't spread them outside. Got it?" "Got it." Jiang Han nodded obediently and blinked his eyes. Zhao Hu was relieved, but was still a little worried about whether this kid was reliable or not, so he continued to speak bitterly. "You have to understand, if it wasn't for the fact that your position as the youngest gang leader had already been decided, and it had already been determined that you were the next head of the dragon and tiger gang, the boss, he wouldn't have been so nice to talk to. With his ruthlessness, he is bound to kill and kill." Jiang Han nodded repeatedly and continued to blink. Outside the headquarters of the dragon tiger gang, the woman in the bucket hat who had changed her appearance and disguised herself as a member of the dragon tiger gang and was preparing to blend in to do her job stiffened, turned her head, and her eyes glanced at a few key directions in the imperial capital each in a slapdash manner. A touch of scorn surfaced in her pupils, and at the same time, she felt resentful. But in the end, she gave in. "The brat's lucky. I'm almost certain that you're the destined son birthed in this region." The woman in the bucket hat clenched her teeth secretly. Her heart was quite terrified. Facing this kind of destined son of heaven who was destined to be hostile to himself. What should be done to him? What can I do to break his heavenly destiny chi and kill him? Well, maybe it's time for me to ask those who came before me. Zhou Yi and the others had indeed guessed correctly. On this same day and at the same moment, those worldly sex powerhouses and elders descended on the Chu imperial capital through the space altar at the same time as if they had made an appointment. "Greetings, Senior Uncle." Domhnall led the Flamecloud Sect's senior brothers and sisters to hurriedly change out of their official uniforms from the imperial court and into the standardized clothing of the Flamecloud Sect's disciples as they knelt down in front of the spatial altar, rushing to the altar and shouting loudly at the fiery red-robed elder who had stepped out of the spatial portal. The old man calmly glanced at them without much care and directly flew out from this place. Domhnall and the others' bodies stiffened, and it took a while before they rose from the ground. "This division really doesn't care about us anymore. Even the senior uncles have this attitude," a female disciple cried. Others were annoyed. "And don't look at who all they relied on for their successful descent. If it wasn't for the fact that we've been spending a lot of resources to maintain the space altar, would he have been able to reach the Chu imperial capital so smoothly? Asterisk 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 asterisk. He ended up making a stinky face at us when he arrived, as if we owed him $1 million or $800,000. Alright, cut it out." Domhnall frowned as he stopped his junior siblings from complaining, and began to repair the spatial altar that was quite broken in the degree of space that had just been created, dutifully doing his part as a disciple of the Firecloud sect. On the other side, a few of the clan's old monsters had regrouped in the middle of their strides. They arrived outside the ghost market that was being restored. It was seen that Zhao Hu, flustered from within the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang, darted out, loudly announcing that from today onwards the construction site is closed for rest, resumption of work and other notices. Then all the staff were driven out. "This little fellow is smart and clever," the Firecloud sect elder said with a calm expression. Hee, so what if you're even smarter? A loose cultivator is a loose cultivator. A lifetime of being stepped on in the face." A yellow-robed old man's shoulder sat a small, pink and jade sculpted child who looked no more than 6 years old or so. The little boy shook his legs and feet. His nostrils were about to go up to the sky. Even if he was facing the old monsters of those worldly sects, he didn't care. He still acted as he did, with a look of being spoiled. Chapter 61, Abandonment of Pursuit. This child, who was nothing more than a foundation establishment stage, was so disrespectful. Yet none of the powerful people present showed any sign of disrespect. The previous demeanor of treating the weak like ants was completely gone. They ignored the small child and conferred with the other powerhouses on their own. The little child seemed to be used to being treated this way, as he pouted and played with the beard of the stout old man beside him. In fact, a closer look would reveal that the number of these powerful people who had descended upon the Chu imperial capital greatly exceeded imagination. Far more than the number of people that should be in the 5 extra-worldly clans. Looking at their attire, some of them were indeed not the strongest members of the 5 worldly clans. Zhou Yi, who was silently peering through the binoculars here, put down the binoculars and tapped the table thoughtfully. It seems that the outside world has changed again, and along with it, it has affected Chu here. Just thinking about it made him sigh softly. Weakness is the original sin, and we can only be slaughtered by others, not even a little bit of their own opinions. The powerhouses in the field had reached a consensus amongst themselves, ready to strike at the same time to figure out where the root's ancient scripture had gone. Someone had sacrificed an ancient mirror, and all of them were channeling mana into it. The person who had offered the ancient mirror hastily urged it. The ancient mirror let out a buzzing soft sound, and the mirror flipped over, sending out a ray of light that shot towards the ghost market below. Various images began to appear in the mirrors, as if time was being turned back. One figure after another flashed by, and those buildings that had originally been destroyed were restored in the mirrors. Finally, the mirror rewinds back to the night of the murder. It could be seen that the ghost market was still bustling at that time, with one loose cultivator after another traveling to and from it. A mortal with black ash smeared on his face sneaks into the ghost market, a mass of things clutched tightly in his arms. That's him. The spirits of the powerhouses present were lifted, and they all couldn't help but look intently. The story in the bronze mirror is still being told. On the other hand, the woman in the bucket hat staggered through the palace, and a jade tablet at her waist blossomed and vibrated violently, with cracks appearing on it. The doja woman's wrinkled face instantly became unsightly. These old guys are really fast. She couldn't care less about anything anymore and began to travel through the palace at an extremely fast speed. This naturally caught the attention of the palace guards, who bellowed in unison, trying to stop this insolent person who was a suspected assassin and intruder. The result was that the woman in the bucket hat gave her a slap. Blind your dog's eyes, you can't even recognize this palace? She threw off her bucket hat, restored her original appearance, and quickly traveled through the palace. Along the way, what they saw, whether eunuchs or palace guards, all bowed their heads and saluted. Eventually, the bucket-hatted woman rushed into the middle of a palace. The palace maids inside let out a cry of alarm and fell to their knees, mouthing the name Your Highness. The doe-haired woman didn't have time to worry about anything else, and with a wave of her hand, the doors and windows of this palace were all sealed up. A tadpole-like character began to flow on the surface of the palace, isolating all chi inside and outside. Beyond the ghost market, the story in the ancient mirror has been interpreted to its most crucial point. After the mysterious man in black killed everyone in the ghost market, he quickly penetrated into the darkness, avoiding the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Dragon and Tiger gang who had heard about it. Quick, chase after him, we can't let him run away, a strong man yelled out. Of course I know that, I don't need you to direct me. The strong man who had offered the ancient mirror coldly snorted and controlled the ancient mirror to start moving at a rapid pace. The ancient mirror moved in the direction the mysterious man in black had left, illuminating his journey. But all of a sudden, the picture in the ancient mirror that was still clear and obvious suddenly blossomed, turning into a misty mess that was impossible to peer into. A bit of tact. The powerful people present sneered. Silently, he increased the input of mana. The strong man who had offered the copper mirror also got serious, controlling it and trying to strike through the layer of mist, but it failed. Instead, it also caused the ancient mirror to suffer a counterattack, and the mirror's surface was riddled with cracks as tadpole after tadpole of golden characters escaped from it. These powerhouses present could no longer maintain their elegance and composure as their faces changed drastically. The strong man who had offered the bronze mirror was even more unhesitant, directly reaching out, and grabbing and rotting the ancient mirror that he had previously been incomparably precious. It was only at this point that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from their heads. It's actually them again. These guys are so hateful, relying on the fact that they have a nothing counts as a heavenly mechanic within their organization. They are so unscrupulous, striking out everywhere to snatch the root ancient scriptures from all over the world. Aren't they afraid of triggering the wrath of the masses and being attacked by a group of people? Damn it! After complaining to each other and displaying their anger, these powerhouses left the matter alone. No more tracing the whereabouts of the root's ancient scriptures. I'm afraid that we'll really find out about that organization behind it, leading to a new round of turmoil and crisis. After looking at each other for half a day, someone finally stepped forward and said stiffly, "Right now, since the root ancient scripture can no longer be pursued, let's get down to business. The root ancient scripture has been released. The cultivation of Chu has reached a certain level and can be accelerated." The others nodded, agreeing with him on this. So they flew up one after another and headed towards the palace, intending to discuss with the Chu Emperor. The next day, the Chu Emperor, who hadn't been to court for a very long time, held a rare grand court meeting and thundered out several holy edicts. The court, which had long been running at tortoise speed for a long time, began to run at full capacity. With the cooperation of the court, it was considered much easier for those powerful people to move. One big formation after another took the royal capital as the center and spread out in all directions, and would slowly spread to the entire territory of Chu over the next few decades, accelerating the cultivation of Chu. At the same time, from the distant ends of the earth, more cultivators crossed over through the spatial altar. Chu had already begun to cultivate, and now that the roots ancient scripture had come out, a wave of opportunities that could be imagined would erupt, with all sorts of magic treasures and elixirs appearing one after the other. These forces could not miss this feast. In addition to the original 5 great clans, there were also some other forces that joined in the division. These included organizations such as the Outer Heaven Auction House, the Ancient Monument Seeking Society, the Overseas Dispersed Cultivators Union, and so on. Even the 5 great clans couldn't refuse their entrance, and the local forces of Chu were naturally even more so. Among the imperial capital, the favorable locations in areas destined to be rich in resources had already been divided up long ago. There was not supposed to be room for new players to enter, but if it's a new player who is too strong, that's a different story. In short, the current imperial capital was very unsettled, with all sorts of undercurrents and struggles going on. Chapter 62, Treasure from Heaven. Standing on the roof of the Dragon Tiger Gang's headquarters and looking out, he was able to see that certain areas in the imperial capital were not the same. The aura there was like rain, and the precious light rushed to the sky. I wonder what kind of great chance it is to have this vision. Zhao Hu let out a deep sigh, his voice filled with yearning. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails even pinched into his flesh, causing blood to trickle out. Only pain could curb the greed in his heart at the moment. Those places where great opportunities erupted were not all peaceful. Clashes and bloody battles had already erupted in some places. Shouting and killing sounds were endless. A spiritual light flashed, a pike crossed the sky, and a body fell. It was very lively to watch. Joey took a sip of the wine in the vermilion red wine gourd and waved his hand with disinterest, signaling Zhao Hu to stop looking and get to work. Instead of envying these people, it's better to work on the ground and guard your own territory first. Zhao Hu nodded his head in response and turned to fly away after leaving Jiang Han in Joey's care. Nowadays, the situation in the imperial capital was one where those powerful people and great forces that had come from distant lands ate the meat and the local powerful people and forces drank the soup. The Dragon Tiger Gang and some other gangs with good strength could barely follow and lick the bottom of the bowl. After all, although the territory they controlled was relatively barren, it was good to have some output. The storm clouds and undercurrents in the city had been suppressed for a long time, and tonight they all erupted in one brain. Those scattered cultivators who had gathered here for a long time could no longer hold back and began to fight and snatch. Some who were not afraid of death even dared to go in groups to storm the territories of those big powers. Those who feared death retreated and began to fight with the city's gangs. The situation of the Dragon Tiger Gang was good enough. After all, they had already made a name for themselves and their prestige. Everyone knows that the Dragon and Tiger Gang is a great power amongst the casual cultivators, and the 8 major foundation builders of One Door are renowned. Holding the 2-county territory is a breeze. Even if there were some occasional tough guys, they could still call on Joey to go over and solve them. Everything is going well. The Longhu Gang's gang members also began to take advantage of this rare moment to harvest the various opportunities that appeared within their territory. It looked like things were going to stay so successful, but then suddenly things changed. It was accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar. The 9 dragons made a long roar and turned into a golden light trying to escape. Ha ha, want to escape? How can it be that easy? A small, spoiled child dressed in yellow, looking no more than about 6 years old, flew up in the sky surrounded by a crowd of cultivators, stretching out a pair of small hands towards the 9 dragons' jade jewel and grabbing it. I've got my eye on you. Hey, such a big fun toy. It has to be mine. Without any hesitation, the group of cultivators hurriedly chased after the boy with the boy, about to capture this object for the young master of their house. Coincidentally, the direction in which the 9 dragon jade jewel had fled as a golden light was precisely the territory of the Dragon Tiger Gang, accompanied by a buzzing burst of vibrations. A Tao of spiritual light shot out from the imperial palace, the 4 city gates, and the worldly clan's residence, converging in midair to transform into an inverted large bowl-like shield that enveloped the entire imperial capital. This is the city guard formation of Chu's imperial capital. At this time, it was certainly not to defend against external enemies, but rather to isolate the inside and outside, cutting off the escape path of all treasures and opportunities. and intercepting them all within the city, including the 9 dragons Jade. One after another spirit weapon that had already become psychic kept rushing around in the sky above the imperial capital, blossoming its own might, wanting to break the grand formation and escape, but they all failed. Those cultivators from the big powers were ecstatic and had long since risen up in the air, about to grab these spirit soldiers. Soon, the area for these spirit soldiers to flash around was getting smaller and smaller, and there were still really strong people striking, so they no longer had the power to resist. The spirit soldiers flew around for a while before they stopped dodging and fell towards the urban area below, choosing their own masters. The masters they chose were the kind of existences that possessed great blessings and great fortune. Such a person is destined to have great achievements in the future. But the current problem was that in this current time when the cultivation of Chu had just begun to pick up speed, most of these people chosen by the spirit soldiers were still weak, and some of them hadn't even begun their cultivation yet. How could they protect themselves and their spirit soldiers? And so these people with deep blessings were just killed and harvested on the spot by the major cultivators, decapitating the possibilities of Chu's future development. Watching one teenager after another who was still in the midst of surprise and dismay being killed in front of him, Zhang Han couldn't wait to feel angry and sad for them. He felt nothing but absurdity and fear. This was because the strongest spirit weapon in the arena, that piece of 9 dragon Jade, was currently in the center of his hand. Master Wu. Zhang Han was practically crying as he helplessly looked up at Zhou Yi beside him. Zhou Yi was also somewhat speechless. He also didn't expect that the young master of the Dragon Tiger Gang's blessing was actually so deep that he was able to attract such a spiritual soldier to come over and join his master. This is really troublesome now. He sighed softly and looked up. A large number of cultivators had already flown in front of them, looking down on them from above. The child who was but 6 years old but had already been spoiled long ago clasped his hands to his chest, his eyes staring straight at Zhang Han and the 9 dragon jade jewel in his hand, the corner of his mouth pulling out a disdainful and annoyed arc as he said, "You're really blind to your dog's eyes. This young master is so heavenly and divine, destined to be a strong man who will be proud of his side, but as a result, you don't even look at it, but choose this kind of wild child who came out of nowhere. Oh, you are destined to pay for your vision. Kill that wild child for me and snatch back the 9 dragon jade jewel." The little brat yelled out his orders. At such an age, yet he could so easily give orders to take someone's life without even a wrinkle in his eyes. This heart and cold-bloodedness made even Joey look sideways. But this is no time to be surprised. Seeing that the other party was about to lay his hands on him, Joey hurriedly stepped forward and said, Hold it. This little lord, please spare our lives. We are totally people sitting at home. The pot comes from the sky. If you don't mind, I'm willing to give this with both hands, just to ask for a way to live." He acted humble. But the kid is not one of those compassionate, kind people who will look at you and pity you. Seeing you pitiful, seeing you humble, seeing you give in, he will only become more complacent, give an inch, and make even more unreasonable demands. Chapter 63, Counterattack. In the face of Zhou Yi's humble request, the brat didn't agree, and the corner of his mouth lifted up into a cruel smile. "Ha! If begging for forgiveness can keep us alive, then why are we still trying to cultivate? I'm also not a murderous person. It's just that this son of yours really doesn't know what he's doing. His blessings and fortune are too deep. He actually managed to get the favor of the 9 dragon jade bit. This fortune far exceeds others. Amongst the imperial city today, it can be said to be a unique one. If you let it go, you will be a powerful party in the future." Surprisingly, although the kid looked young, he was able to speak in a logical way, and his words were quite logical. "If you don't kill them at this time, why do you still keep them? Do we leave him until our future harvest to jump out and make trouble? Cut the crap and give it to me." The brat gave the order again. This time, his men no longer hesitated and cast various spells to kill Joey and the two of them. Joey couldn't help but frown. He didn't really care about something as trivial as a little kid mistakenly recognizing Zhang Han as his son. He just had a bit of a headache over the situation at hand. He could get these people in front of him killed at any time. But then what? Then he would become the hottest boy among the royal capital at the moment, attracting attention from all sides. Once those powerhouses who had arrived from distant lands personally struck out at him, there was no guarantee that he would be able to survive. What a trouble! Faced with such a situation, Joey sighed and held Zhang Han in his arms, followed by a slight crouch of his legs, and with a fierce push, he leapt out from the roof of this unlucky family just at the moment when the various spells were about to be upon them. His physical body was already strong now, and his instantaneous explosive power was even stronger. He ran and jumped amongst building after building with Zhang Han, dodging the pursuit behind him. Relying on his 12M mental power field, he was able to clearly sense the fluctuation and direction of each spell, and then avoided it at the most in-between critical moments. He rushed into the middle of the shadowy alley, his spiritual power instantly covering himself and Jiang Han, and just like that, he very abruptly disappeared from the divine sense perception of a group of cultivators. Keep going on me. What are you waiting for? The little brat was simply mad with hate. Even if I have to turn over the entire Chu imperial capital, I have to find these two guys and kill them. The cultivators under him then dispersed individually after receiving their orders and began to trace Zhou Yi's whereabouts. There were only a handful of 3 or 5 cultivator guards left around the brat. He was standing on his flying sword sulking when his ears suddenly heard the successive bursts of sound coming from the air being violently expelled. The little kid was startled and turned his head to look, only to see that the stout old man in yellow clothes had already appeared beside him and was looking around vigilantly. Grandpa Gu, what brings you here? The little kid's face immediately blossomed with an innocent smile that belonged to a child, and he opened his arms toward the lanky old man to hug him, quickly climbing onto the old man's shoulders. The stout old man's fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with vigilance as he looked in all directions. He inquired in a low voice, "Young lord, what just happened? Did you offend someone? Offend someone? What people can I offend?" The brat froze and asked in a puzzled manner, "In this kind of poor countryside, I can't just step on whoever I want to step on? What can I do if I step on them? What man can claim the word offense?" Grandpa Gu, you still haven't said what you came to me for all of a sudden. Shouldn't you be going to fight with the others for that tripod? Could it be that the fight has already come to an end? What was it, exactly, that made you give up such a major task? Such a character of the brat made the lanky old man feel like a headache, but there was nothing he could do about it. It was something he had spoiled. So he could only take the little brat with him as he quickly moved across back to the biggest chance land in the imperial capital, leaving the little brat by his side, guarding him without moving an inch, while using his divine thought to transmit his voice to explain. "My lord, don't you know it yet? Those who originally followed you, except for these 3 or 5 by your side, the others are all dead." "What?" The brat was stunned, then subconsciously retorted, "That's impossible. I'm just asking them to go after a father and son who were lucky enough to obtain the 9-dragon jade jewel and fled in panic. How could they all be planted? Even if they accidentally ran into a tough guy in the city, it wouldn't be a total wipeout, would it? Could it be that the father and son are not simple, a hidden powerhouse pretending to be a pig in a poke?" The little brat shook his head repeatedly. How he didn't want to believe this truth. That's impossible. If it's really strong, then why hide your head? Why did you need to run away when you faced our pursuit before? Since he had to compete with the others for the treasures, the stout old man didn't have much heart to exchange communication with the brat, so he could only casually make a perfunctory comment. It could be that he has the strength to kill those guards, but is not a match for the old man. That is why he hides his head and dares not show his strength in front of you. But from today onward, young master, you can't leave me by half a step, so as not to let people take advantage of it. In the Chu imperial capital today, the dark currents are raging, the fights are endless, and all kinds of bulls and snakes are starting to come out. It's not something that you and those few guards can handle. Oh, the little brat agreed sullenly, unable to resist cursing the two Zhou Yi's heart in his heart. Coincidentally, Zhou Yi is also cursing him fiercely. The little kid is difficult to deal with. Have said that I don't want to get into trouble with you. I am so lowly begging you, and even willing to let out the 9 dragons jade jewel. The result is that you actually still give me an unforgiving. What? Think I'm soft and easy to bully? Standing in the darkness, Zhou Yi's face was gloomy. At this time, Jiang Han returned, having initially refined the 9-dragon jade jewel that had actively chosen its master, causing this treasure to collect its precious light and remain undetected. In his hands, he grasped a large number of storage rings and storage pouches, as well as a wide variety of spirit weapons and magic treasures. "Master Wu, as you ordered, I went to those places to finish searching the loot," he said carefully, a heart pounding. At first, he was terrified that he had gained the favor of the 9 dragons jade jewel, fearing that this would lead to murderous trouble for himself and Zhou Yi, fearing that the tragedy of the extermination of his family would once again erupt on him. He was still blaming himself when he was carried around by Zhou Yi and fled. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi stopped and coldly instructed him to go to some places to touch the corpses and bring over things such as storage rings and magic treasures. At that time, he thought if Master Wu was out of his mind. But it turned out that after arriving at the place Zhou Yi had mentioned, he really did see hordes and hordes of cultivators ***, and these were the very same cultivators who had chased after him earlier. At this moment, Jung Han didn't know how to describe his feelings. Very well. Zhou Yi's voice came from the darkness, extraordinarily cold and filled with skyward killing intent. But this is not enough. Far from enough. Let's go. Let's take a trip to their lair and let them know that I'm not made of clay either. Chapter 64, Dumping. Jung Han vaguely saw a hand reach out from the darkness and re-hold himself in his arms, and then the oncoming gale. He was once again carried by Zhou Yi and began to move at a rapid pace. Jung Han quickly adapted to the situation at hand. He closed his eyes and shut his mouth to minimize the effect of the howling wind on him. He opened his little brain and pondered what exactly Zhou Yi was going to do. Yes, those people who came after us are wearing uniforms. They are people from the Outer Heaven auction house. Jung Han couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart when he thought of this lair. The Heavens Beyond auction house. A new player that had joined in this time was said to be very strong. Although they were not involved in the initial investment in Chu and keeping it running, they just suddenly jumped out to pick the peach at this critical moment. However, no one up and down the Chu kingdom, including those worldly clans, dared to stand up against it. This shows their strength. The cake that was already divided has to be divided all over again. Being in a place like the Dragon Tiger Gang, where information from all 3 religions and 9 streams was constantly being summarized, Jung Han knew quite a few things. It was said that the land that had been divided up to belong to other people had been reallocated to the Heavens Beyond auction house, and the headquarters of this auction house had been constructed. There were countless treasures inside, enough to dazzle any cultivator's eyes. Just because now is in a period of drastic changes, everyone is busy grabbing the land. Grab the opportunity. So the Outer Heaven auction house did not open the door, did not hold the auction, did not have the time to let the people of the imperial capital to have a good time. Just, could it be that Master Wu really wants to kill his way in there? Thinking of that rumored brilliant and magnificent Chu branch of the Heavens Beyond auction house, Jung Han was a little uneasy. However, upon careful consideration, he was relieved and felt that Zhou Yi's actions had a high probability of success. At this time now, the strongest people in the Outer Heaven auction house should have all gone out to scramble around for opportunities. And even if someone stays behind, their strength will definitely not be too strong, and their number won't be too many. Well, I don't know what realm's cultivation Master Wu is in. Jin Dan? If he sneaks in carefully and waits for an opportunity to sneak in, it could still work. Ugh, let's hope it doesn't cause too much of a mess. Jung Han, who was only 8 years old, frowned and looked worried. When they were chosen by the 9 dragons Jade Jewel to be their master, causing a chase, the 2 of them were not in the Dragon and Tiger Gang, but appeared on the roof of an unknown house, watching the fun and at the same time being ready to respond to the call for help from the rest of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. Despite that little kid and the rest of the people around him must have seen our appearance as well. As long as they investigate with all their heart, they will eventually be able to find out about the Dragon Tiger Gang here. Trouble keeps coming. Jung Han frowned, his heart heavy. He couldn't help but start wondering, with Master Wu's wisdom, he should have already thought of this layer as well. So how would he fix this? Just take us all away? Disband the Dragon Tiger Gang? He was still pondering the has-beens when he felt that the oncoming gusts of wind and high-speed movement had ended. Jung Han opened his eyes and saw a glorious building. The 5 large characters of Outer Heaven auction house flowed with divine light at night, intoxicating the mind. Is it going to start? Jung Han clenched his fists, his heart actually somewhat excited. He silently mobilized the not-so-much mana in his body, ready to offer up the 9-dragon Jade Jewel at any time to help Zhou Yi. As a result, he saw that Zhou Yi did not act in a hurry, but stood in place for a few moments of time before this opened his eyes, gently placing him on the ground, holding his small hand with one hand and walking towards the Heavens Beyond auction house with his face as usual. The 2 men's steps were slow, as if they were deliberately waiting for something. At first Jung Han was puzzled, but he soon realized it. However, in just a few steps, as the 2 of them walked to the middle of the road, the Heavens Beyond auction house, which was still calm, suddenly stirred up. A yawning powerhouse flew out of it in an aggressive manner with the other cultivators who stayed behind, anxiously flying towards the biggest chance site in the entire city. Almost all of the powerhouses and elders who had come from far away were there, vying for a crucial treasure. Their lanky old man and brat from the Heavens Beyond auction house were there as well. Looking at the sudden departure of these remaining forces, Jung Han's small mouth opened wide with some disbelief. What's wrong with them? Seeing that a conflict and a big battle will soon break out, how come these people are suddenly gone? The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Intentionally or unintentionally, it might be that some important person has died, and they are busy going to help collect the corpse. It's certainly his masterpiece. During the little bit of time that he had paused earlier, Joey recalled in his mind the little kid in his guards that he had seen, as well as the figure of the stout old man, then distributed the lifespans and gave them each a death spell. By now these people should be as dead as they can be. Yes, death spells are just so counterintuitive. After Joey's spiritual domain had expanded to 10m, the mutual complement and cooperation between the Egan method and the death spell technique reached a point that could be considered perverse. Joey was already able to use the image of his enemy in his mind as a medium to kill people across the room. After he killed those who were chasing him, he had been hiding in the darkness, silently watching the little kid in the sky, memorizing the little kid and his guards, as well as the burly old man who appeared out of nowhere, in his mind, and came up with such a plan in an instant, even though he killed the man. Outsiders don't know. In the eyes of outsiders, the lanky old man and the little brat and the others had died in the middle of the fight for the treasure, and his opponents were those elders and old monsters from other great powers. This gives a lot of room for imagination. With so many great power elders and old monsters, it is not guaranteed that anyone has some inexplicable means to erase the stout old man's few people from space. Coupled with the fact that these people who stayed behind at the Heavens Beyond auction house and other outsiders didn't know about the previous clash and didn't know about Joey and the others, wouldn't this suspicion and trouble be shrugged off? Doesn't the blame fall on someone else? In fact, things later went even smoother than Joey's plan. This was because when the Yuaning powerhouse who stayed behind at the auction house outside the sky arrived with his men, he happened to see that people from other clans and forces were touching the corpses of their own powerhouses and young masters. This black pot is destined to remain unclean. A tragic battle broke out there in the land of opportunity. Joey and John Han, however, were dazzled in the middle of the treasure storehouse of the Heavens Beyond auction house with sincere smiles on their faces. Chapter 65 Root of the Divine Medicine. Joey took out a small pill bottle and poured out 2 pills from it. One he swallowed himself and one he handed to Jiang Han, a pill made from the essence of the swimming grass together with other precious medicines. It can cover our tracks. Without hesitation, Jiang Han took the pill from Joey and swallowed it. After completing this final preparation, the two of them did not hesitate any longer and directly stepped into the middle of the Heavens Beyond auction house. Stop! Who are you? Someone inquired in a loud voice. Unable to wait for an answer, he collapsed on the floor with his eyes open and his breath gone. That Yuaning stage powerhouse who was responsible for staying behind had taken away the vast majority of the guards in the Heavens Beyond auction house, causing the remaining guard force to be extremely weak. But even so, Joey was not reckless. He wrapped himself in Jiang Han with his spiritual power, making himself non-existent to the guard's divine detection, then moving slowly in the shadows, killing guard after guard as far as the eye could see. No one noticed at first, but as time went on, someone eventually sensed something was wrong. Lu, are you still there? Damn, are people asleep? Someone sensed that the people in the auction house were rapidly attenuating, and roared angrily as they rose into the air, their voices spreading throughout the auction house. The rest of the living rushed to follow and join him. What's going on? Are we the only ones left? They waited in the sky for a few seconds, and when they saw that no one else was answering the call, a heart sank more and more, and that feeling of something bad was getting heavier and heavier. Damn it, it's a hostile attack. Quickly use the 1,000-mile transmission note to notify His Excellency and the others. They screamed in panic, preparing to contact the Yuaning stage powerhouse that had just left, but all of a sudden, all of their actions stopped, and all of their strength and mana was rapidly draining away. What? Is it going to be like that? Obviously didn't feel any attacks or see where the enemy was. One guard after another stared in disbelief and also crashed to the ground unwillingly. Only after another moment, after confirming that the entire auction house was completely gone, did Joey walk out of the shadows with Jiang Han. Jiang Han was very knowledgeable as he ran around in the auction house, collecting all sorts of storage rings, storage bags, and all sorts of magic treasures and other loot. Soon he ran back with them. The magic treasures and other things were put away in his storage ring, while the other storage rings were strung together with ropes and tied around his waist. The storage bag was also hanging on it, looking waist-deep and rich. He grabbed a special seal in his hand and came to Joey, saying, Master Wu, searched for this odd thing. It was searched from the highest status Jindan stage cultivator among these people, and he valued it so much that he didn't put it into a storage bag, but hung it on his waist, and before he died, he used his hand to hold on to it for dear life. Joey took the seal and with a glance a smile appeared on his face as he said, I probably know what this is. He led Jiang Han around in the Heavens Beyond auction house and soon found the location of the underground treasure vault. This place is full of organs and countless formations. There's no way to get through alive if you're not an insider and don't know the safe path. Joey had no choice but to make a few more trips. dragging down those corpses outside and using them to trip the mine for trial and error. With the help of these Heavens Beyond auction house guards who were ecumenical, the two managed to pass through the dangerous path and arrived at the door of the underground treasure vault. This treasure trove is engraved with a powerful and incomparable formation. Touching and opening it rashly will trigger the formation and attract the power of thunder to destroy the intruder. Even people from the auction house were not authorized to open this door. But it's a good thing that yawning stage powerhouse left the door-opening object behind before he left. Joey whistled and took out the seal in his hand, placing it on the groove deliberately left on the door in front of him. The two are tightly knit. The formation pattern on the treasury door emitted a ray of light, and then it opened slowly in front of the two of them. The stout old man in yellow clothes left his seal to the yawning stage powerhouse who stayed behind at the auction house, and the yawning stage powerhouse left his seal to the Jindan stage powerhouse who was left behind by him. With the same purpose in mind, if he himself met with an untimely end on this outing, the rest of them could at least sneak away with the resources and things in the treasure trove. If they left with the seal, then if something untoward happened outside and triggered a joint siege by other forces, and those left behind were unable to leave with the treasure trove, then the treasures of opportunity and resources that they had worked so hard to collect at the Heavens Beyond auction house and brought from distant lands would only be all cheaper for the enemy. This is intolerable for them. So before they left, they all left their seals behind and did numerous commands. Unexpectedly, it was instead cheaper for Joey. Entering the underground treasure trove of the Heavens Beyond auction house, the two were quickly dazzled. Various resources were piled up in this place, and there were simply countless high-grade spiritual treasures, pills, and techniques. Although those yawning stage powerhouses that Joey had once killed were equally wealthy, and there was still a large surplus to support the growth of the Dragon Tiger Gang until now, they were poor in comparison. It's a pity that, in the hands of those outer heaven auction house cultivators who are still outside, there must still be a batch of chances and treasures that have not had time to be sent into the treasure trove. And strong people such as the lanky old man will also surely carry the most valuable things close to their hearts, and won't put them into the treasure trove. In the face of so many benefits and resources, Jiang Han also couldn't help but have his heart and mind shaken for a moment, and actually developed a greedy heart. Greedily thinking so, Joey quickly gave him an order. Get moving, move all these things, don't leave any of them behind. After handing over all the hard work to Jiang Han, Joey then walked towards the deepest part of the treasure trove between flashes of his silhouette. It was as if the cells in his whole body had reawakened and had been screaming at him to be hungry. A throbbing sensation accompanied his footsteps as he walked by. He was certain that there were many medicines within this treasure trove that could be of use to him, but the thing that attracted him the most was still in the deepest part of the treasure trove. Merely smelling a trace if any of the medicinal fragrance caused his body to develop a great hunger, greedily absorbing the faint medicinal fragrance that permeated the protection. Finally, Joey arrived in front of his target, and he stretched out his trembling hand and gently opened the lid of the small jade tripod in front of him. Inside was quietly placed a small root of a plant, crystalline like jade, glittering with intoxicating light. It looked no more than half the size of a pinky finger. It should be the residue of some kind of plant after its root broke. But just such a small amount contained an unimaginable amount of medicinal power. Looking at this tiny root, Joey's pupils plummeted, his nostrils enlarged, and his vanguard immovable heart began to beat faster. The broken root of a sacred medicine? Chapter 66, A Big Gain. Joey carefully put on the top cover. The excitement in his heart, however, was really hard to suppress. It took him several deep breaths before he managed to regain a bit of his composure. His eyes scanned from side to side, quickly finding something useful to him. He didn't skimp at all and opened a box right next to him. Inside is a handful of dirt. The box was opened, but a bloody light shone out. The hissing of the ancient gods and demons could be heard faintly. The soil is so granular that it seems to attract the eye like a crystalline blood diamond. Soil that has been drenched in divine blood contains great divinity, a supreme divine soil used to grow divine medicines. Joey's eyes lit up, and without the slightest hesitation, he took out the divine pill broken root from the jade cauldron and planted it into the divine soil. He carefully searched around some more, opening all sorts of lids and blockades, and finally, he was able to find another useful thing, the diluted spring water from the spring of creation. It's quite okay, even though it's diluted and still has some of its essence dissipated among the loss of long hours. Joey poured a portion of this spring water into the divine soil. The divine pill broken root was one of the hundreds of roots of an entire divine pill. And after disconnecting from the divine pill it fell into the hands of the Heavens Beyond auction house, and it was unknown how much time had passed. It was still as crystalline as jade and contained an extremely strong activity. This is nothing short of a miracle of the creation of heaven and earth. rooted into the middle of the divine soil and irrigated by the spring of creation, coupled with the fact that the broken root itself was incredibly active. At this moment, it even produced an incredible reaction. A thin wisp of purple haze rose from the broken root and was inhaled into Joey's nostrils. The divine pill break became more and more radiant and glittering, still emitting a thin light outward. It's as if they're being reborn. Fortunately, it actually did work. Joey was bursting with joy as he searched around for a while and found a special broken bowl. The broken bowl was black and missing a corner, and it looked like a begging tool commonly used by street beggars. However, since this broken bowl could be included by the heavens beyond auction house, and even placed next to the divine pill broken root, it showed that this item was extraordinary. Joey picked up the broken bowl and surveyed it for a few moments, quickly realizing the extraordinary nature of this object. This broken bowl could actually be sacrificed and used by his spiritual power. This was very amazing. After all, his spiritual power was completely incompatible with today's mainstream cultivation system. If Joey wanted to use things such as the storage ring, he would have to practice it all over again on his own with his spiritual power before he could do so. He could only practice these simple things, and he couldn't move Yuaning level magic weapons like the wine gourd. Even simple things such as storage rings, after being refined by him, although they could be used, their lifespan would be greatly reduced, and the space inside would be further reduced. It was the first time that Joey had encountered this kind of magic treasure that he could use directly. I wonder what level this broken bowl is. Joey pushed the broken bowl and took in all the divine soil and divine medicine. These became a pattern on the inside of the broken bowl. A rhizome peeks out above a small handful of soil, next to a fingernail-sized spring. It looks as rustic as it needs to be and fits the broken bowl vibe perfectly. Joey looked at the broken bowl in his hand, and with a hefty smile, he held the thing in his hand. He could sort of see that this broken bowl was a more advanced space magic treasure than things like storage rings, storage bags, and wine gourds. And the storage space inside was very large and allowed for the existence of living things. This should only be one of the effects of the broken bowl. Joey thought so. The more major use of the broken bowl should be to be used to collect and refine people, just like the violet gold and red gourd of the Supreme Lord. At this time, John Han found Joey, and he said with some embarrassment, "Master Wu, I filled up my storage ring, but it only holds less than 1/9 of the stuff." John Han was currently only at the first level of chi refining, and the storage ring space he possessed was naturally not very large. It was true that he still had a lot of storage rings and storage bags on him, but those things were not his, and if he wanted to crack open and use them, it would have to be done by a professional, or it would take a not-so-short period of time. And what the two men lacked most right now, by far, was time. If you had come to me a few minutes earlier to talk about this, I might have frowned greatly, but now it's different. Joey smiled faintly, and then he sacrificed the broken bowl and directly took away all the resources that were piled up in the treasure vault. He turned around and faced the shelf behind him, which held the most precious batch of resources amongst the entire treasure trove. His own broken bowl and the divine medicine, broken root, were originally placed on this as well. Joey commanded Jiang Han to open all the lids. All of a sudden, all sorts of precious light rushed into the sky, and the medicinal fragrance overwhelmed the nose. Some extremely high-grade elixirs, magic treasures and weapons have long since developed their own spiritual intelligence. Seeing that the lid was opened, he immediately flew out from it and was about to force his way out. Joey hurriedly collected them all in a broken bowl. Then one by one, they were taken out again, one by one, and put back inside the original boxes, bottles, and jars before receiving them in the broken bowl. Jiang Han, who was beside him, looked dumbfounded as he asked in some confusion, "Master Wu, why go to such trouble? Isn't this a pants-down fart?" Joey patiently answered, "Although we have all swallowed the swimming dan, the extraterrestrial great sex means are unpredictable, so they might still be able to find us, so there's a need to add a layer of insurance. All of these things are truly supreme treasures, each with their own origins and great karma. With these things confusing the karma of this place, even if those extraterrestrial great sects have heavenly powers, if they want to sort out these messy karma and find out about us, they will need to spend a lot of money and time, and it may even be that they won't be able to do it at all." Oh, Jiang Han nodded, silently memorizing this little trick for doing bad things. After ransacking this place clean, the two of them clapped their hands and left the heavens beyond auction house. At this time of year, it's a lively time outside. In the largest land of opportunity, the various powerhouses who had been snapped a black pot watched the people of the heavens beyond auction house spilling all kinds of beans and going crazy to exterminate their descendants. And for a while, They were all a bit unable to sit still, and they all stepped out to block them, which knows that is such a slack effort. Originally by their dead grasp each other fighting for the treasure tripod steeply into a green light, rushed into the ground, disappeared without a trace. It's broken. The precious tripod left along the earth's veins. The roads are all over the place. We can't find the exact direction it left. It's untraceable. One old monster after another screamed, their faces filled with expressions of heartache, pity, and rage. Chapter 67, The misunderstanding gets bigger. The black cauldron gets steadier. With a wave of their hands, these powerhouses saved their juniors and pulled them to their side. Their faces were grim as they stared angrily at that yawning stage cultivator from the heavens beyond auction house. The other party was shaken by the pressure of the transformation god powerhouse, finally remembering where this place was and who they were facing, and secretly regretting their previous impulsiveness in their hearts. But one look at the corpses of the lanky old man and the little brat, his eyes instantly reddened again, and his anger shot through the roof once more. He jumped onto the body of the little brat and cried bitterly, young lord, why did you leave like this? You're still young, your qualifications are heaven-defying, and you clearly still have a glorious and incomparable future in prospects. Ooh-hoo, Elder Gu, you're a hallowed transformation god powerhouse. It's just a matter of coming to a poor countryside like this to make a quick buck. Who could harm you? His cries were extremely mournful, as if they were cold crows on a barren grave, ruthlessly eating and yawning a handful of the transformation god powerhouses present, causing the transformation god powerhouses, who already had gloomy faces, to become even more unhappy. You give me enough. Finally, someone couldn't help it and let out a low gulp, full of rage. I haven't even bothered with you about the treasure tripod escaping, but you're the one who's going to hold a pot over our heads. I'll put my words right here. The death of his surname Gu has nothing to do with me, but the matter of the treasure cauldron escaping has nothing to do with your people at the heavens beyond auction house. Sooner or later, this score will have to be settled. After saying that, he let out a cold snort and was about to leave with his descendants to intercept the opportunity elsewhere. Unexpectedly, that yawning stage powerhouse from the heavens beyond auction house was unforgiving. His voice became more and more mournful, and his eyes were dripping blood. He had completely lost his mind, and being aggrieved by the scene before him and his own imagination, he could not help but roar angrily and vindicate. Well said. This score must indeed be settled. One by one, his gaze swept across the faces of the many powerful people and others present, gritting his teeth and saying word by word, I, the heavens beyond auction house, am not one to be messed with, and all the grudges and blood feuds must be settled, but anyone who strikes out will have to pay for what they've done. That was even more of a frown. The displeasure in some people's minds had grown to the point of murderous intent. Someone else, however, didn't want to completely tear his face off just yet, and being aggrieved himself, he said, this little friend, I don't know about how the others are doing. All I know is that fellow Taoist Gu's death indeed had nothing to do with me. At that time, we were indeed fighting for the treasure tripod, but it was never to the point of life and death. After the accident that befell Taoist friend Gu, those of us who were indeed lax in our control caused our respective descendants and disciples to become greedy, and actually wanted to plot to take away Taoist friend Gu's corpse and life savings. Here we apologize to you, and will be willing to compensate Taoist friend Gu's descendants for this matter in the future. I only hope that you can report to the higher-ups of the heavens beyond auction house, so that they can consider it carefully and not cause any harm to the innocent. In my opinion, the death of Taoist Gu is highly suspicious. He had thought that his gentle words could ease the conflict and contradiction, but he hadn't expected to let the other party get the better of him. That yawning stage cultivator from the outer heaven auction house jumped to his feet and shouted, in a hurry? I haven't even named you yet, and you're in a hurry? The transformation god powerhouse who opened his mouth to speak was filled with confusion. Why am I in a hurry? I just don't want you guys to fight and get killed. Don't be so hypocritical here. The yawning stage cultivator from the heavens beyond auction house roared. Since you like peace so much, and since you like the idea of not killing anyone so much, what were you doing when Boss Gu and the young lord died? Hypocrisy. Why are you jumping out of your skin in such a hurry if you don't have something on your mind and are in a hurry? I think you're the killer. That transformation god powerhouse who had originally taken a moderate stance could no longer listen to it when he heard this. With a wave of his sleeve robe, a 19 astral wind blew out. Straight away, that heavens beyond auction house yawning cultivator who had been jumping up and down, and the guards he had brought out from the heavens beyond auction house were all scraped to the bone. In the end, even the bones were turned into ashes that went with the wind in the midst of this strong wind, including the corpses of those heavens beyond auction house cultivators on the ground as well. Only the stout old man's body was still well preserved, but his skin had suffered extensive destruction. Seek death. This transformation god powerhouse waved his palm, his expression gloomy, his brows full of displeasure. As a transformation god, this seat is willing to talk to you in a nice voice for a few moments, and even make rather mild concessions between words. That's this seat's cultivation. But if you actually dare to give an inch, make a big fuss, and even openly pour dirty water on this seat, then you have a way of taking death. Even if this matter were to reach the ears of the higher-ups of the heavens beyond auction house, it would still be this seat that has the upper hand. So I'll see what they can do. The other transformation god powerhouses in the city praised this person's decisiveness. Everyone glanced at each other, their respective gazes somewhat evasive and gulping, looking at the others with suspicion, suspecting that someone else is the real culprit who assassinated the stout old man. Fellow Taoist Gu did die in a strange way, and according to the circumstances, the murderer was among these people. I'll have to be careful not to fall for that murderer. If he can kill fellow Taoist Gu, he can also kill me. It's a pity. If the people from the heavens beyond auction house weren't so bossy and rude, I would still be willing to use their hands to find out the real culprits. Various thoughts flashed through their minds electrically, and the gazes these god transformation powerhouses looked at each other became more and more cautious and wary. After a round of dry laughter and awkward conversation, they flew up at almost the same moment, each going in different directions. At a time like this, if one were to still get too close to other people, or even deliberately lean in, it would be very easy to attract suspicion, or even draw a unanimous blow from other people. They began to harvest the great opportunities of other opportunities, and after some comparison, they were even more heartbroken about the treasure tripod that had disappeared. Slowly, they also reacted. Taoist Gu is dead. The cultivators of the outer heaven auction house are even more than half dead and wounded. Right now their power in Chu is unprecedentedly weak. Isn't this a good time to beat the autumn wind? Once the thought surfaced, it could not be pressed. The cultivation world was such a cruel place. As long as you showed weakness, you would attract the wolves of the pack to tear you apart and turn you into a public enemy. This barbaric wilderness like Chu is still too barbaric. The scattered cultivators here are also too ferocious. Actually, even the heavenly outer auction house also dares to impact. There is a spirit transformation powerhouse who sighed so softly. His disciples and descendants quickly heard the meaning, smiled at each other, and immediately turned to leave. They changed into the clothes of casual cultivators and covered their faces, and they rushed towards the heavens beyond auction house. Upon arriving, I realized that almost all of the other family hands had arrived, and we all gathered once again. Mad. These people are thieves. Times 8. Everyone cursed in their hearts, but there was no conflict on the surface as they rushed into the middle of the heavens beyond auction house, but found nothing. It was empty. No people or treasures. The people of the outer heaven auction house can be really thieves. Actually escaped so quickly. The cultivators who originally thought that they could open and earn a fortune were greatly unlucky, and they were about to walk out. Suddenly, strong spatial fluctuations came, and they turned back in horror. One could only see the space altar of the heavens beyond auction house cracked and an extremely strong pressure emanated from it. There's a big guy coming through. The crowd looked at each other in horror, and were about to turn around and leave, when they felt that their bodies were completely out of control and could only stop where they were. There were already gaijin powerhouses from the heavens beyond auction house who had arrived at this place through the spatial altar. With a single sweep of his divine thoughts, the visitor instantly gained an insight into all the circumstances of the heavens beyond auction house, including the empty underground treasure vaults, as well as the mutilated bodies of the heavens beyond auction house guards along the way. He was instantly enraged. You people, you bully people too much. Accompanying this hiss that almost shook the blue sky, a giant hand of light appeared abruptly and instantly grabbed the several transformation god powerhouses that had risen up in the air at the sound of their voices in the sky above the imperial capital. Chapter 68, The Heavenly Fate Stone. Joey had already brought Jiang Han back inside the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang. Originally, he was staring unblinkingly at the divine pill root on the inner wall of the Broken Bull, but as a result, he was also shocked by the angry roar that almost cracked the blue sky, causing his chi and blood to float, and large clusters of colors kept blooming in front of his eyes. It wasn't until a while later that he recovered from this. Patting his head, he stepped out from the hall, looking at the great Yuanshan that stood under the sky dome, not knowing how vast it was, and felt nothing but palpitations in his heart. I'm still too weak in the face of a truly strong person. A clear realization arose in his mind, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. After a long while, he then exhaled and let go of his guard. That Yuanshan grasped a whole 8 harmonized god powerhouses in one hand. These people came from great sects from outside the domain, and they were usually rare and powerful people, majestic and incomparable, with a very high status wherever they went. But now it was like a bug being casually clutched in the palm of someone's hand, indescribably suffocating and painful. But even so, they didn't dare to resist. Instead, he had to obediently lower his head in front of that powerful man's fury and bear the raging fury. Joey listened for a moment and nodded with satisfaction and relief. He hadn't even thought that these god transformation powerhouses would be so bold as to dare to do something like touching the corpse of the lanky old man and sending people to pretend to be casual cultivators and ransack the heavens beyond auction house after taking a bite of his black pot. This is no longer something that can be described by the 4 words bold. That's just professional death. The black pot that Joey had thrown at them. They could say that they were wearing it more and more securely, and couldn't take it off in any way. Even if they endured the humiliation and allowed the strong man in front of them to search their souls and check their memories one by one, they could not dispel the suspicions of this strong man in front of them. The other side suspects they faked the memories beforehand. It's been hard for you guys to help take the blame. Joey let out a light laugh and turned around to find Jiang Han, who had been stunned to the ground. Taking advantage of the time when the god transformation powerhouse in the sky kept screaming for mercy, Joey removed the storage ring in Jiang Han's hand that was filled with the resources of the heavens beyond auction house's treasure trove, and stowed it away in the middle of the broken bowl. After all, he didn't know what kind of realm this powerful person in the sky had reached and how strong he was. Still have to guard against him being able to track down those resources. Joey tried to fit the broken bowl into his storage ring, only to have his storage ring burst. Scratching his head, he eventually chose a storage bag of the highest quality and used his spiritual energy to offer it again and again before he packed the broken bowl inside. The storage bag looked like it was about to crack and burst, but at least it wasn't bursting, and it looked like it would last another 2 or 3 days. Joey used his spiritual power to wrap it inside so that it would not be pried into by outsiders, and then sewed a layer of skin on the outside, pretending that it was a normal money bag. That was a slight relief. The trouble and strife in heaven lasted a long time. That strong person from the heavens beyond auction showed sadness and anger when faced with the dead brat's corpse, and had to avenge the brat's death. I don't know whether it's because he didn't learn his craft well or what, but in any case, he didn't find the murderer, and could only ask about the circumstances of that night one by one, trying to restore all the passages before and after the little kid's murder. This was what he had acted upon after searching the souls of 8 transformation god powerhouses. It seems that the soul search has finally allowed him to build up a bit of trust in these god transformation powerhouses. Joey sipped his tea and thought so. Yet that trust is thin and doesn't stand up to the test at all. The heavens beyond auction house wasn't the only one with strong people. It was just that in order for him to be able to investigate the case properly without any other interruptions, this powerful person from the heavens beyond auction house forcefully shattered the spatial altar that the other forces had used to receive information and descend remotely when he arrived. This was the reason why he had been reigning in the middle of the imperial capital for such a long time, interrogating and searching souls one after another, while at the same time scavenging for all sorts of resources and chances. Whether it was an outworld sect or a local power in Shu, all of them had to send the resources they had managed to grab with great difficulty while dripping blood from their hearts, as a reparation to the heavens beyond auction house. This is naturally very upsetting. Not only was Joey disgruntled, replacing several broken storage bags, others were also disgruntled. In the middle of a palace in the imperial palace, the bucket-hatted woman smashed the table in front of her with a palm. Her face filled with anger and panic. He has noticed me. He has noticed me. If he is allowed to investigate like this, sooner or later he will find out that I am part of the organization and find out that I was the one who forcibly took the root's ancient scriptures in the first place. In front of her, the token once given to her by Xiao Shang floated silently, projecting a misty white fog. In the white mist, there were a number of people seated vaguely around a long bronze table. Someone's voice came out of the white mist. "All right, we'll help you with that one. He won't be in Chu for much longer." Really? What's with all the trouble and variables? It seems like that little young master is really important to the heavens beyond auction house. No wonder they are going so crazy. Who the hell killed that little young master? The white fog slowly faded and the voices grew more distant. Eventually, the iron token snapped to the ground. The doily woman took a long breath and held the token up, knowing that this matter was already going to be resolved. But she hadn't guessed that the change had come so quickly, and that the powerful man from the heavens beyond auction house had checked up on her so quickly. Under the crisis of life and death, the woman in the bucket hat had no choice even if she was no longer willing to do so, so she had no choice but to use the means that she had poured out all her merits to buy from the organization and specifically used to deal with the son of Chi Fortune. This object was called the Heavenly Fate Stone, but it was made by taking the skull of the son of Chi-Luck and sealing a great Chi-Luck inside, so it could be used to restrain other sons of Chi-Luck, and it could also have some other uses. For example, right now, the Chi was reversed, and the bucket-hatted woman instantly possessed a Chi comparable to that of a son of Chi. Relying on this metaphysical power, she barely managed to escape from that Heavens Beyond Auction House powerhouse's henchman, which made the Heavens Beyond Auction House powerhouse confirm that she was involved in the death of her family's young master and became even more furious. It was at this point that the organization's intervention finally arrived. 8 spatial passages were opened, and 8 entire experts comparable to the strong man of the Heavens Beyond Auction House in front of him walked out from them. They were none other than the powerhouses from the 8 great powers. Fellow Daoist, can you let go of my disciple first? These people made their request in a calm tone. The powerful man from the Heavens Beyond Auction House looked at the 8 transformation god cultivators in his hand and hesitated for a while. At this time, retaliation from the woman in the bucket hat made its appearance. Don't think it's going to end like this. She crushed the special Heavenly Destiny Stone in her hand. The power of Chi began to cloud the brain of the strong man of the Heavens Beyond Auction House, causing him to descend in wisdom. So he became angry. My young master is dead. There's no way to talk about this matter. He crushed the 8 harmonized god cultivators in his hand with one hand, instantly triggering the wrath of the crowd. This kind of 9 merged powerhouses fought a great battle in the territory of Chu, breaking an unknown number of mountain peaks and plateaus and destroying many regions. In the end, the one from the Heavens Beyond Auction House was killed on the wasteland outside the city. This thing doesn't end there. The real turmoil and great wars will break out outside the domain. Chu is just one of these battlefields. Chapter 69 Development 3. These harmonization realm powerhouses had only come to take a turn in the Chu kingdom and left after killing the powerhouses of the Heavens Beyond Auction House. After all, the real battlefield was actually outside the domain. Chu is just one of those variables. They smashed up miles and miles, patted themselves on the back, and left a mess behind. After a few days, people who were sure it was over then dared to venture out and slowly return to normal life. The court is also gradually getting back up and running. It's just that the site of the once crowded, positive dynasty is no longer there. In the previous change of circumstances, in the midst of the fighting and killing, many people were accidentally killed. Not to mention the later days when the merged powerhouses wreaked havoc on the imperial capital. The higher you stand, the harder you fall, the more likely you are to be targeted and have an accident. Looking at a scene of green and yellow above the courtroom, the Chu emperor, who had forcibly suppressed his injuries, could not help but have a headache. What gave him an even bigger headache was that although those harmonization powerhouses had left, the cultivators who had once followed the harmonization powerhouses to Chu had not left with them. Instead, more immortal sect cultivators rushed to Chu through the space altar. They've come for refuge. A mission to escape the great wars and cannon fodder sent to their deaths outside the domains that turned the world upside down. People like that usually have a hard background behind them. Chu can't afford to be offended at all. And these people came to Chu with their own explicit mission, which was to urge Chu to carry out full cultivation as soon as possible. The previously broken grand formation had been rearranged, and Chu's cultivation was not interrupted, but instead continued to accelerate. In addition to the changed external circumstances, these emissaries demanded a positive response from the Chu court. For example, sending cultivators to one place after another to serve as officials, teaching the local people and guiding those with outstanding talent among them to cultivate. Originally, the entire court of Chu was looking forward to this day. After all, after these 300 years of development, their clan was also filled with talents and cultivators like Rain. Unfortunately, the previous series of changes had led to too many deaths in their clan, leaving too many empty positions up. The original plan, which had no room for outsiders to intervene, was now riddled with errors and omissions. On the one hand, there is the dilemma of underutilization, and on the other hand, there is the aggressiveness of the extraterritorial emissaries. The Chu emperor had no choice but to take that one path that none of the powerful and wealthy liked, recruiting loose cultivators as officials. The scattered cultivators who were originally at the bottom of the cultivation world shivered this time, almost as if the imperial court was sending them officials to do the job. Lack of skills and resources of the scattered cultivators naturally have no objection to this. The two sides hit it off. So a large number of scattered cultivators began to enter the court, began to enter the officialdom, began to disperse to the south of the sky and north of the various places for the official. In this process, the Dragon and Tiger Gang had put forth a great deal of effort, winning many praises from the Chu emperor and the extraterrestrial emissary. the Dragon Tiger gang cared and cooperated with the matter of the court recruiting casual cultivators, and at the first opportunity, they sent a large number of cultivators within their own gang into the middle of the court. On top of that, they also released news throughout the entire Chu kingdom, stating that they had had unbelievable luck in the midst of the previous succession of changes, and had actually accidentally obtained a yuaniying technique. The attraction of this to casual cultivators was unimaginable, instantly attracting a large number of casual cultivators to join the Dragon Tiger gang. At Zhou Yi's gesture, Zhao Hu did not mince words and directly identified this technique called Xianyi as the inheritance technique of the Dragon Tiger gang, which could be obtained by any cultivator who joined the gang. It was just that if one wanted to practice and achieve something, it would require the supply of specialized resources from the Dragon Tiger gang. These people joined the Dragon Tiger gang and stayed for a month before being urgently packaged by the Dragon Tiger gang to join the courts program to become a local parent official. Following this pattern, the power of the Dragon and Tiger gang was constantly developing and growing. Now but a few months have passed. The number of gang members with cultivation under their command has broken through to 30,000, of which more than 29,000 have been dispersed to become officials in the vast territory of Chu. Such a power is terrifying. But it didn't attract the Chu Emperor's vigilance or hostility. Instead, the Chu Emperor valued Zhao Hu even more, and specially gave him a second-class post, often summoning him to the palace to talk to him. The reason why this was so was because although the Dragon Tiger gang was huge and had a large number of people under its command, it lacked cohesion. Due to the short contact time, these scattered cultivators who joined and didn't have much centripetal force and loyalty to the Dragon Tiger gang. If it wasn't for the fact that they still had to continue to be clamped down by the Dragon Tiger gang in terms of cultivation resources, and that the Dragon Tiger gang's yuaning technique was sent out one realm at a time, I'm afraid that they would have already jumped against each other. These people used to fight the wind war. Strong momentum is okay. Really want to expect them to follow their own life and death. That would be too naive. This naturally has a number of drawbacks, but the benefits are also very clear. Joey wasn't in a hurry either. He had never wanted to rely on those casual cultivators. The real future of the Dragon Tiger gang is the rooted and talented young men recruited from the streets. When these people grow up, and then slowly change their blood, the Dragon Tiger gang will eventually turn from a fatuous fat man into a fat-packed, peerless bruiser. In addition to all this, the LW gang is actively creating blood. This recruitment of scattered cultivators recruited quite a few special talents specializing in the arts, such as alchemists and so on. And with the supply of various legacies and elixirs from the Dragon Tiger gang, these people were also growing rapidly. It was expected that after a while, the Dragon Tiger gang would be able to mass-produce foundation establishment pills, and by then, the number and quality of the cultivators of the Dragon Tiger gang would inevitably rise to another level. The previously recruited lockpicking 5-man team was also busy once again, starting to crack all the storage rings and storage bags that the Dragon Tiger gang and Joey had obtained in the midst of the turmoil. At present, the Dragon Tiger gang had quite a lot of various expenses, relying on these things and the resources in the storage rings of the previous 3 yuaning, but still managed to hold out, and was expected to be able to hold out until the day when the Dragon Tiger gang balanced its income and expenditure, and even generated a surplus. The day is not far off. After all, the Dragon Tiger gang sent out so many loose cultivators and occupied so much territory not for nothing. On top of the vast land that was being cultivated at a rapid pace, there would inevitably be a lot more resource lands, such as mines filled with spirit stones and mountains that produced all kinds of spirit medicines and so on. Those Longhu gang members naturally had to go up to the headquarters for blood transfusion in exchange for contributions and resources. The Dragon Tiger gang is on the right track and has started a positive internal cycle. Zhou Yi also slowly stopped caring. Looking at the invitation in his hand, he smiled sparingly and once again brought 2 gift boxes forward to attend Li Qingyun's son's full moon banquet. At the banquet, he saw Li Qingyun's father-in-law. Official Qi nourishes people. This 200-year-old little old man is red-faced at the moment, looking surprisingly young again a few points. To put it mildly, he was originally the left minister of the Ministry of Public Works, but the Minister of Public Works was killed by Zhou Yi in the ghost market, and the old man, who hadn't moved up a step for more than 100 years, moved down, and all of a sudden became the Minister of Public Works, which can't be unhappy. Chapter 70, Yutsai Academy. After his father-in-law had been promoted from the left minister of the Ministry of Public Works to the Minister of Public Works, Li Qingyun's treatment and future had risen, and from time to time, there were toasts. It's a lot busier than it used to be, but after all, he was a reader and had a smart brain and knew how to organize his time. So although he was busy, he took the time to have a child with his wife. In the midst of frequent toasts and all sorts of favors, he actually managed to find the time to meet Joey in private and put forward his request without any wriggling. Joey was all a bit surprised at his cheek. "Didn't you try to draw a line with me before? What's with the sudden appetite to Leonize me and ask me for so much stuff again?" "Because I figured it out." Lee Ching-yun sighed lightly and said, "Aren't these people surrounding me now, whether they are loyal or invested, all wanting to get a return from this place? They're no different than you. If I can accept them, I can naturally accept resources from you. After all, it's a channel, so it's good to not use it. And the turmoil of the other day made me see that in this world, strength comes first, nothing else." Looking at Lee Ching-yun, who had a look of being struck down, Joey nodded his head to show that he understood. A few days later, the two met again and he gave Lee Ching-yun all the things he wanted. Inside was a 100-year efficacy life extension pill, as well as some resources that could aid in the cultivation of fire attribute techniques. It's all what Ching-yun Lee wants. Lee Ching-yun took the storage bag and said nothing as he turned around and left. He returned to his mansion and entered a darkened room. The oil lamp was lit, and the dim light illuminated a withered figure on the bed, and the strong stench mixed with the smell of herbs reached the nostrils, causing some discomfort. However, Lee Ching-yun's face was as usual as he took out the life extension pill that he had begged from Joey and gently placed it in the withered figure's mouth before using his own magic power to help it melt away. A miracle happened. The originally dying withered silhouette was actually regaining vitality at an extremely fast speed. A few minutes later, he even awoke. Feeling the vigor of this body and looking at the Lee Ching-yun in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. "Ching-yun, you don't have to be like this. And what has this cost you?" "Teacher," Lee Ching-yun cried out emotionally and said firmly, "I know that you have a death wish long ago, but how about at least waiting for me to help you clear your name before you die?" The withered figure let out a long sigh and stopped talking. With nothing of note happening, time flew by and in the blink of an eye it was 8 years that had passed. Joey's mental field had expanded to 30 meters. This was not only because he had practiced diligently and hard during these 8 years, but also because he had eaten the dividends of the treasury resources. There were quite a few pills and elixirs inside that could make him go further. Apart from him, others have also been eating the dividends. Zhao Hu and the one with the highest natural talent in the lockpicking 5 were already preparing to impact the Jin Dan realm. Jiang Han's foundation was polished quite firmly and he was ready to build his foundation. "Jiang Han, do you dare to accept my challenge?" A loud shout filled with teenage vigor came out, calling out to Jiang Han who was about to leave, and also attracting Zhou Yi's attention. His gaze veered toward the downstairs ring, only to see Jiang Han turn around with a face full of helplessness. Looking at the young man across from him who was only a year younger than himself, he said, "Sun Jie, your natural talent and cultivation are extraordinary. You can be said to be riding high amongst your peers. You're an undoubted genius, but there's no need to compare yourself to me at all." The young man named Sun Jie's eyebrows were full of youth and vigor, showing that he was not afraid of the sky and the earth. He laughed coldly and said, "We are all the next generation and the future of the Dragon Tiger Gang. You and I are in the same realm, but you have been pressuring me because of your position as the young gangmaster. If I don't compare with you, who am I going to compare with? Humph. You are just eating the benefits of joining the Dragon Tiger Gang 1 year earlier than me. If you and I joined the Dragon Tiger Gang at the same moment, my natural talent is no less than yours. Maybe the one who becomes the young gang leader will be me." The stage was in an uproar. This place was originally a small courtyard where Joey lived, but then the Dragon Tiger Gang met and found many young talents, as well as young geniuses sent by gangs from all over the world to further their training at the headquarters. All of these people have to practice writing and breaking characters first, so they are sent to Joey to learn here first. Slowly, I don't know when it started, but all of Joey's small courtyards had turned into specialized talent nurturing courtyards for the Dragon Tiger Gang. He didn't really mind or object to that. After all, even though he was currently in his 80s, compared to his own endless lifespan in life, he couldn't even be considered a croak at the moment. He also did not want to let his mind become too vicissitudes and let himself be too heavy with the smell of the old man, so he was willing to live and play with these children to increase his childishness and youthfulness. At this very moment, he was leaning against the second-floor railing with great interest, getting high on melon seeds while coaxing with the other kids on stage for the oldest and youngest on stage to fight. Jiang Han looked at Joey somewhat helplessly. Then his eyes became serious, staring tightly at Sun Jie on the opposite side of the table, and said in a deep voice, "I haven't finished my previous words. I mean, although you are considered a genius, you are still far from being worthy of being brought to be compared to me. If you don't believe me and have to fight, then I'm happy to accompany you." Sun Jie was furious and laughed back. Where did he, who had always thought highly of himself, stand such humiliation? He responded instantly and the two fought in the ring. 20 moves later, a bruised and swollen Sun Jie was knocked out of the ring and couldn't get up again. Impossible. Even if there is a gap between us, how could it be so big? He was resigned. Zhang Han ignored the wailing and disbelief of the loser, and had no intention of explaining or pointing out, only leaving Sun Jie with a back and leaving. What he cultivated was the Southern Rune immortal scripture, and the resources he used were taken from the underground treasure trove of the heavenly outer auction house, and there was Zhou Yi personally teaching him this chain of factors accumulated, and he felt that it was normal for him to win. Losing is the thing to be surprised about. Even in order to take care of Sun Jie's face, he could have defeated Sun Jie in 5 moves, but he had to drag it to the 20th move. He felt that he was simply a warm man. Just after walking out of the Yucai courtyard, he saw a gang member waiting outside with his hands hanging down, saying that Zhao Hu was looking for him to go forward to discuss things. Zhang Han nodded slightly and followed. Chapter 71, The Perfect Plan. A cave world that is about to open has recently been discovered on the outskirts of the imperial capital. You know about this, right? Zhao Hu sat on the gang leader's throne with a big horse, his voice low, in the style of a big brother of the Jianghu. I've heard about it. Zhang Han nodded gently, his expression calm. 8 years have passed. He is already 16 years old. His body size has grown. Looks like a jade tree. I do not know how many female disciples in the Dragon Tiger gang to let the heart of the secret love, coupled with the melancholy aura that had been piling up between his eyebrows for years. He especially attracted the eyes of those women. Zhao Hu nodded slightly and said, I just came back from the palace, and for this matter, His Majesty summoned a lot of people together to discuss the matter. In the end, according to the advice of the extraterritorial emissary, we decided to settle it according to the old rules of the cultivation world. When the cave world first opened, it could only allow cultivators below the foundation establishment realm to enter, which means that during that period of time, within the cave world was the arena for you people. How many chances you can get and how many spirit medicines you can collect, it all depends on your own abilities. Afterwards, all of our forces will jointly take charge of that cave world, and at that time, everything will have a charter, and it won't be so simple to obtain some extra benefits and resources. Everything has to go through the program. Hearing this, Zhang Han nodded in understanding and said, Disciple will not disappoint master. He currently only needed to relax himself a little bit, and half a step further would be the foundation establishment realm. With this kind of realm mana, plus the 9 dragons jade jewel and other means, Zhang Han had the confidence to reign supreme in the cave world. Looking at the growing disciple in front of him, Zhao Hu couldn't help but gently nod his head. His brows were filled with smiles and satisfaction. Then, Master, I'll first wish you all the best here. There is also the fact that, Zhao Hu's face slowly became grave as he said gravely, the cave world is a major event. After all, it is the first cave world that has appeared within the Chu Kingdom, and the distribution of its internal interests will inevitably affect the development and pattern of the various forces to follow. A lot of eyes will be averted. So Old Pei and I thought of taking this opportunity to go dark and break through the Jindan. You're finally going to take this step? Zhang Han was thrilled. Although the Dragon Tiger gang was very powerful, it had never been taken seriously, and some people were even very contemptuous. The reason for this was that the Dragon Tiger gang did not have any truly strong people sitting around, and the strongest person on the surface was only a foundation establishment. As the gang leader, Zhao Hu had always been watched by all the forces. It was conceivable that if he attempted to conjugate the Dan, it would inevitably lead to a storm of bloodshed. So even though the preparations from all sides had been made long ago, he had been hesitant to move forward, and now he had finally made up his mind. After the master-disciple duo conferred for a while longer, Zhao Hu went off on a retreat, and Zhang Han began to make high-profile appearances in the imperial capital, preparing for the Cave World contest in a few days' time, attracting attention from all directions, and covering up for his own master Zhao Hu's breakthrough. Just like always, he shines brightly over the people underneath, especially the older two. Sun Jie, who was the second oldest, silently left the Dragon Tiger gang and walked out after regaining his mobility. No one cared about him. All anyone was discussing was the young gang leader, Zhang Han. This made him bite his lips tightly, his heart raging with hate. As a proud man, and at the age of 15 or 16, the most sensitive period of self-esteem, he only felt that he had been severely trampled and humiliated. How can this be tolerated? He turned left and right in the middle of the imperial capital and eventually came to a residence. Pushed the door in. In the dimly lit house, a woman wearing a bucket hat sat quietly on a futon, indifferent to his arrival, and inquired in a cold voice, "You've already fought?" "Yes, master teacher. I lost." Sun Jia was so sad that he almost cried out, but the doily woman really didn't look like the type of person who would be able to comfort him with a gentle voice. This woman is harsh. Seeing that Sun Jia was acting in such a manner, he immediately scolded him severely. "I never thought that I could suppress or even kill Jiang Han by relying on you. You're just one of my pawns. Got it? And pawns, there's no need for any extra feelings. That would only affect your judgment and your chances of accomplishing your mission. Discard these useless things for me." Being scolded so harshly by the woman, Sun Jia's heart became even more agonized. Not being liked and recognized by his secret true master was also the reason why he had been possessed, as if he had to target and challenge Jiang Han, but he managed to keep the tears off his face at least. The voice of the woman in the bucket hat slowly stopped being so cold and stern. This time, through the personal encounter with Jiang Han, "Have you figured out his strength?" Sun Jia helplessly lowered his head. "No, after really fighting, I realized how unfathomable he is. I didn't feel out his strength. Instead I was felt out by him." "Waste," the doe-haired woman commented without mercy. Sun Jia began to suffer again, and what made him suffer even more was that he personally heard the lady in the bucket hat say this. "But it's a good thing that I'm so calculating that I never thought that I could accomplish my plan by relying on you. You're just a filing. If the frontal battle is unfavorable, you'll be the one to backstab Jiang Han and send him away in one fell swoop." Sun Jia forcibly held back the tears in his eyes, barely keeping himself from crying out. By this time, the woman in the bucket hat finally told him about her real plan. Her voice was not without complacency. "In a few days, the Cave World Contest will bring together all the forces of the royal capital's most outstanding geniuses, in addition to their entourage of guards, junior siblings, and even some of the self-sense that the future of the hopelessness of the self-cutting the realm into which the old man. These people, almost all of them, are my people." The words of the woman in the bucket hat seemed like thunderbolts from a clear sky, shaking Sun Jia a little unsteadily. "All yours?" He couldn't help repeating the words obsessively. "Of course you won't believe me when I say this. Even I don't believe myself." The voice of the bucket hat woman paused slightly before continuing. "They can't be said to be my people. But in the matter of getting rid of Jiang Han, they've already been on the same side as me, stood on the same front. It took me a great deal of effort to secure and enlist them one by one and issue them the same mission, which is to wait for an opportunity to kill Jiang Han. These people are all heavenly prides of a land with quite a bit of luck on them. With their rounds of impacts, even if I don't have the heavenly fate stone anymore, I can still break Jiang Han's reverse weather luck." The more the bucket hat woman said, the more excited she became. "Even if you take a step back, so many people can't kill a Jiang Han, and there's still you can backstab him with one hand." Looking at the maniacal bucket hat woman, Sun Jia couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air as he asked, "Master, although Jiang Han has a promising future, he still hasn't built his foundation yet, and he's just a weakling compared to you. Why don't you do it yourself? Instead, you have to go in such a big circle and spend so much? And where did Jiang Han offend you, so that you had to kill him?" Facing the disciple's question, the bucket hat woman said quietly, "There's no way. There's a full-blood feud between him and I. If I don't kill him, it's really hard for my heart to be at peace." She only answered such a question, but it was enough to make Sun Jia lose his breath in shock. How could he not imagine that Jiang Han, who was about the same size and strength as himself, could actually destroy his master's entire family? Isn't that timing a little off? Of course he didn't know and couldn't sort out the relationship or the truth. It was because the doe-eyed woman had withheld crucial information from him. It was true that there was a blood feud full of family members between the bucket hat woman and Jiang Han, but it was the bucket hat woman who had killed Jiang Han's entire family. Chapter 72, Heartfelt Thoughts by the Lake. In the blink of an eye, it was the day when the cave world opened. All forces gathered in a small valley 300 miles outside the imperial capital. There was a small lake in the small valley, the water refracting the sunlight and intertwining into a thin slit in midair. One big shot after another arched their hands and clasped their fists, talking back and forth, one after another. The handsome teenage heroes clasped their hands to their chests and looked proudly at their peers. There were also some twilight old men who actually came to participate. Among these people, there were wastes who were indeed this old but had not yet managed to build their foundations. However, there were also some who took the initiative to cut off their own cultivation and suppress their own realm, only to enter the cave world and protect the little master's loyal servants. For a while, the fish were mixed up next to the small lake. Within the ranks of the Dragon Tiger Gang, Joey yawned with his hands clasped on his chest. somewhat listlessly looking at everything in front of him. Jung Han stood at his side fully loaded, his eyes bright as if they were two miniature suns. Behind him were the other young geniuses of the Dragon Tiger gang who would be entering the cave world with him this time. Each of these little geniuses had an excited expression, their eyes eagerly looking ahead. Each one of them was at the cultivation level of Qi refining Great Circle. For true geniuses, foundation building was a trivial matter that could be accomplished overnight and did not require much effort at all. However, for ordinary people, foundation building was a rush of life and death. Once it fails, it can lead to serious injuries or death, and the success rate of foundation building is not really that high. In this case, external objects are important. Cave worlds are quite extraordinary. It is said that every cave world is a miraculous creation of the heavenly Tao. Jung Han was doing his duty as an eldest senior brother, teaching a group of senior brothers and sisters. After every cave world is molded, a few wisps of the heavenly Tao's Qi will more or less remain. There are legends claiming that this is a remnant of the heavenly Tao's creation to generate the cave world. All in all, this is a very important chance. If one is able to obtain it and use the heavenly Tao Qi to help build one's foundation, then the heavenly Tao foundation obtained will be extraordinary, allowing the cultivator to walk smoother in the future and gain unimaginable potential. This time when you enter the cave world, all other treasures and opportunities are only secondary. The Qi of the heavenly Tao is the most important. If you have the opportunity, you must build your foundation with the help of this item. Jung Han's very careful instructions about the legend of the heavenly Tao Qi caused the eyes of one teenager after another to burst into light. Only Sun Jie looked preoccupied, his eyes straying from time to time to the back of Jung Han's head, the back of his heart, and other fatal places in front of him, as if he was thinking about where it would be more appropriate to start with the backstab. He sought his master in the middle of the crowd, and his master showed a very low profile, and some hints of avoiding himself, and soon disappeared in the middle of the crowd. This caused Sun Jie's heart to be greatly confused. Master's cultivation is so unfathomable. He must be a figure who has long since built his foundation, or even has formed a Jindan. Is it necessary for her to be so afraid of Jung Han? If Jung Han is really so terrifying, then what makes her think that those of us who aren't even foundation establishment will be able to kill him by joining forces? The confusion in Sun Jie's mind was building up, and he was on the verge of becoming somewhat depressed. The woman in the bucket hat who hid in the crowd and used the crowd to hide her figure was cursing Sun Jie in her heart. What's the point of staring at me all the time? Is that how much you want Joey to find me? It'll kill you, asshole. She also had some doubts amongst her. Originally, according to her calculations, Joey should not care about this kind of thing, and should stay in the Dragon Tiger gang and not go out. This kind of thing should come from Zhao Hu. When the time comes, everything is good to hold. But now everything has changed. Zhao Hu did not appear, but instead, Joey led the team. The bucket hat woman's heart is anxious. She disliked such events and factors that were beyond her plans and control, but there was nothing that could be done about it. So he can only try to comfort himself and calm himself down. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a small discrepancy. It can't affect the big picture. Joey can only be like me, staying outside the cave world and waiting for the strife inside to fall. Even if he uses the death spell technique without cost, the death spell technique can't save the besieged Jung Han. By the time the cave world restriction disappears and it's all over, he'll only be able to see Jung Han's corpse. Thinking of this, the bucket-hatted woman felt much better. And to avoid being exposed, she deliberately avoided Joey's position, not even daring to look at him. Joey waited in boredom for the opening of the cave world. He would come here because, in addition to Zhao Wu's expectations and wishes, it was also because this place had something to do with his interests. As far as he knew, the heavenly Tao had evolved this kind of cave world, and it was indeed a different kind of mystery. A large number of precious and incomparable opportunities existed amongst the cave worlds, which not only included such eye-catching things as the heavenly Tao Qi, but also the springs of creation that Joey greatly desired. 8 years had passed, and the divine pill root that he had been longing for was finally completely reactivated and had taken root in the divine soil, beginning to grow slowly. The growth rate is frighteningly slow, only 1 millimeter a year. What was even more torturous was that the diluted creation spring water that had been looted from the heavens beyond auction house had been used up a year ago, slowing down the growth rate of the divine medicines even further. It would have been fine if there was no choice, but since the springs of creation had been delivered to his doorstep now, right by his own mouth, Joey had to take a look at it as well. A spring eye is different from spring water. If I can get the entire spring eye, then I'll be able to get a constant stream of creation spring water from it, and it just so happens that the broken bowl in my hand can take the spring in its entirety to feed the divine pill. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi's gaze became a little more enthusiastic, staring intently at the golden slit in midair. Slowly, the area around the small lake is becoming more and more crowded. Even people from the major worldly clans came. The appearance of these extraterrestrial emissaries caused many people's faces to become serious, while their hearts couldn't help but cry out in secret. Who dares to rob with these grandfathers when they take the stage? Should we just give away our greatest opportunity? While the whole scene was in mourning, Joey found something wrong. Why do these guys keep sweeping towards Zhang Han's body? Could it be that what we did back then was discovered? In the midst of such confusion, the thin slit of golden light in midair violently expanded into a portal capable of allowing a person to pass through. A shout of surprise rang out as one after another who had long since finished their preparations flew up and landed toward the door of light. They flew through the light gate and entered the cave world. Before many people went in, their eyes swept over Zhang Han if at all, with cold smiles at the corners of their mouths. This is finally coming to an end. No matter how great your fortune is, you can't think. The bucket hat woman hidden in the shadows was about to let out a sigh of relief and rejoice at the imminent success of her plan when she saw Joey flying flat on the ground. His expression calm as he landed on the light door. Chapter 73, Purposefulness. How is this possible? How could he have gotten in so smoothly? Doesn't the cave world exclude all people with a cultivation level above chi refining? The bucket-hatted woman stared deathly at Joey, who was falling towards the light door, and cried out madly in her heart. Her face was pale, her pupils vibrated, and her mind went blank. After seeing that Joey managed to enter the light gate without any rejection and successfully entered the cave world, she broke down even more. What the hell is going on here? Where did it go wrong? She bit her lips in death, her face as pale as paper, her entire body trembling. Despair kept growing in her heart. Could it be that the son of Chi is really so terrifying? She had clearly calculated all the various factors into it and arranged a dragnet, and when she saw that everything was about to end, the heavens played such a big joke on her, fundamentally overturning all her plans. It made her mad with hate and unacceptable, but after all, she was a cultivator with accomplished cultivation and a sturdy Taoist heart, so she quickly suppressed the emotion and resumed her sensible and calm observation of the whole situation. Soon, she found the reason. Could it be that Joey actually never broke through to the foundation establishment realm from start to finish? And what makes him live for so many years without seeing a trace of old age? As unbelievable as it feels, this may be the only truth. The woman in the bucket hat took a deep breath, stepped back, and quickly pushed her way through the crowd. No matter what, since Joey has already gone in, then my plan is even a failure, even a screw-up. There is still a possibility that he will catch my horse's foot. Thinking of this, the bucket hat woman's heart tightened, and without any further hesitation, she turned around and flew away with her imperial sword. The 36th plan is to walk. At this moment within the cave world, looking at the magnificent mountains and rivers in front of him, Joey was also feeling amazed and excited. I actually managed to come in. Although he had also speculated that he had not refined his chi cultivation and was not even a chi refining cultivator, let alone a foundation builder, he should be able to smoothly pass through the obstacles of the cave world and enter it. But speculation is just speculation after all. Now that I'm in here in person, that's naturally a different feeling. Zhang Han and the others, who were not far beside him, also saw Joey and could not help but be surprised for a moment. Master Wu, how did you get in here? While the others were still just a little surprised, Zhang Han was a little appalled. Other people didn't know, but he had a certain understanding of this Master Wu of his family. This one is an existence that even a god transformation cultivator can kill at will. How could such a character have passed the verification of the cave world and run in? How else are they supposed to play? Isn't this the stage where these young prides fight? Why is there such a monster here? How can they still have a part in this? Zhang Han was apprehensive for a moment before he suddenly remembered. That's not right. Master Wu is from our side. With that thought, he was relieved and even cheered in his heart. With Master Wu in attendance, who else is our opponent within the vast cavern? The entire cave will be ours. Zhang Han's entire body was agitated, but after all, he had been the young gang leader for 8 whole years, and was thoughtful and cautious. He walked quickly to Zhou Yi's side and cautiously reminded, Master Wu, I know that you are superbly strong, but after all, this place is filled with the heavenly prides and cultivators of all the major powers, so it is best for us not to go too far in enslaving them to help us collect medicines and fetch chances up to the day before the cave world cultivation ban is lifted. For the rest of the day, let them go and find some favors for themselves. After all, We can't eat alone and really swallow all the favors for ourselves, can we? That would be treated as a public enemy. Looking at the careful Jiang-han, Joey was speechless and puzzled for a while. What the hell are you talking about? I don't have the time to break it up with you brats. You can play by yourselves. After these words were said, Joey turned around and left, taking large strides through the magnificent mountains and rivers in front of him, the earth and rocks underneath his feet exploding, and utilizing the force of this recoil, he jumped over the mountain peaks in front of him at an extremely fast speed, and sped off into the distance. A broken bowl appeared soundlessly in his hand, and above the walls of the bowl, the roots of divine medicines amongst the divine soil were brightly colored and emitted a brilliant light. Over the course of 8 years, the root of the sacred medicine was revitalized, and the breaks that had once been made healed back up and grew a little. During these 8 years, Joey and the divine pill rootstock had reached a tacit symbiotic relationship, and every year, the divine pill rootstock would actively release a thin strand of divine pill essence for Joey to absorb. Joey couldn't tell if this tiny divine pill rhizome had a sense of self or not. However, this was unimportant. Anyway, at this moment, the divine pill root did seem to have come to life, and actually took the initiative to point out the direction for Joey, pointing directly to the direction of the spring of creation. There was nothing more to say about this. Joey couldn't even wait for the time to chat with Jiang Han's group for a couple of minutes and rushed straight over. Looking at Joey, who was hurrying away, Jiang Han opened his mouth wide, somewhat helpless and confused. What does this mean? Didn't you sneak in just to dominate the cave world? Why did you leave on your own? Jiang Han was still puzzled, but he suddenly felt a piercing killing intent, and he turned his head in disbelief, only to realize that at some point, he had long been surrounded by a group of other heavenly prides and forces. Some lanky teenagers with firm and tightly knit muscle bumps moved their necks, touched their fists, and walked forward with a sardonic smile, not hiding their killing intent towards Jiang Han. Are you Jiang Han, the young master of the Dragon Tiger Gang? Looking at the teenager in front of him, Jiang Han instinctively frowned. The person who did not conceal himself to release his killing intent to him was not the only one in front of him. Some people just sneered and had not yet stepped forward, while some people were hiding in the dark, interfering with his mind and ready to give him a fatal blow. There was also that other forces and men who had surrounded themselves here, vaguely sealing off all of their retreats, and it didn't look like they were unconscious in any way. Jiang Han felt a bit tricky. So many people, can it be that they are all here to kill me? How is that possible? Both me and the Dragon Tiger Gang have always adhered to the tenet of being good to people. Where have we offended so many people? All he felt in his mind was absurdity. He fixed his mind, clasped his hands, saluted in all directions, and said aloud, I am indeed Jiang Han, the young master of the Dragon Tiger Gang. I don't know where I offended all of you to the extent that I ended up in today's situation. Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Why don't we sit down and clear up the misunderstanding? Sit your ass down. Someone had been waiting for a long time and directly swung his fist and blasted up. The others followed close behind. For a while, all sorts of precious light surged here, and the fluctuations of spells were monstrous. So many people striking out together was enough to erase a mountain from this world, let alone a flesh and blood person. Chapter 74. Ang 9 Dragon chants rang out. The 9 divine dragons flew up and down, firmly protecting Jiang Han as well as his senior brothers and sisters. 9 Dragon Jade Jewelry. It's this divine object. I remember back then, wasn't this jade directly reserved by that little young master of the heavens beyond auction house? How did it get here? Even if that young master was killed later, this item should have fallen into the hands of other world beyond clan disciples or been recovered by the people at the heavens beyond auction house. How could it have appeared in the hands of a gang's young master? There was a burst of shocked cries from the people who surrounded Jiang Han. They had just struck at the same time, striking a shocking blow that was enough to obliterate all cultivators below the Foundation Establishment realm. Even if it was a true Foundation Establishment cultivator facing a cluster attack like the one he had just done, his face would have to turn pale and he would be seriously injured. But Jiang Han only paled a little, and the mana in his body was consumed. He and the people behind him didn't suffer any injuries at all. All of this was simply because he had sacrificed his 9 Dragon Jade Jewel. I see. It turns out that the death of the young master in the beginning had something to do with your Dragon Tiger clan. There were also chi refining disciples from worldly clans in the field, who exclaimed loudly, feeling that they had discovered the unthinkable truth. Unable to help it, his entire body trembled, his face flushed red, his gaze fervent, and he didn't hesitate to activate his most powerful magic weapon to kill towards Jiang Han. If we can capture him and send the stolen goods within the sect, We might be able to use this to quell the biggest strife in the cultivation world today. At that time, not only will my reputation spread throughout the entire cultivation world, but I will also receive rewards and thanks from the clan and from the heavens beyond auction house. It's just a flat-out great idea. After thinking about this, these people breathed heavily and became even more excited. The others also came back to their senses, and without any further hesitation, rushed to follow. In the midst of such a frantic siege, the dragon roars of the 9 divine dragons lowered quite a bit, and their figures were slowly becoming faint. It wasn't that this magic treasure, the 9 dragon jade jewel, didn't work, it was that Jiang Han, who was using it, didn't work. Jiang Han's cultivation realm was still a bit too low. Activating such a magic treasure and resisting such a terrifying attack caused the mana in his body to quickly drain away. He stifled a grunt, and with a flash of light from the storage ring in his hand, a bottle of elixir appeared in his hand. He poured out 2 chi recovery pills from them and directly swallowed them. The elixir directly dissolved in his body, turning into pure mana running through his limbs and bones. Instantly, the 9 divine dragons became divine once again. Not only did he easily block the crowd's attacks, he even flung his dragon's tail and began a counterattack. Not good. Back off. Someone screamed so, but it was simply too late. Except for a few lucky ones and strong people with poisonous eyesight, the rest of them were all directly swept to pieces in the middle of this strike. Jiang Han knocked down 2 more pills and looked alive and well, but there were some situations that only he knew about. Inside his body, his meridians swelled and already had some cracks, and blood kept spilling out. There's no way to continue fighting, and there's no way to kill all of these people here. Jiang Han quickly judged the situation. He took a deep breath, and forcibly used the 9 dragons' jade bits to kill a bloody path, about to lead his senior brothers and sisters to kill out. Stay close to me. Don't fall behind. Good. With an answering cry, a short knife coated with intense poison and inscribed with sinister talismans pierced Jiang Han's body from the back of his heart. Jiang Han spat out a large mouthful of blood and stopped in his tracks, staggering a little as he turned his head and saw Sun Jie, who was right behind him. Sun Jie, you why? Jiang Han felt pained and puzzled. Is it just because of some righteousness fights on weekdays? Sun Jie gripped the hilt of the knife with both hands and rotated the blade, turning Jiang Han's heart to pieces as a grotesque perverted twisted smile appeared on his face. Of course it's not that simple only. Now that it's come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you. In fact, from the very beginning, I was an undercover agent sent by Master Teacher to your Dragon Tiger Gang. I was never a member of the Dragon Tiger Gang. My purpose of going undercover in the Dragon Tiger Gang is to spy on and suppress you, and to strike at this most crucial moment to finish off this big trouble of yours, Sun Jie said arrogantly and happily, not realizing that he had made the common trope blunder of the stupid villain. When he had the upper hand, not only did he not ride the wave of victory and finish off his opponent quickly, but instead, he went on and on with his nonsense, chirping, and shaking out all of his old secrets in one breath. The same goes for those roundups that are still alive. They stood a little farther away with smiles on their faces as they watched the dying Jiang Han, every now and then a taunt or two. Senior brother. Those disciples of the Dragon Tiger Gang who didn't know anything were looking at the scene in front of them with confusion written all over their faces. Everything in front of them happened in a flash of lightning, and before they could react, the situation had developed into what it was now, and they didn't know what they should do. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Han's situation wasn't as bad as they saw it at all. So that's how it is? After listening to Sun Jie's incessant pressing of lie, Jiang Han said this in a low voice, and taking advantage of the fact that Sun Jie was going to continue pressing lie and was unprepared, he fiercely slapped his palm at Sun Ying's chest. Sun Jie spat out blood and flew out as if he were a ragbag. On his chest, where he had just been struck by Jiang Han, in addition to the palm print, there was a talisman condensed with mana. In the next moment, the talisman glowed and exploded violently. The terrifying power directly blew Sun Jie into pieces, dead beyond repair. At the same time, Jiang Han's other hand was placed on the broken hole in his chest, and a spirit talisman stuck to it, quickly stopping his injuries, and incidentally fixing the toxins and insidious talismans so that they couldn't spread. The technique that Jiang Han cultivated was called the Southern Rune Immortal Scripture, and the frontal fights that he usually had were all camouflaged. But in fact, the method of runic incantations was his fundamental and core. Jiang Han's hands didn't stop, taking 2 chi recovery pills once again, and a spiritual talisman condensed with mana flew out from amongst the cuffs of both his hands, flying in all directions and towards the enemy. At this time, those siege killers who had originally stood at a slight distance to watch the show due to the descending wisdom just happened to react and screamed as they rushed forward. just to meet this wave of spirit talismans head-on. All sorts of explosions went off in a blur. The field was filled with smoke and only screams could be heard coming from it. It's a pity that I'm still too reluctant to draw the Thunder Flame Talisman. Compared to the genuine Thunder Flame Talisman, my Thunder Flame Talisman's power has dropped too much. Otherwise, none of you would have survived. Jiang Han's icy voice came from the smoke, instantly causing those who vocalized their inquiries and screams to shut their mouths, hold their breaths, and silently guard against an attack from the smoke. Chapter 75, Luck Against the Heavens. When the smoke dispersed and the vision was restored, the besiegers who had more or less suffered some injuries stared wide-eyed at the field where there was still the figure of Jiang Han as well as those disciples of the Dragon Tiger Gang. Some very old cultivator walked to the place where Jiang Han and the others stood before, squatted down, touched a handful of dirt on the ground with his hand, and said with certainty after careful contemplation, "It's an earth-walking talisman." They used the earth-walking talisman Earth Escape to leave. The members of Operation Siege gathered around with ugly faces, glancing at each other with some disbelief and sadness in their eyes. On top of that, a wave of grief and extreme killing intent slowly spawned. The woman in the bucket hat had spent a large sum of money to hire them to take Jiang Han's life. And these young men, who were vigorous and competitive, felt that they could not waste too much time on such trivial matters. So they all decided to take care of Jiang Han and all of the people from the Dragon Tiger Gang right here. At the time they numbered around 500. As a result, after 2 rounds of ravages from the 9 Dragon Jade Bai and the Thunder Fire Talisman, there were only about 300 people left in the crowd. So many people died. I can't explain to my father. A noble gentleman who was originally wearing brocade clothes and had a stinky waist wiped a handful of black ash from his face and said hatefully, "The one surnamed Jiang must die." That's right, the others chimed in, especially those of the worldly clans. They had traveled from beyond the distant earth, and had seen more, and had wider eyes, and were therefore particularly keen on the matter. Only they knew what kind of profit capturing or killing Jiang Han would bring them. "We must be the first to do this before the division elders outside get word to strike. Otherwise, this is none of my business." They think so, are especially enthusiastic and very motivated. Jiang Han must have suffered a lot of wear and tear from activating the 9 Dragon Jade bits twice. Someone analyzed it this way and said, it's likely that he's no longer able to use the 9 Dragon Jade bits, or else he wouldn't have used the Thunder Flame Talisman the 3rd time around. Not bad. The others similarly analyzed their heads. Sun Jie's death wasn't meaningless. His sneak attack still brought danger to Jiang Han. He couldn't escape far. Search. Everyone acted. All sorts of search tactics are on the scene. And it really did work. They were all excited and hurriedly followed the trail. On the other hand, Jiang Han and the disciples of the Dragon Tiger Gang were hiding inside a cave that they had just dug out. Sitting cross-legged in the corner, Jiang Han was using his luck to regulate his breathing, trying to force out the toxins in his body. But the poison was too powerful. With his strength, he was unable to pull it out. And even suppressing it was slowly becoming a bit of a struggle. "No, I'll die if this goes on." After Jiang Han had tried various methods to no avail, the sense of crisis in his heart had been raised to the highest level. It's not just the toxin in my body. It's also those people chasing me. My little means won't be able to slow them down for long. They'll catch up eventually. The internal and external problems caused Jiang Han to become anxious in his heart. The senior brothers and sisters around him were even more flustered and confused, chattering and asking what they should do and what they could do to help Jiang Han. In the face of the good intentions of these senior siblings, Jiang Han hastily waved his hand to reject them, and even though his face was like gold paper, he didn't allow these people to come close to his side. It couldn't be helped. Sun Jie's backstabbing just now had given him a psychological shadow, and he didn't quite dare to trust these junior siblings anymore. Who knows if there are any darkies like Sun Jie among these people? The senior brothers and sisters also noticed Jiang Han's attitude towards them and were keenly aware of the reason behind it. The atmosphere slowly became odd amidst the silent confrontation and suspicion between the two sides. Suddenly, Jiang Han's body shook, and he looked up at the top of the cave somewhat helplessly. The warning talisman he had placed not far away was triggered, indicating that the pursuers were close. Hearing this news from Jiang Han in person, everyone panicked, and some disciples who were not psychologically strong even started crying on the spot. "Don't be afraid. You guys just stay here and don't make a sound. I'll go and lure the pursuers away." At the critical moment, it was Jiang Han who stood up and said so. Looking at Jiang Han who walked out of the cave and really wanted to go and lure away the pursuers, the senior brothers and sisters froze, not realizing that this senior brother was so dedicated and selfless. But without waiting for them to express their gratitude with tears in their eyes, Jiang Han went out with an earthbound talisman. He stood on a small hill and soon saw the pursuers. The pursuers saw him too. Both sides were red-eyed, with large swathes of spells flying in from a long distance away. "Just you stinking fish and shrimps. How dare you come to kill me?" Jung Han easily avoided those spell attacks and violently jumped down the small hill, turning around and yelling, "Come and try if you have the guts. Let's see if Grandpa will be killed by you, or if you will be killed back by Grandpa me one by one." A great chase scene unfolds. But the pursuers were not stupid. They were all elites cultivated by big powers, receiving excellent education since childhood, talented and smart. Something's not right. Why did he jump out all of a sudden? Someone raised a doubt. And he's the only one. Those Dragon Tiger Gang disciples who were originally following him have disappeared. Someone raised a doubt. Combining these two questions, the smart people quickly thought of the answer. Those Longhu Gang disciples are hiding nearby. The reason why he suddenly jumped out is to attract attention and lure us away so that he can give those people a way out. The smart people who figured this out smiled at each other and left some of their men to start searching the neighborhood. They will be like catching field mice, and will wipe out the disciples of the Dragon Tiger Gang who are harboring in the cave. On the other side, the chase was getting worse. Along the way, in addition to the large swaths of broken and plowed land and rocks, there were patches of blood and mangled bodies and flesh. Jung Han hadn't bragged. He had indeed launched a counterattack on his way to being hunted down. Even disciples trained by great powers and emissaries from distant lands would have no chance of survival once they fell into the traps and talismanic formations he had laid out in advance. This state of affairs made the pursuers a little wary, and they couldn't help but slow down a lot. Jung Han's condition was also very bad, due to frequently fighting with people and not being able to suppress the toxin with all his might, causing his lips to be purple now and the toxin to enter his body. Not to mention that his speed had slowed down. His footsteps were stumbling a bit, and his strength and mana were fading fast. No, it can't go on like this. If this keeps up, I'll have to be exhausted. By the way, I've heard that a companion spiritual spring usually appears in the middle of the cave world, a heaven and earth wonder condensed from the chi of creation, which can allow one to cleanse and rejuvenate their essence, recreate their divine body, and heal all diseases under the heavens and revive their severed limbs. Jung Han's eyes lit up and he quickly thought of a way to break the situation. If I find the spirit spring of creation, I'll still be saved. He was smart enough to briefly identify the mountainous terrain and quickly began to walk in the direction of the grass and trees. The place where the spiritual spring of creation was located was bound to have an exuberant life essence, and it was absolutely correct to go in that direction. The more he walked, the more Jung Han admired his wisdom. The deep grass and ancient trees on his path forward proved that he was on the right track. What must be said is that his luck is really too good. The original orientation is not far from the fountain of creation. Find the right direction to go. But it did not take long to arrive. He saw the mountain from which the chi of creation had risen, and he also saw the terrifying ferocious beasts that had originally been used to guard the spring at the foot of the mountain. This ferocious beast was now beyond dead. This was all just because of the man who stood with his hands folded in front of the spring of creation. Seeing this person, Jung Han was thrilled with tears. Master Wu. Chapter 76, A Look of Contempt. When Zhou Yi heard the call, he turned his head in surprise and looked over, just in time to see Jung Han, who was staggering up the mountain, and could not help but feel surprised. "What's wrong with you?" The young master of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, made into this miserable state, disheveled, poisoned to the bone, hollering in blood, not decent at all. As the young gang master, you should always pay attention to your words, deeds and physique, and always show the beautiful side of our Dragon Tiger Gang outside. He criticized Jung Han without mercy. Jung Han, however, did not feel any aggression, but instead, he was in hot tears and his heart was rolling. "Oh, Master Wu, you don't even know what I have encountered." Jung Han wanted to pour out his heart with Zhou Yi, but he ended up with an unsteady foot and fell directly on the mountain road. This fall was such that he was never able to get up again. All you can do is crawl around on the ground with both hands and feet, trying to make your way up. Zhou Yi stood at the top of the hill and frowned at him. "Master Wu, I'm about to be poisoned to death. Are you just going to watch? Can you come over and give me a hand?" Jung Han finally felt a little aggravated. Zhou Yi, however, said with great difficulty, "I also want to help you, but as you can see, I'm not an ordinary person with a mortal body, and you've already been poisoned into the bone marrow and seeped out of your hair. The moment I touch you, I'll have to be contaminated with this poison, and then I'll have to die on the spot along with you. There's a skill to saving lives. A reckless rescue will only result in one more life." Looking at Zhou Yi who was explaining bitterly, Jung Han however only felt his heart go cold. He recalled Zhouyi's battle record of killing a transformation god with his words and a jindan with a single look years ago, and then glanced back at the terrifying ferocious beast with a body large enough to coil an entire small mountain, only to feel that Zhouyi was perfunctory. Master Wu, don't joke about it, he eyed Zhouyi. Zhouyi knew that he was destined to not be able to understand with this uninitiated child. He sighed helplessly and stopped explaining, instead turning his head in all directions to himself, quickly finding the tool of his choice. Soon he had uprooted a small tree next to him. After skimming off the branches and roots, he came over with the small arm-thick trunk and pickpocketed Jiang Han. The small trunk reached underneath Jiang Han's cackling nest, and Jiang Han clenched it with all his might and was picked up by Zhouyi. Just at this time, a breaking sound rang out. One after another, the pursuers broke out of the dense forest and came to the hill. The first thing they saw was the ferocious beast that had fallen to the ground and had long been dead through and through, and their hearts couldn't help but be shocked. But they were greatly relieved to see that the ferocious beast was dead through and through. They lifted their heads and soon saw Jiang Han, who was already struggling before the ghost gate, and their expressions were all overjoyed. He, just as we expected. This guy can't hold out any longer, someone said with such a big smile. Some people smiled and nodded, but their eyes swept over the few people around them without leaving any traces, and in their hearts, they had already begun to plan how they would implode later, how they would snatch Jiang Han's corpse, and snatch the 9 dragons' jade jewel, that crucial piece of evidence. There were also people with keen eyes. A glance saw the breath of creation steaming up from the hill, and quickly thought of what this place was, and could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Ah, what's up there? Could it be the legendary spring of creation? Creation, a great creation indeed. Everyone's eyes reddened at these words. They naturally knew the value of the fountainhead of creation. This was a supreme treasure that could create a divine body and give one a straight path in the future. One spring is enough for so many of us to soak together. There's no need for everyone to rush into infighting. Someone spoke up in such a manner, dispelling the upcoming fights and tussles. Everyone has become united again, and they have laughed playfully. This Jiang Han does have a few extraordinary things. He should be trying to borrow the power of the creation spring eye to wash away the toxins on his body and take it a step further. If we really let him succeed, then having obtained a divine body, he might actually be able to kill the rest of us back. He, not realizing that this action of his is completely for us to do graft. Look, you guys, there's another one up there. It should be someone from the Dragon Tiger Gang as well. I saw him standing with someone from the Dragon Tiger Gang when he came in. I think it's a handyman or something. Never mind, don't have to care. It's just a minor character anyway. Let's just hurry up and let Jiang Han take one last look at his senior brothers and sisters before he dies. He's so precious to those senior brothers and sisters of his. If he doesn't get to take this last look, he doesn't know how much he'll regret it after he dies. These people hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely, taking out one blood-stained head after another from their storage rings. The heads were young, childish looking, and full of terror and despair before they died. These people were precisely those Dragon Tiger Gang disciples who had been placed in the middle of the cave by Jiang Han. They hadn't been able to escape after all and were all killed, and even their corpses were carried over to humiliate Jiang Han. Seeing this, Zhouyi made a movement. Originally, he thought that Jiang Han had gotten into this situation as a result of his inferior skills, and with disappointment in his heart, he didn't think of doing anything. Even when those little kids were yakking in the distance, he ignored them. However, he did not expect these people to go so far as to kill all the disciples of the Dragon Tiger Gang except for Jiang Han and Sun Jie. This is too much. It could be described as cutting off the hopes and future of the next generation of the Dragon Tiger Gang, dealing a severe blow to the development plan that Zhouyi had set for the Dragon Tiger Gang. This is tripping me up, Zhouyi whispered softly, his voice cold as if it was coming from the 9 hells of purgatory. Jiang Han heard the killing intent in Zhouyi's voice and was so excited that his body was trembling. He also saw the heads of his senior brothers and sisters. His heart was filled with grief, and he hurriedly gave Zhouyi an overview of what had happened previously. Zhouyi's expression was indifferent, and with a slight effort on his hand, he flung Jiang Han, who was about to die of poison, into the middle of the spring of creation. In the distance, the pursuers who were still talking and laughing calmly instantly couldn't help themselves. They wouldn't allow Jiang Han to really wash off the intense poison from his body and cultivate into a divine body before coming back to fight them. One after another, the teenage celestials shouted in unison, rushing up the small mountain at incredible speeds, their hands already prepared with deadly killing moves. They were prepared to take out the handyman in front of them who was blocking the way. Then they would kill their way into the middle of the spring and take out Jiang Han, who was dispelling the poison. Unfortunately, the facts will not unfold as they would like. The nameless handyman who had blocked their path of advance only glanced at them with a calm gaze before withdrawing his sight and turning around, his back to them, looking at the spring with his hands folded. Totally didn't have them in their sights. If I had to say anything was different, it was that his eyes were rendered a dead gray during that glance at them just now. The self-respecting teenage prides were all enraged by the nameless handyman's contempt-filled glance, and they blasted out the spells in their hands, ready to let this handyman die without even a corpse left. As a result, the original spell that was enough to kill thousands of mortals was rapidly becoming weaker after leaving his hand, and finally even directly dissipated in mid-air. How is this? How is this possible? One after another, the forward-charging bodies of the celestial pride fell to the ground, their power and mana dissipating rapidly. They weren't thinking clearly about what was going on, and their wide eyes were filled with confusion. The expression and demeanor solidified into their faces and morphed into a final demeanor. Chapter 77, The Spell. The site of the spring of creation had long been covered with divine soil. The root of the divine medicine was rooted on top of it. The divine haze rose, and the rays of color rushed to the sky, with all sorts of visions to be found. Zhang Han groaned and slowly woke up. He felt recharged and stronger than ever. Is this the god body? He silently realized the changes occurring within his body. A moment later, he leapt up from the middle of the creation spring and flew out. It was just in time to see Zhou crouching next to the bodies of those pursuers, with one hand on top of these people's heads, not knowing what to do. Master Wu? Zhang Han greeted cautiously. Zhou stood up and turned his head to look at him with a calm expression. With a wave of his hand, the air around him distorted, eventually forming the image of a man. It was an old woman with a bucket hat on her head. At this moment, the image of this old woman walked around, her voice sharp and sinister, telling one condition after another, pulling in one person after another. After more than a few changes, the old woman finally said that this time in the middle of the cave world to surround Zhang Han's plan. Watching this scene, Zhang Han only felt a chill in his heart. You have offended such a person before? Zhou inquired with a calm expression. After the mental field exceeded 30 meters, he had this little extra mental gadget to be able to search a person's soul when they didn't strongly resist. If the other party was in an extremely fierce mood to oppose, it would be very difficult. And if the other party was still a cultivator, then Zhou was even more unable to take the other party at all. Unless it was like now, directly killing the person and then conducting a soul search while the other person's brain cells were still completely dead. To do so there is another prerequisite, and that is that the lifespan allocation must be mastered with extreme precision. If too much lifespan is spent, then all of the enemy's brain cells will die, rot or even turn to ash in an instant. Looking at the image of the old woman framed by Zhou, Zhang Han's expression was confused. He truly did not remember when he had offended such a person. Wait, if it's that person, then... Suddenly, Zhang Han thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up, and all the resentment and hatred that had been accumulated in his heart for several years spilled out. He thought of the mysterious man who had destroyed his entire family back then. If this old woman is the murderer of that year, then perhaps, Zhang Han already had a guess in his mind, but in the face of Zhou Yi's inquiring eyes, he didn't tell him everything, but continued what he had said before. I don't remember when I offended such a person. Zhou Yi's eyes instantly went cold. He is not a little cutie. He is not a cutie, but he is not far away from Zhang Han, and the other party is in his spiritual realm, so how can he not sense that just for a moment? Zhang Han's obvious mood swings and facial expression changes? Lies. He snapped. You're clearly the one who drew this trouble here. My Dragon Tiger Gang's elites are all dead because of you. You're actually trying to lie to my face now? Cold light flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. Looking at Zhang Han's heart pounding. I'll give you two choices. Either you obediently tell me everything right now and then let me search your soul to verify it, or I'll kill you right now and then search your soul. Neither option is very good. Although things like soul searching were convenient, it was a strange shame in the eyes of the cultivators. In the face of such a strange shame, Zhang Han said stiffly, I'll say it, I'll say it. In his heart, he secretly regretted his previous recklessness. I almost forgot. What a terrifying person Master Wu is. The other party is the real controller of the Dragon Tiger Gang, Zhao Hu, or just a henchman. The other party was not his master, Xiao Hu, and if he really wanted to anger the other party, there would be absolutely no hesitation in killing himself. Having figured this out, he didn't dare to hesitate or hide it any longer, and hurriedly told all the causes and consequences of the matter. He also took out his own copy of the Southern Rune Immortal Scripture and his stone knife as proof. Even so, He was ordered to forcibly let go of his mind and allow Zhou to search his soul to check and verify the matter before it was considered to be over. Zhou's expression was still cold. He reached out and grabbed it, and the figure brand of the woman in the bucket hat fell into his hands. First, you disregarded my rules, and brazenly killed people in the ghost market, causing me so much trouble, and then you secretly plotted against my dragon tiger gang, causing so many of my geniuses to fall, and disrupting my plans. If I don't give you some color to look at, what kind of face do I still have living in the world? His pupils were rendered a dead gray. Using this brand as a medium, he cast the death spell technique to incantate the bucket-haired woman across the air. Zhou was very cautious and took the bucket hat woman seriously. Up here is a 100 million year lifespan. Last time, 100 million years of lifespan was enough to kill a lanky old man at the transformation god stage. I wonder if you can carry it off. Looking at this brand in his hand, Zhou's gaze was haunted. Outside the cave world. Back when Zhou had just entered the cave world, the bucket-hatted woman had fled in panic. She knew Zhou's terror and didn't dare to stop for a moment. Returning to the imperial capital, she entered the palace and quickly packed up her things before rushing out. Utilizing her privilege, she rushed into the middle of a vacant flying boat on the gun deck and forcefully ordered the captain to set sail. It doesn't matter where we go, we always go first. After the woman in the bucket hat randomly chose a cabin, and also staged a suspicious situation to make sure that no one would be able to check out the real cabin that she was in the first time, she then let out a slight sigh of relief, sat down next to the table attached to the cabin, and reached out to take out an iron order. This token was the same observation envoy token that Bai Shaosheng had given her back then. The bucket-hatted woman inspired the token, which instantly transformed into a hazy white mist. At the end of the white mist, a blurry silhouette appeared, and a somewhat helpless and annoyed voice came out from Bai Shaosheng. Didn't I tell you not to contact me casually if it's not something very important and urgent? That's why I contacted you. Precisely because something very important and urgent has happened. It was only now that the bucket-hatted woman realized that she was speaking with a tremulous voice, full of panic and fear. The blurry figure at the end of the white mist fell silent, and after a while asked cautiously, "What happened? I might have revealed myself, and Zhou might track me down." The woman in the bucket hat complained in panic. "What?" Bai Shaosheng exclaimed, moving very quickly and starting to try to cut off the connection with this side. The white mist began to shake and fade. "I don't know you well. Let's stop contacting each other." "You can't do this," the doe-eyed woman said with wide, angry eyes. "You were the one who..." Before the words were finished, a deathly gray aura violently erupted from within her body. The woman in the bucket hat's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly tried to suppress it. But where was the time to do so? She collapsed. The Bai Shaosheng on the other end of the white mist was even more terrified when he saw this, and the white mist faded away at a faster pace. He's become even more terrifying. The death spell technique took another turn on him. Damn! How did that happen? Chapter 78, Harvest. Under Zhou's orders, Zhang Han went back to his old job and began to touch the corpses and collect the storage bags of the pursuers. He also found out the corpses of his senior brothers and sisters and forced himself to endure the grief to put their corpses back together, and then he was going to dig a pit to bury them, so that they could be put to rest in the ground. However, he did not expect that after seeing him do so, Zhou's brows instantly furrowed and he scolded sternly, "What are you stupid bastard doing, so that the senior brothers and sisters can be put to rest in the ground?" Zhang Han raised his head and said with a face full of confusion, completely unable to understand why Zhou was so angry. "Is it still because of what just happened? Actually, it really isn't. You stupid pig," Zhou scolded with a face full of hatred. "So many people who entered the cave world ahead of time are all dead. Only 2 of us from the Dragon Tiger Gang are left alive. What do you think will happen if this matter is passed back and if outsiders find out? The Dragon Tiger Gang will become a target and be besieged by everyone." Zhang Han quickly thought of the answer, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he imagined the scene. It's good to know that amongst a future full of blood, it's not without hope. "Isn't there still you, Master Wu?" Zhang Han said cautiously and doggedly. "With your old man's strength, even if those worldly sect powerhouses descended, they wouldn't be a match for you, and would be killed just by saying so. What need is there to care about these people in Chu today?" Half-facing Zhang Han's hopeful gaze, Zhou only laughed coldly. If he could do that, would he still keep cowering in a small dragon tiger gang? Zhang Han also heard some sort of unspeakable secret from Zhou's sneer and awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Zhou began to explain the next plan of action for the 2 of them. Everyone who enters the cave world this time must all die. Only by making a headless case can we keep these people's anger from involving the Dragon Tiger Gang. Or even we could steer these guys and get them to help us check out the Doodah girl. Although the bucket hat woman had been cursed to death by Joey, there were still a lot of doubts about this matter. The first was the suspected existence of that Tenji master behind the bucket hat woman. The matter was settled 8 years ago. If there wasn't the existence of a heavenly mechanic, the lady in the bucket hat wouldn't have been able to appear at the Dragon Tiger Pass Ghost Market at the right time so aptly and then seize the roots ancient scripture. Regarding the heavenly mechanic, Joey had learned quite a bit about it over the years on the side. The more he learned, the more alarmed he became. An existence like a heavenly mechanic, unless it was truly taboo, could be said to be able to calculate everything under the sun. Ordinary people, and even ordinary cultivators had no secrets at all in their eyes. Joey did not know how he was in the eyes of the heavenly mechanic, nor did he know whether he had been counted by that heavenly mechanic or not, and his heart had been very scrupulous. And then there's the action of the lady in the bucket. If the woman in the bucket hat was really the mysterious black-robed person who had massacred the Dragon Tiger Gang's Ghost Market 8 years ago and snatched away the roots ancient scripture, then she had Jindan strength to say the least. With such strength, after learning of Jiang Han's existence and whereabouts, he could completely forcefully kill the door, slaughter the Dragon Tiger Gang, and finish off Jiang Han, but she didn't do it. Instead, he has been hibernating, has been holding back in the dark, and has made such a big circle and borrowed the hands of so many people, only to take out Jiang Han, without exposing himself. This is very strange. There is only one truth. She knows of my existence. Joey's gaze was ghostly. If they weren't afraid of him, the other party wouldn't have to be so cautious at all. So the question is, why is she jealous of me and how much information does she know about me? Is it because of the Skyrider behind her that she knows something? All of this is unknown, and will only be known after the identity of the woman in the hat is found and a thorough investigation is conducted. These things are all calculations in Joey's mind, and it is not good to speak to the outside world. After Jiang Han heard his words, he was immediately dumbfounded and looked at Joey in a daze. All of them are going to die? Then you and I. Naturally, it's a fraudulent death. Joey's expression was calm, incomparably skillful. Change our identity and face, and we'll be a good man again, and we'll be able to change the situation and hide in the shadows. Hearing this, Jiang Han understood, and he let out a sigh of relief. It's good that you're not trying to kill yourself, but that also meant that he really couldn't bury his siblings, or else the pointing was just too obvious. So he had to endure the pain of taking apart the bodies he had just put together again, and throwing the heads of his mentors and siblings all over the place. The smell of blood attracted some of the ferocious beasts that existed among the cave worlds. These guys were excellent tools for destroying corpses, and Joey and Jiang Han both stood high above, watching with satisfaction as these ferocious beasts gnawed and devoured the corpses below. In that case, even if we didn't find the bodies of the two of us, it can be explained, Joey said indifferently. He calculated the time. There were still 7 days until the cave world seal ended and cultivators above Foundation establishment could come in. 7 days is barely enough time. Without wasting any time, Joey sacrificed his broken bowl and in one breath, he took in the spring of creation along with the entire mountain. The two of them left this mountain, and after each of them took a third-grade traveling pill that had just been improved by the Dragon Tiger Gang's Dan Hall, they began to run around in the middle of the cave world. Joey did not bring any politeness at all. The broken bowl was sacrificed, and he directly collected a piece of the mountain one by one. When other people's geniuses entered the cave world, they all entered various medicinal valleys, various resource lands, and went through thousands of pains and all sorts of trials and tribulations in order to pick one or two plants. He was directly uprooting the entire medicinal valley. Such a bold state, messed up the cave world was soon full of devastation. Looking around, the original beautiful mountain and river scenery above the earth looked like it had been gnawed by a donkey, with one piece missing here and one piece missing there, leaving behind only one ugly pothole after another. By the 5th day, the two had collected almost all of the creation within the cave world. On the 6th day, the two finally found the so-called Heavenly Dao Chi. Jiang Han had only received a single Chi of Heavenly Dao and completed Heavenly Dao Foundation building on the spot. Joey was not polite either, and sacrificed the broken bowl on the spot, taking in all of those last remaining wisps of Heavenly Dao Chi. The Chi of the Heavenly Dao swam up in his broken bowl and was not immobilized by the might of the broken bowl. But that's not a bad thing. Joey watched as a Chi of the Heavenly Dao merged into the spring of creation, and a Chi of the Heavenly Dao merged into the divine pill root. The last remaining 2 channels of Heavenly Dao Chi were incorporated into the broken bowl, causing the originally obvious openings of the broken bowl to be repaired somewhat, as if they had grown naturally from within. Faced with such a harvest, Joey was satisfied. Chapter 79, Tragedy Shakes the Imperial Capital. My son. Another day later. The cave world's cultivation limitations on entering cultivators had finally disappeared. Parents and forces from all sides who had been waiting outside for a long time had entered them. They had expected to find their majestic children inside, furthering their cultivation and potential. One would see endless creations flying around in it, and incomparably magnificent mountains, rivers, sun and moon, but as it turns out, they all overthought it. All they could see inside was patch after patch of dog-eared land, with large, ugly-looking mounds appearing at the end of their field of vision. The so-called creations and spiritual beings are not seen in the same way. Aside from the aura being much denser than the outside world, this cave world was simply barren. Everyone was confused. The parents, who had just been incredibly excited and were even already laughing with their arms crossed, froze, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at what was in front of them. How does this look like it's been ransacked by thieves? Someone murmured in disbelief. A moment later, they finally came back to their senses. A recluse light flew up, rapidly heading towards the depths of the cave world. People are distraught. They already had a bad feeling in their hearts. As expected, the entire creation of the cave world was taken away, leaving nothing behind. What was even more terrifying was that they hadn't seen a single living soul after entering this cave world, including those geniuses who had entered first. This has caused some parents and forces to panic a bit. They flew high into the air, using their mana to allow their voices to travel farther, and they called out their children's names, but to no avail. The four fields are so vast that not a single child can be seen. Looking at the panicked parents in the sky, Jo-E and Jung-han, who had hidden their breath at the very beginning and had now managed to take advantage of the chaos to blend in amongst the group, both displayed full acting skills, their faces both generally panicked as the others, loudly calling out some made-up names. Jung-han followed Jo-E closely, not daring to take half a step away. The two had completed their disguises and costume changes, making sure that none of the people in the arena recognized them. Ordinary mundane skills, naturally, had no secrets to tell in front of cultivators. But Jo-E is different. As long as they were within his spiritual domain, he could ensure that the duo's disguise would not be pierced through. And even if a Yuan Grand cultivator came, he would only be able to see the fake face that Jo-E had simulated through his spiritual domain. Looking around at the panicked people and feeling the chaotic atmosphere in the arena, Jung-han only felt a burst of excitement. Long before these people came in, the two of them had wandered around the cave world, checking for flaws and erasing all traces that might expose the two of them. So right now, he only felt excitement and thrill in his heart, but not any worry. With so many people searching together, they soon found some bloody strips of cloth, as well as some sporadic bloodstains and fragments of spells in the vast expanse of land. Certain people who recognized these things have been crying uncontrollably. The remaining people who hadn't received any definite news were also in a state of panic. Go back and call people, even if it means turning the entire cave world upside down. We must find out where my son has gone. Someone hissed with red eyes. The others rushed to follow. Jo-E took Jung-han with him and casually answered 2 yes before pretending to be a messenger and turning around to dart towards the exit of the cave world. It was chaos now. Everyone's moods were in disarray, and no one was paying attention to whose messenger these two men really were. The two of them just rushed all the way out and returned to the imperial capital without any obstacles. Changing their faces and identities again, they returned to the Dragon Tiger Gang with ease. At this moment, the Dragon Tiger Gang could be said to be in a state of joy. Everyone was immersed in happiness, and had yet to receive any bad news. Zhao Hu's plan was successful. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was drawn to the cave world outside of the city, he and the most talented cultivator of the lockpicking 5, the one with the surname Fu, managed to successfully conjugate Dan. The Dragon and Tiger Gang jumped to have 2 more major Jetan cultivators. Although there was no Yuaning sitting in the town, it was not yet considered a first-class force in Chu, but it was already very much not to be underestimated. While everyone was having fun, the messenger belonging to the Dragon Tiger Gang finally came back up for air. Upon hearing the bad news, the people of the Dragon Tiger Gang only felt a thunderbolt coming down from a clear sky. Not being able to say anything more, under the leadership of the 2 newly promoted Jetan cultivators, a large group of people trooped out of the imperial capital and headed straight for the cave world. This time the storm was so big that it even suppressed the news of the 2 major conjunctions of the Dragon Tiger Gang. On this day, the entire imperial capital was hissing with rage. The next day, the entire imperial capital was covered in white cloth, and almost all of the big powers were organizing funerals and opening hearts, and the mournful cries filled almost the entire imperial capital. annoying the mortals who couldn't empathize with them to no end. The same goes for the Dragon Tiger Gang. After squeezing a couple of tears from the hearth, Zhao Hu went back to his room to rest on the grounds that he was too grief-stricken. In his cultivation chamber, Zhou Yi was drinking tea unhurriedly. The lockpicking five and Kong Han all sat off to the side, while skillfully unlocking the prohibitions of various storage rings and storage bags. The lockpicking five couldn't help but complain. "Boss, although I know you've always liked to take risks, can you notify us beforehand? You don't know. When the news just came back, we were really shocked, and really thought that there was some unimaginably great terror inside that cave world, capable of leaving your old man's corpse and bones intact. Luckily, later on, after we searched again and again, how we couldn't find your and Jiang Han's corpses. That's why we have some confidence." After returning to the Dragon Tiger Gang, the six of them saw Zhou Yi and Jiang Han, who had been waiting for them for a long time, and at that time, they could be ruthlessly startled. After learning that the cave world tragedy had been done by the two of them in conjunction, it was even more heartbreaking. Zhou Yi ignored these complaints as his gaze fixed on Zhao Hu and asked, "What's the situation outside now?" "All the families are organizing funerals, and everyone is yelling to find the murderer and punish him severely," Zhao Hu said with a headache. Originally, he thought that after he became a Jindan cultivator, he was more or less able to be different from the past. "I didn't expect it to be exactly the same. It's even gotten worse." Faced with the trouble his boss had made, he had a sense of trepidation and even wanted to turn and run. He was a little unsure of how to handle such a situation in front of him, with fear and trepidation in his heart, fearful that one day the whole Lung Fu gang will be wiped out if something goes wrong. Compared to his trepidation, Zhou Yi was much calmer. "This is just right. You must also actively join them and roar louder than all of them, seeking to be the backbone among these people and steer their investigations in the right direction." Chapter 80, Leading an Investigation. Faced with Zhou Yi's whims, Zhao Hu was already numb. "Are you trying to deflect the direction of these people's investigations in such a way that they can't discover the truth and can't look into us?" He tried to run his brain, trying to keep up with Zhou Yi's thoughts. Unfortunately, it turns out that his brain is still not enough. Zhou Yi shook his head and said with certainty, "Of course not. The reason why I want you to lead the investigation is because I want to do something with it and have a real clue." Zhou Yi's idea was creepy, but Zhao Hu still had to do it obediently. Soon he walked out of his cultivation chamber, full of grief and roaring for revenge and to find out the real culprit. He began to actively crosstalk with other forces to unify everyone, in order to fight for this position as the leading investigator. He even went and beat the Dengen drum himself, deliberately letting the sound and the roar of grief and anger spread all over the city. Emperor Chu had to receive him personally, and said with a helpless face, "I Ching-ah, your mood I can understand. After all, there are also a large number of royal children who have been lost in the middle of the cave world. But aren't you making a bit too much of a fuss?" In the face of such incomprehension, Zhao Hu, however, held his head up and said righteously, "No, I'm doing this because I hold a vital clue that I wouldn't dare to look into just by myself. That's why I'm going to make a big deal out of this, so that more people will come and join me, and only then will I be able to get to the bottom of the tragedy, find out the real culprits, and give everyone an explanation." Oh, those words instantly made Emperor Chu interested, and he hastily asked what the clue actually was. Zhao Hu did not hide anything and said directly, "After the tragedy, when we packed up the victims' relics, we found that the relics of a young genius named Sun Jie amongst my Dragon Tiger Gang's talents were different and actually pointed to a mysterious person. According to Sun Jie's suicide note, this mysterious person is quite mysterious and ambitious, and has been actively acting as early as when the cave world was first discovered, and has been secretly plotting an earth-shattering conspiracy." Saying that, he also took out the suicide note that he had forged only an hour ago and presented it to the Chu Emperor. After the Chu Emperor read it, there was a pensive silence. The content inside was indeed what Zhao Hu had said, and the rest was incoherent and full of sensationalized exaggeration. Isn't it a bit too much? Chu Huang couldn't see anything broken, but instinctively in his heart, he just felt that something wasn't quite right. "It's not exaggerated for fear that you won't believe it," Zhao Hu chanted in his mind, but on the surface he sobbed blood and lamented, regardless of whether it's exaggerated or detailed. This is at least the only clue at the moment. Emperor Chu was numb and had to ask the court to cooperate with Zhao Hu and others to investigate the case. It couldn't be helped. The cave world side was too cleanly done. No clues could be found, and it wasn't like troubling a goddess of transformation powerhouse over this matter. How could a hallowed god of transformation powerhouse go out just because of the bloodshed of a few chi refining realm juniors? Besides, there's still a war going on over there, And every transformation god powerhouse is a valuable warrior. So how can they be wasted in a place like this? This case is destined to be solved only by logical reasoning. After hearing about this, other victims of the tragedy immediately came to their doors, scrambling to circulate the suicide note in Zhao Hu's hands. They have rallied around Zhao Hu, using him as the backbone to form an investigation team, wanting to find out the truth about the bloodshed. Soon enough, Zhao Hu showed extraordinary abilities, impressing them and making them feel that they had indeed chosen the right one. The only way to find the truth is to follow gang leader Zhao. More than one person thought so. After knowing the answer in advance, and then following the map and fixing a point to invest a lot of resources, Zhao Hu quickly found clues and discovered that something was wrong with Sun Jie, including the real technique he practiced, the master he worshipped behind his back, and so on, shooting arrows before painting the target, a passive reverse reasoning, listening to the crowd present convinced. 2 days later, Zhao Hu even found out an extremely shocking clue. The geniuses and cultivators who entered the cave world are almost all more or less connected to that mysterious person. This clue set off a million waves. Parents didn't realize that their hard-working children had been secretly hooking up with unsavory people. While they were pained, they were also guided by Zhao Hu's 2 simple sentences, and easily aimed their spearheads at the mysterious bucket hat woman, believing that this person was the real culprit who had caused the tragedy in Cave Heaven. Almost all of the major powers had acted, and had followed this clue of the mysterious bucket hat woman all the way to investigate fiercely. When no one was in charge before, the bucket hat woman seemed like a ghost in the royal capital, and no one was able to catch her shadow or heal. But now that so many people had put in a deadly effort to start investigating, they soon found out a lot of clues about this bucket hat woman. The most important clue is, in addition to the large number of properties in the private sector, the most important resting point of this bucket hat woman is actually in the middle of the palace. She goes in and out of the palace so often that the Forbidden Army turns a blind eye and even treats her with respect. As soon as this clue broke out, everyone's eyes changed. There were naturally figures from the royal family among the investigation team. At this moment, this prince's face was ugly, and when he noticed that the eyes of the others looking at him were not right, his face became even more ugly. Gentlemen, I don't know this murderer at all. He had to come forward to explain, and amongst this tragedy, there were deaths, injuries, and losses amongst my royal family's children as well. The entire cave world, so many divine objects and resources, only using a few refining children in the district to exchange, can be really worth it? Change me will also be so chosen. Someone hiding in the crowd yin and yang. The prince's face became even more ugly. The atmosphere in the arena slowly became odd. Everyone's eyes were flickering, and they were all going through various conspiracy theories in their heads. Even Zhao Hu and Zhou Yi were a bit surprised that this matter had actually been investigated into the royal family. The king could no longer top it. Hurriedly retired. I will immediately go to the palace. Report this matter to the imperial brother. Please believe in Chu. Believe in the court. We will not let everyone down. We'll definitely give everyone an explanation. The people will be convinced. No longer have the mood to gather together to explore the case, and each hit the road back home. They said they were going home, but they still couldn't sit still, and had strung out privately to prepare for the wildstorm that might come next. The response from the Chu Emperor arrived very quickly indeed, and there were storage bags after storage bags on the tray, containing all sorts of resources and wonders. This is His Majesty's compensation. The old eunuch who came to deliver the things spoke softly. Chapter 81 Clarifying Misunderstandings. What does your majesty mean by this? Want to harbor the murderer? Zhao Hu followed through on Zhou Yi's order to stir up trouble and immediately stepped forward to shout. With an angry expression and furrowed brows, he forced himself to look at the old eunuch as if he wanted to eat someone, and said with a trembling body, Does your majesty think that you can casually buy the lives of several hundred chi refining cultivators with these small favors? Oh, ha ha. He laughed, and in his rueful laughter was the anger that was about to spill out. Although this is in fact true, compared to the resources inside these storage bags, not to mention a few hundred chi refining cultivators, or even thousands of them will still be able to buy. But, Zhao Hu looked as if he wanted to choose someone to eat, and said word by word, Your Majesty must not forget that beyond the cold price, there are feelings in this world. Those who died, but they are our own sons and nephews and personal disciples. Many years of feelings, how can it be so little to say I can buy? Others chimed in. With anger burning in the bottom of their eyes, they rallied to Zhao Hu's side and loudly denounced what the royal family had done. They had even begun to call Emperor Chu by his name casually and add abusive words in front of it. In the past, it was not unusual to be executed by 9 clans for such behavior, but now it was different. So many people, So many forces together. Even the royal family couldn't carry it. Really want to be immortal. Torn face fight up. Change the dynasty. Change a family to sit on the throne is unusual. Not to mention the fact that there were people from worldly clans among these people. These emissaries from beyond the realm also stood beside Zhao Hu, grimly sending a question to the old eunuch. What does Emperor Chu mean by this? Trying to harbor a murderer? Let's not see how many nails his little body can carry. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, the old eunuch couldn't help but cry out in his heart. He sort of knew why the Chu emperor didn't personally step in for such a big event, but instead threw the matter to him. Can't afford to mess with that. In fact, he understood in his heart that this group of people's reaction was so great, and it wasn't just as simple as the fact that their own family's genius had died inside the cave world. Although those people were gifted and still had a very deep bond with the people present, chi refining was chi refining and could be worth a few dollars. Emperor Chu was already taking out more than 2/3 of the resources and treasures of the entire imperial family's inner treasury to compensate, which had greatly exceeded the price of those people. This was already the limit of the resources that Emperor Chu could divert. Any more than that and it would affect the internal workings of the royal family, leading to really big problems that would hurt the fundamentals. Looking at it from Emperor Chu's perspective, he was already very sincere, but from the perspective of Zhao Hu and the others, it was a different matter. In their eyes, the imperial clan had used despicable means to secretly plot, not only killing their disciples and children, but also a clan that had monopolized the opportunities and creations inside the entire cave world. This is simply unacceptable. Compared to those, this bit of stuff that Emperor Chu had taken out was simply a drop in the bucket. The Chu emperor was acting in such a manner. It was simply hypocritical, and he had to sell himself when he got a bargain. If they didn't stand up against it now, if they didn't stand up in flagrant opposition and make restrictions on the imperial clan, in the future, if the imperial clan grew up with that sum of creation, it would become an imperial clan in the true sense of the word, oppressing the entire Chu kingdom horizontally. No force could restrain it any longer. They would literally just have to fall to their knees and serve as slaves. The old eunuch naturally knew the many keys to this, so he waited for the crowd's crusade to die down a bit before speaking. Gentlemen, may I have your attention? It is true that these things are the compensation that His Majesty has given you, yes, but they are not the compensation given as a murderer and a victimizer. In fact, strictly speaking, it's not a big deal for His Majesty even if he doesn't give these, but His Majesty is so homely and kind that he can't see. Oh, we use him for pity? Zhao Hu came out to stir things up again, not waiting for the old eunuch to finish his sentence. The old eunuch's face was a little embarrassed, and at the same time, he realized that he couldn't be that slow anymore. If things continue like this, these people are only afraid that they have even arranged a plan of action to seize power and force the palace. He had to be quick about it, so he didn't tangle with Zhao Hu and said directly, the true culprit of the cave heaven tragedy is indeed a member of the imperial clan, but she alone doesn't represent the entire imperial clan. The Chu royal family and the Chu emperor also didn't know what the bucket hat woman was doing in the dark, and they didn't dare to ask. Zhao Hu's work is still done very effectively, so that Chu Huangdu mistakenly thought that the tragedy in the cave was indeed done by the bucket hat woman. The old eunuch's words caused an uproar and ridicule, and some people even shouted angrily, success is the benefit of your collective. Failure is a person who takes the blame. Oh, the royal family deserves to be the royal family. This cutting speed can be really fast. This trope that we've long since used to death doesn't think it can still fool us, does it? The man from the worldly clan also snapped with a gloomy expression. In this matter, you must give a satisfactory explanation out, or else, we will never let it go. The disciples of the clan must not die in vain. In the face of this overwhelming skepticism, the old eunuch resisted the pressure and continued. His Majesty also knows that you probably won't believe it, but this is indeed the case. Immediately afterward, he recounted a royal family secret. After coming into contact with the cultivation world, in order to cast a wide net and catch more fish, the royal family made several investments. The real culprit of the cave heaven tragedy, that woman in the bucket hat, is the current princess. There was an immediate outcry when the identity of the woman in the bucket hat was revealed. Without waiting for the crowd to digest from the shock, the old eunuch threw out an even heavier piece of news. This Rapunzel of ours has quite a strange encounter, and after experiencing a lot of things in the outside world, she ended up joining an organization that can be called taboo. After that, the royal family and the Rapunzel were intentionally keeping a distance from each other. And although we did have been enjoying some of the favors and resources given by the Rapunzel, it is true that we were never privy to what she was doing and what she was secretly plotting. In order to increase his persuasive power, the old eunuch solemnly took out a box, inside of which lay quietly a piece of iron token with fine cracks appearing in the edge area. Seeing this object, the local dignitaries and powerhouses of Chu were filled with bewilderment, but those disciples of the worldly sects from faraway domains looked as if they had been stung by a snake or scorpion, with a horrified look, retreating several steps, waving their hands and screaming for the old eunuch to cover up the box. Chapter 82, The Zhongshan Meeting. The many powerful people present looked aghast. The locals couldn't recognize what this iron order actually represented yet, but just by looking at the reactions of these worldly clan disciples alone, it made them drum in their hearts. Looking at the demeanor of these people, Zhao, who realized that his mission was going to fail, his heart was a little anxious and he couldn't help but jump up and down a few more times. But still, he wasn't unable to encourage everyone as easily as before. The old eunuch slammed the wooden box back shut. He glanced at the crowd in front of him and the Dragon Tiger Gangmaster, who still had a great deal of dissatisfaction lingering between his features, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of exhaustion. But he still had to force himself to say, "We investigated a little bit, and found out that the eldest princess did frequent the folklore prior to the opening of the cavern Skyworld, and frequently came into contact with all of your loved ones and disciples. On the day the cave world opened, the eldest princess did also head to the small lake. Then the eldest princess hurried back to the imperial capital, returned to the palace, casually packed up her things and left. She bought the entire flying boat, intending to flee the imperial capital. But somehow, she died on the way to flee the imperial capital. We only looked for her body, and next to it was this token. We searched the Rapunzel's storage bag and everything she carried with her, but we couldn't find any creation or chance among the cave world." Listening to these doubts, everyone present couldn't help but frown, looking at the old eunuch with a bit of skepticism in their eyes once again. There they go with the conspiracy theories again. The suspicions and divisions of the human heart, once created, are very difficult to extinguish. Seeing this, the old eunuch sighed lightly and patted the storage bag on his waist, and the body of the bucket-hatted woman flew out from it, and was placed flat on the ground by him. "Gentlemen, His Majesty is very sincere. The Rapunzel's body is here. We haven't touched it, and you are welcome to get your hands on it and inspect it. If you guys can find out anything, that would be great. Of course, if the clues are broken because of your own reasons, then please don't complain and blame others." Zhao, who was the first one to come next to the body of the bucket-hatted woman under Zhou Yi's orders and began to reach out to inspect it. The others rushed to follow. Those disciples of the worldly sects were entangled for a moment, and after briefly discussing a few sentences, they also silently stood to the side and began to watch. After a lot of work, they ended up finding nothing. Skeptical sights and eyes couldn't help but fall on the old eunuch again. He didn't lie. This corpse was indeed untouched before just now. A leading disciple in a worldly clan said so. In his hand was a piece of rune paper that had burned out. Although this person didn't say much and his tone was flat, the words he spoke had great authority. Many were convinced, each frowning as they stood up. Zhao, who received Zhou Yi's command through the spiritual imprint within him, and with a thoughtful look, he walked over to the old eunuch and asked, "That token, is it possible to take it out for me to inspect?" The old eunuch was a little surprised, but did not refuse. Those disciples of the worldly sects were even more surprised and even more somewhat alarmed. They didn't expect that in this remote place, someone would actually dare to ignore the taboo. Truly ignorant people are fearless, a disciple of the worldly clan muttered, not loudly, but many people heard it. Zhao, who was one of them, with a smile on his face, he took the iron token out of the box, walked over to the disciple who had made the noise, and directly handed over the token in his hand. "What are you doing?" That disciple was puzzled and at the same time terrified. "Backing up, to be so vindictive just because of a taunt? It's true that poor mountains produce unruly people." Zhao, who naturally has his own purpose and explanation. "My cultivation is low, shallow insight. Many key things are just put in front of the eyes cannot be detected. So I need to ask for your help. I would like to know if there is any other mystery to this token besides using it as a proof of identity? Like being able to pass items across space or something like that." After a short period of hesitation and the persuasion of those around them, finally, the group of disciples from the worldly clan gathered around and studied. In the end, the conclusion they came to together: this object, if inspired, can indeed move items a long distance apart into the hands of another person holding a token, provided that both parties use the token in their hands to start docking. "I see." Zhao, who nodded slightly, with an air of confidence, and opened his reasoning/misdirection. "Is there a possibility that when Rapunzel wanted to abscond with the resources and creations of the entire cave world, and in the process, She contacted her superior amongst that forbidden organization, and everything was going well. But it turned out that these two people got into a fight because of the unequal sharing of the spoils. We have seen the final result. The eldest princess died. The creation and chance in her body disappeared without a trace, and the token appeared slightly broken. The people in the room looked thoughtful. Finally, they slapped their foreheads hard and looked at Zhao Hu with an admiring look. This is indeed very possible. Looking at it this way, it's very likely that the reason why the token is broken is due to it being used to teleport too many items and resources. Everything is connected. Everyone was excited at first, and then they were poured with cold water. Now that the real culprit is dead, what else is there to say? It's true that there's someone else behind the other side, but so what? That was a taboo organization that even disciples of worldly clans had to fear. Are they local dogs to be messed with? The other side should be grateful if they don't come after them. Everyone was feeling a bit tasteless, and each of them turned to leave after receiving compensation from Emperor Chu. Zhao Hu walked last. Taking advantage of the fact that he was the only one left in the field, he walked up to the old eunuch and formally asked for the name of that forbidden organization. The old eunuch looked at Zhao Hu in surprise, not expecting this man to be so emotionally attached. For the sake of that dead young master, he actually dared to even ask about the name of that taboo organization. Do you want to touch someone in the future? The old eunuch didn't refuse, and said 3 words by way of divine thought transmission. Zhong Shan Hui. Zhao Hu nodded and opened his mouth to ask for that token as Zhou Yi had requested. Once again, the old eunuch was surprised. He glanced at Zhao Hu with admiration and placed the box containing the token onto Zhao Hu's hand with preciousness, and gave a moving command. Master Zhao, do what you can. Chapter 83, 20 years later. The sensational cave world tragedy came to an end with such a tiger's tale, making many spectators feel very uncomfortable and unable to help but complain about it. But that's the way things are in this world. How can everything be perfect? According to the originally allocated shares, the various forces still divided up the cave world, each occupying a piece of it and establishing their own strongholds and branches. Although the various creations and resources inside had been scraped away, the cave world itself was part of the chance. The concentration of aura inside far exceeded that outside, making it an excellent place for cultivation. The world outside slowly calmed down and everything was back to normal. Zhou Yi and Zhang Han changed their identities and faces and rejoined the Dragon Tiger Gang. Zhang Han became the head of the Dragon Tiger Gang's cultivation branch in the cave world with his foundation establishment cultivation, and the daily chores were handed over to the people under his hand while he himself spent a lot of his time in closed-door hard cultivation. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, returned to the Dragon Tiger Gang as Wu Wei, a distant relative of his former division master Wu Yu, and continued to serve as Zhao Hu's division master. Everyone praised Zhao Hu for being affectionate. Things just gradually and smoothly fell into place, and everything started to function properly. The Dragon Tiger Gang was still searching for and cultivating talents in the vast and incomparable Chu Kingdom, with one genius after another being sent to the headquarters to cultivate. This was a gang rule that Zhao Hu had enacted under Zhou Yi's instructions, explicitly to strengthen the sense of belonging and centripetal force of the gang members from all over the world towards the Dragon Tiger Gang. So it required that the outstanding ones among the gang members from all over the world had to come to the imperial capital headquarters to pursue further training for a period of time. It was actually to facilitate Zhou Yi's spiritual imprint on them. In this way, there is no need to be afraid even if there are second thoughts in the various branches, because Zhou Yi held the lifeblood of all of them. Because the rules of the Dragon Tiger Gang stipulated that gang members who hadn't traveled to the imperial capital headquarters for further training couldn't hold important positions in the local branches. This rule was still functioning well in the early stages. As long as it's done right up front, it's unlikely to change much later. In the blink of an eye, it's 20 years that have gone by. In 20 years, everything seems to have changed, and then again, it doesn't. Zhou Yi's mental field expanded to 50 meters, with some additional distinctive skills and abilities. A genius like Zhang Han, with the unending supply of all sorts of top-notch resources and his own cultivation of the creation god body, had already cultivated to the great completion of foundation establishment and was beginning to prepare for the formation of the Dan. There are also 3, 6, 9 grades of conjugation, the top grade being the Golden Dan, followed by the Red Dan and the Blood Dan. Blood Dan is the easiest, Gene Dan is the hardest, and hard has the benefit of being hard, which is that the future path can be smoother and have a crushing advantage over the other 2 types of cultivators. Zhao Hu was telling Zhang Han about all this relevant knowledge and pouring out his own insights and experiences of conjugation. He had only formed the lowest grade Blood Dan, which was still the limit of his desperate efforts. It can't be helped. Sometimes natural talent is just so overwhelming. Even though he had begged for a lot of top-notch resources from Zhou Yi over the years, after 20 years, he had only cultivated to the middle Jindan stage. There's no hope for a Yuan Ying in this life. Next to this him, was Fu Wen, another Jiedan cultivator of the Dragon Tiger Gang, who was in a slightly better situation. Having formed a Red Dan, 20 years had passed, and under Zhou Yi's indifferent resource binge, he had already cultivated to the late Jiedan stage. His natural talent was a little better than Zhao Hu's, and his perception was also strong, and over the years, as the boss inside the lockpicking 5-man team, he had been contributing diligently to Zhou Yi's cause. It's all he deserves. In my lifetime, I might be able to think about the Yuaning scenery. Fu Wen didn't have any reservations about Zhang Han either, and taught him all of this. Zhang Han and the people sitting beside him listened and nodded frequently. The knowledge was useful to them. Zhang Han wasn't the only one who wanted to impact the Jiedan. 3 people inside the lockpicking 5 have also reached this point. If the 4 of you can all conjugate Dan, that would really be a great time. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Zhao Hu couldn't help but sigh. By that time, the Dragon and Tiger Gang will have 7 major Jiedan cultivators at once. And there are still a few of them with Yuaning on the horizon. And there is such a boss as Zhou Yi sitting on his head. The future of the Dragon and Tiger Gang can be said to be a bright one. In these 20 years, the Dragon Tiger Gang had been flourishing, steadily developing and advancing, slowly changing many people, including Zhao Hu. This former loose cultivator had now become a qualified head of a major power, and had long since abandoned his former loose cultivator mindset. Looking at the flourishing Dragon Tiger Gang, he, the gang leader who single-handedly brought it up, was also very accomplished, and had long had the determination and will to dedicate himself to the Dragon Tiger Gang. For that reason, it's not a bad idea, even if it means making way for someone better. But there are hidden worries underneath the pomp and circumstance. Fu Wen reminded Zhao Hu, that elder one of ours isn't a good person. I see that he's been acting foolishly lately. I'm afraid he's been coveting your position for a long time. Elder One was also a Jiedan cultivator of the Dragon Tiger Gang, but this one is a little complicated. First of all, he was not in the middle of the core circle of the Dragon Tiger Gang and did not know Zhou Yi's true identity and strength. He was originally just a casual cultivator, and only joined in because he heard about the reputation of the Dragon Tiger Gang. Originally, he was supposed to be sent to serve as a local official like the other loose cultivators, but coincidentally, after so many years of development, there aren't many vacant official positions left, and all the territory under the sky that can be occupied and demarcated has been divided cleanly by the major powers. The rest of the position is a carrot. Now that we all know the benefits of these official positions, they are even more reluctant to give way, and they are fighting amongst themselves for the position of a 7th-grade magistrate. The Dragon Tiger Gang's heritage and roots were still too shallow to compete with others after all. When Taijun, this batch of people will not be able to go out, or stay in the middle of the headquarters, and such people are slowly becoming more numerous. After all, over the years, the Dragon Tiger Gang hadn't stopped its plans to absorb casual cultivators. When Taijun slowly evolved into the head of the gang, actually vaguely splitting the Dragon Tiger Gang into a local faction and a newly joined loose faction. Originally, if it was just this, then it would not be a big deal. Under the deterrence of the Jiedan cultivators, these people could not make any waves. But what one would never expect is that when Taijun is actually quite skillful and gifted. First, he borrowed the resources of the Dragon Tiger Gang to successfully build his foundation, and then he went to the Cave World branch to cultivate. His movements were secretive and he often couldn't be found. Every time it appeared, the cultivation level would rise by a large margin. Even more so, not too long ago, he had successfully conjugated the Dan. Although what was formed was only the worst blood Dan. A Dan-forming cultivator was a Dan-forming cultivator. Such a cultivation level was already enough for him to put his ambition into Zhao Hu's position. He began to make his way to the position of gang leader. Chapter 84, Wen Taijun. Talking about Wen Taijun, Zhao Hu couldn't help but feel a headache. What gave him a headache was not only Wen Taijun's ambitions and small actions, but also the darkness behind this. We are all people who started from the slightest of beginnings, and we are also Jiedan cultivators. Those sayings of his can fool outsiders, but they cannot fool us. It was difficult for casual cultivators, not only in the absence of resources, but also in the absence of feats and the road ahead. It's easy to go down the wrong path and give yourself dark wounds that will affect your future path. Zhao Hu was very vocal about this. Moreover, he had once checked that Wen Taijun was not someone with extraordinary qualifications, not to mention having heaven-defying roots. With his qualifications and accumulation, it's not impossible for him to form a Dan. but it's impossible for him to do it so quickly, at least not in time for Xiaohan. This is where the suspicion is greatest. When Taijun, a casual cultivator who had only joined the Dragon Tiger gang more than 10 years ago, and whose cultivation at that time was only at the 7th level of qi refining, on what basis could he surpass Jiang Han, who had long ago built his foundation many years before him, and achieved the early conjugation of the Dan? Zhao Hu and the others weren't cuties either. After noticing a vague split within the gang, they also tried to resolve it. One of the means of solving this was to suppress Wen Taijun, the head of the dispersal faction. Wen Taijun simply couldn't access that many resources and couldn't possibly conjugate the Dan. This man is full of so many suspicions along the way. I suspect that he's from other forces, or has defected to other forces. Zhao Hu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said so. The others nodded along. They suspected as much. Zhao Hu's face was a bit ugly. Recently, the courtroom is indeed not too calm. All kinds of undercurrents are surging. The previous 28 years were peaceful because at that time Chu had just gone on the path of formal cultivation and resources were everywhere. We all get a share. We all get to eat meat. So naturally we can all be in one piece. But not anymore. Those few remaining positions are a carrot in a hole. And every magistrate's choice and position has to go through a long game and fight before the result can be reached. Chu's resources were already about to be divided up. And all of a sudden, the original incremental market had turned into a stock market. And everyone had turned from friends to competitors. So the atmosphere was naturally not too harmonious. This would have been normal. Years ago, some smart people saw this coming. It's reasonable to assume that everyone got a great deal, enough to digest for a long time, and still be able to continue to hitchhike for the rest of their lives. But there's no way someone doesn't want to live so uneventfully, always wanting to make things happen. Zhao Hu helplessly looked at the throbbing candle flame. His gaze was a little lost for a moment, and he didn't know where he had drifted to. The others were silent, and only Jiang Han opened his mouth after a few moments of silence and asked, "Can't we ask Master Wu to make a move?" Zhao Hu helplessly shook his head. "We can't trouble the boss with everything. And this is a family matter of our Longhu gang. If I can't even clean up a Wen Taijun whose cultivation is one small realm lower than mine, then I'm too incompetent." There was one thing he didn't say. That is, Zhou Yi is not really interested in this matter. The other side wasn't in the same position as him. The other side stood taller and saw farther. In Zhou Yi's eyes, the entire Dragon Tiger gang was his own, regardless of whose path Wen Taijun had taken to conjugate the Dan. Anyway, as long as he had joined the Dragon Tiger gang and had Zhou Yi's spiritual brand imprinted in his body, then he was his man. There's no reason why he should have to kill another henchman because he's disgruntled. And in his eyes, proper competition is beneficial, stirring up otherwise calm stagnant water and making it blossom with vitality. The topic was dropped, and the next confrontation with Wen Taijun would be a long one. It also had nothing to do with the four Jiang Han at the moment. After asking some more questions related to conjugation, they went forward to pay their respects to Zhou Yi, who calmly gave them a round of encouragement before giving them each a copy of the conjugation resources. The four of them took a deep breath and walked into the 4 cultivation chambers that had been set up long ago with high ambitions, preparing to close their doors to form the Dan. This matter belongs to the secrets of the Dragon Tiger gang, and did not leak the slightest bit to the outside. Basically only the core circle of the Dragon Tiger gang knows. On the outside, everything was normal for the Dragon Tiger gang, and there was no sign at all that anything big was happening. If it can be seen in advance, then what kind of accident is it? Within a certain elegant courtyard in the imperial capital, a middle-aged man with mottled beard and hair stood behind the railing, looking at the fish and shrimp frolicking in the pond, and chuckled lightly. This person was Wen Taijun, who was considered by Zhao Hu to be his #1 enemy. Behind him, some richly dressed people who were always in high positions were sitting skillfully at the table, demonstrating their tea ceremony and saying some common pleasantries of the upper class. Finally, they got to the point. "Is everything ready?" Marquis Jiangning, dressed in purple, took a sip of hot tea and inquired with a calm expression. "Ready." When Taijun nodded and slowly sat back in his seat, again taking a sip of tea, he kept smiling as if a fresh breeze was welcoming him. Nothing was on his mind. Just wait for Fuwen to be transferred out of the imperial capital. Everything will be finalized. Marquis Jiangning and the other few people around him all hummed, but a hint of joy involuntarily flashed in their eyes, and a heart couldn't help but stir. After plotting for so long, gathering intelligence for so long, and arranging so many pieces, it was finally the moment to unleash. "I hope everything goes well." Marquis Jiangning put down the teacup in his hand, and he couldn't help but bring a touch of anticipation to his tone. "Don't worry, everything will go smoothly. when Taijun smiled and nodded, acting as if he was confident. After planning for so long, they had already counted everyone in. How could they still miss? A few days later, an urgent message was sent back to the Dragon Tiger Gang, causing an uproar. The Longhu Gang's gang member, the Mingzhou governor, who was in the great circle of the Foundation establishment realm, was missing and suspected to be dead. This person's cultivation and status is quite extraordinary amongst the Dragon Tiger Gang, and is even viewed by many as a Jiedan seed. And the Mingzhou that he is responsible for sitting in on is also a very important place that produces all sorts of precious spirits that the Dragon Tiger Gang could not possibly give up. Zhao Hu and Fuan found Zhou Yi at the first opportunity and informed him of this matter. This is a serious matter. To be able to make the governor of Mingzhou, who was at the great circle of the Foundation establishment realm, disappear, it might be necessary for one of the two to go forward to solve the problem. Zhao Hu was the leader of the gang and needed to stay in the imperial capital to stabilize the people. So it seemed like the only candidate left was Fuan. Zhou Yi originally did not intend to care about such trivial matters. The system he had developed for the Dragon and Tiger Gang could function properly and resolve it. He just subconsciously found the mental imprint of the governor of Mingzhou in his mind, intending to confirm the other party's status. It turns out the other guy is alive and well. Looking through the mental imprint, he saw the brightly lit governor's office, with the governor of Mingzhou sitting at the bottom, warmly dishing out the atmosphere. Above the main seat, a Jiedan powerhouse that he himself had once followed Zhao Hu to meet looked at this scene with a smile on his lips. Chapter 85, Fishing for Enforcement. This was one of the several means Zhou Yi had just acquired. Through the spiritual brand that he had struck into another person's body early on, he could use this spiritual brand as his eyes to remotely monitor the person he had branded. Right now, Zhou Yi saw the extremely lively scene in the Mingzhou governor's office through this means. The governor of Mingzhou, who has disappeared in the emergency bulletin, and even has a high probability of having fallen, is telling jokes like a clown, trying his best to enliven the atmosphere and act as a flavoring agent for the reception. A certain acquaintance, whom he had once met, sat in the seat that had belonged to him, and watched the scene with indifference. This acquaintance was in a high position and everyone treated him with respect. That's normal. After all, this person was a Jiedan cultivator. After taking a few more looks and transforming the images of these people in the field into brands that could cast death spells, Zhou Yi withdrew his divine ability. He opened his eyes and looked at the duo of Zhao Hu and Fuan in front of him, briefly explaining the situation over in Mingzhou. The two were shocked. Not only was he shocked at the discrepancies in the intelligence, he was also shocked at Zhou Yi's methods. Even if they were cultivators, or Jiedan cultivators, such a means was still a bit too unimaginable for them. This, unless the message is wrong? Looking at the transmission jade slip in his hand, Zhao Hu was a bit stunned. Is it possible? Zhou Yi asked. Zhao Hu's face was ugly. This is unlikely, but it still needs to be confirmed. So he contacted the Mingzhou side on the spot through the 1,000-mile transmission note and questioned the Mingzhou governor again and again. The people on the other side claimed to be the family members and disciples of the governor of Mingzhou, and they cried and cried, emphasizing again and again that the governor of Mingzhou had disappeared and was suspected to have fallen, and that all of the family's life tags had been shattered. Spoken like it's true. Zhao Hu disconnected the 1,000-mile transmission note with an ugly face. It seems that we have been silent for too long, causing some people to lose their heads and actually want to come and plot against us. Zhou Yi's gaze was deep and he laughed silently. He slowly stood up from his chair. Good thing too. After so many years of idleness, my bones are getting rusty, so it's a good time to take them and drill them. As he rose, the little green bird that had been hopping between his shoulders and hands flew up. The bird's feathers and wings have lightning-like patterns on them. This is the electric sparrow bird, a kind of spirit sparrow with a special bloodline, with an extremely fast flight speed, capable of flying thousands of miles away in an instant. It's the distribution of offerings from all over the place down there. Nominally, it was being tamed by Wu Wei, the master teacher. You're going to do it yourself? Zhao Hu and the two of them looked at Zhou Yi with shocked faces. They hadn't thought that the matter would actually expand to such an extent. Zhou Yi nodded as he pulled out his broken bowl and felt around inside, eventually shaking his head sadly. Before he left, he had originally wanted to leave 1 or 2 yuaning magic weapons for the two of them to deal with any possible changes on the side of the imperial capital. But after touching it for half a day, he realized that all these things in his hand, whether it was the vermilion wine gourd or the broken bowl in his hand, were basically dirty and could not be seen in the light. If it were to see the light of day and still be used openly, it would cause an instant sensation and blowback. Things will get worse instead. He could only instruct the two of them to be careful with everything, and then turned into Fu Wen's appearance on the spot and traveled to Mingzhou to investigate in a high-profile manner as Fu Wen. Fu Wen, on the other hand, turned into Wu Wei's likeness. The two swapped identities, traveling with Zhou Yi. There was also a foundation establishment cultivator from the Dragon Tiger Gang. This man was chosen by Zhao Hu to be the next governor of Mingzhou. When he went to the court's Ministry of Mandarins to greet him, the officials there were still very surprised and inexplicable, looking at him with a somewhat strange expression, a look of wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh, obviously knowing something. However, they didn't say anything, and still helped Zhao Hu with the formalities in accordance with the rules, so that the Dragon Tiger Gang could continue to control Mingzhou. Dragon and Tiger Gang, these people are still quite decisive. Sent out Jiedan cultivators to investigate when they incidentally brought a new governor. Unintentionally increased their own side of the war at the same time, but also be able to more calmly cope with the Mingzhou side of the possible change of heart. Looking at the back of Zhao Hu and the new governor of Mingzhou as they left, many of the officials who knew the inside story among the Ministry of Justice's Yamen revealed cold smiles. But it's just a mirror image after all. My ass. The Dragon and Tiger Gang and those other miscellaneous forces are just tools to be used for transition during some special times. Now that we have recovered our vitality, it's time for them to return to their original positions. It's just a dog. Do you really want to turn over and become the master, shoulder to shoulder with us? They sneered and laughed. No sooner had the reaction of the LW gang gotten out than someone had already popped the champagne. They still didn't know that the Fuan who was going out of the city was Zhou Yi in disguise, and they really thought that their plan had succeeded, and each of them was gleeful, smiling like a flower. The first thing to do when returning to the stage of history is to take on the Dragon Tiger Gang. It's all over. The dust has settled. At this rare moment, the ever-steady Marquis Jiangning was a little drunk, listening to these people's drunken truths. The face of Wen Taijun, who had originally worked closely with them, did not look very good. Anyone who gets called a dog all the time doesn't like it. Forget it. Enduring the humiliation for a while will give me a wide world in the future. He forcibly pressed down the dissatisfaction in his heart and continued to steadily advance his plans. The imperial capital became more and more treacherous after the bright side. Fu Wen left. There are quite a few people who know the inside story. Some are watching the show, while others are fanning the flames, wanting to capitalize on the chaos. During this period of time, the trials and friction against the Dragon Tiger Gang began to increase. Every stronghold and every store of the Dragon Tiger Gang within the imperial capital began to encounter trouble. Even the branch in the middle of the cave world outside the city was ransacked. A mess. Still can't wait. Inside the flying boat heading to Mingzhou, Zhou Yi opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes was cold. Although he had already left the imperial capital, he still had a firm grasp of the situation within the imperial capital through the spiritual imprints on each and every member of the Dragon Tiger Gang. The tragedies, the trouble, the people who struck out were all remembered by him. Their images were carefully preserved by Zhou Yi, ready to be cursed at any time. There's no hurry. No hurry. The final reckoning is yet to come. He closed his eyes and waited silently. What are these people now? It's just some small fry. He's going to catch, like, a big fish. He was going to fish out all those who had thoughts and malice towards the Dragon Tiger Gang and then eliminate them all in one go. Chapter 86, Poisoning, added for the reward of book club member Full Fragrance Pavilion who likes Dendrobium root. The massive flying boat soared above the clouds. Outside the cabin, people walked around from time to time. The new governor of Mingzhou, who had followed Zhou Yi into office, sat across from Zhou Yi with some consternation. Elder Fu, what do you think is going on in Mingzhou? This person was one of the first few Dragon Tiger Gang elders who had followed Zhao Hu, and was also an elder within the Dragon Tiger Gang. By relying on years of hard work, he was able to obtain a reward of a foundation establishment pill and successfully built his foundation. But that was as far as he went. In his early years as a casual cultivator took too many wrong paths, and there were many dark wounds in his body, and the foundation of the Great Way had long been damaged. It's an ancestor's blessing to be able to build a foundation. Unsurprisingly, the rest of one's life would be stuck within the realm of the early stage of foundation establishment until one died of old age. But this person's luck is really good. When he cannot see the way forward, suddenly there is a vacancy in the governor of Mingzhou, so a big cake thrown in front of the eyes. Instead of continuing to struggle on the path of cultivation with no hope in sight, it would be better to settle down and become a one-handed magistrate. It was also quite nice to personally create a cultivation family that had prospered for hundreds of years. The man was quite happy with the arrangement. It was only after getting into the flying boat that he became more and more apprehensive, thinking of that cultivation far beyond their own, but still inexplicably disappeared. and even the death of the former governor. I feel that the Mingzhou ahead of me is a dragon pool and tiger's den. It was a good thing that there was a Jiedan elder with him. We'll know when we arrive. Joey was perfunctory to this person's panic and inquiries. After all, the other party was Zhao Hu's old brother, and it wasn't like he had anything to do with him. Just at this time, there were Anadolu's maids walking over with colorful and delicious food, respectfully bowing to the two before setting their table to the brim. This time when they traveled to Mingzhou by flying boat, the two of them did not share the same boat with other boat passengers. That would be too much of a disgrace for the Jiedan cultivators and the Dragon Tiger gang. The two of them chartered a plane directly. The ride was on the flying boat that the Dragon Tiger gang had meddled with and been responsible for operating over the years. It was empty and cozy. The new governor also saw Zhou Yi's detachment from himself and reached out to pick up his chopsticks after smiling awkwardly, about to savor the meal. I didn't expect to hear Zhou Yi's reminder at this moment. I advise you that it would be best if you don't eat this meal. What? The new governor froze for a moment, looking at Zhou Yi's serious look. He then realized that the other party was not joking with him, and instantly his guard was drawn up. What's the problem? At least he was once a casual cultivator who had fought in the midst of blood and fire, and his gaze had fallen on the maids in charge of passing out food. The maids knelt down in panic and said with trembling voice lines, "Two elders understand. The slave girl is willing to guarantee with her life that there is absolutely nothing wrong in these meals. If the two elders really don't want to believe it, my daughter is willing to personally try the dishes for the two of you." This little woman spoke with a loud voice, a look of great certainty, and a sincere expression. The new governor looked at Zhou Yi with a somewhat shaken expression. Zhou Yi was seen not even looking at the maids on the ground who had fallen to their knees, and with a calm expression, he overturned the dining table in front of him and said to himself, "There is poison in the food." Ha! The new governor was shocked, then angry. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the maid on the ground who had sworn before, his eyes ferociously forcing him to ask, "We are both members of the Dragon Tiger gang. Why are you trying to assassinate us? Do you know the consequences of this?" There was something he really couldn't understand. This flying boat was built and operated by the Dragon Tiger gang, and naturally, the attendants and the boat captain on it were all from the Dragon Tiger gang. It stands to reason that we are all on our own and should be able to feel more comfortable. But now, he almost died on that reassurance. In the face of the Foundation establishment cultivators pressing questions and anger, and in the face of the plan of being easily perceived and casually overturned by the Jiedan cultivator, the pupils of this maid trembled slightly for a moment, but she clenched her teeth, and ultimately said with a strained neck, "The slave girl and the others are merely responsible for passing out the dishes, and the slave girl can guarantee that there aren't any problems during the process of passing out the dishes. And as for the process of cooking, whether or not any problems have occurred is not known. As for whether or not there are any problems during the cooking process, it is unknown." The new governor was all laughed at by the woman's deadpan denial. "Elder Fu has a golden tongue. He said this meal is poisonous, and you still dare to argue." The maid only felt a pang of suffocation. The governor's meaning is clear, paying the elders is heaven. What Elder Fu said is the golden rule. He said that if the dish is poisonous, it is poisonous, and if the dish is not poisonous, it is poisonous. The lives and deaths of them were not at all on the factual side, but only on this casual remark of Elder Fu's. Joey was all amused by this new governor's brain circuits. The maid held her tongue for half a day before she stifled her frustration and said, "If the governor wants to take the lives of my daughter and the others to curry favor with Elder Fu, then he can do it. But my daughter still says that there is absolutely no poison in the meal. If you two don't believe me, I can try the food myself." The governor turned his inquiring gaze to Joey. Whether to kill or not to kill, still need Joey to take a charter. He saw Joey still sitting at his position in a calm and steady manner, and said indifferently, "Of course you are not afraid to test the poison, because you know that the poison in the meal is a chronic poison. And even if you eat the meal, no noticeable reaction will occur for a while. The rice goes down, the toxin spreads, and even the Dan cultivators won't notice anything. The effect is minimal. But when fighting with a cultivator of the same level or even stronger, and the other party knows the existence of this poison in advance and utilizes it, then it's very dangerous, and it can be said that defeat is a matter of minutes." Hearing this, the maid's face turned white. She couldn't believe it and looked at Joey as if she had seen a ghost. How could you possibly know? You guess." Joey said this with a slight smile. Of course he wouldn't tell the little maid that he had been watching when these people had been hiding together earlier to conspire and receive orders from their superiors to poison them. Jiedan cultivator. Truly unfathomable. It didn't matter that Joey didn't say anything. The little maid had already automatically finished brainstorming the answer. She let out a miserable laugh and said with hatred, "But don't you think that this is the end?" In front of the raging momentum, even a Jiedan cultivator is powerless. Looking at the emotionally agitated little maid who gave up her disguise and revealed her true colors after being completely exposed, Joey smiled faintly. "If you say so, aren't you afraid that I will turn around on the spot and return to the imperial capital?" The little maid's expression froze. Chapter 87 Arrival, additional reward for book lovers who love Dendrobium Root's full fragrance pavilion. "My lord, why are you letting this go?" The new governor of Mingzhou looked at Joey with some confusion. Just now, Joey waved his hand and spared the lives of these little maids. A very generous and never-counting look. "Do you think that they are the only ones who poisoned the boat?" Joey nibbled on the dry and cold buns that he carried in his storage bag, and said with full of concern, "Let me put it to you this way. The entire flying boat, up and down, except for you and me, is basically full of them, and they are all involved in this operation. Now that we've killed the little maid, the remaining people are bound to jump over the wall and fight for their lives with us when their hearts are worried and anxious." Upon hearing this, the governor was shocked into a cold sweat. This is above a flying boat, under 10,000 miles of cloudy sky. Although the two of them had crushed these people on the boat in terms of cultivation, they did not know how to maneuver a flying boat. Once the flying boat was damaged during the fight, or even by these people, it would be a big problem. Jiedan cultivators could already use their swords to cross the sky and fly over 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers alone. A foundation establishment cultivator didn't have this much mana in his body, so if something happened to him, it would definitely be the result of being dropped into a meat pie. So both sides on the flying boat could only maintain a false peace, silently praying that they could arrive in Mingzhou soon. For the boat captain and the others, delivering these two people safely to Mingzhou was their mission, and as long as they arrived, the mission was complete and everything was over. For this reason, they drove at full power and flew towards Mingzhou without stopping for a moment, just for fear that the elder Fuan in the boat would regret turning around and leaving in the middle of the journey. How would they know? The real Fuan had actually stayed in the imperial capital, hidden behind the curtain, and was coldly watching the situation unfold. The one inside the cabin is nothing more than an imposter. This imposter, like them, did not want to end up in a plane crash. The next part of the journey could be said to be calm, and these people no longer made any more demons or contact with Joey and the two of them, so they each did their own thing. Joey and the two of them didn't go out to look for pain, and each stayed inside their own rooms silently waiting and practicing. The situation over at the imperial capital is getting more and more complicated. More and more forces chose to go down, even those worldly clans. The involvement is getting bigger and bigger. Wow. Joey sighed quietly. His mental space, which was originally dark, had nothing in it. But now, there were a large number of extra points of light in the sky, which were as bright and fascinating as stars, adding a bit of a different color to the monotonous dark void. These are the people who were tagged by Chui. This included those who had been spiritually imprinted by Joey over the years, as well as those who had been left with an impression after he had seen them. These people have only one thing in common: they can be killed by his death spells. After this storm, I wonder how many stars will still be hanging in the sky. Silently looking at these points of light, Joey couldn't help but be a bit sympathetic for a while. This time, a lot of people are destined to die. A few days later, the flying boat began to slow down and land. Minnesota has arrived. Looking down at the gantry and the bustling city below, Joey's gaze was deep. He was followed by the new governor of Mingzhou, and the other was cautiously wary and sizing up the ship's captain who stood on Joey's other side. The boat captain is the person responsible for maneuvering the flying boat. There were only 3 of them on the deck, and the other maidservants, cooks, and others had disappeared at some point, hiding somewhere. The captain of the ship was a man who had been through many changes. His skin appeared to be a saucy purple color that had been exposed to the sun for many years, and he had a national face that was very resolute, giving people a sense of determination. Below is the city of Mingzhou. The boat captain spoke in a low voice. "Well," Joey nodded, and after a moment's thought, he asked, "Can I ask, why did you betray? Joining the Dragon Tiger Gang is your own decision. No one is forcing you to join. After joining, according to the rules of the gang, you will be able to exchange your merits for resources and techniques as long as you do the tasks, such as this flying boat task. No matter what, the Dragon Tiger Gang gives you a stable job, an environment where you don't have to worry about being afraid, a stable source of resources and techniques, and every period of time there are also free lectures on the law. I think that such conditions are already very favorable. But why did you choose to betray? Or did so many people betray together?" Is it simply because the other side is paying too high a price? This is just one of the reasons. The boat boss gazed at the bustling Mingzhou city below and said in a flat tone, "How can a Jiedan elder like you, who stands high in the clouds, appreciate the lives and sufferings of the bottom gang members like us? The internal tearing problem of the Dragon Tiger gang is already very serious. Those gang members who have been nurtured by the gang all the way up don't see us outsiders at all, making things difficult and restraining us at every turn. Not only is the law enforcement hall full of malice towards us, even all sorts of dirty work is thrown at us to do. That includes this flying boat mission," the bosun said with deep resentment. "Do you think I want to be this bosun so badly? Who doesn't want to stay in the headquarters like you, enjoy endless resources, and then succeed in building the foundation and knotting the dan? Who wants to do this kind of ushering in and out every day?" "Understood." The bosun had a lot more to say, but Joey no longer wanted to hear it. He nodded and interrupted the bosun. "The desires of a man's heart can't be filled." "Ah." The bosun froze, thinking carefully for a moment, and finally, he slowly nodded and said, "You're absolutely right. I do just get what I want. And I am greedy. After so many years of being a casual cultivator, killing and seizing treasures at every turn, I've gotten used to that kind of life and can no longer look at this kind of stable but thinly profitable work. And I can't stand the fact that I have to act under the system and framework of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, and that I have to earn merits little by little in order to exchange for what I want. I've already don't have that much time left. There are many such people within the Dragon Tiger Gang. In the end, it's just hard to change the habits of casual cultivators. They gathered together due to their interests, and once they had the chance, they would never abide by the rules, and would instantly transform into robbing cultivators to rob and kill their fellow disciples, and then flee, or they would simply stick to their guns and abscond with the money. Joey also kills many of these people every year. It wasn't entirely for no reason that these loose cultivators were despised and suppressed. This makes my heart feel better. Everything is your fault. It's not that the system I designed has a loophole." Joey softly murmured words that only he could hear. The flying boat had landed, and the people who had come over to pick up the airplane could already be seen on the gantry. The boat captain slowly backed up, cautiously staring at Joey's back as he was on guard against any attacks that might come his way. "King to king, general to general. He shouldn't make a move against me directly, especially at the moment when he vaguely realizes that Ningzhou has changed. Xiaotong and the others are already in hiding. As long as he doesn't want to tear his face off as soon as he gets off the flying boat, he shouldn't." All sorts of ideas flashed through the skipper's brain. Suddenly, he felt something explode inside of him, quickly taking away all of his strength and power. Without waiting for him to react, his body fell to the deck. In a cabin mezzanine within the flying boat, the mate and the others who were gazing on guard suddenly froze in their movements, and a dead gray light erupted from within them. In a moment's time, all of the people in this flying boat were dead except for the two Zhouyis who stepped off the flying boat. Chapter 88, Young Yibo, added for book club username 4198665's reward. Those who could come to the podium to greet them were all local dignitaries of Ningzhou. Among these people were the wives and daughters of the former governor of Ningzhou, and then the rest were all the disciples and grandchildren of the former governor. That's what's going on at the local level in Chu today. The cultivation of Chu began with the imperial capital at the center. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth spreads to the entire territory of Chu with this as its center, generating all kinds of creation and resources. The number of local cultivators was very low, and apart from those few large cities, they were basically unseen, not to mention any more advanced legacies. It was only after the speeding up of cultivation and the imperial court's dispatching of cultivators to various places to serve as officials that this situation began to shift. Cultivator after cultivator came to the local area to serve as officials, occupying large swaths of mountains and forests, occupying the nodes with the most vigorous spiritual chi, occupying spiritual mines, occupying mountain ranges that produce spiritual medicines, and occupying spiritual beasts appearing in the mountains. They want to occupy everything. He also has to occupy the best beauty in the area and take the best qualified disciple. Accepting disciples to preach was also a requirement of the court for them, and the Dragon Tiger Gang had similar targets. Every cultivator who came to the place would accept disciples and preach, spreading the cultivation method so that more cultivators would appear on this great land. This naturally goes against the grain of many cultivators who are extremely selfish. They fear the emergence of a competitor, but there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, this was an order that came down directly from the top of the worldly clan, and Chu had made all of them scattered cultivators from the south and north of the heavens become officials in order to carry out this order. What can they do with their arms and legs to oppose it? At best, they are masculine and don't teach by heart. Such a drastic change has profoundly altered the boundaries of this land. Those whose qualifications were recognized and who began to cultivate became the new class of local landowners and powerful nobles. And the original ones, the scholars and landowners, were all knocked over. These people became the new local power. Relying on such a teacher-student relationship and a clampdown on merit resources, local officials could easily take control of the place. This will subsequently lead to more problems. Now, the question is advanced. Looking at the new governor standing beside Zhou, and hearing the other side read the imperial decree, the crowd that originally greeted the crowd with joy were all dumbfounded. They didn't realize how much had changed in just under 30 years. They knew a little bit about the life, death and plans of their own master/elder, but it was also never expected that the other party would actually do such a desperate thing. Actually directly removed their master's father's position as governor of Mingzhou, and replaced it with another person up, not caring whether their master's father was really dead or not. The men looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. It was only through the former governor that they had gained the prestige and status they had today, and their cultivation. But now that the governor's position had changed, where should they go from here? What about all the land and resources that were originally occupied by the former governor? The best of the local area? It's a good thing such confusion didn't last long. They seem to have been reminded of this by someone with an ulterior motive. And one by one, they broke out of their confusion and once again regained their enthusiasm, inviting the two of them to go to the place they had arranged to rest. No need. It's better to directly take this official to the governor's office. With an energetic and thunderous look, the new governor said, "This seat is a foundation establishment cultivator with high energy. This bit of travel fatigue is not a concern at all. With this amount of time, it would be better to have early access to local politics and familiarize yourself with the area." Everyone's face was a bit ugly, however, in front of the foundation establishment cultivator and the Jiedan cultivator. He didn't dare to show it, so he turned around and led the two of them towards the governor's office. Under the suppression brought about by absolute strength, these people have absolutely no appearance of a groundhog, but instead, they are ruthlessly posed by the new governor and ruthlessly hit a few killing sticks. He also finally realized the benefits of being an official and having power in his hands, and couldn't help but be fastidious and even indulge in such joy. What's even more unpleasant is that he actually molested the women left behind by the former governor to his face. The former governor's great disciple stood up and tried to say something about justice, but he was casually beaten to death. Seeing that his wife and daughter were about to be humiliated, the former governor, who had already met his demise in the open, finally couldn't hold back any longer, and directly jumped out from the shadows, with the aura of a great circle cultivator of the foundation establishment realm outwardly released, and staring fiercely at the new governor with his face full of ferocity. The two governors before and after met, and the scene was full of gunpowder. Although in comparison, the new governor is a weak chicken, but he did not panic at all, directly hiding behind Zhou, with a finger pointing at the former governor as a scolding. Guju Guang Yunsheng, obviously so alive, full of spirit, but dared to conceal the headquarters, lied about fraudulent death. What do you want to do? The Jiedan elder is here. Will you be allowed to act recklessly? I'm already the new governor recognized by the gangmaster and the court. There's no place for you here anymore. Be good and get lost, or else today will be your day of sacrifice. The former governor Guang Yunsheng swept his gaze over the bland-faced Zhou, his eyes flickering slightly, his heart scornful. However, on the surface, he still acted as if he had a plan. I've also heard of Elder Fu's prestigious reputation. It's just a pity that today, he is also unable to protect himself. A man turned out from the back of the hall, smilingly arching his hand at Zhou. Elder brother Fu. It's been a long time. So it's Uncle Yang Yi. Zhou pointed out the other party's identity, his expression still calm, not seeing the slightest ripple. Do you really want to get involved in this matter? Yang Yi Bo House declined for many years. It is not easy to come out of you such a Jiedan cultivator. It is not easy. Look at it as about to restore the glory of the ancestors. It is not good to get involved in this kind of thing. If you die here, you Yang Yi Bo House, it can be even a complete end. This person was the Jiedan cultivator that Zhou had seen many times long ago. In these people's plan, they had come here specifically to ambush Fuan. In the face of Zhou's last kind words, Yang Yi Bo did not take it to heart at all, but instead laughed out loud. Older brother is joking. You know the situation today. All the forces have basically finished dividing the cake of benefits. I rose too slowly and didn't catch up with the good times. If I don't destroy your dragon tiger gang and tear a piece of flesh from you, what will I do to restore my ancestral glory? Looking at Yang Yi Bo, who was calm and confident, as if he had already eaten himself. Joey sighed softly. What a self-inflicted sin. Ha! Yang Yibo's voice also iced over. Surname Fu. Don't think you can run the world just because you've tied a red Dan. Today, you will surely die. Men. Start the formation. Chapter 89, Joey's thoughts. The voice fell, but there was no response for half a day. There was silence all around. No reaction whatsoever. The smug and rampant smile on Yang Yibo's face had slowly solidified, and he felt somewhat unable to get off the stage. Especially when Joey showed some mockery on his face. He felt a stabbing pain inside. Rise the formation. Rise the formation. Damn it, where is everyone? Can't hear me or something? Start a formation for me, he yelled in exasperation. Unfortunately it still doesn't help. Stop screaming, dirt old man. Those few of your men who ambushed you in the shadows have long since been taken care of by me. Joey moved his knuckles and said in such a cloudy manner. How is that possible? Uncle Youngie couldn't believe it. He stared with wide eyes and retorted in a lost voice. Every step and every movement you took from the time you got off the flying boat until now is within my grasp. Those were his last words. The former governor Guang Yunsheng and others were creeped out. They stepped back and looked at Joey with horror. How could this happen? Same as Jiedan. Is the difference in battle power actually so great? Yang Yibo came to Mingzhou with full of confidence and all kinds of preparations, which can be described as full of confidence. Just waiting for the fish Fuan to enter the net. I thought it was all hand to mouth, but I didn't realize it would turn out to be my own second star. Without waiting for them to stabilize their minds and then kneel down to beg for forgiveness, they felt a terrifying force explode within them out of nowhere. The power traveled through their entire body as fast as it could. The mana that used to allow them to run the world on their own instantly dissipated, and even their bodies collapsed. The new governor who had followed Joey all the way from the royal capital was trembling. Cold sweat was everywhere on his brain. Looking at Joey's back, he was torn in his heart. Torn as to whether or not I should get down on my knees and kowtow a few times to save my life? Although the previous Yang Yibo and his men were also powerful, they were after all too far away from him to be felt too deeply. But now, the former governor Guang Yunsheng, who was within the same great realm as him but so much stronger than him, was defenseless against this elder Fu. It was what shook his mind and soul the most. In the blink of an eye, the large governor's office, the huge Mingzhou, could not see a single local except for them, the two outsiders who had just arrived. They're all gone. Joey ignored the shivering and shaking of the guy beside him, and after ordering him to collect the storage bag and other loot for himself, he walked towards the outside of the courthouse on his own. The somewhat soulless new governor subconsciously followed him, which made Joey frown. He stopped in the doorway and turned around, his eyes staring at the man suspiciously and sternly as he asked, "What are you following me for?" The governor returned to his senses and stammered somewhat helplessly for a long time before saying, "After such a big thing happened in Mingzhou, I'm afraid that the site of the imperial city is not safe either. My subordinate went back with you, elder, and may be able to make a contribution." He said so genuinely, perhaps even he himself is not clear whether this is his own sincere words or not. Joey, however, did not care about this, as he waved his hand, forcibly ordering this person to stay in Mingzhou. Thinking too much. This bit of strength of yours returning to the imperial capital is the result of sending death. It's still according to the previous plan. You stay here as your governor. Search and indoctrinate the local talented youths. Just guard the resource land for the gang. And you can't get involved in other things. With that he turned and left. The governor was eager to follow him. Before when he followed Joey, he didn't feel it. Now that he was alone, in the middle of completely unfamiliar territory and people, or a place where he had previously conspired to harm his life, he always felt a little insecure. But there was no way around it. An order from the elders was an order, and he could only stay behind with his heart in his mouth and try to take care of the local affairs. On the other hand, Joey had already left Mingzhou City. He didn't go for a flying boat, nor did he have any intention of returning to the imperial capital. After leaving Mingzhou City, he changed his easy form, shedding his Fuan appearance and identity, and became a young man who traveled the mountains. The situation and setup on the Mingzhou side was slightly more troublesome, but as long as there was some awareness ahead of time, it could be solved even if only Fuan came. The reason why Joey had to switch identities with Fuan and come here out of the royal capital in the other party's identity was because he was tired of the temptations and all the trouble from all the forces. Why don't we just kill a mighty one at a time and completely bring Chu into our grasp? It's his decision. In order for this plan to work better, and to protect his small, brittle life, he naturally had to leave the royal capital early. Right now, The situation in the imperial capital was unfolding just as he thought it would. All kinds of conflicts have built up to the point where they have to happen. This conflict was destined to explode at Zhao Hu's upcoming 100th birthday. A few days later, Zhao Hu's 100th birthday arrived. Zhou Yi traveled all the way to the mountains and didn't know what land he had reached. But it didn't matter. He found a mountain with a beautiful view, sat down on his knees, and slowly closed his eyes. He returned to his mental space. In the middle of the dark spiritual space, a point of light that seemed like a star floated above it, looking magnificent. Zhou Yi had already done an advanced combing and division of these points of light a long time ago. He raised his hand and a portion of the point of light instantly drew infinitely closer to him. These points of light represented those who had been spiritually imprinted by him. Zhou Yi silently unleashed the power of the intentional root method, and the spiritual imprints within these people instantly became active, even if they were thousands of miles apart. With these people and these spiritual imprints, Zhou Yi was still able to keep the situation in the imperial capital firmly in his hands. These brandings quietly changed into an eye without its owner being able to notice, allowing Zhou Yi to see the scene of the imperial capital today. Zhao Hu's 100th birthday has begun. Very lively, flowing banquet set up several streets. Starving and freezing beggars go up to say a few good words can mix a meal. The headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang could be said to be full of high-profile guests and bustling with activity. All the dukes and princes, all the major officials, and all the major sects sent people to congratulate them. It was a scene of hot fires and flowers. However, as the host of the birthday party, Zhao Hu sat on the main seat with a somewhat forced smile. Chapter 90, Birthday Difficulties. In fact, Zhao Hu was somewhat reluctant to organize this 100th birthday. After all, the current situation in the imperial capital and the targeting of himself by various forces was clear to him. He was also able to guess that if he were to organize a 100th birthday, he was afraid that trouble would come to his doorstep in a matter of moments. All those frictions and conflicts that had accumulated before, the malice of those people would explode on this day. He tried to lay low, but couldn't. Having reached this height, many things were no longer up to him. Under the clamor and propaganda of Wen Taijun and others, the 100th birthday was eventually held reluctantly. Fellow Daoist is truly enviable, because the heart is worried about these things. So Zhao Hu was a little lost in thought, did not hear the first part of the congratulatory speech clearly, only heard the second half of the person in front of me lamented. Judgingly remembered, when I first met with you, you were only just foundation establishment. And I was at the time the late stage of foundation establishment, in a blink of an eye, but a few decades of the wind and clouds have passed, and you has already risen to the top of the green clouds, becoming a prestigious Jiedan cultivator, while I, still hovering in the foundation establishment great circle. You do not have to be excessively self-effacing. I observe that you are not very old nowadays, much smaller than me. The potential is endless. The future will inevitably surpass me. When Zhao Hu looked at half a day. Indeed, from the face of this person in front of him felt a sense of familiarity, but he could no longer recall the identity of this person, probably an unrelated passerby. With that thought in mind, he casually made a couple of perfunctory remarks. Looking at Zhao Hu, who was now diffidently perfunctory, Dong Hao's heart was bitter. Now, even this kind of rootless lord of a small power doesn't put me in his eyes? He couldn't help but remember when he first met Zhao Hu. At that time, in order to gain a chance to return to the sect, he vigorously investigated the matter of the alcoholic master's uncle, all the way to the Dragon Tiger Gang. After catching a hint of a clue, at that time, the two of them were sitting and talking to each other, and they showed such politeness and mutual respect, which is totally different from the situation today. Dong Hao had no desire to continue the conversation for a while, and hastily drank a glass of wine before retreating. Replaced him to go up to give Zhao Hu congratulations. Is the court known to all the new nobility? Has a Shanshu father-in-law as a backer Li Qingyun? Looking at the lively scene in the arena, finding his own senior brothers and sisters, Dong Hao, sitting back in the corner, was suddenly overcome with grief, tears wildly soaring. If not for the current occasion is not right, I'm afraid that he would have lost his voice and cried. The siblings, who were busy drying their food, were shocked to see this and rushed forward to comfort them. In the past, no matter whether it is the bottom, mana, root or the power behind me is not as good as my small scattered cultivator has already formed the Dan, and there is such a great power, but as a result, I am still wandering in the same place, and the future is hopeless. How can this not be sad? After a night of turmoil, the Fire Cloud sect sent a new resident disciple. These people aren't going to go easy on their outcasts and preach the key to the nation. So everyone knew that they had been abandoned by the Fire Cloud sect. The old respect and greeting instantly disappeared, replaced by mockery, suppression and malice. If Dong Hao hadn't already foreseen this scene many years ago and defected to the imperial court and the royal family early, I'm afraid that they would have long been killed in some unknown corner by now, searching their souls to explore the secrets of the Firecloud sect. For Dong Hao, just staying alive required so much effort and cost, not to mention a cultivation breakthrough further. In the past, he had been able to accept such a life and reality. But now, seeing once all inferior to their own people, to their own front, to their own show of good and hooking up, also love to ignore, how this does not let him sad. Dong Hao managed to stop crying and mechanically ate his wine and food with a soulful look. He had thought that he would just muddle through this birthday banquet and then return to his place in a muddle and live in a muddle until the next day. However, he did not expect that a sudden change in the field would wake him up. When he was awakened by the succession of loud shouts and the pressure of his Jindan mana, Dong Hao was stunned to see that the originally lively and harmonious atmosphere of the banquet had been destroyed. The area in the arena that was originally filled with tables and chairs had been cleared, and 3 people with amazing auras stood there, facing Zhao Hu directly on the stage. Their auras were sky high, and although they didn't make a move, there was mana overflowing around them. Under their joint efforts, Zhao Hu, not to mention being an enemy, was still able to sit steadily in the same place, which was already due to his deep heritage. 1 Jiadan and 2 Yuaning. Dong Hao's eyes jumped as he saw the cultivation level of these 3 people in the field, followed by his recognition of these 3 people's identities, and while he was secretly surprised, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken for Zhao Hu. Marquis Jiangning, Minister of Justice, looking at the 2 men standing beside Wen Taijun on the stage, feeling the aura on the 2 men that rose up to the sky and oppressed him so much that he couldn't breathe. Zhao Hu's face was quite unsightly. I don't know where I've offended the 2 of you, making you stand by the side of this traitor and meddle in the affairs of my Dragon Tiger gang? Gang Master Zhao, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Facing Zhao Hu's questioning, Marquis Jiangning gently smiled. From its establishment, the Dragon Tiger gang has always been a dog of my Marquis Jiangning, a force in the hands of this Marquis. This Marquis can stick his hand wherever he wants. Whoever this Marquis wants to be this gang leader is the gang leader of the Dragon Tiger gang. A purple-clad Marquis Jiangning raised his head and said in a domineering manner. On the other side, the Minister of Justice twirled his own beard and laughed. Old me has always had an old relationship with Marquis Jiangning, and at this moment, I naturally want to help him set things right. This is, of course, a falsehood. Back then, over the matter of the Dragon Tiger gang, the Minister of Justice and the Marquis of Jiangning were at loggerheads. Where's the friendship between the 2 sides? At the end of the day, it's just profit. Previously, because of a night of turmoil, the royal family and these noble and great official families had suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and the next generation that had been trained well and a large number of their clansmen had died. This led to problems with the cake that had originally been divided long ago. Not so many people came to eat it, and the worldly clan side pushed very hard. They had no choice but to hold their noses and let the Dragon Tiger gang and other loose cultivators profit. But it was different now. After so many years of recuperation, they had regained their vigor. Naturally, they want to take back everything that was originally theirs in their eyes. The Dragon Tiger gang is the biggest obstacle on this path, so now that they have been targeted, all the forces have long been sharpening their knives, just waiting to share the meat. Chapter 91. Facing the intimidation of the 3 people on stage, Zhao Hu's face was quite ugly. Marquis is joking. When the Dragon Tiger gang was established and started, it did have the help of the Marquis and the prestige of the Marquis. This tiger of mine isn't an ungrateful person, so naturally I won't forget what was once there. But those grudges were settled a long time ago, weren't they? Over the years, the Dragon and Tiger gang has sent a lot of benefits to the Marquis. That's not enough. The Marquis of Jiangning forcefully interrupted Zhao Hu's speech, and with a wave of his sleeve, he said, "What I want is the entire Dragon Tiger gang." This is already tearing down the face, and has even dropped the hypocritical mask on his face. Zhao Hu's fist clenched and creaked. Have you guys really decided? The Dragon Tiger gang, have such a big spread, and it's not for you to take it just because you say so. If the Marquis and Lord Shangshu didn't take this into consideration, why would they bother training me? When Taijun expressed his disdain for Zhao Hu's threat, he snapped his fingers. The Longhu gang members in the arena were instantly divided, with a large portion of them siding with him, shouting loudly for Zhao Hu to step aside and give way to Wen Taijun. Not waiting for Zhao Hu's face to become even more ugly, a large number of footsteps came from outside, and one after another Dragon Tiger gang members belonging to the local branch rushed into the birthday venue. Ignoring the situation and those powerful people in the arena, and walked straight up to Zhao Hu, placing one letter after another in his hand on the desk in front of him, saying, "The All-Inspector of Guangzhou thinks that your virtue is not worthy of your position. Should give way to Elder 1. Bridge State LW Gang Chapter declares independence. Zhuozhougan elders think that nowadays the Dragon Tiger Gang is in a state of flux, fearing the danger of capsizing. In order to preserve the gang's property, for the next period of time, will be on behalf of the local branch of the custody of the resources. It will not be up to the supply of." Elder Koan of the sacrificial state believes that to do wrong is to admit it, to be beaten is to stand upright, and to abdicate if one's skills are inferior. Letter after letter brought the attitude of a portion of the local branches of the Dragon Tiger Gang. That's not all. Naturally, with such a large territory and so many local branches of the Dragon Tiger Gang, there was naturally no shortage of smart people who could see the relationships and interests behind this, knowing that if he supported Wen Taijun, his position would have to be changed, and he would no longer be able to enjoy the convenience and benefits of today. The Dragon Tiger Gang will also become a dog under the powerful and wealthy, and all the territory and resources will be divided up by all parties, and there will be no place at all for these bereaved dogs of theirs. Unfortunately, the forest is full of birds. There are smart people, and naturally there are stupid people who only care about their own immediate interests and cannot see the long-term future. These people who flagrantly supported Wen Taijun and even agreed with the other side to make a sudden move on this critical occasion were such stupid people. As they watched the situation in the field change over, the expressions of the people who were congratulating him also became odd. They feel like they have seen the future of the situation. So the forces that were still testing and waiting earlier could no longer hold back and entered. Elder Brother Zhao, I advise you to wipe your eyes clean and look at the situation at hand. Elder Brother Zhao, there's an old saying in my hometown. It's called the one who knows what's right is the one who knows what's wrong. Old brother, seeing you under such a siege. Stormy, old brother, I really can't stand to watch. How about this? You hand over a part of the Longhu Gang's industries and resources to me. I'll help you keep them on your behalf. How about it? These people entered for a variety of reasons, likewise sharpening their knives, wanting their share of the meat-splitting meeting that followed. Even the worldly disciples of the 8 great sects stood up with a flourish and voiced their opinions and voices. If it's just a barrage with a certain power, then outsiders can't judge right and wrong. But if you are disliked and targeted by everyone, it's time to think about yourself. The guy whose virtue is not worthy of his position is not qualified to occupy so many resources and positions. They want a piece of the action. A few moments later, the palace eunuch who had once admired Zhao Wu's heavy feelings walked in. He had a stern face and could not see any trace of selfishness, and read out the holy decree on the spot, depriving Zhao Hu of all the positions on his body, and adding it to Wen Taijun's body. Wen Taijun put on a new set of official clothes on the spot and looked at Zhao Hu with a smug look. What else do you have to say? Looking at the chaotic situation in the arena. Looking at the situation where the guests who were still peaceful and lively in the arena instantly stood up more than 90% of the time and teamed up to turn on Zhao Hu. Dong Hao and his brothers and sisters had already looked dumbfounded. Senior brother, shall we? Someone threw a glance at Dong Hao. I can tell he's moved to step up and get a piece of the action as well. They now have no support from their division and no industry or territory under them, so they can only rely on working for the court to earn that little salary every month, which is not enough for cultivation at all. It would be different if we could get a small share from the powerful Dragon Tiger Gang. Even just a mouthful of soup would be enough to double their overall strength. Dong Hao glanced over and realized that his junior siblings were already excited. However, he was still sober, so he shook his head decisively, stopping the nonsense of his junior siblings. Other people can do this because they have power behind them and are strong themselves. What do we have? It's just a matter of making a fool of yourself. Just watch the fun and don't worry about the rest. Not everyone was involved in the siege of Zhao Hu. Besides Dong Hao and the others, there were still some people in the arena who were sitting still. They were the bosses of the other loose forces. They are the same group of organizations as the Dragon and Tiger gangs that caught the wind of the times at the same critical moment and grew from there. Only their strength is much worse than the Dragon Tiger gang. Not even a Jiedan cultivator has always been dependent on the Dragon Tiger gang under the wings. Right now, the boss was being surrounded like this, and it looked like it was these old forces that were going to step in to harvest them. The new forces, but they didn't even dare to fart, only knowing that they were standing in place for a while in fear. The crowd in the room launched a new verbal assault. Various exhortations, threats and affectionate suggestions continued, and Zhao Hu couldn't help but be a little shaken, while also wondering, how come the boss hasn't made a move yet? Just when Zhao Hu was about to be unable to carry on, For astonishing auras violently erupted from the 4 hidden cultivation rooms that had been silent for a long time within the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang. The 4 of them, Jiang Han, broke through the layers of earthen walls and flew up into the air, showing themselves to their heart's content under the blazing sun. Everyone was stunned. The Dragon Tiger Gang still has 4 major conjunctions? Looks like it just broke through. Trouble. Chapter 92. Joe-E takes action. The complacency and joy on the faces of the people in the arena slowly froze on their faces, their eyes staring blankly at the 4 major conjunctions in the sky. The mind was momentarily mixed, especially when Taijun. Previously, counting him, there were only 3 major Jedan within the Dragon Tiger Gang, and both Fuan and Zhao Hu were much stronger than him. He attributed this to the fact that the other party had been cultivating for a longer period of time than himself and had formed the Dan earlier than himself. Self-esteem is barely acceptable. But now, the Dragon and Tiger Gang had 4 more Jedan cultivators, all of whom had just formed Jedan, and still each of them was stronger than him. He had to accept his setting as the weakest Jedan. Fuan, who had been standing behind Zhao Hu and was currently identified as Master Wu Wei, looked at the 4 people in the sky and couldn't help but let out a huge sigh of relief. It came at the right time. The 4 Jianghan people slowly fell down and all stood behind Zhao Hu. The 5 major Jedan chi on the bright side connected together and actually did briefly carry the other party's chi that was slightly scattered due to shock. Zhao Hu stabilized his mind and began to calmly respond to the crowd's push and hair. It seems that the heavens do not kill me, Zhao Hua. Actually at this moment let me these 4 brothers conjugate Dan. Although Jiang Han and the others had successfully formed the Dan and had come out in time for this critical moment, but that doesn't mean he'll be able to immediately flip the situation and quell the chaos at hand. He could only use this momentum to maneuver around these people in front of him, trying to reason with them and get them to back off, so that everyone would once again return to that previous situation of apparent peace. But this is ultimately impossible. After all, there were Yuaning cultivators in the field. How could one be subdued by a few Jedan? So what if the number of conjunctions is high? In front of Yuaning, they are all ants. Marquis Jianing coldly grunted. His grunt was unusual in other people's ears, but in the ears of Zhao Hu and the others, it was as terrifying as a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. All 5 of them were shaken, almost unable to stand, and fell to their knees on the spot. Blood began to flow from their eyes, ears, nose and mouth. The spirit is also a little lax, unable to concentrate, looking at everything in front of me in heavy shadow. It's a divine soul attack. Jiang Han wiped a handful of his own nosebleed and used it to draw a talisman in the void. A blood talisman was slapped onto himself and Zhao Hu and the others, stabilizing their divine souls that were shaken by Jiang Ningho's hum. Marquis Jiang Ning looked at Jiang Han with an indifferent expression. The means are good. It's just that the strength is poor. Marquis, do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? Zhao Hu roared, his voice filled with grief. No, I'm just going to clear some obstacles in my way. Take out a few dogs intent on devouring their masters, and take back my Dragon Tiger Gang, Marquis Jiangning said coldly. He reached forward, and the huge heaven and earth aura gathered and transformed into a giant hand that grabbed towards the 5 major conjunctions on the stage. The 5 of them rebuked in unison and offered up their own Jindans. The Jindan Dharma realm was connected, almost solidifying everything in the surroundings. It's their desperate fight. However, in front of the casual strike of a Yuaning cultivator, it was as fragile as paper mache. The 5 people spat out blood and were sent flying, falling to the ground and unable to get up again. Fuan, who was also on the ground but was playing dead, opened his eyes a slit and looked at this scene with a face full of horror. Since defecting to Zhou-E, they had not fought and killed anyone for many years, not to mention the rusty craftsmanship. He also forgot to respect the strong and the gaping gap between realms. These are indeed our faults. But boss, when exactly are you going to make a move? Narrowing his eyes at the Jiangning-ho who was getting closer and closer to him, Fuan Xin was tense in his mind, and he was already prepared to fight to the death, or even explode his own Jindan. This ray of hostility and killing intent was captured by Jiang Ningho, who looked down in surprise towards the object that he originally thought was a corpse. Ha! He let out a soft eep, sensing something was wrong. Ordinary people should have died long ago with that grunt of their own earlier, but this person not only didn't die, but instead tried to assassinate himself, and even actually really gave himself a little sense of crisis. Dragon Tiger Gang's hidden cards and means? It's a bit interesting. Jiang Ningho lightly laughed, completely unfazed, stretching out a finger toward Fuan and pointing it toward him. Just at this critical moment, a sigh suddenly came from the field. As if time had frozen, everyone stopped moving, even the Marquis of Jiangning, who was about to kill someone for his life. Their expressions first stiffened, then were appalled. The higher the cultivation level, the more fearful the look. For they heard it, this sigh, coming from within them. It was as if something that could not be understood, hiding within them all, had uttered the same sigh at the same moment, and the sounds had combined with each other to cause them to hear only one sigh. What the hell? Get the hell out! Playing God! One cultivator after another rebuked loudly in the midst of their panic. Their divine sense spreading out in all directions with the intention of finding the slightest hint and trace of the enemy. But they didn't find anything. Even the divine sense of a yawning cultivator only captured the terrified demeanor of one person after another around him before they died. Wait. Before dying, Zhang Ningho froze, wanting to think about what happened. But it didn't work out. The brain that used to be incomparably smart and bright suddenly became like rusty gears and machinery at this moment, and it was so hard to turn it. Eventually, the brain stops completely and can no longer be turned or used. Along with the loss of function, there are organs such as the heart, lungs and internal organs. Mana is also rapidly losing dissipation. Zhang Ningho still couldn't ponder what had happened in the end, because Joey smashed a lot of longevity into it. The guests at the banquet site of the huge Dragon Tiger Gang headquarters, which had just been filled with vigor, had now all disappeared. Instead, there was an extra pile of ashes on the ground. Dong Hao and his senior brothers and sisters looked at the scene in front of them with horror on their faces, fear overflowing in their hearts. Those lords of the scattered cultivation forces next to them were even more unbearable than them. Some people quickly fled over the wall after screaming in horror, while others fell to the ground in shock, their crotches soaked with a stream of sloppy urine. Ah, how come? No, 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 my lifespan, my body. There are still surprises in the field. Those disciples of worldly clans were given preferential treatment after all. They did not die under Joey's death spell technique. Joey was currently undecided on whether or not he wanted to go to war with these worldly clans, so he strictly controlled the lifespans invested in them and did not kill them on the spot, but only deprived them of a large amount of lifespans, causing them to instantly age in a matter of moments. It was seen that the talented disciples who were still in their prime had instantly turned into old men who couldn't even stand up. Naturally, they couldn't accept such a fallout and shouted, especially those originally beautiful and incomparable female disciples among them. In the midst of the yelling, a lot of their already loose teeth were sprayed out. Chapter 93, There are more than just the people in front of us. Dong Hao was trembling as he looked at the scene in front of him. Until now, he still felt extreme disbelief. Just now, the Jiangning Marquis and the others, who were as imposing as a rainbow, grasping the entire situation and having an unimaginably large advantage, were defeated just like that. There was no prior warning except for that eerie sigh. The eerie sighs before. It seems like one of them also came out of my body. His face changed several times, and his fear had already penetrated into his bones and marrow. On the other side, Fuan and Zhao Hu and the others were also still in shock, and for a while, they even forgot to get up from the ground. Just at this time, a terrifying aura that rose up to the sky came violently from the direction of the palace, accompanied by an aggrieved and angry roar. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just going with the flow. I can make amends. I can make amends. This aura shook the imperial capital. Even if they were far away from each other, it still shocked the few people who still survived within the Dragon Tiger Gang. They quickly leapt to the roof of the wall and looked in the direction from which the sound had come. They saw the Chu Emperor surrounded by 9 dragons and wearing a dragon robe. At this moment, where is this Chu Emperor with the usual appearance of being a wimpy and helpless? His strength deeply shocked everyone in the palace at the moment. Yuaning Great Circle Cultivation. Looks like it can already impact the god of transformation. Dong Hao sucked in a mouthful of cold air, seeing Chu Huang's current state, as the Emperor of Chu, being in the node of the palace array and standing at the source of cultivation. He was actually the most mysterious figure in the entire Chu country all along, wields many unimaginable powers and means. The 9 divine dragons that circled and flew up and down around him were not real divine dragons, but rather inexplicable breath condensed. These 9 divine dragons were born from the incarnation of the very source that opened the cultivation of Chu. Surrounded by these 9 dragons and enveloped by the aura of a mythical source, the Chu Huang at this moment could battle a transformation god. It was because of this that he had carried the death spell that should have killed him instantly. His body below his head was covered in a deathly gray aura, while his head still retained its normal human complexion. Even if the mythic source's breath and mysterious substance kept washing away, it was unable to wash away this dead gray aura and bring him back. As Chu Huang's gaze turned, he also saw the Dragon Tiger Gang's side and saw Zhao Hu and the others. At this moment, he couldn't care less about face or anything like that. He harnessed the 9 dragons and flew rapidly this way, yelling as he flew, "Zhao Aiqing, before it was me who was blinded by the treacherous ministers, so that I almost killed the loyal and good people by mistake. Do you think it is possible to report to the one behind you? I am willing to share the river and mountain with that senior." He sounded panicked to the core. A generation of 9-5 supreme beings, in the past, they did not show their joy and anger, and even when they faced extraterrestrial powerhouses, they were not submissive. Have you ever been so out of shape? There was no choice but to do so. Who made it so that he had indeed reached a life and death situation now? Ha! The strange voice resounded again within the crowd, and everyone could hear it clearly. What was already in my pocket? Why should I still spare your life and share it with you? Joey looked at the point of light transformed by the Chu Emperor's figure that he had pulled to his eyes, and without a care in the world, he made a point towards it, and a large amount of longevity evaporated, transforming into a deathly gray aura that surged towards the point of light. Since you're giving your face away and a 100,000 year lifespan curse can't kill you, let's try this handful of 10 yuanhui. No, no, no. Emperor Chu had already sensed the arrival of death, and because of this, he acted more and more maniacal and unacceptable. I am the Emperor, destined to live forever, to live as long as the heavens. How can I die over such a trivial matter? I still have heavenly ambitions yet to be realized, and I have yet to wash away the humiliation I once felt. Before he could finish his insane words, an even more terrifying deathly gray aura erupted inside him out of nowhere. This time, even the 9 divine dragons that surrounded him failed to help him block it. The insane and desperate cries came to a violent halt. Chu Huang slowly lost the luster in his eyes. It took him no more than an instant to go from the excitement he had just felt to the stillness he felt now. Life and death are only so far apart. The 9 divine dragons let out a wail at the same time. It wasn't that they were mourning for Chu Huang, but because just now they had helped Chu Huang harden another death spell technique, causing that deathly gray aura to permeate the divine dragon's body. Part of the 9 divine dragons' bodies and scales had been dyed a dead gray. They are manifestations of Chu's mythological power and cultivation, and are not living creatures, and are not killed by death spells, but that doesn't mean they won't be difficult. The aura of death spells was eating away at them, eroding the source of the Chu mythos. Ha! Joey let out a soft eep. He felt like he instantly had some sort of resonance and connection to the source of the Chu myth. He could vaguely feel the changes all over Chu, feel the brewing of one creation after another, the creation of one top-tier divine object after another. However, all the cultivators within the territory of Chu, those who had borrowed the heaven and earth aura and various resources of Chu to cultivate, at this moment it was as if they were all indebted to him, creating a layer of indescribable relationship with him. I didn't expect that it would actually produce such a change. Is considered an unexpected pleasure. Joey let out a light laugh and accepted the result. When his spiritual realm was further advanced, there would be more chain reactions and changes then. At that time, perhaps he could rely on this unspoken connection, on this invisible debt, and casually curse Chu to death. At that time, I will be invincible within the Chu kingdom, and it will be incredibly convenient to kill whoever I want. It's something only he knows. No one but him has seen this layer so far. But that didn't affect the successive changes in the imperial capital, and didn't affect the infinite reverence Xiao Hu and the others had for him. In the sky above the imperial capital, 9 divine dragons tainted with the aura of deathspell art produced a new change after each of them let out a dragon's roar. Without the constraints of Emperor Chu, the 5 divine dragons swung their bodies toward the distant sky with a yearning for freedom. The other 4 divine dragons, after a brief moment of hesitation, eventually landed back in the middle of the palace, back in the area where the source of the myth was located, warming themselves up in the expectation of being able to exorcise this obnoxious aura from their bodies. On this day, many people and great powers in the imperial capital had inexplicably disappeared, leaving behind only piles of ashes. It gives uninformed outsiders a lot of conjecture out of thin air. It would have to be the royal family that would be most affected by the disappearance. On this day, the royal people disappeared, all gone. This is true with or without cultivation in place. The Jiangning Marquis House, the Yang Yibo House, and the Ministry of Justice. One after another family and power that had just recovered their vitality disappeared in an instant. The upper echelons of Chu all vaporized in an instant, as if by appointment. The power vacuum created, not to mention the impact this has had, is too great. Chapter 94, Struggle for Power and Profit. Li Qingyun didn't know how he got back to his house, and until now, he still felt extreme fear and disbelief. He was there for Zhao Hu's 100th birthday. When those men stood up and took offense, he followed the crowd, hoping to get a piece of the action. but never thought that it would actually be such a result. The only good news is that he wasn't killed on the spot or reduced to ashes like those around him. This seemed rather strange to Zhao Hu and the others. In the eyes of those worldly sect disciples who had instantly become incredibly pale, it was even more eye-catching. Li Qingyun still remembered to this day, when he left the headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Gang in a muddled state. Those people came over trembling with madness and grabbed his sleeves and arms, not allowing him to go, asking in a shrill voice why he had been spared when he looked like this. Li Qingyun was aware of the reason, but he couldn't say. After returning to his own home, he had not yet had time to calm down alone by himself for a while, when his subordinates came with the news that the Lord-in-law was looking for him to discuss something. A few moments later, he arrived at the Ministry of Public Works residence. It was the first time that Li Qingyun had seen his family's father-in-law look so out of sorts. Even the last time when heaven's good fortune had allowed him to become the Minister of Public Works with the cultivation level of Jiedan, he had not lost his temper as much as he did now. But that's understandable. Li Qingyun thought so silently in his mind. Today, too many great things happened in the imperial capital. The fall of just one Chu emperor was enough to cause the Minister of Works to panic. I didn't realize that the news coming out of my father-in-law's mouth was even more serious. Dead. All dead. The Minister of Industry's hands trembled as he tried to pick up the hot tea in the vicinity to moisten his dry throat, only to spill the tea in his teacup. This was unimaginable for a Yuaning cultivator like him. Either way, this kind of thing shouldn't be happening to him, but now it's just showing up. Li Qingyun did not surprise himself with anything on such a trivial matter. His heart was numb with shock. He didn't realize until now that the Chu Emperor and those who attended the birthday party weren't the only ones who died. Those who had participated in the push against Zhao Hu were basically all dead, including the families behind them. This includes even the royal family. Is this a change of dynasty? Only after a long time did Li Qingyun inquire with a dry voice. His father-in-law, Chu's Minister of Works, rubbed his brow and said blankly, "I'm afraid it's not as simple as just changing the dynasty. A change of dynasty is nothing more than a change of names and figures of allegiance for the powerful and local forces. It won't have any effect on them. Weekday life is as it should be, but this time it's not quite the same. A large number of powerful people were purged. One bad move in this kind of thing will shake the country. For the higher-ups, even if they had enough power to crush everything, they should still exercise discretion. As long as those people are smart enough to admit defeat and surrender early, then their deaths can be spared. Still, this is a different situation this time. Even the Minister of Works couldn't help but fall into a state of fear. He'd already walked through the imperial capital. The royal family, the powerful nobles, and the big officials are basically all dead, and currently he is the highest official position on the surface of the imperial capital. Li Qingyun finally came to his senses, no longer shocked and disoriented by what had just happened, no longer wasting his energy thinking about the reasons why. The most important thing right now is still to base ourselves on the present, to plan for the future. He took a deep breath and said this. First of all, we need to make a statement to the Dragon Tiger Gang. It doesn't matter even if we send Zhao Hu to the throne. Most importantly, we need to let the one behind the Dragon Tiger Gang know that we are willing to submit. That's right. This is the priority. I'll personally come to the door later. The Minister of Public Works nodded frantically. In this moment, he remembered his once good boss. The other party also died in the Dragon Tiger Gang. From that time on, everyone knew that the Dragon Tiger Gang was not simple, and that there might be someone else behind it. That's why all the forces in the imperial capital were cautious when it came to making a move this time. The two Yuaning warriors, the Marquis of Jiangning and the Minister of Justice, were at the forefront, and the other Yuaning powerhouses appeared to be sitting comfortably without moving. But in fact, they had long been prepared to receive and strike at any time. There is also the Chu Emperor, who sits high in the clouds and can exert the battle power of the transformation god, who was coldly watching. Originally, he thought that this was enough, and would not let the fiasco of the former Minister of Industry happen again. Who would have thought? They had ultimately underestimated the man behind the Dragon Tiger Gang. Li Qingyun was slightly silent. In fact, he knew who the one behind the Dragon Tiger Gang was. Chao Yi, a tenant who used to live in his house. A mysterious person who had invested in him so that he could cultivate all the way to this realm. The moment that sigh came out from within himself, Li Qingyun recognized Zhou Yi's voice. He hadn't expected that Zhou Yi would actually be so terrifying. He had already tried his best to overestimate Zhou Yi and the forces behind him, but in the end, it turned out that he had still underestimated the other party. He knew that if the other party didn't have an investment in him, and if he still had some use for him, he would never be able to walk out of the Dragon Tiger Gang headquarters alive. and now is the time for him to make a difference. Li Qingyun stabilized his mind and began to discuss the next step with his own father-in-law. Right now you are the highest status administrator in the entire Chu country. You can directly take the identity of the Prime Minister and give orders to stabilize the situation in the Chu country. I think that this is also what the one behind the Dragon and Tiger Gang would be happy to see. The Minister of Public Works nodded, and a touch of anticipation appeared amongst his originally grave and apprehensive expression. As a veteran of officialdom, he was most interested in and keen on the struggle for power and profit. Knowing that this would be your once-in-a-lifetime moment, Li Qingyun first followed the Minister of Public Works to the Dragon Tiger Gang to express his goodwill, and then broke away from the team and quietly went back to his old home, which he hadn't been back to for a long time. Unfortunately, he did not find Zhou Yi's figure. Judging from the dust that had fallen on the furniture, Zhou Yi should have not returned for some time. Li Qingyun went away disappointed, completely oblivious to the ancient tree that had been shaking its branches and leaves the entire time as if it was welcoming him. In the same city, yet there are people who behave very differently. While Li Qingyun and his father-in-law were busy fighting for power, Dong Hao was packing up his things, his expression anxious as he prepared to pull his senior siblings to escape. Looking back at the lofty imperial capital, the expressions of the senior brothers and sisters were full of reluctance and incomprehension. Senior brother, why are we leaving? Now that the power pattern of Chu is brand new and reshuffled, it's a good opportunity for us to defect to the past and ride the trend to rise. Yes, we didn't take a stand before, just so we can get close to the people of the Dragon Tiger Gang. Looking at the senior brothers and sisters who had some dissatisfaction in their looks, Dong Hao was filled with hatred. Death is near and you are still dreaming? Next, the imperial capital is bound to become a place of right and wrong. Such a big change. Do you think that the 8 great clans will just look on coldly without any reaction? He was still about to explain a thing or two when he felt the spatial fluctuations spreading out from the imperial capital, followed by 8 terrifyingly terrifying auras. Strong men from the 8 great sects came across the domain. Chapter 95. Not knowing a thing. The 8 great sects all had an office dedicated to themselves in the Chu Kingdom's imperial capital. Here, there were disciples of the 8 great clans from the distant domains personally guarding the area. Not only were the various resources that the Chu Kingdom offered up every year stored here, but there were also some special things. This included the space altar that could allow extraterrestrial powerhouses to descend. At this moment, all 8 spatial altars were activated. One after another powerful person temporarily broke away from the extraterrestrial battlefield and descended on top of this spiritual field that they had carefully cared for. Look at what I've become. That person behind the Dragon Tiger Gang is just too much, not giving us any face at all. Looking at the old men and women crying into a ball in front of him, the strong man who had descended over couldn't help but frown even though he had already received a partial explanation of the situation from the sect beforehand. You are the 13th generation direct grandson of Tai Shangshi ancestor? You are senior sister Xiang Mei's personal disciple? You're the disciple that old ancestor Feng Yu sent to our clan to study and exchange. Looking at the several old men and women kneeling in front of the altar, even though they were already old, with the disciple tokens and the somewhat familiar faces, the sect generals who had descended over recognized the identities of these people. For a while, he couldn't help but feel a bit of difficulty and headache. A large portion of the guys who were directly able to avoid the fierce battlefield outside the domain and came to this kind of remote and safe place had a not-so-small backer behind them. These few kneeling at the front, their backers were already so big that it was a headache. 1 or 2 of them, even this sect powerhouse who had descended over could not afford to offend. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you all. This clan powerhouse said so, his expression solemn and full of sincerity. He had already checked the state of these people and determined that there was nothing he could do to return them to youth with his own power. Their longevity was forcibly shaved off. Unless they were taking supreme divine fruits that could greatly extend their lifespan and return to youth, they would not be able to return to youth and revitalization at all. It will only die after a short period of time. The supreme divine fruit that could prolong one's life and return to youth, even among the entire cultivation world, was a priceless and very rare divine item. Once it was released, it would attract the mad rush of countless old cultivators. These old guys are really daring to fight for their lives in order to stay alive. Back then, even their founding ancestor failed to grab it and could only sit down and die with regret. And how could it be obtained by these juniors in front of us? Thus, their future and destiny have been said to be predictable and unchangeable. This clan powerhouse who had descended could only say things like help them take revenge. The kneeling old men and women also guessed the meaning of this senior uncle and could not help but howl with grief once again. The already old and weak body. This cry, on the spot, cried out and cried a lot of people. The remaining people with firmer moral hearts even struggled to call out to their departing senior uncle. Reminding, senior uncle, the person behind the Dragon Tiger Gang is quite bizarre. Emperor Chu and the others have been killed without even seeing his face. Although senior uncle ancestor's cultivation is world-class, he still has to guard against the villain's backstabbing. It's best not to run off and fight with people with a big grin, and use a long-range attack to kill all of the people from the Dragon Tiger Gang. The descending clan powerhouse glanced at this person who had alerted him with some surprise, nodded slightly, and sighed with pity before this soared into the sky to join the other 7 Taoists. The 8 powerhouses reached a consensus after briefly conferring in midair. I've heard that although this Dragon Tiger Gang doesn't have many strong people, and their methods are insidious and sneaky, they do have redeeming qualities. The first of which is that their forces are extremely widely distributed, and throughout the whole of Chu, there are their people everywhere. Alas, it's really helpless. This Chu territory is not small. How much time do we have to waste if we exterminate them one by one? The literal meaning of these people's words was full of regret and dissatisfaction, while their voices were full of relief and laughter. It can't be helped. Even the most tedious things have to be done. After all, who made us loyal to the clan? Never let one of these sewer rats escape. Everyone chimed in, all with smiles on their faces. The extraterritorial wars were simply too tragic, and people fell at every turn. They had been between life and death several times already, and the death of their former acquaintances one after another had instilled fear in them. This time, it was so hard to snatch such a safe spot for the mission, so it would be a good idea to waste more time and stay in such a safe place for a while longer. It's best to wait until the fight is over out there before going back. Anyway, he did go on a serious mission and no one could say he was wrong. Looking at the 8 people in the sky who were flirting with themselves and didn't even put the Dragon Tiger Gang in their eyes, Joey burst out in a cold laugh. Not knowing themselves even when they're dead, when it's really a couple of fools. Why hadn't they killed the disciples of those worldly clans before? Only chipping away most of their lifespan and only leaving them a few months to live? This was because at that time, Joey had not yet made up his mind whether or not he wanted to go to war with the worldly clans. So he sent these disciples back, borrowing the spiritual eyes that had long been placed within them to quietly observe the developments. I didn't realize that the world was so cool that it was a waste of his hard work after all. People don't harm tigers, but tigers have the intention to hurt people. Joey stretched out his hand and tapped a few times on the several points of light in front of him. These points of light belonged to a few disciples of worldly clans who had taken a look at themselves and had been spiritually imprinted by themselves silently. All these points of light flickered. Joey quickly distilled the figures of these 8 powerful figures of the worldly clans that he had just seen from his memories. These figures transformed into 8 brand new points of light in his hands. There was nothing to say. Joey rewarded one person with a yuan hui. A large amount of lifespan evaporated, turning into 8 strands of dead gray breath that surged toward the 8 points of light. In Chu's imperial capital, the 8 worldly sect powerhouses had already finished exchanging pleasantries, and had also reached an agreement to touch the fish together. Then it's time to do some business next. Since everyone here says that the person behind this Dragon Tiger Gang has some tricks up his sleeve, we mustn't be careless. So let's not get any closer and destroy it remotely. Someone said so. Great goodness. The other 7 nodded in appreciation. So they each sacrificed their own magic weapons and prepared their strongest killing moves, ready to directly and remotely decimate the person behind the curtain without giving him a chance to do so. Wait! Just at this moment, they all exclaimed at the same time. The psychic senses were frantically signaling death. The 8 people were all experienced in fighting on the edge of life and death for a long time. Although they didn't know where the danger originated from, they instantly dispersed and flew away in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 miles across. In the next blink of an eye, the originally dense recluse light dissipated, and the sky-charging aura disappeared. 8 corpses planted themselves from the clouds thousands of miles away in different directions, and by the time they hit the ground, they had each been reduced to ashes. Chapter 96, The Dead Man. How is this? How is this possible? Senior Uncle is a powerful person at the peak of the return to Void Realm, and is only one step away from the Mergence Realm. Is that person behind the Dragon Tiger Gang really so terrifying? This can't be right. If he is so terrifying and powerful, why does he still have to hide his head? He must have his own limitations. At the offices of the 8 great sects, one after another old man and woman who hadn't yet cried themselves to death exclaimed, their voices filled with panic and despair. After being turned into old men and women and having the vast majority of their lifespan shaved off, and realizing that they could die at any time, they felt extremely resentful and unwilling. So they helped each other back to their respective offices and used the spatial altar to send a message to the sect. only to shake people to avenge themselves. However, he did not expect that his own thought and personal vendetta had actually brought such a great loss to the clan, leading to the fall of his own clan's strongest person. At this moment, their bodies went cold, and their already old and decrepit bodies only felt that they could no longer support them, and many more died. They are alive with their own stupidity. With so many less powerful people, the balance of the extraterrestrial battlefield will inevitably be tilted somewhat as a result. And if those from the extraterrestrial lineage seize the opportunity to expand the results of the battle, and slowly expand their advantage, it's very likely that it will ultimately snowball and produce a crushing momentum that's enough to destroy the 8-sect alliance. The old men and women who are still alive at the moment can be said to be the type with extremely strong Taoist hearts. They wiped away the blood at the corners of their mouths, and their eyes were filled with blood between them, but they were still constantly turning on their old and decrepit brains, trying hard to try to analyze the situation of the future, and to beg for a sliver of a way to live for themselves and their clans. But it was too late. Footsteps had come from outside. Straining, he turned to look. The last remaining scattered few old men saw a large group of black-clad strong men wearing the uniforms of the Dragon Tiger Gang, who stepped forward with fierce faces and cold expressions. "Ha! Before you were acting all generous and letting us leave at will. Now is that a complete no-frills already?" The remaining old man shouted out in grief. "Wastes and weaklings like you. If it were at my peak moment, I wouldn't even look at you." It's true. These black-clothed strong men in front of him were generally no more than chi refining level, and some of them were even just ordinary people. If he hadn't experienced these successive changes today, he wouldn't have even looked at such a weakling, and would have been able to kill countless people with one finger down. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. These weaklings in his eyes also had no respect for him. "It was you who gave your faces away first, so how can you blame us for going back on our word now? Obviously the gang master and the others have given you the opportunity to leave alive, but as a result, you don't think of gratitude, and even want to be gracious and revengeful, recruiting experts to slaughter my Dragon Tiger Gang. Remember, today's result is something you brought upon yourselves. No matter how much these old men and women scream, the results will not change. They were killed by what they saw as weaklings like slaughtered chickens and dogs. After killing these old men and women and patching up the old men and women who had fallen to the ground, these Black Tiger Gang members didn't leave. They took out the extremely high-quality spirit stones that Zhao Wu had given them and placed them on top of the groove of the spatial altar, preparing to open the spatial altar again. Gentlemen, at this point in time, it's not too late if anyone is fearful and wants to quit. Don't worry, no one will laugh at you. The leading Chi Refinement 8th level Dragon Tiger Gang dead soldier said so. The other dead soldiers standing behind him have laughed out loud with bravado. It's already come to this. Why should Big Brother say anything more? We got where we are by relying on the gang, and now it's time for us to return the favor. And with so many brothers present, there's not a single one of them that's a wimp or a white-eyed wolf. Upon careful calculation, the Dragon Tiger Gang had also traveled for more than 40 years since its establishment. In all those years, even just simmering with time is enough to simmer a few diehards. Not to mention that this was still a task set down by Zhou himself. Zhao Hu executed it with great care and personally trained these dead soldiers. All 8 space altars were activated. The dead soldiers walked up with big, bold smiles, and with a flash of light, they traveled across countless distances to another area. As soon as he appeared, an extremely dense aura came to his face. Compared to that, Chu's aura concentration today was practically barren. The dead soldiers got a good look at the area and scenery they were in front of. It's on a hill. Beneath his own feet was the altar of space. There are other space altars next to it. Looking up, what was presented to them was a true immortal weather. Spiritual cranes flew, and the aura was like mist in clouds. One dashing sword immortal after another flew around with his sword. An extremely terrifying aura shook the sky. Without waiting for them to look around much, the disciple in charge of manning the spatial altar noticed them, and his brows furrowed in an instant. "Who are you people? There is no aura of our clan's gung-fu on his body, nor is there a disciple's token. Senior uncle just went in. What happened?" These disciples' cultivation was very strong, and the dead soldiers of the Dragon Tiger Gang who had just come out from amongst the spatial altar were directly pinned down without any resistance. However, their faces did not show any panic at all because of this, and instead, they showed a wry smile. "Are you sure you want to know? I'm afraid that's not something you can understand or resolve. Why don't you take us to meet the powerful and high-ranking members of your clan?" Although these disciples were puzzled, they still didn't think much about it and quickly reported the matter and, after receiving permission, brought these dead soldiers of the Dragon Tiger Gang to meet the senior and powerful members of their sect. In their eyes, The class and realm gaps in the cultivation world were deeply rooted. These people were so weak that they couldn't even defeat themselves, let alone face the clan elders. Even if they did contain bogeymen, they couldn't do much about it. As it turns out, they were wrong. Just after being brought into the sect hall, the sect ancestors who were originally sitting peacefully on it, with their Taoist heart solid and unshakable, screamed in alarm, more panic than a frightened hen. Quickly take them away. A great terror has descended. These disciples had just come back to their senses, and before they could do anything, their bodies turned into ashes. The crisis and terror are still spreading. These dead soldiers of the Dragon Tiger Gang had long been planted with spiritual brands in their bodies by Joey, and now these brands came to life and turned into Joey's eyes. Anyone he sees will die. Chapter 97, Erasure. What? So many governors and officials from all over the world died? Li Qingyun stared at the person in front of him with wide eyes and a face full of disbelief. Standing in front of him, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was reporting the news in one board, said stiffly, "Yes, after Lord Prime Minister gave the order, I spent an entire day and night contacting all the officials, large and small, within my Chu Kingdom through the 1,000-mile transmission talisman. I can confirm that throughout the entire Chu Kingdom, more than 60% of the officials are all dead, and likewise, more than 60% of the land is now out of control. These people, all of them, were the forces of the Marquis of Jiangning and the others. Among them, there were people from various parties. There were also people promoted by the Emperor of Chu, and there was also a portion of the Longhu Gang. Only it was the faction that supported Wen Taijun, and it was these same people who changed sides on the spot on the day of the birthday and cooperated to put pressure on Zhao Hu. These forces are so intertwined with each other that it's hard to clean them up. But now it was wiped out by such a brutal and decisive killing. The only ones left are the loyalists and the neutrals. Li Qingyun felt a chill run through his body. He stretched out his shivering hand and tried to take a sip of tea, but he spilled it all over the table. Now, at last, he could heed the feelings of his father-in-law at the time. He took a deep breath, forcibly stabilized his mind, and asked, "How did all those people die? When did they all die? Any suspects?" The expression of this new official minister in front of him was a bit odd, and he stammered for half a day before saying, The time of their deaths happened to be the same moment as the time when His Majesty and the others fell, and the manner of their deaths was also no different. Both of them were turned into ashes on the spot." His gaze towards Li Qingyun slowly became somewhat skeptical. "Speaking of which, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but a day ago, he was still an inconspicuous minor official of the Ministry of Mandarins in the imperial capital. Because of the lack of party affiliation and the fact that there is no one behind him, he has been subjected to a lot of suppression. He could feel the undercurrents in the imperial capital, could sense that his colleagues along with other big shots were plotting something, but he was not qualified to intervene, and did not even deserve to know. He can only be buried in paperwork." As a result, when he was jolted awake by Emperor Chu's roar before his death, he found that the usual busy office of the Ministry of Revenue was already empty. His fellow officers have all disappeared. All that was left was handful after handful of black ash on the ground. Bewildered, he walked out of the courthouse, which exposed him to the shocking changes outside. Because he was the highest-ranking official among the remaining living people in the Ministry of Mandarin's office, he was urgently promoted to become the new Minister of Mandarins. From the original small official elite to become Shangshu, it can be said that this span is so large that it transcends the ancient and modern everyone. And he couldn't stop laughing. Because the situation is unknown today. Everyone knew that the Dragon Tiger Gang was no longer the same as before. They would replace the original royal family and those powerful forces to become the new masters of the Chu Kingdom. However, the Dragon and Tiger Gang's gang leader Zhao Hu and that new breakthrough of the four major Jiedan, however, because of the previous heavy injury by Jiang Ningho, now have closed down to heal their wounds. The important power of the court is now in the hands of the Minister of Public Works, who is the only one of the important ministers of the court who is not dead. The Minister of Works said that he had completed his allegiance to Master Zhao and was the one who had received permission from Master Zhao to temporarily take over the power of the court. Prior to this, everyone believed this and worked diligently under the Minister of Works. But now, the new Foundation Establishment Minister of the Ministry of Mandarins couldn't help but be skeptical about it. Those magistrates who died had obviously also died at the hands of that big shot behind the Dragon Tiger Gang. If the Minister of Works had really defected to the Dragon Tiger Gang and obtained authorization, then how could he and his son-in-law not know about this? Facing the skeptical gaze of the new Minister of Officials, Li Qingyun, who was currently promoted to Minister of Rights, pinched his brow with a bit of a headache, couldn't help but curse Zhao Hu's men in his heart. Such a big thing. You don't know to talk about it first before you close the door? In fact, he really misunderstood Zhao Hu and the others. They didn't know about it either. After the scolding, things still need to be resolved. Good thing that after all these years of development, I choose internal is also considered to be a wealth of talent. Even if the deaths and injuries are heavy, and the upper level is temporarily vacant, the following can also be filled in a timely manner. Well, let's first make up for the lack of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. The two conferred for a while, and the Mandarin would soon go out to work. He first went to the Dragon Tiger Gang and borrowed a club roster after explaining the cause and effect. Then, following the roster, they began to manufacture warrants in bulk, one after another. The Longhu gang members who could only stay in the imperial capital and no longer had any place to go got a heavenly chance. They will go out as officials like their predecessors and take over territory for the Dragon Tiger Gang. Unlike their predecessors, after experiencing that huge change a day ago and truly recognizing the strength of the Dragon Tiger Gang, these people's hearts were filled with awe and no longer dared to have any second thoughts or engage in any change of course like their predecessors. After 2 days of busy work, the Minister of Mandarins estimated that the number of people was almost enough. Not every member of the Dragon Tiger Gang had been placed out, although there were still a few vacancies in local official positions. But we can't just empty the Dragon Tiger Gang, can we? You still have to keep people at headquarters to run the show. Those local official positions also cannot all to the people of the Dragon Tiger Gang. At least the Secretary of the Ministry of Justice's own friends and family must be taken care of. We all have to eat a little meat and soup to be able to do. Since all the heavyweights above the court were swept away, it was very troublesome to do a lot of things. Although under the order of the new Prime Minister, the court has been absorbing new people into the court as soon as possible, but it is still a drop in the bucket, and water from afar cannot quench the thirst of the near. This led to a lot of things having to be done in person by the second-ranking official, the Minister of Mandarins. He personally handed one appointment letter to one Longhu gang member after another, and also had to personally resolve their doubts and conflicts, and personally persuade one person after another. It's been a busy half a month, and I can say that I'm physically and mentally exhausted. Still, the work has been productive and many people have seen it. A large number of Dragon Tiger gang members dispersed in all directions, heading to all parts of Chu to stabilize the situation through the frequently operating flying boats. Just when the Minister of Ministries thought that he would finally be able to take a little rest, his cultivation level that had formed the Dan under the impetus of the dynasty's chi fortune shook violently. The spiritual sense that had just reached the Jedan realm was frantically signaling him, danger! Life is in danger. The Minister of Ministries immediately jumped up from his chair, his eyes looking outward in disbelief. He saw the outer walls and formations of the Mandarin's courthouse evaporate in front of him like papier-mâché, turning into billowing white ash. Immediately afterward, he too turned into ashes. There was no room for resistance, no time given for him to react. Everything was so sudden. When the huge change occurred, the palace formation erupted with a sky-high light, slightly resisting it for a moment, but it was also wiped out together a few moments later. Looking at the distant imperial capital that loomed like a mountain being obliterated in an instant, leaving behind only the appearance of a giant pit, the bodies of the senior brothers and sisters who were the outcasts of the Firecloud sect trembled, their hearts cluttered with demons, and their fear knew no bounds. They hugged Dong Hao tightly, thanking him over and over again for his intelligence and foresight. If Dong Hao hadn't forcibly pulled them out of the imperial capital and strictly forbidden them to return, I'm afraid that they would have been wiped out by now. Just like the millions of residents in the imperial capital. Chapter 98, once belonged to the era of deathspell magic, added for book club member East-West, Middle-North, North-South as reward. It's finally come to this after all. Zhou Yi, who was swimming in the mountains, sighed and silently closed his eyes. He came to his mental space. The points of light that had been hanging in the sky like stars had disappeared far too much, leaving only a few thousand sparsely scattered. For the previous 40 years or so, he had stayed in the royal capital, not knowing how many people he had marked, not knowing how many he had remembered. The points of light that these people had transformed into were like stars hanging in the middle of his mental space. But now, after his spicy slaughter and the obliteration of his enemies, there was only so much left. Among these people, there were the Dragon Tiger gang members who were lucky enough to leave the imperial capital early. There are members of the Dragon Tiger gang branch who are scattered all over the place and are quietly developing. There are people like Dong Hao, who are sharp and alert. There were the people he'd traveled around in the meantime, randomly punctuating and remembering after he met them. It seems like a lot, but it was still too rare compared to the star-filled sky before. Less than a little shabby. Joey stretched out his hand, and these remaining points of light crashed down and came to him, automatically unfolding and presenting a variety of images as if they were thousands of surveillance screens. Joey looked among these images one by one, searching for the shadow of the enemy. This little guy is actually still alive? Joey sensed that the spiritual brand he had left inside the electric sparrow bird had not dissipated, which proved that the little bird was still alive. This little bird was a spirit bird that flew extremely fast and had always been raised by Joey. Both sides were very affectionate, and had also been raised by Joey for a long time. The little guy is lucky. Go ahead. Fly around the imperial capital and help me find the enemy. His voice spanned thousands of miles and resounded directly from the electric sparrow bird's body. The electric sparrow bird, still in shocked disorientation from his brush with death, was instantly stunned. Feathers ruffled and two small eyes darted around. Joey repeated his order again. The electric sparrow bird that he had raised and matured was finally quiet, turning into a flash of electric light and began to act according to Joey's orders, searching for traces of the enemy. 700 miles away from the Chu Kingdom's imperial capital, an unusual and incomparable barren forested wilderness was being exploited at this moment. The ground was deliberately leveled, and a sealant formation lurked underground to ward off any dangers that might come. On the land that had been leveled and hardened, a large space altar stood silently. There were already more than a few fine cracks on it. One after another young disciple wearing the sex uniform stood respectfully to the left and right of the spatial altar, immediately following the dangers and enemies that might come their way. A whistling wind rumbled. A white-haired, white-robed old man with a calm expression fell from the sky above and landed on the spatial altar. The disciples saluted in a hurry. Dare I ask, old ancestor, has the enemy sheik awarded his head? Someone couldn't help but ask this. The white-robed ancestor swept a glance at the person who had asked the question, and found that it was a stunningly beautiful white-clothed female disciple, with a white robe draped over that bumpy and delicate body, which had a different flavor. Add to that the vigorous Englishness of those brows and eyes, and it's quite a sight to behold. After glancing at this woman, the originally cold and hard face of the white-robed old ancestor couldn't help but soften a few points. These were all truly talented disciples in the sect. It was the hope of the clan's next generation. The reason for bringing them here this time was also to hide and protect them in this Chu territory after clearing out the troubles in Chu. Save yourself from war. Otherwise, it would be a shame for a clan seat of this level to die under the assassination and poisonous hands of the forces of the Outer Heaven lineage. It's too late to catch up. Faced with this kind of talented disciple who knew how to be polite and also asked questions well, the old ancestor would never begrudge his patience. His hands behind his back, proudly smiled, this time to come. This seat personally, but also blackmailed other people a hand, to get a lot of protective treasures, but also has not really appeared. 700 miles outside the extermination of the imperial capital of that Chu. It is expected that make the death spell art behind the scenes when it is nothing have not had time to notice, and even do not know that this old ancestor has arrived, died under the old ancestor's magical ability. Speaking of this, he also couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in triumph. The death spell technique is very powerful, and although there are quite a lot of limitations and the inputs are not proportional to the benefits, it has also plagued the cultivation world before. Many of the big power doors have people who specialize in practicing this art. They are dead soldiers. When facing a strong enemy, will burn all of their life expectancy to curse the enemy. One is not enough, then hundreds, thousands, until the strong enemy will be cursed to death. It was a very turbulent time. Everyone is in fear. Everyone is in danger. But it's finally over. Plotting and scheming can't become a big thing. The gutter rats still have too many restrictions. As long as you don't let those dead soldiers see themselves, reach the medium and the conditions of the hands, and a little bit farther away, you can kill all of them clean. It wasn't just showing off. It was also hammering and teaching these clan seeds. Tell them that steady and solid cultivation is the right path, and that these intriguing trails need not be dabbled in. The sect seeds were surprised to hear this. Although it is quite restrictive, it is at least a very powerful means. Why do you have to give it up? Does our clan really not have such dead soldiers and means? Looking at the clan seeds who clearly had some unwillingness in their expressions, the white-haired old ancestor laughed and still patiently explained. Because the chaos caused by the death spell technique was really too great. It startled the true immortal clan and provoked them, causing them to become furious and forcibly modify the laws of heaven, adding a great restriction to the death spell technique. The cost-effectiveness of this spell became lower and lower, and slowly, naturally, no one used it. To put it bluntly, before it was possible to exchange one of one's own lives for one, but after the modification, it took 7 years of the caster's life to exchange 1 year of the enemy's life. and the power of multiple dead men used in stacks is cut down considerably. After the first dead soldier casts a death spell to curse a strong enemy and dies from the backlash, the second dead soldier casts a death spell to curse the same strong enemy with the same 70 years of lifespan, which can only achieve half the result of the first dead soldier. It was already 7 for 1, only slashing the opponent's lifespan by 10 years, and as a result of being weakened like this, it could only have an effect of 5 years. The third dead man can only achieve half the result of the second dead man again. That is, 2.5 years. This effect is really too bad. The inputs are totally disproportionate to the gains, and it's not easy to raise dead soldiers, especially ones that know death spell magic. All sorts of longevity secrets and medicines have to be greeted upwards. After experiencing the chaos of the death spell art era, these things were getting harder and harder to find, and the old monsters of each power were too much for them to use, so naturally it was even less likely that they would be used to feed the dead soldiers. That's why death spells are slowly going out of fashion. As the sect seeds listened to these narrations from the old ancestor, they all nodded their heads in a thoughtful manner. A disciple with sharp eyes saw a flash of electricity and pointed at the small bird resting on the branch and shouted in surprise, "It's the electric sparrow bird! Plowing really pays off. And once wastelands are more likely to grow fruitful harvests. And there are actually even spiritual seeds like this." Immediately, a disciple was about to step forward to capture it. The white-haired old ancestor was originally still watching with a smile. But suddenly, as if a substantial threat of life and death had appeared, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his whole body convulsed as if he had been electrocuted, and he couldn't help but shout, "Death spell technique?" Chapter 99, for the appreciation of book club members East and West, Middle and South, and Lei Shao, who loves to eat Mongolian barbecued lamb chops. Run! The white-haired old ancestor really loved these young geniuses under him, even up to this moment, while stimulating the efficacy of various treasures. He did not forget to open his mouth to remind his clan seeds in between. The sect seeds were filled with astonishment, not understanding exactly why the old ancestor was suddenly so out of sorts. A deathly gray and terrifying power then exploded out of their bodies one after another. These clan seeds exclaimed. After a cry of alarm, only a pile of dust and dirt was left in its place. Whether it was a natural sword cultivator with sword chi rushing to the sky, or a peerless fairy with autumn water as her face and jade as her bones, all were equal under the death spell technique, and there was no preferential treatment whatsoever. Ah! The white-haired old ancestor screamed out in pain, his eyes bleeding. The seeds of the clan that he had carefully cared for and nurtured, the fact that he had spent so much and even hardened his heart by agreeing to make a move to solve the trouble that was the Dragon Tiger Gang, wasn't it just to give these seeds a safe environment so that they could preserve themselves in the turmoil that was to follow? But now, they are being victimized on their own watch. The white-haired old ancestor at this moment simply hated it. "I will kill you." He reached out, grabbed at his chest, and grabbed out a deathly gray aura. Through this aura, through the nebulous karmic connection, he vaguely saw a vague silhouette. Joey also saw him and was a bit stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had made a move against such a high-ranking cultivator, and he was cautious enough to come up and smash 10 billion years of lifespan into it. He had already calculated that even a merged powerhouse like the white-haired ancestor was nothing in front of a 10 billion year lifespan and could be killed. But he still miscalculated. The white-haired old ancestor was able to carry off this shot of his death spell technique, relying not only on himself, but also on the various life-preserving divine artifacts he carried on his body. This was the first time Joey had ever faced such a thing. After failing to spell his opponent with the first shot, his opponent was actually able to vaguely see him through the spell's properties. This is also a kind of alarm for myself. The cultivation world is just too vast. All kinds of strange things and strange people are endless. Still, I want to see if these things can withstand this death spell I'm going to unleash with trillions of years of lifespan as firewood. Joey was ruthless, and a large amount of his longevity evaporated, turning into an extremely dense, deathly gray aura that directly headed towards the point of light that was transformed into the image of the white-haired old ancestor that he had just seen through the electric sparrow bird. On the other hand, after glancing at Joey and memorizing his aura, the white-haired old ancestor reached out and pointed a finger. A stream of light pierced through the layers of emptiness, quickly catching up with the electric sparrow bird, which had already flown away for 2,000 miles, and blowing the little spirit species bird to pieces. After that, the white-haired old ancestor didn't hesitate any longer and stretched out his hand, and a large amount of life-extending pills and divine objects appeared in his hand, and he directly swallowed them all in one bite. The spatial altar under his feet lit up, and the spatial passage was opened. He took one step inside. A sense of weightlessness and space came over me, and the light shifted before my eyes. he appeared on another space altar. In front of him were 7 harmonized ancestors of the same realm as him. How? These people couldn't be bothered to look at the various protective divine objects they had invested in and were now shattered, and anxiously inquired towards the white-haired old ancestor. Failed. The white-haired old man tried to voice his suspicions and the doubts he found. The enemy seems to be able to remotely manipulate other creatures as eyes using puppetry or the like as a way to cast spells. From start to finish, there was only one person who killed those clan seeds and made a move against himself. The life squandered by the other side must have been extremely large. Conservative estimates are also over 20,000 years old. Without a conservative estimate, that value would be too big for the white-haired old man to believe. With that exaggerated number, even a true immortal might not be able to live that long. What kind of person can take out and spare the time to unleash a death spell? Could it be that, just like the process of the immortal race altering the laws of the heavenly Tao and restricting the death spell technique, and the cultivators developing all sorts of means to protect themselves and reduce the damage of the death spell technique, someone has carried out further research and development on the original foundation of the death spell technique, increasing its killing power? But this expansion, it's not too scary. Is the era of death spell magic coming back? The white-haired old ancestor's mind raced, and with his merged realm brain and perception, he instantly thought of countless possibilities. He was able to carry the first death spell by relying on the old antiques that he had dug out from the treasuries of various clans. These have been passed down from the era of the death spell technique to block this spell and weaken the power of the death spell technique. The strongest one could dissipate the power of a death spell with a 1,000-year lifespan into 10 years of merit. That's why he blocked it and lived to tell the tale. Pushing himself, he felt that the other party must have amplified the power of the death spell technique through a similar method. If I can master this method and the improved death spell technique, what is there to fear from the district's heavens beyond lineage? The white-haired old ancestor thought so in his heart. It was time to voice out his speculations and the information he had obtained, and unite the 7 fellow travelers in front of him. Only then was he sure he would be able to force that enemy of Chu out and capture him. In a moment, so many thoughts flashed through his mind and he made such a big decision. This is the harmonized cultivator. Such a great plan and intrigue. Only to pause after the first word spoken, for his mouth that opened to speak turned to dust, followed by the body. It's a death spell. That bastard is cursing me again. The white-haired old ancestor reacted quickly as he instantly gained insight into his body's condition and then fear. The few artifacts remaining on his body, as well as the life extension divine item he had just taken, were all useless, and could not block this death spell. His body was rapidly collapsing into dust. No! He shouted as his Yuanshan rushed out of his physical body and reached out toward the 7 great cosmic paths. Save me! I know a lot of things. I can recognize the man behind the curtain. That's why he's in such a hurry to silence me. After a few simple fluctuations of divine sense, his Yuanshan was also collapsing into dust at an extremely fast speed. Death had been his irrevocable fate. The harmonized cultivator was truly extraordinary, figuring it all out and seeing the outcome of this future in just less than a second. He snarled, he roared, he was mad, trying to silence me? Impossible. It's death, and I'll never let you get away with it. I'm going to spread your secret. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired old ancestor's Yuanshan collapsed into dust. He sent out his speculations and thoughts as a divine thought seed before he died. The 7 great harmonized fellowships were about to reach out and pick it up when they saw that the seed had also turned into ashes. They were horrified and turned away without thinking. After they left, the space altar that the white-haired old ancestor had once used, his spells, his mountain gates, his legacy, and his heirs, all collapsed into ashes. Zhou-Yi, this time, had really pushed too hard. Chapter 100, Intention to Negotiate Peace, added for book club mate Linlin Reckless Reward. Watching the originally flourishing party of Immortal Sect, which had just collapsed into a dusty mess with a mountain in front of them, the other 7 great sects merged ancestors couldn't help but be horrified. What kind of terror and strength is this? Ancient ghost, you came from the era when the death spell technique plagued the world. You have a combined ancestor, with a dry voice inquired. The ancient ghost he questioned had his neck shaken to the quick. Don't ask me. I don't know. I did live through that era, but counting the entire cultivation world, I have not seen such a terrible death spell art. Actually, even the merged cultivator cannot carry, and will even spread to his mountain gate, inheritance and disciples. This mother can be really evil. The immortal and ethereal harmonized ancestor in the past couldn't help but burst into foul language. It's unimaginable how many dead soldiers are needed to achieve such an effect. How many lifetimes would need to be spent? Even if that dragon tiger gang is full of dead soldiers, they can't do it, right? Not to mention the dragon tiger gang, even if all of Chu's people were dead soldiers, they wouldn't be able to do something like this. That madman behind this incident has burned at least 100,000 lifetimes at once. The remaining 7 harmonized old ancestors talked to each other, their voices filled with panic and fear. That's 100,000 years of life. Legend has it that that's how you become an immortal. And that's pretty much how long you live. What's going on over there in Chu? In any case, I'm afraid that right now, we don't have the backbone or qualifications to continue to look down on Chu from on high and continue to fight against the Dragon Tiger Gang. It was inconceivable that the harmonized ancestor, who could exterminate everyone in the Dragon Tiger Gang with a wave of his hand, would actually speak such lowly words, his tone filled with inferiority and apprehension. Everyone was silent, their expressions somewhat bitter. They can hear each other. Originally, because of what happened last time, they were at odds with the people of the heavens beyond lineage, and even a clan war broke out as a result. The 8 clans are allied against the outer heaven system. The so-called extra-heavenly lineage is a force from outside the heavens. Years ago, a shooting star crashed into the world, one after another. People from other worlds have also set foot on the land of this world and become part of it. Because of their common roots and the fact that they were in a strange land together and encountered endless malice, these people were very united. Together, they founded the Skyward One, encompassing a wide variety of industries that have quietly evolved. The Outer Heaven Auction House is one of them. To the forces of this world, these people were very difficult to mess with, and messing with one was tantamount to stirring up a hornet's nest. The 8-sect alliance had been at war with the heavens beyond lineage all these years, even in the case where they had shaded an opposing harmonized cultivator beforehand and gained the upper hand. They hadn't had a good time over the years and had been pressed. It's even worse when things go wrong on the Chu side. The 8 great sects had lost 8 returning void generals at once. It was natural that this matter could not be left at that. What was even more infuriating was that the Dragon Tiger Gang had actually sent their dead soldiers to run to the 8 great sects to provoke them and kill many people, which added to their situation. How can this be tolerated? So under the convergence of various factors, there was this strike by the white-haired old ancestor. Who knew it would turn out like this? They were already in a difficult situation, adding insult to injury. Now that the 8-sect alliance had one less sect and one less harmonized ancestor, it would be even worse. It was conceivable that in the future, if one screwed up, they would even be in danger of extinction. If we don't take care of the Chu side, we will exterminate our clan now. An old ancestor said so, directly tearing away all the coverings. The others nodded with heavy faces. Talk to the Lung Tiger Gang. Anything can be negotiated. Even if we have to give up Chu, it doesn't matter. Just ask that person not to stab us in the back. We really can't take it. Having reached a consensus, they encountered a new problem. Whose people are we sending to talk? The 7 great old ancestors looked at me, and I looked at you, and their eyes all became guarded and vigilant. They don't want to end up in the same place as the dust under their feet. If the other party could use the opportunity to curse and kill a harmonized ancestor to exterminate this clan, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't use the opportunity to curse and kill an ordinary disciple to take out the clan behind it, and with it, the harmonized ancestor behind the clan. Seeing that the atmosphere between everyone was getting stranger and stranger, and seemed to be going back to the previous point of mutual suspicion and mutual calculation, some people could not see such a situation happen. After all, now that we were surrounded by strong enemies, if it really turned out like this, we could only end up dying together. Why don't we send a few people from each family and form a joint negotiating team to go together, so it's fair to everyone? Someone suggested so. No way. Times 6. This proposal was unsurprisingly met with a unanimous rejection from the others. If something really goes wrong, then we'll all die together. After a long time of confrontation and stalemate, in the end, it was the old ancestor of the Firecloud sect who slapped his head and thought of something. My Firecloud sect is in Chu, and it seems that there is still a team of outcasts. I'll try to contact to see if they're still around. If it's still there, then the risk of negotiation will be borne by these outcasts of my Firecloud sect. Hearing this, the other 6 great ancestors couldn't help but praise the Firecloud sect's deep understanding. The results were surprising. That outcast from the Firecloud sect was actually still there. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and numbly packed up their tasks and handed them out. Chu. At the large pit where the original capital stood, Dong Hao was walking around with a blank face. He crouched down, picking his way through the dirt, but nothing could be picked up. Damp soil is normal soil, not even a bone. Under the divine abilities of the harmonized cultivator, So many people from the imperial capital previously were literally just wiped away with their hands, not even a trace of them being left behind. Without strength, one is only a mole in the end. Standing in the middle of the large pit, Li Qingyun clenched his fists. His father-in-law, his wife, his children, all gone. In an instant, he had gone from being a highly regarded, hotshot minister of rights to a homeless, bereaved dog. Perhaps the only good news is that he didn't die in the midst of the shocking turn of events that preceded it, and got his life back. This tree in your house, it's quite extraordinary. His husband was still lying on the bed, but his eyes twinkled as he looked at the ancient tree beside him. The two were extremely lucky when the disaster broke out. Husband learned about Zhou Yi from Li Qingyun, so he wanted to help and asked Li Qingyun to send him to the Li family's small courtyard, where he waited for Zhou Yi's return. Unexpectedly the disaster suddenly erupted. In the midst of that divine power that erased everything, in the entire imperial capital, only two things survived. One was the mysterious hall that served as the Chu Emperor's retreat, the source of the Chu kingdom's cultivation and refinement. The other is the old tree in the Li family's small home. It was only after the imperial capital disappeared and the original spot turned into a large pit that Li Qingyun realized that the roots of his family's ancient tree had long been spread all over the imperial capital, penetrating into the underground soil for an unknown depth. When disaster struck, it was this ancient tree that erupted with a sky-high green light, blocking the combined avatar while sheltering the two people under the tree. A large imperial capital. After the disaster, there were only a few people still alive. With a soft creak, the door to the palace's only remaining dilapidated hall room was pushed open. A wooden-faced Fuan walked out from it. Chapter 101, Talking Piece, added for the reward of book club member wind that passes through the fingertips. Elder Fuan of the Dragon Tiger Gang? Dong Hao walked over with questions. Fuan looked at him. His numb expression didn't change in the slightest and he just nodded slightly. When did you return from Mingzhou? Dong Hao breathed a sigh of relief and rambled. When I just received the clan's order. I thought about it. Nowadays, the Dragon Tiger Gang, there should only be one Jiedan elder like you left who is not in the imperial capital who can still come out and take charge of the matter. And I was thinking about how I could send these and the message to you to open the negotiation as soon as possible. And I didn't expect that this is the time to see you. When did you get back? What luck? Dong Hao himself didn't even know what he was saying. Everything in front of him was too shocking. The imperial capital where he had lived for decades had been wiped out in an instant. And all those who were familiar with him were all dead. Not even a trace left behind. It gave his mind too much of a jolt. So did Payan. Originally, he had swapped identities with Zhou Yi and stayed in the middle of the imperial capital as Master Wu Wei, ready to give the enemy a surprise. Later, Zhao Wu's 100th birthday took a turn for the worse when his enemies forced his way into the palace. Although those people had been killed by Zhou Yi, the injuries that Zhao Hu and the others had sustained were real. They've all gone into seclusion to heal their wounds. Although Fuan was also injured, his injuries were not very serious after all. The situation outside also needed to be controlled, so he didn't go into seclusion, but remained strong outside. Seeing that Li Qingyun and his father-in-law had done a good job and had indeed taken control of the situation, he didn't bother with the affairs of the outer dynasty anymore. Even more so, he did not show up to meet with Li Qingyun and the others, but instead, he took it upon himself to enter the palace and arrived at the palace that was the source of Chu's cultivation. He was shocked by the surroundings. At the same time, he also understood why in less than 500 years before and after, the small Chu kingdom, originally a poor countryside, was able to produce so many Yuaning. It even almost produced a Chu emperor so truly belonging to the Chu kingdom as a transformation god. The reason is in this source. Chu Huang occupied this place, and even if he didn't practice, his cultivation level was still rising. Due to the means left behind by the worldly sect, it caused the power of the mythic source to radiate out with Emperor Chu at the center. Because he was the emperor, his royal capital benefited as a result. Because he was the emperor, his subjects were also able to enjoy some of the benefits, and their cultivation accelerated. It allowed someone with such an ordinary qualification as Zhao Wu to first build the foundation and then conjure the dam within these few short decades. In the previous times when auras were scarce, the various Shangshu were at the Yuaning realm. Li Qingyun's father-in-law was originally a Jidan, and after becoming a Shangshu, he also managed to condense his baby. Of course, it's not exactly an all-or-nothing affair. Otherwise, this emperor's position wouldn't be his turn to sit, and in order to fight for this position, those worldly clans would have already beaten their brains out, cultivating with the help of this country's cultivation of the soaring leaping qi. Indeed, can greatly accelerate the speed of cultivation, disregarding the qualifications. only to see the official position to become stronger. But there is a price to pay. This is the equivalent of drawing a blank. They could only exert and possess the mana and realm of the Yuaning and Transformation God realms within the boundaries of Chu, and once they stepped outside, they would immediately decline. Those disciples of worldly clans would naturally not be so unwise. What Dong Hao and the others did was kind of helpless, but they wouldn't have chosen that if there was a little other way out. After gaining this insight, Fuan never came out of this great hall, mesmerized by the unimaginable cultivation environment inside. In just a few breaths of time, the injuries on his body recovered and his realm was raised to Jidan perfection, ready to impact the Yuaning realm at any time. And he knows that he won't fail. He will succeed and everything will be fine. Unexpectedly, it was just a matter of breaking through. And when he came out, the outside had become like this. After half a day of rambling, Dong Hao finally slowly calmed down and his thoughts became clear again. He took a deep breath and solemnly presented his intentions to Fuan. The Fire Cloud sect's old ancestor personally contacted me and entrusted me to represent the 7 great clans and negotiate with the Dragon Tiger Gang. He said to talk about anything. Negotiation? Fuan's dead pupils rotated for a moment, and an odd smile appeared on his face as he repeated the word in a raspy voice, then violently lost his temper and laughed, laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath, and his voice became as mournful as a cold raven in a barren grave. The Worldly Immortal Sect truly deserves to be called the Worldly Immortal Sect. On a whim, you can create a cultivation country like Chu with your hands. In a moment of fire of the heart, one can wipe out such a prosperous imperial capital and the millions of inhabitants in it with one's hand. Now, with a change of heart, they want to talk peace again. Fuan's tone slowly became a bit sharper, the hatred in it practically as if it had substance, pressuring Dong Hao to gasp for air. Could it be that in their eyes, the millions of people in the imperial capital and those who died, promise him and start talking peace? Without waiting for Fuan to vent all the resentment and anger in his heart before telling Dong Hao categorically that it was impossible, the spiritual brand within him vibrated gently, transmitting Zhou Yi's indifferent command. Fuan's expression froze and his movements froze. He maintained this flailing posture and face full of anger, frozen in place in a daze, not moving for half a day, as if he was a piece of strange stone that had been abandoned and would never look at it again. Dong Hao also heard this sentence. For some reason, he always felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but just can't remember for the life of me when I actually heard it. But now was not the time to think about that, and he looked up in some surprise, ready to make a deal. But looking at Fuan's state today, he was a bit intolerant, always polite. He then just stood there, saying nothing, quietly waiting for the great Yuaning cultivator in front of him to recover. Li Qingyun walked over with a numb expression carrying his paralyzed husband. After a brief exchange and communication to learn Dong Hao's intentions and the person behind him, he walked over to Fuan's side with a heavy expression and wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. That's when he realized. A great sadness clogged his throat as if it had substance, preventing him from uttering a word against his conscience. The people of the royal capital were once all alive and well, but now, they're all gone. In the end, it was the husband who was lying on Li Qingyun's back who spoke. His voice was weak and breathless, but he spoke the cold reality. The reason why they died was not because they did anything wrong. It's only because they got involved in the middle of a fight between the one behind your Dragon Tiger Gang and the Worldly Clan. It's simply because they are too weak, so weak that they are like ants on the ground. And even if they are unintentionally trampled to death, they are blithely not taken to heart. Chapter 102, Talking Piece, added for Book Club user 187839774's reward. The moon was like water, spreading evenly over the whole world and casting a hazy veil over the hills in front of them. Joey opened his eyes and stared blankly at the world in front of him. Some mosquitoes flew around and around him, but could not leave any marks on his hard skin, let alone pierce it. Sitting on the grass, smelling the scent of wildflowers, Joey's mind was still unable to pull back to the front for a long time. The royal capital is gone. This result was unexpected, yet reasonable to him. He had thought that the enemy's retaliation would be incomparably fierce, but he had not expected that it would be violent to such an extent. Now it seems that switching identities with Fuan and quietly leaving the capital was indeed the best move he made. It was for this reason that he was able to capitalize on his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, and even change his position from master to guest, firmly grasping the initiative and playing his opponents off against each other. But there are still millions of people in the royal capital, and they died with them. Joey's mood was a bit depressing and not very pleasant. Those people died because of him, on his behalf, and this he knew. It is precisely because I know that I feel a little sad. I have thought that in the midst of my everlasting and arguably infinite future life, Perhaps one day I will become a being that will alienate and horrify the old me. That will regard human life as nothing. That will care nothing for morality, heavenly justice or human kindness. But I didn't expect that phase to come so soon. Zhou Yi's heart was somewhat depressed. He stood up, sensed the direction of a few specific mental imprints, and then took a step in that direction, walking, thinking about the meaning of life as he went, trying to enlighten himself. The more he thought about the subject of the meaning of life, the more vain it became. The deeper you delve into it, the more you feel the urge to destroy the self and the world. Eventually, he stopped this needless rhapsody. It's just a waste of time. The negotiations with the 7 great sects had always been under his sight. Every condition comes from his heart. Fuan and Donghao are nothing more than toolmen who give out instructions and receive them, and the ones who can really decide everything are not at their negotiating table. The negotiations went well. After all, the 7 great clans had all been scared by Zhou Yi, and Zhou Yi knew how to be moderate, and acted not greedy, and didn't make them hurt their feelings and feel embarrassed. So everything ended logically. According to the terms of the final negotiation, from now on, Chu would be the territory of the Dragon Tiger Gang, and the Dragon Tiger Gang would henceforth be renamed the Dragon Tiger Taoist Sect. The 7 major clans would withdraw all their forces and manpower in the territory of the Dragon Tiger Taoist Sect, and any future attempts to enter would have to be notified in advance. In terms of the most important compensation, in addition to the common resources and spirit stones, Zhou Yi also asked for something special. For example, a wide variety of general knowledge of the cultivation world, such as the knowledge of the 7 major clans operating Chu. It was also only until now that the people of Chu realized that when these people from the worldly sects had supported Chu and allowed it to grow into a cultivation country, it had all been a scam and a conspiracy from the very beginning. For these extraterrestrial great clans, Chu was indeed too remote. So remote that there was no aura or cultivators present. And there were many wastelands like this one. For cultivators, this land of extinct spirits was very dangerous. If you accidentally planted yourself in it and ran out of mana, you might not be able to walk back from the incomparably vast Jedi spirit earth for the rest of your life. Under the long years, finally, someone had found a way to utilize these lands of extinct spirits. That's planting crops. Cultivation countries like Chu are the crops of these people. It is still in the process of cultivation, and when Chu develops to its peak and limit sometime in the future, it will be the time to harvest. Seeing this top secret information and related knowledge, Fuan and Li Qingyun and the others only felt an eye-opening and fine-tuning experience, with cold sweat on their backs, thinking about the turmoil and deaths that would be created at that time, compared to Zhou Yi's early independence for Chu, but only the death of 1,000,000 mortals, and some weaklings in the early stages of the start of cultivation civilization. It was simply not too cost-effective. Fuan and the others were in a slightly better mood when they saw this file and information. It's been a busy time for them, busy rebuilding the imperial capital. The mythical source of Chu is here, immovable, and the royal capital naturally cannot be moved, but can only be rebuilt on the original ruins. Fuan had officially taken over as the first sect master of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect, ordering all the branches around the world to contribute money and effort in his capacity as sect master. Under the intimidation of Zhou Yi, the hidden old ancestor, no one dared to make trouble, and the rebuilding process of the imperial capital went smoothly, with a large number of people who could not survive in the local area being relocated to the imperial capital to fill in the gaps in the local population. The headquarters of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect, too, had rebuilt its framework and was up and running, as the first force within the territory of the Chu kingdom that deserved to be there, and the first main force to preside over the rebuilding of the imperial capital. All sorts of matters were numerous and complicated, and all of them had to be handled and confirmed by Fuan. This includes things like street plans. Fuan was not polite at all and directly left the largest piece of land for the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. No one objected. It would have been what they deserved. Inside the Dragon Tiger Dao sect, which was still quite rough today, a space altar was built. Donghao stood on the altar with his senior brothers and sisters, and was waving goodbye to the duo of Fuan and Li Qingyun. They who had been abandoned as outcasts in the past were finally able to return to the Firecloud sect after accomplishing their mission with excellence. The faces of the Firecloud sect disciples who did not yet know that they were going to be dragged to the front line to be cannon fodder were all joyful, and one hand after another waved very hard. The spatial passageway was opened, and Donghao led the way in. They weren't the only ones on the altar. There were also some disciples of the Dragon Tiger Gang. It's part of what's on the negotiated agreement. A portion of the Dragon Tiger Gang disciples would follow Donghao and the others as they left Chu and traveled to the vast and unparalleled domain, building branches of the Dragon Tiger Gang in the outside world. At the same time, it was also to bring Joey's vision out of Chu to see the real wide world outside. Joey already knew from the basics that the 7 great clans used as compensatory gifts that the world was vast. The extraterritoriality in the population of Chu was actually the center of the world, where the cultivation civilization was at its peak. Strong people were like clouds, and heaven's pride was like rain. Zhang Han should have landed there as well. I just don't know if he can break out into a world of his own and return with honor or not. Joey silently looked at the other world at the end of the distant earth through the spiritual imprints in the bodies of these several Longhu gang disciples. He opened another point of light in his mental space, which presented Zhang Han's current situation. Chapter 103, Zhang Han's Encounter. Zhang Han didn't die under the white-haired old man's move to erase the divine power. One could only say that he was worthy of being a son of fortune. And the moment the crisis arrived, his potential exploded and he drew a recluse talisman in the void on the spot. The transportation talisman glowed and then exploded, transforming into a ball of light that enveloped him, instantly carrying him out of Chu, and then landing in an unknown location. Zhang Han was covered in blood and almost dead when he saw the light of day again. He left it too late after all. It was grazed by the aftermath of the avatar. Just rubbing it made him almost dying. And the 9 dragons jade jewel that was used to protect his body was even dimmer in its spiritual light and cracked all over the place. If he hadn't blocked it with the 9 dragon jade jewel at that time, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be as simple as being about to die. Rather, it is certain death. During the time that Joey was traveling the mountains, he would occasionally look at what happened to Zhang Han and Fu Wen and the others. Zhang Han was lucky. After lying dead by a piece of stream for a few hours and watching his life force fade more and more, he was discovered. A kind and beautiful mountain village girl rescued him, carried him back to her home, and asked a medicine man to help check him out. Originally, he was hopeless, not thinking that an ordinary mountain village medicine man would be able to save himself. I didn't realize that people were really capable of really pulling him out from the brink of death and helping him clean up his body. It was only then that Zhang Han noticed that this mountain village was not simple. Right now he was almost recovered, and not willing to eat for free. So he specialized in going down to the ground to help the kind and beautiful girl work. Although the current injuries hadn't fully recovered and needed to recuperate, a cultivator was a cultivator and was a good hand at working on the ground. It soon won the praise of the village. Everyone says that the girl at the head of the village has picked up a super capable husband. Hearing these flirtations, the girl blushed in shame and hurriedly ran away after giving Zhang Han a shy and timid look. Zhang Han was hooked by the girl's glance before she left, oblivious to the fact that he is now dozens of years old. Actually really in the villagers' encouragement, officially launched a pursuit of the girl. Everything is so logical. The wedding is all organized. It's a pity. How can a son of Qi be able to go through life so smoothly and without any waves? Joey sat back and waited for the show. The plot developed as he expected. On the day of the 2 men's wedding, outsiders come to the village that has been closed for 100 years. They were all cultivators, and they were so high up that they looked down on the people of the village and came in and burned and looted. Villager after villager was led by them to the crumbling stone monument in the square at the head of the village. One after another, the villagers were grabbed by the men in the midst of their pleas and smashed hard on the stone monument. Blood and brain flowers exploded together. The monolith became different, actually glowing. The original tattered handwriting on it turned into a golden light outlined appearance. This was actually quite a remarkable style of divine ability. And the lives and blood of the villagers are the way to get the avatar. Zhang Han's wife, who was about to enter the bridal chamber, also died in front of the stone monument. Zhang Han, who was still being suppressed due to his serious injuries, instantly exploded, and after not having his wife in the way, he whacked these alien cultivators on the spot, holding his wife's body in his arms and crying his eyes out. From start to finish, he didn't bother to look at the stone tablet avatar. Luckily, Joey was kind and helped him write it down. From now on, this would also become the Dragon Tiger Taoist sex-suppressing divine ability. Just as Zhang Han was grieving, the physician who had once saved his life appeared, looking at the corpses all over the ground. The eyes of the physician who had just gone outside to dig up herbs turned red. If Joey hadn't opened his mouth in time with his mental brand to remind him, I'm afraid that Zhang Han would have died under his sneak attack. Why are you doing this? What is your relationship with these people? Speak! The Zhang Han who once would have shivered a little when he killed for the first time had completely lost his mind under the domination of his anger. He tormented the pharmacist with near catharsis. The pharmacist couldn't carry on and blurted out what was going on as he cried and screamed. It turned out that this area where the mountain village was located was not actually the real world, but a special cave world, originally belonging to a certain big clan in the ancient times. That big clan became ownerless after it broke up. just that no one else could get it, because this cave world was set up by that clan as a forbidden system, and it could only be opened once every 100 years. Scattered in the cave world were the legacies and chances of creation left behind by that clan, as well as the human race left behind by that clan. The villagers in the mountain village had survived in this cave world for generations and knew nothing about the outside world. They didn't realize that a long time ago, their ancestors were just a kind of artifact that had been grabbed from the outside by those high and mighty cultivators and thrown in to pass on their kung fu aptitude. Every 100 years, outsiders would come in looking for a chance to make a killing. The pharmacist was one of that group of people 100 years ago, only because of the greed for inheritance, and was trapped in a place. When he broke free, the cave world had already closed, and he had no choice but to stay and silently wait for the next 100 years. This village is where he gathered the panicked and scattered villagers and built it on the site of the village he had massacred. He knew that in the next 100 years, when those of his own kind and others entered the cave world to gain opportunities, someone would definitely come here, and then he would be able to leave with these people. The reason he would step in to save Jiang Han before was that he could see that Jiang Han was a cultivator and the injuries on his body were caused by a cultivator. He suspected that he had misremembered the time, thinking that the time for the start of the cave world had already arrived. He wasn't out picking herbs either. He was just out making sure. I didn't expect to miss it twice by chance. Jiang Han didn't listen to what the man was saying at all. He only knew how to swing his fists. He only knew how to vent his anger. Until the pharmacist was completely beaten into the dirt, completely beaten into a puddle. Only then did he stop, empty, numb, and bewildered. Everything he experienced before seemed like a dream, but the cold corpse in his arms was so real. Good thing he still has Joey. Joey slowly and leisurely told an outline of what had happened before, especially the truth from the pharmacist's mouth. The next day, Jiang Han buried the whole village, old and young, and he dug a big grave and put everyone in it. After doing so, he came to the ancient monument at the entrance of the village, where the golden letters had disappeared, but the blood was still frozen on it. Jiang Han was once again furious. He wanted to break it off and wanted to destroy this harmful thing, but this was, after all, something that had once been left behind by the Tao sect, so how could it be something he could destroy? Good thing he had the external brain of Zhou Yi to offer advice. So he listened to Zhou Yi's advice and pulled out the monolith, slung it over his shoulder, and strutted out. It's so hard. Isn't it just the right thing to use as a brick? Chapter 104, Changes in the Old Man. Jiang Han had already been matched up with people who had entered the cave world and were looking for opportunities for creation. Killing fights keep breaking out. Everyone knew that the situation had gone a bit awry, and that there was such an unexpected madman like Jiang Han in the cave world, who had been hunting their people. They weren't dry eaters either, so they turned around and set up traps, preparing to surround and kill Jiang Han. This cave world was set up by the former Tao sect as a restriction that people at the Yuaning realm could not enter, yet there existed in it opportunities that could greatly increase the success rate of one's infant condensation. The several forces that had joined forces to blockade this cave world were relying on this to ensure that there would be a Yuaning descendant rising every 100 years in their forces and families, and that the prosperity of their families would remain the same. It's the most suitable place for Kong Han to develop at the moment. If he was a bit more lucky, it wouldn't be impossible for him to develop into a Yuaning cultivator in a direct wave. Joey would spend a certain amount of time every day watching Jiang Han's encounters, alerting him to some of the dangers from a third party's perspective and helping him record some of his feats and divine abilities. It's kinda new and interesting to feel that way. The rest of Zhou Yi's time was spent on cultivation and traveling. He did not return to the royal capital. The last time had given him some experience and lessons. It was still uncertain if those 7 clans were shaking themselves down, so they wouldn't go back for the time being. Joey had already decided to refine the Chu kingdom into his own divine kingdom. The experience and advantages gained from this actual battle should not only not be abandoned, but should be more vigorously proclaimed. As he traveled around Chu, taking in the scenery of the mountains and rivers, he kept making a spiritual imprint on one person after another he met. Not only the people, but also the rocks, grass, flowers, birds, fish, and insects along the way were all branded with his Tao spirit. One day, all the living beings on the entire Chu landmass would have his spiritual imprint in their bodies. By then, he had ears and eyes all over Chu. No enemy can fool him. No enemy can hide from his eyes. And it will become quite easy for him to kill his enemies. A few months later, Zhou Yi, who had traveled through the scenery of the world, returned to the vicinity of Tongye City. 300 miles away from Tongye City, there is a mountain called Horsehead Mountain. There is a horsehead village on the mountain. and there is a demon who occupies the mountain as the king and is very arrogant. Looking at it from a long distance, one was able to see the demonic aura above, and the grievances condensed into clouds. An area at the top of the hill was completely red with blood, and even the torrential rain couldn't wash away the traces on it. Old horse, how did you learn the hard way? Looking at the mountain in front of him, Joey sighed, and there was quite a bit of intolerance in his eyes. The big demon occupying the mountain in front of him was the old horse that had once followed him all the way out of Qingshi town, clinging to each other for more than a year, and came to Tongya City together. Joey was still relatively young and emotional at that time, because the flying boat that traveled from Copper Smelting City to the imperial capital didn't allow livestock to go up, and he didn't have a bag to raise beasts. He had to endure the pain of separating from his old horse. At that time, in order to let the old horse live a better life, he also found 2 Jianghu guests and left a portion of the elixir for them to help take care of the old horse, who knew that after years of not seeing him, the old horse had become what he is now. There is certainly a reason for the constant instigation of those 2 villains, but your own beastly nature being too heavy is also an important reason. Thinking back to the time when the old horse had accompanied him through the storms and years, Joey finally softened his heart. He decided to give the old horse a chance. So the air around him twisted up, and the mental realm made him a completely different person. He turned into a soft scholar carrying a bookcase and was walking fearfully on the main traffic road at the foot of Horsehead Mountain. Not surprisingly, he was spotted by the minions on the hill. Identity setting: since it was a defenseless scholar, Joey naturally did not choose to fight back or resist, and was very obediently escorted up the mountain. My lord, come and see now. Good luck catching a fine bookie today. The minions were also filled with a fierce aura. A hideous pattern filled their entire body, and it looked like they should have practiced some kind of lowly evil technique, but compared to the great king in their mouths, it was nothing more than a trifle. The old horse is not at all seen in the docile manner he once was. He turned into a monster with a horse's head and body, and his mane stood up like a needle with a chilling light. The cottage stinks, but none of it could cover the evil aura of this monster. What are you waiting for? Quickly burn the fire and cook the pot. Don't let the great king wait in a hurry. The man who had once been entrusted with the old horse by Joey was sitting beside the horse-headed monster. His body was also filled with an evil aura, and he was currently laughing loudly. As he looked left and right, clump after clump of black air emerged from the back of his head, and one hideous face after another tumbled out of it. These are the Fury Souls, only souls that have experienced 100 tortures before death, and whose obsessions are not extinguished after death, and whose grievances are overwhelming, can be refined into Fury Souls. Joey was no longer the little white man in the cultivation world that he once was, but this also made him further realize the evil of these guys in front of him. The horse-headed monster cocked his head and stared at Joey with eyes as big as copper bells as he drank down the minions who were about to act up and asked, "Why do I feel that you are a bit familiar?" Joey put on a look of trepidation and said, "I also feel that the great king is a little familiar." "Ah, I remembered." With a look of surprise and joy, he said, "There is a painting in my grandfather's study of him riding across the world on horseback in his early years, and the horse in the painting is quite similar to you, great king." "What do you mean by that?" Hearing Joey's words, the horse-headed monster became furious and cursed angrily. "Do you mean that this grandpa was once grandpa's mount? It does look a bit like." Joey mentioned the old horse. "My grandfather said that at that time, he was busy going to the imperial capital to do something, so he left his horse in Tongya City, and asked 2 Jianghu guests to take care of it." At this, the horse-headed monster and the 3 parties on either side of him remembered what had happened. The horse-headed monster gasped and spewed flames out of its nose. "Let go of your mother's ass. This great king is a born and bred demon king. I was here when your grandfather was breastfeeding to take over the mountain. Why have I ever given him any mount?" The man and woman sitting beside the horse-head monster and the 2 demonic people then jijia strange laughter. "So it is after the deceased. Ah, that would be even better. There's no need to boil the pot, strip him of his clothes and set him on the fire, and roast him alive. Just in time for a drink." Looking at the 3 people above with hideous expressions who wanted to kill themselves, Joey sighed and wiped the drool from his face. "I shouldn't have harbored any expectations or benevolence towards you bad seeds." He had no idea what these 3 guys had been through all those years prior. As soon as he was able to look through the mental brand, he realized that these 3 had gone bad. All he knew was that the old horse had changed for the worse. His conscience was greatly broken, and he couldn't go back to the old days. Not only did he want to eat himself after this explicitly deceased person, he was also asking where the grandfather in Joey's mouth was, looking like he couldn't wait for his grandchildren to chew on the same piece. What a bore. Looking at the room full of demons and evils in front of him, Joey had no interest in acting any further. His pupils turned a dead gray. Chapter 105, Conjuring Flesh. After Joey killed these 3 people, he descended Horsehead Mountain with a face full of boredom and continued to start his journey through the world. Along the way to travel the horse, all over the great mountains and rivers at the same time, also in one after another person to produce a crossroads. Hit the spirit of one after another mark. On this day, he suddenly had a whim, and through the divine dragon perspective, he sensed that a cavernous sky was about to be conceived and formed. Joey rushed over in a hurry. His luck is not good or bad. When he arrived, the cave that was about to open had already been discovered. The surrounding area was already heavily fortified, with local officials and forces surrounding the place. Fortunately, Joey still had an elder token of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect with him, and easily crossed over these people, and in the midst of their puzzled expressions, arrived in front of the cave that was about to complete its conception. That's 2 months of waiting. In the meantime, a number of local dignitaries came by, testing and intimacy unceasing. Makes Chamar quite a few new characters. 2 months later, the cave world opened up and Joey walked in first. Looking at Joey, who walked in with ease, the local official, who was full of confusion, tried and found that the restrictions of the moving cave world were still in place, still only allowing cultivators below foundation establishment to enter. They instantly burst into a rage, feeling that they had been cheated. The elders of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect must have a Jidan cultivation at least. How could they not even reach foundation establishment? Outraged, they gave orders for chi refining cultivators who could enter the cave world to kill Joey. Joey ignored these fools who came to die. Following the sense in the underworld, he directly found the spring of creation in this cave world. With the results obtained from the last experiment with Zhang Han, Joey had a lot more confidence this time and went down to take a bath without thinking. He could feel a stream of heat pouring into his body, beginning to transform him. In a few moments, though, he was a very different person than he had been. Is this the divine body of creation? He clenched his fists and felt his physical body at this moment, and was quite surprised. The nurturing art that had been cultivated painstakingly for so many years was completely stimulated under the nourishment of the spring of creation. Joey felt that he could already be considered a Jidan body cultivator at this moment. Sure enough, that old vegetable gangster, master, has gotten a little tricky in the gongfu he gave me. Joey had a thoughtful look on his face as he lay down in the middle of the spring and continued to soak. His mind sank into the mental space, reaching out among the star-like points of light in the sky. A point of light then crashed down from the highest point and came to him. This point of light belongs to the master. Joey had long ago stripped away the impression of his master from his memory and transformed it into this point of light. Through this point of light, he could curse the old man to death at any time. So did eldest brother and 100 Dawn. After circling around the point of light for half a day, in the end, Joey gave up on the idea. Killing was painful, but it didn't solve the problem in him. He couldn't get much out of it. Instead, it would enrage the Zhongshan Association behind by Xiaoshang and Master. The only 2 people Joey can hold at the moment are these 2 precious ones, but they can't just be gone. In the future, when they made their move against the Zhongshan Association, they would be the pawns in Joey's hands that could be put to great use. You see me as a pawn, and how do you know you're not in the middle of my chessboard? Joey's mind exited the mental space and returned to his body. He felt the state of his body at the moment until he confirmed that the spring eye of creation could no longer provide him with any further changes, and only then did he step out from it. He took out the broken bowl, and with a wave of his hand, he took in the spring of creation. How dare you? You even dare to touch my family's predetermined creation spring? An angry shout came from the bottom of the mountain. Surprised, Joey turned his head to look down the mountain, only to see a domineering noble gentleman followed by a few old maids glaring at him angrily. You damned liar. It's even if you cheated food and drink before. Now you actually dare to rob my family's long ago predetermined creation spring. You really don't know how to write the word death? Joey looked at the small child and slightly raised his eyebrows. He had to admit that along with the accelerated cultivation of Chu, many things were slowly becoming different. Like the little kid in front of him, and the old servants behind him. The little brat was originally a genius at the peak of chi refining, and had been suppressing his realm until after he had successfully entered the cave world, which led to an unbridled breakthrough. So did a couple of his old servants. Realm suppression was able to allow them to run amok amongst the cave world, and it could also show the depth of the family behind them. No wonder he dared to open his mouth to reserve such a great opportunity as the springs of creation. It's just a pity that it's not enough. Joey shook his head. The dirt under his feet exploded, and his person had appeared in front of the little brat as if it was instantaneous. The brat's eyes widened, and without waiting for him to react, Joey's punch was already blasting in front of him. With a snap, the great head exploded as if it were a watermelon. "Young master!" A few old servants shouted, their voices filled with panic and pain. "How dare you!" Their murderous gazes locked onto Joey. Joey skimmed his mouth, completely without the idea of listening to their nonsense, and with a turn of his waist, his long leg was like a whip, sweeping across. The few old Foundation establishment servants were completely defenseless. Their spells and magic weapons exploded one after another, and then their bodies. After using his spiritual power to separate the plasma and bone scum staining his body, Joey turned around and walked away. After taking 2 steps, he still turned around and walked back. Reaching out, the storage bag scattered on the ground fell into his hands. "Although the family is currently large, we still have to be thrifty. A fly's leg is still meat even if it's small." Joey threw these few storage bags inside the broken bowl, discerned the direction, and then quickly left. After his physical body broke through the original limitations of the nourishing technique's enhancement, his nourishing technique became not quite the same. The traveling trajectory is automatically adjusted to become more effective. It seems to be adjusting to what it was before it was tampered with, and the refining effect is just too strong. It was so strong that Joey wanted to find a place to shut down and digest it. He could feel that along with the changes in the nourishing technique, the intent root method was also stirring and seemed to want to metamorphose as well. This change in spell and technique in turn induced a change in the death spell technique. Joey's best option at the moment should be to find a place to hurry up and shut down. Instead of doing so, he continued to move up quickly in the middle of the cave world. His heart was filled with a sense of urgency. This kind of self-important brat has broken through to Foundation establishment. The heavenly Tao Chi within the cave world wouldn't have been taken away already, would it? Chapter 106 changes. This time when the cave world opened, it attracted too many people. Although the forces in the field are not qualified to get a piece of the pie, it is still possible to send their own talented disciples in to grab a chance and take advantage of the opportunity to build their foundations. Each of these teenage geniuses had a heart higher than the sky, and they all felt that they were the protagonist and the son of heaven in this world, and their vision was naturally ridiculously high. All of their first choices were Tendo Tsukiji. If one didn't have no choice, one wouldn't choose to casually build a foundation like the brats before them. That's why Joey was in such a hurry. Even the idea of a retreat was dropped for a moment. When he followed his senses to the place where the chi of heavenly Tao hovered, he also couldn't help but cry out for luck. The thing he was most worried about had still happened. Someone had already invoked the chi of the heavenly Tao and completed the heavenly Tao foundation building. There are a total of 2 such teenage geniuses. At the moment, these 2 were just like Zhang Han back then, sitting silently at the top of the mountain, seemingly experiencing something, and in the sky above this mountain, there was still a wisp of heavenly Tao Chi that was hovering and had not chosen a master. Up and down the mountain, one after another self-important teenager jumped around, trying desperately hard to present themselves, wanting to attract this wisp of heavenly Tao Chi. They were completely devoid of their usual genius condescension and arrogance, acting more exaggerated and wolfish than an animal in courtship. Unfortunately, even though they put down their faces and performed so vigorously, they still failed to impress the wisp of heavenly Tao Chi in the sky. So far, that wisp of heavenly Tao Chi was still hovering in the sky above, and no one had been able to touch it or draw it down. It was precisely because of this that the little guy from before was disheartened to build his own foundation, and then follow his father's instructions before he came in to collect another great creation that his own family had long ago set in motion. Unfortunately, they duplicated and conflicted with Joey's goals. Then it would have to be a life and death duel, and whoever was stronger and whoever lived would be able to take away the spring of creation. My luck is still quite good. Looking at the strand of heavenly Tao Chi that kept hovering, Joey gave a dark praise and reached out to pull out the broken bowl in his arms. Sacrificing the broken bowl, he sent out a forceful suction, and the wisp of heavenly Tao Chi was sucked into the bowl. This time, Joey did not use the chi of heavenly Tao here to repair the broken bowl. He had a different idea and purpose. After collecting the heavenly Tao Chi, he was ready to leave. Unexpectedly, those little geniuses and their servants were no longer relenting, clamoring and rushing over, demanding that he hand over the heavenly Tao Chi and hand over the broken bowl. Looking for death. A hint of displeasure flashed in Joey's eyes. There was no killing. It was just a matter of offering up the broken bowl and filling it with all these people. They were sealed in the middle of the broken bowl, only to feel that the broken bowl, which looked no more than the size of a palm on the outside, looked as big as a world on the inside at the moment. They were sealed in as if they were bugs in amber, unable to move. Even if the afterglow of his eyes saw mountains of treasures and resources piled up in the distance, and saw the divine light rushing through the night. He was unable to turn his eyes and pop out his divine sense to look at even a single glance. Fear swept through all of them like a tidal wave. Their fears are not unjustified. Joey only needed to slightly activate the broken bowl right now to refine all of them. These weaklings. Luckily, Joey was a kind person and didn't intend to do so for the time being. He held the broken bowl in the palm of his hand and began to walk around in the middle of the cave world, searching for the place with the densest aura, preparing to retreat for a few days. Long after he had walked away, the two Heaven's Path Foundation establishment geniuses who were sitting on the top of the mountain as if they were stones, not daring to make a single sound, not even daring to take a breath, sighed in relief and began to breathe heavily. They glanced at each other, and the two who were still climbing over each other established an extraordinary friendship in this instant. Who the hell is this guy? It's horrible too, isn't it? Could it be that he's really an elder of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect? The two were incomparably fortunate that they were in the middle of comprehending the true wonders of the heavenly Tao before and did not have time to make a move against Joey. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been the result of being taken away and refined by now. On the other side, Joey had already found the location where the aura was the most dense among the cave world. After digging a cave out, he went in for a retreat. The nourishing art, which was pushed with all his might, ran wildly, causing his flesh to crackle and pop with a burst of sound. Areas that could not be practiced in the past are now being filled in at a rapid pace. There was a thunderous sound coming from inside him, the sound of a heartbeat, the sound of blood flowing. Joey entered a metaphysical state and began to realize the changes in his body at this moment to his heart's content. Driven by the nourishing technique, certain parts of the intentional root method also changed, automatically altering the frequency of operation. Just a little bit of change, but it brought about a sea change for Joey. Is this the genuine article? Joey was enlightened in his mind. The changes in the intentional root method in turn drove the changes in the dead spell technique. It's just that the changes associated with the death spell spells just don't seem to work as well. Joey's eyes jumped fiercely, and he hurriedly took out the broken bowl and took out the strand of Heaven's Tao breath that he had collected. And without saying a word, he opened his mouth and swallowed it, and then instantly refined it. The heavenly Tao aura was transformed into his body, rawly pushing his physical body to the level of a peak Jiedan physical cultivator. A portion of the heavenly aura melted into his spirit. Instantly, Joey, who no longer had any limitations, expanded his mental field to 100 meters. It was supposed to expand to 1,000 miles instantly. But there is a trade-off. One can simply choose to have the field expand to 1,000 miles, or just 100 meters, but will gain many derivative changes. It was just like the previous means Joey had obtained, such as spirit branding and spirit branding activation. After thinking it over, Joey chose the latter. With his current accumulation and plan of action, sooner or later he would be able to spread Chu all over his eyes and ears. There's not much use in simply piling on distance. All sorts of marvelous little features paired with death spells can work beyond imagination. And this upgrade isn't the end. There were still several other cave worlds in gestation within the Chu Kingdom, and Joey still had infinite possibilities in the future. This strand of heavenly Tao's breath that was collected by Joey was split into three, with one falling on the physical body, one on the spirit, and one on the death spell technique. The original death spell technique that had been getting worse and worse changed instantly, changing back to its original form and continuing to be paired with the Egan technique. On top of that, there was a metaphysical change. After half a day of careful enlightenment, Joey finally realized that it was the heavenly Tao laws of this world that had lessened the suppression of himself a bit. If it used to be 7:1, I have now changed it to 6:1. Chapter 107, Occupying the Mountain. Joey ended his seclusion with a joyful mood. Right at this time, the binding of the cave world also ended, and a large number of strong people from outside poured in. Joey was no longer that interested in the rest of the opportunities and creations of the cave world. This was no longer the time for him to make primitive accumulations for the Dragon Tiger Gang. Moreover, now that the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect was in control of everything, these people in front of them were also people of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect, and they had to hand over a share of these resources to the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect headquarters when they obtained them. The rest of this will also be used for the growth of the division. The operation of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect was already on track, and there was no need for him to intervene in anything anymore. So he was ready to just drift away, not realizing that he was being stopped. Joey looked at the person who stopped him with an odd expression on his face and gently nodded, asking the other party what they wanted to do. The other party rubbed his hands together and, with a nodding look, humbled himself immensely and asked if his own child had fallen. Joey then remembered that he still had a whole bunch of people locked up, so he took out the broken bowl in public and released the man inside. Seeing that their children were still alive, the parents who stopped him all had surprised smiles on their faces, and hurriedly pounced over, just a burst of bawling, and then carried their children. Unable to stop apologizing to Joey and thanking him, Joey looked at them with an inexplicable expression and said, "I thought you guys would come after me to fight for your lives." Parents gave themselves a couple of big slaps in the face and a look of immense humility. Joey's thoughtful gaze fell on the only two talented youngsters that he had not taken in. The other man was hiding behind his divisional commander and was cowering in fear. "There are still more normal people with brains," Joey lamented. He had really thought he was going to have to kill a lot of blood here before he went out. "But I didn't expect it to be like this. There's no need to be so scared. I always like smart people, especially smart youngsters." Joey waved his hand, beckoning those two talented youngsters to him, and wrote 2 letters of recommendation in public before handing them over, saying, "The 2 of you, with the letters of recommendation in hand, can go directly to the imperial capital and find Fuan. He will make the arrangements. There, you will be able to get the best resources tilted in your favor, and in the future, you have the potential to become the next generation of leaders of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect." The crowd at the scene was dumbfounded, and then their gazes towards Joey became more and more awe-inspiring. "Who is Fuan? Master of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. One rising emperor. The one who is really in control of this country. Who doesn't have to be careful when talking to him?" Even the mention of the other's name had to be spoken with respect. "But this elder in front of me is acting so casually calling his real name. What kind of cultivation and identity is the other party in the end?" In the midst of a crowd of awe-inspiring gazes, Joey floated out of the cave world and continued his refining journey. A month later, the 2 talented youngsters came to the imperial capital with Joey's recommendation letter in hand and met Fuan, causing Fuan to be surprised for a good while and unable to resist asking about the scene at that time. But that's all an afterthought. The current Joey was still walking on the land of Chu, casually releasing one spiritual imprint after another. After modifying the small traps and restrictions among the Gongfu, he no longer had any limitations, and now his cultivation could be said to be growing by leaps and bounds. After extorting a drop of crystalline and radiant divine tree sap from the rootstock of the divine medicine he had planted, his physical body was already strong enough to be comparable to that of a Yuaning physical cultivator, and his spiritual domain had also smoothly expanded to a distance of 100 miles. Everything is going so well. A few years later, Joey arrived at a majestic mountain peak surrounded by clouds. The terrain around this mountain is strange. Those surrounding peaks fell to the east and the west, looking like they had been severely ravaged. Joey combined his own observations and around the old man's story. Figure out a truth: this mountain is like bamboo shoots, from the ground out of the shell, and then all the way to grow into the present. It was for this reason that it caused a slight disturbance in the surrounding earth veins, causing the surrounding mountains to fall to the east and the west. With the last doubt in his mind resolved, Joey no longer hesitated and climbed the mountain with ease. The hills are already inhabited. They have constructed houses and other buildings in the area, yet they are still bandits and look like they are occupying the mountain. Looking at the appearance of these people, Joey shook his head. Occupying this kind of spiritual mountain and blessed land, but neither with the help of the natural formations here to set up formations to guard the mountain, nor planting spiritual medicines to cultivate the spiritual chi, but only know to use up all the water to fish and ask for. Scattered cultivation is scattered cultivation, and will never be able to become a big climate. He stretched out his hand, and one finger snapped and shattered several flying swords that were chopping at him, one after another. The scattered cultivators occupying the mountain spat out blood from their mouths and fell to the ground. From Joey's body, a green light flew up. The green light swayed, leaving trails in the air, beheading one after another of the scattered cultivators who occupied the mountain. Among the green light was a small lime green sword. This was still the loot that Joey had seized after killing Zhao Hu's elder brother, Zhang Long. Back then, Joey harnessed this flying sword with his spiritual power, and within his own spiritual realm, he was able to perform one of the profound sword techniques included within the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. Joey retrieved his small sword and pondered over the battle he had just fought, silently reviewing the shortcomings and improving on them. After the feats were unsealed, he would no longer be the previous Joey who could only rely on the death spell technique, and these means and the 4 arts of immortal cultivation would have to be picked up as well. Joey circled around the mountain twice before he silently started practicing on the mountain, waiting for the Dragon Tiger Taoist sex people to arrive. A few days later, a magnificent and extraordinary flying boat landed. Fuan personally led a large number of disciples of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect to fall from above. He commanded his disciples to set up a formation based on the mountain terrain, while he himself quickly climbed up the mountain and met Zhou Yi, who had been waiting for him for a long time. At the top, "Boss!" he cried excitedly. Zhou Yi nodded, then rose into the air with his sword. Fuan hurriedly followed, taking out a jade slip in his hand and leading the way in front based on the directions recorded on it. A few hours later, the two of them flew over thousands of miles and landed amongst a barren mountainous forest. "This is it." Fuan pointed to the tiny grave bag on the ground that was almost on the verge of losing its shape, and said. Zhou Yi was slightly silent. With a wave of his hand, the grave bag on the ground was opened, and a large amount of dirt automatically flew out, revealing a corpse underneath. The body was lifelike, and even now, it had not decayed. Zhou Yi took out a painting from the broken bowl and carefully compared it, finally determining that this woman was the black-veiled woman who had once staggered back and forth on her heels with himself, and had searched for him for a long time in Hanquanyi City. Looking at this body on the ground, Zhou Yi once again felt sadness and heartache in his silence. "The last time I felt this emotion was when the royal capital was casually erased." He stepped forward and crouched down beside the female corpse. Under the effect of his spiritual power, the ants and dirt were forcibly separated. The female corpse resumed her pre-mortem state. Her face was very pale, and her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was worried about something. Zhou Yi reached out and touched towards the female corpse's hand. The other party, like him at the moment, held a scroll in his hand, with spells arranged on it so that it would not be eroded by the years. The female corpse's hand squeezed very tightly, leaving 10 extremely deep fingerprints on the scroll, and it was obvious that at the moment of death, her first reaction was to hold on to the scroll. One by one, Zhou Yi loosened the female corpse's fingers and removed the scroll, opening it. Above is his portrait. It's the same fake face he used at Hanging Spring stage. Zhou Yi exhaled and tried to say something, but realized that he couldn't speak. Fuan said cautiously at his side, "She looks like she was killed by a sneak attack. Things didn't have any preparation or reaction, maybe not even up to the moment of death." He didn't know what kind of relationship this female corpse had with Zhou Yi when she was alive. He only knew that Zhou Yi cared about this woman. Back in the days of the Dragon Tiger Gang, through certain reasons, Zhou Yi had gotten some information about this woman. He gave orders to Zhao Hu to gather everything about the woman, especially the others' whereabouts. It was a pity that the Dragon Tiger Gang at that time was still too weak, and before anything could be found out, there was already a subsequent succession of changes. By the time the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect was established and fully grasped the entire Chu kingdom, everything would be much simpler when they wanted to conduct an investigation. But it was only at this point that they found out that the woman had died a long time ago. Zhou Yi hummed out a sound through his nose in response, and then began to grope his way up the woman's body. The reason why he chose the Dragon Tiger Gang in the first place, the reason why he wanted to establish his own force, apart from using it to gather resources more conveniently, was that he wanted to use the power and influence of a large force to investigate by Xiaoxing's group. Checking led to this black-veiled woman. Learned that the woman had been looking for herself for a long time in and around Hanging Spring stage, only to disappear and never be found again, seemingly traveling elsewhere to continue the search. At that time, after all the information was summarized, Zhou Yi could be sure that the other party should be the same person as himself, but just for the sake of caution, he decided to observe a little more before saying anything. He didn't realize that when he actually met, he only saw the other party's corpse. The Bell Mountain Society. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. Through some traces on the corpse, he was able to judge that the woman should have practiced the same health-raising techniques as him in her lifetime. It was only later that the woman seemed to have dispersed her powers and cultivated other techniques and went the way of the mainstream cultivation system. That would be one of the reasons for her death. As for the other main reason, I'm afraid it's because of me. Zhou Yi's heart was quite heavy as he thought of this. In the midst of Fu An's surprised gaze, he reached out and picked up the female corpse. "Go back," he said with such a calm expression, and once again flew up with his sword, heading in the direction of the Bamboo Shoots Mountain. Fu An hurriedly followed. Over the years of following Zhou Yi, he had learned not to ask for reasons and just follow orders. They went back to Bamboo Shoots Mountain. Zhou Yi let Fu An go and set up the formation, while he himself wanted to be quiet for a while. He made his way to one of the best preserved rooms in the buildings on the hill and gently laid the female corpse in his arms on the floor. Then he took it in with the broken bowl in his hand. He placed the female corpse into one of the 2 creation springs. The chi of creation instantly seeped into the corpse. The body, which had been pale, became rosy, pink and resilient again. Joey naturally knew that this would not bring the female corpse back to life. All he wanted to do was just to preserve the body of the female corpse for himself to look at from time to time. Don't worry. I'll bring your corpse to witness the complete destruction of the Zhongshan society. Joey made a solemn promise. After doing so, he found Fuan, took out a map of Chu, marked 4 points on it, and said, "There are 5 bamboo shoot mountains like this one, and this is the location of the other 4, so take someone to collect them." These bamboo shoot mountains are actually the dragon veins that were transformed by the divine dragons that fled the imperial capital in the first place. Just like the mythic source of the imperial capital, these bamboo shoot mountains also possess a portion of the power of the mythic source and have that effect. Although these 5 divine dragons were scattered, each transforming into a mountain, not as good as the imperial capital of the 4 dragons together, but a mythic source was a mythic source after all. Even if it was only 1/9 of it, it was still quite impressive. Enough to create a top power under the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. Joey naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen. Chu is his territory. How can he allow others to sleep soundly on the side of his couch? Looking at the 4 positions Joey had drawn out with his hands, Fuan was quite surprised amongst his expression. This is destined to be uplifting news. He began to give Joey a report on the big and small changes and affairs within the territory of Chu over this period of time. Even though he was trying his best to pick up on the important things, it still seemed overwhelming. Joey listened quietly, making comments now and then. His casual opinion was a holy decree that had to be carried out when it came to Fuan and the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. Chu is currently still in the beginning stages of cultivation and realization, and it is indeed in need of an emperor on the stage. Let Li Qingyun let go of his hands, and don't worry about anything else. If the little emperor has an inflated mindset after his cultivation comes up and has to try to struggle a bit, then it's not impossible to switch to the next one. Broaden your mind and your horizons a bit. Chu is our territory, and all the people on this land are our subjects. What's the difference between the old and the new Chu people? Tell the branches everywhere that the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect recruits disciples only based on their natural ability in cultivation, not on how their family is doing. No matter whether he was originally a mountain people or an enemy prince. What should be collected? What should be controlled? What should be indoctrinated? Now is the best time for the great integration of nationalities and cultures. And we must not artificially set up barriers and aggravate the divide. In a few words, Joey had settled a major event that had been fought over in the imperial court for many years, which was destined to affect many people in the Chu cultivation world for a long period of time in the future. Back when he first arrived at the imperial capital, he had already made a prophecy, predicting that those zones that had been forcibly annexed, those who had a national grudge against Chu would not subside. When the wave of cultivation arrived, the talented ones among them might ride the wind and eventually become an existence that would influence the unification of Chu. Nowadays, the smart people within the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect had also sensed this possibility, so they had been hesitating and arguing all the time. After the start of Chu's cultivation, it had gone through several stages before and after, and had also experienced several major events before and after. Originally, the nobles and old forces of Chu were prepared for today's situation in every way. The number of cultivators in their family was quite large, and as it snowballed, the next generation would only get stronger. It is reasonably enough to deal with today's situation, enough to suppress everything. But first, there was the tumultuous night of the World Outer Sex melee, followed by Joey's Great Purge, and then the obliteration of the imperial capital. Whether it's the clansmen within the family or the foreign confessors recruited from outside, basically all of them can't die anymore. And the original preparations have all gone down the drain. The Dragon Tiger gang had recruited thousands of casual cultivators, and had been cultivating a real class within themselves, so it should have been barely able to do so. Unfortunately, the Dragon and Tiger gang also had an ill-fated life and suffered repeated misfortunes. First, the topmost group of young geniuses were killed within the cave world, and later on, there was a massive revolt of the loose cultivators within the gangs, whether it was in the imperial capital, or in the local area. All of these people had suffered from Joey's cleansing. Then came the erasure of the royal capital. There's just too much going on and too many people dying. In order to have perfect control of the place, every new magistrate is bound to rise up before his arrival to massacre and expel his predecessor's faction. The disciples chosen by their predecessors, again, were confined to the category of the local old Chu people's sons and daughters. The old Chu people refer to the people within the original boundaries of the state of Chu. The new Chu people refer to the people within the newly struck territory. There is a great deal of conflict between the two with their national hatred, as well as different cultural beliefs and ethnic divisions. After the birthday fiasco, Zhou Yi had cleansed all sorts of traitors and enemies, resulting in more than 60% or more of the regions of Chu losing their sitting officials and cultivators. These positions were later filled by members of the Dragon Tiger Gang. In order to control the place, they strangled the disciples and manpower left behind by their predecessors. With a flurry of involvement, basically all of the local cultivation clans were dead. All the talented old Chuans are gone too. There were quite a few people with superior natural talent among the new Chunin, but everyone was hesitant to accept them. The matter was reported to the court, and recently there was a great deal of bickering. Fuan also felt a headache, not knowing what to do, as if both sides had a point. He couldn't make up his mind for a while, and could only inform Zhou Yi about the matter. But he didn't expect Zhou Yi to decide so simply. On second thought, he was relieved. After all, Zhou Yi and he were in different positions and saw the world all differently. For Zhou Yi, the Chu people were indeed all his men, and there was no need to make such a clear distinction. Development is the hard way. There are all sorts of issues and problems that are sure to arise from this. But none of this was a big deal to Zhou Yi. The situation was always under control anyway. The second thing Zhou Yi decided was also quite important. During the previous liquidation, he had killed almost all of the royal family he knew, although not all of the imperial clans that he had branded. Through the exchanges and encounters between these people and the other imperial clans, he had also met almost all of the other imperial clans, and killing them was not troublesome at all. But after all, it's a 500-year-old royal family, with an extremely large number of various branches and all sorts of dirty deeds, causing Zhou Yi to not be able to kill them all cleanly. It was simply not too easy for Qing Yunli to find a bastard son of a Sanhai lost pearl. It didn't matter about qualifications or anything. All that was wanted was someone to sit on that throne anyway, judging by the knowledge sent by the 7 great sects. After a certain number of years, when the source of the myth of Chu had slowly escalated to a certain level, not to mention the emperor, even the country name of Chu could be dispensed with. After taking care of these business matters, Fuan Tant asked Zhou Yi when he would return to the royal capital. Zhou Yi said he had his own plans and left. He would continue to travel the world in the clouds, infecting every corner of Chu with his spiritual imprint. Fuan was also helpless, after he had been busy for some time outside of the imperial capital, finishing up the 5 bamboo-shoot mountains and identifying the 5 most important branches of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect in addition to the imperial capital. He departed to return to the imperial capital. Li Qingyun, who had received a message from him early on, had already found the illegitimate son of the royal family and had trained the other party to perfection in terms of grooming and other aspects. After showing it to Payan, Payan expressed his satisfaction, and so the enthronement ceremony began. The young emperor who was apprehensive sat on the throne. Fuan, who was the ally of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect and moonlighted as a prime minister, stood before the 100 officials and moved slowly to salute the emperor. Seeing that he was about to really kneel down, the young emperor hurriedly got up from the dragon chair and took a few quick steps to come in front of him to help him up. Why should the prime minister be like this? On that day, the young emperor issued his first imperial decree, abolishing many feudal customs, including kneeling. The little emperor was completely reduced to a mascot, and a toolman specializing in stamping holy orders. He had guessed at this for a long time, and was not too anxious about it. He thought that he would be able to stay in the middle of the Source Palace for a long time, absorbing the power therein and breaking through to become stronger. He thought that when he became stronger, he would be able to take back a bit of the majesty and rightful position that belonged to the emperor. He didn't expect Fuan to bully him too much and didn't give him that chance at all. Payan was the one who stayed in the Source Palace the longest. Other than that, anyone else who wanted to enter had to go through him first. The young emperor was named emperor, but his status was actually quite low. If there wasn't a real need for an emperor like him, the discovery of his identity as a bastard and remnant of the royal family would be the result of being hacked to death. Who would really take him to heart when this situation is known by heart? Looking at the surface of the following respect, the actual slow group of ministers, as if the bird in a cage is confined in the palace in the middle of a few years of the little emperor slowly grew up. On the surface is still a well-behaved toolman look. The heart is slowly becoming perverted and vicious up. It was just that he knew he had to hold back or he was looking for death. So he's been behaving himself. He thought that his acting skills were unrivaled and fooled everyone, but he didn't know that among the ministers on the stage, he didn't know how many people would see that bit of his mind clearly. Li Qingyun was one of them. Chapter 108, The Cleansed Husband, released. Cheering. Ah, Li Qingyun, you will definitely not be allowed to die in the future. How can you, a human being, be so vicious? When your husband lost the struggle, we still care about face. and did not shout at him to kill and physically destroy him, but as a result, once you this villain gained power today, you actually retaliated against us in such a way. Are you not afraid that in the future, one day you will also lose your power, and your opponent in the struggle will also do the same to you? Stripped of their official robes, replaced with prison uniforms, and escorted to the execution platform, the few losers raised their voices in anger, and behind them, there were their hordes of family members. As the deputy minister, Lee Ching-yun had personally come to the execution ground to preside over this beheading. He sat on his high seat, completely unmoved by the wild barking of these losers, and instead, he still couldn't help but laugh a little. There might be that day, but you guys are destined to never see it. This meant that there was truly no room for maneuver, and the person on the stage would surely die. This agitates them even more and angers them even more. Their bodies squirmed, and the combined efforts of several burly men were a little too much to hold down. These fallen corrupt officials stared at the bloodshot eyes, kept swinging their bodies, and rushed at Lee Ching-yun on the stage to issue the most vicious curse. You dare to break the unspoken rules of the officialdom, killing people and harming their lives. Everyone will not serve you, and everyone is your enemy. Just wait, you'll die for sure. Hee. Looking at these defeated dogs, Lee Ching-yun didn't care as he casually threw out a token and said, "It's almost time, let's execute them. I have a backlog of official business waiting to be taken care of." The official next to him immediately transformed into a dog's leg and said, "The Sangha is worried about state affairs and has a lot of time on his hands, so he really shouldn't waste too much time on this kind of small matter. Someone, execute me." Without giving those defeated dogs another chance to talk too much, the Hitokiri hand raised the butcher's knife high and clicked off hundreds of heads. The official standing on Lee Ching-yun's right-hand side held a pitch-black soul streamer, and with a flick of the wrist, the streamer in his hand erupted with a large amount of black light, spreading towards the corpse. Among the corpses, one resentful soul after another was taken in. This is the 10,000 soul streamer that Fuan personally refined. From now on, all beheaded death row inmates will use this streamer to collect their souls. The souls of cultivators were naturally powerful, and with just a little bit of sacrificing and refining, after the number of souls came up, this soul streamer would be able to become one of the bottom cards of the imperial capital. Eliminating waste starts with me. The Dragon Tiger Taoist sect had slowly gotten on the right track, with all sorts of means and genius-like whims constantly emerging, because of the details of the cultivation kingdom that they had received from the 7 great clans. They were all aware of the future development of the Chu kingdom and the various stages of change. Concern for ecology, care for the environment, and recycling have been designated as national policies. After the death of a cultivator, his soul, blood, hair, skin, flesh and bones, etc., will not go to waste, but will be utilized in adherence to the idea that it cannot be wasted. Seeing the miserable state of these resentful souls being torn in various ways in the 10,000 soul streamer, Lee Ching-yun only felt a surge of pleasure. His husband had been one of the first officials in the state of Chu to start practicing, and because of his uprightness and selflessness, he offended many people, and was later stigmatized, attacked and beaten down, and left in poverty. And now, after years of hard work, he had finally cleared his husband's name with his own hands and put the real culprits of that year on trial one by one. And how does that not make him happy? In that case, the husband will finally be able to unwind in peace. Lee Ching-yun exhaled a long breath and left the food market. He was going to go and tell his husband the good news. Moments later, he returned to his new home. The original Lee family's small courtyard had now become Zhou Yi's residence, and after Fuan had personally come to warn them, they naturally didn't dare to hang around there anymore. Now the Lee mansion is rich and magnificent. Looking at the grandeur is incomparable. Inside the slave girl group, very lively. However, for Lee Ching-yun, this was just a place to sleep, not a home at all. He did not remarry over the years. The only obsession and thing to do, I'm afraid, is to help clear the husband's name. Now that this goal was accomplished, he stood in front of the door, but for a moment he was in a bit of a trance and dazed, wondering what meaning and purpose he had left in his life. What's the matter? Standing in front of the door for so long without coming in? A neutral voice rang out. Lee Ching-yun looked up and saw that the husband wearing a green shirt was standing in front of the Lee mansion with his arms folded, looking at himself with a smile. "Husband, I finally helped you clear your wrongdoing," Lee Ching-yun subconsciously said, but halfway through, he slowly widened his eyes and looked at the husband in front of him with a face full of ghosts. "Husband, you, what he's trying to say is, why are you standing up, Fuzzy? Aren't you dying? Lying in bed all the time, unable to move?" Lee Ching-yun felt that something was wrong. The sharp intuition that he had developed over the years as an official made his heart tighten. Husband said with a smile, "I saw it all. When you let the execution take place, I actually watched from the stage, and watched with my own eyes as those who had once been enemies were killed." His smile was still as gentle as Lee Qingyun remembered, but Lee Qingyun knew that something was wrong. His throat rolled and he finally asked the question, "Husbandman, are you well?" "Well," said the husband with a sighing face, "remember? That man named Joey once sent 2 gifts on your wedding day. One from himself and the other for someone else. Inside the gift box were 2 green-colored fruits. You couldn't look at the gift before. Put it in the corner with you and never touched it. I'll just take those 2 fruits. After I ate it, I got better. And even my cultivation broke through 2 realms in a row because of it. So I think I'm good again." Lee Qingyun's eyes widened a little. Thousands of emotions and questions churned incessantly in it. And in the end, he asked only one question. When was this? He had some trouble remembering how long it had been since he'd paid attention to those 2 fruits. And he couldn't be sure exactly when the husband had regained his health. Was it before the royal catastrophe, or was it after that? The man smiled and did not respond to the question. Just as Lee Qingyun took a step forward, wanting to forcefully press the issue, footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head to see that it was a group of eunuchs from the palace, the leading eunuch smiled curtly at Lee Qingyun before he took out an imperial decree and began to read it out in public. The crowd hung their heads and listened. After listening to this, Lee Qingyun straightened his back, his wide eyes going back and forth between the eunuch and the husband's 2 bodies. Without even looking at him, husbandman walked to the eunuch himself, stretched out his hand, and respectfully received the imperial decree. "Minister, accept the decree. From now on, he is the vice minister of Chu." He was on the same rank as his own disciple, Lee Qingyun, and in terms of official position, he was only below Fuan. Chapter 109 Compromise. The extraterritoriality of the Chu population was an incomparably vast area. There are strong people here like clouds, and the pride of the heavens is like rain. Every now and then a big battle breaks out, and every now and then something exciting goes online. Recently, there has been a lot of trouble in the region of the 8 clans. This area hosted a total of 8 great sects, equal in size and strength to each other, and had always been in open and secret battles, as well as mutually beneficial symbiosis. Hundreds of years ago, they joined forces together and chose to plow a mundane land they stumbled upon far beyond the earth, transforming it into a cultivation kingdom. It's a secret that's not a secret. At that time, no one had expected that this matter would actually lead to the changes and broken war that the 8-sect region was experiencing today. By now, there were only 3 of the original 8 great sects left that were still relatively sound. The remaining 4 clans had their gates smashed, and even the old and powerful ancestors in the clans had died in battle. Only a few stragglers and the middle and upper echelons of the sects were left to lean towards the other 3, hoping that by joining forces together they would be able to carry on, or even counterattack. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that the last remaining unspecified clan within the 8 great clans was bizarrely exterminated several years ago. Not a single disciple of the sect was left dead, all gone without a single moment of reaction time. This incident also caused a lot of chaos and panic at the time. Many people assumed that it was the tactics of the outer heaven system that led to the rout and flight of many people. It was from that year onwards that the Heavens Beyond lineage completely gained the upper hand, gradually accumulating its advantage to the point where it was going to completely wipe out the 8 great sects. At this moment, all the remnant forces of the 7 great sects had converged into the same place. And after twisting their strength into a single fist, they were finally able to temporarily carry off the encroachment and attack of the outer heaven lineage. But everyone knows that this is not sustainable. What did they say? An old ancestor with an unsteady breath inquired at the highest meeting of the 7-sect alliance. He still had wounds on him, and blood was still flowing from them. This was left years ago, but there has been no way to heal it or dispel the power inside. Their 8 clans were still too weak compared to the power and strength of the Heavens Beyond lineage. There were only 3 people in the Supreme Council, the last remaining 3 harmonized ancestors of the 7-sect alliance. Every one of them was wounded, their breath was unstable, and they could die violently at any time. The people below knew that the situation of the 7-sect alliance was dangerous today, but they didn't realize that the situation was already critical to such an extent. Extrapolating from today's situation, there would be a maximum of just 2 violent attacks before the Heavens Beyond lineage would be able to flatten the 7-sect alliance. In front of the 3 great harmonized ancestors was Dong Hao, whose cultivation had now risen to the Jidan stage, and who was still alive, bearing wounds and scars, having matured a great deal, with somewhat vicissitudes in his eyes, out of their expectations. Returning to the Firecloud sect was not a good thing. Immediately, he and the brothers and sisters he had brought back with him were used as cannon fodder and thrown to the front to fill the battle lines. After so many years, the senior brothers and sisters who were treated as outcasts with him and returned to the sect with him in the first place had pretty much died. He was the only one left, barely surviving by his own prudence and talent. But this was his limit, and if nothing else changed, he would inevitably be buried along with the Seven Sect Alliance. Luckily, this time he brought back good news. The Dragon Tiger Taoist sect has agreed to our terms, so we can retreat that way and preserve our legacy. The condition is that they must all merge into the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect and become part of it. After being pushed to the limit, the Seven Sect Alliance was left with no choice but to have Dong Hao run a trip to the distant land of Chu to make contact with the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect over there. They want to retreat there. The exact location of the Chu kingdom was within an extremely distant vast region of extinct spirits, and unless one was a top-tier great cultivator, if one wanted to travel there, one would have to borrow a spatial teleportation array or a spatial altar, and this way, the breaks are just too big to be easily blocked. The Seven Sect Alliance was confident that as long as they could be allowed to withdraw there, they would be able to hold off the pursuit, and they would be able to lick their wounds and recover. To accomplish this, they made great concessions and promises. However, he did not expect that the appetite of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect was still so big. It's all about swallowing us up. Is this still considered agreeing to our conditions and letting us preserve our inheritance? A severely injured harmonized ancestor clenched his teeth and roared. Dong Hao, who was full of fatigue, conveyed Zhou Yi's will. The old ancestor of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect believes that after we merge into the past, those legacies and techniques of ours can be expanded into the clan legacy repository of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. And in this way, naturally, they can be passed down without having to worry about being lost. The faces of the three great harmonized ancestors were twisted, and the wounds on their bodies were soaring with blood. How did he say such brazen words? Until now, they still didn't know the identity of the one behind the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. They hadn't even gained a bit of relevant information, and they didn't even know whether the other party was a man or a woman, whether they were fat or thin, whether they were old or young. One could only vaguely refer to a Dragon Tiger Taoist sect ancestor. After cursing for half a day more, the three desperate harmonized ancestors finally lowered their lofty heads. Even if the other party only has a verbal guarantee without any binding effect, they can only choose so. It was because they had already been pushed to the brink of extinction by the people of the heavens beyond lineage, and there was no way to retreat. Even if the conditions given by Zhou Yi were so harsh, they could only pinch their noses and admit it. The relevant orders were quickly communicated downwards, and the disciples of the Seven Sect Alliance reacted greatly. The cries and howls resounded all over the hills and mountains. Don't cry! A harmonized elder ancestor roared as he strongly supported his body that kept soaring with blood. As long as the inheritance is not extinguished, the clan is still around, and the clan's ancestors are still standing with us. As he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but redden and he choked. Even if you can no longer continue the name of the sect, you can still exist as factions within the Longhu Dao sect. Humble. Just too humble. It was so humble that even the powerhouses of the heavens beyond lineage couldn't stand to look at it. A giant hand that covered the sky heavily bombarded the mountain protection formation, hitting the formation and causing it to crumble apart inch by inch, and the aura of death roiled upwards towards the lofty mountain peaks below. The crowd of disciples were forced to stop crying by the tragic and incomparable killing aura. I saw several terrifying to the extreme figures standing in the void, and was indifferently looking downwards. At least you are also a harmonized cultivator. But actually so humble. I can't even stand to watch. You guys or don't go. Just take the last splendor of your clan and die here. At this desperate juncture, the three great harmonized ancestors who had previously been suppressed laughed out loud and joined hands to fly up into midair to meet the enemy. They no longer suppressed the injuries in their bodies. They no longer even avoided the other party's attacks. And they killed with a near fight for their lives. Want to exterminate our clan? Ready to chip off a mouthful of teeth? Chapter 110 Warboat. Woohoo! Old ancestor, you obviously could have come with us. At the mega space altar within the Longhu Dao sect, a large number of Seven Sect Alliance disciples knelt down and howled. That super large space altar was already covered in cracks, and it looked like it couldn't be used anymore. Moving so many disciples over at once, the resources spent were secondary, but the wear and tear on the altar was permanent. Looking at these disciples in front of him who had a mental breakdown and were only crying, Fuan felt a headache. Originally, Zhou Yi had sent him a message, agreeing to the request of the Seven Sect Alliance and willing to accept these refugees. He had expected the reception and arrangements to be simple, but he had not expected to encounter such a scene. It was a good thing that among these people there was Dong Hao, a clever acquaintance. He got rid of his emotions as fast as he could and sought out Fuan to start helping him condition and arrange these disciples of the Seven-Sect Alliance. The people of the Heavenly Beyond lineage have all sorts of tactics that are very difficult to deal with, and it's a little bit not quite the same as this world of ours. Hearing Fuan ask about the battle, Dong Hao said very helplessly, "They have set up a very special forbidden air formation that prohibits all spatial movement. Originally, we couldn't get through, but the three old ancestors began to fight with each other in order to be able to fight for a way to live, destroying the forbidden air formation at the cost of their own explosions, so we were able to come over." Hearing that the fight over there was so fierce, Fuan couldn't help but have his scalp tighten as he asked, "They won't come after us, will they?" "It should be." Dong Hao didn't dare to say too sure. After all, in the hands of the Heavens Beyond auction house, there was already a location in Chu. They just need to calibrate it based on this location information, and they'll be able to descend directly over through the spatial arrays. Before the words fell, the two felt the Tao spatial fluctuations sweeping in, and their faces couldn't help but change. Are they coming that fast? Cultivators of the outer heaven lineage. So thunderous? Fuan's eyes twitched fiercely for a moment before he roared violently. Open the city protector formation. The moment the space was disturbed, Zhou Yi also felt it. After all, the 9 divine dragons were all impregnated with a bone-attached, maggot-like deathly gray aura within their bodies, and after spending so much time, the 9 divine dragons had not been able to remove it, but instead, had become closer and closer as a result. Even the divine dragon and the dead gray breath gradually fused into one. This realm was being slowly altered into the shape of Zhou Yi, and accordingly, his grasp of this part of Chu's heaven and earth continued to become smoother and tighter. So the first moment the enemy came over, he knew. He mobilized the eyes he had worked so hard for years to travel the world to set up. At that moment, millions of spirit imprints came to life, transforming into Zhou Yi's eyes. Looking in all directions with reckless abandon, Zhou Yi quickly found all the enemies that had descended over this time. There were quite a few renegades among these people who had defected over from the Seven-Sect Alliance, so they knew quite a bit about the Chu Kingdom and the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. The people from the Heavens Beyond lineage weren't reckless. They didn't directly descend on the imperial capital. Instead, they descended scattered across the skies of Chu, connecting quite closely with each other and keeping an eye on each other's situation at all times, ensuring that as long as the one behind the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect made a move, they would be able to instantly detect and follow the trail to find out where it was. This tactic was agreed upon only after the 7 harmonized ancestors of the Seven-Sect Alliance had conspired for a long time. The traitor of the Seven-Sect Alliance shook his feathered fan with an air of confidence and was spitting and bragging. If they didn't also have to face an attack from the sacred race at that time, they would have never been so stifled in choosing to talk about peace and be routed by a single dragon and tiger gang. They will definitely use this way to find out that old ancestor of the Longhu gang who was hiding in the dark to launch the death spell technique. And then, the so-called sacred race naturally referred to the people of the Heavens Beyond race. That's what the lapdogs called them. It's the same as the traitors calling the Imperial Army, one after another. The strongest members of the Heavens Beyond clan nodded their heads slightly, recognizing this plan of the 7 clans alliance's old ancestors. In that case, this old ancestor of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect is able to live up to this point and hasn't yet been uncovered and beaten to death, and he has us to thank for that. Ha! That's for sure. Without the slightest bit of shame, the dog-legger loudly sang the praises of the powerful aspects of the Heavens Beyond clan, and crazily belittled Zhou Yi, who was hiding in the shadows. Death spell technique or whatever. It's just too uptight. So what if one briefly avoids a bit of heavenly Tao suppression? It's just a small path, and after all, you can only be a gutter rat. He was blowing wildly when his psychic premonition sense jumped up abruptly and frantically signaling an alarm. Life is in danger. Dogleg creepy. He was now hiding in the cabin of the war-flying boat with the harmonized ancestors in the Heavens Beyond clan, and it was his first time coming to Chu. No matter which way you look at it, even if the one behind the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect was more powerful, he didn't have his own medium and couldn't kill himself at all. So where does this danger come from? Who could kill himself if he stood beside the harmonized ancestor? The dogleg was still in a daze when he saw the face of the harmonized ancestor in front of him suddenly change and become horrified. Without thinking about it, he crashed the flying boat and was about to dodge and fly away. The dog-legged man also had a brain, and he detected a very important message from the other party's change of face and movements. The Sacred Lord's merged cultivator has felt the same life and death crisis as I have. The result made his whole body twitch with electricity. He couldn't imagine what kind of existence could make a hallowed Saint Clan merged powerhouse turn around and vanish without even thinking about it. He wanted to see a strong man like that in action, but it was destined to be unseen, for he had crumbled to dust in the midst of consternation and reflection. So did the fleeing merged powerhouse. Joey's previous trade-offs were not without reason. He had gained new abilities. When the ability is activated, the world seen in front of you will change radically to a dead gray color. Those living people who can be killed by his spells appear red. The dead gray walls and spells couldn't block his gaze, allowing him to see the red ones in them. Therefore, the so-called strict defense and hindrance did not exist at all in his case. Everyone he saw is dead. One huge war-flying boat after another fell from the sky, and with it, a flurry of dust. After experiencing what happened last time, Joey didn't dare to slack off at all, and came up to give each person a trillion-year death spell. The results are remarkable. In the cultivation world, the original population of the Heavenly Beyond clan that had gradually multiplied away today died in large numbers, with one clan member and child after another turning to dust in a sudden moment. In the middle of the holy land of the Heavenly Beyond clan, accompanied by a roar, an extremely powerful silhouette flew out, and he hardened himself against the incessantly falling robberies above the dome of the sky, reaching out his hand and grasping it into the air. Tens of thousands of dead gray breaths were grasped in the palm of his hand. The silhouette's face changed abruptly. Chapter 111, The Coming Visitor. How is this possible? The strongest person of the Heavens Beyond clan was horrified. He is very powerful and his methods are mysterious. With a single reach, he actually grabbed all of the cursed aura that was going to wipe out the entire Heavens Beyond clan. I thought it was a sure thing, but I didn't expect it to take a drastic turn. The hand in which he had grabbed the cursed breath was actually collapsing into dust at an extremely fast speed, and it was still spreading down his arm, towards his whole body. It wasn't just the physical arm that collapsed into dust, but also his genjutsu. This strong man took a deep breath and made a decision in an instant. He directly chopped off this side of his shoulder, forcibly blocking the further erosion of the curse. The out-of-control cursed aura once again erupted and spread out, half of it slashing towards this near powerhouse, while half of it continued to spread towards the Heavens Beyond clan. The strongest person of the Heavens Beyond clan was shocked and dumbfounded. He was struck unsteadily by the robbing thunder falling from the sky and smashed back into the temple on the ground. Great God, please save the people who believe in you. He fell to his knees, dragging his crippled body, and kept bowing to the tall and lofty idol in front of him. The idol was hideous in appearance, born with 3 heads and 8 arms, each of the 8 arms holding a bloody phallic weapon, a human skull and a spinal column, among other things. The idol's foot then stomped hard on an old man with a pained face. The old man was also a bronze statue, dressed in a feathered garment, his body broken many times, and he looked as if he had lost the struggle, and was consequently trodden down by the statue of the god, and the agony on his face was as substantial as if it had been there. Accompanied by the prayers of the strongest person of the Heavens Beyond clan, some sort of meditative sensation was generated, and the eyes of the idol looked as if they had come to life, and after glancing at the person in front of them, incomparably fierce incense breath and divine power swirled out from him, surging out of the temple in a heavenly manner. This incense divine power was quite extraordinary, actually helping the strongest person of the Heavens Beyond clan stabilize his injuries, and also removing a portion of the deathly gray aura that was surging through the Heavens Beyond clan. A lot of people still died, but at least more than half of the fire was preserved. After doing so, the idol closed his eyes somewhat wearily. Even for him, today's consumption was a bit too terrifying. After thanking the gods again and again, the strongest person of the Heavens Beyond clan stood up from the ground and walked to the gate of the temple with a gloomy face. Someone was already waiting for him outside the door. Looking at these 3 strongest people in the Heavens Beyond clan in front of him besides himself, the face of the Grand Elder who stayed in the middle of the temple was quite ugly. There are only 3 of you left? Yes. All 3 of them nodded with sad faces. The huge change came too suddenly. Too many clansmen died in the middle of the previous curse, and a few old fellows didn't make it. The Grand Elder clenched his fists, his heart raging. What the hell is going on? Haven't I warned you repeatedly not to mess with those big powers? What we need at the moment is to nourish our strength. We didn't provoke any great powers. The 3 had already understood the situation, and it was for this reason that their faces became even more bitter. The men are just following the usual practice of chasing down a few bereaved dogs, striving to cut them down to the roots, lest there be any changes in the future. How could I have known that it would lead to such a... They patiently explained what had previously happened in the 8th sect region. and they also told all the information related to the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect that had been collected below. In that case, the one who killed so many of my clan's sons and daughters was that laborious Dragon Tiger Taoist sect? The Grand Elder's voice was filled with an icy killing aura. Yes, the three of them also all nodded in the same manner. This person does have a few tricks up his sleeve. If it wasn't for me and the Elder God striking out one after another, I'm afraid that all of our clansmen would not have been spared. Even though his heart was filled with rage, the Grand Elder didn't lose his mind as he took a deep breath and began to calmly formulate a plan to deal with this kind of person. We can't fight hard anymore. That will only trigger further unrest and deaths. Decapitation is the best thing to use against such sewer rats. You guys personally go out and sneak into Chu, secretly investigate to see who the person behind the Dragon Tiger Dao sect is, and then thunderously decapitate him in a swift manner. Without that person, what is there to be afraid of in the district of the Dragon Tiger Dao sect, whose strongest person is no more than a transformation spirit? There is no deadline for this mission, so you can work steadily, step by step, and plan slowly without worrying about anything else. Yes, the three nodded and retreated. With the strong mentality of avenging their compatriots, they moved quickly, handing over their tasks at hand, instructing the remaining talented clansmen in their clan, and designating a temporary agent for their position. They then set up a spatial altar and entered the coordinates of Chu. As a result, the space altar failed to open the space passage to Chu. Damn it, it's a forbidden air spell formation. They instantly realized what had happened and were in a foul mood. In order to prevent the unwarranted harassment from growing, under Zhou Yi's orders, Fu Wen, together with Dong Hao and the others, had set up a forbidden air spell formation that was large enough to encompass the entire territory of Chu, banning all spatial passages. There's no way they can go over in the air like that again. This is a change beyond the unexpected. After discussing together for a long time, the three of them finally decided to go and ask the Grand Elder for instructions again. The Grand Elder also felt a headache when he heard this terrible news. The people of the Heavens Beyond clan could certainly descend into the midst of other countries and zones next to Chu by slightly altering the spatial coordinates, but it's all an extinct spirit area there. One bad move and you'll be lost there forever, disoriented, never to return. Let's stop for now. I have received news here that in a short while, there will be a noble guest from the immortal race coming to my heavenly outer race as a guest. The Grand Elder had no choice but to make a new decision in light of the recent situation. The deaths and injuries of the heavenly outer race were too severe, and their strength had shrunk drastically. If this was known by outsiders, it was bound to trigger a new round of changes. It's not certain that it will turn into an extinction crisis, so at this time, it was better for the three Harmonization Realm Elders to not leave if they could, and stay to support the Heavens Beyond clan. Chapter 112 Mo Lingxiao. In the midst of the great realm of emptiness where spiritual qi rained down like rain and creation was like a mountain, there lived a special ethnic group. They live in the great realm of the void, which outsiders are not allowed to see, in which all kinds of chances and fortunes are constantly created, and all kinds of miraculous places constantly produce top-level resources, so that their clansmen will always stay alive, and there will always be strong people produced from generation to generation. Such a community is rarely known to outsiders. Even if they knew, no one would dare hit them, because they're an immortal race. At this moment, in the middle of this great realm of emptiness, the 100-yearly clan competition was in full swing. On the Yuaning level ring, a previously unknown kid had defeated many opponents in a row, undefeated, causing a lot of attention, and many people were talking about it. This young man, who appeared to be no more than 20 or 30 years old, was currently facing his last battle. The opposite side is a number of heavenly pride characters in the clan. At this moment also has a serious face, pressing step by step. The magic sword in his hand chopped out a Dao Jianmang, but they were all avoided by Mo Lingxiao and the arrows not to be able to send out. It's over! Mo Lingxiao fiercely shouted as brilliant light erupted from him, covering the entire ring. A chaotic aura emerged. Everything around them was rapidly disappearing. There was no ring, no immortal race, and no world. Everything was at the time of the restoration of the beginning of time. Pretending to be a god is of no use. His opponent bellowed, slashing out with a sword with all his might. The powerful sword Qi, which was enough to break mountains, did not stir up any movement in the surrounding Taichu Ikimoku, but instead, it was quickly assimilated and absorbed. How is that possible? Even as a powerful member of the immortal race, at this moment, he couldn't help but be a bit shocked. What kind of tactic is this? How come he's never heard of it? I haven't seen anyone use it either. In panic, he slapped his waist, and 100 talismans of different colors flew out of his storage pouch, which he threw in all directions around him. and immediately, all kinds of explosions and movements of aura eruptions continued. But it's still not much use. He hastily sacrificed his magic weapon and slapped more than one golden bell amulet on his body, cautiously on guard for an attack that could come at any moment. But from start to finish, nothing appeared. It wasn't until his spells and amulets were turning into the color of the beginning of the earth that a giant hand violently broke through the surrounding space of the beginning of the earth's chaos. That's enough. It's over. This giant hand grabbed the heavenly pride that was in danger on the stage. Tianjia called out excitedly and unwillingly, "Father, enough!" The middle-aged man on the stage brought the young man to his side, dispersed his giant hands, and sternly frowned and scolded. Then only then did he soothe his face and said to the courteous Mo Lingxiao on the stage, "Third brother has given birth to a good son. In the past days he was a nobody, not much weight and presence, but today he is amazing." Another middle-aged man sitting beside him reached out and guided Mo Lingxiao on the stage to his side, and said with a flat expression, "But it's just good luck." The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier shook his head and said nothing more. He knew that this was not something that could be explained away by a stroke of luck. There must be a secret in that boy Mo Lingxiao, but it didn't matter. As immortals, they were supposed to keep the biggest secret in the world. For a junior to rise so quickly, it was more than normal to have a bit of a secret in his body. But it's just a little bit related to the Bell Mountain Association. As to hide it so much, like a thief? There is anyone who does not know as if. Similar spat he did not say out. Soon, the great clan competition was completely over. The patriarch himself stepped in and announced the names in ordering. Mo Lingxiao unquestionably ranked first in the Yuaning stage. He was very excited, and together with the others, he headed to the top of the high platform to receive his reward. From today onwards, he would be transformed from the original nobody into the Ling Xiao Duke of the immortal Mo clan, becoming one of the next generation of leaders that were being focused on cultivating. After receiving all the benefits, he went back to his seclusion without stopping to digest them. A few months later, he was out. The cultivation level had also reached the mid-Yuaning stage. Such a cultivation speed was simply exaggerated. Those loose cultivators and the so-called disciples of the big powers outside were not as fast as him at the chi refining stage. Never be complacent. His father, an unsmiling, stern middle-aged man, gave a stern admonition before waving him off. Mo Lingxiao found his mother. Unlike the serious and curmudgeonly father, the bond between mother and son is deep and genuine, and they have a lot to talk about. Child can have today, but also thanks to the mother back then to pay. If it is not mother for me to point out the future, let me hold back for many years, in one fell swoop to get the Taicho immortal scripture words. As a parochial branch of the lineage of me, I still don't know where to be wasting away, Mo Lingxiao said with a face full of emotion. Dispersed cultivators have the suffering of dispersed cultivators, and disciples of large clans have the competition of large clan disciples. The immortal scriptures were naturally passed down among the immortal clan, but not just anyone can practice it. The son of a pariah like him, even if he had the qualifications, had no way to take a look at it. And if you fall behind in starting feats, you will be even more unable to catch up with those first sons of the eldest houses in the future. It was fortunate that his mother was a heavenly mechanic who showed him the way forward, allowing him to obtain the Taichu immortal scripture in one fell swoop after holding back for several years. Looking at her spirited child, Mo Lingxiao's mother also felt happy. All these years, haven't you been feeling as if the Taicho immortal scriptures were somewhat incomplete? Talking about this issue, Mo Lingxiao nodded with a heavy face and said, "After successfully condensing my baby, I can be sure that this is not my illusion, but a definite fact." He turned around and faced a certain direction, narrowing his eyes slightly as he said, "I can sense that in that direction, there is someone of the same origin as me, and what he cultivates is the very part of the Taicho immortal scripture that is missing. If we find him, we can patch up the immortal scriptures." It was the biggest secret in his heart, and it was the only one he would tell here at his mother's. So troublesome? Will it be dangerous? His mother was a little worried. Mo Lingxiao himself was full of confidence as he laughed out loud and said, "What danger can there be? I can probably guess who that person is. My second senior brother. Well, back then because I was not valued in the clan, and in his territory, so I avoided him. But now, everything is different." Mo Lingxiao was spirited. He was, now, the Ling Xiao Duke of the Mo clan, the district Chu. He could destroy it with a snap of his fingers. There is no danger in completing the immortal scriptures. Chapter 113 Confidence. Looking at her confident son, his mother also could not help but show relief in her eyes. "You've grown up. You have your own opinion. It's good. I was hoping to surprise you, but now it seems like my gift doesn't carry as much weight." The mother gently clapped her hands, and someone outside came in dragging a person who had been restricted to death with all the mana and cultivation in his body, as if dragging a dead dog, and threw the person in her hands towards her heel. Ha! Mo Lingxiao looked at this person on the ground with some surprise. He stood up, walked over to the other person, lowered his head, carefully gazed at the other person's pudgy head, and ordered, "Raise your head." The body of the man on the ground shuddered, still reluctantly raising his head. Greasy, dirty hair slid down the sides of the raised face, revealing the face beneath. Seeing this person's face, Mo Lingxiao acted surprised. "Master?" After being surprised, he was a bit amused. "Master, didn't you pass the immortal scriptures to me at that time when you were at the end of your days, dying and about to die? How come it looks like you don't feel like dying at all now?" The person on the ground was clearly the master who had once received his many years of service in Greenstone Town. In the face of the once disciples' not so respectful banter, the master grunted and put his head down. Mo Lingxiao, however, was unwilling to let him go and reached out to feel around his master's body. Only after a long time did he withdraw his hand and said with some emotion, "The immortal scripture you passed on to me in the first place was indeed problematic. I was able to detect that the same thing you are cultivating within your body is the Tai Chu immortal scripture. And yet it's a little different than me. The only thing I've cultivated is mana, and the physical body and divine sense aspects have only improved a little as the mana and realm have risen. But you're different. You practiced not only mana, but you also practiced your physical body and divine sense. And you also made good achievements on all three." Mo Lingxiao took out a magic sword from his own storage bag, stimulated the magic sword's power, and poked the master's flesh vigorously. The two made a sound like iron striking iron. "Such a physical body can be called immortal, right?" Mo Lingxiao's voice was filled with envy. "Just such a physical body is enough to allow you to live to be over 10,000 years old, coupled with a divine soul cultivation that's not too far off from that. Even if your realm isn't high and you're just an ordinary person, it's enough to live to be over 20,000 years old. By the way, mother, how high is his realm?" Mo Lingxiao's mother pursed her lips and laughed. "Don't look at him as being so despondent and wretched right now. But he's a great person at the peak of the harmonization. And one step further would be a Mahayana. His Tao is quite peculiar. And he also looks like a great person who was expected to be a true immortal. Oh, no wonder Master wants to widely spread his Kung Fu and cultivate so many crops and great medicines." As an immortal clan disciple, Mo Lingxiao was well informed and quickly guessed Master's intention. The other party had cultivated all the way to this realm, and had already drained the last ounce of potential from his body, and there was no way to advance. But he was so close to Mahayana, so close that he only needed to take a slight half step further to reach that realm, and he still had the rest of his long life ahead of him. How can this be a good thing? Guided by this unwilling obsession, the master eventually took to the evil path, determined to cultivate great medicine for himself, searching for one genius after another with extremely high potential and using them as stepping stones on his way forward. "It's a pity that you met me." Mo Lingxiao raised his eyebrows rather smugly. "You didn't expect it, did you? I'm from the immortal race. From the beginning, your setup and plan on me could never have worked." After saying so much and wasting a lot of saliva, Mo Lingxiao took a breath and finally said his purpose. "Master, at least we have several years of teacher and disciple love between us, and I'm not willing to really do the thing of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestor. As long as you will have no problem passing the entire copy of the Tai Chu immortal scripture to me, I don't want you to die, just suppress you for eternity. The entire book will be passed on to me. I don't want your life, just suppress you in the middle of the MO plan for eternity. What do you think? What do you think?" Master pulled at the corners of his mouth in good humor and amusement, hard as a rock in a puddle. The smile on Mo Lingxiao's face disappeared a little. He had already lost his patience. "Do you think I can only get what I want from you? The big deal is that it takes a while to get to Chu." He didn't only have the option in front of him. Hearing that Mo Lingxiao was going to Chu to make up for his feats, the face of his master, who had been unmoved all along, finally changed. He became flustered and alarmed, almost shouting at the top of his voice, "No, you can't go there." If it wasn't for a few Mo family members holding him down in time, I'm afraid he would have rushed to Mo Lingxiao right now and grabbed his good disciple by the neck and screamed, "Why are you so afraid of me going to Chu?" Mo Lingxiao was a bit confused by his master's reaction. Could it be that taking this trip could really bring me great benefits? "You're overthinking it. I'm saving your life." Master was pressed to the ground and rolled his eyes. "Listen to me, child. I can pass on the entirety of the Taicho Immortal Sutra to you right on the spot. I only ask that you don't go to Chu and make a fool of yourself. Since you cultivate the Taichu Immortal Scripture, which makes up the bulk of the scripture in the one scripture. One law, one art. Your senses are the broadest. After condensing the baby, you will be able to sense the location of the people who are on the same path as you at any time, while those people will not be able to sense you unless you are really too close to them. If you go to chew and get too close to your senior brother, you will be discovered by the other party, and then you will die. In the face of his master's sincere advice and salvation, Mo Lingxiao didn't put it in his eyes at all. He even felt a bit amused. Is Lao Er that scary? Whether it's natural talent, heart or family history, he can't compare to me, so what is he going to kill me with? He had obtained the full version of the Taichu immortal scripture from his master, and after carefully scrutinizing it once, he found that everything did fit together tightly, but that didn't make him give up on the idea of dying. You don't think I'm going to believe you here and start practicing this version of the immortal scriptures, do you? Mo Lingxiao laughed and lifted his leg to walk outside. I'll still make a trip to Chu to verify it. As for your life and death, master, let's wait for me to come back and decide. If I find out that you're lying to me again and still hiding a bunch of backstabbing in your new gongfu, then don't blame me for not being polite. Looking at Mo Lingxiao, who insisted on making a death wish and leaving this way, the master who was pressed to the ground only felt a wave of despair. He struggled to raise his head and looked at Mo Lingxiao's mother, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Aren't you a Tianji master? Can't you do a little math for your son's future on this trip? Stop him?" Looking at the dead dog-like master on the ground, Mo Lingxiao's mother smiled coldly. "He is my son. Of course I care. Of course I counted long ago. It is because of the calculation that this trip will be a smooth one and that he will return in triumph that I will not only not stop him, but I will encourage him and poke holes in your old dog's lies and intimidation for him." Looking at the confident woman, the master on the ground was in despair. He finally knew why Bai Xiaoshan was so afraid of Zhou Yi. For a Skyrider, that's a black hole. A mistake. All the deductions about Zhou Yi are all wrong. Chapter 114, A Determined Master. Mo Lingxiao's execution is strong. He quickly led his people out of the Mo family's void great realm and took a void flying boat and began to fly in the direction of the Chu kingdom. On the flying boat, aside from him, there were three major harmonized powerhouses. The Chu kingdom was developed by the Firecloud sect and the other 8 major clans together. In that area, other than the 8 major clans, it is the Heavenly Beyond clan that is still barely visible. On the flying boat, the 3 great harmonized elders of the Mo clan were explaining to Mo Lingxiao. The origins of the Heavenly Beyond clan are a mystery, and they hold all sorts of inheritances that are vastly different from our world. The sparks that rub off from a single touch of inspiration between different civilizations may be able to illuminate the path of cultivation for thousands of years to come. Back then, when the Heavens Beyond race had just arrived in this world, they used to be hunted and snatched as walking resources, but later on, they finally managed to establish themselves in this world. The reason why they were able to do this was by the god of war they worshipped and the great elder in the temple. Does that grand elder really have a cultivation of the Mahayana realm? Mo Lingxiao questioned. If that's the case, in this world, he's considered to be one of the top of the bunch. It's even expected to become immortal. Such a being would go and kowtow and kneel to a vain god? He felt rather incredulous. Isn't that a little too stupid of him? Isn't this a self-defeating immortal path? For mortals, something like a god requires the same reverence and bowing as an immortal, the highest level of respect and faith to be shown. But for practitioners, the thing called God is just that. For an immortal race like the Mo clan, the existence of gods and the mechanism for their formation was even less of a secret. This kind of thing is a product of incense in Shinto. There is no need to meditate and cultivate. No need to compete for resources. Everything is only about incense. When many mortals are worshipped and the incense is strong, the corresponding god is powerful. The upper and lower limits of something like the god of incense are outrageous. The upper limit was high enough to arm wrestle with a true immortal, and the lower limit was low enough to kill a refined Qi cultivator in seconds. The reliance on external objects was too severe, and all along, basically no one was willing to walk the incense and fire divine path except those who ran out of options. The only good thing about it, I'm afraid, is that it's hard to kill, even if you are killed. As long as there are still people who remember you, as long as there are still people making offerings, you will still be able to return from the midst of the incense. The god of war enshrined by the Heavens Beyond clan had once blocked the siege of many immortal clans and Dao clans, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. I don't know how many people have made offerings together to have this kind of power, but all in all, monks don't see the god of incense, much less kneeling. Worshipping others as gods is not destined for high achievement. With a damaged state of mind, one cannot pass the heavenly tribulation and become an immortal. That's why Mo Lingxiao was surprised by the situation of the Outer Heaven clan. If not, how could their war god block the siege? And how could they allow the Heavens Beyond clan to continue? The combined ancestors saw through this. It is precisely because of the pious offerings of a Mahayana powerhouse that the war god of the Heavenly Beyond clan has swelled and strengthened to that level. That great elder, in fact, sacrificed himself for the sake of the entire clan. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the area where the Outer Heaven clan was located. Looking down at the bustling big city below, looking at the buildings and customs that were very different from the style of this world, Mo Lingxiao was in a good mood, and he felt that this would be a very good flavoring agent in his journey. He would come as an emissary of the Mo clan to visit the Outer Heaven clan to test their strength, and once he realized that there was some weakening, then a new round of disputes would arise. In the middle of the Mo clan's dungeon while Mo Lingxiao was visiting the Heavenly Beyond clan, the master was firmly locked in the middle of the cell dedicated to him. After some time, the guards who had been so tightly guarded had somehow all gone. A man in Mo clothing walked in with a key dangling from his hand, unlocking the dungeon door for master and helping him remove the chains and inhibitors to his cultivation. Looking at the master's still sad brow, even looking like he wanted to cry out, the visitor was quite surprised. Wasn't it just that you were locked up for a period of time? I remember you aren't such a softie. Why are you still crying? You fool, our plan has slipped up. The more the master said, the more he was in love with himself. Mo Lingxiao, that stupid pig. I have already passed the Tai Chu immortal scripture to him without reservation. But as a result, he still had a brain fuzzy, and had to go to Chu to look for that senior brother among his senses to compare and verify. What? The man was also shocked, and after the shock came the fear, the person in his senses. It can't be. That's right, it's Joey. Master closed his eyes in resignation, letting tears slide down his face. The visitor sucked in a mouthful of cold air and subconsciously took 2 steps back, moving away from his master. Old vengeance. Are you still going to participate in the next operation? I think that a special case like yours, as long as it's reported, even the society lord won't stand in the way. Thanks for your concern, but I still want to continue the operation. Master had returned to his senses by this time, forcing down all the negative emotions in his heart. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and his obsession became more and more insistent. 99 bows have come and gone, and it's just this one shiver. How can I stop here? With a bit of luck, maybe I can successfully break through to the Mahayana realm. At that time, my lifespan will soar to 40,000 years. With such a lifespan, I don't believe Joey can still kill me. That night, there was unrest in the Mo clan. With the cooperation of the inside and the outside, Zhongshan would smoothly kill in the middle of the world of the Mo clan. Although this hidden society was eventually repelled, none of the faces of the Mo clan's top brass looked good. They realized after an inventory afterwards that the Mo clan's treasure trove had basically been emptied, and the most precious pieces of the divine artifacts among them had disappeared as well. Among them were top-level divine items that could greatly increase the success rate of breaking through to the Mahayana. In the past, they couldn't afford to give their own juniors to use, and have been thinking of saving up again. Who knew that somehow it had been stolen? They were literally bursting with anger. The furious Mo clan began to issue bounties throughout the immortal cultivation world for the heads and clues of the members of the Zhongshan society. A few months later, the distraught master impacted the Mahayana realm. To the surprise of many, he blew a gasket and actually made it. Oh ha ha ha, I am. Finally he flew up in the air, and his powerful mighty pressure recklessly lined up in all directions. Just as he stood above the sky with his arms crossed and laughed maniacally up to the sky, a deathly grey aura violently erupted within him. In an instant, the master, who had just been as chi and blood as a savage dragon, and whose life breath was like a blazing sun, planted himself out of the sky. He instantly became extremely old, can barely stand up. The breath of life is as weak as a candle in the wind. Chapter 115. Mo Lingxiao visits Chu. Accompanied by the open forbidden air formation, the void-flying boat arrived at the Chu kingdom smoothly and unhindered. Looking at the imperial capital below, Mo Lingxiao, who was standing on the deck, couldn't help but shake his head in emotion. It's really hard to imagine that such a small city, such a weak country, can make the Heavenly Beyond clan fold up and not dare to move. Again, he's already been to the Outer Heaven clan. There, after the mutual tryst was complete, he had a pleasant conversation with the other. From the Heavens Beyond clan, he had gotten quite a lot of news that had information about Chu. It was only at this time that he realized that his previous imaginary enemy, second senior brother, as well as the Chu royal family behind second senior brother, had been slaughtered years ago. Now the throne, although still sitting on the royal family, is just a backdrop, not a bit of, or the legacy of the royal family before him. It simply couldn't be the second brother he was familiar with. The Dragon Tiger Taoist sect, a power that had just appeared, was even a bit weird, with a battle record so brilliant that he was a bit afraid to touch it. So, who was that homunculus cultivator I sensed here? Senior brother Mo Lingxiao was extremely confused in his mind. It can't be the oldest three, can it? He shook his head and lost his smile. It's impossible. Given the situation at that time, it would be impossible for Lao San to survive even if he had 800 lives, let alone succeed in counter-killing Lao Er and then obtaining the gongfu from Lao Er's body and cultivating it together. Forget it, there's no point in guessing here. I've always been able to accurately locate him anyway, and when I find the person, then everything will be clear. With this thought, the void flying boat slowly descended and landed on the imperial capital's podium. Fu Wen, with the civil and military officials of Chu as well as the emperor, had already been waiting on the podium for a long time. Mo Lingxiao was going to come to Chu. Naturally he wouldn't sneak around. With the influence of the immortal race, he could have just explicitly stated it. The people of Chu were also very sensible and obediently released the Forbidden Air formation, allowing him to come over without any problems. There are many things that have not been communicated or exchanged, but have long since formed an understanding in the underworld, just like the Heavens Beyond clan. For example, although they saw this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of them, they all held back their anger and desire for revenge, and didn't move a muscle and didn't take advantage of the opportunity to make a move. It was because Chu's Forbidden Air formation was open to allow the people of the Mo clan to enter, and it had nothing to do with them. If they dared to disregard the unspoken rules and brazenly take advantage of this opportunity to attack, they would be not giving face to the Mo clan. The consequences will only get worse. Mo Lingxiao brought the three elders of the clan down from the flying boat, and didn't put on the face of a great clan's son, very cordially shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with everyone one by one. After speaking nonsense for a few moments, he was finally a bit unable to resist and inquired about the whereabouts of his second senior brother. Second prince? Fu Wen was a bit confused. I haven't heard of this character. Now. It was Mo Lingxiao who was confused. Are you really sure? That is the former Chu emperor's second prince. Also the existence of high hopes. He could never be unknown, right? In the end, it was the knowledgeable Li Qingyun who recalled an unobtrusive piece of information from his own mind and spoke. That second prince you mentioned. It seems like he died a long time ago. He said a piece of information from many years ago. Mo Lingxiao's face froze. He counted the time in Li Qingyun's mouth, and was shocked to realize that the day the second senior brother died was exactly the day they left the school. It seems that after I left back then, something else happened. Mo Lingxiao's gaze was ghostly. After a few casual words of politeness, he was about to turn around and leave. He had already somewhat sensed that the water in this Chu kingdom was deeper than he had imagined. That being the case, it was all the more important not to delay, and it had to be done quickly. Directly follow the induction to find the person who practiced the missing part of the Taichu immortal scripture. And then, as he was thinking this, he heard Fu Wen's voice. A few of you should still stay put for now. How about staying right here in the royal capital? Mo Lingxiao's footsteps paused as he turned around, his gaze morose as he looked at Fu Wen. Are you trying to put us under house arrest? Just you guys? Did I give you guys too much face before? I spoke to you all in a nice voice before because I was educated, but that doesn't mean I'm weak and vulnerable. The three merged powerhouses blossomed their respective auras, and the terrifying pressure came from the sky, and instantly, everyone up and down the entire imperial capital knelt on the ground, shivering and terrified, only to feel that it was comparable to the heavenly might. So did Fu Wen, who also fell to his knees. Instead of having any burden in his heart, he was relaxed. Why is senior brother in such a hurry to come to me? Suddenly, a voice that seemed like a light sigh rang out. Hearing this voice, Mo Lingxiao's face changed drastically. The three harmonization powerhouses behind him were even more wildly changed in color, their eyes looking at these civil and military officials of Chu in front of them with suspicion, and their divine sense spreading out to look at the thousands of people in the imperial capital. They've found the source of the sound. It is from within these people. What kind of tactic is this? Refining the entire imperial capital into puppets? Not quite like. These people are indeed still people, not puppets, all with their own thoughts and wills. This is somewhat like the means of the Southwest bug cultivator. The three merged powerhouses are very knowledgeable and inexperienced, quickly generating a series of associations. However, at this moment, the most impacted spirit in the scene also belongs to the eldest senior brother Mo Lingxiao. His eyes scanned around as if looking for some deceased figure, but he couldn't find one. One could only say haphazardly to the empty clearing in front of him. Third senior brother, is that you? It's actually you who survived? It's incredible. It seems it's just as Master said, once I get too close to you, I'll be perceived by you in reverse. He quickly organized his mood and faced the entire Chu kingdom with the image of a bright and gentle son of a great clan and said, nowadays, it seems that you are also in control of the Chu kingdom and the Dragon Tiger Taoist sex side? Terrific! Terrific! You've accomplished far more than I have. But I'm curious, how did you cultivate to this realm and have such a large base by only relying on the little bit of the Taichu immortal scripture that was split out? Truth be told, I came here today to complement the Taichu immortal scripture. You may not know, back then, the 3 techniques that the master took out, in fact, all of them were removed from one book, and only by complementing each other can they be cultivated to a higher realm. You and I, master and brother, don't have any deep hatred. Why don't we make up for each other? And each of us can accomplish something. How about it? He spoke eloquently, flashing his identity as the son of the immortal clan, intimidating and shocking, and sweet-talking, just to seduce Joey to come out. It's just a shame it didn't work. This time, Joey's voice came out from the houses, trees, insects and birds, masonry, and the human body together. There is no need for this. You are in no position to negotiate with me. Mo Lingxiao's face changed as a deathly gray aura spread out from him. Chapter 116 Powerlessness. Watch out! The 3 merged powerhouses bellowed, their hands gently pushing forward. A shield then enveloped them and Mo Lingxiao. With this hand, standing still and letting the people of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect attack for 100 years would not be able to break it. But alas, the danger comes from themselves. They had exerted thousands of means in an instant, but they were simply unable to forcefully remove the deadly gray aura that had spread out within their bodies, and they were even unable to suppress it. In just a short instant of time, 3 renowned immortal combined powerhouses had fallen. Mo Lingxiao fell to his knees with a thud. In just a few moments, before he had time to react, he had gone from being a magnificent son of heaven to a dying old man. Loose skins piled up and the whole body shrunk. His extremely pure Yuaning cultivation had disappeared, becoming as weak as an ordinary mortal old man. He wanted to yell something, but it triggered an old man's disease in his body, and he couldn't say a word as if he had a thick phlegm clogged in his throat. His legs as well as his whole body trembled as he fell to his knees. In just a moment, he didn't even have the strength to support himself as he continued to fall to his knees. He fell to the ground, the pale face pressed against the cold ground, and the breath barely exhaled from his nostrils blew the dust off the ground. It wasn't until long after the merging pressure had disappeared that Fuan and the others rubbed their knees and stood up from the ground. Many of the disciples of the Longhu Dao sect had already fallen to their knees, loudly praising the old ancestors' might. They hadn't thought that the immortal clan's merged powerhouses that had been blown up to the sky turned out to be still so weak even in front of their own ancestors, and were no different from those enemies from before. Only Li Qingyun and his husband were frowning tightly with some uneasiness in their expressions. Originally, when they received an explicit letter from the immortal race, and Zhou Yi explicitly agreed to let them come over, they were still relieved, thinking that they would finally not have to start any more conflicts, and that they would be able to interact with the outside world normally. It would be even better if he could climb into some kind of relationship with the immortal race. I didn't realize that relationships really do climb. It seemed that his own old ancestor and this immortal race male were senior brothers. It just doesn't look like a good relationship. Now this is so messed up. It is even more directly into life and death enemies. Joey ignored these people's concerns and directly ordered Fuan to go up and do something. Fuan was also not the least bit polite as he walked up and picked up the defenseless Mo Lingxiao and flew away. 2 days later, he found Joey. It was in a barren mountainous area, and the aura was so barren that it was quite pitiful. Joey had built a hut between a piece of bamboo forest, and at the moment, was calmly making tea. Fuan carefully placed the Mo Lingxiao in his hand across from Joey and walked out, closing the door in the process. A mute note and a mute spell formation were activated to ensure that no one could hear the conversation inside. A parting of dozens of years. To see you again is such a situation. It's really saddening. Joey poured a cup of tea for Mo Lingxiao with a face full of emotion. Then only then did he say with a solemn expression, "Senior brother, it's been a long time." Mo Lingxiao snorted, reaching out with one of his chicken-clawed, withered hands, he grasped the piping hot teacup. 2 days was enough time for him to recognize his situation and adapt to this body today. He is now able to walk normally, but that wasn't what he was concerned about. Let me just ask, is it possible for me to change back? Mo Lingxiao stared at Zhou Yi with wide eyes, deadpan. Even now, he still can't come to terms with his fall and transformation. He is the Ling Xiao Duke of the Mo clan, a well-known upstart, the pride of the heavens. Seeing that he had gained the family's recognition, he was about to soar into the sky. As a result, he was interrupted by such an inexplicable thing and became like this, not to mention losing all of his cultivation and realm, but also looking like he might die of old age at any time. How is this acceptable to him? Looking at eldest senior brother's deeply obsessive appearance, Joey was filled with impatience and said, "Eldest senior brother, you're obsessed. Getting overly caught up in such minor and trivial things keeps you from seeing what's really important to you. It's not a matter of whether you can regain your youth and peak now. It's a matter of whether you can live or not. You wouldn't think that I would still spare your life if I messed you up like this, would you?" Joey teased with a smile. He was finally too lazy to pretend. Mo Lingxiao also heard the meaning of his words and was so angry that his body was trembling. Is there really no chance of a turnaround? At this moment, he could no longer deceive himself and others, and could only face the cruelest facts. His voice was full of pleading. As I recall, there is no grudge between us that must be divided between life and death. Is there? Back then, when we were in Greenstone Town, we were still on good terms. Before was before, now is now. Joey's face was full of coldness and ruthlessness. Besides, I've already killed 3 of your family's harmonized elders. Can this blood feud be left so unsettled? If I let you live, don't you want to avenge those 3? I can put down my hatred and pretend that nothing happened, Mo Lingxiao said decisively. Joey also did not expect that the righteous-faced senior brother in front of him would actually be able to do this in order to stay alive. He was a little speechless, but that obviously doesn't change his resolve. It's no use you're resolving to put it down. You don't represent the immortal clan behind you. A merged cultivator, even amongst the immortal race, can't be said to be seen everywhere, right? If I kill them, the family behind you is bound to retaliate, and my danger is not reduced. Since this is the case, why do I still want to keep you alive? Joey also voiced his helplessness. Theoretically, there is a possibility of peaceful coexistence between the two of them, but only theoretically. After all, Mo Lingxiao had brought 3 major harmonized powerhouses to find him, and could also sense his location at any time, so he couldn't just wait with his hands tied. After all, people's hearts are in the wrong place, and who knows what people think, in case they want their lives? If this was found by them, then Joey's fate in life and death would not be in his hands. There was no way around it. He could only choose to make the first move. Looking at Joey, who was full of desperation, Mo Lingxiao gritted his teeth fiercely. The teeth, which were already wobbly, were all sprayed out by his force. His mouth was full of blood. His heart was filled with despair, because he couldn't think of a way to live for himself even when he thought about it left and right. In front of Joey, nowadays he didn't have any bargaining chips or qualifications to negotiate. Joey also didn't feel much interest after saying this, so he overturned the tea table and walked over to his eldest senior brother, reaching out and placing his hand on the other party's head. Looks like a soul search. Eldest brother panicked a bit. The entire Taicho immortal scripture is in my storage bag. At this moment, he was just obediently handing over his gongfu and was not willing to encounter a soul search. After all, that can be very painful, and can lead to a life of complete secrecy in front of others. Oh, many thanks. Unexpectedly, after Joey heard this news, he just collected the storage bag with a face full of indifference, and still continued in the soul search, without the slightest intention to stop. What he wanted was not only the gongfu, but also some of the internal situation of the Mo clan. Some images of Mo clan powerhouses who had once fought against Mo Lingxiao. A moment later, Joey pushed the door open. He turned and closed the door of the cabin gently behind him. He waved his hand and walked out the door on his own. Fuan wasn't sure what happened inside, nor did he know what happened to Mo Lingxiao in the end, but he didn't ask anything and instead silently followed behind Joey. The two of them followed the blurrier forest path and slowly made their way out of the small valley they had just been in. While walking, Joey gently tapped the back of his hand with his fingers, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a long time, he then stopped and said to Fuan, "All right, this side of things is over. You can return to the royal capital." Mo Lingxiao and 3 entire harmonized powerhouses dying in Shu will inevitably draw the thunderous wrath and retaliatory backlash from the Mo clan. Remember to reinforce and optimize the forbidden air formation. Don't let them come in so easily. For the next period of time, the situation will be very volatile. You can take some of the more important people with you to hide for a while. You don't have to stay in the imperial capital all the time, so as not to be too big of a target and attract a fatal blow. Yes. Payan asked nothing and obediently flew away. He believed that Joey would eventually solve everything. Whether it was the hatred of the Heavens Beyond clan or the retaliation of the Mo clan, it would eventually disappear. Just like the previous string of changes. In the end, only the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect and Joey would continue to stand. After Fuan left, Joey did not continue to waste time on the ground in a slow manner as he rose up in the air and flew away from the area. A few hours later, he quietly landed on one of the 5 bamboo shoot mountains. Relying on the Elder Token and a series of orders, he managed to stay hidden without alerting anyone. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room with the thickest spiritual chi in the entire bamboo shoots mountain, Joey did not waste any time and began to try to transport his energy in accordance with the route of the Taichu Immortal Scripture's gong method. Soon, during the second run of the gong after performing the circumference of the gong, under the pull of the E-root method and the nourishing art, the Taichu Immortal Scripture that he was practicing changed, and the route of the gong was adjusted. It did become smoother after such fine-tuning. The intentional root method and the art of nourishing life also found their place amongst the brand new Taichu Immortal Scripture, and the two were smoothly integrated. The death spell art became a bit stagnant as it was incorporated. Joey viewed it rather strangely, looking for a few problem-related places to try and slightly alter it. It did indeed make the incorporation of the death spell technique a little more harmonious, but it also led to changes in other parts of the feat. Master, what have you done? This Taichu Immortal Scripture, just how many versions are there? Joey couldn't even help but lament with resentment. The Taichu Immortal Scripture that his master had passed on to his eldest brother Mo Lingxiao back then was the first version he knew of, and this version lacked the content of the E-root technique and the nourishing life technique. The second version was the full version that master had given to eldest brother Mo Lingxiao not long ago in the Immortal Clan, which already contained the E-root technique and the nourishing life technique. It was just that the E-root method and the nourishing art recorded on it were a bit different from the version after Joey had mutated and auto-complemented itself. Joey was skeptical in his mind, so he did not practice in the direction recorded above, but instead replaced it in the relevant part with the contents of the E-root method and nourishing art that he was originally practicing. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. The entire primordial immortal scripture was pulled and changed, turning into something else, but even then, that's not the limit. The Taichu Immortal Scripture in this state was unable to fuse perfectly with the death spell art. Joey suspected that Master had a more complete version of the set in his hands than the one he was carrying. Terrible. Just terrible. All of us disciples, all of us, have been played by you. Joey whispered softly, his heart scornful. He didn't know what flaws and fatal weaknesses his current gongfu actually had, and he didn't know if his master could sense his presence and exact location from a long distance like Mo Lingxiao before him. I wonder what things that old fox, Master, is secretly plotting. This feeling is still a bit hard to bear. He gently exhaled a breath, and in his heart, he had already made up his mind. Now that I've obtained the Taichu Immortal Scripture, even though it's not the most complete version, it's already enough to use. In that case, the master won't be of much use to him. Instead, it had been a constant threat to him. This can't be tolerated. Joey came to his spiritual space and found that it had changed radically. The original darkness all disappeared and changed into an endless sea. Those points of light were still floating in the air, just no longer as solid as they used to be. Such a change was normal. After all, he had already supplemented the Taichu Immortal Scripture, and the mental space caused by the original intentional root technique and nourishing life technique would naturally mutate along with it. Now, Joey's spiritual power had already metamorphosed into an alternative divine idea, and had also finally practiced to the soul part. With so many years of refining and nourishing the E-root method, he would soon be able to cultivate his divine soul, and what had been a mental space became a sea of consciousness. But I still prefer the title spiritual space, so let's just call it that. Joey said so, and as he reached out, a point of light that he had taken special care of fell in front of him. This is the Master's point of light. Master, at present, I am still only a mere cultivator of the first level of chi refining. I really can't afford to carry a big man like you at the peak of harmonization secretly plotting. Joey sighed softly and stretched out a finger, gently tapping it on top of the point of light. A great deal of his lifespan evaporated, turning into a deadly gray aura that scrambled into it. This time, Joey used his 300,000 year lifespan. It wasn't that he looked down on his master, but because he already had a certain understanding of his master's current situation today through his eldest brother's memories. If you die, count yourself as too weak. If you don't die, I still hope that you can understand what I mean. Joey looked at the point of light in front of him and said so. Chapter 117 Zhongshan Association Meeting. I am not willing. The vengeful heavenly exalt who had been turned into an old man hissed up to the sky. The withered chi and blood seemed to be bursting back into radiant light, and the piled-up old man's skin all over his body began to stretch. He seems to be going back to the top in this moment. At the critical moment, a silhouette silently appeared behind him and placed a hand on his shoulder. At that moment, all of vengeful heavenly sovereign's aura and power were all pressed back into his body, and he transformed back into that windswept old man. President? He turned his head to look at this person behind himself, a look of mixed surprise on his face. You've come out of the gate? The president of the Zhongshan Society wore a bronze mask on his face and was dressed in the costume of the ancient ancestors, looking out of place in this era. Facing vengeful heavenly exalt's inquiry, he nodded slightly and said with a face full of emotion, with something this big, I can't even think about not coming out of the gate. Vengeful heavenly exalt lowered his head and said with some pain and shame, it's my fault. One mistake. There's no need to talk about this. The president of the Bell Mountain Association shook his head, and with a wave of his hand, he blasted open the void, opening up a passageway, and took the lead in stepping in. Let's go, and go discuss what to do about that good disciple of yours. Vengeful heavenly exalt hurriedly stood up and tremblingly followed him in. At the end of the spatial passage was a strange place. Here there are statues of ancient and incomparable bronze gods and goddesses, dragons and phoenixes soaring in the 9 heavens, roaring Qilin, and silent but murderous immortal soldiers and immortal generals. It was as if the place was at the bottom of the sea, with all kinds of light refracted to create a wonderland of light. But then there's no sea water. There was only one piece of broken immortal weapons floating randomly in the middle of mid-air. Underneath the huge and ancient bronze statue of the divine dragon was an incomparably regular long bronze table, and a number of people were already seated at the table. When they saw the president bring in vengeful heavenly exalt, they all couldn't help but stand up and bowed their heads in greeting to the president as they pressed down their excitement and other emotions. The president gave a casual hum in response and quickly made his way to the head seat and sat down. The others then dared to resume their seats. Vengeful heavenly exalt also sat back in his seat. His position and ranking here wasn't very high, and every single person sitting in front of him was more powerful than he was at his peak. Even if he managed to break through to the Mahayana realm, he could not be compared to it. The president's eyes swept over the faces of the attendees one by one, finally opening this meeting. The main thing is to discuss what to do about that disciple of Zhou Tian. Instantly, everyone's gazes shifted to vengeful heavenly exalt. Not everyone knew his specifics, and a look of curiosity and confusion was evident in some people's eyes. Vengeful heavenly exalt had no choice but to endure the pain in his heart and explain the matter all over again. This left quite a few people speechless. The disciple you taught yourself. Could it be that you really can't do anything about him? It seemed strange to them. After all, it wasn't the first time that vengeful heavenly sovereign had done this kind of thing, and it should have been familiar with it a long time ago. How did it come to this? That doesn't make sense. You're right. I really can't do anything about him. Vengeful heavenly exalt said with a bitter smile. I don't know why, but a top-tier forbidden spell like the death spell technique is able to be used as an ordinary spell in his hands. What's even more terrifying is that because of the previous matter of the mythic source of the manifestation divine kingdom, in short, because of the impact of that matter, the death spell technique has now completely changed in his hands. I have obviously left Chu and no longer shine with him, but still, he pinched my little life as usual. Speaking here, vengeful heavenly exalt's body trembled, somewhat embarrassed and somewhat powerless. The reason why he didn't kill me before wasn't because he couldn't do it, but because he wanted to meet with me again. Wanted me to meet with him and die in front of him. That thing about the mythical source of the manifestation divine kingdom? The rest of the Bell Mountain Society was even more speechless. Someone even accused without mercy. I already told you a long time ago. Excessive greed will get you killed. Well now, instead of shining brightly in your hands, the death spell technique you were so greedy for back then has become a sharp sword over your head, ready to take your life at any time. A spell as powerful as the death spell technique was unable to shine because of the changing rules of the heavenly Tao. This seems like a serious waste to some. Among these people was the vengeful heavenly exalt from back then, because of his cultivation of the Taichu immortal scripture, which allowed him to gain a huge lifespan. He felt that he was the most suitable candidate to cast this spell, and had always wanted to restore the glory of the death spell technique. The mythical source of the manifestation divine kingdom gave him this opportunity. It was a cultivation country too. Just very special. After bringing it down, borrowing its special features, the vengeful heavenly sovereign reshuffled the primordial immortal scripture and the death spell technique amongst its mythological sources so that the two of them could become apt for each other. This was the reason why two techniques that were originally not related to each other could be used in conjunction with each other. Only the result was a great disappointment to the vengeful heavenly exalt. This wasn't enough to bypass the heavenly Tao restrictions set by the immortal race. Even though the death spell technique could be used in conjunction with his Taichu immortal scripture to complement each other, it was still a bit laggy and didn't work perfectly together, and the results it brought were far lower than he had expected. Joey thought that there was a more complete version of the Taichu immortal scripture in his master's hands, but he guessed wrongly. The one he had gotten so far was already the most complete one. Even the mythic source of the manifestation divine kingdom could only twist the death spell technique into its current form and could not change it any further. In fact, vengeful heavenly sovereign was also able to make the same subtle adjustments as Joey by running his gung fu and using the death spell technique over and over again. Eventually, the Taichu immortal scripture and the death spell technique were adjusted to the point where they were perfectly suited to each other. But he didn't have that much life expectancy and didn't dare to make that many attempts, which is why he ended up in the current situation of not being able to get up and down. After realizing that the proceeds were far lower than expected, vengeful heavenly exalt was greatly disappointed and no longer dwelled on this matter. Instead he began to plot to go around the world to take in disciples and pave the way for his own path to the Mahayana. I didn't realize that a mediocre act had accidentally taught myself a disciple who could be called a monster. He was never expecting that the death spell technique, which had been completely reduced to a chicken rib in the hands of himself and others, would actually regain its luster in Joey. And it's gotten so scary. Chapter 118 The Lifeless. Facing the accusations and ridicule of the others, vengeful heavenly sovereign lowered his head and did not engage in any rebuttal. He was the one who caused this incident in the first place, and he should indeed be held fully responsible. Moreover, he was now on the verge of being reduced to an ordinary person, and he really didn't have any qualifications to say anything in front of these people in front of him. It was the president who eventually helped him out. That mysterious president of the Bell Mountain Association reached out his hand and gently knocked on the long bronze table, saying, "All right, let's not waste any more time. Things have already happened, and no amount of accusations will be of any use. Now, let's talk about what to do with that Joey." At those words, the meeting, which had just been incredibly lively, fell silent. The president's gaze turned and he began to name names. By Xiao Shang, you and Xiao Tian did this thing together in the first place. And you uncovered and recommended the person to Xiao Tian. Didn't you claim to be able to count all the world's lives? You start by saying something. 100 Xiao Shang, who has been trying to reduce his existence, saw how he could not escape, and his face could not help but show a bitter smile. It is true that the person is the one I found and recommended to Xiao Tian, right? But I am also wrong. Throughout the past history of the entire immortal cultivation world, going through all of my division's legacies, none of my ancestors have ever seen such a person with their own eyes, and there are only vague mentions of conjectures about this kind of person in the ancient texts. How could I know? I'm in a frontier land like that, and I'm actually able to meet such a character? The more he said, the more aggrieved he became. Those who have no destiny, have no real destiny of their own. The future is not controlled or at their mercy. Such a person is the legendary one that has vanished, a natural variable that cannot be measured. It's just that forcing it would only yield a completely wrong result. I sensed that he was not simple from the first moment I saw him at that time, so I tried to calculate it, and the result told me that this person's chi was prosperous, and that he was the son of Chu's chi, and that he was the disciple that Xiao Tian needed the most, so I snubbed him to Xiao Tian. How would I have thought that this legendary lifeless one would actually be so outrageous? If it wasn't for Xiao Tian's later accidental discovery that his actual encounters and growth trajectory were different from what I had projected, and that he was able to release the death spell technique at will, I'm afraid that I'd still be kept in the dark about his true face. Bai Xiao Shang is really aggravated. Not only was he aggravated, he was scared. The vengeful heavenly sovereign has ended up in this situation. So what about him? Right now, they only knew that the death spell technique had changed in Zhou Yi's hands and was no longer as rigid as before. Even if they took 1,000 precautions and left no medium behind and did not appear in Zhou Yi's eyes, they would still be killed by the other party. Bai Xiao Shang was worried about his future. He tried to read his own fortune a long time ago. The results showed peace and prosperity, and Zhou Yi would not take a shot at him. Well, now he's even more worried and scared. Looking at the aggrieved and inexplicable Bai Xiao Shang, the president of the Zhongshan Association said with some headache, "I'm not asking you to talk about these old stories. I'm asking you, in the face of this situation nowadays, do you have any suggestions and ideas?" Bai Xiao Shang barely managed to muster up a bit of energy. "Yes, better finish off Zhou Yi. Only by completely exterminating this trouble will we be able to continue to rest on our laurels and go about our business. His words elicited a response. Many of the attendees had cold expressions and agreed to get rid of Joey, that little man who deceived his teacher and destroyed his ancestors. It's always been us, the Zhongshan Society, who bullied people. When is it the turn of a little kid who isn't even 100 years old to ride over us and piss on our heads? That's the plainest thing they have in mind. It was also very much in line with the president's ideas, so he expressed his support as well. After a consensus was reached, people began to offer ideas. Latest news. That big disciple of Old Man Vengeful Sky, Lord Ling Xiao, who traveled to the Chu Kingdom and wanted to complete his feats, shattered the fate card he left within the Mo clan. The same goes for the three great harmonized powerhouses that accompanied him. They should have all met an untimely end within the territory of Chu and died under Joey. In the middle of the meeting, someone suddenly received an aura flying from the outside world, and opened his mouth smilingly after reading it carefully, bringing everyone the latest information. After hearing this intelligence, the people present could not help but be energized. The passivity that had been so uncomfortable was finally gone, and things were back to what they knew best, what they were best at. Get in touch with the Mo clan side, and tell them that we're willing to help out in such a small matter. As an apology for what happened before, the Zhongshan Association's people were all veteran stirrers now, and instantly came up with tons of bad water. You can send over a copy of the information about Joey's identity and intelligence to them, so that they can make preparations in advance. The immortal race who knew about Joey's existence and detailed intelligence information in advance thought that they would definitely give Joey and his Dragon Tiger Taoist sect a surprise, right? The crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing just thinking about that image. Soon after, the resolution was passed. A transmission jade slip broke through the layers of emptiness and flew directly into the middle of the Mo clan's void great realm. That's not a simple handful. It was then that the greatest vigilance of the Mo clan was triggered, and the mountains were filled with immortal cultivators who flew out, and the great formations were galvanized layer by layer. They thought they had an enemy attack. A few minutes later, the Mo clan's council hall was filled with terrible old men with white hair. The transmission jade slip floated silently in midair. The old men of the Mo clan stared dead on, their gazes all a bit grave. The Bell Mountain Society. Finally someone spoke up. The oldest one reached out and the jade slip fell into his hand. A failure to investigate. A rat that once hid in a sewer has become a pile of trouble. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. They, the top-tier powerhouses, were able to discern many things through this transmission jade slip. If the person who sent out the jade slip really wanted to attack the Mo clan, the Void Great Realm as well as the heavy formations wouldn't be able to stop the other party. Oh, such a person may still be able to rise in the past, but now well, there are also people who sneer, not caring. The oldest old man with a calm expression finished reading the contents of the transmission jade slip and passed it to the next person. Soon, the jade slip was circulated through the field. All the old men knew the cause of Mo Ling Xiao's death, as well as the detailed information about Joey and the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. They weren't angry, or even having much of a mood swing. As a family ancestor, one of their seclusion is 1,000 years of time, outside of what male children and family future have been passed down iterations do not know how many. In their eyes, the death of Mo Ling Xiao was nothing at all. Growing up doesn't help, and blowing up a broken genius doesn't help. With such a large family, there could be a bunch of random ones coming up to replace them. This is trying to kill people with a borrowed knife. They calmly saw the calculations of the Zhongshan Society. Chapter 119, Cannon Fodder. The Mo family ancestors who had lived for a long time easily saw through the little calculations of the Zhongshan Association. So, the question now is, should we let their little calculations succeed? Old ancestor Mo Shan, who had the highest status, softly inquired. The other old ancestors below looked at each other, their eyes interacting and probing for the other's meanings. Over the years, the Zhongshan Association has brought a lot of big chaos to the entire cultivation world and before that, they even dared to kill into my Mo realm and ransacked my clan's treasure trove. An old ancestor frowned tightly, rather dissatisfied and said, now that they've ran into trouble, they even want to borrow our hands to help them kill people. What do they want? What do they think we Mo are? They're thugs? Want to use them? Many people nodded their heads, feeling that they could not let these people succeed in their schemes and calculations. In that case, they, the Mo clan, would have fallen too far behind. But Ling Zhao's revenge can't go unrewarded, can it? The old ancestor named Mo Chung frowned and spoke. Even though a just-launched family prince is just that, nothing in our eyes, it's different in the eyes of the outside world. If we can't avenge him, then this will become a disgrace that will be forever branded on the Mo clan. It will be made fun of by the other immortal race Dao clans, not to mention that it will also cause people to speculate plainly whether my Mo clan is weak. Mo Lingxiao was the genius of Mo Chang's lineage. If he couldn't get a claim for his junior, he wouldn't have the face to be this old ancestor in front of his bloodline clansmen. So many seemingly grandiose words are really just used to cover your ass. Mo Chang's words also caused quite a few old ancestors to nod their heads. They all felt that this matter couldn't just be left alone. What about the Bell Mountain Society? An argument soon ensued. An old ancestor Mo Qiankuan, who had a great deal of hostility towards the Zhongshan Association, said with great dissatisfaction, "Earlier, the Zhongshan Association caused havoc in my Mo clan. Isn't this disgraceful? Doesn't this attract ridicule? Does this not allow outsiders to speculate across the board? Is this not a disgrace on our Mo clan? Shouldn't it be cleared?" I didn't say. The two sides argued for a while, and finally set their eyes on Mo Shan. Everyone knows that this is Mo Shan's method of imperialization. First, he took himself out of the picture and did not express any opinion. And then when both sides could not stop arguing, he came forward to make a decision, acting as if he were fair and impartial. And in this way, his position was as secure as Mount Taishan. But knowing what I know, I still have to count on the other side when it comes to times like this. Even if he knew that the other party was just giving a step and making peace, it was still better than his own infighting with the clan right now. Ling Zhao's revenge has to be avenged, and the Zhongshan Association can't be spared either. As expected, this old man Mo Shan didn't choose anyone on either side and took the middle ground himself. They are all demons and devils that can't be brought to the surface. Since they dare to jump out and provoke my Mo clan, let's exterminate them together. A few moments later, a transmission jade slip flew out from the Mo clan, following the karma of the underworld and landing in the hands of the president of the Zhongshan Association. The minds of these old men are too easy to guess. After reading the above, the president shook his head disdainfully. If I were to really lose my mind and obediently cooperate with the Mo clan's actions, then at that time, I would either be taken out across the river and killed off in passing after destroying Zhou Yi and the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect, or I would be killed off together. The president is wise and heroic. Naturally, he will not fall into this kind of trap. Bai Xiaoshang stood behind the president and gave a wild lick. Well, the president pondered slightly with his hands behind his back before adding, but the Mo clan have obediently given us the knife, so we can't afford to show nothing. And what do you mean? Bacchus inquired curiously. He could certainly use his celestial arts to calculate the future and the thoughts of certain people, but this matter, after all, involved Zhou Yi, the lifeless one, and the future was already chaotic. He didn't dare to determine whether the results he had calculated had been interfered with by Zhou Yi or not, and whether they had produced any bias or error. To prevent entanglements and paranoia, he ended up counting nothing. Help still has to be given, and someone has to be sent to meet up with the people of the Mo clan to attack Chu together. The president said so, but this candidate well. As soon as the president said that, Bai Xiaoshang realized it. The ones sent over there are definitely scraps and peripherals. Some who have lost their value but still enjoy status and benefits within the Bell Mountain Society. And then there's the guys that everyone looks at. These people will be cannon fodder. Regardless of the outcome of the Mo's attack on Chu, it would ultimately be a death. Anyway, it's not like the Mo clan is clear on who the top brass of the Zhongshan Association are, so it's still up to this side to say whatever they want at that time. It's not a bad idea to give those cannon fodder a temporary boost in status and stature. On top of that, it gives the Mo a psychological boost. Let the Mo clan let their guard down and relax their siege and pursuit of the Zhongshan Society. The chairman Sama is so calculating. Momochi was licking again. Licking in a meaty, bottomless way. I ended up licking it, only to look back and realize that my name was actually on the list of cannon fodder. That's a lot of sky falling. He angrily ran to the president to inquire about it, only to have the president tell him flatly and unassumingly, "Don't you count as a waste now? With the lifeless one as a distraction? How much more can you do with your divine calculations now?" Bai Xiaoshang was crushed to his knees by the president's pressure. It was at this moment that he realized how powerful and terrifying the president was. Even though he wasn't a specialized warrior and was only an auxiliary heavenly mechanic, and his cultivation realm wasn't very high, the president's power was unquestionable. The most powerful man he'd ever met. But, in a place without Zhou Yi's interference, I'm still able to calculate accurately. Bai Xiaoshang fell to his knees in humiliation, stuttering and fighting for his right to live. And this time, Zhou Yi is going to die, isn't he? By then the interference with me will be completely gone, and I'll be able to continue to serve you, Chairman. Again. Right. That's why I sent you to the front line to witness Zhou death. In the face of Bai Xiaoxing's pitiful pleas for mercy, the president was not moved at all. With a cold and unfeeling demeanor, if Zhou didn't die, and your interference didn't disappear, then you wouldn't have to come back. Momochi was just thrown on the cannon fodder bandwagon. All he felt was a cold, chilling chill. Over the years, the Bell Mountain Association had been able to develop so rapidly, repeatedly avoiding the enemy's siege and pursuit, and repeatedly seizing the greatest opportunities and creations at the most opportune times, and he had a great deal of credit in this. But now, a meritorious person like him is going to be used as cannon fodder just because his utilization value is slightly lower? His mind was painfully resigned and incredulous. Senior brother, I came to give you a ride. All of his questions were answered after seeing the new Divine Fate Master, his own senior brother, following beside the president. The senior brother showed his teeth and smiled at Bai Xiaoxing, showing all his ease and complacency. Chapter 120 The Bureau. There's no need to look any further. It's better to think about what to do to survive the next big battle. The incomparably old vengeful heavenly exalt called back the disoriented Bai Xiaoxing and spoke thus. Both were the absolute top level of the Bell Mountain Society at one time. The kind that qualifies you to attend meetings. The friendships are pretty good. For so many years, it had been vengeful heavenly sovereign who had been hiring 100 Xiaosheng to help him sift through and find one disciple after another. Now, their fates are even more tightly bound together. Yes, the vengeful heavenly sovereign who had already had a large amount of his longevity shaved off, becoming old and decrepit, and whose cultivation was nearly non-existent, was also a worthless piece of trash in President Zhongshan's opinion, and was likewise on the list of cannon fodder. The reason why the previous meeting was dedicated to him to discuss how to deal with Zhou was not because of the president's deep feelings towards the heavenly hatred sovereign, simply because Zhou had dared to provoke their Zhongshan association. It had become a trouble that had to be resolved, and once it was not resolved, it would likely lead to endless variables being born in the future. As the two people who had caused this trouble, vengeful heavenly sovereign and Bai Xiaoxing, President Zhongshan felt that by not killing these two people, but giving them a possibility to live in death, he was already looking at them for their past achievements for the Zhongshan Association. This is his mercy. But the mercy of the superior is often a disaster that the inferior can't afford to suffer. They will find it hard to understand, hard to accept, and even resentful. Live with what? Bai Xiaosheng gritted his teeth. You're a windswept old waste of space. I'm a Tianji master with no fighting ability. Either Zhou or the Mo clan can take our lives at will. If you really want to get involved and participate in the war on behalf of the Zhongshan Association, you will definitely die in the end, and there won't even be any bones left. Then what do you think we should do? Vengeful heavenly exalt quietly inquired. He seemed much calmer, no longer as broken as he had been the last time we met. Even when Bai Xiaosheng called him an old waste of space to his face, he didn't have any reaction. Mad. If the Zhongshan Association is unkind to us, we are perfectly capable of being unrighteous as well. Bai Xiaoxing's eyes flickered. His heart already had a plan in mind. No matter what, we are truly the senior members of the Zhongshan Association, and we know a lot of the secrets within the association. Both Zhou and the people of the Mo clan should be very interested in this, right? Maybe this will get us a way to live for a change. You want to betray? Vengeful heavenly exalt understood what Bai Xiaosheng meant, and his expression remained calm, without the slightest fluctuation or surprise. There was even a smile at the corner of his mouth. Apparently, he thought so too. The two smiled at each other and agreed on this. After joining up with the people of the Mo clan, they ignored the gazes filled with teasing and measuring, and directly walked to a Mo clan ancestor with a serious expression, and surrendered on the spot. The other side was also surprised. Hastily, he put on all kinds of means. Soon, the life and death of the two were completely in each other's hands. Now, the two men's attitudes and words were finally a bit more credible. This Mo clan ancestor was none other than Mo Qiankuan, who had a lot of opinions about the Zhongshan Association. After listening to the duo's information, he laughed, and without too much delay, he directly waved his hand and killed all those Zhongshan Association cannon fodder except for the duo. Then a transmission jade slip was sent back to the family. 2 hours later, a large number of void-flying boats flew out from the Mo family great realm. The flames of war spread through the immortal cultivation world. Those originally hidden industries and strongholds of the Zhongshan Association were met with uprooting on this day, and a large number of people who hadn't had time to evacuate were killed on the spot, and more confidential information was leaked. Good. Worthy of being all my good members, President Zhongshan, who wore a bronze mask on his face, stood on a hilltop and quietly watched the scene in front of him as the Mo family cultivators chased down the members of the Zhongshan Association. It was clear that the distance between the two sides was not too far, but no one had noticed him. It was as if this president didn't even exist. The new Tianji master of the Zhongshan Association, by Xiaoxing's senior brother, Shinji, casually threw a few copper coins in his hand up into the sky. The copper fell back into his palm, and he glanced down at it. After some careful thought, this was followed by a light laugh, saying, "My lord, the plan is going well. Our true power is all latent." The cannon fodder also performed hard and managed to demoralize the Mo. President Zhongshan let out a hum, no longer looking at the tragedy in front of him, and turned around to leave with the divine calculator. As the divine calculator had said when he met him earlier this morning, his senior brother, Bai Xiaoshang, had completely failed. Not even this incredibly simple inning was calculated. Didn't even get to count the list of real cannon fodder. It wasn't as simple as the other party just miscalculating on issues related to Zhou, influenced by the lifeless one. Many of the projections made over the years had been proven wrong. This was the terror of the lifeless. A simple unintentional touch had ruined a top-tier heavenly mechanic. It turned Bai Xiaoshang from the original wise man who had counted all the lives to a craven charlatan. If that wasn't the case, how could President Zhongshan give him up? Does he really think he's stupid? Learn your senior brother's lesson well, and don't go counting anything about Zhou, lest you become the same as your senior brother. Out of a mentality of cherishing talent, he reminded the divine calculator. Don't worry, President. I've already engraved this lesson in my heart forever, and will also pass it down so that my disciples and grandchildren will remember it firmly. Divine calculator let out a low laugh, and before following President Zhongshan to leave through the open space channel, he also stopped footsteps and glanced in the direction where Chu was. The corners of his mouth filled with smiles. Elder brother, having counted so many people and laid so many innings in your life, I wonder if you can realize that you are also in the innings before you die. As a senior brother, he naturally hoped that his senior brother would figure it out before he died. At that time, your face must have looked wonderful. The divine calculator couldn't help but laugh when he thought about that image. From now on, the Bell Mountain Society would be free from the messy and complicated karma of that piece of Chu. Whether the Mo clan won or Zhou won, in their eyes, the Zhongshan Association had long been annihilated, destroyed in the midst of the betrayal of the traitor Bai Xiaoshang. The president, as well as the top members, were all wiped out. And that's how the stand-ins that had been cultivated over the years were used. From now on, Zhongshan would be hiding in the shadows, out of sight of these two major threats, and quietly developing itself. Chapter 121, Killing Each Other. The arrival of the Mo clan's powerhouses along with their armies was a big shock to the people of the Heavens Beyond clan. The Grand Elder of the Heavens Beyond clan looked at Mo Chang with an ugly face. The other party had his hands behind his back, and his expression was calm and cold as he walked around the most important temple of the Heavens Beyond clan with a great disrespectful look. In the past, the other party would inevitably not have done so. After all, everyone was a Mahayana. There was no need to humiliate each other so much. What if the other party fought with them? But not anymore. Along with the arrival of the true power of the Mo clan, they had discovered the weakness of the Outer Heaven clan. Silently looking at the war god idol in front of him, Mo Chang turned his back to the Grand Elder, not worrying in the slightest that the other party would make a sneak attack on him. Fellow Daoist, how's the consideration going? Don't you guys feel that you are bullying people too much? The great elder clenched his only fist, said with a face full of unwillingness, be aware that in this world, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens, and the heavens' pride and strong people are endless. I am afraid that being so tough is not a long-term way. Ha, Mo Chang was amused. Did you know that? As long as I move my mind, you and the clan behind you will be killed in an instant by all of them. In a way, you have failed, and quite completely. Do you think that a loser like you is qualified to lecture me? The Grand Elder stalled, and his aura and face withered with the naked eye. After mocking a sentence, Mo Chang eased his tone again and persuaded. Fellow Daoist, in fact, I have always admired you for being able to give up your own Dao path for the sake of your clan. Such a great sacrifice. Thinking about it differently, if it were me, it would be absolutely impossible to do it. In the past, you were able to kneel down and worship the god of war for the sake of the survival of your clan and civilization. Today, can't you attach yourself to my Mo clan for the sake of the survival of your clan and civilization? Don't worry, as an immortal race, we still have our own insistence and bottom line. We'll not do such a ridiculous thing as taking your clan to make pills. As long as you nod your head now, You will immediately become my MO clan's guest of honor, and from now on, danger will be completely far away from you, and no one will dare to hit you anymore, and you won't even have to continue worshipping this god of war. Wouldn't it be great for all of us to talk about the immortal path and seek the immortal way together, growing and progressing together with the underpinnings of the two civilizations? There were good words to pull the strings, and there was a definite crisis of extermination in front of them, so how could the Grand Elder choose? Eventually he closed his eyes and nodded silently, indicating that he was willing to lead his people to become a vassal of the MO clan. It's bound to take a lot out of them, but also, as MO Sun said, they will be given the right to live. Only by living can we have a future. And who can say what the future holds? MO Chang was pleased with the first elder's sense of humor. At once, densely packed MO race flying boats landed, and a large number of MO race powerhouses entered the territory of the Heavens Beyond race and began to make contact with the locals. MO Qiankuan brought the duo of 100 Xiao Shang and Vengeful Heavenly Exalt to the Heavenly Beyond clan's temple as well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Under the gazes of the crowd, the Grand Elder began to tell of the contact with the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect over the years, the relevant information and clues he had obtained over the years. Don't tell me, it's really something. The tentacles of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect have actually spread out of Chu? Mo Qiankuan narrowed his eyes as piercing killing intent blossomed from him. Yes, this is an old story left behind by the Seven Clans Alliance back then. The Grand Elder had now accepted his and his clan's situation, and took a step back, only to feel that heaven and earth were wide open, and his speech was much easier. Over the years, the sons and daughters under my command have also been searching for and hunting these people, but with little success. Instead, it led to the fall of many sons and daughters. Later on, thinking that these people's cultivation was very low anyway, and they couldn't get anything done, I didn't bother anymore, and let them secretly establish branches all over the place, gradually spreading out, with the Great Elder being so cooperative, and the immediate need to enlist a large number of people from the Heavens Beyond clan to come in and serve as cannon fodder. Mo Chang and Mo Qiankuan weren't stingy and generously shared quite a bit of relevant information. Until this moment, the Grand Elder did not know who his enemy was. Zhou Yi. He murmured the name, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. In the previous few encounters, Zhou Yi had killed 10 million clansmen of the Heavens Beyond clan, especially those young people and the old, weak, women and children, which infuriated him so much that he couldn't kill them by 1,000 cuts. Now that he finally knew the enemy's identity and relevant information, the hatred in his heart had a definite anchor and became even more intense. Before was before, now is now. Mo Chang flicked the corner of his coat and said in a breezy manner, right now, since it's an all-out war to completely exterminate the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect in Zhou Yi, these bugs can't be left behind. Well, Mo Qiankuan nodded in agreement. Although I haven't made a move against them all these years, I also have quite a lot of specific information about these people and their locations in my hands. The Grand Elder also made a statement. So several people were still discussing the specific battle plan in the middle of the temple, but outside was already a bloody storm. Led by the cultivators of the Heavens Beyond clan, the Mo clan powerhouses began to hunt and kill those Longhu Dao sect branch disciples who had long been recorded. This matter had come so suddenly that the Dragon Martial Dao sect's headquarters side hadn't received any news yet. However, Zhou Yi was the one who had already sensed it. An eventful fall. Zhou Yi looked at the thousands of points of light over the sea of consciousness. These points of light were delineated by him in areas after areas according to their status. Right now, the points of light represented by the disciples he had sent to establish branches in the cultivation world zone were being extinguished one by one. Why does it have to be this way? Why do people have to kill each other? I'm clearly ready to clear my mind and cultivate in silence. But why are you guys still coming to force me? Zhou Yi's heart was filled with incomprehension and bitterness. As he reached out, all of these points of light unfolded, revealing scene after scene. After thoroughly completing the Taichu Immortal Scripture, the use of the death spell technique was still a bit laggy, but it was not a big problem for Zhou Yi. His changed divine mind and divine soul had instead produced more abilities. Even points of light that have died and have dimmed are able to be summoned back by him and show the last scene they saw before they died. Zhou Yi was thus able to see a great deal of the murderer. He who kills, man will always kill. Zhou Yi's face was cold as he refined the figures of these people into points of light. Then, a large amount of his lifespan evaporated, turning into a dead gray aura that madly surged towards these points of light. Chapter 122 The Plan, for Book Club member Infinity 39's reward. What did you say? When they received the bad news reported by their subordinates, Mo Qiankuan and the others were originally still discussing the plan to deal with Zhou Yi with a relaxed face. But after hearing the news, they all became taut. Whether it was someone from the Heavens Beyond clan or the Mo clan, as long as they had traveled to capture the sons of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect branch, all of them were dead. And the dead are still spreading. The already small number of people from the heavenly beyond began to die in large numbers, and the momentum could not be stopped. There was only one of the three remaining great harmonized powerhouses left. No! The Grand Elder couldn't hold back any longer and rushed out of the temple after a cry of sorrow, flying up into the air as the aura of a Mahayana powerhouse spread out across the sky. But he felt utterly powerless. He was a Mahayana cultivator, and in the eyes of some, was already comparable to an immortal. The divine powers are limitless, the Tao is profound, and the mana is like an abyss. But now, he couldn't save any of his people. He stretched out his only remaining hand and was about to collect all of the dead grey aura that was running around among the Heavens Beyond clan, just like what was done before. But an even larger palm violently reached out from the middle of the temple and grabbed him in it, forcefully interrupting all his actions. Don't lose your sanity because of anger and anxiety. The god of war, whose breath had declined a lot, whispered, forcibly suppressing the hateful Grand Elder so that he could not go out and fight for his life. Although the war god was the guardian god of the Heavens Beyond clan, he was not a flesh and blood person after all, and it was true that he had feelings for the people of the Heavens Beyond clan, but it wasn't to the extent that he had to fight to the death for each and every one of them. As a result, he was able to look at the situation at hand from a more objective perspective. This is retaliation from the other side. He who kills, man kills, and I have heard him whispering in the underworld. But that's as far as he goes. He couldn't kill all of the heavenly outcasts altogether. The reason he was able to do all of this in front of him was because those disciples of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect who came out of Chu acted as his eyes. Clansmen who have been seen and memorized by them are not safe from Zhou Yi's poisonous hand. But not everyone has been seen by these disciples of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. And although the losses this time are great and tragic, there will still be a group of our clansmen who have survived. As long as you're around, there's still hope that they won't perish. As the guardian god of the Heavens Beyond clan, he had been silently watching the land, keeping an eye on all the movements. Combined with today's situation, he was able to roughly judge some of Zhou Yi's abilities. The war god's gaze turned and looked at the duo of Mo Chenkun and Mo Chang, saying with apologies, "I'm really sorry. I'm afraid we won't be able to participate in the next battle." Understandable. None of the Mo clan's faces looked good. This was not only because there were also a large number of people from the Mo clan who had died in the earlier turn of events, but also because their chosen cannon fodder clan was now out of the fight. The Outer Heaven clan had a special status. Still, the words, two different worlds, different civilizations of the Tao and heritage intermingled with each other. An inspired collision is afraid to be able to bring about 100 times 1,000 times the enhancement, and create a completely new school of thought. That's why the heavenly outer race can't be exterminated. And now, their deaths and injuries were already horrifying, with only a small portion of the last remaining. And even the Grand Elder had gone a bit off the deep end. It's not so good to expend them as cannon fodder anymore. Is it hard to let our own sons and daughters go on? Mo Qiankuan looked at Mo Chang next to him with some trepidation. Mo Chang's face had regained its calmness, seemingly completely undistracted by such a trivial matter. His eyes glanced at the god of war if anything, and his heart was quite scornful. Who said that the gods of incense and flame are all fools with no vision and no big picture to speak of? Is it true that the god of war couldn't stop the plague that just happened? Is there a possibility that this is a result that he has long anticipated and intentionally indulged in producing in order to allow the Great Elder and the heavenly outer race to completely detach themselves from the vortex as a means of avoiding even more horrific losses? Either way, Zhou Yi's shot of retaliation had hurt them, causing them to truly begin to face up to Zhou Yi's strength and the destruction he could cause. A few disciples of the Longhu Dao sect who came over from Chu were able to cause such horrific losses. This has awakened us. Everyone resumed their seats and began discussing plans to deal with Zhou Yi. Mo Chang organized his thoughts and said with a face full of scorn, Chu has long since turned into the territory of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect, and the disciples of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect are spread all over Chu. I don't know how much more terrible damage we'll have to do if we force the attack, doubling today's casualties by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. Even as Mahayana ancestors, they couldn't help but tremble when they thought about that image. The face of the Grand Elder, who had barely regained a bit of sanity, was very ugly. He recalled the group of clansmen that he had previously hunted down and killed to enter the Chu kingdom, only to have them all fall in the end. That could be said to be the most elite group of clansmen of their Heavens Beyond clan. It was the destruction of that group of clansmen that caused them to struggle today. Obviously, Joey has been hiding in the middle of Chu because he has long since laid countless traps in it, making it the most suitable area for him to play. Collecting his mind, Mo Chang continued on. Although we are an immortal clan with a strong heritage, but that is no reason to waste the lives of our sons and daughters. There is absolutely no need for us to fight in his domain as he wishes. Mo Chang was able to cultivate all the way to this point, so he naturally had a brain. Not only did he have a brain, but he was also very smart. That's it. Let's go next to Chu first and then strike together to directly wipe out Chu with a supreme formation. No matter how many arrangements he has made in it, no matter how insidious and cunning he is, what he relies on is ultimately nothing more than the death spell technique. Without any prior interaction with him, without even having been to Chu, and without letting him find it, much less see it, he simply can't do anything with us. No matter where he hides and directly wipes Chu from this world, he is doomed to have no way to escape. It had to be said that this plan of Mo Chang's was very sinister and poisonous. It's also very effective. It's just that it takes a short period of time to prepare for casting. Their goal, after all, was to obliterate a country with a vast territory in the shortest possible time. Even a few Mahayana cultivators joining forces would find it difficult to do so. It was necessary to lay down a top-level grand formation in advance to make it work. But there are oversights in this plan. After all, the enemy they had to face was a living, breathing human being, not a target that stood still and didn't move. Would Joey stand still and let their plan succeed and then grind himself down and do nothing? There is no doubt that he would never sit on his hands. Chapter 123, Mo Lingxiao's Return, for Book Friend Infinity 39's Reward Explosion. The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Joey silently looked at these points of light in front of him, recalling in his mind the people he had seen and killed previously. In addition to the familiar old rival of the heavenly outer race, a stronger force has intervened. Looking at the costumes, it should be someone from the Mo clan. Well, it shouldn't be too far off. I saw some people among these people that this senior brother Mo Lingxiao knows. Alas, although I had long guessed that the Mo clan would inevitably retaliate madly, I hadn't thought that these guys would actually come so quickly. Joey sighed. He didn't know the specifics of what was going on out there, didn't know about the overt destruction of the Bell Mountain Society, and didn't know that the Bell Mountain Society had already sold his identity and all sorts of information cleanly. Although a portion of the disciples of the Dragon Tiger Daoist sect had already gone out, the class they were in was still too low to see the scenery that high up, and there was no way to know about the great events that took place at the top of the immortal cultivation world. Even until now, none of them had been able to get out of the range where the original 8 sect areas were located, not to mention access to stronger forces. It was good that Joey had long anticipated this scene in advance. That's why he took the risk and had Fuan bring the dying Mo Lingxiao to meet him once. Originally he wasn't supposed to. If he wanted to be stable, he should have sat behind the scenes from start to finish, but he didn't do so, and after all, he personally saw the last sight of his eldest brother before he died, for the purpose of personally conducting a soul search on the eldest brother. It's all to deal with today's trouble. Joey took a deep breath and allowed these points of light in front of him, whose owners were dead, to completely dim. With a wave of his hand, an entire star field above his head that had been divided by him shifted, and with a casual tug of his hand, it was ripped to him, with a large number of points of light surrounding him. These points of light had not been mentally imprinted by him, so he was unable to view the situation that the owners of these points of light were currently in, but it can be used to kill people. These points of light were all the Mo clan members he had found from them after soul searching his eldest brother. On his body, a large amount of his lifespan evaporated, turning into a deathly gray aura that surrounded him, setting him off as if he were a demon king of destruction. In the end, these rich, dead gray auras followed Joey's distribution and began to fall towards one point of light after another. It was the biggest curse he had ever put his hand to. After all, what he was facing was the immortal race, the most important few points of light. Joey had invested trillions of lifetimes into them. The old ancestor of Mo Lingxiao's lineage, Mo Chang. The Mo clan's current highest-ranking transitional fate powerhouse, Mo Shan. Mo Lingxiao's parents and brothers. Debuting on the Ancestor Sacrifice Day and being remembered by Mo Lingxiao by all the Mo family ancestors. Joey took a deep breath and fiercely shouted in a deep voice. Joey, here, invites all of you to die. Boom! Heavenly thunder shook. The heavens weep blood. Strange celestial phenomena surfaced in the skies of the entire world. Whether it was mortals or immortal cultivators, whether it was the center of the immortal cultivation realm or the vast and incomparable Jialing Earth. At this moment, countless people looked up at the same time and all saw the same piece of sky. This day was destined to go down in history. both in the mundane and cultivation worlds. Mo Chang was still in the middle of the heavenly outer race's temple, continuing to perfect his plan, in order to avenge the descendant of his lineage, Mo Lingxiao. He could be said to be doing his best. Mo Lingxiao wasn't some kind of white-eyed wolf and naturally remembered the old ancestor's goodness. In Mo Lingxiao's memory, the figure of this old ancestor was very clear. This shows the depth and sincerity of their feelings. So at this moment, as a good senior brother to his eldest brother, Joey naturally wanted to replace his eldest brother and give elder Mo Chang a little something in return. Mo Chang, who was still scrutinizing the plan scheme, suddenly had a heart palpitation, and his spiritual sense of crisis, which hadn't moved for hundreds of years, began to frantically sound the alarm. What's going on? Where's the threat of life and death? Mo Chang was ruthlessly taken aback in his heart, but after all, he is also from the storm to the immortal cultivation world to kill out of a generation of old ancestors, naturally incomparably believe in their own crisis aura. After all, this once I do not know how many times to save his life. So although his mind was still confused, his body reacted with incomparable honesty, instantly crashing through the dome of the temple and flying out, his eyes sweeping in all directions warily. The Grand Elder and the War God of the heavenly outer race, as well as 100 Shao Shang and vengeful heavenly exalt, who had just surrendered, stood in the roofless temple, looking up at him in surprise and disbelief. Mo Chang's heart sank as he looked at the unresponsive men. Good thing he's not alone. Like him, Mo Qiankuan sensed the danger at almost the same moment and flew out. The originally still calm heavens beyond city was already in a commotion, as one Mo race cultivator after another flew up into the sky. Their spiritual energy skyrocketed, and holding magic weapons, they were scanning around warily. Seeing this, Mo Chang and Mo Qiankuan glanced at each other, a trace of horror and disbelief flashing through their eyes. This is specifically for my Mo plan? Times 2. The two realized this instantly. And then there was anger. Who the hell is it? How dare he? The two of them couldn't help but feel a bit of fear while being angry in their hearts. As the immortal race's Mahayana cultivators, they hadn't felt like this in who knows how many years. All because the crisis aura in their hearts is still warning them of the impending crisis of life and death. Their movement was not free from this danger. But until now, they hadn't perceived exactly where this danger came from. There had never been a moment when the two had spent so much time together. After a breath of time, Mo Chang suddenly had a flash of light and had a guess. It might be a death spell. Before the words even left his mouth, a deathly gray aura erupted within him. So did Mo Qiankuan. So did those Mo clansmen who rose to the heavens and were filled with nervousness. Damn it, don't underestimate people. For my immortal clan to be able to pass on its legacy to this day, it relies on more than just the legacy of immortals and the bragging of onlookers. Junior Joe-E. Today I will show you the depths of the immortal race. At such a juncture, Mo Chang also already knew exactly what had happened and knew who was making a move against them. He grimaced. A piece of secret treasure flew out from his body and surrounded his body to the left and right. It actually did contain the outbreak of the dead gray aura. We have personally come from the era where death spells were danced everywhere. You don't really think we don't have any means or defense against this, do you? Mo Chang's face twisted. I'd like to see how long you can last under the suppression of these secret treasures and the continued weakening of the heavenly Tao laws. As soon as the words fell, he saw each of those secret treasures he had offered up crack, and eventually, in the midst of his unbelieving gaze, they turned into ashes. Chapter 124, Inviting Offense, for Book Friend Infinity 39's reward. Mo Chang felt extremely incredulous and unbelievable, but in the next instant, he reacted. Knowing that now was not the time to dwell on such things, he quickly took out a large amount of life-extending pills and elixirs and frantically stuffed them into his mouth. The elixir fell into his stomach pouch, and before it had a chance to dissolve the medicinal power and push it out to all parts of his body, his stomach and his body organs turned to ashes. Immediately afterward, in his unbelieving eyes, his entire body turned into ashes, which sprinkled down from the sky in a flutter. Those Mo family members below were even worse than him, basically turning to dust without even lasting a single round. Mo Qiankuan compared to Mo Chang, who woke up one step ahead of time. Not enough on the preparation. The time to stimulate the secret treasure was too late. First Mo Chang took a step. In the middle of the temple without a roof, the four of them, the Grand Elder, the God of War, 100 Shao Shang, and the vengeful heavenly exalt, remained in a stupefied tilted head viewing position. It wasn't until the ash fell into their eyes and mouths that they reacted. That Joe-E, is he actually so terrifying? The Grand Elder took a deep breath, his pupils trembling. The God of War was silent. That warring, indomitable will was dimmed by it. The Grand Elder rummaged around in the storage bag left behind by Mo Chang for a moment and found his own fate card. He sighed in relief. By retrieving this item, the Mo clan could no longer control his life and death. The words of the previous so-called attachment were able to be dismissed as farts and completely disowned. The two of them, by Xiaoshang and Vengeful Heavenly Sovereign, were the same. What are you going to do? Looking at the Grand Elder, who had gathered his clan in a flurry of wind, the God of War asked, "What else can we do?" "Of course it's to run away," the Grand Elder said very decisively. "This place cannot be stayed in. It's best to run far away and avoid that monster Joey forever, or else, if he settles old scores." At the thought of this, the Grand Elder shivered, his face filled with fear, completely lacking the majesty and proper decorum of a Mahayana cultivator. The entire Outer Heaven tribe was mobilized. All kinds of resources can't be bothered with. What can be taken away is taken away. What can't be taken away is all sealed. Pity that so many people died before, and the bodies were not even confiscated. In the face of these thousands of things, the Grand Elder was anxious and had a headache. He had to reluctantly agree to give it some more time. The body is the one that has to be taken away. Otherwise they might turn into mediums and be used by Joey to curse them. And all those other things that might be used as mediums, all that can be taken away. It would be best to extinguish all traces of our having ever existed. The Grand Elder was not sure if this would be useful or not. After all, the two of them, Mo Qianquan and Mo Chang, had never been to Chu, had never seen Joey, and had never been seen by the disciples of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. But they're still dead, dying so quickly, so defenselessly. This caused the Grand Elder to become apprehensive in his heart. Not knowing what kind of changes the death spell technique had seen in Joey's hands, how could it be so terrible? There's no defense against it. He wasn't sure if any of his maneuvers were working or not. All he knew was that he had to do it. In the process, he realized that not all of the Mo cultivators had turned to ashes either. Some of them are still left in one piece. Come to think of it, these people didn't seem to be flying up in the air at the time, and they didn't seem to perceive a danger to their lives at the time. After checking again and again, the Grand Elder confirmed that these people were in the sky after Mo Qianquan and the other humanized ashes. This is how they died. That made him puzzled. Don't understand what the hell that means. And what exactly does this bit of sequential change represent? The duo of 100 Xiaoshang and Vengeful Heavenly Exalt found the Grand Elder who was planning for the relocation and asked, "You're leaving and Mo Qianquan is dead. What about us?" The Grand Elder rolled his eyes and said, "How would I know? It's not like you guys have anything to do with me." The Bai Xiaoshang duo became anxious. "How can you say that? Didn't we just drink and call each other brothers?" The two of them had betrayed the Zhongshan Association, and now the new backer they had defected to had been liquidated by Joey, and their hearts were really anxious, not knowing what they should do next. If the Heavens Beyond clan didn't want them, I'm afraid they wouldn't end up too well. Either he died in the middle of Joey's liquidation, or he was hunted down by the Zhongshan Association. So will the Heavenly Beyond accept them? Of course not. The God of War expressed a very firm refusal. There was some key information that he wouldn't forget. One of you is a liar who deceived Joey, and one of you is Joey's master. And your connection to Joey is even deeper than these people from the Mo clan. How dare we take you with us when we run away? In the event that Joey has a thieving heart for you guys and continues to hunt you down, won't we be in deep? Yes, it was clear that he would soon be pulling away from this great karma, only to be caught up and killed because he had brought two burdens with him. How wrong must it be? The Great Elder and the God of War, who had the fate of a clan on their shoulders, disagreed. Bai Xiaoshang and Vengeful Heavenly Exalt glanced at each other bitterly, and could only watch these people run away and disappear. The Heavenly Outer Race would not take these two with them, nor would they do anything to them for fear of being tainted with a new karma with Joey. What should we do next? Vengeful Heavenly Exalt asked. He was also a little numb from being reduced from a prominent member of an evil organization to the point where he was now a person who was disgusted by dogs. What else can we do? Bai Xiaoshang let out a long sigh. Go to Chu and meet with Joey. Maybe it's possible to talk away the karma of what once was. Vengeful Heavenly Exalt was silent. After hesitating for half a day, he ended up obediently following Bai Xiaoshang. It was mainly because Bai Xiaoshang had just personally calculated a fortune in front of him, and it was a great fortune, indicating that the two of them would definitely not die at the hands of Joey. The two of them set up a spatial altar and corrected the coordinates of Chu before realizing that Chu had been shrouded by a forbidden air formation, making it impossible to reach it directly. Unless one charged Chu's forbidden air formation and broke it open with stronger formations and divine objects. The two certainly don't do that. They were there to make amends to Joey, not to get killed. Bai Xiaoshang slightly altered the spatial coordinates. Soon, the space passage opened up. No more obstacles, and the two walked in. In a flash of light, they arrived at the neighboring country of Chu. The two soon crossed the border to the interior of Chu. After waiting for half a day and waiting for nothing, they looked at each other in dismay. And in the end, they still could only head to the imperial capital of Chu. The formerly prosperous imperial capital has now become much colder. The road was a mess, with tons of dust, footprints constantly in the air, and a lot of bags and things that had been thrown down along the way for various reasons. It looked as if it had just been a runaway. Chapter 125, Goodbye Master, Explosive Reward for Book Friend Infinity 39. Joey was a little lost in thought for a moment as he watched the clouds roll in and out of the sky. Before that, it was the most lifespan he had ever put into a fight. He probably knew how many people had fallen because of it. In a trance, he heard the echoes of karma and saw the scene in the great realm of the Mo clan's void. Relying on the memories provided by Mo Lingxiao, he was able to roughly recognize some people. Most of them couldn't even carry the first breath. Only some strong people with secret treasures and heavenly cultivation could carry the first breath. But that's about it. When the second breath arrived, the great realm of the void was calm. The old buzz is gone. It was as if the Mo who had once inhabited the area had left, leaving only a cupped handful of black ash in its place. Ah! I am not willing. I am not willing. A loud roar shook the entire void great realm. A silhouette rose up into the air, running over countless buildings along the way and rushing straight towards the Mo clan's ancestral hall. Joey recognized the other party in a trance. It was none other than the Mo clan Sea Fixer, the transitional mighty Mo Shan. This top-tier powerhouse among the Mo clan, relying on all of his means and cultivation, actually held out until the arrival of the third breath of time. Invite the ancestors to show their spirit. He rushed into the middle of the shrine and ingested a handful of special incense between beckons. The incense has been lit. In the middle of the ancestral hall, the left and right side rooms each enshrined the tablets of the ancestors of all generations. Instead, in the most central and important place, only one painting was dedicated. The painting shows a young man, about 30 years old or so, wearing a green shirt, flying up on a crane, along with Mo Shan's action. The eyes of the young man in the painting moved slightly and actually looked outward towards the painting. The expression was quite astonishing. Mo Shan stumbled and rushed to the incense burner and was about to insert the incense into the middle of the burner. The third breath of time, however, was over. He was already moving fast, but there was nothing to be done. The fourth breath of time had arrived. By a hair's breadth, the lighted incense fell to the ground. Along with it fell a handful of black ash. The young man in the painting opened his mouth in surprise, followed by a step out of the painting. He squatted down and picked up the particular handful of lit threaded incense from the ground, and ran his hand over the black ash on the ground again, rubbing it carefully with 2 fingers and looking at it curiously. A raging divine thought erupted from the shrine, instantly sweeping across the entire void great realm. Not a living soul in sight. All you see is black ash all over the floor. The young man in the painting walked out of the shrine carrying incense in his hands, looking at the empty void of the great realm with a slightly confused expression. He snapped his head up and seemed to be looking toward Joey through the underworld of karma. Joey waved his hand to disrupt the cause and effect, causing the inexplicable sensation to dissipate. Odd. There's actually something like this in the immortal race. Joey couldn't help but frown, mobilizing Mo Lingxiao's memories to take a closer look. According to Mo Lingxiao's memories, the youth in that painting was none other than the old ancestor of the Mo clan. It is rumored that he ascended to immortality and left this world 30,000 years ago. Before he left behind a painting which had been worshipped by the Mo family for 30,000 years and had long since become a spirit. Other than that, Mo Lingxiao wasn't sure what was so divine about this painting. After all, the ancestral hall had always been an important family site that was not to be trespassed upon. Not everyone knows the secret about it. It had to be at least those Mahayana ancestors with heavenly cultivation to have some knowledge of it. Mo Lingxiao had stood out in the clan competition, which allowed him to go to the ancestral hall and know part of the information about it. So it's a living being in the painting? No wonder it's not implicated by the death spell technique. Joey had already comprehended what he wanted to know. He had invested quite a lot before. His life expectancy was extremely depleted, and in order to deal with the Mo clan, an immortal clan, it could be said that he had given everything he had. So much lifespan evaporated in an instant, causing him to feel an inexplicable sense of weakness. Good thing the feeling was gone in less than a second. Referring to the once white-haired old ancestor and his clan, Joey was completely confident that he could exterminate the Mo clan in this regard. The overflowing lifespan would follow the karmic connection between the bloodlines to exterminate the rest of the Mo clan. Joey was originally still puzzled as to why the youth in the painting was still alive and looked completely unaffected. Now we know. It turned out that the other party was a living being in a painting, not a living person, and did not have the bloodline of the Mo family in his body, so he was fine. But it seems like he also sensed something and wanted to see me. Through karma. Joey recalled the brief contact he had made earlier, and couldn't help but chuckle. Let's just say the other side stole the chicken. Instead, it allowed Joey to see him clearly. At this moment, the figure of this young man in the painting was transformed into a point of light in Joey's mind. Joey could curse him to death at any time. Just as Joey was pondering whether or not to make a move, a transmission jade slip flew in from afar. Joey clicked on it and was immediately surprised by the message inside. Master and Bai Xiaoshang are here? A smile appeared on his face. That's a surprise. Well, they're all my elders. I've grown to this point thanks to them, so I can't afford to lose my manners. Joey mobilized all the spirit imprints within the boundaries of the Chu Kingdom and swept around dozens of times to make sure that only these two people had come from the Zhongshan society before he felt relieved as he soared into the sky with his sword and flew towards the imperial capital of the Chu Kingdom. On the way to the imperial capital of Chu, he manipulated the death spell technique and chipped away at Bai Xiaoxing's lifespan of a few thousand years, cutting him down to about the same level as his master, dying without the power to do anything about it. It can't be helped. You can't be too defensive. Who made me too weak now and offended too many people? Joey felt deeply helpless for this. He felt that someone as understanding as Bai Xiaoxing was bound to be able to understand his situation and entanglement. A few hours later, he arrived at the imperial capital and flew down, landing directly in the palace. The young emperor was confined to his chambers. At this moment, in the large Taiji hall, there were only two old men who were so drooping that they could only slump in their chairs, as well as Fuan, Li Qingyun, and others for company. Master Joey stood at the entrance of the main hall, taking a moment to recognize which one was his master. Looking at his master's this dying look, he couldn't help but feel his nose sour, blinking hot tears rolling down his face. Years of not seeing you. The disciple didn't get to serve by your side. It's really too unfilial. He took a few quick steps and pounced on Vengeful Heavenly Exalt, grabbing both of his master's hands and shaking them. Vengeful Heavenly Exalt felt his pinched pulse and looked at Joey, who was crying snotty tears as if he was an innocent filial disciple, with an odd expression on his face. I want to curse but don't dare to. I want to laugh but don't dare to. Even if you want to cry, you don't dare to cry. Chapter 126 Failure of Soul Searching, for Book Friend Infinity 39's reward. Before that, 100 Xiaoshang and Vengeful Heavenly Sovereign had come with the attitude of confessing their sins and asking for forgiveness. After they arrived on the land of Chu, they had thought that Joey would soon summon them, or perhaps communicate with them through the air. It turned out to be nothing. Awkwardly, he stood in place and waited for half a day before 100 Xiaoshang brought Vengeful Heavenly Exalt and rushed in the direction of Chu's imperial capital. After arriving here, they realized that the people of the imperial capital had already left. As early as after killing Mo Lingxiao, Joey knew that it would surely attract the Mo clan's crazy retaliation, and had long ago told Fuan to get ready and hide for a while. I didn't realize that Fuan hadn't left at all, and had stayed in the city's main body, only allowing the city's residents to move away with the help of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect. So did Li Qingyun and his husband. After identifying themselves, they then rolled over and contacted Joey. This was normal. After all, at that time, Joey was busy going to see the operation of the young man in the painting. His mind was not outside, which was why he did not notice their arrival in time. Fuan was kinda polite to them. Joey even said that he would personally come to the imperial capital to meet them. This could not help but make the two men's hearts a little more bottomless, and thought that they could really have a good talk with Joey. How could he know that Joey was still on his way to cut Bai Xiaoxing into an old man? Now both hearts were cold. There are those who feel they have made the stinkiest move of their lives. As a result, when Joey arrived, he was so genuine again, which made them even more dumbfounded. Couldn't figure out what Joey really meant. Is it possible to be schizophrenic? Vengeful Heavenly Exalt was still confused in his mind when he saw Joey grabbing his wrist pulse with one hand and gently placing one hand on his head. Immediately afterward, a powerful force rushed into the middle of his mind. This is a soul search. Vengeful Heavenly Exalt and Bai Xiaoshang, who was watching from the sidelines, instantly understood. Stop! Vengeful Heavenly Exalt shouted in a rush of panic, although he knew very well that Joey, who had cultivated the Tai Chu immortal scripture, would not be very painful when he searched his soul, nor would he overly damage his brain. He still could not help but scream so. After all, being forcibly soul searched by one's own disciple, This kind of thing was still too humiliating. If you want to know anything, you can just ask. I promise to know everything and say everything. There won't be a single point of falsehood. In order to save his last face, vengeful Heavenly Exalt shouted. Oh, is that so? Zhou hand was still resting on vengeful Heavenly Exalt's head and did not pick it up, but the force that was used to search his soul did stop. He intended to lower his master's defenses a bit. After all, the other party was a cumulative old devil, and although he had already been cut down to his current state, it was hard to guarantee that he had any other means. Zhou wasn't afraid of them trying to fight back in their death throes. He was afraid that what he wanted to know would be deliberately destroyed by them. That's what he doesn't want to see. So he stopped his hand for the time being and asked with a gentle expression. Then Master, can you pass on the final version of the Taichu Immortal Scripture to me? Yes, of course. Vengeful Heavenly Exalt acted very cooperative, completely lacking any trace of backbone. He took out an immortal scripture from his own storage pouch and said, I have already prepared it for you, long ago. Zhou wore a smile on his face as he quickly took his own divine thought and swept it over. His face froze slightly before he became irritated. You dare to lie to me? He didn't hold back any longer, and his raging divine thoughts rushed into the middle of his master's mind, about to forcefully search his soul. The master summoned up the last of his strength to fight him, and the two actually fought each other for a while. I didn't lie to you. This is indeed the final version that I hold in my hands. Vengeful Heavenly Exalt felt downright aggrieved. Although he had always been treacherous and cunning, harming countless people, various versions of the Gongfu had appeared in his hands many times, shaking an unknown number of disciples, but he could vouch for it with his own life. This Taichou immortal scripture he was holding now was indeed the final version. Childhood and childhood are never deceived. Looking at Master's appearance of being a dead pig and wanting to lie to himself one more time before he died, Zhou was so angry that he was trembling all over. You're still lying to me? Do you really think I know nothing about this technique? He showed the line of action in his body and said, After I received the gong method you gave me from eldest senior brother, I automatically corrected the gong method into the current shape, but it still can't be fully integrated with the death spell technique, and there's still a little bit of stagnation. That's how it was supposed to be. Master was a bit dumbfounded, not realizing that Zhou had actually obtained the purest Taichou immortal scripture technique by himself, but for that reason, he was also even more aggravated. You can go and ask around to find out what era the death spell technique came into existence and for what reason. I got my Taichu immortal scripture from a mythological source in a cultivation country. The two don't go together at all. From the very beginning, the death spell technique and the primordial immortal scripture weren't a match. It's only after my rounds that it looks the way it does now and can be used in a complementary way, but because it is not the original, but the reason that it was made later, causing this death spell art in your hand right now is indeed a little bit of incongruity between it and the Taichu immortal scripture, and it doesn't completely blend together. Is that so? Zhou was a bit hesitant. The current master was not able to fight a long-lasting battle with him. Along with the passage of time, his power slowly weakened and was about to be unable to stop him. Zhou had been able to read some of his shallow thoughts and memories. According to these memories, it shows that things are indeed just as the master said. At this time, Bai Shaoshang also braced himself and came out to help. I can testify for old ghost Zhou Tian. Not a word of what he said is false. Immediately after that, he gave Zhou a generalization, including some knowledge within the manifestation divine kingdom. Zhou glanced down at his master and realized that he looked resolute, as if he was going to blow himself up if he didn't stop. Having no choice but to pretend to believe the two, he stopped continuing the soul search and slowly brought his hand back, apologizing with an apologetic face. The two men slowed down. I want to know, can we still recover? Bai Shaoshang inquired with the last vestige of hope. Zhou shook his head and gave the same answer as when he had faced Mo Lingxiao. The two were greatly disappointed. They didn't have much time left to live, and after losing this last hope, they instead became a lot tougher. Then what are you going to do to us? Killed outright? Or secluded until death? Looking at the two invincible people who felt that they were already fearless, Zhou was filled with surprise and seriousness. What kind of stuff are you talking about? When did I say I was going to kill you too? Times N. Now, not only the duo of Bai Shaoshang and Vengeful Heavenly Sovereign, even Fu Wen, Li Qingyun, and the others standing behind Zhou, including the sword and axe handlers that Fu Wen had secretly set up, were all a bit confused. What does that mean? You're really going to let it go? Chapter 127, Negotiating Terms. Facing this look of disbelief on the faces of the crowd, Zhou acted hurt. Master, Uncle 100, how could you have such an idea? You are all my elders, how could I possibly kill you? Zhou said. This is simply ridiculous. You haven't thought of killing me? Bai Xiaosheng hesitantly stretched out his own dry and thin hands, touched his own which was indeed wrinkled and weakened, without the slightest cultivation in his body, and saw that he already did not have a few days to live, and suspected that either Zhou was joking, or he was in a dream. Yeah, I never wanted to lay my hands on you guys, Zhou said to the point of believing it himself. Otherwise, how come you guys are still alive? The two men got a little hesitant. Yes, although his own cultivation is lost, although he is pale and powerless, although he has become a waste, but at least he is still alive and did not die. Thinking this way, they can't help but vaguely rise in their hearts to be grateful to Zhou's ass. They're not the ones who take a beating and still feel good. How can they be grateful? How can they trust? If it wasn't for Zhou, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation at all. They only had pure hatred and malice towards Zhou. If they hadn't been unable to fight, if they hadn't already become what they were now, there would have been absolutely no end to death between the two sides. But after all, now that it had come to this, they were able to get down on the ground. After all, Zhou had said so they just used this to set him up, making it easier for them to get away. After looking at each other and confirming their respective thoughts, the two men very silently dragged their aging bodies to stand up, and gave Zhou a round of compliments. All kinds of compliments on his understanding and knowing how to respect the old and love the young. In the face of such sincere compliments, Zhou naturally accepted them openly. Nothing to be ashamed of. After all, even the victim said that about him. Until Bai Xiaosheng and Vengeful Heavenly Exalt, both of them had dried up their mouths and said flattering words 3 times in turn. Zhou still looked like he was enjoying himself and a slight nodding of his head. Other than that, there was no indication of anything. This pissed the two off and made them wonder if they were being played. Bai Xiaosheng also went out on a limb now and inquired bluntly, since you don't want our lives, can we leave now? Yes, of course. Zhou nodded and smiled sagely. You guys can leave anytime you want, go wherever you want. The two of them, Bai Xiaosheng and Vengeful Heavenly Sovereign, were still a bit stunned in their hearts. However, they would not let go of this opportunity, so they crossed over to Zhou and cautiously headed out. After taking a few steps without waiting for an attack or kill, they were relieved and couldn't help but feel a few leaps of joy as their steps became faster. Just as they were about to step out of the hall, they suddenly heard Zhou's voice. But I'm curious, where are you planning to go? Is it coming after all? The two sighed and stopped in their tracks, turning to face Zhou and inquiring in a deep voice. What do you mean by that? They felt that Zhou was definitely trying to figure it out. Who knows that Zhou is completely standing in their point of view a white lie. No one is not popped out from the crack of a stone. The two masters must also have their own relatives disciples, right? Shu is my land, and I've plowed through it I don't know how many times long ago. I am quite certain that this realm has nothing to do with you, and that those you care about are not here. Then it would have to be in the cultivation world. Unluckily, Shu is in the interior of the land of extinct spirits, and I don't know how far away it is from the immortal cultivation realm. Which is your goal? In normal times, this is naturally nothing. You two can easily go back and forth. But it's different now. Chu's forbidden air formation is still there, and it's absolutely impossible to open it in order to avoid accidents. The two of you can only leave Chu and then return to the immortal cultivation realm through a spatial altar or other means. Then the question arises, from the royal capital to the nearest border, it is at least 3,000 miles away. With your two bodies today, can you still stand the traveling by carriage and horse? Can you still travel such a long distance on foot? Will your lifespan still support you in doing this? Do you really still have the strength left to set up a space altar and return to the immortal cultivation realm? Hearing this questioning from Zhou, the faces of the two men became more and more ugly. They sort of realized that from the moment they stepped into the land of Chu, their fate was out of their hands. No, or rather, from the moment Zhou's death spell technique became a great success, their fate was out of their hands. Before, they were subconsciously responding with cultivators and the height of their former strength. But now after Zhou's reminder, they remembered how weak they were now, not to mention their own enemies and rivals over in the immortal cultivation world. Within the mundane realm, just a few mountain bandits and brigands occupying the mountains would be able to take their lives and end their glorious lives. How can this be tolerated? The two men clenched their teeth and asked, what do you want? None of them are stupid. Zhou didn't say so much and personally rushed to the imperial capital to negotiate with them just to say a few words of nonsense. He is bound to want something. Looking at the two who finally understood, Zhou grinned, his eyes burning as he stared at Bai Xiaosheng and said, I heard that you're a heavenly mechanic? Nothing counts under the sky? Bai Xiaosheng's heart snapped and he asked vigilantly, What do you want? I want to learn your tactics, Joey said simply and directly. It was an idea he had thought about for a long time. If one could learn the tactics of Bai Xiaoshang, and with the movement of one's fingers, one could understand the world's affairs and count all the people in the world. Wouldn't that be a great pleasure? He still has to kill whoever he wants? At that point, who else could threaten him? Hearing Zhou Yi's request, Bai Xiaoshang felt a little uneasy for some reason. He did not want to deceive Zhou Yi, so he politely refused. To tell the truth, since coming into contact with you, the lifeless, I can't count. Not only in your things often miscalculated, in its big things as well. I'm slowly withdrawing from the realm of divine arithmetic. It's fine. You just need to pass on what you know to me. You can't count. I can count, Joey said as if he didn't care at all. Bai Xiaoshang was silent. He had a sudden feeling of enlightenment. Earlier, he had been in agonizing mourning for himself and his peers in the field of divine arithmetic. Being a divine calculator and meeting the lifeless counts as the worst of the generation. They could no longer lay out the world at will, counting all the people. But instead they had to be as cautious as rats in the gutter, wary of accidentally counting on Zhou Yi and invalidating themselves. But now take a look outside of that logic. And instead, there is a different future and a brighter one. What if the lifeless were allowed to learn the art of celestial chants? Chapter 128 Ziwei Do Shu. Bai Xiaoshang couldn't help but be a little heartbroken. If Joey was really able to learn the heavenly chants divine arithmetic, then everything would be different. While others can't count on him, he can just count on others. It's still not invincible? If they had accepted such a lifeless person as Zhou Yi into their door wall, wouldn't their Tianji sect be famous throughout the world, becoming a monument that the divine calculation field would never be able to cross? Bai Xiaoshang's heart was moved beyond measure, but in the end, he chose to decline. I'm really sorry, my sect's inheritance has its own rules, he said with a face full of helplessness. My heavenly chants sect is also in existence in the field of divine arithmetic that protects the second and competes for the first. Inheriting the heavenly chants divine arithmetic, a divine and unpredictable deduction method. Each generation only accepts 2 disciples, one to pass on the celestial chants technique and one to pass on the divine arithmetic technique. Whoever can calculate the death of the other party will inherit the other party's arts and master the complete Tianji Shinshu. Afraid that Zhou Yi would not believe him, he even explained the rules of his clan. After hearing this, Zhou Yi was a bit speechless. What kind of bull **** rules are these? After carefully understanding the heavenly chants technique and divine calculation technique, Zhou Yi was dumbfounded. Your heavenly chants sect has been passed down for so many years. It can't possibly be that you only have these 2 deduction methods, right? Give me something a little lesser would be fine. It's best to give me the kind of spells that can project enough power to backfire and damage lifespans. Bai Xiaoshang already understood what Zhou Yi was going to do. Under Zhou Yi's coercion, he squirmed a bit and said, but then, you can't be considered our Tianji sect's heir, and can't represent Tianji sect's name for the ages. Who wants to represent your Tianji sect? Zhou Yi got a little impatient and directly drank. What does your Tianji sect's bull **** reputation have to do with me? That's a deal. You give me the spell and I'll let you all go, or else you'll die here. 100 Xiaoshang had no choice but to twist and turn and leave Zhou Yi with a method of counting called Ziwei Do Shu. Zhou Yi was very satisfied after reading it, and no longer set up any obstacles, waving his hand to let them go. Zhou Yi personally escorted them to the space altar of the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect and had Fuan open the forbidden space formation. Looking at the spatial channel that was currently open, Bai Xiaoshang's face was a struggle. Vengeful heavenly sovereign couldn't even pull him. In the end, Bai Xiaoshang made up his mind as he stepped down from the space altar and handed over the heavenly chants technique to Zhou Yi. Facing Zhou Yi's puzzled look, he said frankly, I don't have much time left, and when I return to the immortal cultivation realm this trip, I may not be able to give the heavenly chants technique to my senior brother to complete before I breathe my last. The legacy of my Tianji sect cannot be broken at my place. If I don't succeed, I still hope that you can give this Tianji art to my senior brother, so that he can complete the Tianji divine arithmetic art. That's a bit of a lie. The implication in the words was obvious, even if it was against the rules. He still hoped that Zhou Yi would learn this heavenly technique so that he could honor the might of the Tianji sect in the future. Zhou Yi took a cursory glance at the heavenly chants technique, then was somewhat disgusted. On it were all sorts of methods of avoiding the calamity, all sorts of methods of sharing the transfer of the backlash. It's what the Skywriter craves, but not much use to Zhou Yi, not nearly as much as Ziwei Do Shu did for him. At least all of Ziwei Do Shu's revolts were life expectancy cuts, and he wasn't afraid of that at all. But it was one thing to dislike it yourself, and another to think of Momochi's intentions. So under Bai Xiaoxing's gaze, he put away the Tianji technique in his hand, then placed his hand on Bai Xiaoxing's head and began to search his soul. Bai Xiaoxing and vengeful heavenly sovereign had looked dumbfounded. Originally, I was planning to finish you off here, squeeze the last bit of value out of you, and then throw your corpses into the soon-to-be collapsed spatial passageway, destroying your bodies, but with you being so sincere, I'm embarrassed to do so. Joey smiled as he completed his soul search on Bai Xiaoxing, leaving him with little pain. Then there is the vengeful heavenly father. This time, he didn't resist anymore, nor was he as rigid as before. He just quietly looked at Joey, silently waiting for the judgment of fate. After searching the souls of the two men, Joey waved his hand and floated away. Both of them were so relieved that their legs went weak and they both sat down on their asses. Not long after, footsteps sounded and Fuan came over, frowning at the two and urging them to hurry up and get going. For Chuan the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect, the moment the Forbidden Air formation was opened, there would be unimaginable additional dangers. If the enemy is aware of it, it could be a long drive in an instant. Moreover, keeping the spatial altar in operation for such a long time was also very spirit stone consuming. Bai Xiaoxing and vengeful heavenly exalt helped each other stand up and frankly walked into the middle of the spatial passage. The spatial passage did not collapse, and they smoothly left Chu and returned to the immortal cultivation realm. They all breathed a huge sigh of relief. Did you calculate something at that time? Vengeful heavenly exalt looked at Bai Xiaoxing curiously and asked. If it wasn't for Bai Xiaoxing's sudden move at the last minute, the two of them would never have been able to return. No, I didn't calculate anything. Bai Xiaoxing shook his head to deny vengeful heavenly exalt's speculation and said, regarding the lifeless one, all of my calculations are wrong. That's not necessarily true. Vengeful heavenly exalt said so. He thought of the words that Bai Xiaoxing had snubbed him with when he dragged himself to Chu to make amends, the result of that onward and upward projection. Perhaps this is the highest realm of the art of deduction that all generations of ancestors have tirelessly pursued, not to calculate the outcome of an event, or to contribute to the outcome themselves. Bai Xiaoxing pondered. After recognizing the exact location, the two of them were about to leave when they saw a person suddenly turn out from behind the giant tree in front of them. Senior brother, long time no see, the divine calculator, dressed in a red suit, with a turtle shell in one hand and a copper coin in the other, said with a smile, you have been counted by me from the beginning to the end until your death, from the time of your greatest splendor until now. Now, are you convinced? Looking at the complacent senior brother, Bai Xiaoxing laughed bitterly, obediently took out the Tianji technique, walked over, and said, convinced, I am completely convinced of you. The divine calculator's laughter shook the flying birds in the forest. Taking one last look at Bai Xiaoxing's back, vengeful heavenly exalt turned around with a complicated face and departed into the distance, no longer looking backward for even a single glance. He knew that this was where Bai Xiaoxing's bones were buried. The divine calculator is indeed very strong for being able to calculate here. However, neither vengeful heavenly sovereign nor Bai Xiaoxing were afraid in their hearts and did not overestimate the other party much. They both knew that the other party must not have counted on this change in Joey, not realizing that Joey had also begun to dabble in the field of divine arithmetic. Otherwise, it's absolutely laughable. He didn't have much time left. He had to hurry back and set it up properly. As for revenge, this is not still Joey? Thinking of the scene where he had just been soul searched, a smirk appeared at the corner of vengeful heavenly sovereign's mouth. He was certain that the main reason why Joey had to conduct soul searches on them was to figure out the situation and the strongest people within the Zhongshan society. He wants revenge. Chapter 129, Testing the Mo Clan. After sending off Bai Xiaoxing and vengeful heavenly exalt, Joey couldn't wait to start trying to transport and practice the Ziwei Doshu to come. As a result, this attempt realized that rather than being a technique, a divine ability, it was more like a summary of the knowledge of an entire school. The heavenly chance counting was different from what he had previously imagined. It wasn't a matter of pushing the mana and then pinching his fingers around to get the result. Among them, all kinds of counting, all kinds of interpretation of the celestial vision, the arrangement of the stars, the number of front information, the cost of more or less prediction of all kinds of knowledge are all profound and incomparable. It gave Joey a headache to watch. This was still the case when he had given up the most important method of avoiding the calamity. Ziwei Doshu for me can already be considered the lowest difficulty of a door of heavenly chi number forget. If even this cannot be mastered, then Joey was furious and announced that he would close down and begin to die to the purple weather Doshu. It was something he had to learn for the sake of his future, for the sake of his own little life. There's no suspense in that either. After all, he had an infinite life. Even if he used time to slowly simmer, it would be enough to use 100,000 years to learn one of the knowledge points. Zhou Yi was closed. Where he had gone and where he was closed, no one knew. All people know is that he's closed. Zhou Yi's retreat had been too hasty, and many things had not been accounted for. Fuan and the others had no idea if the retaliation from the Mo clan was over, if the state of emergency should be declared lifted, and if the people of the imperial capital should be recalled. They still live in apprehension and uncertainty, and there are others in the world who are more apprehensive than they are. The Mo clan was one of the immortal clans, and every word that came out of it was capable of stirring up the world's momentum. Recently, the Mo clan had made such a big move that many people couldn't pretend they didn't see it. In particular, the destruction of the Zhongsan society. The Mo clan had recovered their face and established their majesty once again, and some of the ambitious people who were originally still dumbfounded instantly slumped back down like a dog whose spine had been broken. But just as they were planning to stabilize their hearts and continue to be dogs, they saw those flaunting and powerful Mo clan members turn into caches of black ash before their eyes. Aside from the excitement that arose from sensing an opportunity, there was only fear in their hearts. This incredible, completely incomprehensible phenomenon naturally could not put them at ease. Compared to the agitation of the last time, this time they became much more experienced and did not show their stupidity and greedy ambitions at the first time, but rather pressed on and waited for further news to be finalized. With such a big event happening to the Mo clan, basically all of the Mo clan members who had gone out had died and turned into black ash. And this event had already spread throughout the entire immortal cultivation world in a short period of time. Those other immortal races and Dao clans that could be compared to the Mo race had naturally heard about it. There was a strong competitive relationship between them, and there were even some forces that had a bloody grudge against the Mo clan. Right now, the Mo clan was suspected of having a big event, so they would naturally be the first to try to find out first. Soon, but in just a month's time, those industries and territories of the Mo clan outside were repeatedly harassed, since all the Mo clansmen were already dead, and the remaining slaves were too panicked to organize an effective defense. The places were soon divided cleanly between each of them. At such a time, the Mo clan's Void Great Realm still didn't have any response, and one after another distress spirit talisman was thrown into it without any response. Now, the various forces that were still just watching became even more restless. Could it be that something really big has happened to the Mo clan? On this day, the great immortal clan Dao clans ended their trials, and their old ancestors each showed up outside of the Mo clan's Void Great Realm to meet and make peace. They stood together, not concealing their presence in the slightest, their terrifying and boundless auras emanating out. That's already considered offensive. No immortal race or Dao clan could tolerate others being so ostentatious outside of their family's Void Great Realm, placed in the most tense period of the atmosphere. Such a move could even be regarded as the start of a war, but even so, there was still no reaction in the Mo clan's Void Great Realm. Now, the Mahayana ancestors who had come over to test the waters couldn't help but be a bit flustered. Something couldn't really have happened to the Mo clan, could it? Although we are all competitors, we are at least considered to be in the same class of existence. There is competition as well as cooperation. They had joined forces to monopolize the path and resources to the very top of the entire immortal cultivation world. Among these people who came over to test the waters, there was no shortage of old friends of the Mo clan's old ancestors. From start to finish, there was no reaction from the Mo clan. That's what's scary. What kind of existence could cause such a powerful immortal race to be completely wiped out without any reaction? Without any distress message being sent out? If the other side can destroy the Mo clan, can't they destroy them? With trepidation, they tried to transmit their voices into the Mo clan's Void Great Realm. Fellow Taoists of the Mo clan, we wish to come to our door as guests. I wonder if it is possible. After waiting for a while, there was still no response. The crowd looked at each other in dismay. But in the end, they could only carefully step into the middle of the Mo clan's Void Great Realm after making all sorts of preparations. The strong and incomparable divine sense spread out in all directions with impunity, and soon, they had a clear view of the entire Mo clan up and down. Nope, not a soul. It seems like they suddenly encountered some kind of change and then all disappeared. Only more suspicious black ash on the ground. They quickly exchanged their information, their faces growing more and more ugly. The situation at hand couldn't be good for the Mo clan no matter how you looked at it. It's likely that they've all met an untimely end. As has been suggested, go to the ancestral hall. An old ancestor of the 10,000 clan whispered, taking the lead and falling in the direction of the Mo clan's ancestral hall. The others rushed to follow. Although we all came from different forces, the immortal race and the Dao sect were both at the same level. and there were some things in common. Therefore, they knew that the ancestral hall dedicated to their ancestors was the most important place for the entire Mo clan. If there was still a hint of where it could be found, it could only be at the Mo clan ancestral hall. They came to the shrine. A glance at the black ash left behind by Mo Shan's death. On top of that, they saw the already empty portrait. The painted youth who had stayed inside had disappeared. Along with them, the arrangement left behind by the young man in the painting began to change. The threaded incense inserted in the censer was lit, and wisps of smoke filled the room toward the scroll. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Mahayana cultivators from all the great sects and the immortal race changed. Bad. I'm afraid I'm going to have to take the fall for someone. In a hidden place in Chu, Joey looked at the dots of spiritual light entwined in his hands and was ecstatic. The purple weeping doshu has been practiced. Chapter 130, Immortal of the Mo clan. Looking at the lit thread incense, the Mahayana ancestors from the great Dao clans and immortal races were drenched in cold sweat. They stood there motionless as if they had been cast in a stasis, maintaining the same position they had at the beginning. They were under tremendous pressure in their hearts, but they didn't even dare to run. The end of the smoke flowed into the middle of the scroll. The glowing crane's eyes blinked and slowly came to life. A puff of smoke filled the room, and everything in the painting was already in a different shape. It had turned into a legendary fairyland, with immortal chi filling the air and rays of color rushing into the sky. And in an exquisite hall, the old ancestor of the Mo clan, whose looks were exactly the same as the young man in the previous painting, was currently in loose robes and was embracing the left and right, flirting with the delicate beauties beside him. Even though he was immodest, he had an inexplicable temperament, as if he had attained true immortality, which made the original nasty words and actions become extraordinary in him. This person ate a mouthful of grapes and glanced out of the painting with a lazy expression. What happened? Must you alarm this seat? Also, where is the painting spirit left behind by this seat? How is it that this seat's consciousness has descended to the immortal crane? At the entrance of the shrine, the Mahayana powerhouses from other Dao clans and ancestors were drenched in cold sweat. The old ancestor of the 10,000 races braced himself and said, "Senior, now." The young man in the painting finally noticed that something was wrong. He fiercely widened his eyes, no longer as careless as before, but seriously looking outward towards the painting. A strong and extremely powerful divine sense erupted from the middle of the ancestral hall, instantly sweeping across the entire void great realm, immediately followed by a furious fire rushing to the sky. What's going on? Where are the bloodline clansmen I left behind? How come none of them are gone? How could it be you outsiders who opened the shrine? The Mo clan's old ancestor shook off the two beauties and had already stood up from the ground, his eyes staring with murderous intent at the people outside the scroll. Did you guys do this? The entire faces of the crowds from the other Dao sects and immortal races wrinkled up, feeling nothing but bitterness. They're really helping to take the fall for someone here. On the other side, Zhou Yi, who had already been able to perform the purple weapon doshu, was excited beyond measure. Since it was already practiced, it was natural to use it. Well, let's just see if the Mo clan has any enemies that haven't been killed cleanly first. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and his right thumb began to pinch around the other four fingers. With every pinch of his fingers, a light flashed, and between his palms and fingers, there was the sight of a river of stars hanging upside down. A Z-Way star is like a real heavenly emperor, commanding all the stars and standing quietly above Zhou Yi's middle finger. Zhou Yi's originally excited face slowly solidified. He had originally counted the Mo clan in order to see if there was anything left, to avoid the plot of a generation of extinguished heavenly prides rising up and taking revenge on themselves decades later. As a result, now he's counted on what? He sensed the impediments and difficulties of projecting this matter. There was a message in the underworld telling him that he would need to pay 500,000 years of his life as a price if he wanted to figure this out. His Joey couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There is no doubt that he really did count on something crucial. How else would it take so much life as a price? It's really strange. Is it really so difficult to project and kill a son of Qi? Zhou Yi frowned. He was a bit skeptical that he really had accidentally left out a certain son of Qi. However, it was only logical that the cultivation level of such a son of Qi could not be too high in the beginning. What's with the extrapolation and the need to pay so much for it? It doesn't matter. To me this amount of loss doesn't even count as loss at all. Zhou Yi pinched his fingers, and without hesitation, he invested 500,000 years of his life to obtain the result he wanted. Instantly, a massive flow of information turned into a star and a galaxy surging into his brow. What? Immortals? The fairy world? Immortals? Zhou Yi is numb. He was truly shocked. He really hadn't thought that the immortal race would actually be so special. Things were worlds apart from what he had thought before. In this term, basically all of the MO clan members had died, and there did not exist a single son of fortune who had managed to escape after experiencing the calamity of extermination. But the clan, the MO clan, was not the only clan that existed in this realm. It was only at this time that Joey realized that there was a reason why the MO clan could be called the Immortal Clan. They really do have an ancestor who ascended to immortality 30,000 years ago, and this ancestor is still alive and well in the immortal world. It even repopulated the immortal realm with that MO clan. Compared to that, the MO clan of this realm was nothing more than a branch. Terrible. Really terrible. Zhou Yi's forehead rolled in cold sweat. If I hadn't thought of a countermeasure to this, and swindled a Ziwei Doshu from Bai Xiao Shang, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have learned about this secret at all. In the end, I don't even know how I'm going to die. Zhou Yi's fingers began to pinch again, and the speed of the surrounding starry river encircling him grew faster and faster. Having previously invested 500,000 years of his life, he had only learned roughly one result. Now he wants more in-depth information. The star river stretched and evolved in front of him, actually turning into a curtain of light, and what appeared on it was exactly the scene that was happening in the shrine within the great realm of the MO clan's void nowadays. The MO immortal who appears in the painting is pressing for the truth about the disappearance and death of his line of blood. The Mahayana cultivators from the other great sects and immortal clans were already explaining and proving as much as they could, but they still couldn't dispel this immortal's suspicions. Joey took a deep look at the image of this MO clan immortal and waved his hand to disrupt the snooping the moment the other party noticed his calculations. As usual, cut the grass and get rid of the roots. Joey took a deep breath and came to his divine sense space. He transformed the image of the MO race immortal he saw into a point of light. And then, a large amount of dead gray aura evaporated from him, accompanied by a point of his finger, which crazily surged into this point of light in front of him. Facing a true immortal, he did not have any underestimation. Coming up with a megabillion lifespan, Joey's fingers began to pinch once again as he began to calculate whether this shot of the death spell technique would be able to take the enemy away. The math told him, however, that there were too many. He gives too much life. It completely exceeded the limit of the MO clan immortal's tolerance. 1,000,000 years of lifespan is enough to kill a MO immortal? 100 million years of lifespan is enough to damage overflow and exterminate the entire immortal realm MO clan? Joey looked at his fingers skeptically. I'm not miscalculating, am I? Are such results really reliable? Chapter 131 Immortal World MO Clan. Extinction. Do you guys mean that the MO clan in this realm was destroyed all of a sudden? No prior warning? Nothing to do with you guys either? MO clan true immortal ancestor MO Wound had stepped out of the scroll, allowing a portion of his will to be able to descend to the lower realms in an otherworldly manner. He circled around the Mahayana cultivators of the lower realms, his voice coldly inquiring. Yes. The Mahayana cultivators from the other Dao clans and immortal races nodded their heads in succession, and by the looks of it, they were really close to crying out. They're wrong. It's really just a daily trial and coming over to check things out. The MO clan was really exterminated all of a sudden and had nothing to do with them. MO Wound smiled coldly and suddenly burst out. Do you guys think I'll believe it? Not to mention the many means I have left behind. The strength of my lineage of the MO clan alone already stands at the top of the lower realm. Who else can overthrow it but you people who have joined forces? The people's bodies trembled as they cried out and asked, but we really didn't do this thing. Think carefully, you're old man. With our strength, even if all the families joined together, could we do such a thing? Won't the people of the MO clan resist? Could it be that those means you left behind won't explode? Will they not even have time to enunciate the matter to you? MO raised an eyebrow at the injury. That is indeed a problem. Even if these forces join hands together to kill the MO clan, it is not possible for the MO clan to die out silently. It's time to struggle anyhow. It was also impossible for the MO clan's void great realm to be as unscathed as it was now. It was even more unlikely that the MO clan would even have the time or opportunity to ask for help. And then there's the question of where the hell did the painting spirit I left behind go? MO Huan was a bit annoyed. His original body in the immortal realm stepped in and sensed it, determining that the painted spirit was still alive. But he just couldn't find the exact location. Humph, truly a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. I should have completely erased your consciousness in the first place and turned you completely into a body for me to descend upon. MO Wound snorted coldly. He could probably guess what the painted spirit was thinking. After the MO clan died out, he no longer had any restrictions in the lower realm, so he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to sneak away and get rid of MO Wound's control. Although this place was the lower realm, There were many various Jedi in mysterious zones. With an immortal realm separating them, the painted spirit would only need to hide amongst those mysterious zones, isolating itself from sight, and it would be impossible for it to find the other party again. This is troublesome. I have to retrieve the painting spirit in order to learn the truth from him and confirm everything here. Mo Wound frowned, his skeptical eyes still darting around the juniors of the great clans and immortal clans. Right at this stalemate, an immortal race ancestor suddenly slapped his head with a look of sudden realization and shouted, "I remember! The strange fall of the Mo clan may have something to do with the Zhongshan Society." Bell Mountain Association? Mo Wound's expression shook as he drank. "Tell us carefully, what is going on here?" The others also came back to their senses. Regardless of whether or not the sudden disappearance of the Mo clan had anything to do with the Zhongshan Association. But at this juncture now, in order to save their own little lives, the black pot should be thrown or must be thrown. As long as they could get them to leave from here and escape from Mo Sun's line of sight, they would be able to return to their own clans and contact the immortals of their clans or clans. And they would be safe then. So they began to vigorously exaggerate the power and terrifying nature of the Zhongshan Association in front of Mo Huan. This is an organization that came out of nowhere. Very mysterious and very powerful. We once teamed up to hunt them down, but we failed to achieve any useful results and ended up not doing anything. The leader of the Bell Mountain Association is definitely a cultivator of the Mahayana stage, and may even have reached the transition stage. Before the shocking change in the Mo clan happened, they used to have a not-so-small friction and start a war with the Zhongshan Society. People from the Bell Mountain Association once killed their way into the Mo clan's Void Great Realm and seized the resources of one of the treasure troves. Later, the Mo clan issued a sea arrest instrument, seized the traces of the Zhongshan Association, and vigorously hunted down and killed the Zhongshan Association's people. Those Mo clan clansmen who were out and about were suddenly transformed into black ash precisely in the middle of hunting down and killing the Zhongshan Association's members. Listening to these people, Mo Wound's face slowly chilled. The Bell Mountain Society? He murmured the name, killing intent in his eyes, though it's still uncertain if this organization is responsible for the destruction of his people or not. However, the mere fact that this organization had previously killed its way into the Mo race's Void Great Realm was enough for him to pronounce a death sentence on this organization. What do you know about this organization? Know where its head is? He was inquiring about it when his figure suddenly shifted. A dead gray aura exploded within his body and in the scroll. What is going on? Mo felt extremely incredulous. Deadly gray bizarre flames appeared, directly dismantling his immortal technique and burning the scroll. Mo Wound, who was standing in front of the crowd of Mahayana cultivators, was also forcibly knocked back to the appearance of the crane in the scroll. The crane wailed. Without waiting for more of a reaction, it changed from a three-dimensional crane back to a crane on a scroll, to a piece of the scroll's puzzle. Immediately after that, dead gray flames appeared and burned this last piece of the puzzle to ashes as well. In the immortal realm, in an immortal hall under the heavenly court bullfighting palace, immortal Mo Huan, who was splitting half of his mind to project the lower world, was shocked and violently jumped up from the ground, his eyes looking around with suspicion. With his eyesight as an immortal, he was able to clearly see strands of dead gray aura drilling out of the surrounding void and spreading towards him. What kind of demon actually dared to backstab me? He shouted, offering up the immortal official's seal, the radiant light spreading out as if it were water waves, the terrifying might boiling over, causing many other immortal officials in the surroundings to cast their eyes this way in amazement. Mo Wound proudly watched those dead gray breaths being worn out one by one under the might of the immortal official's seal. This seed has been cultivating hard for many years, is it not? Before the words fell, he saw more and more terrifying death gray auras erupting from the void. It instantly filled his immortal temple. The immortal official's seal, which was previously terrifyingly boundless, soon ceased to be divine under the erosion of this deadly gray breath, and fell steeply to the ground, becoming a patchwork of pieces, as a gust of wind blew by. This immortal hall, which was inscribed with many formation patterns and connected to the entire heavenly court, also turned into ashes and vanished with the wind. Mo Wound and immortal seal, who had originally stayed inside, had disappeared. Even if Joey came in person, he couldn't recognize which ball of ash on the ground was Mo Wound. Under the gazes of the many immortals who were horrified to the core, the dead gray aura that hadn't been consumed cleanly after killing Mo Wound shot up into the sky and went in all directions, followed the sense of the underworld and sought out each of the Mo. On this day, the entire Mo clan of the immortal world was destroyed. What was even more terrifying was that there was also a portion of the dead gray aura that sought out Mo Wound's friends in Shangguan. On this day, the entire heavenly court heard the roar and fury of the bullfighting star sovereign, as well as his debilitating wail. Chapter 132, Zhongshan Hui, Receiving. Joey did some more calculations, and only after confirming that all of the MO Clan's people had died, did he breathe a sigh of relief. I really just want to live a peaceful life. Why do so many people always want to be hostile to me? Why does trouble always have to come to us? He sighed, his fingers just starting to pinch again as he idled. He hadn't forgotten that apart from the MO Clan, his enemies also included the Zhongshan Association that had been hiding behind the scenes. Projecting Bell Mountain would be a little easier. After all, Joey had continuously searched the souls of Bai Shaoshang and vengeful Heavenly Sovereign, and had learned a lot about the internal composition of the Zhongshan Association from their memories. It is naturally extremely convenient to count over 1 to 1. Sure enough, the top brass of the Zhongshan Association are all still alive. The more he counted, the uglier Zhou Yi's face became. He was still being detected when he was counting the Bell Mountain Club. The other party had used some means to cover themselves and avoid Zhou Yi's calculations. Joey tries to cross this cover but fails to do so. This should be the content of the Tianji divine arithmetic technique. It really deserves to be the inheritance of the Tianji sect, and it has long since reached the peak in this kind of marginalized field. Yes, the Tianji sect's most valued methods of avoiding calamity and prolonging life, and dodging karma, were all side issues in Zhou Yi's eyes. As long as there's enough lifespan invested, there's no use in any of your preparations. This is Zhou Yi's bottom line. He calculated the cost and realized that the other party's art of concealment was extremely skillful, and he would have to spend at least 200 million years of his lifespan before he could count on another top level of the Zhongshan Association. Such a price is enough to discourage anyone in this world. Although Joey didn't care. He didn't want to do such useless work. It's all been confirmed that you're still alive, so it's fine for me to just curse you directly. There's no need to have to find out what's going on with you. Joey came to his divine sense space and waved his hand and pulled, and the points of light representing the members of the Zhongshan Association all crashed down and landed in front of him. Joey reached down and pressed. 10 trillion lifespans evaporated, turning into an incomparably strong dead gray aura that diverged toward these points of light. An inexplicable location. This place was the true core of the Zhongshan society. Just like the void great realm of the immortal race and the Tao sect, hidden in the middle of the void and unknown to outsiders. This place was extremely deeply hidden, and there were all sorts of cover-ups, so even if a Mahayana stage cultivator passed by, he would not be able to detect it. In the past, this was used as a meeting place for the Bell Mountain Association. When meetings are held, the president will pick up one core member after another who can participate in the meeting. Other than that, there's basically not a lot of opportunity for other members to be able to come here. But it was different now. The Bell Mountain Society had been overtly destroyed and needed to lay low and hibernate. The president was no longer as stingy as before, and in order to eliminate any possible danger, he gathered all the remaining core members into the middle of this strange place. If there were no accidents, they would stay here for a long time, quietly drudging and hibernating until the wind had passed, and then they would change their vests and go out and move around. But on this day, the unexpected happened. The members of the Bell Mountain Association with extremely high cultivation levels were able to sense that someone was spying on them through the art of heaven's chance. With a cold grunt, they reached out and stirred the karma on their bodies, but it was no use. The others' sight soon returned. To be able to cross over the seals and blocks laid down by the two of us and you, and directly see this place, the visitor is not simple. The chairman of the Zhongshan Association let out a sigh of emotion, feeling the line of sight that fell on him. His heart was a little less comfortable. The divine calculator standing beside him bent down and said, "This is indeed unimaginable. What the other party is using should be the Ziwei Do Shu. This technique has been passed down in many sects, but very few people dare to practice it. The reason being that this technique is extremely detrimental to longevity once it backfires." He looked up at the sky. Immortal weapons of all sizes and breakages, both large and small, floated in the sky of this strange place, and a divine beast or immortal soldier that had been transformed into a stone statue floated in the air. These existences were not simple, and if one stared for a long time, one could still hear the sound of their breathing and see their chests that were still slightly heaving. These beings, it seems, are still alive. With these existences, coupled with the special nature of this place, all kinds of causes and effects are entangled with each other, and all kinds of pasts and futures have long been entangled into a mess of coils that can't be sorted out. Even if it was him, who had unified the two arts, the heavenly chance art and the divine arithmetic art, and the two arts had been brought together to a higher level, he was still unable to calculate any of the karmic consequences on the people hiding in this place, not to mention using Ziwei Do Shu. A conservative estimate is that he would need to burn at least 300 000 years of his life to see even one person here. Thinking about this, the divine calculator couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He couldn't imagine what kind of people were tirelessly spying on them even after paying such a high price. What kind of person has such a long life to spend? Perhaps immortals of a higher realm could do it, but there was absolutely no reason for it. To the immortals, they were just ants. Has anyone ever heard of spending hundreds of thousands of taels of gold to crush an ant? Another unreasonable lifespan? After listening to the divine calculator's expert explanation, the chairman of the Bell Mountain Association felt a bit annoyed as an unthinkable speculation arose in his heart, but it was quickly dismissed, almost instinctively, by him. He couldn't accept that as a possibility. That means that so many of his previous layout planning, so many sacrifices, all become a joke, simply useless empty shelf. No matter what, let's give it a shield first. We can't let the other side spy on us so recklessly anymore. The president of the Bell Mountain Association gave the order, and the divine calculator answered. He acted very professionally, and soon used all sorts of means to cover up all the destiny and karma of the crowd. Don't worry, if he snoops again, the price he pays will be destined to be far beyond imagination, and it will definitely cause him to die at the end of his lifespan. The divine calculator acted very confidently. After a moment, nothing happened. The inexplicable gaze also disappeared, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, praising the divine calculator for his dependability. The divine calculator also felt that it was his own doing, so he accepted it openly and held his chest high. Right at this moment, the deathly gray aura violently erupted within them. What the hell? The divine calculator with the lowest cultivation was the first to suffer, then the second, and the third. The Mahayana cultivators held out until the second breath. The chairman of the Zhongshan Society held on to his third breath. Do you really think that by relying on a death spell technique, you can be lawless and push your enemies across the board? He roared and went completely mad, invoking all the power of this strange land. Chapter 133, The Truth of the Strange Land. The whole strange land was abuzz. Those broken immortal weapons floating randomly in mid-air erupted with destructive power, and those immortal soldiers and divine beasts transformed into stone statues gradually began to unseal themselves. The terrifying aura seemed to be ebbing and flowing like a vast ocean. It was as if ancient gods and demons were roaring, hissing, and sparring, and their battle aura rose up to the sky, nearly tearing the heavens apart. Who has awakened us? A long, languid doubt floats between heaven and earth. A divine beast that had recovered from its petrified state soared beneath the cloudy sky, as if its body was cast in iron, transmitting an appalling greatness. An immortal soldier was neatly arranged, vaguely forming a large formation, almost fixing time, to witness eternity on this. However, upon closer inspection, one was able to see that just as those immortal artifacts of immortality were all in tatters, these divine beasts and immortal soldiers were likewise not in very good condition. Everywhere you look, you can see the bone-deep wounds. Just staring, it was as if he could see an immortal sword that cut through the clouds and sky slashing towards him. Years had passed, and these wounds that had once been left had not yet healed, and the wounds were still entangled with the power and dowsing marks left by their enemies. There is an enemy violating the territory. Please help me. Seniors, the president of the Zhongshan Association shouted, his power stirring the entire strange land and spreading even deeper. This time, he truly felt what was called a life and death crisis. He knew that one improper response could lead to his death here, so he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and had to wake up the most powerful existence here to protect himself. Oh, a divine beast and immortal soldier bowed their heads. A radiant light erupted in their eyes. Looking at it from their perspective, they were naturally able to see the deathly gray aura that followed karma and inexplicably erupted within the chairman of the Zhongshan Society. A curse? It's just a trail. They are dismissive of this. A huge divine dragon stretched out one of its claws and pressed downward, as if it was grabbing a small chicken, grabbing the president of the Zhongshan Association in its claws. Vast divine power was raging, forcing its way into him, helping him suppress the deathly gray aura that erupted and swept over him. A pained look appeared on the face of the president of the Bell Mountain Association. His chest and internal organs had been reduced to ashes. Even the originally practiced and condensed Yuan Shun. At this moment, there was an extra large hole in his chest. Without the help of the divine dragon, I'm afraid he would have been shipwrecked by now. But even so, I'm afraid that it's hard for me to practice these lost parts back. He couldn't help but feel a little gloomy in his heart. Oh, as I said, the curse is nothing but a small art. Too obsessed with it, thinking that it will be able to run the world. That is simply sitting on a well and watching the sky. Before the words fell, The divine dragon saw that the dead gray information that still hadn't been consumed cleanly after killing the other members of the Bell Mountain Guild began to frantically surge towards this human in his hands as if summoned. What? Damn it! The divine dragon let out a low curse and hastily mobilized the little divine power left in his body, casting out the Dao Dragon Clan's secret techniques just to block these deathly gray auras. Unfortunately, for so many years, he had been dormant and had not recovered from his injuries, let alone regaining his strength to return to his peak. Soon they were losing left and right. He didn't want to give up the human in his hands for a while. After all, that would be a real shame. So he could only choose to lower his head for the time being and shouted to the other divine beasts and immortal soldiers. What are you still waiting for? Don't know to come over and help? Hey, 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 hurry up. Look at him. Oh, don't say laugh. It's better to help. If you don't help, the old dragon will also fall. A piece of broken immortal weapon erupted with monstrous might and suppressed downwards. A divine beast roared and hissed, sacrificing its own origin divine power to blast those dead gray auras. An immortal soldier's arrayed, the great array operation, as if to suppress the light, straight to the eternal greatness of the fall. Actually really let that no catalytic dead gray breath as if dropping frames in general. A card to move forward. No, there's something not quite right about this situation. On the sidelines, both the divine dragons and the other divine beast immortal soldiers acted relaxed and did not place this curse in their eyes. But when they actually got their hands on it, they realized how troublesome and scary it was. Don't touch it, or you will surely die. A giant spirit godlike god general looked on with an ugly face as he watched his chopped off arm fall to the ground and turn into ash on the spot, and reminded everyone else in a loud voice. The others also blushed. Even the giant spirit god, who specialized in cultivating the physical body, was infested a little bit by that deathly gray aura and turned into this appearance, having to break his arm to save his life. So they had to be even more cautious. Is there anyone who can come and switch posts with me? The divine dragon's massive dragon body was trembling, and blood began to trickle down from the wounds on its body again. He was about to lose his grip. The little divine power that was already left in his body was about to be consumed, and if there was no one else to change the guard with him, he would have no choice but to let go of the chairman of the Zhongshan Society and leave him to his own devices. Otherwise, it's just two people dying together. There was silence and no one responded. The face of the president of the Bell Mountain Association was in despair. It was at this moment that the entire strange land underwent a heavenly change. Such changes are difficult to account for. If I had to say, it feels like space that was dead space is now alive. At this moment, everyone's faces changed, becoming surprised and in awe. If they weren't unable to move, I was afraid that those divine beasts and immortal soldiers would have to kneel and bow on the spot. The president of the Zhongshan Association's face was even more hopeful, revealing a big surprised smile. Master, you've finally woken up. A huge face slowly coalesced and took shape in this strange place, and with just a turn of his eyes, he already understood all that was going on at the moment. All the things that had previously happened in the strange land were like phantoms flowing under his eyes. It wasn't that his divine ability was so subtle, but this strange land was originally his body. Again, because of his serious injury, he fell asleep, so his body was transformed into this strange land, turning it into an ownerless place, which was used by the president of the Bell Mountain Association as the gathering place of the Bell Mountain Association. But now that he's awake, it's only natural that everything is going to change. The entire strange land was rumbling and vibrating, and unimaginable huge forces of heaven and earth converged over and were added to the president of the Zhongshan Association. Not only were they helping him suppress the deathly gray aura in his body, but they were even constantly grinding it down. The same was true of the dead gray breath that seemed to be falling off the frame and advancing from one jam to the next, and it was being constantly worn out. At this rate, it would probably wear it all out in a few million years. Fortunately, this place is made of my origin body. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to. The huge human face is celebrating. Zhou Yi, who was countless distances away, however, had already changed his face drastically. Well, as expected of the Zhongshan Society, it really does have some tricks up its sleeve. Then let's try my hand at this. He flipped his hand and took out the Bell Mountain Association token that he had obtained from the bucket-hatted woman, and he kept visualizing the image of the Bell Mountain Association president in his mind. And then a deathly gray aura, which was thicker than any other time in the past, began to steam out from his body in a steady stream, and then surged into the Bell Mountain Association president's point of light and the specially made token in his hand. At this moment, every second of lifespan consumed in his body was based on trillions and trillions of years. In order to completely extinguish the other party, He was no longer satisfied with laying his hands on them all at once. He would continuously curse his enemy with an incomparably large lifespan until he cursed them to death. Chapter 134, Clever Giant Human Face. How did you mess with such an enemy? The giant human face inquired towards the disciple he had casually taken in years ago. The president of the Bell Mountain Society painfully explained. This is just a misunderstanding. His face was written with aggression. I didn't mess with him anywhere. What messed with him was the people under my command. In order to eliminate this feud, I have already made great concessions, not only giving up the territory and manpower that I have operated for many years, but also sending the 2 people who messed with him to him. And guess what? This man is completely insensitive. He failed my good intentions, taking advantage of my relaxation to strike at me, and wiped out the men and forces that I have worked so hard to develop over the years. If not for your timely exit from the gate, I'm afraid. Listening to the disciple's explanation, the giant face in midair couldn't help but frown. Although he knew that his disciple's explanation was bound to have some additions, he expected that he would not dare to deviate too much from the truth to deceive himself. That is, these things are true, at least in the main frame, and the inducement appears only in the description. No matter how you think about it, it seems like this person is a bit too overbearing and unsympathetic. There was some dissatisfaction in the heart of the giant human face. The main reason was that this hand of Zhou Yi's was really making him a bit of a dilemma. With so many dead gray breaths, it would take him at least a few million years to completely wear them out. Does he have that much time? Don't forget, he's still in a serious state of injury. Where does one get so much time and power to waste millions of years of light on such a trivial matter? Besides, in his current state, it wasn't certain if he'd live to see that time. The giant human face's eyes rolled back in silence as he stared at his apprentice. The reason for accepting this disciple back then was just a matter of laying an idle move. But now what? Already several thousand years have passed. This kid has not been able to cultivate into an immortal until now, not to mention that he has been circling around in this small mortal world, and has also attracted such a big trouble for himself. Millions of years of light, exhausting all my remaining lifespan and divine power, may not be able to bring him back, and the injuries on my body have not yet healed. Even more critical is that even if I help him wear out these dead gray auras, it's still useless. He is just a mortal and has not cultivated into an immortal. He simply won't live to see the day when I help him wear out his deathly gray aura millions of years from now. He has now suffered a serious injury, and it is basically impossible to recover. His chest, internal organs, and Yuanshan that were destroyed by that gray aura drenching his chest, internal organs, and Yuanshan his way forward has been cut off, and there is no possibility at all of him ascending into immortality. It pays to die to this curse for his sake. The gigantic human face quickly figured out all the pros and cons of this, so he didn't hesitate to withdraw his help and block, ordering the other divine beast immortal soldiers to do the same. No, master, you can't. President Zhongshan had already seen his own master's intentions and couldn't help but cry out in despair. I've done so much, all for you. For so many years, I've done my share of hard work, if not credit, right? All of the grievances, resentments, and words were eventually swallowed up by the deadly gray aura, and the entire strange land fell silent. From today onwards, don't pay any more attention to the outside world. Focus on recuperating. In the future we will have the day when we can kill our way back up to the 9 heavens and reclaim the throne. The giant human face whispered and gradually began to dissipate, as he was about to re-enter hibernation. Those other divine generals and immortal soldiers responded in turn, and they too were about to be turned back into stone statues. Right at this moment, the dead gray aura that still wasn't satisfied after devouring the chairman of the Zhongshan Association didn't intend to let them go and began to divide, spreading towards the divine beast immortal soldiers present along with the cause and effect of the underworld. Damn it, we just didn't want to do it before. Do you really think we're afraid? A divine beast immortal soldier that had just been about to fall asleep had no choice but to reawaken, and facing their half-bodies that had turned into ashes, feeling their losses, their hearts dripped with blood, and they couldn't help but let out a furious roar. Even the giant human face was reawakened. He mobilized the power of the entire strange land to suppress these dead gray auras. The giant human face's face was very unsightly. Can it be that I really want to waste the rest of my life? All of it? On this? Lord, can't we just follow the trail and find the dominant person behind these dead gray auras and wipe them out in one fell swoop? The divine dragon that had lost half of its body was unwilling and inquired in this manner. I'm afraid it doesn't have much effect. The huge human face slowly shook his head, his face serious and ugly. This curse should be a costly type of curse. The other party has already paid the price. Even if they are killed by us, the curse will follow us until they kill us all. The giant human face's cultivation was profound and unfathomable, and his eyesight and insights were incomparably broad. Even if he had not seen the death spell technique before, he was able to deduce some information that even Joey did not know through this glimpse and brief understanding. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but frown. This deathly gray aura was so difficult to resolve that even if it could be broken, it would inevitably drain their lifespan and the rest of their lives. Could it be that we are going to be ruined in this unknown lower realm for the rest of our lives? Someone was very unwilling. Who are they? At one time it was also a magnificent existence sitting above the 9 heavens. Even if a shocking change occurred later, he was still able to forcefully kill his way out of the heavenly court, which was filled with experts. But to die under this unknown means, is every great hero destined to turn over in the gutter and die in the hands of sinister villains? This is not necessary. We can travel to other worlds. There are worlds apart, able to gradually reduce the power of this curse. Just this point of time, the huge human face has already seen more information. He was about to command the crowd to start moving when his movements and expressions suddenly lurched. An even larger, denser, and more terrifying dead gray aura appeared as if it were a bee chrysalis in this strange place. A large amount of ash drifted and fell from the sky. That was the consequence of the strange land itself being corroded, eroded out of its mouth by these dead gray breaths. Now, even the giant human face couldn't help but yell out in pain. The whole strange land was in turmoil. It was as if the person was trembling after a great pain. Those divine beasts and immortal soldiers who stayed in the middle of the strange land were also filled with despair as they looked at the deathly gray aura that came from the sky, knowing that there was no hope for them to survive. The dead gray aura that came this time was even more numerous, thicker, and more terrifying than those originally around them. As expected, even if they roared, even if they struggled, they were quickly turned into ashes in the midst of this terrifying dead gray ocean. In the end, it was even completely vaporized, without even a trace left behind. Chapter 135, The Righteous. Joey had invested far too much this time, completely exceeding the upper limit of the tolerance of these existences in the strange land. This resulted in these people not even being able to leave a handful of ashes behind when they died, and were directly vaporized and evaporated completely. Even those broken immortal weapons that had lost their spirit, also disappeared in the middle of this endless dead gray ocean. Not even a bit of black ash was left behind. Terrifying oceans of dead gray turbulence surged madly in all directions of the strange land, to fill every corner of this place. No! The giant human face was also wiped clean amidst the turmoil of the dead gray ocean. But in this sky, the unwilling and resentful voice of the giant human face resounded. The whole strange land was in turmoil. Through those holes eroded out by the deadly gray aura, one could see the dark void outside. Soon the original strange place was gone. In its place, there was a heavenly god with an incomparably vast body. It was just that now. He didn't have his own extravagant platitudes. No divine beasts and immortal soldiers to follow him. No immortal light paving the way through the heavens, and all sorts of iconic decorations and weapons. He stood in the middle of the void. His body was like a tree that had been parasitized by termites for many years, and when he moved gently, a large amount of black ash fell from it. This person's life essence was extremely high, and even though he had suffered heavy injuries, he had survived Joey's death curse for half a breath of time. He no longer concealed his aura, and his terrifying aura shot up to the sky, shaking the entire world. Thousands of living beings, human and beast alike, fell to their knees in fear and bowed in that direction. Even if they were extremely far apart, even if there was an infinite void between them, they still couldn't restrain the trembling of their bodies and the fear in their hearts. They felt as if they were bowing down to a supreme immortal emperor. The various Tao clans and immortal race Mahayana ancestors who had only just escaped in panic from the Mo race's void great realm were similarly crushed by the aura and fell to their knees. They looked at the direction from which the aura had come in panic and fear in their hearts. What on earth is going on? After so many years of calm in the immortal cultivation world, why did such great events happen one after another? They find it mind-boggling, incomprehensible and even frightening. The immortal cultivation world had been calm for too long under their joint suppression and monopolization. So calm that it was like stagnant water. But now it's changed, with several major events occurring one after the other, stirring up the stagnant water. And each one was big enough to shock the world, all of which they couldn't solve. The terrifying aura not only suppressed this world, but it also radiated towards the other worlds around it. In the immortal realm residing in the infinite heights, in the heavenly court's heavenly palace, a normal court meeting was going on in an orderly manner. Originally, everything was normal, with everyone reporting on little things that had long been expected and long predetermined. As a result, A terrifying aura came from the vastness of the star-like lower realm, disturbing the boundless clouds and fog, causing many immortals to reveal shocked expressions. The sky is the place where the biggest reaction is. An even stronger, even more terrifying aura emanated from it, so vast that it instantly suppressed the entire immortal realm, causing countless immortals to bow down. This aura was even stronger and more terrifying than the one in this lower realm. The former rebellious minister, after hiding for so many years, is finally willing to show himself? The heavenly emperor stood up from his throne, hands behind his back, and slowly walked out of the heavenly palace. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. When he walked outside the heavenly palace and looked down at the thousands of mortal realms below with his arms folded, his aura had reached its peak. An overwhelming clicking sound came from the entire heavenly court, as if it was about to be crushed. It was as if all 33 heavens were compressing and pouring down. The immortals bowed their heads in fear, not daring to look directly at that one figure. The heavenly emperor's eyes were as deep as an abyss as he silently gazed at where that aura was coming from. There was something strange in his mind. How many years has it been? The injuries on the other side shouldn't be healed yet. Judging from this aura, it was also true that the other party could be said to be externally strong, and even his aura was still slipping, and his vitality was also getting weaker and weaker as if the river was going down. Then on what basis did the other party dare to blossom his aura and announce his existence to the worlds? Is it hard to live long enough? Want to get killed? The heavenly emperor was a little surprised in his heart. Then he saw that old opponent standing in the boundless void raise his head with a face full of unwillingness and lock eyes with him, one hand reaching out and clenching into a fist, seemingly about to ignore the endless distance and blast the heavenly emperor in the head. But it was not able to do so after all. Before the last bit of power the opponent had raised could blossom, his body in Yuanshan completely disintegrated into ash and fell. I'm not willing to. Only an echo of deathly regret to the core reached the heavenly emperor's ears. The heavenly emperor slowly withdrew his terrifying aura that covered the heavens, and his expression was somewhat odd. It took a long time to come back. The courtiers under him didn't dare to rush, so they just bent over, bowed, and waited in silence. It wasn't until a long time later that the heavenly emperor came back to his senses and slowly returned to his position. He eyed the respectful ministers and slowly opened his mouth. Just now, that traitor finally gave his head and ambushed. Your Majesty's divine might is boundless. The ministers hurriedly fell to their knees and bowed in salute. It is not my hand. It has nothing to do with me. But it is like the righteous people in the lower realm have removed this big problem from my heart. The heavenly emperor waved his hand, stopped the horse's ass of the ministers under his command, and explained the situation. But he did not expect. Even so, the courtiers still want to pat him on the back. This is all thanks to your Majesty's authority over the 10,000 worlds, benevolence and virtue, and therefore can call upon the righteous people of the lower realms to get rid of that rebel. The heavenly emperor could only wave his hand to interrupt this succession of horses' asses and said, in any case, righteous men who have been meritorious in getting rid of thieves should be rewarded after all. 1,000 miles I, Shun Fonier, then buy you two down to the world to investigate this matter, to find out what is the righteousness of this righteous act. I want to greatly reward some. The two god generals hurriedly stepped out to receive the order. The death of the rebel in the mouth of the heavenly emperor could be said to have shaken the entire heavenly realms. Quite a few big names crushed the things in their hands, their expressions gloomy. They likewise wondered who, exactly, had spoiled their plot. Zhou-Yi, the spoiler they had been pining for, was staying in his own cultivation chamber at the moment, rather puzzled. What's going on here? Isn't that guy fierce? How come he can't even carry my two-breath curse? This is the most he's ever squandered his lifespan on a single action. The enemies were all dead, but the dead gray aura that his lifespan had been transformed into had not been used up. Those breaths coiled in the middle of the void, and instead of vaporizing the black ash that had been transformed from the corpse of that huge human face, they fused with it. It seems to have produced something new. Chapter 136 The 10,000 Clans. After that terrifying pressure ended, the entire world was thrown into a frenzy of discussion. Not only the cultivators of the immortal cultivation world, even ordinary people were talking about it. They are in different positions and naturally feel and see different things, but without exception, whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary person, they didn't know the whole picture of this matter and could only blindly feel the elephant based on their own understanding and speculation. In this matter, all beings were equal, even the cultivators from the great clans and immortal races. The Mahayana ancestors from the great Tao clans and immortal races slowly stood up from the ground, rubbing their still weakened legs and feet as they glanced at each other with somewhat bitter expressions. At one time, they thought they were the masters of the world, high and mighty. not to be offended. But now, they realize what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Whether it was the extermination of the Mo clan or the mighty pressure just now, it was far beyond what they could comprehend. After breaking up a few sentences with each other, the crowd dispersed and went their separate ways. After the Wan clan's old ancestor returned to the Wan clan's void great realm, he didn't have any hesitation and went straight to the Wan clan's ancestral hall. Without saying a word, he lit a special incense. In the center of the 10,000 clans shrine, a special scroll was similarly enshrined. The painting is of an open door to heaven with an immortal who greets him at the end of the door. On this side of the door, naturally, was the true immortal ancestor of the Wan clan who had attained ascension. Accompanied by the influx of incense, the eyes of the Wan clan immortal ancestor, whose appearance was kept in a middle-aged man's likeness, moved, and soon took a step out of the painting. What is it? 10,000 race immortal ancestor Wan Qianqiu inquired with a calm and indifferent expression. Once before he ascended, he had also valued these clansmen and offspring of his immensely, and thus left them with many means, including this incense and paintings that could contact him. But after actually arriving at the immortal world, he realized how childish and ridiculous this was. He reproduced a clan out in the immortal realm, and with the resources and immortal chi of the immortal realm to nourish it, as well as his own personal teaching, that 10,000 clans grew extremely fast, with numerous heavenly figures emerging, and soon surpassed this clan that was far away in the lower realm. He was just like the other immortals, and had slowly grown to look away from these clansmen far away in the mortal realm. So the words and the demeanor are as far apart as they can be. Although Wan Qianqiu's gesture was chilling, the Wan clan didn't dare to have any opinions. Wan Zongshi, the Wan clan's Mahayana elder ancestor who had traveled to the Mo clan's void great realm to check it out this time, bowed his head and respectfully spoke of everything he had seen and heard on this outing. Wan Qianqiu shook. Can you be sure? He inquired with a frown, his tone a little eager. He hadn't expected that a change in the lower realms would actually implicate their immortal realm's immortals. If, just as Patriarch Wan had said, the Mo clan's Mo injury really had some sort of accident as a result of this, or even got seriously injured as a result, then everything would be a lot of fun. Maybe I can take advantage of this information gap to make a buck, he thought in his mind. A little stupid. Of course, I would guarantee it with my life. So replied Patriarch Wan. Very well, this seat will go to confirm some. If everything is true, this seat has its own reward for you. After saying this, Wan Qianqiu couldn't wait to return to the painting. His consciousness returned to his true body in the immortal realm, and he couldn't wait to go out and start inquiring from his familiar immortal friends. Patriarch Wan respectfully stood in place, not moving a muscle. He didn't dare to leave. He could only silently wait for the old ancestor's response. A few hours later, without lighting the threaded incense, Wan Qianqiu's consciousness descended and walked out of the painting. His eyes became very complicated, with bewilderment and fear in them. Facing the hopeful gazes and eyes of his own juniors, he took a deep breath and finally maintained his comportment and compulsion as an immortal. I've confirmed your news. Mo wound has fallen. Even the Mo clan that he reproduced in the immortal realm has been destroyed in one fell swoop. What? Patriarch Wan was taken aback by these words, and his subconscious reaction was disbelief. But after all, they were words spoken by his own ancestor, so he couldn't help but disbelieve them. This dislocation gave him an extreme sense of absurdity and doubt. Old ancestor Ma Xian is an immortal. Who could kill him? And also slaughtered the lower realm Mo clan and the immortal realm Mo clan together. Who has such strength? On second thought, he couldn't help but think carefully. Even for immortals, wanting to cross the border to strike and kill was not that simple, and the attrition was quite great. This was something that Patriarch Mo, who was a member of the immortal clan, understood very well. It was for this reason that he felt fear. Even an immortal would not be able to silently exterminate everyone in the Mo clan across the world, unless the other party is not an ordinary immortal. If the other party is able to exterminate the Mo clan in this way, it will naturally be able to exterminate their 10,000 clans, and exterminate the other Dao clans and immortal clans. Not too clear. Wan Qianqiu pinched his brow with a headache and said, this matter has stirred up the entire heavenly court, and it's said that even Mo Wound's top boss, the bullfighting star monarch, was implicated because of this and had to go into seclusion to heal. What? Patriarch Wan became even more fearful. He didn't know what cultivation level the bullfighting star sovereign was at, but he expected that to be able to become a star sovereign and a superior of immortal Mo Wound was bound to be extremely powerful. But such a character, but also because of Mo injury implicated and suffered a serious injury. Horrible. This is just horrible. Just some of the information that he had learned so far made Patriarch Wan incomparably fearful. Could it be that everything in the lower realm is just a continuation of some sort of strife in the immortal realm? He couldn't help but have such a conjecture. This is not something you need to care about, and it is not something you can care about. I don't even dare to inquire more. Wan Xianqiu interrupted Wan Zhongshu's unrestrained thoughts and turned to say, I didn't come down for another trip just to explain these things to you. In addition to the matter of Mo Wond and the bullfighting star monarch, a major event has occurred in the heavenly court. A rebel who has been on the run for many years has died. The current story from the heavenly court is that some righteous folk stepped in to put him to death. Wan Xianqiu looked meaningfully at Patriarch Wan and said, combined with what you said about that one terrifying and boundless aura in your world, what did you think of? That man is the traitor? He's dead? Patriarch Wan wasn't stupid. He quickly connected the two events together. Yes. Wan Xianqiu nodded his head to affirm this guess, then added, His Majesty said that he wanted to heavily reward that righteous folk who killed the rebels, and has already sent the two great gods, 1,000 miles in Shun Feng Air, down to the realm. They will inevitably come to the original realm, and as the local landlord, have you thought about how you will entertain them yet? The original realm is what this world is called in heaven. Chapter 137, A Shocking Adventure. The mind of Patriarch Wan was racing in his head. He knew that Wan Xianqiu, the old ancestor, had always been resourceful and far-thinking. This line of questioning from the other side was by no means just asking for an arrangement. There must be a deeper meaning in it. Patriarch Wan considered for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. He gazed at his own old ancestor and asked with some disbelief, You mean, let me fake my way into receiving the reward? The children are teachable. Wan Xianqiu smiled. But this, Patriarch Wan swallowed his saliva. Feeling a little uneasy, do you know the identity of that righteous man's origin and cultivation? If the other party was very strong, then wouldn't it be suicidal to pretend to be the other party to collect the reward? I don't know. And I'm afraid that none of the people in and out of the heavenly court today know. Wan Xianqiu answered the question frankly, then he laughed again. But does it matter? Do you remember what I told you before? That Mo Wond is dead? When smart people talk to each other, they often don't have to say anything too revealing, just a little bit to make the other person understand what they mean. At this moment, the conversation between Wan Xianqiu and Patriarch Wan was like this. Patriarch Wan quickly understood the meaning of Wan Xianqiu's words, and with a somewhat agitated expression, he inquired, Do you mean that righteous man will be able to take Mo Wond's place and ascend to immortality? Not bad. Deputy Wan Xianqiu looked at the immortal scene outside the ancestral hall and said with a calm expression, Over the years, the immortal realm has been handing out fewer and fewer qualifications for becoming an immortal, and no new immortals have ascended for at least 1,000 years. Now, the position in the immortal world is a carrot. There is no empty place in front of you, so you don't want to go further. You have to think about it. If you don't seize this opportunity and ascend in place of the righteousness, then I am afraid that you will not be able to ascend to become an immortal in your whole life, and you can only end up in this lower realm in a depressed manner. Even if there was an empty spot in front of them, it was not that simple to successfully compete for this qualification to become an immortal. There's a lot of trouble of all kinds. First of all, if you don't have a backer in the immortal world and heavenly court, or if your backer in the immortal world and heavenly court isn't big enough, hard enough, or strong enough, then you're not even qualified to participate in the competition. Wan Xianqiu's position in the heavenly court was similar to Mo Wond's, a small immortal official. He's not in that position to get his people an entry into the competition, even if one takes it 10,000 steps back. That is, if one is lucky enough to obtain the qualification. The enemies and competitors one has to face are often the same as oneself, or even better than oneself, strong people of the same rank. After raising a compulsion to kill each other, only those who are left will eventually be able to ascend to the immortal realm. Family members know their own business. Wan Xianqiu knew that no one from either the original realm 10,000 races or the immortal realm 10,000 races was qualified to compete. In contrast, it is much easier to substitute and impersonate someone else's identity. The heavenly emperor's reward. Even Wan Xianqiu couldn't imagine how bountiful it would be. An immortal qualification is a sure thing. The rest of the things, on the other hand, had completely exceeded Wan Xianqiu's imagination. Wan Xianqiu, who had single-handedly founded the 10,000 clans and ascended to immortality with his own strength, had keenly smelled the flavor of opportunity now that he had successfully ascended and had not made any progress for tens of thousands of years. He knew that this chance he had to seize. It was just like the previous times when he had fought in the immortal cultivation realm, desperately grasping every bit of creation and resources. Listening to the old ancestor's explanation, Patriarch Wan also couldn't help but feel his heart and mind swaying with a wave of longing and yearning. How could he not want to become immortal? But how hard is it to become immortal? This era was many times more difficult than the circumstances in times of those predecessors before it. If you want to become an immortal, it is no longer just a matter of having enough cultivation talent. You also have to have someone up there with the qualifications to become an immortal as permitted by the heavenly court. Otherwise, what can you do if the people in the heavenly court forcefully crank up the difficulty of your heavenly tribulation? That is, to chop you to death in the lower realms? Wan Xianxiu said that the immortal world hadn't seen any new immortals ascend for over 1,000 years. However, in the original realm, looking back and forward in history, the closest ascended person to the present was more than 10,000 years ago. Since then, the immortal cultivation world class solidified and not a single immortal appeared. Even amongst the various immortal clans and Taoist sects, there was no shortage of Mahayana and even ferrying ancestors who were unable to transcend that immortal mundane distinction. Right now, a chance to bail out was right in front of him, so how could Patriarch One not be moved? After struggling for a few moments, he was finally unable to cut off the longing in his heart, and struggled to inquire, if that truly righteous man, becoming immortal is a natural desire, but danger needs to be balanced. Since that truly righteous man was able to kill the heavenly court's rebels, I'm afraid that his cultivation means have exceeded his imagination. After all, Patriarch One had truly felt the aura that bloomed out of that rebel in the end. The kind of power that made his heart and soul tremble, and he couldn't help but fall to his knees and kowtow frantically, which made a deep impression on him, as much as to become a demon in his heart. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of person was able to kill such a terrifying figure. If he had robbed the other party of his rewards and qualifications, what if the other party held a grudge against him and came to retaliate? In the face of this question, Wan Xianxiu shook his head and smiled, saying, "The great Tao is in front of us. Never back down. As the ancients said, if you hear the word in the morning, you can die in the evening. The opportunity is right in front of you. It's up to you to grab it. If you don't dare, I dare conclude that you are bound to spend your life in remorse. As for that righteous man," Wan Xianxiu smiled leisurely, did not look very worried, "the character who can kill that kind of rebel. I am afraid that the cultivation realm has already been high to an unknown level, and will not care about these 3 melons and 2 jujubes. There's also the possibility that he won't know about it or you as a person." Patriarch Wan grinned. That doesn't sound like a good idea. However, he still didn't hesitate or think too much before directly kneeling down in front of Wan Xianxiu, kowtowing a few times, and solemnly saying, "Please teach me, old ancestor." He still made the decision that the opportunity was there and he had to take a shot. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 hope, it would be worthwhile for him to bet his whole family's life. Good. Worthy of being my offspring. Wan Xianxiu laughed out loud and returned to the painting. You should prepare yourself well and not leave any bad impression in front of the 2 god generals. Then remember to go to the other immortal races and Dao clans and walk around. Pull in what you need to pull in, and bribe what you need to bribe. First to find out who your enemies are, and then think long and hard about it. Just leave the rest to me. Chapter 138, Big Things and Small Feelings, for the book friend Infinity 39's reward explosion. Only after Wan Xianxiu's consciousness had gone away for a long time did Patriarch One stand up from the ground and let out a heavy breath. He turned silently and headed out of the shrine. The sunlight fell on him along the open doors of the shrine, making him feel warm and bright. Outside were a few other gray-haired heads poking around. They were the other old ancestors of the 10,000 clans. Patriarch Wan was originally just an inconspicuous person among them, and was even in a position where he was suppressed and ostracized, which was why the matter of probing the Mo clan's void great realm had fallen to him. This was also the reason why he did not hesitate to agree to Wan Xianxiu's suggestion and decided to impersonate him. Even if he didn't agree, Wan Xianxiu still had more options. There's always someone among these people who will choose to say yes. For Wan Xianxiu, the results were much different. But for him, Patriarch Wan, it was a world of difference. The reason why Wan Xianxiu would be the first to ask for his advice and give him the opportunity to choose was because it was he, Patriarch Wan, who had brought this vital piece of news alone, which led to the many plans that followed. Only then was Wan Xianxiu willing to give him a chance to rise up in the clouds. Of course, he can't blame anyone if he can't catch it on his own. Patriarch, what's going on? What did the old man say? The other Mahayana ancestors of the 10,000 races saw him come out and hurriedly inquired. Their eyes crossed over Patriarch Wan and glanced inside the shrine. They didn't see Wan Xianxiu's figure and didn't feel a bit disappointed. Patriarch Wan glanced at them and spoke part of the information with a calm expression. The existence that blossomed its aura recklessly before and then suddenly declined and disappeared is a heavenly court rebel. It is now ambushed. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is going to give a big reward to the righteous men who killed the rebels. And in a few days, the two gods of the heavenly court, the 1,000 Miles Eye and the Shunfeng Ear, will come down to the realm and be responsible for investigating the case. Old ancestor ordered us to be well entertained. The other Mahayana ancestors of the 10,000 races looked at each other with some skepticism in their eyes. In the end, it was Wan Xianshan, the only transitional ancestor of the 10,000 clans, who inquired in a hoarse voice, "I wonder what this so-called good life hospitality is supposed to accomplish?" Patriarch Wan gave Wan Xianshan a deep look before saying, "Naturally, it's to satisfy the two divine generals." Oh, no one present was stupid, and they quickly heard the deeper meaning from this plain sentence. Then what can we, the 10,000 clans, obtain? They inquired so, their expressions quite urgent. Patriarch Wan smiled gently. Get what? Oh, you all seem too utilitarian to ask such a thing, don't you? I'll be honest, we're just pulling out our family's money to make offerings to those two gods and generals, and we won't get anything extra. We're just asking that they don't do anything bad. Ha! Wan Xianshan and the others were first taken aback, then they reacted. Since it's not for some obvious favor, it must be for something bigger. That's right. The sight of the crowd made Patriarch Wan somewhat flattered, and he raised his head high and said condescendingly, "I'm the righteous man who put the rebels to death." Wan Xianshan and the others all looked at the little cutie, like gazes at him. Although previously, Patriarch Wan had gone out, they were unable to determine the other party's whereabouts and whether or not they had been involved in any battles. However, they all remembered clearly the terrifying aura of the rebel before. Wan Zongshi was simply the firefly to the white moon when compared to it. He wouldn't even be able to get close enough to be subdued by the other party's aura. Can be a righteous ass. But immediately afterward, Wan Xianshan and the others reacted. Turns out we're the cuties. And the clown. They had realized what Wan Xianxiu and Patriarch Wan were scheming, and their faces all turned ugly as if they had eaten a dead fly. His heart became incomparably regretful, regretting that it wasn't by himself that he grabbed the opportunity to participate in the Mo clan's Void Great Realm mission. Looking at the way these people who had once looked down on him now looked, Patriarch Wan only felt refreshed, as if the pores in his body had opened up. With his head held high, he was about to leave. Wait. At this time, Wan Xianshan suddenly called out to him. Facing Patriarch Wan's inquiring gaze, Wan Xianshan said with a complicated face, "The investigation against the Mo clan's extermination case has already yielded some results. We have learned of a key figure from the Heavenly Beyond clan, Zhou Yi." Wan Xianshan burned the relevant information about Zhou Yi into a jade slip and waved his hand to throw it to Patriarch Wan. Patriarch Wan reached out and took it, placing it on his brow. With a flash of light, he had read all the information in it. Death spell art? He pondered slightly for a moment, then nodded, seemingly affirming Zhou Yi's strength. I did find a lot of black ash in the Mo clan's Void Great Realm. This is consistent with the murderous performance of Zhou Yi's death spell technique. Well, in that case, it seems like the Mo clan was really exterminated by him. Somewhat, he commented so flatly. On a normal day, he would have jumped up and down in surprise, but not anymore. His attention and sight were attracted by the lofty immortal position, his mind fantasizing about the Heavenly Emperor's reward. So how could he care about such a trivial matter? You can send someone to observe and make contact, but don't make an enemy out of it. Right now, our attention should be on the movements of the other immortal races and Dao clans, and on the preparations for welcoming and serving the two divine generals. This Zhou Yi, well, let's put it aside for now. Originally not having much say in the clan, Patriarch Wan said so lightly, seemingly treating himself as the controller of the Wan clan. Wan Xianshan and the others, however, didn't dare to refute, so they could only lower their heads to show their obedience. It couldn't be helped. Who let immortal ancestor Wan Xianxiu choose the other party? If everything went well, Patriarch Wan would even become the new immortal ancestor of the 10,000 races. A man under the roof has to bow down. People, they always have to know what's going on. Looking at the several people who were so obedient, Patriarch Wan nodded in satisfaction and drifted away. Catch now he had a lot to be busy with and couldn't really care less about such trivial matters. The same was true for the other 10,000 races powerhouses and old ancestors. Regarding Zhou Yi and the Dragon Tiger Taoist sect, they had just casually ordered it down. The people down there just get on with it. Chu was still blocked by the Forbidden Air Formation, so they came to the territories of other neighboring countries around Chu, supporting the local royal powers, and began to push forward the evolution of these mundane countries in the direction of a cultivation country. Then through this geographic proximity, slowly make contact with Chu and slowly infiltrate into it. For them, it all just comes with the territory. But Zhou Yi, who got Fu Wen's report, was already startled. There are unruly people who want to harm me again?